What kind of luck does this blind man have? He actually got 2 devil fruits, and one of them is the S-class Flame fruit. The previous owner of the Flame fruit was a general of our dragon kingdom, one fire fist, earth-shattering. On the other side is the heavy fruit. Seems like a fruit that hasn't appeared before, a paramecia type. One is an S-class Logia fruit, and the other is an unseen paramecia fruit. Is there even a need to hesitate? Exactly, natural type fruits can undergo elementalization, whether for survival or attack power, they're maxed out. But a blind person, even if they choose the S-class flame fruit, what use is it? Going to the battlefield to die? I suggest not choosing. Once you eat the fruit, you have to go to military school and the battlefield. It's better to stay at home. After all, disabled individuals can be exempted from military service. Longwa, Sanyuan City, 2nd High School. In a bizarre and fantastical space, 29 students are standing below the stage, watching Zhang Chen on it. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Flame fruit? Heavy fruit? Has one piece been included in the college entrance exam? Suddenly, memories came flooding back like a tide. I have transmigrated? Zhang Chen's body trembled with shock. He never expected that such a thing as transmigration would finally happen to him. 30 years ago, dimensional rifts appeared on this blue planet, and terrifying beasts descended, unleashing endless slaughter. At the same time, the sanctuary emerged. Everyone, upon turning 18, can receive the blessings of the sanctuary, with abilities derived from the anime One Piece. In this world, the anime One Piece does not exist, and no one knows what these things are for. Until one day, a man with a cigar in his mouth waved his hand, and yellow sand filled the sky, burying tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. At this moment, Zhang Chen was standing at the most critical crossroads of his life. He kept his eyes tightly shut, surrounded by 2 glowing spheres encasing devil fruits. It wasn't that he didn't want to open his eyes, but because he is a blind man. He was blind in his previous life, and after transmigrating, he is still blind. Who understands? So, is this the era of devil fruits? Classmate, let me repeat once more. On the left is the flame fruit, and on the right is the never-before-seen wait fruit. Additionally, let me remind you again, choosing a devil fruit is optional, and individuals with disabilities are exempt from military service. The voice of the staff came through the headset. Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. The Holy Land is a place similar to a prize pool, allowing 30 students to enter each time, and the prize pool refreshes with talents equal to twice the number of students. There are various devil fruits, swordsmanship talents, physical technique talents, physique enhancement, strength enhancement, and so on. Each person takes turns drawing in a lottery-style manner, choosing 1 out of 2 options, with the unselected talent returning to the prize pool. Among them, only Logia fruits, paramecia fruits, and the mythical Zoan type of Zoan fruits are unique, while others are talents that can reappear. Currently, there are roughly only a few 100,000 devil fruit users worldwide, most of whom possess ordinary Zoan fruits. In this world's dragon kingdom, mandatory military service is enforced. Those who awaken their talents enter military academies for training before heading to the battlefield. Those who fail to awaken their talents are directly enlisted into the Demon Suppression Army, serving for at least 3 years before being allowed to retire depending on the situation. Meanwhile, individuals with disabilities can be exempted from military service. As for himself, being blind, he had already discussed with his homeroom teacher before entering the sanctuary that he would not choose any talent and would live out the rest of his life peacefully. As for why he still chose to enter the sanctuary, it's very simple. First, entering the Holy Land is an obligation bestowed upon every 18-year-old citizen by the Dragon Kingdom. Second, simply gathering numbers to generate more talents in the prize pool. Zhang Chen recalled this and had basically figured out his current situation. A blind man going to the battlefield is undoubtedly pure suicide. But then again, after going through so much trouble to transmigrate, would I just give up on awakening my talent and enjoy the rest of my life? Wouldn't that make the transmigration pointless? No, I need to wait a bit longer. Since something as absurd as transmigration has already happened, having a cheat ability would be perfectly reasonable, right? Detected 2 devil fruits in front of the host Zhang Chen. Preparing to activate the all-world character template system. Please choose a fruit to activate the system. Here it comes. At the same time, in Zhang Chen's pitch-black field of vision, 2 panels appeared, on the left and right respectively. Flame fruit, character template, ace. Beginner's gift pack, preview blazing sun LV.1, fire gun LV.1, flame commandment LV.1, gravity fruit, character template, Fujitora. Beginner's gift pack, preview observation hockey LV.1, blind swordsmanship LV.1, gravity domain LV.1. The flare fruit is actually based on Ace's template. Why not Sabo's template? At least it could have observation hockey. I'm blind right now, what's the use of having so many attack skills? On the other side, the heavy fruit. The starter gift pack comes with observation hockey. In anime, observation hockey can sense everything around, foresee danger, and hear the voice of all things. Extremely powerful. Setting everything else aside, just the ability to sense everything around ground is exactly what Jiang Chun needs most right now. After all, as a 10-year-old blind man, it's hard to resist the temptation of possibly seeing this world clearly. And it's not just observation hockey. If I remember correctly, the user of the gravity fruit in One Piece is also a blind man, one of the Navy's 3 admirals. This fruit can also be described as a bug-like existence. Gravity, also known as gravitational force, is one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. The power of rules can freely manipulate the strength and direction of gravity, instantly raising it to tens of thousands of kilometers above the ground, pulling down meteors engulfed in scorching flames, can also make objects float weightlessly and form repulsive gravity to deflect all attacks. Moreover, the existence of the system might even help this fruit awaken. By then, meteors will rain from the sky, and black holes will be created by hand. The true annihilation of everything. The true power of destruction. Jiang Chen thought of this and was already very clear. Whether it's for observation hockey or the prospects of the future, there is no doubt that the heavy fruit must be chosen. As for being a blind man, hiding at home to survive, this is impossible. Blindness, I've had enough of it myself. Now, I want to see this world clearly. I've had enough of endless darkness. At this moment, the staff outside the sacred site had completely lost their patience. In Jiang Chen's earpiece, the voice of a staff member suppressing their anger came through. Student, it's been 5 minutes. I'll repeat it one last time. On the left is the S-grade fruit, the flame fruit, and on the right is the never-before-seen heavy fruit. Which one will you choose? Or if you won't choose, please step down directly. Please don't waste time. Thank you for your cooperation. Good teacher. The staff member on the other end of the headset breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Next one. However, before he could finish speaking, the staff member froze. The other classmates in the audience, and everyone outside the sacred ground, were all stunned. The entire nation watching the live broadcast was also stunned. Jiang Chen slowly reached out his hand toward the fruit on the right. Outside the sacred land, the homeroom teacher Su Feng shouted in fear at the live broadcast screen. Ya Jiang Chen. Wrong. The one on the left is the S-grade fruit. Ah, damn it. Get down here. What is a blind person doing joining the fun? Jiang Chen, the heavy fruit isn't that bad, right? At least it's a paramecia-type fruit with uniqueness. Inside the sacred land. At this moment, Jiang Chen's lips curved slightly upward, and his heart felt incredibly refreshed. After many years, within his pitch-black perspective, there was finally a hint of a different scenery. Jiang Chen could see his classmates whispering to each other backstage. He could sense the fantastically distorted space surrounding the high platform. That's right. Jiang Chen's perspective is 360 degrees without any blind spots. Although there is no color, just clusters of blurry shadows, it is already enough. Right now, it's just observation hockey LV.1, but once the level increases, it will undoubtedly become clearer, and the sensing range will also expand. Detected that the host has acquired the abilities of the heavy fruit. Loading system. Multiverse character template. Gravity fruit. Fujitora template. System loaded successfully. Opening beginner's gift pack. Acquired skills. Observation hockey. Blind swordsmanship. Gravity domain. Name, Jiang Chen. Strength, 24+. Spirit, 32+. Constitution, 22+. Agility, 22+. Assignable attribute points, 0. Controllable gravity, 1.6 tons. 20 points of mental power attribute increased by 1 ton. Skills, observation hockey LV.1, 0/20+. Current range 100 meters. Next level, range expands to 500 meters. Blind swordsmanship LV.1, 0/10+. Currently mastered sword techniques. Next level, comprehend sword intent, proficient. Gravity field LV.1, 0/10+. Current field range, 10 meters. Next level, range expands to 50 meters. Skill points available, 10. Note 1, for every 10 attribute points gained, 1 skill point is awarded. Note 2, 1 skill point can increase 1 point of skill experience. Hint, when the total level of multiple combined skills reaches LV.5, the next skill, Navy 6 styles, can be unlocked. Current unlocked progress, March 5th. Jiang Chen examined his attribute panel. In this world, everyone who eats a devil fruit has an attribute panel that only they can see. Other people's attribute panels only have a simple 4-dimensional attribute. My panel, however, can be described as a deluxe plus version, and I can even allocate skill points. When the total level of all skill levels combined reaches level 5, the next skill is unlocked, Navy 6 styles. In this world, those with abilities are divided into 9 tiers. To advance to a higher tier, one must participate in a special ability test. A total attribute score of 200 and destructive power reaching 1000 calories are required to become a first-tier ability user. My total attribute score is only 100 points. However, when facing a first-tier ability user, being able to manipulate 1.6 tons of gravity might still give him a fighting chance. The only question is how much destructive power his strike can unleash. Moreover, in this world, the 3 types of hockey are relatively rare abilities, and not many people possess them. The extent to which one can master them purely depends on their own talent. Moreover, the observation hockey in this world is generally quite weak. Even the strongest observation hockey users can only cover a range of about 100 meters. And as for himself, he had just awakened his talent and directly obtained observation hockey, with a range already reaching the strongest in this world. As long as he steadily acquired attribute points, he could continuously improve. The observation hockey at LV.2 reached an impressive 500 meters. That's a range 5 times greater than the strongest. And the source of skill points, 10 attribute points can earn 1 skill point. The source of attribute points. As the teacher mentioned earlier, the majority comes from the secret realm dungeons within the military academy. A small portion comes from tasks issued by the demon suppression army, and the remaining bits are from the extremely rare mutated fierce beasts in the wild. At this moment, outside the sanctuary, the awakening ceremony was being broadcast live in real time through cameras clipped to the collars of each student. Is this person crazy? Ignoring a well-developed S-class Logia fruit and choosing an unknown Paramecia fruit instead? The key point is, this person is blind. Once you choose a fruit, you have to go to the battlefield. That's the rule. No exceptions for anyone. Maybe this person has connections? We'll see if they even get admitted to the military academy. How can a blind person go to the battlefield? Unless they can master observation hockey on their own. Comprehend? It's not that easy. Even if you do comprehend observation hockey, isn't the range of perception for the world's strongest observation hockey user only about 100 meters? Just comprehended it, how wide can the range be? A blind person entering a secret realm is just courting death. In the awakening ceremony livestream, the barrage of comments filled the entire screen. The homeroom teacher, Su Feng, who was watching the live broadcast, was panting heavily. He had clearly reminded Jiang Chen specifically not to choose a fruit, not to choose anything. Why did he still choose? Even if he chose, why did he ignore the well-developed S-level fruit and pick an unknown one? At the thought of this, Su Feng couldn't catch his breath and rolled his eyes. Mr. Su! Mr. Su! The people nearby quickly supported Su Feng. A moment later, the livestream chat exploded once again. The crowd outside the sacred ground was also in an uproar. As soon as Jiang Chen stepped off the stage, the next girl to take the stage was surrounded by 2 light spheres, one of which was unmistakably the flame fruit. Teacher Su, the flame fruit has appeared again. It's Tang Chuyao from your class. Teacher Su Feng immediately got up upon hearing this. His eyes were fixed on the live broadcast screen. Fortunately, after all, Jiang Chen not choosing the flame fruit might actually be a good thing for the Dragon Nation. After all, it was precisely because he didn't choose that the flame fruit returned to the sacred prize pool. In the end, it was chosen by Tang Chuyao, a classmate. The Logia type has always been the top combat power of various nations. This also means that in the future, the Dragon Nation will once again have a top-tier general. As for Jiang Chen, sigh. Whenever he thought of Jiang Chen, Su Feng couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Inside the sacred land, Jiang Chen returned to the team. The classmate next to him, Wang Ming, looked at him with a strange expression. Jiang Chen, why, did you choose the fruit? Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and then slowly said, I don't want to live as an ordinary person just scraping by. After all, he couldn't exactly say that he could see character templates. You can't just say that he awakened observation hockey after eating it. This world is still unfamiliar, so it's better to be a bit more cautious. Wang Ming sighed and couldn't help but say, at least pick the flame fruit. It can turn you into an element, so you're less likely to die. Wang Ming retorted upon hearing this. Nonsense, just because a fruit is unique doesn't mean it's powerful. It depends on how it's developed. Let me give you a few examples. The slip fruit, what's the use of it? To act as a lubricant? By the way, after entering the military academy, there will be another entrance test, and the first place will receive a reward of 200 attribute points. Flower fruit, what's the use? Tentacle play? Paste fruit, it can turn into a paste-like fluid, but clothes can't transform. What's the use? Do you always need to find someone to hold your clothes for you? Jiang Chen was speechless for a moment. Alright then. Wang Ming shook his head and helplessly reminded, hey, after going to the military academy, you'll be forced to participate in secret realms, and people die in them. Jiang Chen, secret realms? What are they like? Wang Ming said slowly. Not exactly sure, it's different every time, but the first one is usually a 2-person secret realm. The ranking is calculated based on the total points of both people, and the first place gets 500 attribute points as a reward. This is also the most important secret realm. Wang Ming said firmly, there's no way I can team up with you, or my dad will kill me. Jiang Chen didn't say much, he could only think that this classmate was taking a narrow path. Wang Ming continued, this is also part of our Dragon Nation's snowball cultivation strategy. The more outstanding a person is, the more resources they get. It's just that I definitely don't stand a chance. In the early stages, the strongest are those with swordsmanship talent, who possess sword intent early on. Those who have sword intent early are absolutely unstoppable. Jiang Chen placed the sword into the blind cane and turned to leave the sword testing room. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Sword intent? Blind swordsmanship LV.10/10+. plus, currently mastered sword techniques, next level, comprehend sword intent, proficient, skill points available, 10, fill it up. The panel flickered with bursts of golden light. Blind swordsmanship LV.2, 0/20 plus, comprehend sword intent, proficient, next level, comprehend sword intent, mastery. Next, he just needed to quietly wait for the military academy enrollment. Jiang Chen felt a warm current emerging from within his body, quickly spreading to every part of it. Extremely refreshing. It's a pity there's no sword right now. Later, he could customize a sword hidden within a staff. He had already grown accustomed to using a blind cane. At this moment, Tang Chuyao slowly walked toward Jiang Chen. The great school beauty Tang is coming our way. Wang Ming thought Jiang Chen hadn't noticed and reminded him. Tang Chuyao walked up to Jiang Chen and asked, Jiang Chen, why didn't you choose the flame fruit? Jiang Chen was speechless. Everyone asking the same question, this was getting a bit annoying. He casually replied, I don't like the flare. Tang Chuyao was silent for a moment before speaking. Thank you. Jiang Chen was confused. Why are you thanking me? Tang Chuyao, each time the Sacred Land's prize pool contains 60 random talents. You didn't choose the flare fruit, which caused it to return to the prize pool. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, that's just your own good luck. It doesn't have much to do with me. Tang Chuyao continued, no, the value of the flame fruit is too high. This is different. Anyway, thank you. You've chosen the fruit, so next you'll definitely have to enter the military academy. There are secret realm trials within the academy. Although the first level isn't very dangerous, you can't see. When the time comes, just follow me for the first level. I'll cover you through the first level. After that, it's up to you. Jiang Chen, it's not really necessary. A two-person secret realm requires teaming up. You. Tang Chuyao wanted to say, you're blind, and most likely no one would want to team up with you, but she felt it wasn't very appropriate to say so. She couldn't understand why Jiang Chen would refuse to team up with her, considering she was a highly developed and extremely powerful flame fruit user. This fruit of hers, being able to obtain it, was indeed related to Jiang Chen. Logically and emotionally, she had to help Jiang Chen get through the first layer of the secret realm. Forget it. When the time comes to enter the military academy, I'll bring it up directly with the school teachers. With my rare natural type devil fruit ability, they won't dare to disagree. After all, judging from past years, anyone who obtains a natural type devil fruit ultimately becomes top tier combat power in the Dragon Nation. What's more, the flame fruit is the most developed and mature S-class fruit. At this moment, this wave of their sanctuary has completely come to an end. Among the 30 people, apart from Wang Ming's shining fruit, Tang Chuyao's flame fruit, and Jiang Chen's heavy fruit, the others only had abilities like enhanced physique or increased strength. This wave of the Holy Land can be said to have unprecedented, heaven-defying luck. Jiang Chen held a blind cane and walked toward the exit. Let's go, it's over. Let's head out. Outside the Holy Land, 30 students came out in a grand procession. Jiang Chen slowly walked at the back of the team. At this moment, a few yellow-haired youths squatting by the edge of the playground, chewing gum, were casually staring at Jiang Chen. TSK, look, that's Jiang Chen, the one who didn't choose an S-grade fruit, and he picked one that no one has ever used. A blind man going to the battlefield, he probably won't even survive the first layer of the secret realm. I don't get it. Wouldn't it be better to just stay at home quietly as a disabled person? Why insist on choosing a fruit? Isn't that just crazy? Several students spoke loudly without the slightest regard for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned slightly and stopped in his tracks. His observation haki swept over the 3 students. 2 of them are only slightly stronger than ordinary people. The remaining one possesses a unique aura within, being a devil fruit user. Until now, this Holy Land has only produced one S-class devil fruit, so the remaining one can't be that strong either. Faced with such blatant provocation, backing down like a coward? That's impossible. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen let out a light chuckle. Some of you have quite the sharp tongues. The voice wasn't loud, yet it was exceptionally clear. Wang Ming and Tang Chuyao were startled. In the past, Jiang Chen had always been very calm, and he had been mocked by those troublemakers quite a lot. Why did he suddenly become so tough today? The 2 students, upon hearing this, instantly erupted in anger. Damn, what did you say? Want to die, you blind fool? Tang Chuyao slowly gathered a ball of flame in her hand. If they wanted to make a move, she would let them taste what the flame fruit was all about. Jiang Chen spoke slowly. Kneel. A massive gravitational force instantly enveloped the 2 classmates. Already running, they were directly pressed into a stumble. The 2 of them simultaneously knelt on the ground, supporting themselves with their hands. Jiang Chen didn't use his full strength. His current mental power attribute was only 32 points, allowing him to control just 1.6 tons of gravity. He only added 0.5 tons of gravity to each of the 2 students. The remaining devil fruit user saw this, spat on the ground, stood up, and charged toward Jiang Chen. Damn it! Courting death. In the blink of an eye. Within Jiang Chen's perceptual view, the student's muscles rapidly swelled, tearing through his clothes, and his body became covered in a dense, coarse layer of black fur. His face twisted and deformed, with sharp fangs gleaming coldly. Dog dog fruit, wolf form? Jiang Chen calmly said. What's your name? Same as you. A ton of gravity suddenly descended. The werewolf student was just a newly gifted individual, and facing this 1-ton gravity felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. His two sturdy knees directly slammed onto the concrete ground, instantly creating a tiny crack. The werewolf student looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. What kind of ability is this? Heavy fruit, controlling gravity? Jiang Chen slowly walked up to the three people lying on the ground, his eyes slightly opened, revealing a hint of grayish-white within them. What fruit I choose, or whether I choose a fruit at all, is none of your business. Talking behind my back, I don't care. But confronting me to my face, do you think I'm giving you too much face? When faced with direct mockery, if you pretend not to hear it, you'll inevitably face even more ridicule in the future, endlessly annoying. Now that I have multiple fruits and a golden finger, how could I possibly tolerate these people? A world of high martial arts, where the one with the hardest fists is always right. Not liking to show off, lying low and developing slowly, that's called being low-key, and it's also his principle in life. However, when others openly confront you and you still smile cheerfully, that's called being a coward. There is a fundamental difference between the two. The werewolf classmate struggled to lift his head, a trace of ferocity and defiance flashing in his eyes. Jiang Chen's head habitually tilted slightly to one side, a hint of disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth. Looks like it's still not heavy enough. As the words fell, 1.6 tons of gravity slammed down onto the werewolf classmate. In an instant, the werewolf classmate fell flat onto the cement ground, accompanied by a faint cracking sound. His nose broke. Jiang Chen, stop. At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Su Feng, and another teacher quickly ran over. Seeing this, Jiang Chen withdrew the gravity. The homeroom teacher has always been kind to me. Since I've already been reprimanded, I'll give the homeroom teacher some face. What's going on? Su Feng's gaze swept over the three disheveled classmates. The werewolf classmate had already returned to human form, his face covered in blood. Tang Chuyao took the initiative to explain on Jiang Chen's behalf. Teacher Su, it was those three classmates who provoked Jiang Chen and even tried to attack him. Jiang Chen was just defending himself. Su Feng's gaze wandered over the three classmates. These three classmates, he knew, had always been troublemakers who liked to bully others. Jiang Chen had often been mocked by them in the past. Now that Jiang Chen possessed the power of the devil fruit, these three had hit a brick wall. He fixed his eyes on the three classmates and shouted, still not getting lost. Two classmates supported their werewolf companion, whose face was covered in blood, and left dejectedly. He could manage conflicts between ordinary students, but conflicts between devil fruit users were beyond his jurisdiction. Su Feng stared at Jiang Chen, pondering inwardly. The heavy fruit Jiang Chen obtained seems pretty decent. It can even instantly defeat early-stage, relatively strong Zoan-type fruit ability users. Going into the wild to hunt ferocious beasts was unrealistic. Why has Jiang Chen become so fierce? The heavy fruit seems quite powerful, huh? Controlling gravity, aside from not being able to elementalize, it's probably at an A-level standard, right? It should be about right. After the new fruit, the National Ability Association will evaluate based on performance. We'll see then. From this perspective, did Jiang Chen make the right choice? How is that possible? The new fruit means relying entirely on oneself for development. The ability development of most fruits has gone through the efforts of several generations. How to allocate attributes to maximize effectiveness, and how to finally control abilities to achieve the desired results. These are things that need to be explored gradually. The S-class fruit, the flame fruit, has already been deeply developed by 3 generations of admirals and has been almost fully studied. The gravity fruit, a completely new fruit. It all depends on Jiang Chen himself. But speaking of which, can Jiang Chen actually see? Probably relies on sound to determine position. Blind people usually have sharper senses in this regard, and gravity doesn't need to be very precise, right? At this moment, Jiang Chen was surrounded by circles of students, whispering and discussing. These words were all picked up by Jiang Chen's observation hockey. Develop a fruit? Isn't that simple? Just add points with the system. As for how to allocate attribute points, the panel itself clearly states it. 20 points in the spirit attribute increase gravity by 1 ton. Everyone, disperse. Su Feng and another teacher loudly dispersed the crowd. The students watching exchanged glances and quietly dispersed. Su Feng looked at Jiang Chen and slowly spoke. Jiang Chen, forget it. You have your own thoughts. I won't say anything more. Just be careful in the future. Mr. Su, no need to worry about me, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Su Feng sighed, turned to look at Wang Ming and Tang Chuyao, and revealed a gratified smile. As for Tang Chuyao, there's no need to say much. An S-class natural-type fruit ability user. She is bound to become a great general in the future. In the future, he would have something impressive to brag about while drinking. He just hadn't expected Wang Ming to also obtain an A-class fruit, the shining fruit. This time, the students in my class truly gained a lot. Wang Ming asked. Mr. Su, this time I chose the shiny fruit over the rubber fruit. That should be correct, right? Su Feng nodded with satisfaction. You did the right thing. Based on the development by the previous previous user of the rubber fruit. At most it could only emit steam all over the body, far inferior to the shiny fruit. Jiang Chen was speechless for a moment. Is the development in this world really so backward? The rubber fruit has only been developed to second gear? It's been 30 years already. However, they can't be blamed. After all, they haven't watched the One Piece anime. Su Feng turned his head to look at Jiang Chen and asked, "By the way, Jiang Chen, what is your total attribute point now?" Jiang Chen remained silent for a while, calculating in his mind. 100 points. Wang Ming, standing nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Jiang Chen. "No way, I only got 48 points. How come yours is so high?" Tang Chuyao was also a bit surprised. "I only got 66 points. Jiang Chen scratched his head. I don't know either." Wang Ming suddenly said, "Could it be that Jiang Chen's fruit is a fruit that surpasses S-level existence?" As the words fell, the three of them simultaneously looked at Su Feng. Su Feng shook his head slightly and explained, "No, the initial attribute points don't depend on the fruit. Some people with B-level devil fruits can have initial total attribute points as high as over 80. Wang Ming asked, "Then why is Jiang Chen so high?" Su Feng touched his chin and explained, "According to the latest research from the Kyoto Academy of Sciences, initial attribute points depend on each individual's mental strength and physical fitness. It's possible that Jiang Chen's mental strength is naturally quite powerful." "I see." Wang Ming and Tang Chuyao nodded. Jiang Chen pondered, could it be due to the dual soul phenomenon? This body carries the original soul along with his own soul, so the mental strength is roughly twice that of others? Forget it, this isn't important. Now we need to get a sword hidden in a staff first. Jiang Chen asked Su Feng, "Mr. Su, I want to customize a weapon. Which weapon shop in Sanyuan City is the best?" Su Feng pondered for a moment. "The Tianyuan weapon shop in the city center is the largest one. You can go there." Jiang Chen politely nodded and thanked. "All right, thank you, teacher." After speaking, he held his white cane and walked toward the school gate. Tang Chuyao saw this and called out to Jiang Chen, "Jiang Chen, I'll take you there." Jiang Chen turned his head and said with a smile, "No need, I can go by myself." Tang Chuyao pouted, Why is this person so aloof? Can't you see my beauty?" "Oh right, it seems you really can't." "Fine, I'll forgive you then." The others didn't say anything either. After all, although Jiang Chen is blind, he has always walked back on his own over the years without any issues. At this moment, Teacher Zhang Qingtao from the neighboring class walked over. He said with a cheerful smile, "Teacher Su, congratulations. Your class produced one S-grade fruit, one A-grade fruit, and I heard the heavy fruit also has great potential." Su Feng responded with a smile, "Well, it still depends on Jiang Chen's own development. After all, the flame fruit also took the efforts of 3 generations to develop to an S-level rating." Zhang Qingtao, but Jiang Chen's eyes. "Sigh, I already warned him. It's all his own choice." Su Feng sighed, "Let's not talk about this. I heard a girl in your class awakened a high-level swordsmanship talent this time?" Zhang Qingtao laughed. "Yes, her name is Lu Li." Su Feng nodded with satisfaction. "That's not bad either. The rarity of advanced swordsmanship talent is roughly between S-grade fruits and A-grade fruits. Among the 4 generals of our dragon nation, isn't there one with advanced swordsmanship talent? That's someone who can sever a river with a single sword." After hearing Su Feng's words, Zhang Qingtao burst into laughter. "Ha, that depends on Lu Li herself. Swordsmanship talent isn't that easy to cultivate." The two continued their conversation. A girl wearing a school uniform walked over. Her jet-black long hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail, with a few strands falling on either side of her fair cheeks. She politely said to Zhang Qingtao, "Mr. Zhang, I'll be leaving now. I need to visit the Tianyuan weapon shop." Zhang Qingtao looked at her in confusion. "Lu Li, didn't you already have your weapon custom made?" Lu Li nodded lightly. "Yes, I just comprehended sword intent, so I plan to go over there and test the sword." Hearing this, Wang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Hiss, is this what high-level swordsmanship talent looks like? Comprehending sword intent right after awakening? Alright, you go ahead first. Zhang Qingtao nodded in response. Lu Li turned and walked toward the school gate. Su Feng stroked his chin. "I heard that this time, our Sanyuan City only produced Lu Li with high-level swordsmanship talent? Seems like it." This time, in the entrance test for the Nanjiang Military Academy, Lu Li might be able to take first place. "That's 200 attribute points." Zhang Qingtao laughed. "That's hard to say. Although the high-level swordsmanship talent is very strong in the early stages. But Tang Chuyao's devil fruit is the flame fruit, which can be said to be the most developed S-level fruit ability. It's really hard to say who can take first place. Anyway, they're all students from our second high school. After all, among the ferocious beasts in the wild, only mutated ones would drop attribute balls, and the appearance rate of mutated beasts was less than 1 in 10,000. On the street, a young man suddenly pointed across the road at Jiang Chen, who was holding a white cane. "Hey, look quickly, that person seems to be Jiang Chen." The blonde-haired youth beside him looked puzzled. "Who is Jiang Chen?" "The live broadcast from second high just now, a blind man who ate the gravity fruit." The blonde-haired man was surprised and said, "A blind man ate made of fruit? Exactly. Suddenly, Huang Mao frowned. Hey, are you sure he's blind? His companion looked at him in confusion. Huang Mao pointed at Jiang Chen's gradually receding figure. I just saw him almost bump into the car parked on the blind path. His cane didn't even touch it, and he avoided it in advance. The companion looked doubtfully at Jiang Chen walking on the tactile paving. You must be mistaken, right? Impossible. I specifically looked up his information. He's been the top student in the city all along and has been blind for 10 years. But I clearly saw. You definitely saw wrong. Come on, let's go. The movie's about to start. Two young people quickly walked away. Jiang Chen, using a white cane, made his way to a modern high-rise building. The entire building was over 40 meters tall, with silver-white exterior walls, appearing extremely grand. It also covered a large area, equivalent to the size of an entire football field. At the top of the building, the words Tianyuan Weapons Group are written in a flamboyant style. This is also the largest chain weapon group in Longwa, selling various alloy weapons and custom weapons, truly offering everything one could need. In Longway of this world, due to the threat of ferocious beasts, weapons are not regulated. As long as you have money, you can buy as many as you want. Welcome. The automatic door opened. Jiang Chen walked into the building, and a female staff member immediately approached him. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? I need a custom-made sword, Jiang Chen calmly said. The woman smiled and began to introduce. For custom orders, D-grade alloy weapons are 50,000, C-grade alloy weapons are 100,000, and B-grade alloy weapons are 200,000. Which one do you need? Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. So expensive? His current savings were just over 100,000. It was still the amount he had saved over the years from receiving subsidies. Speaking of which, his subsidies are actually quite substantial. His father was a former soldier in the Demon Suppression Army and died in battle when he was still too young to have many memories. After that, he and his mother received a death benefit and were able to collect 10,000 yuan every month, until 3 years ago, when his mother fell seriously ill. All the savings were spent, yet they still couldn't save his mother's life. This 100,000 yuan was saved by Jiang Chen over 3 years. Jiang Chen said, then let's customize a grade C alloy weapon. I want to make a sword hidden in a staff. A sword hidden in a staff? The woman looked puzzled. Jiang Chen handed her the blind cane in his hand. It's the sword hidden inside the blind cane. Oh, no problem. Under the woman's gaze, Jiang Chen naturally sat down on the stool. The woman looked at Jiang Chen in shock. Are blind people nowadays also perceptive? Why, is there something on my face? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. The woman finally came to her senses. No. Can you see me? I can't see, but I can sense you. How do you do that? My eyes are blind, so my other senses are a bit sharper. That makes sense, right? The woman was pondering. Reasonable, my foot. Feeling the gaze is reasonable, but feeling the chair under your butt, how is that reasonable? Forget it, there are too many strange things in this world. Please wait a moment, it will take about half an hour. The woman took Jiang Chen's white cane and walked into the workshop. Jiang Chen, feeling bored, put on his headphones and started scrolling through his phone. It was a phone specifically designed for the visually impaired. Although he couldn't see, listening to sounds was no problem. Today's trending searches. 1. Hashtag Jiang Chen hashtag. 2. Hashtag Jiang Chen gave up the burn fruit and chose the heavy fruit hashtag. 3. Hashtag blind people joining the army hashtag. For a hashtag second middle school of Sanyuan City, emergence of flame fruit and advanced swordsmanship talent hashtag. 5. Hashtag heavy fruit hashtag. 6. Hashtag prediction, heavy fruit will become the strongest support fruit hashtag. Jiang Chen was a bit speechless. Out of 10 trending searches, 8 were related to him. He was now completely famous. Half an hour later, the woman, holding a wooden-colored staff sword, walked up to Jiang Chen. Hello, boss. This is your sword within the cane. Thank you. Jiang Chen took the blind cane and touched it with his hand. The blade was drawn out an inch, and a surge of sword intent enveloped the blade, emitting a faint sword humming sound. Jiang Chen's lips curved slightly. This feeling is truly wonderful. He stood up and politely asked, excuse me, can I try out a sword here? The woman wore a professional smile on her face. Yes, on the second floor. I'll take you there. Jiang Chen nodded. 5 minutes later, the woman led Jiang Chen to a room. This is the C-grade alloy weapon testing area. Your sword is made of C-grade alloy, so testing it in this room won't damage your sword. Thank you. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, then walked into the sword testing room. The door was heavily shut. Jiang Chen activated his observation hockey. The sword testing room was roughly 200 square meters, with memory metals placed around the room, wrapped in countless wires. In the center of the room stood a massive display device, used to show the power of the sword test. Jiang Chen drew out the blade, a glint of cold light flashed, and he began to warm up. The sword hidden within the staff in Jiang Chen's hand seemed to transform into a swimming dragon, light, agile, graceful, and elegant. The blind sword technique engraved in his mind was brought to life, practiced with such proficiency as if he had truly trained for decades. A moment later, Jiang Chen felt his entire body stretch, his blood and energy flowing actively. Let's first try an ordinary ordinary sword strike. No sword intent added, just a simple full-force slash. The sword hidden within the staff sank into the memory metal but did not cut through it. Only after Jiang Chen withdrew the sword did the memory metal slowly recover. Immediately after, the numbers on the large screen in the center of the sword testing room began to flicker. 242 calories. Jiang Chen listened to the number announced over the broadcast, pondering internally. For an average robust adult male, the force generated by a full-strength strike is typically around 100 to 150 calories. I have now only awakened my talent, and without using any abilities, I am already nearly twice as strong as an average robust man. Currently, my attributes are Strength 24+, Spirit 32+, Constitution 22+, Agility 22+. In other words, roughly 1 point of strength can increase destructive power by 10 calories. It's just unclear how powerful a slash infused with sword intent can be. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's eyes slightly opened, revealing a hint of grayish-white. Immediately after, a dense sword intent enveloped the blade. A crisp sword hum resounded as the sword hidden within the staff, gleaming with a cold light, trembled slightly. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and slashed down with his sword. This time, the memory metal was actually severed with a single strike. Just this one. In the center of the sword testing room, the large screen displayed numbers jumping wildly. An exaggerated number suddenly appeared. 1,284 calories. Jiang Chen was startled upon hearing the electronic announcement. I didn't expect that a strike imbued with sword intent would actually increase fivefold. No wonder they say that high-level swordsmanship talent in the early stages is overwhelming. The destructive power requirement for a first-tier ability user is only 1,000 calories. In other words, I now already possess the power of a first-tier ability user. Just now, Jiang Chen was in the hall, feeling bored and looking up some information. Generally speaking, 99% of freshmen need to pass through the first secret realm at least before they can reach the level of a Tier 1 ability user. He hasn't even officially enrolled yet, but he's already reached the threshold of a Tier 1 ability user. Moreover, even the most maturely developed and early-stage destructive S-class flame fruit, at the moment of awakening, can only unleash a full-power fire fist with a destructive force of around 600 to 700 calories. A single slash imbued with sword intent is already twice as powerful as the fire fist of the flame fruit. And this is just sword intent at the proficient level. Once blind swordsmanship levels up again, the mastery level sword intent can be comprehended, and the destructive power will likely be even greater. Whoosh! Next, let's try Fujitori's techniques. Remember in the anime, he could attach gravity to the sword, increasing the lethality of the blind sword. Jiang Chen raised the sword within his staff and activated the fruit's ability. The next moment, a gravity of 1 ton directly enveloped the sword. At the same time, Jiang Chen was also staggered by the 1-ton gravity, almost falling over. The long sword clanged as it fell to the ground, directly smashing a dent into the tile. Jiang Chen's perception spread out. Fortunately, there were no surveillance cameras. Still not working. There's no way to concentrate the gravity on the sword. It can only cover an area. In the anime, Fujitora can emit purple gravity waves, concentrating gravity on a specific object without affecting the surrounding objects. This must be the development of the fruit. No wonder the people in this world are so behind in developing fruits. It seems it's indeed not that simple. Jiang Chen tried for a while longer but was still unable to concentrate the gravity on a specific object. He examined the skill panel. Observation Hockey LV.1, 0/20+, current range 100 meters, next level, range expands to 500 meters. Blind swordsmanship LV.2, 0/20+, currently comprehended sword intent, next level, sword intent, mastery. Gravity field LV.1, 0/10+, current field range, 10 meters, next level, range expands to 50 meters. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills reaches LV.5, the next skill 6 powers can be unlocked. Current unlocked progress, April 5th. The next level of the gravity field only increases the field range. Could it be that level 3 is required to achieve this kind of precise control? Or perhaps a new skill? One of Fujitori's techniques is the gravity blade, Fierce Tiger, which allows him to accumulate gravity on his blade and slash it outward. This is a technique. Based on the nature of this system, it should be unlocked as a new skill. So, it's almost certain that after upgrading the gravity domain, the ability to finally control gravitational waves should also improve. The Military Academy entrance test in 2 weeks offers a reward of 200 attribute points for first place. With this gravity fruit plus sword intent, getting first place should be perfectly reasonable. 200 attribute points equal 20 skill points, so next time, let's try upgrading the gravity domain. Luli politely thanked them and walked into the sword testing room. After closing the door, she placed the longsword on the table. She discovered that a piece of memory metal in the corner had actually been cut into 2 pieces. Old Town, Hongxing Community. My current strength is not enough. Doing this is both dangerous and not worthwhile. Anyway, school starts in less than 2 weeks. The real time to earn a lot of attribute points is after school starts. Just as Jiang Chen reached the stage stairs. Lu Li and a female staff member walked up. Jiang Chen did not know Lu Li. However, Lu Li knew him. After all, Jiang Chen's actions in the sanctuary were practically known to everyone. Why is he here too? Lu Li thought to herself. However, she didn't pay much attention to it. The two brushed past each other. The staff led Lu Li to a sword testing room. Jiang Chen followed the memories in his mind and arrived at a densely packed low-rent housing community. Thank you. This was his home. The land use efficiency was pushed to the limit, and the spacing between residential buildings was designed without any consideration for sunlight exposure. Suddenly, Tang Shuyao, I just received news that this time the ferocious beast is called the Hundred-Eyed Vulture, with strength roughly around tier 3. Everyone, please don't go outside. Lu Li curiously stepped forward to take a look. This is the aura of sword intent? Was there a swordsmanship expert testing their sword here just now? Thinking of this, Lu Li walked to the big screen and pressed a few buttons. Historical records appear on the screen. 242 calories. 1,284 calories. Time, 1 minute ago. Lu Li widened her eyes, suddenly recalling Jiang Chen, whom she had brushed past on the stairs. Could it be him? But she quickly shook her head again. Jiang Chen is just a gravity fruit ability user, someone who has only just awakened. Setting aside whether he could produce such terrifying stats, it's absolutely impossible for him to unleash sword intent. This world has never heard of someone without an awakened swordsmanship talent being able to unleash sword intent. She stepped out of the room and glanced to both sides. There was a staircase on each side. Probably, that person went down the other staircase, right? In Sanyuan City, those who can unleash sword intent are not few. After all, even with low-level talent in swordsmanship, one can unleash sword intent after a few years of diligent practice. She closed the door and stopped thinking about the matter. Instead, after doing some warm-up exercises, she picked up her sword and walked toward the memory metal. Buzz! The long sword in Lu Li's hand emitted a faint sword hum. The next moment, she raised the long sword and slashed down heavily. The memory metal was cut and dented more than halfway. The numbers on the big screen began to jump. 956 calories. Lu Li looked at the numbers and let out a sigh of relief. Then, she revealed a faint smile. Sure enough, I've comprehended sword intent. My slashes have become much stronger. Maybe I can fight for first place in the entrance exam now. Nanjiang Warzone, Sanyuan City Frontline, Demon Suppression Army Headquarters Building. An adjutant dressed in the Demon Suppression Army uniform hurriedly pushed open the door to an office. Commander, something big has happened. What is it? Why are you so flustered? A middle-aged man put down his pen, his brows slightly furrowed. This person is the commander-in-chief stationed in Sanyuan City for the Demon Suppression Army, holding the rank of Major General, Tang Lianying. In the Demon Suppression Army, ranks above general are considered high-ranking military positions. Marshal, General, Lieutenant General, Major General, Brigadier General. Marshal refers to the commander-in-chief of the Demon Suppression Army. General, the highest commander of the 4 major war zones in the Dragon Kingdom. Each war zone contains 3 to 4 cities, with 1 lieutenant general assigned to each. Each city is assigned a major general. Below the rank of general, there are also colonel ranks, officer ranks, and soldier ranks. The adjutant handed a report to Tang Lianying. Tang Lianying examined the report, flipping through the pages faster and faster, his expression growing increasingly grave. When he finished reading the report, he suddenly stood up with a start. A dimensional rift will open in half an hour? In Sanyuan City? Why are we only being informed now? Tang Lianying glared angrily at the adjutant in front of her. The adjutant stammered. The people over at the Academy of Sciences said they just detected it as well. Bang! Tang Lianying slammed the desk forcefully, causing the teacup to topple over, spilling tea all over the floor. Only half an hour. How can the civilians evacuate in time? The adjutant saw this and dared not make a sound. The terror of the beast tide is something every soldier of the Demon Suppression Army is well aware of. Endless and overwhelming. Although the individual strength of each beast is not very strong, only around the 3rd tier, the sheer number is simply overwhelming. In such an urgent situation, there's simply no time to evacuate the civilians. I'm afraid Sanyuan City is in trouble. At this moment, a thunderous roar echoed from outside the window. Tang Lianying immediately walked to the window. Above the horizon, in the distance, blue skies and white clouds could be seen, while above the command tower, dark clouds rolled in, accompanied by flashes of lightning and roaring thunder. The next moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The ground was instantly struck, leaving a deep crater. Amidst the smoke and dust, lightning flickered. The smoke gradually dispersed, and a young man dressed in the uniform of the Demon Suppression Army slowly emerged from the haze. It's Lieutenant General Yi Qing. Hurry, go down to greet him. Sir. Tang Lianying, accompanied by his adjutant, hurriedly ran out of the command building and approached the young man. Yi Qing had a heroic demeanor, exuding a spirited and confident aura as he walked. Has the analysis result from the Academy of Sciences come out yet? Can we determine what kind of beast tide is behind the rift? Tang Lianying, accompanied by Yi Qing and the adjutant beside him, walked briskly into the command land building while saying, "Not yet." Yi Qing's sword-like eyebrows furrowed slightly. It has been 5 years since a dimensional rift last opened. In the past, if luck was a bit better and the dimensional rift opened in a wilderness area, there would basically be no civilian casualties. But if it opened above a city, it would be a living hell. Sometimes, if luck is better, it's possible to detect it a long time in advance, allowing for the early evacuation of civilians. This time, luck is clearly not on their side. They were only given half an hour. Every time a dimensional rift unfolds, the first wave of the offensive is always the most ferocious, and the beast tide that appears each time is also different. Tang Lianying inquired, "Chief, should we evacuate all the civilians in the city now?" "Evacuate? How? Sanyuan City has a population of over 1 million. How can we evacuate them in half an hour?" Yi Qing looked at him and said in a deep voice, "You've seen beast tides before. When the time comes, I'm afraid the streets will be filled with civilians becoming prey to the ferocious beasts." Tang Lianying nodded, "Understood." Yi Qing ordered, "Notify all the demon suppression army units to proceed to every street and every rooftop as quickly as possible." "Yes." Tang Lianying straightened his body and then instructed the adjutant beside him to immediately organize the defense line. At this moment, an officer holding a report in his hand came running hurriedly. "Commander, the analysis results from the Academy of Sciences are out. Bring it here quickly." Tang Lianying immediately reached out and took the report. Yi Qing's expression darkened as he read it. "100-eyed vultures. This is bad. Notify everyone to prepare for a prolonged battle. Also, order the beast suppression army from nearby cities to reinforce us at top speed. In addition, send those with observation hockey into the city to track down the mutated 100-eyed vulture." "Yes." As the words fell, electric arcs suddenly appeared all over Yi Qing's body, transforming into a streak of lightning that shot straight into the sky. A nearby officer curiously asked, "Commander, where is General Yi going?" "Where else? To guard the skies. General Yi is our first line of defense." Tang Lianying replied. "General Yi, is he okay on his own?" the officer asked with a worried expression. Tang Lianying chuckled lightly. Lieutenant General Yi Qing, a Thunder Fruit ability user, became a Tier 6 powerhouse in just 3 years, making him the fastest in the history of Longwei to reach Tier 6, as well as the fastest to attain the rank of Lieutenant General. The 100-eyed vulture, a common third-tier ferocious beast, could never harm Major General Yi. The officer was silent for a moment, then looked at Tang Lianying in confusion. "Sir, why send someone with observation hockey to search for the mutated 100-eyed vulture in the city?" Tang Lianying gazed at the young officer in front of him. He slowly began to speak. "The 100-eyed vulture, its strength may be average, but its numbers are the largest among all beast tides, and it is also the most fearless and unyielding. The last time it appeared was 8 years ago, and the bloody battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Countless brothers lost their lives." The officer widened his eyes, staring at Tang Lianying in disbelief. How is that possible? Beast tides usually only last 3 hours, at most half a day." Tang Lianying sighed heavily before responding. "100-eyed vultures are different from other monstrous beasts. Among them, there exists a mutated variant that can control and influence the actions of its kind. As long as that mutated 100-eyed vulture remains alive, the beast tide will be endless." The officer frowned in confusion and asked, "So, does that mean only those with observation hockey can detect this mutated creature?" Tang Lianying's expression was solemn. "The mutated 100-eyed vulture is different from other 100-eyed vultures. Its strength is very weak, only at the level of a first-tier ferocious beast, but it possesses the ability to become invisible and has a certain level of intelligence. This time, appearing above the city, if it manages to hide within the city, it will be troublesome. Among those stationed here, there are fewer than 20 people with the ability of observation hockey. Among them, most people's perception range is only 10 to 20 meters. Trying to find its traces in this vast city is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As long as the mutated 100-eyed vulture doesn't die, after we fend off this beast tide, it will fly back into the rift, gather strength, and wait for the next opportunity. This time, this mutated 100-eyed vulture is likely the same one from 8 years ago, having accumulated 8 years of strength. This beast tide might reach an extremely terrifying scale." Tang Lianying finished speaking and stared at the young officer. "Go, prepare for battle." "Yes." The officer saluted and quickly turned to leave. They must stop the first and most ferocious wave of attacks at all costs, wait for reinforcements from the nearby city's demon-suppressing army, and then look for opportunities to gradually evacuate the civilians. It would be best to locate that mutated 100-eyed vulture. Evacuating a population of over 1 million at once is bound to be extremely chaotic. "Lin Xiaohua, 100-eyed vulture? I know. I heard it's controlled by a mutated 100-eyed vulture among them." "Zhang Zhengyu, isn't the probability of a mutated ferocious beast about 1 in 10,000? A single mutated 100-eyed vulture can control so many ferocious beasts?" "Lin Xiaohua, the 100-eyed vulture is quite special. It's one of the least suitable mutated ferocious beasts for hunting. The mutation rate is about 1 in 1 million, its strength is weak, and it doesn't provide many attribute points." Dozens of buildings crowded together, with a permanent population population reaching tens of thousands. The mix of people was chaotic, and the composition of individuals was extremely complex. Jiang Chen walked into the building where he lived. The dim corridor had fluorescent tubes on the ceiling, half of which were already out, and the few remaining ones flickered with unstable light. The elevator could only operate 3 or 4 days a week, spending the rest of the time under maintenance. He turned and walked into the stairwell. Fortunately, the floor wasn't very high, just the 7th floor. Jiang Chen unlocked the door to his home. The entire rental was only about 20 square meters, with no bedroom. The good news was that at least it had a bathroom, 1 living room and 1 bathroom. At this moment, a piercing air raid siren echoed throughout the entire city. Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head to look out the window. Is this a beast tide alert? The phone in Jiang Chen's pocket suddenly started vibrating. The Demon Suppression Army headquarters in Sanyuan City sent 3 identical text messages to all citizens. Notice, a beast tide is about to strike. All citizens within Sanyuan City must immediately return home within 10 minutes. If you cannot return home, find a nearby place to take shelter or seek help from the Demon Suppression Army. At the same time, the class group chat also started blowing up. Wang Ming, the beast tide is here. Anyone want to go out and try their luck? See if we can take down a mutated ferocious beast. Mutated beasts have attribute points. You know, Zhang Zhangyu, you don't even know what beast tide it is. Not all mutated fierce beasts can be hunted. Lin Xiaohua, exactly, don't let awakening an A-level talent make you arrogant. Mutated fierce beasts are not something we can deal with right now at Wang Ming. Tang Chuyao at Jiang Chen, you're already home now, right? Jiang Chen, 1. Homeroom teacher, Su Feng at everyone stay at home, do not go out. Wang Ming, got it. Zhang Zhangyu, got it. Jiang Chen, got it. Jiang Chen put down his phone and walked to the window. The 7-story building was only about 20 meters above the ground. Jiang Chen's observation hockey had a sensing range of up to 100 meters. At this moment, in his mind, on the street, countless citizens rushed into buildings to take shelter. Armored vehicles and tanks rolled onto the streets, accompanied by individuals dressed in the uniforms of the Demon Suppression Army. Some held knives, some wielded swords, and others carried rifles, each with a solemn expression on their faces. Jiang Chen couldn't help but remark, unexpectedly, this world is actually dangerous to such an extent. I need to quickly improve my strength, or I might end up dying in the mouth of a ferocious beast at any moment. I must find a way to obtain attribute points. Apart from the secret realms within the military academy, there's also the mutated beasts. Mutated beasts. I wonder if any will appear nearby later. Above Sanyuan City, the sound of thunder shook the heavens and the earth. Lightning flickered all over Yi Qing's body as he stood atop the clouds, resembling the descent of a thunder god. On the other side of the sky, a shocking, massive crack silently tore open. Like the gateway to an abyss, it emitted a dark and eerie glow, splitting the sky in two. Terrifying roars echoed from the depths of the crack, as waves of suffocating malice spread outward. The crack continued to expand. In less than a minute, a dimensional rift spanning 5 kilometers wide and over 10 kilometers long enveloped the skies above Sanyuan City. Within the rift, pairs of blood-red eyes flickered in and out of view, greedily watching everything outside the rift. Accompanied by roars of fury, a swarm of hundred-eyed vultures poured out from the rift, a dense black mass that blotted out the sky and sun. The entire Sanyuan City was instantly shrouded in darkness. Yi Qing let out a cold snort and gently raised his hand. Thunder roared in the sky, and thick bolts of lightning converged from all directions, weaving into an impenetrable net of electricity. Among the first wave of hundred-eyed vultures that burst out of the fissure, at least 80% were reduced to ashes under the terrifying assault of the lightning net. At the same time, the rear of Sanyuan City was engulfed in countless volleys of artillery fire. Flames shot into the sky, and the roar of cannons echoed. Countless hundred-eyed vultures had just crossed the thunder net, only to be mercilessly crushed by the relentless barrage. However, the sheer number of hundred-eyed vultures was overwhelming. Even if only 1/10 of them managed to break through, it was still an enormous figure. Jiang Chen stood by the window, his senses sharply attuned to the chaos unfolding below. Through his perception, he could feel several hundred-eyed vultures storming into the streets. Each creature bore 100 glowing red compound eyes on its head, and when their wings spread wide, they spanned a terrifying 5 meters across. Tank shells roared through the air, slamming into the vultures' bodies. Explosions erupted in bursts of fire and light, tearing through scaled flesh and sending fragments of bone and blood scattering across the battlefield. A hundred-eyed vulture spread its sharp claws, gripping the tank turret, and with a slight exertion, the entire cannon barrel was directly pulled out. For soldiers from the Demon Suppression Army saw this and simultaneously activated their fruit abilities. Their muscles rapidly expanded, tearing apart their military uniforms, transforming into 3-meter-tall beasts, and simultaneously pouncing on the hundred-eyed vulture. Not only the Demon Suppression Army, but globally, the majority of fruit ability users are of the animal type. The entire Sanyuan City was filled with the roar of artillery fire. Jiang Chen kept an eye on the surrounding streets while listening to the messages in the class group chat. Wang Ming, Ming, damn, who's that in the sky? That's insane. Zhang Jiangyu, seems like it's Lieutenant General Yi Qing, the youngest Lieutenant General, a Thunder Fruit ability user. At Tang Chuyao, do you know the situation with this beast tide? Wang Ming, how weak is it? Lin Xiaohua, it only has strength close to the second tier, but it can turn invisible and possesses a certain level of intelligence. It might even be hiding near your building right now. Wang Ming, hiss, don't scare me. Zhang Chen lightly tapped the window ledge with his finger, lost in thought. Within the range of his observation hockey. At this moment, in the narrow alley between the building he was in and the neighboring building, there was a slightly smaller hundred-eyed vulture resting. It had been resting there for 20 minutes. The strange thing was that, unlike other hundred-eyed vultures that would immediately launch frenzied attacks on humans, it remained there, completely motionless. At this moment, Zhang Chen sensed a small squad of demon suppression army soldiers running through the alley. Ha! They can't see this hundred-eyed vulture? Zhang Chen suddenly realized, could this be that invisible mutant hundred-eyed vulture? Because he possesses observation hockey, he was able to detect its presence. After realizing this, Zhang Chen became eager to act. Slaying mutated ferocious beasts grants attribute points. Zhang Chen had witnessed the ferocity of the beast tide with his own eyes. At this moment, his desire for attribute points was incredibly strong. The mutated hundred-eyed vulture only has strength close to tier 2 but has not reached tier 2. I possess the heavy fruit, which can apply 1.6 tons of gravity to a ferocious beast. Combined with my blind swordsmanship, a single slash can unleash a cutting force of 1,200 calories, surpassing the destructive power of a tier 1 ability user. Additionally, my observation hockey allows for attack predictions far superior to those of ordinary ability users. Moreover, his staff sword is made of C-grade alloy, a weapon capable of slaying tier 3 ferocious beasts. Perhaps it's really worth a try? However, he needs to avoid ordinary hundred-eyed vultures. After all, tier 3 ferocious beasts are something he absolutely cannot defeat at his current level. Zhang Chen only pondered for 3 seconds. He decisively picked up the sword within the staff and walked out the door. With the attribute points right at his fingertips, not fighting for them would truly feel a bit regretful. He slowly walked down the hallway. Observation hockey remained active at all times, not only to lock onto the mutated hundred-eyed vulture but also to stay alert for other ordinary hundred-eyed vultures. Zhang Chen's blind cane gently tapped the ground as he slowly approached the mutated beast. The range of his gravity field was currently only 10 meters, so he had to get closer. The hundred-eyed vulture still stood there motionless, seemingly unable to believe that anyone could detect it. In Zhang Chen's sensory perspective, wisps of ethereal and intangible aura emanated from the head of the hundred-eyed vulture. Are you controlling the beast tide? If I kill this ferocious beast myself, the beast tide will probably retreat. While pondering, Zhang Chen had already stepped within a 10-meter range. Suddenly, the hundred-eyed vulture suddenly turned its head, seemingly sensing a dangerous aura. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Is this beast really so vigilant? 10 meters is still not enough. It's best to get closer to prevent it from escaping. 8 meters. 5 meters. It's almost done. Zhang Chen stopped in his tracks, picked up the sword in his staff, and gripped the hilt in a reverse hold with his right hand. The blade was drawn out by an inch. At the same time, 1.6 tons of gravity suddenly enveloped the hundred-eyed vulture. The hundred-eyed vulture was directly pressed to the ground. However, in the next moment, it struggled to stand up, spread its wings, and turned to flee. Under the pressure of 1.6 tons of gravity, the Baimiju moved exceptionally slowly, running with great difficulty. Zhang Chen was startled. A ferocious beast not even at the second tier could withstand 1.6 tons of gravity. No wonder human thermal weapons struggle to deal with high-tier ferocious beasts. The hundred-eyed vulture spread its massive wings and gave a powerful flap. Its body slowly rose into the air, and the gust it created swept away the surrounding debris. Zhang Chen let out a cold snort. Where do you think you're going? Gravity domain attraction. Change the direction of gravity. The bearded vulture suddenly felt the world spinning. Originally, gravity only held it to the ground, allowing it to slide along the surface and escape from this place. But now, gravity had changed. It was pulling it toward that human. The hundred-eyed vulture let out a desperate roar, turned around, and glared angrily at Zhang Chen. Its sharp claws were aimed at Zhang Chen. It decided not to run anymore. It was going to take down this human. Just as the claw was about to touch Zhang Chen, change the direction of gravity. To the left. The hundred-eyed vulture was heavily slammed into the wall on the left, bricks scattering all over the ground. Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. The heavy fruit is actually quite fun. Right side. The hundred-eyed vulture shook its head, still dazed, when 1.6 tons of gravity suddenly slammed it hard against the wall on the other side. Left side. Right side. Left side. The hundred-eyed vulture struggled to get up from the ground, staggered a few steps, and then collapsed back onto the ground. Who am I? Where am I? It tried to get up. Gravity fell once again, like a giant boulder, pinning the hundred-eyed vulture firmly to the ground. Zhang Chen drew his blade, the bright silver sword reflecting a glint of cold light under the sunlight. It should should be about time. Jiang Chen's eyes slowly opened, revealing a hint of gray and white. He reversed his grip on the blade, aiming at the dense compound eyes of the hundred-eyed vulture. A sharp sword intent enveloped the blade. The blade pierced straight through. After a final, desperate struggle, the hundred-eyed vulture fell completely still, collapsing into a pool of blood. A glowing orb materialized above its lifeless body. Jiang Chen reached out and gently touched the orb. In an instant, it surged into his body. Gain 100 attribute points. Gain 10 skill points. Assignable attribute points, 100. Skill points available, 10. The ferocious beast struggled for a while and gradually stopped moving. Its originally transparent body also gradually became visible. These layered fruits are quite convenient. You don't even need to move your feet to kill monsters, just gather them and kill them directly. Jiang Chen stepped on the corpse of the ferocious beast, pulled out the blade, and retracted it into the blind staff. A ferocious beast below the second tier actually rewarded 100 attribute points. This was truly unexpected. According to online information, a first-tier mutated ferocious beast would at most grant 20 attribute points. However, it is also possible that this ferocious beast is rather special. Jiang Chen didn't linger any longer and turned to return home. Moments later, he sat at the table and brought up the system panel. Strength 24+, Spirit 32+, Constitution 22+, Agility 22+, Assignable attribute points 100, Controllable gravity 1.6 tons, 20 points of mental power attribute increase by 1 ton. Skills, Observation Hockey LV.1, 0/20+, current range 100 meters, next level, range expands to 500 meters. Blind Swordsmanship LV.2, 0/20+, currently comprehended sword intent, next level, sword intent, mastery. Gravity Field LV.1, 0/10+, current field range, 10 meters, next level, range expands to 50 meters. Skill points available, 10. Let's start by adding attribute points. The ability to manipulate gravity is directly tied to attribute points. It's clear that the higher the tonnage of gravity one can control, the more extraordinary the power becomes. Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all and directly moved his divine sense to frantically click the plus sign behind the mental attribute. The system flashed bursts of golden light. It wasn't until the mental attribute reached 44 points that he could no longer add points. Jiang Chen stared in shock at the prompt that popped up from the system. Hint: the highest of the four-dimensional attributes cannot exceed twice the lowest attribute. It seems the system doesn't allow the emergence of a one-sided god of war. Forget it. Anyway, the other attributes aren't useless. Keeping the other attributes at half the level of the mental attribute isn't a loss. The strength attribute represents the destructive power of your fists, constitution represents resistance to blows and endurance, and agility, as the name suggests, refers to movement speed and reaction speed. Jiang Chen frantically clicked on the 4 plus signs on the attribute panel. Final attribute points: Strength 40+, Spirit 80+, Constitution 40+, Agility 40+, Assignable attribute points 0, Controllable gravity 4 tons, 20 points of mental strength attribute increase 1 ton. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Controlling 4 tons of gravity. At the same level, it can be considered invincible, right? Next is the skill point allocation. Currently, there are only 10 skill points. Observation Hockey and Blind Swordsmanship both require 20 points. So now there are only two choices: either save up or upgrade the gravity field. After the battle with the hundred-eyed vulture just now, the 10-meter range of the gravity field is still too small, too limiting. Moreover, he himself did not have the habit of hoarding. It's better to first expand the range of the gravity field. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen decisively allocated all the skill points to the gravity field. Ding ding ding. 10 streaks of golden light flashed by. Gravity Field LV.2, 0/20+, current field range, 50 meters, next level, range expands to 200 meters, unlocks gravity wave manipulation, proficient. Host's total skill level detected to have reached level 5, unlocking a new skill, Navy 6 styles. Destructive power has been automatically converted to the measurement method of this world. Navy 6 styles LV.1, 0/10+. Shave, move at extremely high speed, with speed depending on agility attribute, allows brief teleportation up to 5 meters. Next level, 10 meters. Iron Block, cannot move while in use, can withstand impact force equal to physique attribute x 30 calories. Currently can withstand 1200 calories of impact force. Next level, can withstand physique attribute x 40 calories of impact force. Paper Drawing, release all body strength and sense the direction of attacks in advance through airflow changes caused by the opponent's movements. Next level, Perception ability increased by 50%. Moonstep, use powerful leg strength to step on air, generating strong hovering force. Current floating height, 10 meters. Next level, 20 meters. Storm Kick, creates a vacuum slash through ultra-high-speed kicking techniques, currently capable of unleashing destructive power equivalent to strength. Attribute x 30 cal, with a current destructive power of 1200 calories. Next Next level, capable of unleashing destructive power equivalent to strength attribute x 40 cal. Finger gun, concentrates the body's strength into the fingers, currently capable of unleashing destructive power equivalent to strength attribute x 30 cal, with a current destructive power of 1200 calories. Next level, capable of unleashing destructive power equivalent to strength attribute x 40 cal. Jiang Chen stared at the system as it continuously displayed dense introduction information, feeling completely overwhelmed. This upgrade is massive. The gravity field has been expanded to a range of 50 meters. This feels much better now. Moreover, the next level is actually controlling gravity waves. This means that leveling up again will allow you to release purple gravity waves like Fujitora in anime, enabling precise control of gravity. Attaching gravity only to the sword should be fine. Just not sure if the proficiency progress can directly focus the repulsive force in front to deflect the attack. This time, a new Navy 6 style skill was unlocked. Jiang Chen read through it once. Probably the most useful ones here are Shave and Iron Body. One allows for teleportation, and the other directly increases defense. As for the other 4 abilities, paper drawing, I can already sense attacks with observation hockey, but I wonder if paper drawing can stack with it? I'll have to find an opportunity to test it. Also, I always feel that this skill, paper drawing, is somewhat similar to Ultra Instinct from Dragon Ball. Maybe when it's maxed out, it could truly resemble Ultra Instinct. Moonwalk, I can already float in the air directly using the heavy fruit, so I don't really need this move. Speaking of which, I haven't tried flying with the heavy fruit yet. I'll go test it out later. Rankyaku and Shurgan are both attack skills and can't be considered useless. In the absence of a sword, they can still be used. After all, their power isn't exactly low. Currently, my strength attribute has already reached 40 points. Based on the calculation method used in the sword testing room earlier, a single slash with explosive sword intent can produce about 2000 calories of destructive power. Rankyaku and Shurgan, under the current circumstances, can also produce 1200 calories of destructive power, which isn't bad either. Moreover, subsequent upgrades can continuously increase the multiplier. The requirement for a second-tier ability user is 1000 total attribute points and 5000 card destructive power. Currently, I haven't enrolled yet, and my total attribute points are only 200, but I've already reached 2000 card destructive power. The future is boundless. Jiang Chen shifted his gaze to the system's newly appeared prompt. Prompt: when the total level of multiple combined skills reaches LV.10, the next skill, Armament Hockey, can be unlocked. Current unlocked progress, June 10th. The next skill, Armament Hockey. If he were to encounter a Logio-type ability user causing trouble now, there really wouldn't be much he could do. Although there are very few Logio-type ability users, there must always be a way to deal with them. It just happens to make up for this shortcoming. At this moment in the class group chat, Wang Ming, damn, the beast tide has retreated? What's going on? Zhang Zhengyu, the demon suppression army is impressive. They actually managed to find that mutated 100-eyed vulture. Lin Xiaohua, it seems like there are only 20 people in our city's garrison with observation hockey, right? And most of them only have a range of 10 to 20 meters. Lin Xiaohua at Tang Chuyao, isn't your dad a major general in our city? Ask him about the specifics. I'm a bit curious about how they managed it. Tang Chuyao, I'll ask him when he gets back. A 100-eyed vulture was punched into a mist of blood by Tang Lianying. A deafening roar echoed from the sky. At the same time, Tang Lianying looked up, first stunned, then a look of excitement gradually appeared on his face. Countless 100-eyed vultures flapped their massive wings, frantically flying toward the dimensional rift. The originally highly organized beast tide was now fleeing in all directions like a defeated army. Commander, the beast tide has retreated. The adjutant hurried over. Tang Lianying nodded and asked in a deep voice, I saw it. Who killed the mutant 100-eyed vulture? Still asking, the adjutant replied. Tang Lianying strode toward the direction of the command building. Let's go, head back first. Sanyuan City, Demon Suppression Army Command Building, Major General's office. Yes. Yi Qing pushed open the office door and walked in. Tang Lianying saw this and quickly stood up. General Yi. Yi Qing chuckled softly and patted his shoulder. Well done, you found that mutated beast in less than an hour. Tang Lianying scratched his head. Haha, it's all just good luck. The adjutant hurriedly ran into the office. At this moment, Chief, Tang Lianying frowned slightly. What's the matter? Why so flustered? The adjutant gasped for breath. Commander, I just asked everyone in the army who has observation hockey, and also all the brothers in our unit. That mutated 100-eyed vulture wasn't killed by our people. What? It wasn't killed by our people? Tang Lianying's eyes widened in shock. Can the surveillance show who killed it? The adjutant shook his head. No, the mutated 100-eyed vulture died in the Red Star community, which is a low-rent housing area, and 90% of the surveillance cameras there are out of order. Moreover, the area has a permanent population of tens of thousands, with a high degree of mobility, so there's no way to know who did it. Yi Qing listened on the side and said in a deep voice, first, bring the corpse back. Tang Lianying, along with his adjutant, accompanied Yi Qing to the command building building's beast dissection room. Yes, 2 hours later, he pushed open the door to the dissection room. A mixture of the smell of blood, decay, and disinfectant rushed toward him. A massive ferocious beast was tied to the cold dissection table, its body cut into pieces. 6 dissection personnel wearing white coats and masks on their faces were at work. Tang Lianying just lightly covered her nose. They were all veterans and felt no discomfort with such scenes. How is it? Tang Lianying asked. A forensic staff member in a white coat put down their tools and nodded slightly. Chief General Yi. Through anatomical analysis, the mutated hundred-eyed vulture suffered multiple impacts before its death. However, the most fatal one was a strike to its compound eye, killing it instantly. The forensic personnel, wearing medical gloves, peeled open the beast's wound. Moreover, based on the test results, there is still a trace of sword intent lingering at the wound on the compound eye. Tang Lianying remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. So, it was killed by an ability user with swordsmanship talent? The anatomist nodded. Theoretically, that's the case. General Yi. Tang Lianying turned to look at Yi Qing, a hint of inquiry in her eyes. You handle the rest, I'll head back first. Yi Qing said. After all, it was just killing a ferocious beast that hadn't even reached the second tier, nothing special. If it stood in front of any soldier in the demon suppression army with observation abilities, it would be doomed. So, most likely, it was just someone with a swordsmanship talent for observation abilities who happened to encounter it and killed it. After speaking, he added another sentence. You can ask the Kendo Association. Someone capable of this is most likely already a registered ability user with the Kendo Association in Sanyuan City, inside a high-end residential area. Yes, Tang Lianying replied. Tang Chuyao, dressed in shorts, sat cross-legged on the sofa, intently watching TV. The door opened, and Tang Lianying walked in. Click. Seeing this, Tang Chuyao glanced over. Dad. As soon as Tang Lianying entered, he took off his coat and looked toward the kitchen. Is dinner ready? I'm starving. I haven't eaten all day. Old Tang, take a break first. There are some snacks on the table. Have some to tide you over. A middle-aged woman's voice came from the kitchen. Tang Lianying sat on the sofa, picked up a piece of pastry, and tossed it into his mouth. Tang Chuyao put down the remote control and leaned closer to him. Dad, why did the beast tide suddenly retreat today? Tang Lianying chewed on a pastry and said intermittently, the mutated hundred-eyed vulture was killed by someone, but I don't know who. Tang Chuyao looked puzzled. Huh? Wasn't it killed by your people? No. Tang Lianying shook her head, then stuffed another pastry into her mouth. Tang Chuyao blinked her curious eyes. Then where did it die? Red Star Community. Red Star Community? Tang Chuyao's eyes darted around. Tang Lianying glanced at her and asked. Tang Chuyao shook her head. What happened? No, a classmate of mine lived there, the one I told you about, Zhang Chen. If he hadn't given up the flare fruit, I definitely wouldn't have gotten it. Tang Lianying's eyes lit up upon hearing this. What is his ability? The heavy fruit, and he's blind. Tang Chuyao's tone carried a hint of sympathy. Tang Lianying was silent for a moment. Not a swordsmanship talent user, and just awakened, also a blind person. Although indeed living in the Red Star community. But no matter how you think about it, it couldn't have been this child who did the killing. Tang Chuyao then asked, have you found out who killed it? Tang Lianying shook her head. No, the ferocious beast was killed by someone with sword intent. We questioned all the swordsmanship ability users in Sanyuan City, including those who just awakened, but no one admitted to it. Later, we expanded the inquiry to all registered ability users in Sanyuan City, and still, no one admitted to it. Why won't they admit it? Who knows? Tang Lianying shrugged helplessly. By the way, Dad, I've decided to take Zhang Chen with me to the first secret realm of the military academy. Tang Chuyao suddenly spoke. Tang Lianying slightly furrowed her brows, wiped her hands, and looked at Tang Chuyao. The first secret realm is very important. Our Dragon Nation's cultivation system is all about starting fast and advancing quickly. Tang Chuyao said seriously. I know, but I feel that the fact I was able to get the flare fruit is somewhat related to him. Although his fruit also seems pretty good, he can't see. I'm worried he'll die in the secret realm. Tang Lianying remained silent. Although she didn't quite agree, she knew her daughter best. Her personality was stubborn. Once she set her mind on something, not even 8 oxen could pull her back. He said helplessly, alright, as long as you think it through yourself. But the entrance exam is also very important. The first place gets 200 attribute points, and this can't be done in a team. You need to take it seriously. Tang Chuyao raised her hand. Strive for first place, aim for the top 3. Tang Lianying smiled. After entering the military academy, all freshmen must first pass an entrance test. The entrance test measures the courage of the freshmen. At that time, many untamed beasts will be arranged for the freshmen to test their skills. By then, it will all come down to one's own combat ability and courage. The higher the combat ability, the more beasts will be slain. His own daughter now possesses the fierce flame fruit, and apart from Lu Li, who might be a match due to her advanced swordsmanship talent, no one else poses much of a threat. Unfortunately, by then, the number of ferocious beasts will be far from reaching the density of a beast tide. Otherwise, otherwise, with just one fire fist from his daughter, she could take out quite a few. Unless the ferocious beasts can be gathered together. Tang Lianying changed the topic and asked, how's your training with the 6 styles of the demon-suppressing army going? Tang Chuyao scratched her head and slowly said, Moonstep can barely keep me floating 2 meters off the ground, and Finger Gun can only produce 500 calories of destructive power. I think it's not as good as Fire Fist. Tang Lianying sighed and said earnestly, you can't rely too much on the fruit's ability. In our dragon country, there are not only ferocious beast crises. In the future global secret realms, resources will be very scarce. By then, you will face ability users from various countries. Their abilities will be diverse. The more abilities you master, the more options you'll have in actual combat. Got it, Dad. Tang Chuyao had a look of you say what you want, I'll listen my way, essentially letting it go in one ear and out the other, responding perfunctorily. In the early morning, the city gradually awakens in the haze. On the eastern horizon, a faint touch of orange-yellow quietly peeks out, with specks of golden light piercing through the clouds and scattering among the buildings. It has been 2 weeks since the beast tide. At this moment, the city is filled with scaffolding for repairing buildings, and workers are busy. This world, where everyone is a soldier and everyone awakens their talents, has many retired veterans with physiques far superior to ordinary people, making their efficiency in construction work exceptionally high. Jiang Chen hovered 50 meters above the rooftop. After 2 weeks of practice, he could already control his flying height and direction with some proficiency. It's just very tiring. During the flight, it is necessary to constantly control and adjust gravity and repulsion, as well as manage their magnitude and direction. Moreover, due to the excessive consumption of mental energy, a single flight cannot be sustained for very long, but at least it fulfills the dream of flying in the sky from the previous life. The phone in Jiang Chen's pocket started vibrating. Buzz buzz buzz. Tang Chuyao, Jiang Chen, school starts in the next couple of days. My dad is picking me up for school tomorrow. Do you need a ride too? Jiang Chen remained silent for a moment and slowly typed, no need. The reason for rejecting Tang Chuyao. Mainly, first, I'm not really familiar with her, and second, I'm socially anxious, so being in a stranger's car feels a bit awkward. Traveling on my own is still more convenient. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are a total of 12 secret realm entrances, divided into 4 major war zones. Each war zone has 4 military academies, and every military academy is built around one secret realm entrance. According to the principle of proximity, all those who have awakened fruit abilities, swordsmanship talent, or physical technique talent are uniformly assigned to the nearest military academy. The one I'm about to go to is the South River Star Sea Military Academy. You can start registering today, and the registration period for new students lasts for 3 days. Jiang Chen thought to himself, since there's nothing else to do, he might as well go now. The South Jiang Xinghai Naval Academy is not too far from Jiang Chen's hometown, Sanyuan City. It takes about an hour by high-speed train. Jiang Chen got off the high-speed train and hailed a cab. Under the driver's astonished gaze, they arrived at the South River Star Naval Academy. In front of the imposing school gate, Jiang Chen held a blind cane and unleashed observation hockey. Within a range of 100 meters, he still couldn't clearly see the school gate. This is really huge. In my previous life on Blue Star, there wasn't a school gate this wide, was there? It's more than enough for an aircraft carrier to pass through. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh with emotion, then walked towards the campus. At the registration office, a few students were sitting there playing on their phones. It's only the first day, so there aren't many new students coming to register. A senior student saw Jiang Chen approaching, put down her phone, stood up, and revealed a sweet smile. Hello, classmate. Please show your admission letter. Jiang Chen handed her the admission letter. About 10 minutes later, senior sister entered Jiang Chen's information into the computer, then extended her hand. Junior brother Jiang Chen, let's go. I'll take you to the dormitory to rest for a while. Anyway, there aren't many new students right now. This junior, judging from the information, has an eye condition. Although she didn't know why a blind person would come here, since he had, as a senior sister, it was only right to take care of him. Jiang Chen smiled politely and followed the senior sister toward the dormitory. At first, the senior sister thought about helping Jiang Chen walk. After a while, she suddenly realized something was off. Jiang Chen didn't seem to be completely blind like other blind people. The students at this school were all ability users, so they naturally knew about the concept of the 3-color hockey. The senior couldn't help but ask, Jiang Chen, do you have observation hockey? Seeing this, the senior also understood. Jiang Chen nodded. The 3 types of hockey are a special skill beyond awakened talents. Since the dimensional rift appeared, people have gradually started to comprehend them. However, those who possess the 3 types of hockey are extremely rare, accounting for only about 1/10 of all ability users. Observation hockey is even rarer. Among 10,000 ability users, fewer than 500 might possess it. Perhaps because Jiang Chen cannot see, his other senses became extraordinary, allowing him to comprehend observation hockey, which is quite reasonable. Ah, no wonder. I really envy you guys. The senior sighed, but suddenly felt it was inappropriate envy envying a blind person? Ah no, that's not what I meant. Jiang Chen didn't mind. It's okay. The senior quickly changed the subject. Let me introduce you. The building we just passed is our school's library. Inside, there are various insights on fruit development from experts, notes on physical techniques and swordsmanship, as well as the history of our school's founding. The cafeteria is on the right. The senior pointed to an impressive building and said, over there is the Ability Users Association of our Shanghai Military Academy. By the way, fighting is not allowed on campus. If you want to fight, you must go to the arena inside the Ability Users Association and register voluntarily first. Remember that. Ability Users Association? Senior, what's the purpose of joining the Ability Users Association? Jiang Chen asked curiously. The role is significant. The Ability Users Association is an organization that connects major military academies and the Demon Suppression Army for task coordination, and it's also a source of attribute points. To be honest, those tasks are quite challenging, so they are generally led by the association's officials, with formal members providing support. The Ability Users Association in our school operates autonomously. In other words, teachers do not interfere with the affairs of the Ability Users Association. It is entirely managed by the students themselves. The school said it was to train students, not just to fight but also to understand management and command. After all, the senior students in the Ability Association usually graduate with at least a regional school-level military rank or higher. The senior sister spoke enthusiastically. In the Ability Association, there are ranks: president, vice president, officers, official members. I'm an official member, so if there's anything you don't understand, you can come and ask me, the senior sister said proudly. Jiang Chen nodded while thinking to himself. Completing tasks grants attribute points. It seems I need to find an opportunity to join the Ability Users Association. As long as there are attribute points, they must be obtained. Stay in this room. You arrived the earliest, and this room is well ventilated from north to south. It's considered the best room in this dormitory building. The senior enthusiastically helped Jiang Chen move his belongings into the dormitory. Jiang Chen examined the decor and amenities of the dormitory. A single room, large flat, a full 200 square meters, a gym, a game room, a study, and even several empty rooms. Compared to the less than 20 square meter small place he used to live in, it was like night and day. It must be said, the treatment for ability users in this world is truly exceptional. If you want people to work hard, the benefits and treatment must keep up. Your next arrangement is probably to wait for all the freshmen to register, then gather for the entrance test 3 days later. Alright, take a rest yourself. You can also walk around the campus. If you have any questions, you can call me. The senior helped arrange the luggage, clapped her hands, and said, understood, thank you, senior. Jiang Chen politely expressed his gratitude. After the senior left, Jiang Chen plopped down on the soft, large sofa, pondering his next plan. Controllable gravity, 4 tons. For tons of gravity, it's roughly like when fighting others, they have to carry 2 cars on their backs. This advantage can be said to be enormous. His ears slightly twitched. Suddenly, within the range of his observation hockey perception. At this moment, under the dormitory building, 2 people were whispering to each other while counting the floors. One of them had a somewhat familiar aura, with a bandage on their nose. It seemed like the werewolf classmate who got beaten up by me right after awakening. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Are they looking for trouble? Not far from Jiang Chen's dormitory building, 2 people stood by the roadside. One of them had a bandage on his nose. It was the werewolf classmate who, after just awakening his talent, had been beaten up by Jiang Chen for his foul mouth. Standing next to him was also a freshman this year, the leader of the werewolf students, Zhao Wu, who was said to know people in the Ability Association of the South River Star Naval Academy. Brother Hu, I just saw clearly, Jiang Chen lives on the 6th floor. Got it. Zhao Hu responded indifferently. Brother Hu, that Jiang Chen's ability is really strange. Last time, I couldn't even get close to him. It felt like there was almost a ton of gravity pressing down on me. Heh, just 1 ton of gravity, it's nothing, Zhao Hu said disdainfully. He was a mid-level physical technique talent user, and his physique after awakening was naturally much stronger than that of other users of the same level. Just 1 ton of gravity was not enough to restrain him. What's more, apart from this gravity, what other offensive means does that Jiang Chen have? His fists are much tougher than those of ordinary ability users. A newly awakened ability user, if hit by one of his punches, would either die or be severely injured. None. Zhao Hu narrowed his eyes slightly, staring intently at the 6th floor, and spoke slowly. However, fighting is not allowed in the school. Otherwise, at best, you'll get a demerit. At worst, you'll be expelled, stripped of your secret realm qualification, and sent directly to the Demon Suppression Army. Ah, Brother Hu, what should we do then? The werewolf classmate was a bit anxious. If they couldn't fight freely, how could they get revenge? He couldn't swallow this humiliation. In front of so many people, being pinned to the ground, even his nose got bent out of shape. Jiang Chen, how about going to the association's arena? Zhao Hu, it's indeed a method, but the association's arena requires mutual consent. How do we get him to agree? Hu, the 2 turned their heads simultaneously. Jiang Jiang Chen, holding a white cane, was quietly standing behind them. Holy crap, the werewolf classmate exclaimed. Brother Hu, that's Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled at them. I heard you were looking for me? Zhao Hu was a bit surprised. His heart couldn't help but start pounding. How did he manage to appear behind me without anyone noticing? Shaved from the 6 styles? Impossible. Even if you had been practicing since childhood, at this age, it's still impossible to teleport instantly from the 6th floor to behind him. Or could it be the ability of the heavy fruit? What do you say? I'm here now. How about heading to the association's arena? Jiang Chen still maintained a smile, his tone calm. My primary goal now is definitely to gain attribute points and develop slowly, as I'm just a tier 1 ability user for the time being. Unless necessary, I won't take the initiative to cause trouble. However, if others are scheming against me behind my back, I can't just sit idly by. Otherwise, who knows when they might suddenly strike me in the future. It's better to deal with them decisively now and make them submit. Zhao Wu snapped back to his senses, his 1.9-meter height towering over Jiang Chen. Alright, Jiang Chen, is it? Since you're so eager to court death, let's settle it in the ring. But let me warn you, fists and kicks have no eyes. Then let's go. Jiang Chen leaned on his cane and turned to walk toward the direction of the association. Star Navy Academy Ability Users Association Hall. A young man wearing a black hoodie and sporting slicked back hair walked into the association. He tossed a blood-soaked, bulging white cloth bag onto the counter. Here, the head of the Tier 3 White Jade Wolf King. The senior behind the counter looked up. The young man before her was none other than Zhang Qingyu, one of the association's 12 executives. The senior opened the cloth bag, and a mass of mangled flesh instantly spilled out. Her brows slightly furrowed as she stuffed the fallen pieces of meat back in and tightened the bag shut. Your head is shattered beyond repair. This won't do. Zhang Qingyu saw this and immediately became anxious. Why not? Just stick it together. As he spoke, he kept gathering the pile of minced meat in his hands. Yang Xiaotong, no way. The senior slightly raised her eyelids, expressionless. Zhang Qingyu clasped his hands together. I'm begging you, I'm just 300 attribute points away from reaching tier 4. The senior still refused. No way. Jiang Chen led Zhao Hu and his lackeys, slowly walking in. At this moment, Yang Xiaotong smiled and asked, hello, classmates, do you need something? Jiang Chen smiled and said, Senior, we would like to spar a bit. Spar? Are you freshmen? Yang Xiaotong was momentarily stunned. Although there were usually quite a few people who wanted to spar, the freshmen had just started registering. Yes. Are the new students this fierce? Zhang Qingyu, standing nearby, heard this and sized up the group. Wow. Are the new students this hot-tempered? They've just started registration and are already fighting? Yang Xiaotong shot him a glare, then took out a few forms and said to Jiang Chen and the others, show your student cards, and then sign here. Also, let me remind you, both parties in the sparring must participate voluntarily. If anyone is being coerced, you can report it to the association, and the consequences will be severe. Thank you, Senior. We are all participating voluntarily. Jiang Chen took the form and signed his name with a flourish. Seeing Zhao Wu still in a daze beside him, Jiang Chen reminded him, aren't you going to sign? Zhao Wu reacted, sign it. Along the way. The more Zhao Wu thought about it, the more something felt off. It was obvious that Jiang Chen was definitely not just an ordinary blind man. He definitely possesses observation haki. However, at this point, there's no way he can back down. Otherwise, how could he lead his underlings in the future? Besides, 1 ton of gravity is no big deal. With his current strength at full power, he can easily shake a small car. After the two signed the documents, Yang Xiaotong walked out from behind the counter. I'll take you there. Jiang Chen and Zhao Hu followed Yang Xiaotong, heading toward the martial arts stage. Yang Xiaotong, my matter hasn't been dealt with yet. Zhang Qingyu shouted and followed. 10 minutes later, inside the martial arts stage, Yang Xiaotong sat beside the referee's table. In battles between ability users, injuries are quite normal, but fatalities are not acceptable. She not only had to act as a referee but also take on the role of a safety officer. When one side surrenders or admits defeat, she must immediately stop the fight. Zhang Qingyu leaned close to Yang Xiaotong and said with a fawning smile, come on, just do me a favor. No means no. Yang Xiaotong remained expressionless, showing no mercy at all. TCH. Zhang Qingyu curled his lips and picked up the 2 forms on the table. What are these 2 people's abilities? Let me take a look. Zhao Wu, mid-level physical technique talent. Jiang Chen, a blind man, heavy fruit? A fruit I've never seen before. Zhang Qingyu glanced at the tall and burly Zhao Wu on the stage. Isn't that big oaf just bullying people? Who challenges a blind man to a duel? Yang Xiaotong said disdainfully, can't you tell Jiang Chen has observation haki? Who says I can't tell? So what if he has observation haki? It's just newly awakened, with a range of 10 meters at best. What's the use of that? Zhang Qingyu stubbornly retorted. He had been preoccupied with thoughts about the ferocious beast mission and hadn't noticed Jiang Chen's actions at all. Yang Xiaotong, shut up, will you? Why are you still here? I've already told you, it doesn't meet the mission completion requirements. Zhang Qingyu rested his hands behind his head. Can't I just watch for fun? A senior association officer watching unranked freshmen fight? Yang Xiaotong raised an eyebrow. On the martial arts stage, none of your business. Zhao Hu looked at Zhang Chen, who had a calm expression and was already starting to feel uneasy. It's just manipulating a bit of gravity. What gives him such confidence? He even dares to take the initiative to challenge me in the arena. Since school days, with his height of 1.9 meters, he had always been the one bullying others, and no one had ever dared to provoke him so boldly. Thinking of this, Zhao Hu's eyes turned fierce, and a trace of ruthlessness appeared on his face. Zhang Chen, I know you can control gravity. Do you really think that with just your 1-ton gravity, you can suppress an awakened physical ability user? Aren't you being too arrogant? The corners of Zhang Chen's mouth lifted slightly as he said with interest, Oh, is 1 ton not enough? Zhao Hu sneered, as if he had heard something utterly ridiculous. From Zhang Chen's tone, it seemed he really thought that 1 ton of gravity could suppress him. You can give it a try. Don't think being a devil fruit user makes you so great. I suggest you open your eyes and take a look at the world. Oh, I forgot, you can't see, can you? Zhao Hu's eyes were full of mockery. Below the stage, Yang Xiaotong said calmly, You can start when you're ready. Zhao Hu's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly stepped forward with force. As the words fell, his massive body caused the arena to tremble. A vast and overwhelming gravity descended from above, enveloping him completely. Suddenly, Zhao Hu's eyes widened like saucers. The moment the gravity struck, he was instantly pressed to the ground, prostrating himself. This is a ton? Zhao Hu's face was firmly pressed against the surface of the ring, staring in disbelief at the lackeys below the stage. Under this immense gravitational force, he felt even breathing become excruciatingly difficult, his internal organs crushed by an overwhelming pressure as if on the verge of rupturing. As a physical enhancement, his pride in his own strength now seemed utterly insignificant in the face of this gravity. Zhang Chen, still leaning on his with both hands, remarked with a faint smile, 4 tons, is that enough? F4 tons? Zhao Hu struggled to move his head, staring at Zhang Chen in terror. Looks like it's enough. You're really not up to it, huh? Zhang Chen gently raised his arm. Zhao Hu only felt a sudden sense of weightlessness, as if the world had turned upside down. His entire body was pulled toward the ceiling. A loud crash echoed. The wall on the ceiling was directly smashed, and white fragments of bricks scattered down. The world flipped upside down again. Immediately after, Zhao Hu hadn't recovered his senses yet, his mind still in a daze, when he was directly pulled back to the arena. With another loud crash, Zhao Hu's massive body slammed heavily onto the arena. Zhang Chen did not give Zhao Hu any time to rest. He lightly waved his arm. Zhao Hu was directly thrown out by a force of 4 tons, crashing heavily onto the stands. The immense impact shattered the seats and the stands into pieces. With just 3 seemingly casual strikes, Zhao Hu collapsed onto the platform, a trail of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. From start to finish, it had taken less than 3 seconds. An instant knockout? Below the stage, Zhang Qingyu stared wide-eyed, looking at Zhang Chen in utter disbelief. Even Yang Xiaotong, who always had a blank expression, showed a hint of surprise in her eyes at this moment. You have to know, these two are just freshmen who have only recently awakened their talents. Even if there were an S-level fruit ability user here, Zhao Hu, with his mid-level martial arts talent, wouldn't be instantly defeated like this. There are only 2 possibilities. Either Zhang Chen's heavy fruit is a potential top-tier S-grade fruit. Moreover, it's a newly emerged fruit that directly achieved S-grade potential. The extent to which it can be developed in the future is unimaginable. Or Zhang Chen's attribute points far surpass his opponent Zhao Hu. Or perhaps, it's both. Zhang Chen slowly walked to the edge of the arena and jumped down in one step. Is that all you've got? Truly, unexpectedly weak. Zhang Chen chuckled lightly, turned his head, and walked toward the association arena's main gate, completely ignoring Zhao Hu, who was lying on the stands, barely clinging to life. Defeating a freshman who hadn't even entered the ranks was nothing worth getting excited about. After all, he was now a Tier 1 ability user, though he just hadn't participated in the evaluation yet. As for why he didn't go straight for the kill, the reason was quite simple. Although this was called a military academy, it was still a school after all. Accidentally killing someone in the school arena might bring unforeseen consequences. If it ended up delaying his acquisition of attribute points, it wouldn't be worth the loss. Tiger, brother Tiger, are you okay? The lackey, seeing that Zhang Chen wasn't walking toward them, hurriedly ran to Zhao Hu's side. Zhao Hu spat out a bubble of blood from his mouth, his eyes wide open, staring fixedly at Zhang Chen's slowly retreating figure. But the look in his eyes as he gazed at Zhang Chen was filled with dread, with none of the initial mockery remaining. They are all newly awakened freshmen with talents, and their mid-level physical technique talent is considered quite strong in the early stages. Moreover, their initial attribute points are relatively high, as much as 70 points. But why can't even get close? It's a complete instant kill. Who on earth is this blind guy? Heavy fruit, is it really that terrifying? Just awakened and can already control 4 tons of gravity? Tiger bro, don't you know someone in the association? Ask someone from the association for help. Before the lackey could finish speaking, Zhao Hu glared at him fiercely. Shut up. If it it weren't for that lackey tricking him into believing there was only 1 ton of gravity, he would never have provoked this blind man. Now look at him, he originally planned to rank in the top 10 during the entrance test, but with these injuries, he might only end up in the bottom 10. Thinking of this, Zhao Hu's face twisted in fury. Jiang Chen, just you wait. Zhang Qingyu stared at the information about Jiang Chen in his hand, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. This new student Jiang Chen, not only is his strength so overwhelming, but he's also so arrogant. TSK, I like it. Based on Jiang Chen's performance, he's probably already a first-tier ability user. Yang Xiaodong said softly, being able to reach the level of a first-tier ability user right after enrolling has been extremely rare throughout history. After all, the rigid requirement of 200 attribute points is a deadlock. Attribute spheres are considered strategic resources in the Dragon Kingdom and are strictly prohibited from private transactions. Anyone caught will be executed directly. They can only be obtained through one's own abilities, such as exploring secret realms or completing tasks assigned by the military. This approach is also to prevent attribute spheres from falling into the hands of cowardly, morally corrupt second-generation individuals. Complete fairness and justice. After years of strict supervision, no one dares to casually give attribute balls to others, not even to their own sons. As for the 1000 caliber destructive power requirement, based on Jiang Chen's current performance with multiple fruits, it has most likely already been met. Hiss. Just enrolled and already a first-tier ability user? It seems even our president couldn't achieve that back then, right? Zhang Qingyu sighed with emotion. Yang Xiaotong put away Jiang Chen's information and stood up. Zhang Qingyu asked, where are you going? Yang Xiaotong didn't even turn her head. Go back and report the situation of the new student Jiang Chen to the vice president. My task, have a heart, will you? TCH. Zhang Qingyu secretly raised a middle finger and left reluctantly. No way. Shanghai Military Academy, Ability Users Association. In a dimly lit activity room, a young man wearing a black tank top with well-developed muscles is standing in front of a steel plate. He takes a deep breath, his 2 fingers pressed together. Bang! The next second, the gun was thrust sharply toward the steel plate in front, and the 10 centimeters thick steel plate was instantly pierced. Zhao Hu, wrapped in bandages all over, walked in. At this moment, Brother Jun, the young man glanced at him, raised an eyebrow, and said, did someone beat you up to look like this? Zhao Hu nodded and said, yes, it's a freshman named Jiang Chen. Brother Jun, help me get revenge. The young man flexed his wrist, sat on a black sofa, casually placed his hands on the armrests, tilted his head to stare at Zhao Hu, and showed a disdainful expression on his face. What are his abilities? Zhao Hu said. Brother Jun, he is a gravity fruit ability user, capable of controlling gravity, and he's also blind. Brother Jun, with your strength as a second-tier ability user, he is absolutely no match for you. Upon hearing this, the young man frowned deeply. Are you saying you were beaten into this state by a blind man? In his words, the young man deliberately emphasized the term blind man, as if he couldn't believe that a blind man could beat his underling into such a state. Zhao Hu nodded. Why yes. The young man's sudden shout of get lost left Zhao Hu stunned. Get lost. Zhao Hu came to his senses, knelt before the young man, and wailed, Brother Jun, help me get revenge. The next moment, the young man slapped Zhao Hu hard across the face and cursed loudly. Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? What the hell is the heavy fruit? You got beaten up like this by a blind man and still dare to come to me for help? It's embarrassing just to talk about it. I'm warning you, don't you dare say you know me when you're out there, got it? Zhao Hu was sent spinning 360 degrees midair before crumpling to the ground. He lay there dazed, gingerly touching his visibly swollen cheek. The young man glared at him viciously. In this world, developing devil fruit abilities was extremely challenging. Only 2 weeks had passed since awakening his talent. How far could a completely unknown fruit be developed in just 2 weeks? And he's even blind. His younger brother awakened a mid-level physical technique talent. Physical technique talent, swordsmanship talent, and animal-type fruit are considered relatively strong talents in the early stages. Even so, he still managed to get beaten up like this. The young man grew angrier the more he thought about it, raised 3 fingers, and said word by word, I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear in front of me. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. By yesterday, all the new students had completed their registration. The school also issued a notice that today is the day for the orientation and entrance test. Jiang Chen leaned on his cane and slowly walked to the playground. There were still 5 minutes left until the designated gathering time of 8 o'clock. Jiang Chen, over here. Jiang Chen sensed the direction of Wang Ming's voice and slowly walked toward it. In the past few days, Jiang Chen had already informed Wang Ming and other classmates about his mastery of observation hockey. There was no need to hide this matter. Otherwise, other classmates would still go out of their way to assist him. Now that he could see, unlike before when he was blind, being assisted by others would feel a bit strange. Wang Ming and Tang Chuyao, along with others, were slightly surprised when they learned about this matter. However, they didn't say much about it. After all, being blind naturally makes other senses more sensitive, so it's not surprising to grasp crisp observation hockey. Jiang Chen walked up to Wang Ming. You're here so early? Wang Ming pointed to the watch on his wrist. It's already 7:55. Just 5 minutes until 8 o'clock. I heard our vice principal is quite strict. Hi, Jiang Chen. Tang Chuyao greeted Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen politely nodded in response. He sensed the nearby students, who were mostly high school classmates. In his high school, nearly 20 students were admitted to the Shanghai Military Academy, and they were placed in the same class as another 20 students from a neighboring high school. Only those who have awakened their talents are admitted to the military academy, while those who have only awakened single attribute enhancements are directly assigned to the Demon Suppression Army. Each new class consists of approximately 2,000 students, and there are a total of 16 military academies nationwide. This means that, on average, over 30,000 senior officers are supplied to the Demon Suppression Army each year. In the playground, nearly 2,000 new students had basically arrived. At this moment, however, everyone had not yet transitioned from their student identity, and they were standing casually, appearing uneven. Unknowingly, the time reached 8 o'clock sharp. On the podium, a middle-aged man with a square face looked down at the new students below, his eyes slightly narrowed. Everyone, be quiet. A middle-aged man shouted angrily. A powerful aura swept across the entire playground. The next second, the previously noisy playground instantly fell silent. No one dared to speak, and no one dared to move, as if even the slightest movement would result in being crushed to pieces. So strong. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Could this be Conqueror's hockey? The middle-aged man on the stage had clearly held back his strength. Otherwise, these freshmen would probably all have been knocked unconscious. Stand properly. The man's voice fell. The freshmen hurriedly adjusted their postures. Although still somewhat crooked, they at least looked a bit more orderly. The middle-aged man on the podium glanced at the freshmen below and finally felt somewhat satisfied. Let me introduce myself. I am your dean of students. Wang Senator, the principal and vice principal are occupied recently, so I will be hosting this freshman assembly and entrance test. In front of him, there was no microphone. Purely relying on his own strength, he could project his voice across the entire playground. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. The principal and vice principal are both occupied? It seems that even the principal level personnel need to take on missions. Before this, Jiang Chen had already gained a general understanding of the teacher's abilities in the school. Within the school, teachers are generally 4th to 5th tier ability users, while the principal and vice principal are 6th tier ability users. As for 7th tier ability users, even within the Demon Suppression Army, they are at the top tier lieutenant general level. As for the 8th rank, those are all generals and a very few lieutenant generals, with only a handful in the entire Dragon Nation. The 9th rank, there is only one person in the entire Dragon Nation, and that is the Marshal of the Demon Suppression Army, also known as the strongest man in the Dragon Nation, a user of the Tremor Fruit ability. When Jiang Chen first learned about this, he was slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, the title is exactly the same as in the anime, and his appearance is extremely flamboyant. Although not as exaggerated as the white beard in the anime, he is still 2 meters tall. On the podium, Wang Sen's voice was loud yet deep. Star Naval Academy has not been established for long, only 20 years, but during these 20 years, countless strong individuals have emerged. Over the past 20 years, it has trained a total of 2 generals and more than 100 lieutenant generals for the Dragon Nation. A military academy is different from an ordinary university. The living conditions and welfare benefits, as you already know, are far superior to those of regular universities. However, all of this comes at a price. In the future, you will all be part of our Dragon Nation's Demon Suppression Army, the guardians of our Dragon Nation, so you deserve to enjoy these benefits. Jiang Chen thought to himself, the benefits are indeed excellent. Just as freshmen enter the school, each person can receive a monthly allowance of 20,000 yuan, along with various social benefits. Kept rambling for 10 minutes. Wang Sen finally said, I won't say much more. Next, you should all be aware of the first thing every new student does after enrollment, the entrance test. Ferocious beasts, you should all know, came to our world 30 years ago, taking countless lives of our compatriots and destroying countless homes. After 30 years of fierce battles, countless compatriots sacrificed their lives to bring about a brief balance between humanity and the ferocious beasts. Now that you have entered the military academy, you must take on the responsibility of protecting our homeland and safeguarding our Dragon Nation. Standing on the podium, Wang Sen's eyes were bloodshot, his voice passionate. Jiang Chen felt somewhat moved in his heart. In his memory, he had never seen his father with his own eyes before he died on the battlefield. His mother, too, fell ill from long-term sorrow. Even though he had an eye disease, she still endured great hardships to raise him, ultimately succumbing to illness. From childhood to adulthood, he had always listened to neighbors and classmates discussing their relatives and friends, about who had sacrificed their lives again. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. Be sure to continuously improve your strength. It's not so much about wanting to protect the Dragon Kingdom, but simply about wanting to stay alive. After all, he is a transmigrator. Although he possesses the memories of this body, he still doesn't feel feel any sense of belonging up to this point. Wang Xin continued speaking. Before this, perhaps most of you have only seen ferocious beasts on television and have never truly faced them. So the purpose of this military academy's freshman entrance test is to assess your courage. In the secret realms and wild battles with ferocious beasts that follow, you will encounter even more dangerous, larger, and terrifying beasts. The playground was filled with soft murmurs as the words fell. As Wang Xin said, most freshmen had never seen a ferocious beast in person. Among this group of new students, some were excited, some were full of anticipation, and some were fearful. Wang Xin continued, this entrance test only involves the lowest level ferocious beasts that haven't even reached the first tier. If you can't even kill these, then on the battlefield or in the secret realms, death will be your only outcome. Of course, the rewards for the entrance test are also quite generous for you. First place, rewarded with 200 attribute points. Second place, 150 attribute points. Third place, 100 attribute points. Fourth to 10th place, 50 attribute points. This is also our Dragon Nation's cultivation strategy. As long as you excel, you can skyrocket your strength like riding a rocket. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. It seems what Wang Ming said was correct. The first prize rewards 200 attribute points. Moreover, the opponents are merely unranked fierce beasts. Having already slain a first-rank mutated 100-eyed vulture, securing first place is a must. Gravity field LV.2, 0/20 plus, current field range, 50 meters, next level, range expands to 200 meters, unlocks gravity wave manipulation, proficient. Observation hockey LV.1, 0/20 plus, current range 100 meters, next level, range expands to 500 meters. As long as these 200 attribute points, equivalent to 20 skill points, are obtained, the observation hockey perception range can be upgraded, or the gravity field range can be enhanced for more precise control of gravity waves. No matter which one is upgraded, it's a significant improvement. Wang Xin nagged for a while and then said, it's about time now. The location for your entrance test is about 10 kilometers from here. Everyone, get on the vehicles. The teachers and staff began to enter, guiding the new students toward the dozens of armored personnel carriers parked at the edge of the playground. With those words, silence fell. Wang Ming nudged Jiang Chen with his elbow. So nervous, Jiang Chen? Are you nervous? It's okay, I guess. Jiang Chen's tone was calm. Wang Ming unconsciously raised his voice. What do you mean it's okay? That's a ferocious beast. Have you forgotten the beast tide from 2 weeks ago? It was overwhelming. Just thinking about it makes me tremble. Jiang Chen remained silent. He indeed hadn't forgotten, and it even brought him 100 attribute points. Tang Chuyao also turned her head and reminded, Jiang Chen, be careful. This entrance test is based on individual scoring, and I need to earn attribute points too, so I can't stay by your side. Let's team up during the first official secret realm. Jiang Chen smiled. It's fine, don't worry about me. The group chatted casually. They followed the team, moving forward slowly, and under the teacher's guidance, boarded the armored personnel carrier. Dozens of personnel carriers headed grandly toward their destination, and following behind the troop transport vehicles were nearly 10 media vehicles. This time's entrance exam will also be broadcast live nationwide. That's right, in a room in Linjiang City, the provincial capital of Nanjiang. At the same time, Lei Tianlin, an ordinary small-time streamer, started the live broadcast after setting up the equipment. Former captain of the Demon Suppression Army takes you to watch the Star Navy Academy entrance test, sharply reviewing the brand new devil fruit, layered fruit. The assistant beside him said worriedly, Brother Lei, is this topic really appropriate? I see everyone else is focusing on Tang Chuyao and Lu Li. The first place this time should be one of those two, right? Lei Tianlin lit a cigarette with a snap, glancing at the assistant. Are you stupid? Those are big streamers. If I also follow and watch these two, I'll just get lost in the vast sea of people. Might as well take a gamble. The assistant suddenly understood. Brother Lei, you're brilliant. In no time, viewers began flooding into the live stream. Bullet comments. Before seeing this live stream, I almost forgot that this year's freshmen include a blind genius. Bullet comments. The first place this time is either Tang Chuyao or Lu Li. Mark my words. Bullet comments. Do you even need to say that? One has an S-level fully developed fruit. The other has an insanely strong advanced swordsmanship talent in the early stages. Even a fool knows it's one of these two. Bullet comments. What does the streamer think? Lei Tianlin sneered. How to look at it? How else can we look at it? This time, we won't discuss the first place. There's nothing much to discuss about that. This time, let's just see the practical application effects of the chongchong fruit. Lei Tianlin lit another cigarette and exhaled a heavy puff of smoke. Smack. He slowly analyzed. The chongchong fruit, as the name suggests, is about controlling gravity. Boldly guessing, Jiang Chen should be able to control around 1 ton of gravity. The fierce beasts in the entrance test are all non-ranked. Suppressing these beasts is completely manageable. However, theoretically speaking, controlling gravity is not limited to the gravitational pull toward the ground. It should also be able to change the direction of gravity, meaning pulling the beasts over. It's still unclear whether Jiang Chen can achieve achieve this? I think it's unlikely. Developing the fruit isn't that simple. Bullet comments. So, what rank does the streamer think Zhang Chen can achieve? Lei Tianlin's lips curled in disdain and he said, what rank? No matter what, Zhang Chen is still blind, and you're talking about rank? Are you guys out of your minds? Bullet comments. Trash-talking streamer. What if Zhang Chen has observation hockey? Lei Tianlin snorted coldly. So what if he has observation hockey? How wide can the range be? 10 meters? 20 meters? This time, we're mainly focusing on the practical application of the heavy fruit. As the words fell, he slammed the table heavily with a loud bang. I'll say it here, if Zhang Chen can make it into the top 100, Lei Tianlin glanced around, I'll eat my keyboard. School playground. After the freshmen left in military transport vehicles, the vast playground was filled with huge display screens, broadcasting the freshmen's entrance test results in real time. Of course, not every new student can be broadcasted, that would be too much. Generally speaking, only the real-time situation of the top 500 new students is broadcasted on the stands of the playground. At Xinghai Military Academy, for senior students from the Ability Association arrived, including Vice President Chu Liang, Secretary Yang Xiaotong, and two officers, Zhang Qingyu and Chao Yang. Zhang Qingyu rested his hands behind his head, his tone lazy. It's that time of the year again to watch the monkey show. Guess how many freshmen will be scared to tears this time? Yang Xiaotong, who was beside him, glared at him. Shut up, will you? She pointed at one of the screens, showing Zhang Chen resting with his eyes closed inside an armored vehicle, and said to a young man next to her, afterward, this is Zhang Chen, who defeated a mid-level physical technique talent user in less than 3 seconds. Vice President Chu Liang nodded and asked, among this year's freshmen, besides Zhang Chen, are there any other promising candidates? Yang Xiaotong handed over another stack of documents. There is also an S-level fruit ability user, Tang Chuyao, with the Flame fruit ability, and a high-level swordsmanship talent user, Lu Li. Besides these two, there are 8 other freshmen rated as A-level. All the information is here. Chu Liang flipped through the profiles of the new students and nodded. This time, focus on Tang Chuyao, Lu Li, and Zhang Chen. A bald young man sitting on the other side, with his feet propped up on the back of the front row seat, scoffed. At this moment, TCH, that blind guy, what's so special about him? Zhang Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Come on, Chao Yang, when you first enrolled, could you take down a mid-level physical skill talent user in 3 seconds? Chao Yang's face was full of disdain as he said indifferently, TCH, to put it bluntly, that's just kids fighting. A blind person is still blind. So what if they have observation hockey? With the limited range of that observation hockey, when they encounter a truly high-level ferocious beast, not being able to see is the biggest weakness. Before Zhang Qingyu could retaliate, Vice President Chu Liang glared at Chao Yang and said in a low voice. Both Chu Liang and Zhang Qingyu disliked Chao Yang quite a bit. He was a natural contrarian who always had to argue, regardless of the facts or right and wrong, just to feel satisfied. Shut up. Zhang Chen sat inside the bumpy troop transport vehicle, holding a wooden-colored cane sword in his hands, sensing the scenery outside the vehicle. Their destination this time was an abandoned city located 10 kilometers away from Xinghai Military Academy. The entire abandoned city was tightly enclosed by an extensive barbed wire fence, reaching a height of 20 meters. The perimeter of the barbed wire was surrounded by the Demon Suppression Army, with at least one armed soldier stationed every 10 meters. Dozens of armored personnel carriers moved slowly into the abandoned city from different directions. The media vehicles following behind the personnel carriers did not continue deeper but stopped outside the barbed wire and unfolded their compartments. At the same time, a dense swarm of drones rose into the air from behind the media vehicles, flying into the abandoned city along with the personnel carriers. Buzz buzz buzz. To ensure fairness as much as possible, in this entrance exam, 2,000 new students will be scattered throughout this abandoned city, with each student separated by at least several hundred meters. The unranked ferocious beasts are controlled by the Demon Suppression Army, and they were released into the abandoned city when the transport vehicles entered. These ferocious beasts, called twin-tailed beasts, are all flying beasts and are among the weakest of their kind. However, its nature is extremely ferocious. As long as it sees living humans, it will launch an attack on them, fearless of death. At this moment, inside the troop transport vehicle where Zhang Chen was, Wang Ming, Tang Chuyao, and the others had already disembarked. Within Zhang Chen's observation range, he could clearly sense ferocious beasts with 2 tails constantly whizzing through the sky. These ferocious beasts do not attack the troop transport vehicle, they only attack humans. Zhang Chen, get off the vehicle. A moment later, upon hearing this, Zhang Chen stood up and slowly got off the troop transport vehicle. A voice came through. After Zhang Chen got off, the troop transport vehicle continued driving forward. First place, Tang Chuyao, points 56. Second place, Lu Li, points 54. Third place, Lian Xiao, points 30. Fourth place, Wang Tianchao, points 29. Zhang Chen put on his headphones and turned on the electronic broadcast, which could play the points leaderboard in real time. Each student wears an intelligent identifier on their chest, which can accurately determine whether they they have killed a ferocious beast. Killing one ferocious beast earns 1 point. Each student only has 2 hours, and within the time limit, the higher the score, the higher the ranking. It seems the flame fruit and advanced swordsmanship talent are indeed impressive. Tang Chuyao and Lu Li were completely in the lead by a wide margin. Next, it was his turn to make a move. However, Jiang Chen stretched his body a bit. Within his perception range, a two-tailed beast appeared directly in front of him, its size being half that of the 100-eyed condor. At this moment, the two-tailed beast clearly noticed Jiang Chen standing on the ground. It flapped its wings and dove toward him. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth lifted slightly, until the two-tailed beast entered the range of his gravity field. Clang! The blade emerged 3 inches from its sheath. For tons of gravity instantly enveloped the space above the two-tailed beast. At the same time, the two-tailed beast was directly dragged to the ground by the 4 tons of gravity, slamming heavily onto the surface. The next second, boom, roar, the two-tailed beast let out a wail, struggling desperately to flap its wings, only to find that it couldn't move no matter what. Jiang Chen's eyes opened slightly, revealing a sliver of white. The two-tailed beast was horrified to discover that the direction of gravity had suddenly shifted, pulling it toward the human. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, clang, the blade is unsheathed. A single sword seals the throat. The head of the two-tailed beast rolled to the ground, while its body, following the momentum, collapsed behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sheathed the sword within his staff, raising an eyebrow. This tailed beast is a bit weak. Back then, the mutated 100-eyed vulture at least offered some resistance when being pierced. But now, under my sword strike imbued with sword intent, it feels like cutting through tofu, completely effortless. Though, I can't really blame it. After all, his current strike imbued with sword intent had already reached a destructive power of 2,000 calories, far exceeding the 1,000 calorie requirement for a first-tier ability user. Dealing with such unranked ferocious beasts was as easy as cutting through tofu. Gained 1 point. 1 ST place, Tang Chuyao, points, 66. Second place, Lu Li, points, 65. 566th place, Jiang Chen, 1 point. 3 more two-tailed beasts entered Jiang Chen's perception range. At this moment, as soon as these 3 two-tailed beasts saw Jiang Chen on the ground, they simultaneously dove down toward him. When they entered Jiang Chen's gravity field range, gravity descended. Boom! The 3 twin-tailed beasts simultaneously slammed into the ground. Immediately after, their bodies were completely immobilized, dragged by the terrifying gravitational force toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's blade flashed. Swish! Earned 3 points. Rank 424, Jiang Chen, 4 points. At this moment, Jiang Chen, having rushed into the top 500, appeared on the live broadcast for the first time. Linjing City, inside a small dark room. Lei Tianlin held a cigarette in one hand while talking incessantly to the livestream screen. On the screen, however, it was showing footage of Tang Chuyao. Tang Chuyao was seen standing on the street as a two-tailed beast swooped down. A dazzling fire punch roared out, directly blasting the two-tailed beast away, sending it crashing heavily to the ground. As we all know, gravity, also known as gravitation, is one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. It holds infinite potential. Boom! Let me casually give a few examples. If developed to the extreme, could it control matter at the molecular level, solidifying molecules around itself to form an indestructible shield? Or perhaps, distort photons to create illusions, distort atoms to create all things, even go so far as to create black holes with bare hands. Lei Tianlin smoked a cigarette as he passionately critiqued the gravity fruit. Bullet screen, hiss. Listening to the streamer's analysis, could Jiang Chen really achieve this level? Bullet screen, exaggerated, the streamer is too exaggerated. Bullet screen, keep bragging. Bullet screen, I think it's unlikely. Jiang Chen is blind, and in the harsh secret realm and battlefield, it's uncertain how long he can survive. Lei Tianlin glanced at the barrage and explained. First of all, this is just a speculation about the ability of this fruit. Don't doubt it. The number 1 person in the beautiful country across the ocean. He also possesses the ability of the magnet fruit, one of the 4 fundamental forces. He is a terrifying existence who can directly manipulate magnetic fields, causing floods and earthquakes. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and continued. Whether Jiang Chen can achieve this, there's no need to discuss the question at all. The answer is very clear, completely impossible. Not to mention the fact that Jiang Chen is blind. Even if he were a normal person, it would still be impossible for him alone to develop to this extent. The difficulty of developing devil fruits is well known. The magnetic fruit ability user across the ocean also required 4 generations of development to reach this level. As Lei Tianlin's analysis continued, the number of people in the livestream room grew increasingly larger. The bullet comments floated by like snowflakes. Bullet comment, based on the host's analysis, I think Jiang Chen has a high chance of making it into the top 10. Bullet comment, I think so too. Just directly qua and pull the ferocious beast over, then take it down. Wouldn't that work? Bullet comment, to pull the ferocious beast over, you'd have to control the direction of gravity, right? Can Jiang Chen do that now? I find it hard to believe. Lei Tianlin Lin snorted coldly. Pull the ferocious beast over? Based on past experience, it's absolutely impossible to develop such abilities in just over 2 weeks. With Jiang Chen's current abilities, I boldly predict that he can only serve as a support tool, assisting teammates and putting some pressure on the ferocious beast. Moreover, apart from applying some gravity, Jiang Chen has no offensive means and is still blind. Still the same old saying, if Jiang Chen can make it into the top 100, I'll eat my keyboard. While Lei Tianlin was endlessly analyzing, a line of comments floated by, stop bragging, streamer, quickly switch out and take a look. Jiang Chen has already entered the top 500. Lei Tianlin's eyes widened abruptly and he quickly exited Tang Chuyao's live stream screen. After searching for a moment, they indeed found Jiang Chen's live stream. At this moment, Jiang Chen was walking slowly down the street. Behind him, 4 two-tailed beasts lay scattered on the ground. Rank 388. Jiang Chen, 8 points. The best method to kill now is to use the ability of the heavy fruit, fly into the sky, and continuously pull the twin-tailed beast over to kill it in mid-air. However, there is a problem with this approach. Controlling gravity to fly is an extremely complex task, requiring constant adjustments to the magnitude and direction of gravity. With the current level of control over gravity, it is simply impossible to fly while continuously pulling the fierce beasts over to kill them. Moreover, flying is an extremely energy-consuming task, and with his current mental strength, it is simply impossible to sustain long-term flight. So, the best method for now is low-altitude flight. As long as a two-tailed beast enters his perception range, he can land directly, absorb it, and kill. With more than an hour left, as long as his luck isn't completely terrible, it's more than enough to take first place. Jiang Chen immediately set off, rushing forward. A new student with the powers of the oxox fruit, bison form, had transformed into a bison and was now staring intently at the two-tailed beast diving toward him from the sky. Thinking of this, the student was stunned. At the same time, the two-tailed beast had been getting closer and closer, practically within reach for him to claim the points. Suddenly, it seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and flew in the opposite direction, not just to rebirth. This two-tailed beast was also stunned. It realized that this power was astonishingly immense. It couldn't move at all. In less than a second, a flash of cold light streaked by. The two-tailed beast's head rolled to the ground. Swish. No way, dude. How can you steal kills like this? This is cheating. The freshman widened his eyes and shouted loudly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen ignored him and continued running forward. Damn! The newcomer glanced at the sky and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. At this moment, in the sky, more than a dozen twin-tailed beasts were diving rapidly toward Jiang Chen from all directions. That's what you get for stealing the monster. Let's see how you die. The newcomer quickly hid behind the wall, gloating as they watched Jiang Chen. Although a single two-tailed beast is very weak, with so many attacking at the same time, none of these freshmen can stop them. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the demon suppression army hiding on the other side are also ready to act. If the students' lives are in danger, this group of people will immediately step in to rescue the freshmen. However, this also means the freshmen will be directly eliminated. Jiang Chen also sensed it. He did not panic at all, stopped in his tracks, and quietly waited for this group of two-tailed beasts. A total of 12 two-tailed beasts roared simultaneously as they charged at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen gently drew his blade. Roar! Bang! 4 tons of force directly slammed a two-tailed beast to the ground. Bang bang bang! One after another, a total of 12 two-tailed beasts were pinned to the ground. Immediately after, Jiang Chen did not choose to directly pull the 12 twin-tailed beasts over to kill them. The reason was simple. He realized that there were too many of them, and with his current gravity manipulation ability, pressing them all to the ground was already nearing his control limit. Moreover, there was another reason. Jiang Chen wanted to try the Navy 6 styles. So far, I haven't used the 6 powers of the Navy. My skills, whether useful or not, should always be tried when there's a chance. After the 12 two-tailed beasts were firmly pinned to the ground, Jiang Chen moved. His figure instantly disappeared from where he stood and immediately reappeared 5 meters away, then disappeared again. The next second, the new student hiding on the side watched the scene in disbelief. Everyone watching Jiang Chen's live broadcast from the outside world was also in an uproar. On the stands of the playground, at the same time, Zheng Qingyu suddenly stood up, pointed at one of the 500 live broadcast screens, Jiang Chen's screen, and exclaimed, "Old Chu, that's the 6 styles shave, right?" Chu Liang narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke slowly. "Yes, it's shave. 12 consecutive instant movements, each 5 meters. To master the 6 styles to this level, one must at least be a second-tier ability user." Zhang Qingyu shook his head lightly inside. TSK, this Jiang Chen really is a damn genius. After speaking, he continued. Moreover, I noticed his observation hockey seems to extend far beyond 20 meters, probably over 50 meters. Chu Liang nodded and glanced at the leaderboard nearby. 1st place, Tang Chuyao, points, 98. Second place, Lu Li, points, 96. Third place, Lian Xiao, points, 82. Fourth place, Wang Tianchao, points, 82. 98th place, Jiang Chen, 42 points. If this continues, Jiang Chen might actually take first place, right?
Zhang Qingyu sighed. After the secret realm ends, I think we can directly absorb Jiang Chen as a formal member, skipping the temporary member step. Chu Liang shook his head. Jiang Chen does indeed have great potential, but we still need to see his performance in the first secret realm.
Chao Yang said disdainfully. TCH, he's not a physical technique talent user. Even if he masters the 6 powers to perfection, without comprehending armament hockey, what's the point? Zhang Qingyu turned his head to look at him and immediately retorted, who told you that someone without physical technique talent can't comprehend armament hockey? At this moment, Chao Yang remained indifferent and said, it's a matter of probability, okay?
Among physical technique talent users, 1 out of 10 might comprehend armament hockey.
Among non-physical technique talent users, is it even 1 out of 100? Moreover, the heavy fruit, I can't see any offensive capability in it. It's indeed pretty good for support. I, Chao Yang, am willing to call Jiang Chen the strongest support toolman. Zhang Qingyu couldn't hold it in after hearing this. He rolled up his sleeves. Damn, old Chu, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to beat this nitpicker to death.
Chu Liang grabbed Zhang Qingyu and glanced at the two of them.
Stop it. Chao Yang, say less. Chao Yang, full of defiance, said, what did I do? I'm just stating the facts. Chu Liang glared at him. Chao Yang curled his lips and turned his head to the side. Inside the small dark room in Linjiang City. Shut up.
Lei Tianlin widened his eyes, staring incredulously at the live broadcast screen, not even noticing the cigarette but falling onto his pants.
A burnt smell wafted up from below. Lei Tianlin suddenly looked down. Damn, my pants.
At this moment, the live stream chat was flooded with comments.
A moment later. Comments, what the heck was that teleportation just now? Barrage, whoa. Jiang Chen actually knows the 6 powers? And at that level, it must take at least a second-tier ability user to pull it off, right? Barrage, could Jiang Chen really be a genius? Barrage, what a pity, heaven envies the talented. What's the use if he's blind? Barrage, it's obvious Jiang Chen knows observation hockey, and the range isn't small either. Barrage, what does the streamer think? Barrage, has anyone noticed that Jiang Chen has already made it into the top 100? Barrage, waiting for the streamer to eat the keyboard. Lei Tianlin glanced at the barrage and sighed. Cough, cough, cough.
I didn't expect Jiang Chen to have already mastered shave to this extent.
I see someone in the comments asking about the 6 styles, so let me explain it to you. He lit another cigarette.
It had to be said, he was indeed a heavy smoker. The 6 styles, also known as the 6 styles of the demon-suppressing army, were created 20 years ago by a general with exceptional martial arts
talent.
They were later promoted throughout the entire demon-suppressing army, including the military academy, where they became a mandatory course. Generally speaking, one needs to complete talent awakening before learning them. Trying to learn before awakening progresses extremely slowly. Jiang Chen has only been awakened to his talent for a little over 2 weeks, yet he can train Shave to teleport 5 meters and perform 12 consecutive teleports. He can indeed be called a genius. After Lei Tianlin finished speaking, he glanced at the live chat and found that many people were still asking what level this was. He thought for a moment and explained. Let me put it this way, generally speaking, after awakening their talent, a normal person would need at least 3 months of training to reach the level of teleporting 5 meters, and at most, they could only perform 3 consecutive teleports. Barrage, although Jiang Chen is a genius, I still can't understand why he gave up the flame fruit and chose the heavy fruit. Barrage, is it possible that Jiang Chen is also a genius in fruit development? It's quite obvious that Jiang Chen can already control the direction of gravity. Barrage, host, please evaluate Jiang Chen's observation hockey level. Inside the live broadcast room. Barrage, a reminder to the host, Jiang Chen has already entered the top 100. Please fulfill your promise. Lei Tianlin glanced at the barrage and slowly spoke. Jiang Chen's observation hockey level, I roughly estimate, covers at least a range of 50 meters. However, thinking about it carefully, it does make sense. A blind person's perception in other aspects tends to be sharper, and there have been precedents before. Soldiers of the demon-suppressing army who were blinded due to injuries on the battlefield are more likely to awaken observation hockey. Moreover, there was once a blind soldier who, after awakening observation hockey, reached a range of 80 meters in just 2 months. However, on the real battlefield, a vision range of 80 meters was still too narrow, and he ultimately sacrificed his life on the battlefield. So, regarding Jiang Chen's future, I still hold a pessimistic view. These ferocious beasts now are merely unranked ones. From my rough observation, the weapon in Jiang Chen's hand is at least a C-grade alloy weapon. Killing an unranked ferocious beast is as easy as cutting through tofu. But once encountering a tier 1 or higher ferocious beast in the secret realm, or even a tier 2 ferocious beast, it won't be so easy. Jiang Chen is not a swordsmanship talent user. Even with a C-grade alloy longsword, he is unlikely to break through the defense of a tier 1 or higher ferocious beast. Lei Tianlin forcefully blew the ash scattered on the table, pointed at the live broadcast screen, and shouted, as I always say, if Jiang Chen can make it into the top 10, I'll eat my keyboard. At this moment, Lei Tianlin looked at the steadily increasing number of viewers in the livestream, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward. Sure enough, choosing to sharply critique Jiang Chen this time was the right call. Barrage? Barrage? Wait, wasn't the earlier statement clearly about making it into the top 100? How is it this flexible? Bullet screen, streamer, I advise you to be honest, I'm recording this. Inside the live broadcast room. Bullet screen, no worries, with Jiang Chen's performance, I think getting into the top 10 is no problem at all. Waiting for the streamer to eat the keyboard. Inside the abandoned city. At this moment, Luli also happened to witness Jiang Chen's 12 consecutive flashes, her mouth slightly agape. After Jiang Chen left, she was inexplicably curious and walked over to the scattered remains of the ferocious beasts, crouching down to examine the neat wounds. Her eyes widened. From the wounds, there was actually a faint aura of sword intent emanating. In this world, those with the swordsmanship talent of sword intent possess an extremely keen perception of sword intent. Suddenly, Luli turned her head to look in the direction Jiang Chen had left. Some fragments of information kept flashing through her mind. The lingering sword intent in the sword testing room coincided with Jiang Chen's departure. After the beast tide receded, the mutated hundred-eyed vulture was killed in the Red Star district where Jiang Chen lived. The demon suppression army questioned all those with swordsmanship talents, including her. Adding to that, the sword intent emanating from the wounds of these two-tailed beasts makes it clear that the first-tier mutated hundred-eyed condor was killed by Jiang Chen. He was able to slay a first-tier ferocious beast right after awakening. Jiang Chen is definitely stronger than any other freshman. This time's first place, it seems it will belong to Jiang Chen. Thinking of this, Luli gazed in the direction Jiang Chen had left. Although I don't know how Jiang Chen, who isn't a swordsmanship talent user, managed to unleash sword intent, it doesn't matter. What matters is that for the upcoming Secret Realm duo team-up, I must team up with Jiang Chen. 10 twin-tailed beasts were firmly pinned to the ground by an invisible gravitational force. A ghostly figure flashed by, and almost simultaneously, the 10 twin-tailed beasts met their end in the northwest, their heads severed from their bodies. On the street. 10. The next moment. Already ranked 68th, the gap is narrowing. If it weren't for being almost the last batch to get off the troop transport, I would probably have held on to first place from the very beginning. But it's not a big problem. Those who got off the troop transport first started timing first, so there won't be any unfair situations. Moreover, at the current rate of point increase, it won't take long before he surpasses the first place, Tang Chuyao. I just wonder what expression Tang Chuyao will have when she sees that her first place has been taken. As time slowly passed, apart from the top 5, which remained mostly unchanged, the points of the other freshmen were very close. 1 SD place, Tang Chuyao, points, 136. Second place, Luli, points, 130. Third place, Lian Xiao, points, 102. Fourth place, Wang Tianchao, points, 98. 10th place, Li Liang, points, 90. Most people's names were constantly bouncing up and down. Among them, there was one name that was an exception, rising at rocket speed. Rank 58, Jiang Chen, 60 points. Rank 52, Jiang Chen, 68 points. Rank 30, Jiang Chen, 74 points. Rank 14, Jiang Chen, 88 points. On the school podium, a teacher noticed the name Jiang Chen and exclaimed, "Director Wang, look at Jiang Chen in 14th place. The speed of his rise is incredible." No, he's already in 10th place now. Wang Sen, who was chatting and laughing with other teachers, glanced at the leaderboard with a puzzled expression. Finally, Jiang Chen? He's just in 10th place. What's so surprising about that? The teacher said meaningfully, "Director, just wait and see how Jiang Chen hunts the fierce beasts, and you'll understand." Wang Sen curiously stared at Jiang Chen's live broadcast. From the very beginning, he hadn't paid any attention to the new students ranked outside the top 10, so at this moment, he had no idea what Jiang Chen's situation was. Jiang Chen held a wooden blind cane in one hand and a gleaming longsword in the other as he dashed through the streets. 8 twin-tailed beasts appeared in the air, and immediately, an invisible force pulled them directly to the ground and firmly suppressed them. Jiang Chen's figure vanished on the spot, transforming into an afterimage that flashed past the 8 twin-tailed beasts one by one. In the frame, swish, swish, swish. A moment later, blood gushed out instantly like a fountain. The next second, clean and decisive, without any hesitation, Wang Sen suddenly stood up with a swoosh, staring incredulously at the live broadcast screen. This is the shave from the 6 styles? How could a freshman achieve this level? The teacher said proudly, "I told you, director, and let me tell you one more thing, he's blind." Blind man? He has observation hockey? Wang Sen's eyes widened even more. The teacher nodded, "That's right, I've been observing him for a long time. Based on my observations, the range of his observation hockey is at least over 50 meters. Wang Sen was silent for a moment, then turned to the assistant beside him and said, "Bring me Jiang Chen's file to take a look." The assistant searched for a while and handed Wang Sen a form. Wang Sen examined the form and murmured, "So he's the gravity fruit user. No wonder the name sounded a bit familiar. So those two-tailed beasts just now were immobilized by gravity suppression?" The teacher added from the side, "Director, based on my observation, I just noticed that he's already capable of altering altering the direction of gravity. According to our past experience in developing fruit abilities, this move is definitely not simple. So I guess this Jiang Chen is not only a genius in physical techniques, a genius in observation hockey, but also a genius in devil fruit development. Wang Xin was stunned for a moment, then showed a regretful expression and shook his head slightly.
Ah, what a pity that he's blind.
Even if his observation hockey reaches 100 meters, in a real secret realm battlefield, being unable to see is still a huge disadvantage.
As the words fell, the surroundings plunged into silence.
Everyone knows that the human eye's visual range, under clear weather conditions, can exceed 20 kilometers. If a beast tide or some other danger appears beyond 100 meters, but the eyes can't see it, by the time it enters the 100-meter range of observation hockey, it might already be too late.
Who is Jiang Chen's homeroom teacher? Wang Xin asked.
A young man around 30 years old walked up to Wang's senior director. I am Jiang Chen's homeroom teacher, Lin Weidong. Wang Xin patted the young man on the shoulder and advised. Jiang Chen has great potential, but his eyes are a big problem. From now on, take good care of him, including team arrangements for the secret realm.
A moment later,
he managed to develop observation hockey to this level just over 2 weeks after awakening. In the future, he might even achieve an observation hockey range of a kilometer, or even tens of kilometers.
Jiang Chen's potential is limitless. Lin Weidong was stunned. A range of observation hockey spanning a kilometer. Right now, the strongest observation hockey in the world is only about 100 meters, right? That's for now. Jiang Chen, he's different.
Wang Sen's gaze shifted to the live broadcast of Jiang Chen.
Are you kidding?
A freshman who just awakened a little over 2 weeks ago has already developed Shave from the 6 powers, a devil fruit ability, and observation hockey to this extent. If it were anyone else, Wang Xin wouldn't believe it either. But with the potential Jiang Chen is currently displaying, Wang Xin is starting to believe it a little.
All of this requires staying alive. If it ends halfway, nothing else matters. The teacher who first discovered Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. First place, Jiang Chen is in first place. All the surrounding teachers looked in shock at the live broadcast screen showing Jiang Chen. Suddenly, in the conversation, already first?
Wang Xin stared at Jiang Chen in the live broadcast, the corners of his mouth gradually rising, his eyes full of admiration.
As the words fell, at the other side of the abandoned city, Tang Chuyao was sprinting down the street. 3 two-tailed beasts dove down toward her from the sky. Tang Chuyao stopped in her tracks, her gaze fixed intently on the ferocious beasts in the air. She gently clenched her fist, and a blazing flame instantly enveloped her right hand. Suddenly, she swung her fist in the direction of the two-tailed beasts. Flames roared out from the fist, transforming into a fiery punch that smashed toward the 3 twin-tailed beasts in the air. With just one strike, the 3 twin-tailed beasts were sent flying. The next second, points earned, 3. Tang Chuyao let out a soft breath. Boom!
Fortunately, during these 2 weeks, I have been learning online from the experiences of predecessors in developing the flame fruit.
Finally, after enrolling, I managed to develop the ability to unleash Fire Fist.
Thanks to this, ever since getting off the transport vehicle, I have consistently maintained the #1 spot on the leaderboard. Apart from that high-level swordsmanship talent user, Luli, who has been closely trailing me, no one else poses any threat. However, Luli was just biting quite tightly, but she hadn't surpassed her.
The score should have widened a bit again by now. Tang Chuyao's lips slightly curved upward as she brought up the holographic leaderboard. 1 ST place, Jiang Chen, points, 180.
Second place, Tang Chuyao, points, 170. Third place, Luli, points, 166. Fourth place, Lian Xiao, points, 120. Tang Chuyao confirmed several times and finally determined that she had not made a mistake.
First place, Jiang Chen?
In the live stream room, when Jiang Chen's name jumped to first place, the screen was flooded with comments.
Comments, oh my god, Jiang Chen is in first place? Comments, I'm speechless, how can a blind person be this strong? Bullet screen, I think it's because the ferocious beasts are too weak.
Jiang Chen's fruit ability can pull the beasts over, which gives him a huge advantage compared to others.
Bullet screen, too much of an advantage? Are you blind and not mentioning a single thing? Also, he's only awakened for a little over 2
weeks and has already trained Shave to this level.
You just ignore that too. Is it really that hard to admit someone else's excellence? Bullet screen, what's the use? If he can take first place in the secret realm, then that would be impressive. Killing some non-ranked ferocious beasts, what's so great about that?
Bullet screen, everyone, it seems the streamer might have to eat the keyboard. At this moment, Lei Tianlin was also staring at Jiang Chen in the live broadcast with an expression of disbelief. Before starting the live stream, he also thought that the first place would either be Tang Chuyao or Luli. Criticizing Jiang Chen sharply was purely an attempt to create differentiation and ride the wave of traffic.
Unexpectedly, by sheer coincidence, Jiang Chen actually took first place,
and his live stream room, due to Jiang Chen's first place win, had now become the most populated live stream room. Lei Tianlin glanced at the densely packed barrage of comments, his mind racing to figure out how to handle this overwhelming traffic.
He definitely couldn't turn around and start praising Jiang Chen now. Wouldn't that be slapping himself in the face? place? Besides, deep down, he also felt that Jiang Chen was merely benefiting from the advantage of his fruit ability. Even if Jiang Chen was a genius in other aspects, the disadvantage of being blind was still too significant. Even if observation hockey is incredibly talented, developing it to 200 meters is probably the limit, right? Using it to replace your eyes? Impossible. Very quickly, he made up his mind. Since he was going to give sharp criticism, he would go all the way. Lei Tianlin lit a cigarette and let out a cold snort. So what if it's first place? I saw someone in the chat just now saying it's only about killing some non-ranked ferocious beasts. I share the same opinion. Blindness is blindness, and no matter how strong observation hockey is, it can't replace that. Can it really reach a distance of over 1,000 meters? Perhaps some people still don't know. Let me remind you, the current strongest observation hockey user in the world only has a range of 100 meters. Now you see how naive your views are, right? Observation hockey over 1,000 meters? Dreaming, are you? I'll say it here, if Jiang Chen can develop observation hockey to over 1,000 meters, I'll twist my head off. In the live stream chat, netizens were fervently discussing. Bullet screen, I believe Jiang Chen will eventually achieve a Kenbunchaku hockey range of 1,000 meters. Bullet screen, eventually? I think Jiang Chen won't survive past 2 secret realms. Bullet screen, reaching 10 times the strength of the current strongest? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The difficulty of comprehending or mastering the 3 types of hockey is far higher than you think. Bullet screen, streamer, why don't you eat the keyboards of the top 100 and top 10 first, then we can discuss the matter of heads being twisted off. Bullet screen, agreed. Streamer, go ahead and perform eating the keyboard. The one right under your hands will do. Lei Tianlin glanced at the bullet screen and selectively ignored those asking him to eat the keyboard. Some people say Jiang Chen's fruit development ability is also genius level. I can only say you are underestimating fruit development too much. I am a retired veteran of the former demon suppression army, and I am also a fruit ability user. I know very well how difficult it is to develop fruit abilities. Let me give you an example. You know the flame fruit, right? The development of the flame fruit was achieved through the efforts of 3 generations. The first generation could only attach flames to their fists. The second generation developed external flame projection, which is now the signature move of the flame fruit, Fire Fist. The third generation, the flame fruit, is further developed to condense flames into a super large fireball resembling the sun, also known as the Great Flame Commandment, Flame Emperor. Lei Tianlin's voice grew more and more excited, and louder as he spoke. I can responsibly say that even if Jiang Chen is indeed more skilled than others in fruit development abilities, at most, in his generation, he can only manage to change the direction of gravity. Yes, that's what I said. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Lei Tianlin watched the rapidly increasing number of viewers in the livestream, suppressing his inner excitement. Time flew by, and an hour later, in the abandoned city. In this entrance exam, the freshmen collectively slew over 1,000 ferocious beasts. Fortunately, the 2-tailed beasts had extremely strong reproductive abilities but were very weak in strength. Under the control of the demon suppression army, they had completely become a testing ground for every batch of new students. The streets at this moment were filled with a heavy scent of blood. Jiang Chen gently wiped the bloodstains off the blade of his sword and slowly retracted it into his blind cane. Behind him, the shattered remains of several twin-tailed beasts were scattered. Points earned, 3.5 minutes remain until the end of the test. First place, Jiang Chen, points, 398. Second place, Tang Chuyao, points, 287. Third place, Lu Li, points, 276. Fourth place, Lian Xiao, points, 224. Jiang Chen listened to the electronic broadcast of the leaderboard through his earphones, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upward. Leading by more than 100 points, first place seemed secure. To be fair, after sprinting for nearly 2 hours, he was indeed a bit tired. Jiang Chen found a rock and sat on it. Not killing. Whoosh. Only 5 minutes left. If he gets overtaken, he'll just accept it. It's about time to start thinking about how to allocate the 200 attribute points and 20 skill points after winning first place. Gravity field LV.2, 0/20 plus, current field range 50 meters, next level, range expands to 200 meters, unlocks gravity wave control proficient. Navy 6 styles LV.1, 0/10 plus. First, rule out upgrading the Navy 6 styles. Observation hockey LV.1, 0/20 plus, current range 100 meters, next level, range expands to 500 meters. Blind swordsmanship LV.2, 0/20 plus, currently comprehended sword intent, next level, sword intent, mastery. After all, if the 6 styles are upgraded, it means the remaining 10 skill points will have nowhere to be used. I have OCD, and seeing skill points that I can't use makes me feel extremely uncomfortable. Blind swordsmanship isn't very urgent either. The next level only slightly increases its power. The key is to choose between observation hockey or the gravity domain. Observation hockey can directly increase the range to 500 meters at the next level. I can now clearly feel the limitations of my vision, which is a significant improvement. The gravity field can further enhance the control over gravity gravitational waves. The next level should allow gravity to be attached to the sword, rather than covering an area. Just imagine, when there are more attribute points, it might even be possible to directly attach hundreds of tons to the sword and then add sword intent. Damn, how many times would that amplify the power? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. No, wait. Enhancing the gravity field would also increase its range to 200 meters, but his observation hockey's perception range was only 100 meters. Wouldn't that be a loss? Zhang Chen pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. Better improve observation hockey. A 100-meter range of vision is still too narrow. Let's first expand the perception range fivefold to 500 meters. While Zhang Chen was pondering, the message about the end of the entrance exam came through the headset. The entrance exam for this year's new students has officially ended. All new students, please wait in place. Countless armored personnel carriers entered the city, retrieving the freshmen based on the location information on them from the abandoned city. Inside the abandoned city, all the twin-tailed beasts had been recovered, and the city returned to tranquility, with only the thick scent of blood lingering for a long time. A fully loaded armored personnel carrier slowly drove toward the exit. At the same time, other freshmen occasionally glanced at Zhang Chen, who was sitting in the corner, and whispered to each other. That one in the corner, haven't you watched Douyin? The one who was dominating the trending searches before. Oh, I remember now, hiss. Didn't expect them to be this fierce. In the car. I just watched the live stream online, probably took advantage of the fruit ability. Who is Zhang Chen? Well, so what if they did? Being able to take first place is a skill in itself. 200 attribute points. I'm so jealous. Before today, everyone thought that the first place would either go to Tang Chuyao or Luli, but the results surprised everyone. Zhang Chen sat quietly in the corner, holding the wooden sheathed sword in his hands, with his eyes closed, resting. In less than half an hour, the troop transport vehicle arrived at the assembly point. Zhang Chen slowly got off the vehicle. From a distance, Wang Ming and a group of classmates who had come out earlier were gathered together, watching Zhang Chen's livestream replay on their phones. Wang Ming was the first to notice Zhang Chen walking over slowly. He waved at Zhang Chen and jogged over. Amazing, Brother Chen. Do you know you broke the admission test record for Xinghai Military Academy? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. So now he's calling me Brother Chen? This broke the record? What was it before? Zhang Chen asked. It seemed to be just over 300 before, set by the youngest lieutenant general, the Rumble fruit user Yi Qing. That little? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Wang Ming was speechless inside. Phew, is this even human language? Tang Chuyao only scored 287 points. What rank are you? Zhang Chen asked casually. Wang Ming scratched his head inside. I only got 20th place. Only the top 10 get rewards. I'm out of luck. Better luck next time. As a socially anxious person, Zhang Chen truly didn't know how to comfort Wang Ming. Wang Ming then asked, Brother Chen, to be honest, how large is the range of your observation hockey? We were just watching your livestream replay. It's at least 50 meters, right? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around turned to look at Zhang Chen, their curious eyes blinking. Zhang Chen was silent for a moment before replying. Not that large, just about 100 meters. This thing really doesn't need to be hidden. It is what it is. As the words fell, the air turned silent. The people around slightly opened their mouths, looking at Zhang Chen in disbelief. Wang Ming stared at Zhang Chen in shock. Not very big? How could you even say that? Currently, the strongest person with the largest observation hockey range in the world only reaches 100 meters, right? However, what Wang Ming didn't know was, Zhang Chen's observation hockey range was about to expand to 500 meters. Zhang Chen, congratulations. Tang Chuyao smiled on the surface, but felt a bit awkward inside. When the entrance test began, she was still telling others that she couldn't keep up with him, but now, he had taken first place, so it turns out the clown is actually me. But this is a good thing. I had already decided to protect Zhang Chen in the first secret realm. Now, judging from the video just now, Zhang Chen's fruit ability possesses extremely strong support capabilities. It can forcibly control ferocious beasts, and the range of his observation hockey reaches up to 100 meters, making him a top-tier support. It doesn't matter even if Zhang Chen's attack power is a bit weak. He possessed a powerful semi-AoE skill, Fire Fist. By the time he was in the secret realm, Zhang Chen could gather monsters and kill them himself, which would definitely be more efficient. Zhang Chen politely nodded in response. Ever since he came out, he noticed that almost 80% of the freshmen around him were intentionally or unintentionally watching him, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. The Dean Wang Xin and the class teacher Lin Weidong also came over. Zhang Chen, well done. Wang Xin glanced at the teacher nearby. I didn't expect Yi Qing's record to be broken in just 3 years. And with nearly a 100-point gap, the man next to him laughed. At this moment, Wang Xin lightly patted Zhang Chen on the shoulder. Zhang Chen, when did your observation hockey reach a range of 100 meters? Zhang Chen was momentarily stunned. I had already noticed Wang Xin and the other person walking this way. When he was talking to Wang Ming and the others about observation hockey,
hockey. Wang Xin was still at least 20 meters away from him.
Does Wang Xin also have observation hockey? This dean is not simple, possessing both conqueror's hockey and observation hockey at the same time. It's just unclear what kind of talent he has.
About a week ago or so, Jiang Chen responded casually. A trace of surprise flashed in Wang Xin's eyes, but he quickly recovered and nodded with a smile. Good, that's great. Then, he introduced to Jiang Chen, this is your class teacher. If you need any help in the future, you can let him know. My name is Lin Weidong.
A refined-looking man beside him extended his right hand toward Jiang Chen. According to the regulations of the military academy, the homeroom teacher and classmates usually meet officially during the first class after the entrance test.
Wang Xin said with a smile.
Alright then, since almost everyone is here, let's head back to school first.
We'll distribute the rewards once we're back at school. As the words fell, the surrounding classmates once again cast envious glances at Jiang Chen.
That's 200 attribute points.
You have to know, among the current freshmen nationwide, there are very few whose total attribute points can reach 200.
This instantly doubles one's total attribute points.
After the freshmen all headed toward the troop transport vehicle,
Lin Weidong glanced at his phone,
furrowing his brows, and leaned in to whisper to Wang Xin.
Director, we just received news that the number 1 secret realm has been refreshed this time. It's an S-level secret realm.
Wang Xin's eyes widened at the news.
An S-level secret realm?
Lin Weidong nodded solemnly. Wang Xin was silent for a moment, then sighed. The new students, most of them haven't even reached the first rank.
After returning to the school, Wang Xin brought the top 10 to the podium and personally distributed the attribute point rewards to them.
After that, Wang Xin rambled on for a while, gave a motivational speech, and then dismissed the new students.
Jiang Chen returned to the dormitory and lay down on the sofa.
He, who had slain hundreds of fierce beasts, just wanted to lie down at this moment.
Assignable attribute points, 200. Jiang Chen looked at the 200 attribute points that had already been credited.
Awesome.
Strength 40+, Spirit 80+, Constitution 40+, Agility 40+. First, allocate the attribute points.
Controllable gravity 4 tons, 20 points of mental strength attribute increase 1 ton.
Ding ding ding.
The panel continuously flashes with golden light.
Strength 80+, Spirit 160+, Physique 80+. A moment later, Agility 80+.
Controllable gravity 8 tons, 20 points of spirit attribute increase 1 ton.
Jiang Chen clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his body. All attributes had directly doubled. Assignable attribute points 0.
Previously, his strike infused with sword intent could unleash about 2,000 calories of destructive power. Now that his attributes had doubled, it meant that his full strength strike could now unleash at least 4,000 calories of destructive power. The destructive power requirement for a second-level ability user is 5,000 calories. Just starting school, most people haven't even reached the level of a first-level ability user, but I've already almost reached the level of a second-level ability user.
I can now manipulate gravity up to 8 tons.
That's equivalent to the weight of 4 cars.
Want to fight me? Carry 4 cars on your back first.
Under the pressure of 8 tons, a first-tier ability user or fierce beast probably wouldn't be able to withstand it.
Even a second-tier ability user would likely struggle to hold up. Not only that,
at the very least, it would take a mid-second tier ability user to barely move under 8 tons of gravity.
Next up is the official start of school tomorrow. I heard they might explain the secret realm?
With this level of strength, clearing the first secret realm is no problem. After all, the others haven't even reached the first tier yet. Jiang Chen shifted his gaze to the skill panel. Next, he needed to allocate skill points.
Available skill points, 20.
Gravity field LV.2, 0/20+, current field range, 50 meters, next level, range expands to 200 meters, unlocks gravity wave control proficient.
Navy 6 styles LV.1, 0/10+. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen directly allocated all skill points to observation hockey.
Observation hockey LV.1, 0/20+, current range 100 meters, next level, range expands to 500 meters. Blind swordsmanship LV.2, 0/20+, currently comprehended sword intent, next level, sword intent, mastery.
A perception range of 100 meters is still too narrow.
Moreover, if the gravity field is enhanced, the gravity range would expand, but the perception range would still remain at 100 meters, which is too disadvantageous.
Ding ding ding.
Bursts of golden light flashed. Observation hockey LV.2, 0/60+, current range 500 meters, next level, range expands to 1,000 meters.
Hint, when the total level of multiple combined skills reaches LV.10, the next skill, armament hockey, can be unlocked. Current unlock progress, July 10th. Jiang Chen's perception range suddenly expanded significantly.
Now, it was no longer just a vague shadow, he could even perceive colors, and Jiang Chen could even see the content on the screen.
He could clearly sense what almost all the students in the entire dormitory building were doing at this moment. The next moment.
Some were playing games, some were working out, and some were diligently practicing practicing the 6 styles in their dorm rooms. Not only the dormitory building he was in, Jiang Chen could also sense the other dormitory buildings 300 meters away. Over there seems to be the girls' dormitory? Quickly retract. Jiang Chen woke up early and picked up his phone. Now, he no longer needs to rely on electronic voice reports through headphones to browse his phone. He can see the content on it using observation hockey. 1 hashtag Jiang Chen first place hashtag. The next day. 2 hashtag Shanghai Military Academy Jiang Chen hashtag. 3 hashtag Jiang Chen breaks record hashtag. Today's trending searches. 4 hashtag Jiang Chen observation hockey hashtag. 5 hashtag Lu Zifeng of Jingwu Military Academy hashtag. 6 hashtag Lei Tianlin's sharp review of the heavy fruit hashtag. 7 hashtag Jiang Chen flying hashtag. 8 hashtag Jiang Chen. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Well, out of the top 10 trending searches, 8 are related to him again. He wasn't sure if being this high profile was a good thing or a bad thing, especially since he had no background to speak of. But who is this Lei Tianlin? Jiang Chen clicked on this trending topic. A segment of a live stream clip was released. Jiang Chen is indeed a genius, but the issue with his eyes is unavoidable. I conclude that Jiang Chen won't survive beyond 3 secret realms. Jiang Chen only watched for a moment before turning it off. He didn't care about the opinions of him online. As long as it didn't affect him earning attribute points, they could say whatever they wanted. After lying down for a while, Jiang Chen got up to wash up. After a quick wash, Jiang Chen set off for the teaching building. Today is also the first official day of school. After Jiang Chen arrived at the classroom, he casually found a seat and sat down. The spacious classroom had only over 40 seats, divided into 6 rows. In front of the first row of seats, there was a fairly large open space, and further ahead was a huge screen. Time passed slowly, and by 8 o'clock, all the new students were in place. Not a single person was late on the first day. Lin Weidong walked in, holding a laptop. Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself. I am your homeroom teacher for the next 4 years, Lin Weidong, a 4th-tier animal-type fruit ability user. A soft murmur of discussion arose in the classroom. 4th-tier ability user. In the demon suppression army, they would at least be a school-level officer. As the words fell, in some smaller cities, there might not even be a single 4th-tier ability user, yet in the military academy, a class teacher is actually a 4th-tier ability user. After Lin Weidong and the other students quieted down, he smiled and said, "Do you think 4th-tier ability users are very strong? Perhaps on some small battlefields, 4th-tier ability users can be considered the main force, but on the front lines against ferocious beasts, 4th-tier ability users can also be considered cannon fodder. Since coming to this world, I've only experienced the beast tide of the 100-eyed vulture. During that beast tide, most of the ferocious beasts were only 3rd tier." Quiet. Hearing the teacher say this, could that only be considered a small battlefield? How brutal must the front lines be for even 4th-tier ability users to be mere cannon fodder? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Not only Jiang Chen, but the other students also showed surprised expressions. In this world's dragon kingdom, the situation of fierce beasts on the front lines has not been made public, and ordinary citizens only have a vague understanding. But thinking about it, this is normal. If the situation is not optimistic, making it public could easily cause panic and unrest. The current situation with the fierce beasts is still not very optimistic. You will gradually come to understand it in the future. I hope you can work hard, harder, and even harder to become strong individuals as soon as possible and guard the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Weidong clenched his fist with one hand, his expression resolute. It was obvious that he wasn't very good at giving motivational speeches. After this speech, the students just felt a bit speechless. Seeing no reaction from the crowd, Lin Weidong quickly cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment. Ahem. In short, it's not just for the Dragon Kingdom, but also for yourselves. Only by becoming stronger can you survive on the battlefield. Lin Weidong quickly changed the subject. Alright, everyone, let's start with self-introductions, beginning from the far right. A tall and thin young man stood up and introduced himself. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Jiangyu, and I am the user of the dog fruit, jackal form. One after another, the classmates stood up. With those words, silence fell. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Xiaohua, and I am a low-level martial arts talent user. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Cheng, and I am the user of the bulbul fruit, giraffe form. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Ming, and I am the user of the shiny fruit. Jiang Chen observed his classmates. Indeed, devil fruits are the rarest, with almost 70% being swordsmanship talent or physical technique talent. Moreover, among the devil fruit users, apart from the 3 of them with Logia and Paramecia types, the rest are all repeatable Zoan types. After Lin Weidong and everyone else finished their introductions, he nodded with a smile and said, "Alright, since everyone is already acquainted, I won't waste any more time. Let's talk about the secret realm issue that everyone is concerned about." After saying this, the students in the classroom finally took it seriously and sat up straight. Lin Weidong connected his laptop to the large screen behind him. The secret realm is your main way to become stronger because it can produce the most abundant attribute points. Lin Weidong adjusted the big screen while saying, "Our dragon country stipulates that the first 3 secret realms for new students are mandatory. Starting from the 4th secret realm, participation is entirely voluntary."
At this point, a student raised a question. "Teacher Lin, why? I heard that secret realms also have a mortality rate. Can't we wait until we're stronger to participate?"
Lin Weidong glanced at the student and shook his head.
"No, secret realms have opening and closing times. Every year on September 1st, the first secret realm opens and closes after a month.
If you don't enter this month, you won't be able to participate in the second secret realm that opens in October."
"Are you planning to wait until next year? How will you earn attribute points this year? With your current strength, you can't complete the tasks issued by the Demon Suppression Army. Moreover, the mortality rate in the first 3 secret realms is not high. If you can't even overcome this, how will you face the ferocious beasts in the future? According to the regulations of the Dragon Nation, we will arrange for you to enter on the last day.
There are still 2 weeks until the secret realm opens, which means you have 1 month and 2 weeks left." Jiang Chen frowned slightly after hearing these words. He hadn't expected the military academies in this world to be so fierce, with a mortality rate and mandatory participation.
But thinking about it, it made sense.
After all, in this world, the war with ferocious beasts is imminent. It's likely that there's a severe shortage of manpower, so they need these freshmen to grow up quickly, leaving no time for gradual development. As the screen cut, a creature with a flat and rounded head appeared before everyone, with a smooth black shell, slender and powerful limbs, and a sharp tail blade. Its ugly appearance shocked all the students present.
At this moment,
only Jiang Chen had a strange expression on his face.
Isn't this the childhood nightmare, alien? It seems that the world I've transmigrated to not only has elements from the One Piece anime but also things from other fantasy works? Who on earth brought these things into this world? This is getting more and more interesting."
The origin of the secret realms is still unknown. All we know is that they suddenly appeared decades ago.
Every month, a new secret realm is refreshed. In September, the first secret realm is refreshed, with a 1-month entry limit.
In October, the second secret realm is refreshed, and so on. Everyone must start from the first secret realm and progress step by step. There is no way to directly enter the second secret realm. Each military district has 4 secret realm entrances, all leading to the same secret realm. Dragon Country has 4 military districts, which means 4 different first secret realms are refreshed every year. The same level of secret realms also varies in difficulty, with S level being the hardest and C level the easiest. The higher the difficulty, the greater the rewards. This rating is determined by the military based on the specific conditions of the secret realm. At this point, Lin Weidong sighed. "Our luck isn't great this year. An S-level secret realm has appeared. However, since each secret realm has a limit on the number of participants, you cannot go to the secret realms of other military districts. Basically, the number of participants in each military district's secret realm is close to the limit every year."
"So, let's get straight to the point. Everyone, look at the big screen."
Lin Weidong held a laser pointer and pointed at the monster on the screen. The students in the audience straightened their backs and focused their attention on the big screen. "This is the ferocious beast you will encounter in the secret realm this time, called the Xenomorph. Of course, this name exists only within the secret realm. After you enter the secret realm, everyone will be able to see the leaderboard, which will display some personal information." After Lin Weidong finished speaking, Jiang Chen noticed that some timid girls had already started trembling slightly.
"But this is also normal.
Thinking back to when I was about 7 or 8 years old in my previous life, I hadn't gone blind yet, and the first time I saw the alien in the space station in a movie, I was scared out of my wits. Inside the secret realm, it is impossible to use any electronic devices. These 3D images were synthesized by the military based on the descriptions of those who entered. Next, everyone, pay attention to the attack methods of these aliens." Lin Weidong spoke while gently pressing the laser pointer in his hand. A realistic synthesized video started playing. In the video, an ugly alien was seen hiding in the shadows. Suddenly, it darted out, flashed behind a human, and its sharp tail blade pierced straight through the person's back.
"Ah!" A timid girl couldn't help but cover her eyes and let out a cry. Lin Weidong frowned.
"Lin Xiaohua, remember this, in the secret realm and on the battlefield, if you can't overcome your fear, you won't survive." His tone was serious as his gaze swept over every student. "Fear is the enemy. It will weaken your judgment and slow your reactions.
In the secret realm, you must learn to control your emotions and stay calm. Do you all understand?"
"Understood." All the students responded in unison. Lin Weidong sighed, then turned to look at the big screen.
"Let's continue."
Immediately after, several more videos were played.
Xenomorphs, agile in action, adept at hiding in their environment, and their blood possesses extremely strong corrosive properties. However, you don't need to worry about this.
Protective suits will be provided to you, which can resist the corrosion of xenomorph blood.
Overall, their strength is roughly equivalent to that of a first-tier ferocious beast.
Hearing this, Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief.
So it's just a first-tier ferocious beast.
His destructive power was already close to the standard standard of a second-tier ability user, and with the aid of gravity, there was absolutely no pressure at all.
A classmate nervously raised a question. Teacher, I'm still far from reaching the first tier. How could I possibly defeat a first-tier ferocious beast?
Besides, most of the classmates probably aren't at the first tier either.
Lin Weidong nodded with a smile. This question was indeed a good one. At this moment, first-tier ferocious beasts can still be affected by firearms.
When entering the secret realm, each person can carry 20 kilograms of supplies, and firearms will be distributed to you at that time.
Over the next month, you will need to work hard to learn how to use firearms.
And with the enhancement of your physical fitness after awakening your talents, you'll be much stronger than those who haven't awakened their talents. So, they are not invincible.
Moreover, the area of the secret realm is far beyond your imagination.
Generally speaking, you won't face multiple aliens at the same time. After saying this, Jiang Chen clearly felt that most of the classmates let out a sigh of relief.
Next, let's look at another type of ferocious beast.
Lin Weidong lightly pressed the laser pointer, and the big screen switched to another image. A bizarre egg-shaped object appears on the left side of the screen, while on the right is an ugly monster with 4 pairs of legs and a whip-like tail.
The one on the left is called an ovomorph, and the one on the right is called a facehugger. Ovomorphs are scattered sporadically throughout the secret realm. The root system spreading beneath them firmly anchors them to the ground. If you encounter one, never touch the roots on the ground, or the facehugger will awaken from the eggshell and seek a living host to parasitize. As they spoke, the scene switched to a 3D demonstration video, showing a human with their head grabbed by a facehugger, struggling continuously. As shown in the video, once a facehugger grabs onto the head, it immediately extends a tube, inserting it directly into the mouth to inject an anesthetic, then slowly introduces genetic material to complete the parasitism. Afterward, a brand new xenomorph will burst out from your chest. Most of the students present couldn't help but shudder.
No one wants to be parasitized by such an ugly creature.
As Lin Weidong moved, the big screen was switched again.
A creature with sharp fangs, dreadlocks, and full-body armor appeared before everyone.
Next, we have another type of humanoid creature. The secret realm calls them predators. They are powerful and will hunt down any creature that appears threatening. The next moment, and most importantly, they can become invisible.
So, in this secret realm, you'd better not hold weapons all the time.
As long as you don't have weapons in your hands, they won't attack you.
If you encounter them, it's recommended to throw away your weapon. It might save your life. Killing an alien earns 1 point. Killing a predator earns 10 points. Killing a facehugger or an egg-shaped creature earns no points.
1 point is equivalent to 1 attribute point.
The screen switches again.
A pyramid appears before everyone. The secret realm has hidden rewards.
Generally speaking, they are either additional attribute point rewards or unique abilities or items exclusive to the secret realm.
Immediately after, extra rewards also mean extremely high risks.
The conditions for obtaining the hidden rewards in this secret realm have yet to be discovered by anyone.
However, the military reasonably speculates that the hidden reward is concealed within this pyramid.
Yet, over the years, during the few times this secret realm has appeared, no one has managed to obtain this hidden reward. The reason is simple. The outskirts of this pyramid are scattered with an astonishing number of egg-shaped worms, making it impossible to approach.
Moreover, anyone who has entered any number 1 secret realm can no longer enter any other number 1 secret realm.
Therefore, for you freshmen, attempting to traverse this field of egg-shaped worms is almost an impossible task unless you can fly. Lin Weidong said this, and the students all turned their eyes to Jiang Chen.
During the entrance test, Jiang Chen had demonstrated the ability to fly.
Lin Weidong glanced at Jiang Chen and said seriously,
Jiang Chen, I know you can fly, but I still don't recommend you go in.
Based on the situation in other secret realms, this pyramid is likely to house ferocious beasts close to or even at the second tier.
Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing this. Pyramid? If he remembered correctly, there seemed to be an alien queen in the pyramid.
The combat power shown in the movie didn't seem particularly strong either.
Of course, this is for the current self. Jiang Chen responded casually.
Speaking of which, I wonder if the other secret realms will also have monsters I'm familiar with. I'll go to the library after class to look for information on other secret realms. This time, you will stay in the secret realm for 20 days.
Of course, the flow of time inside the secret realm is different from the flow of time outside. Got it.
In comparison, it's about 2 hours outside. Lin Weidong rested his hands on the podium, his expression serious.
In any case, I hope you all stay cautious. Safety comes first.
As long as you successfully survive until the end, everyone will receive a reward of 200 attribute points.
The students below the stage exclaimed in surprise. 200 attribute points reward. Even the first place in the entrance test only got 200 points.
As the words fell,
no wonder they say secret realms are the main source of attribute points.
Just surviving safely for 20 days can earn you 200 attribute points,
and that's not even counting the points from hunting aliens.
After Lin Weidong and the students quieted down, he continued.
This time, the secret realm is a dual-person secret realm. As the name suggests, tests, you must form a team to enter. No one knows why, but that's the rule. However, teaming up has its advantages. After all, you'll be staying inside for 20 days, and having a teammate to take turns keeping watch can be helpful. Quiet down. After class, you can freely form teams. A week before the secret realm begins, I will collect your team information. Lin Weidong continued. I'll briefly explain your course schedule. In the morning, you'll learn the 6 techniques of the demon-suppressing army. In the afternoon, you'll study firearms, and in the evening, you'll do self-study in the dormitory. Those with fruit abilities should try to develop their abilities. The library has various materials available for reference. Those without fruit abilities should continue practicing the 6 techniques in the dormitory. Remember, the more sweat you shed now, the less blood you'll shed when you enter the secret realm or the battlefield. Is that clear? Listen carefully. The students below responded in unison. Lin Weidong nodded in satisfaction and glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. Time is tight, so I'll start teaching you the 6 techniques of the demon-suppressing army right now. Those in the back who can't see clearly can come closer. Lin Weidong finished speaking. Russell. Everyone stood up and walked to the front of the first row. Fortunately, this classroom is indeed large enough, especially the open space in front of the first row. Even with 40 people forming a semicircle, there was still enough room to stand. Lin Weidong stepped down from the podium, stood in the middle of the crowd, and said slowly, the 6 techniques of the demon-suppressing army are divided into shave, iron body, paper drawing, moonstep, tempest kick, and finger gun. They were comprehended by a former general with exceptional physical talent in a high-level secret realm. Their practicality is extremely high. Even those with fruit abilities are advised to learn them well and not rely too much on fruit powers. Especially those with logiotype abilities, don't assume that you can rely on elementalization in the later stages and neglect learning. Armament hockey can break through elementalization. Because of the global secret realms and the scarcity of resources, the relationship between our dragon country and the other 4 countries has always been tense, with frequent minor conflicts. As he spoke, Lin Weidong glanced at Tang Chuyao, seemingly unintentionally. Among natural ability users, the 6 styles have always been their weakness. Most natural ability users tend to overly rely on their elementalization abilities. Tang Chuyao raised her head and said, Teacher Lin, I am studying seriously. I've now learned finger gun and moonwalk quite well. Finger gun can already produce 500 calories of destructive power. Lin Weidong showed a gratified smile. That's not bad at all. I'll first explain shave. The principle of shave is very simple. In an instant, you step on the ground at high speed dozens of times, generating explosive reactive force to achieve high-speed movement, almost like teleportation. After Lin Weidong finished speaking, he waved to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, come and demonstrate shave for everyone. Do you really want me to show off? But it's understandable. After all, I stood out too much during the entrance exam. Jiang Chen helplessly walked to Lin Weidong's side. Lin Weidong instructed the classmates to move to the sides, making way for Jiang Chen. After all the students stood in place, Lin Weidong signaled Jiang Chen with his eyes. Jiang Chen, you can start now. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Afterward, in almost an instant, Jiang Chen's figure disappeared from where he stood, directly performing a 4-step flash teleportation to the end of the classroom. Immediately after, he performed another 4-step flash to return to his original position. Back and forth, less than 2 seconds. The next second. Whoa, amazing, voice crack. Brother Chen is awesome. The students present all widened their eyes. It was their first time seeing such a rapid shave up close. Tang Chuyao's mouth opened slightly. At home, she had seen her father, Tang Lianying, demonstrate shaving. Although his range was farther than Jiang Chen's instant movement, that was perfectly normal. After all, how old was her father, and how old was Jiang Chen? As peers of the same age, while I haven't even mastered shaving, Jiang Chen can already perform a 5-meter consecutive flash. At this moment, Lu Li, standing on the other side, was equally astonished. However, a trace of regret appeared in Lu Li's eyes. She knew that Jiang Chen could unleash sword intent and had such formidable physical skills. He could be described as a hexagonal super genius. Yet, such a genius suffers from an eye condition. Thinking of this, Lu Li sighed softly. Lin Weidong smiled and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Very good, Jiang Chen. At your age, being able to train shave to this level, well, I've never seen it before. Looking globally, there probably isn't anyone who can achieve this. After speaking, he continued, Jiang Chen, could you share your insights on shave with everyone? Jiang Chen remained silent. Experience? Add points? How should this be explained? After a moment, Jiang Chen slowly spoke. It's actually very simple, just like Teacher Lin said. In an instant, you need to continuously and rapidly stomp the ground dozens of times. Pay special attention to the rhythm, and also ensure that the force of each stomp remains consistent. A classmate raised a question. This is all the same as what's written in the textbook. Shinji, do you have any other insights? No, that's all there is. Jiang Chen shrugged. The classroom fell into silence. Faintly, the sound of fists clenching could be heard. This is as good as saying nothing. Lin Weidong broke the silence. Everyone heard that, right? You must master the rhythm and intensity. Next, the iron body technique from the
the 6 styles is quite simple in principle. It accelerates blood flow, speeds up muscle movement, and gives the body an iron-like hardness. The drawback is also obvious: it cannot be moved while in use. Lin Weidong looked at a classmate in the crowd and waved at him. Chen Dali, I remember your iron body technique is pretty well practiced. Come and demonstrate it for everyone. Chen Dali, whose name was called, straightened his back and walked to Lin Weidong's side. He was full of excitement. Teacher, my piece of iron is actually just average. At the moment, it can only withstand an impact of 1,000 calories. As soon as he finished speaking, the students all let out a gasp of amazement. 1,000 calories? Only? Versailles, so Versailles. Lin Weidong laughed and said, being able to train iron blocks to this level at your age is already quite impressive. Come and give everyone a demonstration. Xian Dali glanced at the crowd, scratched his head, and said with a simple and honest expression, Teacher Lin, since it's a demonstration, shouldn't we find someone to cooperate? Lin Weidong stroked his chin and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, why don't you cooperate? Just attack Xian Dali with full force. Jiang Chen remained silent. He glanced at the panel in his mind. Strength 80 plus. Finger gun concentrates all the body's strength into the finger. Currently capable of unleashing destructive power equal to strength attribute x 30 calories, resulting in 2400 calories of destructive force. Next level, capable of unleashing destructive power equal to strength attribute x 40 calories. How much did Chen Dali just say he could block? 1000 calories, right? If I strike with this finger, will it pierce straight through? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen, Teacher Lin, are you sure? Lin Weidong laughed and said, it's fine, just give it a try. No need to use full strength so you don't hurt yourself. Chen Dali patted his chest confidently. Jiang Chen, just hit me here. Come on. As they spoke, Xian Dali glanced at his classmates again. Jiang Chen just showed off a bit. Now it's my turn, old Xian, to show what I've got. After all, as someone with mid-level physical technique talent, I absolutely can't be outdone in the 6 styles by a fruit ability user. Alright. Jiang Chen saw this and could only nod in agreement. Inside the classroom, the classmates consciously took a step back. Xian Dali was full of confidence, slightly crouching his body. Then, he raised his chin toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I'm ready. Bring it on. Jiang Chen slightly tilted his head, his ear facing Xian Dali. Although he could now see, after being blind for so many years, it wasn't easy to change his habits in a short time. He shook his head helplessly. If he really struck with full force, Xian Dali would probably kick the bucket. After all, he's a classmate. Just show off a bit. There's no need to injure him. Xian Dali can withstand 1000 calories of destructive force, so if I hold back a bit, hitting with around 1200 calories should be enough. Shall I go up? Jiang Chen brought his 2 fingers together and asked. Xian Dali's lips curled into a confident smile. Bring it on. As the words fell, Jiang Chen suddenly stomped the ground swiftly, his figure vanishing instantly from where he stood. In the next second, he was already in front of Xian Dali. Jiang Chen raised his arm, bringing his 2 fingers together. All the strength in his body converged at his fingertips, making them as hard as steel. The overwhelming sense of oppression made Xian Dali's hair stand on end. His eyes suddenly widened. This is... Wait. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Chen's 2 fingers struck his iron-like muscles. 1,200 cards worth of destructive force, concentrated into a single point, erupted instantly. Ow! Chen Dali howled in pain. The next moment, he was sent flying backward and crashed heavily into a stack of spare desks and chairs against the wall. Bang! The tables and chairs were instantly smashed to pieces, with wood chips flying everywhere. Silence, a deafening kind of silence. Amidst the crowd, faint sounds of people swallowing could be heard. What's going on? Shot it away? Didn't they say that an iron block can withstand the destructive force of 1,000 joules? Just now, Jiang Chen seemed to use a finger gun, right? Holy crap! Jiang Chen's finger gun can exceed the destructive force of 1,000 joules? Gradually, someone finally reacted. The homeroom teacher, Lin Weidong, looked at Jiang Chen in shock. This can't be, right? Jiang Chen's swordsmanship was already heaven-defying, and now even his finger gun is this strong? What about the other 4 techniques? Could moonwalk really allow you to fly directly into the sky? Could Tempest Kick be this powerful too? The surrounding classmates looked at each other in disbelief. Tang Chuyao's eyes widened in shock, and she instinctively glanced at her own 2 fingers. Oh my! I can only unleash a finger gun with 500 calories of power, but Jiang Chen can already unleash one with over 1,000 calories of destructive force? Lu Li in the corner was different. She calmly watched Jiang Chen. Among those present, only Lu Li knew that Jiang Chen could even wield sword intent. A genius without talent in swordsmanship who can comprehend sword intent and unleash a finger gun with over 1,000 calories is not surprising at all. Ow! Xian Dali, lying on the shattered tables and chairs, let out a wail. Lin Weidong saw this and quickly jogged forward to help him up. Classmate Dali, are you okay? Xian Dali sat on the ground with a bewildered expression, pulling open his collar to take a glance. On his left chest, there was a large patch of bruising. He stared at Jiang Chen in shock, seemingly still unable to accept the fact that he had been sent flying by someone someone without physical technique talent, using the 6 styles. Lin Weidong stood up, his face still showing an expression of surprise. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to know finger gun as well? Jiang Chen nodded slightly. I know a little. Not only Lin Weidong, but everyone was speechless. We're all freshmen who just started school, and yet you casually use a finger gun to unleash over 1,000 calories of destructive power, and you tell me you only know a little? The most crucial part is, Jiang Chen isn't even a physical ability talent user. There have always been those with talent in physical techniques who excel more than others in learning the 6 styles. Lin Weidong took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Jiang Chen, do you know any other 6 styles? Jiang Chen replied calmly, I have a basic understanding of all the 6 styles. Lin Weidong was speechless again. Is this still a human? At this moment, Qian Dali, who was sitting on the ground, spoke up. Bragging, how could anyone know everything? Even high-level physical technique talent users, there are very few who can master all 6 styles in such a short time. Qian Dali himself was a physical technique talent user. He couldn't master all 6 techniques, so how could Jiang Chen, someone without innate physical skill talent, master all 6 techniques? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He couldn't accept it. Isn't it just about the finger gun producing over 1,000 calories of destructive power? His own finger gun can also achieve around 1,000 calories of destructive power. Chen Dali stood up and patted the dust off his clothes. Finger gun, I can do that too. Who can't? Jiang Chen, you say you understand all 6 techniques, then activate Iron Body and let me poke you once. Dare or not? Jiang Chen remained silent, quietly glancing at the skill panel in his mind. Iron Body, cannot move while in use, can withstand impact force equal to physique attribute x 30 calories. Currently can withstand 2,400 calories of impact force. Next level, can withstand impact force equal to physique attribute x 40 calories. Judging from Qian Dali's performance just now, my iron block should be able to withstand it, right? Lin Weidong stood in front of Qian Dali, calming him down. Classmate Dali, let's just forget it. Come on, let's go down first. Lin Weidong wasn't worried that he would harm Jiang Chen. On the contrary, with the strength Jiang Chen has shown now, even if Jiang Chen said he could use armament hockey or conqueror's hockey, he would believe it. He's afraid Qian Dali might end up breaking his finger. The classmates present all had sharp eyes and tried to persuade him. Yeah, just let it go. Dali, come down. Don't end up breaking your finger. Brother Chen already said he knows a little, don't court death. Exactly. Who could have imagined that at this moment, Chen Dali had already suffered a huge blow? He couldn't accept that his proud 6 styles, Iron Body was crushed by Jiang Chen. He broke free from Lin Weidong and his classmates' restraints and shouted loudly. Unfair. This is unfair. Why can Jiang Chen poke me, but I can't poke him? Since Jiang Chen said he also knows Iron Body, then I should be allowed to poke him once too. Jiang Chen saw this and said, Teacher Lin, how about I let him poke me once? Lin Weidong shook his head. No. Teacher Lin, don't worry, I really know the iron block technique. I'll be fine, Jiang Chen said slowly. Lin Weidong's mouth twitched. Was I worried about you, Jiang Chen? I was worried about Qian Dali's fingers. At this moment, Qian Dali was clinging tightly to the wall pillar, refusing to come down no matter what. He stared at Lin Weidong and said seriously, Teacher Lin, Jiang Chen has agreed too. Don't worry, I know my limits. I won't use my full strength. Lin Weidong looked at him, then at Jiang Chen. It seemed like he couldn't stop this from happening. Forget it, let Qian Dali give it a try. Otherwise, when I'm not around, he'll probably still challenge Jiang Chen. If I'm not around then, it would be bad if something really happens. Lin Weidong stared at Qian Dali inside. Then, take it easy. I know, I can handle it. Qian Dali nodded and said. Lin Weidong shook his head lightly. You have no sense of propriety. Am I worried about Jiang Chen? I'm worried about you. A moment later, the surrounding classmates once again cleared out a space. Qian Dali stared intently at Jiang Chen. Propriety? Pay attention to propriety for what? Jiang Chen, you're really skilled at shaving. Qian Dali, admit it. Maybe you, Jiang Chen, are a genius. Jiang Chen, you're also skilled at pointing a gun. Qian Dali, admit that too. Maybe you, Jiang Chen, are an unprecedented genius. Now you're telling me you're skilled at all 6 techniques? Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? Are the 6 powers so insignificant in front of you, Jiang Chen? Just as easy to learn as a simple exercise routine? Qian Dali, swear today to defend the dignity of those with innate martial arts talent. Facing Qian Dali, Jiang Chen began to activate the Iron Body skill. This was also his first time using the Iron Body skill in actual combat. He finally got the chance to try it out. As the blood in his body accelerated its flow, his muscles became indestructible. Jiang Chen let out a soft exhale, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. I'm ready. Come at me. As the words fell, Qian Dali's eyes focused sharply. He raised his arm, fingers held tightly together, and charged toward Jiang Chen. The next second, the moment his fingertips made contact with Jiang Chen's chest, Jiang Chen only felt as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. Qian Dali let out a wail, jumped in place a few times, and then bent over, tightly gripping his finger with his other hand. Lin Weidong and the classmates who were watching the
scene fell silent once again. Ah, this Brother Chen is incredible. Brother Chen really isn't just bragging about being amazing, he truly knows his stuff. Is Chen Dali using his full strength now? Didn't he say he'd hold back a bit? TSK. If I were Chen Dali, I'd probably want to find a hole to crawl into. After Chen Dali finished his finger gun move, Lin Weidong had already started running toward him. Student Dali. Lin Weidong supported Chen Dali. Student Dali, your hand, how is it? Chen Dali slumped on the ground, staring blankly at his swollen fingers, his gaze vacant. The physical pain had already been drowned out by the sense of inner defeat. Why? The two skills he prided himself on, the finger gun and iron block, couldn't even compare to a single devil fruit user. At this moment, Jiang Chen smiled and said, Mr. Lin, I also know Tempest Kick. How about letting Dali try again? This time I'll hold back a bit more. When Qian Dali heard this, he looked miserable. Mr. Lin. He didn't dare anymore. It's obvious that Jiang Chen isn't bragging. He really knows his stuff. If that kick landed, my right chest would probably be bruised all over. Lin Weidong was a bit amused and helpless. He quickly waved his hand. Ahem, Jiang Chen, forget it. Just try it on those old tables and chairs over there to show the classmates. Jiang Chen didn't mind. That works too. Immediately after, he took a deep breath, leaped high into the air, spun 360 degrees, and fiercely slashed his foot toward the direction of the broken tables and chairs. The ultra-fast kicking technique directly unleashed a cyan blue vacuum slash. Boom! In an instant, the tables and chairs were shattered into pieces, and even the concrete wall behind them was left with a crack. Lin Weidong stared in shock at the floor covered in wood chips, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This kick definitely has at least 1,000 calories of destructive power. What kind of monster is Jiang Chen? Chen Dali stared straight at the shattered tables and chairs, unable to help swallowing hard. Luckily, he didn't stubbornly persist, otherwise, with this kick, he might have been forced to retire injured on the spot. Classmates in the same class were already numb at this point. As for Jiang Chen's talent, it could only be described with two words: amazing. For peers of the same age, even those with advanced physical technique talents, it was almost unheard of to master the 6 styles to this extent at this stage. After this, the classmates followed Jiang Chen outside, under the witness of Lin Weidong and all the classmates. Jiang Chen stepped on the air with powerful footwork, as if climbing stairs, and directly soared to a height of 10 meters. Chen Dali raised his head, looking at Jiang Chen in the sky, dumbfounded. He really defied the heavens. Tang Chuyao was also stunned in place. Oh my god. I can only hover 2 meters off the ground, but Jiang Chen can step on air and soar 10 meters. After Jiang Chen demonstrated all 6 techniques, Lin Weidong officially began the class, teaching meticulously and hands-on. Time flew by quickly. Soon, it was time for the noon break. Lin Weidong walked from the crowd to the podium and said to the students, "Alright, that's it for the morning class. You can go take a lunch break. In the afternoon, we'll have firearms class. Also, don't forget that you can start looking for your secret realm teammates now." After saying that, Lin Weidong walked out of the classroom with his laptop in his arms. Jiang Chen also packed up his things, preparing to head to the library. At this moment, Tang Chuyao walked over and plopped down on the seat in front of Jiang Chen, propping her chin up with one hand. "Jiang Chen, let's team up for this #1 secret realm." As the words fell, the classmates who hadn't left yet all stopped what they were doing and curiously looked in Jiang Chen's direction. This time, Tang Chuyao didn't directly mention protecting Jiang Chen. After witnessing Jiang Chen's 6 styles, her feelings were complicated. In her previous thoughts, she was very grateful that Jiang Chen didn't choose the flame fruit, which allowed her to obtain the S-grade flame fruit. Emotionally and logically, she should take care of Jiang Chen while going through secret realm #1. After all, Jiang Chen is blind. However, now Jiang Chen has demonstrated strong support abilities during the entrance test and showcased the terrifying 6 styles today. At this point, talking about taking care of Jiang Chen is completely unnecessary. With Jiang Chen's observation hockey range of 100 meters and his own strength, surviving in secret realm #1 is absolutely not a problem. So, it's more about finding herself a powerful teammate. Powerful support abilities, combined with his immensely powerful fire fist, allow him to dominate the secret realm with ease. At this moment, Luli also walked up to Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, can I team up with you for secret realm #1 this time?" Tang Chuyao glanced incredulously at Luli beside her. "Competing with me for a teammate?" The classmates who hadn't left yet were also stunned. The 2 strongest and most beautiful girls in the class both wanted to team up with Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, Wang Ming, sitting to the side, looked at Jiang Chen in shock. Tang Chuyao wanting to team up with Jiang Chen was something he knew. After awakening her talent, Tang Chuyao had said she wanted to protect Jiang Chen. Luli actually came to team up with Jiang Chen. When she had just awakened her talent, she even told Jiang Chen that it was impossible for her to team up with him. But now, the 2 strongest class beauties are fighting to team up with Jiang Chen? Ah, is there no justice left in the world? Wang Ming was so envious that he almost ground his molars to pieces. Tang Chuyao didn't expect Luli to come and compete with her for teammates, and her inherently competitive nature was instantly triggered. Jiang Chen, my fire fist can now unleash 2000 calories of destructive power. What you need now is a strong damage dealer. Luli remained expressionless and calmly said, my sword can also unleash 2000 calories of destructive power. My fire fist can deal area damage. My shave can achieve 3 meters of instant movement, and Jiang Chen, you'll be the team leader in the secret realm. Wherever you say to go, we'll go. You, Jiang Chen, in the secret realm, wherever you say to go, I'll go. Jiang Chen slightly raised his eyebrows, looking at the excited Tang Chuyao in front of him and the calm Luli, pondering. Secret realm number 1 requires a team, and they have to stay for a full 20 days. If the teammates are too weak, it would be worrisome even during night watches. Moreover, the pyramid in secret realm number 1 is definitely something he has to explore. Based on the speculation from a movie in his previous life, inside the pyramid, there's a 99% chance it's the alien queen. The alien species is a group similar to a hive. Once the alien queen is attacked, it's speculated that most of the aliens will likely return to protect their queen. By then, it's feared that the entire map's aliens will be drawn to oneself. Killing one alien grants 1 attribute point. How many attribute points would wiping out an alien swarm give? It's unimaginable, absolutely unimaginable. As for how to deal with the alien queen, there's no need to worry at all. With his 8-ton gravity manipulation and the destructive power of 4000 calories per sword strike, Jiang Chen truly doesn't believe that he couldn't defeat a mere alien queen. After all, the alien queen's performance in the movies wasn't all that impressive, and when dealing with the alien swarm, it was obvious that Tang Chuyao's fire fist had a greater advantage. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen said, Tang Chuyao, let me team up with you. As the words fell, a trace of disappointment flashed in Luli's eyes. Tang Chuyao, on the other hand, glanced provocatively at Luli. This scene was also captured by Jiang Chen's observation haki, leaving him somewhat speechless. This little girl has quite a strong competitive spirit. Well, I'll be off now. Jiang Chen packed up his things and stood up. It was already close to 12 o'clock. If you go to the cafeteria late, there really won't be anything left to eat. Moreover, Jiang Chen also wants to finish his meal quickly and go to the library to look up information on other secret realms. Right now, he is very curious. Will the other secret realms have monsters he is familiar with? Star Navy Academy, Library. At noon, the library is completely deserted. It houses the development insights of various ability users regarding their own powers over the years, as well as numerous materials about secret realms. All of it is freely accessible to students. Jiang Chen walked into the library and headed straight to the secret realm information area on the 3rd floor. He wasn't interested in insights on fruit development. After all, his own heavy fruit was appearing for the first time, so there were no insights to refer to. Jiang Chen, what are you doing in the library? No one has ever used your fruit before anyway. Tang Chuyao followed behind Jiang Chen and asked curiously. Jiang Chen didn't even turn his head. I'm here to look for information about the secret realm. Just now, after eating in the cafeteria, Jiang Chen happened to run into Tang Chuyao, who had also just finished her meal. Tang Chuyao insisted on following him to the library. Oh, Tang Chuyao pouted. This teammate of his was truly aloof. A moment later, Jiang Chen, over here. Tang Chuyao waved at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen turned his head and walked toward Tang Chuyao. Several rows of bookshelves could be seen, with signs reading Secret Realm Information Area hanging on them. His fingers lightly brushed over the books displayed on the shelf, a dazzling array of all types and genres. There were detailed introductions to individual secret realms, general encyclopedias of secret realms, and simply yet vivid picture books about secret realms. Jiang Chen casually pulled out an encyclopedia of secret realms. His main purpose now was to see if the secret realms of this world were as he imagined, filled with monsters he was familiar with. Jiang Chen opened the book and started with secret realm number 1. As he turned the pages, his heart trembled with excitement. He recognized at least 60% of the secret realm monsters. For example, in secret realm number 1, there were zombies dressed in Qing dynasty official robes, western zombies in tattered suits, and even goblins. Many familiar monsters from fantasy works of the previous life. Movies, anime, and games all have them. But in this world, none of these works exist. Jiang Chen continued to open secret realm number 2, and familiar worlds appeared one by one: Demon Slayer, Tokyo Ghoul, The Outcast. Who on earth merged all these worlds together? This is amazing. There are hidden rewards in the secret realm. In addition to extra attribute points, the teacher also mentioned that some secret realms' hidden rewards might include unique items and abilities. Tang Chuyao noticed Jiang Chen's expression was a bit strange and asked in confusion, Jiang Chen, what's wrong? Do you know these monsters? No, I just think they're quite interesting. Jiang Chen responded casually. He definitely couldn't admit that he knew them. The identity of a transmigrator must not be exposed. Right now, my strength is still too weak, and I don't have any background. These big secrets must stay buried within me. Tang Chuyao pouted. It is quite interesting. I wonder where the secret realm actually comes from. What you're looking at are all mission-type secret realms. Mission-type? Jiang Chen Chen asked, puzzled. Tang Chuyao nodded and explained. Yes, secret realms are also categorized. For example, the number 1 alien secret realm we're heading to this time is a survival type secret realm. The world of the lower moon demon you just saw is a mission type 1, where you need to complete the tasks issued by the secret realm. Jiang Chen pondered. According to Tang Chuyao, could it be that he naturally has some advantages in certain secret realms? Tang Chuyao continued. Do you know why starting from the number 4 secret realm, our dragon country no longer requires mandatory participation? Why? Jiang Chen asked. Tang Chuyao sighed and explained. Because starting from secret realm number 4, the difficulty varies greatly. It's possible that this year's secret realm number 4 features a top-tier expert capable of destroying a city with one punch, while next year's secret realm number 4 might only have second or third-tier fierce beasts. My dad is currently stuck at secret realm number 16. The difficulty of secret realm number 16 has been consistently high in recent years. Last year, my dad gritted his teeth and went in to give it a try, only to encounter someone with long hair, red armor, and a large fan, and he was almost beaten to death. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was inwardly shaken. Long hair, red armor, a big fan, Madara? Tang Chuyao continued. By the way, starting from secret realm number 4, there might be global secret realms appearing. At that time, there won't just be survival and mission types, but also an additional dual-type secret realm. As she spoke, a cold glint suddenly flashed in Tang Chuyao's eyes. She clenched her fists tightly and said through gritted teeth, my grandfather died in a global secret realm, at the hands of someone from the beautiful country named Smith. I must avenge my grandfather. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. No wonder the relationships between major countries in this world are so tense. With the competitive factor within the secret realms, it would be strange if they could unite. After all, the rewards in the secret realms are simply too abundant. Tang Chuyao snapped out of her thoughts, touched her chin, tilted her head, and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, what are your thoughts on the number 1 survival secret realm when the time comes? Jiang Chen calmly said, the pyramid. I absolutely have to give it a try. If you don't dare to go, I suggest you find someone else to team up with. Tang Chuyao widened her eyes upon hearing this. What? But there are several kilometers of oval-shaped worms outside. How are we supposed to get through? Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. Did you forget that I can fly? Just because others can't get through doesn't mean we can't. For the alien secret realm, Jiang Chen had already made a plan. The map of the secret realm is too large. If you just wander aimlessly across the map looking for aliens to kill, you might not even manage to kill a few in 20 days. If you want to get the massive attribute point rewards, there's only one way. That is to charge into the pyramid, beat up the alien queen, and lure all the aliens on the map over. Just because others can't get past the range of the egg-shaped bugs outside the pyramid doesn't mean he can't. After all, he can fly. Tang Chuyao remained silent. To avenge her grandfather, she must acquire a large number of attribute points in the early stages. Since Jiang Chen is so confident and can even pass through the ovoid worm domain, perhaps this pyramid is really worth a try. After all, she is an S-class flame fruit ability user. After a moment, Tang Chuyao raised her fist and threw a few punches into the air. Alright, then I'll join you in taking on this pyramid. Jiang Chen nodded with a light smile. With Tang Chuyao around, dealing with the alien swarm should be much easier. At this moment, on the other side, Lini City, Nanjiang Province, inside a small dark room, Lei Tianlin was adjusting the livestream room. Shocking. This time, the Nanjiang number 1 secret realm turns out to be an S-level alien secret realm. As the livestream began, countless viewers flooded in. Bullet screen, the streamer is back to scam for food. Bullet screen, streamer, introduce the secret realm. Bullet screen, can Jiang Chen survive this time? Bullet screen, I heard that secret realms have hidden rewards. Could the streamer introduce the hidden reward this time? I couldn't find it online. Snap. Lei Tianlin lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. He looked at the screen full of bullet comments, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Ever since he wrote on Jiang Chen's popularity last time, his own traffic had successfully picked up. More or less, he could now be considered a small streamer with hundreds of thousands of followers. This time the secret realm has opened. We must continue to ride the wave of popularity. He slowly began to speak. The reason why the alien secret realm is classified as an S-level secret realm is mainly because the beasts inside are either extremely adept at hiding or can directly turn invisible. Bullet comments, doesn't that mean Jiang Chen has a huge advantage? He has observation hockey. What beast can escape his perception? Barrage, could it be that Jiang Chen is going to take first place again? Barrage, oh my, this blind guy's luck is just too good. Lei Tianlin sneered contemptuously and said slowly, no, you are too naive. Luck plays a big role in this secret realm because its map is astonishingly huge. If you're unlucky, you might not even encounter 10 aliens in 20 days. I actually saw some comments asking if Jiang Chen could get the hidden reward. I mean, don't be too ridiculous. Jiang Chen just happened to take first place in the entrance test by relying on his fruit ability, that's all. Not to mention how difficult the hidden reward is, no one even knows what the hidden reward in this alien secret
secret realm is. There's only speculation that it's inside the pyramid. Wanting to get past that circle of egg-shaped bugs outside the pyramid is simply impossible, okay? Plus, there must be even more powerful beasts hidden inside the pyramid. Jiang Chen getting the hidden reward? How can you even say that? Time flew by quickly, and soon the day to officially enter the secret realm arrived. For more than a month, the students had been training with utmost dedication as it concerned their own lives. In the mornings, they rigorously practiced the 6 styles and studied knowledge about the secret realm. In the afternoons, with the aid of advanced VR technology, they conducted comprehensive combat drills against virtual alien creatures, combining firearms and close combat. Continuing extra practice in the dormitory at night. On the playground of Shanghai Military Academy, over 1,000 freshmen gathered here, preparing to head to the secret realm entrance located behind the school's mountain. Each of them was equipped with anti-corrosion protective gear, and most carried firearms, resembling soldiers about to head into battle. Only a very small number of highly capable students, such as Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, did not carry firearms. After all, firearms and ammunition are not light, and each person can only carry 20 kilograms of supplies. Carrying more ammunition means bringing less food. For Jiang Chen, firearms were not as useful as his own sword. The homeroom teachers of each class stood in front of their respective classes, giving final instructions. Lin Weidong stood in front of the students, his gaze slowly sweeping over each student in the class. Most of the freshmen displayed a confident demeanor. Seeing this, Lin Weidong also revealed a gratified smile. Over the past month or so, your efforts have been evident to your teacher. Today, you will officially enter the secret realm. As I've said before, those confident in their abilities should try to stay closer to the outskirts of the pyramid, where there will be more alien creatures. If you lack confidence in your abilities, stay farther away from the pyramid. As long as you survive until the end, you can get 200 attribute points. Do you all understand? Understood, the students responded in unison. I won't say much more. In short, come back safely. Lin Weidong's voice was loud and clear. Set off. The students boarded the bus one after another. Due to the vast size of Shanghai Military Academy, even reaching the back mountain requires nearly 10 kilometers. Inside the bus, the students consciously sat together with their teammates. Jiang Chen, let me tell you some good news. My fire fist can now unleash 2,500 calories of destructive power. Humph, when the time comes, you just stay on the side and assist me. Leave the monster fighting to me. Tang Chuyao waved her little pink fists with a proud expression. Amazing. Jiang Chen gave a thumbs up. As expected of a highly developed fruit, but Tang Chuyao's own fruit development ability was also quite strong. During this time, Jiang Chen himself hadn't been idle either. He practiced blind swordsmanship every day. In the dormitory, everyone had their own testing machine. Because he discovered that, apart from the system's added points, his own practice also had an effect. Originally, his strength attribute of 80 points, without any amplification, could deliver a normal strike with a power of approximately 800 calories. With the enhancement of sword intent, he could unleash a power of 4,000 calories. That is a 5-fold power increase. However, with daily practice on his own, now he can unleash a single sword strike with a power of 5,000 calories. That's an increase of over 6 times the original power. The destructive power requirement for a first-tier ability user is 1,000 calories, while for a second-tier ability user, it's 5,000 calories. This also means most of the freshmen haven't even reached the threshold of a first-tier ability user, yet they've already reached the threshold of a second-tier ability user. However, it's very clear that a bottleneck has been reached. If further improvement is desired, it can only be achieved through point allocation. Blind Swordsmanship LV.2, 0/20+, currently comprehended Sword Intent, next level, Sword Intent, Mastery. Perhaps reaching LV.3 in Blind Swordsmanship would allow for a strike with 10-fold amplification. Not only swordsmanship but his control over gravity had also become more proficient after more than a month of practice. Now, he could skillfully perform multitasking control, flying by manipulating his own gravity while simultaneously applying gravity control to a target. Soon, dozens of buses stopped in front of the secret realm's entrance. The students got off the buses one after another. This is also their first time coming to the entrance of the secret realm. A massive spatial rift, 10 meters high and 50 meters wide, stood before them. The appearance of alien creatures echoed within the ripples of the spatial rift. Above the spatial rift, there was a leaderboard displaying the top 10 teams with the highest points inside the secret realm. People outside cannot see the scenes inside the secret realm. They can only roughly judge the situation within based on changes in the leaderboard. Every year, the secret realm refreshes, and the corresponding pattern appears on the rift's ripples. People use this to identify which secret realm it is for the year. The method for entering the secret realm as a team is also very simple. Just hold hands and walk into the rift together. At this moment, there are still 10 minutes left until the school's designated time for entering the secret realm. Wang Xin had already arrived at the entrance and was now standing on a high platform, quietly observing the students. Director Lin Weidong walked up to Wang
Wang Sen's side.
Wang Sen turned his head to glance at him and asked with a smile, Shaolin, who was Jiang Chen teaming up with this time? With Tang Chuyao, Lin Weidong responded softly.
Wang Sen's lips curved slightly. That's not too bad, Lin Weidong said.
Director, Jiang Chen's top-tier observation hockey combined with Tang Chuyao's fire fist, if they're lucky, they might actually take first place among the 4 schools in Nanjing this time.
Wang Sen laughed heartily and said, ha ha ha, let's hope so.
Since the establishment of the school, our school has always been the eternal runner-up in the #1 secret realm of the Nanjing war zone. After finishing his words, Wang Sen gritted his teeth and said, this morning, Old Li from Linjiang Military Academy was showing off to me, saying that this time their Linjiang Military Academy would take all the top 3 spots in the #1 secret realm.
It made me so angry. Lin Weidong raised an eyebrow slightly. They're so confident, claiming the top 3? Dream on.
Linjiang City is the provincial capital of the southern Jiang war zone, with the largest population base. It has always been the strongest in terms of overall strength, and Linjiang Military Academy has consistently been the best.
Wang Sen continued. Exactly, this time they got incredibly lucky.
Among the freshmen, there are 2 S-level fruit ability users, 2 advanced swordsmanship talent users, and 1 advanced martial arts talent user. This time in the secret realm, luck plays too big a role.
Lin Weidong asked doubtfully, Director, do they intend to try their luck with the pyramid? Breaking into the pyramid? Wang Sen shook his head. Impossible. Even the egg-shaped worms can't make it through.
Even those with Zoan-type devil fruit abilities that grant flight can't manage such a long-distance flight during their early stages.
Wang Sen stared at the spatial rift and said slowly, besides, we have no idea what's inside the pyramid. This secret realm has only appeared 4 times so far, right?
There was once a genius animal-type ability user at the Kyoto Military Academy who reached the first tier, flew into the pyramid, and was never seen again until the secret realm ended. There are probably second-tier ferocious beasts inside the pyramid, which a first-tier ability user simply cannot handle. After saying this, Wang Sen suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Weidong.
By the way, Jiang Chen has flying abilities, right? Did you remind him not to fly to the pyramid under any circumstances? Lin Weidong nodded in response, yes, Director.
I've spoken to both Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, and they both agreed.
That's good then.
Wang Sen breathed a sigh of relief, then lamented, the heavens are unfair.
Jiang Chen is such a promising talent, yet he can't see.
I hope he can live a long life. After Jiang Chen demonstrated the 6 styles, Lin Weidong immediately reported it to Wang Sen.
Hearing this news for the first time, Wang Sen was truly shocked. Lin Weidong watched Jiang Chen's figure in the audience, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile. Jiang Chen has always been surprising us.
Maybe this time, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao can really take first place.
Wang Sen laughed heartily.
Haha, if they really get first place, I must go and show off at Linjiang Military Academy. Star Navy Academy, Ability Association Building. In a bright conference room, 12 senior executives were seated around a meeting table. Chao Yang rested his hands on the chair, emitting wisps of smoke all over, looking completely nonchalant.
Vice President Chu Liang walked into the conference room and frowned immediately upon seeing Chao Yang's demeanor. Chao Yang, the meeting is starting. Withdraw your ability. Chao Yang curled his lips, and the smoke dissipated.
Chu Liang sat in the main seat and slowly spoke. Since the president is absent, I will continue to preside over this meeting.
First, let's talk about the first matter, regarding the recruitment work after the end of Secret Realm #1.
Chao Yang, you're in charge of this. Chu Liang glanced at the nonchalant Chao Yang. The president has decided that after Secret Realm #1 ends, Jiang Chen will be directly accepted as a formal member.
Upon hearing this, Chao Yang immediately questioned, why?
At the very least, we should wait until Secret Realm #1 ends and the freshmen have undergone a strength evaluation before making a decision. Moreover, according to the rules, official members must at least reach the level of a Tier 2 ability user.
Can Jiang Chen reach Tier 2 after the end of Secret Realm #1? Or is it that special treatment will be given to Jiang Chen? On what grounds?
Chu Liang's brows furrowed slightly as he said in a deep voice. On the grounds that he mastered all 6 techniques right after enrolling, and on the grounds that he broke the school record during the entrance test.
Chao Yang retorted, so what?
Becoming an official member means going on missions. Without even reaching the 2nd tier, it's just dead weight. Whoever wants to take them along can do so, but I won't.
After saying this, he turned his head to the side. Chu Liang narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Chao Yang. Chao Yang, this is the president's decision. It's not up to you. TCH. Chao Yang's tone was full of disdain. He was very unconvinced.
Back then, he had worked his way up step by step from a temporary member to a full member, so why did Jiang Chen get to skip the temporary member stage altogether? You have to know, becoming a full member grants the qualification to participate in missions, providing an additional way to earn attribute points.
At this moment,
sitting across, Zhang Xingyu spoke. Maybe Jiang Chen will become a 2nd-tier ability user after the #1 secret realm ends. Chao Yuan heard this and said loudly, nonsense, a 2nd-tier ability user needs to reach 5,000 calories waves of destructive power. He can only control a bit of gravity. Does he have any attack methods? Or is he relying solely on his finger gun and tempest kick? Unless Jiang Chen can get the hidden reward and stack up the attribute points, you all know about this S-level secret realm. Want to get the hidden reward? With this blind guy? What a joke. The meeting room fell into silence. Everyone was well aware that obtaining a large number of attribute points in this S-level secret realm was almost impossible. In previous years, the alien secret realms could only yield 300 to 400 attribute points at most. Even if Jiang Chen received a reward of 200 attribute points in the entrance test, and counting this secret realm reward, he still wouldn't reach the 1000 attribute points of a second-tier ability user, let alone the 5000 calories of strength required. It's almost impossible. Chu Liang took a deep breath. He had never been too fond of Chao Yang, this troublemaking contrarian. But there was no choice, the association had always been short on high-level combat power. After all, Chao Yang was a fourth-tier powerhouse, a capable officer who could independently lead a team to complete military tasks. This is not only the president's intention but also the school's intention. Chao Yang, you understand, right? Chu Liang calmed his emotions and said slowly. Seeing this, Chao Yang no longer argued and casually said, alright, whatever you say. In any case, after the secret realm ends, Chao Yang, arrange for someone to find Jiang Chen and bring him in. Alright, Chao Yang replied indifferently. Next, after half an hour of discussion, the meeting officially ended. After most people had left, Zhang Qingyu sat next to Chu Liang and asked curiously, Old Chu, what do you mean? Is the matter with Jiang Chen the school's decision? Chu Liang nodded. Jiang Chen has great potential. The school intends to focus on his development, and the president has agreed. Zhang Qingyu raised an eyebrow. However, after the number 1 secret realm, Jiang Chen will at most be a first-tier ability user. The military's missions are too dangerous for a first-tier ability user. Chu Liang looked at Zhang Qingyu and said slowly, then you'll take him with you, won't you? Look after him more. You're at the 4th tier now, right? Alright. Zhang Qingyu shrugged. Yeah, just reached the 4th tier. Outside the meeting room, a young man in a black tank top immediately approached when he saw Chao Yang come out with a dark expression. Bro, what's wrong? What was discussed in the meeting this time? Chao Yang glanced at the young man. This person was his younger brother, Chao Jun. Nothing much. The school wants to officially recruit Jiang Chen as a member ahead of schedule. Jiang Chen? Chao Jun's eyes flickered. Chao Yang asked in confusion, you know him? Chao Jun shook his head slightly. No, at the beginning of the semester, he beat up one of my boys. Then you didn't give him any trouble? Come on, I couldn't be bothered to mess with a blind guy. If he can't even beat a lousy blind guy, I just told him to get lost. A look of disdain appeared on Chao Jun's face. Chao Yang heard this and also chuckled lightly. Indeed, after the number 1 secret realm ends, you can go find him. After speaking, Chao Jun asked somewhat indignantly, but brother, why can he directly skip to becoming a full member? After the number 1 secret realm ends, he's still far from being a second-tier ability user, right? Back then, it took me almost a whole year to transition to a full member. After all, becoming a full member means being able to go on missions with the leaders, adding another channel for obtaining attribute points. As long as you can survive, the growth rate will far surpass others. Chao Jun felt very unconvinced. 3 months ago, he had just reached the level of a second-tier ability user and could slowly start tagging along with the officers for missions. Now, he was roughly at the mid-second tier level. Why does Jiang Chen get to become a full member as soon as he arrives? Chao Yang glanced at him and said coldly, how would I know why? Do you think you're the only one who's unhappy about it? Everyone had to struggle for a long time to become a full member. Just go when you're told. It would be best if Jiang Chen dies during the mission. At this moment, the entrance to the Starsea Military Academy's secret realm. 2,000 freshmen had already assembled, standing in neat rows, looking up at the high platform where the Dean of Instruction, Wang Xin, stood. Wang Xin looked at the freshmen, who were now completely different from when they first enrolled, nodded in satisfaction, and began the final mobilization. Students, after more than a month of study, you are no longer the naive youths you were during the entrance test. This time, the alien beasts you will encounter are different from the non-ranked twin-tailed beasts during the entrance test. You are all the future hope of our dragon nation. In short, remember, when facing aliens, do not panic. Stay calm. The number of people who go in is the number of people who come back. Let's go. As Wang Xin finished speaking, under the teacher's guidance, the students began to head toward the spatial rift in groups. Jiang Chen naturally held Tang Chuyao's hand and followed the team, slowly walking into the spatial rift. Jiang Chen only felt a flash of white light before his eyes, and the classmates within his perception range instantly disappeared. In their place was a dense jungle. Is this the secret realm? Jiang Chen murmured. Tang Chuyao glanced around. Above the sky, dark clouds gathered, blocking out the sunlight. The surroundings were gloomy, and the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. So amazing, Jiang Chen. Do you think this could be another world? Tang Chuyao asked curiously. Jiang Chen shrugged. Maybe. Someone has already killed the alien? Tang Chuyao suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this,
looked at the panel information that suddenly appeared in his mind. 1 ST place, Ron Yang and Luo Qingji, points, 3. 2 ND place, Tang Quanqing and Yang Chuanzhong, points, 3. 3 RD place, Wang Tong and Zhang Yin, points, 2. 688 ATH place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, points, 0. This secret realm is truly amazing. It can even automatically identify the names of those who enter. Who exactly is the mastermind behind its creation? Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. Tang Chuyao exclaimed in surprise. They probably entered just 10 minutes earlier than us, and they've already killed 3 aliens? Maybe they just got lucky. Whatever, it's not like this is our goal anyway. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Which direction is the pyramid? Tang Chuyao looked around. I don't see it. I guess we're unlucky, and the teleportation point is too far. Let me figure out the direction first. Everyone is randomly teleported to a location upon entering the secret realm. If you're lucky, you might be teleported directly to the outskirts of the pyramid. If you're unlucky, the teleportation point could be far from the pyramid, with fewer aliens around. Clearly, Jiang Chen and his group's luck wasn't that good. Tang Chuyao pulled a wooden rod out of her backpack and inserted it vertically into the ground. In this secret realm, the compass does not work, all magnetic fields are chaotic, and electronic devices cannot function. Afterward, Tang Chuyao placed a small stone at the top of the shadow of the wooden pole. As the sun continued to move, the shadow gradually shifted as well. After 20 minutes, Tang Chuyao placed another small stone at the top of the new shadow. This is also the method taught by the teacher during this period at school to determine directions. Just wait for 20 minutes, place a stone at the tip of the new shadow, and connect it with the stone placed earlier to form a straight line. This line represents the east-west direction. The direction pointed to by the old shadow stone marker is west, and the direction where the pyramid is located is east. Tang Chuyao stood up, pointed in a direction, and said, Jiang Chen, over here. Jiang Chen nodded. His observation hockey could completely see Tang Chuyao's movements. He gently raised his arm and began to manipulate gravity. The next moment, under Tang Chuyao's shocked expression, the two slowly rose into the air. Slow down, Jiang Chen. Tang Chuyao showed a nervous yet excited expression. This was also her first time flying. Currently, her fruit development ability still couldn't achieve flight. Go for it. Oh my god. Two figures shot straight toward the east. Different from Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, most of the freshmen currently in the secret realm are in the process of searching for food. According to the rules of the secret realm, each person can only carry 20 kilograms of supplies. Most people use their weight allowance on guns and ammunition, leaving room for only a small amount of food. Only freshmen as strong as Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao can afford to carry no guns or ammunition at all and bring only food. After flying for a full hour, Jiang Chen controlled the gravity, and the two landed on the ground. After more than a month of practice, Jiang Chen could now manage continuous flight for an hour, even while carrying someone. Are you okay? Jiang Chen asked. Tang Chuyao swallowed hard. I am fine. Jiang Chen noticed Tang Chuyao's bristling hair and pale face, feeling a bit amused inside. What a strong-willed woman. Tang Chuyao looked around. This is way too far. We've been flying for so long, and we haven't even seen the shadow of a pyramid yet. Are you sure the direction is correct? Jiang Chen asked. Absolutely no mistake, Tang Chuyao said confidently. Jiang Chen sat down on the spot, resting as he spoke. But it's understandable. I remember the teacher once said that the farthest someone ever went was walking toward the pyramid from the moment they entered the secret realm, and it took a full 17 days. Tang Chuyao said worriedly, could our luck really be this bad? Teleported so far away? At our flying speed, no matter how far it is, we can definitely get there within 5 days. Jiang Chen didn't seem to mind much. He took out some rations from his backpack and began replenishing his energy. Tang Chuyao also sat down beside him and started replenishing her energy. Jiang Chen, what kind of monster do you think is inside the pyramid? The alien boss, maybe. Jiang Chen replied casually while chewing on his rations. Tang Chuyao blinked. How do you know? Guessing, what else could it be? Of course, Jiang Chen couldn't tell Tang Chuyao that he had watched alien movies. They're all aliens here, and the pyramid is the alien boss. Such a guess is quite reasonable. Tang Chuyao said worriedly. The hidden rewards in the other number 1 secret realms, if they involve killing ferocious beasts, are basically second-tier beasts. Can we really handle them? Jiang Chen didn't even turn his head. Don't ask. Alright, fortune favors the bold. He had watched the movie. Based on the movie's depiction, the alien queen wasn't that strong at all. Even if it's a second-tier ferocious beast, with his current destructive power of 5,000 calories, which is completely at the level of a second-tier ability user, combined with the assistance of 8 tons of gravity, how could he possibly lose? TCH, Tang Chuyao pouted. At this moment, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Got something to do, Xiao Tang. Tang Chuyao stared blankly at Jiang Chen. Within Jiang Chen's perception range, on a tree 10 meters away from them, there was an entirely pitch-black alien creature with a flat, elongated head perched. The alien remained motionless, staring straight at them, with its sharp tail blade resting on a tree branch. Jiang Chen did not hesitate for a moment. Bang! Bang! An 8-ton gravitational force instantly enveloped the alien, pressing it down from the tree to the ground. Immediately after, Jiang Chen changed the direction of gravity, directly dragging the alien over. Roar! The alien growled low, trying to break free from the restraint, only to find that it couldn't even move in the face of this force. Tang Chuyao's eyes widened as a ball of flame gathered on her right fist. Boom! The flame roared out from her fist and struck the hideous alien. In an instant, the alien was smashed to pieces, with green blood splattering on the ground, corroding the fallen leaves completely. Alien killed, 1 point earned. Tang Chuyao gazed at Jiang Chen, a wave of lingering fear rising in her heart. Teaming up with Jiang Chen was truly the best decision she had ever made. I didn't expect observation hockey to be so useful in this secret realm. Just now, she couldn't tell that such an ugly alien creature was actually perched on the tree. If she hadn't known, walking directly under the tree like that might have resulted in the alien's tail blade piercing her from behind. Tang Chuyao snapped back to her senses. Whoosh! She pretended to act cool, blowing out the flames on her fist. So, what do you think? Teaming up with me is totally worth it, right? A first-tier alien, and I blew it up with just one punch. Yeah, amazing. Jiang Chen casually responded. This little girl sure has a strong competitive streak. Let's see if you can still blow up the alien queen with one punch when we encounter her. At that time, being slashed by his own sword, I wonder what expression Xiao Tang would have. However, judging by Tang Chuyao's performance, I really didn't bring the wrong person. This fire fist is definitely efficient against the alien swarm. Tang Chuyao leaned close to the alien, observed it for a moment, then squatted beside Jiang Chen. But honestly, these aliens are really rare to encounter. It's been over an hour, and we've only come across one. Jiang Chen's tone was calm. Take a look at the rankings. Even with this, we still made it into the top 2,000. Rank 1, Ron Yang and Luo Qingji, points, 13. Rank 1988, Tang Chuyao and Jiang Chen, points, 1. I wonder how many points killing the alien boss would give. Would it be enough for first place? Based on other number 1 secret realms, the hidden reward is usually 300 points. An additional reward of 500 points for first place. If we can take first place, not counting the regular alien points, we'll have 800 points. That's 400 attribute points per person. Tang Chuyao's eyes sparkled as she stared at Jiang Chen. Do you know? In the past, the highest score ever achieved in this alien dungeon for first place was only 400 points. But even with the hidden reward, based on past results, it still wouldn't be enough to take first place. We'd still need to kill more aliens. Tang Chuyao touched her chin and sighed. There are still 20 days left. Don't rush. Jiang Chen responded. Being first place indeed depends not only on strength but also on luck. However, beating the alien queen to a pulp, he suspected it might attract an alien swarm, but this was just a guess, and he couldn't be bothered to explain it to Tang Chuyao. Let's go, time to hit the road. Jiang Chen brushed off the food crumbs from his hands and stood up. 3 seconds later, the two soared into the air once again. The following day, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao didn't see a single person, let alone any aliens. It's hard to say whether their luck was too bad or the secret realm's map was too vast. At this moment, Jiang Chen had just flown for an hour and was now walking through the jungle with Tang Chuyao to continue their journey. Suddenly, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Within his range of perception, 2 figures appeared directly ahead. One was lying on the ground, while the other was leaning against a tree. Tang Chuyao noticed it too. Jiang Chen, there seems to be someone over there. Go and take a look. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, the two quickened their pace and ran forward. The girl who had been leaning against the tree noticed Jiang Chen and the other person and quickly stood up. Are you Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao from Xinghai Military Academy? Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao exchanged a glance. Are we that famous? You know us? I saw your trending topic online. The female classmate finished speaking. Jiang Chen understood as well. It seemed he was truly a celebrity now. He glanced at the male classmate lying motionless on the ground. A facehugger with 4 pairs of legs was clinging tightly to the man, completely covering his face. Jiang Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Your teammate touched the root system of the ovoid parasite? The female classmate nodded, her voice tinged with a sob. Yes, he accidentally stepped on it, and then the facehugger suddenly jumped out of the egg. There was no time to react at all. How long has it been? Half an hour has passed, and I want to separate the facehugger, but it's completely impossible. Jiang Chen stared at the male classmate on the ground. Once a facehugger latches on, within 2 hours, an alien baby will burst out of the chest, with no way to save the victim. There's no hope. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Can you take me with you? The female classmate moved a little closer to Jiang Chen. I won't compete with you for points. I just want to survive and get out of here. Jiang Chen shook his head lightly. Sorry, the place we're going isn't suitable for bringing you along. Tang Chuyao, standing nearby, wisely remained silent. She also understood that the place they were heading to wasn't suitable for bringing along a burden. Please, take me with you. I promise I won't compete for points with you, and I can even help you keep watch at night. As the female classmate spoke, tears streamed down her face. Jiang Chen watched her intently. He wasn't a cold or heartless person, but
but taking the female classmate alone would only slow down their progress. Moreover, those who are relatively weak would only hold others back even if they entered the pyramid together. However, if this female classmate is left here alone, she might not survive until 20 days later. After all, with one less person to keep watch at night, it's impossible to stay awake all the time, right?
Jiang Chen.
Seeing the female classmate like this, Tang Chuyao turned her gaze toward Jiang Chen.
At this moment,
two more figures flashed past the edge of Jiang Chen's perception range, just to his left.
Wait here for a moment.
As Jiang Chen finished speaking, he directly soared into the air and flew toward the left.
A moment later, he returned, leading a man and a woman.
Tang Chuyao stared at Jiang Chen in shock.
Remember that Jiang Chen previously mentioned his observation hockey had a range of 100 meters, right? These two people are completely outside the 100-meter range, aren't they?
Moreover, these past few days, I've been very careful when going to the bathroom, deliberately going beyond 100 meters away from Jiang Chen. Thinking of this, Tang Chuyao's pretty face flushed slightly.
Well, why don't you team up? We won't be joining you.
Jiang Chen pointed to a man and a woman behind him, then gestured toward the female classmate.
The female classmate showed a smile on her face and kept bowing to Jiang Chen. Thank you, thank you.
The man and woman standing behind Jiang Chen were also students of Xinghai Military Academy.
The young man behind asked in confusion, Jiang Chen, where are you going? Jiang Chen calmly replied, we're going to the pyramid.
The young man chuckled lightly and said casually, then we're on the same path.
We're also heading to the outskirts of the pyramid, where there are more aliens. How about we go together? Each of us will rely on our own skills to deal with the aliens we encounter on the way.
Jiang Chen shook his head and said calmly,
we are going into the pyramid.
After speaking, he waved to Tang Chuyao. Let's go, Xiao Tang.
Immediately after,
the two soared into the air and continued flying toward the pyramid. The young man looked up at Jiang Chen and his companion as they departed, then glanced at his teammate beside him.
What did they just say? Did I hear that right? Going into the pyramid? You didn't hear wrong.
The teammate and the young man exchanged a glance and nodded. The young man widened his eyes in disbelief and said,
are you crazy? That dense ring of egg-shaped worms outside is at least 10 kilometers. How are they going to get through? The teammate pointed to the sky, obviously, fly over.
The young man was momentarily at a loss for words, then continued.
The fierce beasts in the pyramid are at least second tier, right? Are they really that bold? We're all freshmen, and we're still dealing with first-tier aliens, yet they dare to take on second-tier fierce beasts? Who knows? A teammate shrugged. What rank are they at now?
The young man, upon hearing this, immediately began flipping through the rankings.
5 minutes later.
Stop looking. We've already searched over 1,000 names and still can't find their names. They're probably ranked in the several thousand range.
From this perspective, our results aren't too bad, right?
At least we're ahead of Jiang Chen, who topped the entrance exam, and Tang Chuyao, the S-grade fruit ability user.
Sigh, I think they're just too overconfident. Daring to provoke second-tier ferocious beasts, it's suicidal. In a secret realm, amidst a dense jungle, an alien creature was hacked to pieces, scattered on the ground.
Two young men from Linjiang Military Academy were standing in front of the remains of the alien creature.
Rank 1, Tang Quanqing and Yang Chuanzhong, points 46. Second place, Rong Yang and Luo Qingji, points 45.
The long-haired young man grinned and said,
ha, we're in first place. Luck wasn't too bad this time. TSK. The top 3 are all from our Linjiang Military Academy. The buzzcut young man frowned slightly. What about Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao from Xinghai Military Academy?
Tang Quanqing shrugged and said casually, no idea.
I just scrolled back through several hundred names and didn't see them. I estimate there are a few thousand staying there. Tang Quanqing finished saying these words.
Yang Chuanzhong raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion,
they're that unlucky? Tang Quanqing shook his head and placed his hand on Yang Chuanzhong's shoulder. Old Yang, don't mythologize them too much. We're all freshmen, how strong can they really be? It's been so long, and they haven't even made it into the top 1,000. I think this isn't just a matter of luck. Honestly, they're not that strong.
After saying that, Tang Quanqing pulled him into an embrace again.
Think about it. It's already the 3rd day.
Even the 1,000th place has killed at least 5 aliens. If they were seriously looking for aliens, how could they not kill 5 in 3 days? That's nonsense.
Yang Chuanzhong listened to this and still frowned, shaking his head slightly. I don't think it's that simple. Maybe they have another plan. Tang Quanqing widened his eyes and spread his hands. Another plan? What plan? In this desolate wilderness, isn't it just wandering around, looking for aliens, and then killing them? What kind of special plan could there be? The alien isn't anything special, just an ordinary first-level ferocious beast. Maybe they've already ended up in the alien's stomach. Could it be that they can break into the pyramid?
Seeing Yang Chuanzhong still silent, Tang Quanqing said earnestly, Old Yang, you're always like this, boosting others' morale while dampening your own spirit.
It's just an S-level rated flame fruit.
You have the S-level venom fruit, and I have advanced physical technique talent.
How are we any worse than them?
Yang Chuanzhong shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice,
not just Tang Chuyao, but also also Jiang Chen. I've watched Jiang Chen's live broadcast recordings. The heavy fruits are definitely not that simple, and I've heard he has also mastered all 6 styles. Tang Quanqing raised an eyebrow. Jiang Chen? That blind guy? Come on, old Yang, scores determine everything. The fact is, they haven't even made it into the top 1,000 yet. Let's go, let's keep moving closer to the pyramid. There are more aliens over there. We can already see the shadow of the pyramid. It seems like we're almost there. Luckily, we weren't teleported too far this time. Yang Chuanzhong glanced back, then followed behind Tang Quansheng, heading toward the pyramid. Relying on his powerful observation abilities, Jiang Chen searched for nearby wild animals and then used gravity to pull them toward him. After all, even aliens need to eat, and it's normal for some small animals to exist in the secret realm. Before entering the secret realm, the teacher specifically held several wilderness survival classes to teach everyone how to identify directions and food in the wild. Immediately after, Jiang Chen skewered the small animals and placed them on a makeshift grill. After days of eating dry rations, he was already a bit tired of them. I have to say, being able to manipulate gravity at will is practically like telekinesis in actual use, extremely convenient. Xiao Tang, start a fire. Jiang Chen sat on a rock and spoke to Tang Chuyao, who was beside him. Tang Chuyao's eyes lit up. She was also getting tired of the bland dry rations. Immediately, a ball of flame blasted onto the pile of dry grass. Boom! The two sat around the simple grill. Crackle! All around was silence, with only the sound of the flames roasting. Tang Chuyao couldn't help but ask, Jiang Chen, how big is the range of your observation hockey now? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. About 500 meters. There's nothing to hide, just say it directly. Tang Chuyao remained silent. These past few days, she thought Jiang Chen's observation hockey only had a range of 100 meters, so she deliberately stayed farther away when going to the restroom. 200 meters should be safe, right? But now, she's being told that Jiang Chen's observation hockey has a range of 500 meters? Sensing the blushing Tang Chuyao at this moment, Jiang Chen immediately understood. He casually explained, Ahem, don't think of me as so indecent. I can control my observation hockey, and I'm not interested in you. I just want to get attribute points. Tang Chuyao suspiciously sized up Jiang Chen. Really? Yes. Jiang Chen didn't say much, just responded indifferently. He didn't want to explain anything either. If he did it, he did it. If he didn't, he didn't. How others speculate is their business. One should live with a clear conscience. Tang Chuyao was silent for a moment, then changed the subject. But why is your observation hockey so strong? How did it expand from 100 meters to 500 meters in such a short time? Jiang Chen looked up at the gray, hazy sky and sighed. Maybe this is what they call talent. Tang Chuyao's mouth twitched slightly. She just felt a bit uncomfortable. Last time, Jiang Chen casually demonstrated the 6 styles in class, claiming it was talent, without any insights. Now his observation hockey is already 5 times stronger than the world's top observation hockey master. Another talent. Is the gap between people really this big? Tang Chuyao thought again. Her fire fist could unleash 2,500 calories of destructive power. At least in terms of destructive power, Jiang Chen couldn't compare to her. She wasn't inferior to Jiang Chen in everything. Thinking of this, Tang Chuyao revealed a confident smile again. Jiang Chen noticed Tang Chuyao's expression. This little Tang, why did she suddenly start giggling? At this moment, a humanoid creature appeared within Jiang Chen's perception range. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Unlike humans, is it a predator? The next moment, an invisible spear sliced through the air, hurtling toward Jiang Chen at an incredible speed. Bang! Relying on his powerful observation hockey to foresee danger, Jiang Chen casually raised his hand and caught the invisible spear. Tang Chuyao was also startled. She couldn't see the invisible predator or the hidden spear, only Jiang Chen's right hand clenched into a fist, as if holding something. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Tang Chuyao asked curiously. The next second, in Jiang Chen's right hand, a silver spear slowly became visible. Tang Chuyao widened her eyes in disbelief. It's the Ironblood warrior. After speaking, she suddenly stood up and looked around. Get over here, Jiang Chen said expressionlessly. Immediately after, the Ironblood warrior hidden in the tree felt a terrifying force instantly envelop his entire body, pulling him toward that human. The powerful gravity firmly locked its movements, making it completely unable to react, and it was pulled over just like that. Bang! The predator was suppressed by gravity in front of Jiang Chen, lying sprawled on the ground, its figure gradually becoming visible. In the movies, the predator carries a self-destruct device, with power roughly equivalent to a small nuclear bomb. When encountering a formidable enemy, they would detonate it without hesitation, perishing together with the enemy. Jiang Chen certainly couldn't allow the iron-blooded warrior in front of him to make this move. With 8 tons of gravity pressing down on it, it couldn't even move a finger, let alone detonate anything. Kill him. As Jiang Chen finished speaking, a burst of flames suddenly ignited in Tang Chuyao's hand. The next second, boom! With one punch, she smashed the iron-blooded warrior's head into a pulp. Kill the iron-blooded warrior, gain 10 points. Rank 168. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Points, 11.
Chen. Afterward, Tang Chuyao turned to look at Jiang Chen. It was hard to say whether their luck was good or bad. They had only encountered one relatively weak alien so far, an even rarer predator, yet they encountered it. With this perverse invisibility ability, without Jiang Chen, I would undoubtedly be dead. A moment later, Jiang Chen finished the barbecue in front of him completely. Can you see the pyramid now? Tang Chuyao gazed ahead, her eyes slightly narrowed. I can see some shadows. At our current pace, we should be able to reach there today. Alright, let's go, Xiao Tang. The two stood up. The next second, two figures soared into the air, speeding toward the faintly visible pyramid in the distance. The sky, with dark clouds rolling, the world was shrouded in a gray haze. A towering and majestic pyramid stood firmly amidst the gray smog. On the outer perimeter was an oval-shaped insect zone spanning 10 kilometers, densely covered with jungle, exuding an eerie atmosphere that no one dared to enter. Many newcomers had already arrived outside this oval-shaped insect zone, where the presence of alien creatures was noticeably greater. However, due to the vast area, the distance between the new students is still very large, and within the secret realm, electronic devices cannot function, making communication impossible. Moreover, due to the competition for points, even if they could communicate, they wouldn't gather together. After all, the students who made it here are all quite confident in the strength of their own teams. Tang Quancheng and Yang Chuanzhong from Linjiang Military Academy are currently staying outside the ovoid worm domain, hunting alien beasts. I found Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. They're already ranked 168th. Yang Chuanzhong suddenly exclaimed. Tang Quancheng turned his head and said nonchalantly, 168th? That means they only have about 10 points, right? I say, old Yang, we already have nearly 70 points. With such a big gap, I don't know what you're worried about. Tang Xuanqing's tone carried a hint of impatience. He was quite disdainful of Yang Chuanzhong's attitude. The gap is so large, it's absolutely impossible to be overtaken. Don't even mention overtaking them. It's not even possible to make it into the top 10. Right now, even the 10th place has 50 points. Could they suddenly have a stroke of incredible luck and encounter a swarm of aliens to kill? This secret realm has appeared several times already. The alien creatures are always hard to find, and now an alien tide? Wishful thinking. Yang Chuanzhong frowned slightly and said seriously, there are still more than 10 days left, so nothing is certain. We'd better not let our guard down. During the entrance exam, I watched Jiang Chen's livestream. He caught up suddenly at the very end. Tang Quancheng spread his hands, his tone excited. That was the entrance exam. This is a secret realm. How can they be the same? Besides, we haven't been careless, have we? Haven't we been grinding monsters all along? I think you're just obsessed. Tang Chuyao has the flame fruit, which is indeed powerful. But what's there to brag about Jiang Chen, a blind guy? Over the past few days, his teammates seemed possessed, constantly flipping through the rankings and keeping an eye on the names of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Praising Tang Chuyao is fine. After all, the flame fruit and that historical admiral were indeed very strong, and its development was quite advanced. But Yang Chuanzhong's focus was on praising Jiang Chen, which he couldn't accept. A blind man, a fruit that had never appeared before, and Yang Chuanzhong himself was an S-level rated toxic fruit ability user. He couldn't understand why Jiang Chen was being praised so much. Suddenly, on a tree not far away, Tang Quancheng keenly noticed the figure of an alien. Stop talking about this, I found another alien. Tang Xuanqing's eyes lit up, and a powerful aura erupted from his entire body as he rushed toward the alien at an incredible speed. Yang Chuanzhong didn't just stand there watching. A layer of purple poison gas enveloped his body as he followed closely behind his teammate. Die for me! Tang Quancheng let out a loud roar, leaped high into the air, and slammed down with a powerful punch. Boom! The trees were instantly blasted down. Tang Quancheng stared in confusion at the fallen trees before him, but the figure of the alien did not appear in his sight. Strange, where did it go? Tang Quancheng looked around in puzzlement. At this moment, Yang Chuanzhong suddenly widened his eyes and pointed in a certain direction. It's Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Question mark. Tang Quancheng followed his gaze. He saw an alien creature blasted to pieces, its remains scattered in front of a man and a woman. Damn it! How dare they steal the monster? Tang Quancheng shouted loudly. After speaking, he wanted to step forward and argue with Jiang Chen and the others. Tang Chuyao saw this and also took a step forward, a ball of flame igniting on her fist. Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly, his brows furrowing. Do you have any objections? Jiang Chen's tone was calm. If Tang Quancheng dared to charge forward, he wouldn't mind letting Tang Quancheng fall face first like a dog eating dirt. Before Tang Quancheng could rush forward, Yang Chuanzhong grabbed him. Don't be impulsive. Then he shouted loudly at Jiang Chen, no objections, everyone relies on their own skills, you guys continue. Tang Quancheng widened his eyes and pointed at Jiang Chen in the distance. They're stealing the monster. Can you swallow this anger? Everyone relies on their own skills. For an alien creature, there's no need to clash with them, it's just one point. Yang Chuanzhong still held his arm and spoke in a low voice. You! Tang Xuanqing's chest heaved violently. He really wanted to go up and argue with Jiang Chen, but judging by his teammates' performance, he was genuinely afraid that his teammates would just stand stand by and do nothing. As for that blind Jiang Chen, let's not even mention him. Tang Chuyao, however, was a genuine S-class fruit ability user. He couldn't handle it on his own. Damn it, if I ever team up with you again, I'll take your surname. Tang Quancheng cursed angrily. At this moment, Jiang Chen saw that the two had no intention of charging forward, so he manipulated gravity, rose into the air, and flew straight toward the pyramid. Tang Quancheng watched them fly into the egg-shaped worm domain, his face full of shock. Jiang Chen can fly? Where are they going? Yang Chuanzhong said slowly, the pyramid. Tang Quancheng froze for a moment and said incredulously, are you crazy? They're going to the pyramid? Damn. Two lunatics, psychos. I'll just wait here, wait for them to turn into aliens, and then finish them off. After speaking, he sat down right where he was and glanced at his teammate, old Yang. You don't actually think they'll make it out alive, do you? Yang Chuanzhong said slowly. Possible. Tang Quancheng pointed at him, you're crazy too. Outside the secret realm, all the teachers of Xinghai Military Academy were nervously watching the entrance to the secret realm. Dense names are reflected on the ripples of the space rift's surface. However, only the top 100 names are displayed. At this moment, among the top 10, Starsea Military Academy only has Lu Li's team ranked 6th, while Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao are not on the list at all. Old Li, don't get too happy too soon. There's still a long way to go before it's over. Director Wang Sun hung up the phone aggressively, his face gloomy. Lin Weidong cautiously asked, Director, what's wrong? Wang Sun snorted coldly and said through gritted teeth. Old Li from Linjiang Military Academy just called to brag again, saying the top 3 are all their students. It's driving me crazy. This, Lin Weidong didn't know what to say. Wang Sun asked, Shaolin, have Jiang Chen and the others' names appeared? Lin Weidong shook his head, his brows slightly furrowed. Not yet. Could something have happened to them? Wang Sun pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, impossible. With Jiang Chen, the human radar, and Tang Chuyao's fire fists, there's no way anything could happen to them. Hearing this, Lin Weidong also nodded. With Jiang Chen's observation hockey, neither the stealthy xenomorphs nor the invisible predators could pose any threat to them. A moment later, Lin Weidong sighed. It seems our luck isn't very good. Wang Sun narrowed his eyes slightly and said slowly, not necessarily. So far, only 3 or 4 days have passed in the secret realm, right? There's still more than 10 days left. I just hope everyone can come out safely. Lin Weidong said with some concern. Jiang Chen manipulated gravity, passing through the hazy smog, and landed in front of a majestic pyramid together with Tang Chuyao. My goodness, I didn't expect it to be this huge up close. Tang Chuyao looked up at the pyramid in front of her and exclaimed. This pyramid did not have the golden appearance Jiang Chen remembered from his previous life. Instead, it was entirely gray. The tip of the pyramid is not actually pointed but has a platform of at least 1,000 square meters. The entire pyramid is stacked with blocks of stone, and the gaps between the stones are so tight that even a blade cannot fit through. At the entrance directly in front of the pyramid is a square door built with massive stones. Let's go in and take a look. Jiang Chen finished speaking and walked toward the square door of the pyramid with Tang Chuyao. The two followed the passage at the entrance and walked all the way down. Tang Chuyao ignited a blazing fire in her hand to serve as illumination. Jiang Chen glanced at it. For Jiang Chen, he didn't need illumination. Observation hockey wasn't affected by light. Even in the darkness of night, it was as clear as day. Under the glow of the firelight, the murals on both sides of the passage revealed their outlines. Reliefs of xenomorphs and predators were carved into the walls on either side. Tang Chuyao curiously examined the murals. These are all xenomorphs. And predators too. Stop looking, let's go. Jiang Chen spoke as he had already seen all the murals on both sides through his observation hockey. The carved xenomorphs were not limited to the ordinary ones found within the secret realm. There were also others with appearances that looked significantly different. However, these were still quite similar to the types of xenomorphs in Jiang Chen's mind, based on his memories from his previous life. For instance, the warrior xenomorph, unlike the ordinary ones, had elongated heads that were no longer smooth but featured protruding ridges, and their bodies were slightly larger than those of the ordinary xenomorphs. Praetorian xenomorph, with an even larger physique, stands nearly 4 meters tall and serves as the personal guard of the xenomorph queen. Messenger xenomorph, moving on all fours, is the most agile, with long limbs and a streamlined, relatively small body, resembling a larger wolfhound. These strange and peculiar xenomorph types further confirmed Jiang Chen's suspicions. There must be a xenomorph queen here. The hidden reward is most likely killing the alien queen. Jiang Chen walked straight into the pyramid, and seeing this, Tang Chuyao stopped examining the murals and quickly ran after him. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao finally emerged from the passage. Immediately after, the surroundings, originally pitch black, suddenly lit up. Where is this? Tang Chuyao extinguished the flame in her hand and observed the surroundings. The two were in a spacious hall, and at the end of the hall was an upward passage. Around the hall, eerie human-shaped skeletons were scattered everywhere. Have humans been here? Tang Chuyao squatted down, examining the eerie white bones. Jiang Chen spoke slowly. Probably
not. Human bones aren't this large. These are likely the skeletons of Ironblood warriors. Tang Chuyao gave Jiang Chen a puzzled look, then nodded. Makes sense. At this moment, within Jiang Chen's perception range, nearly 10 little creatures were rushing toward them on all fours at an extremely fast speed from the passage at the end of the hall. Here comes action, Xiao Tang? Before Tang Chuyao could react, nearly 10 messenger xenomorphs surged out of the passage. The moment they stepped into Jiang Chen's gravity field, boom, gravity poured down. The 10 short messenger xenomorphs seemed as if their backs had been struck by a giant hydraulic press. 8, 10, 10. No one has ever come out of the pyramid alive, so it's normal for the teacher not to know, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Tang Chuyao touched her chin. You're right, we can be considered pioneers. Stop being right, here comes more trouble. Roar. A piercing scream echoed from the passage. The next moment, in the passage, several nearly 3-meter-tall xenomorphs emerged. Unlike the smooth, elongated heads of other ordinary xenomorphs, theirs were instead covered with menacingly scattered ridges of spine. They slightly opened their mouths, revealing a massive split running from beneath their heads, filled with sharp, inward-curving fangs. Between the teeth oozed nauseating green mucus, exuding a putrid stench. Behind them, a slender and sharp tail blade, like a serpent, slithered along the ground. Jiang Chen, be careful. Tang Chuyao took a step forward, gazing at the few alien creatures in front of her, slightly furrowing her brows. Immediately after, boom, 2 flames ignited from her hands, 3 each. Jiang Chen's voice fell. The blade was drawn 3 inches. The next moment, 6 xenomorphs were instantly enveloped by invisible gravity, divided into 2 groups, with the group on the right being directly pulled toward Jiang Chen. Tang Chuyao didn't waste any words either, directly unleashing multiple fire punches in succession. Boom! The flames instantly engulfed the 3 aliens. The other 3 aliens were dragged toward Jiang Chen. Immediately after, clang! The blade is unsheathed. Jiang Chen quickly stepped onto the ground, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot, flashing past the 3 aliens. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 aliens' ferocious heads were instantly flung high into the air, green blood spraying into the air. All of this happened in an instant. Killed 3 warrior aliens, gained 3 points. Killed 3 warrior aliens, gained 3 points. Tang Chuyao turned her head, staring in shock at Jiang Chen, who was slowly sheathing his sword. You? Jiang Chen tilted his head, ? Didn't expect your swordsmanship to be quite strong. It's alright. Jiang Chen responded indifferently. Tang Chuyao did not see the process of Jiang Chen instantly killing these 3 aliens, but it's easy to see that every strike is a one-hit kill. With Jiang Chen's observation hockey perception ability and the speed of the 6 powers shave, it's likely he aimed at the slightly weaker neck area of the alien's defense, delivering a fatal blow with 1 strike. It probably still can't compare to my fire fist. Wait, what am I even thinking? Jiang Chen is not someone with innate swordsmanship talent. How could his swordsmanship possibly be stronger than my fire fist? Thinking of this, Tang Chuyao gently shook her head. Jiang Chen, holding a wooden staff sword, walked ahead of her. Let's go. The hidden reward is probably just beyond this passage. Tang Chuyao stopped thinking and hurried to follow. At the top level of the pyramid, inside a dark and spacious secret chamber, accompanied by a piercing roar, a massive figure slowly rose from the green slime, its hard black exoskeleton glinting with a cold, eerie sheen. Standing upright, it reached a height equivalent to 2 stories, nearly 3 times larger than the ordinary creatures in the secret realm. Its head resembled a distorted mass of flesh, covered in intricate patterns and grotesque protrusions. Within its gaping maw, rows upon rows of sharp fangs were densely packed, oozing foul-smelling green mucus. Crouching before it were 4 equally terrifying Royal Guard xenomorphs, each even larger and more menacing than the warrior variants. A thunderous roar erupted from its throat. The 4 guardian aliens seemed to receive an order and quickly turned around, diving into the passage. After Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao took down 6 warrior aliens, they headed toward the passage from which they had emerged. This passage was not as pitch dark as the one they had entered in the pyramid. Instead, it had a faint glimmer of light. Tang Chuyao still held flames burning in her hand. Under the illumination of the flames, the passage became even brighter. There should be more than just the messenger xenomorph and warrior xenomorph here. There's also a larger type of xenomorph. Tang Chuyao observed the murals on both sides as she walked. After killing a xenomorph, the secret realm system would indicate the xenomorph's title. Since the last type of xenomorph hadn't been killed yet, Tang Chuyao didn't know its title. The remaining one should be the hidden reward, right? Tang Chuyao turned to look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head. It shouldn't be. Why? Tang Chuyao was like a curious baby. Because they have arrived. Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks, staring at the pitch black end ahead. Tang Chuyao was suddenly startled, staring straight ahead. For even larger xenomorphs appeared before them, with sharp, exposed teeth from which mucus slowly dripped onto the ground. Its flattened, elongated head was covered in terrifying patterns resembling bulging blood vessels or exposed spinal ridges. Jiang Chen's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, revealing a glimpse of his pale scara. The next moment, 8 tons of gravitational force instantly pinned the 4 xenomorphs to the ground. Though they appeared stronger than previous variants, within Jiang Chen's gravity domain, they were nothing but lambs awaiting slaughter. Take action. Jiang Chen's voice fell. Tang Chuyao didn't waste any words either, raising her arm and directly swinging it toward the air. Flames roared out from her fist. Boom! The flames struck the 4 guardian aliens, stirring up the surrounding dust and smoke. Tang Chuyao was shocked as she watched this scene. Could it really withstand one of her fire punches? Could this truly not be a hidden reward? Before she could think further, 3 more fire punches roared out. Roar! The 4 aliens let out bursts of furious roars. Although they were stronger than the previous ones, under the continuous bombardment of fiery punches, their tough exoskeletons began to crack. Can you handle this or not? Jiang Chen teased. Tang Chuyao pursed her lips and unleashed several more fiery punches in succession. Under the tremendous impact, the entire passageway trembled violently, and dust rained down from the ceiling. Finally, after relentless bombardment, the hard exoskeletons of the 4 xenomorphs shattered completely. In the next instant, their bodies were blown into fragments, splattering green blood across both sides of the corridor. The corrosive fluid sizzled upon contact with the walls, emitting thick plumes of white smoke. Killed 4 guardian aliens, earned 4 points. Phew! Tang Chuyao let out a sigh of relief, finally managing to kill these 4 aliens. Not bad, little Tang. Jiang Chen patted Tang Chuyao's shoulder and nodded. Tang Chuyao was stunned for a moment, then turned her head and tightly pressed her lips together. Jiang Chen, we still haven't encountered the alien boss you mentioned. My fire punches are almost unable to penetrate their defenses anymore. Can we really get the hidden reward? Don't worry, you won't need your fire punches. I still have my sword. Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. You? Tang Chuyao froze in place, then gently shook her head inside. I don't even know if coming to challenge this pyramid with you was the right choice or not. Are you scared? Jiang Chen turned his head, his ear facing Tang Chuyao. Tang Chuyao was silent for a moment. A little. Jiang Chen spoke directly, then you can turn back and leave, but I won't team up with you again in the future. As the words fell, Tang Chuyao suddenly raised her head, her gaze resolute. No way, we've already come this far, how could we go back? Maybe you're right, fortune favors the bold. Having come this far, with the hidden reward right in front of her, leaving out of fear, how could she avenge her grandfather in the future? The powerful figure from the beautiful country who killed her grandfather was a 7th-tier strongman. Missing the high attribute point rewards from Secret Realm number 1 will lead to falling behind step by step. In this world, the stronger a person is, the faster they grow. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly and said calmly, then let's go. Tang Chuyao nodded firmly. The two of them walked along the passage, continuing upward. 10 minutes later, the two finally exited the passage and arrived in a spacious hall. At the end of the hall, in a pool of green slime, a 2-story tall alien queen stared straight at them. Sharp bone spines grew from its back, a 5-meter-long tail blade dragged behind it, and its crimson eyes radiated an intense sense of oppression. Between the sharp fangs, foul-smelling mucus is everywhere. The air is filled with the stench of decay, making one nauseous. Tang Chuyao almost gagged from the stench. She covered her mouth and nose, staring blankly at the massive alien queen before her. Is this the alien boss? Roar! The alien queen let out a deafening roar, with viscous liquid spraying from between her teeth and splattering onto the walls around the hall. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. She really does look just like in the movies, so I'm not afraid of her. With the alien queen's level of destructive power in the movies, the current me doesn't think much of it. Next, not only will I beat this alien queen to a pulp, but I'll also use her to lure all the scattered aliens in the secret realm here. This time, the secret realm will be a massive harvest of attribute points. Outside the secret realm at this moment, Wang Xin and Lin Weidong were nervously staring at the secret realm leaderboard. Suddenly, a teacher ran over. Director, the vice principal is here. Wang Xin heard this and followed his gaze. An elderly man with white hair, dressed in the Demon Suppression Army uniform, bearing 2 stars on his shoulders, walked toward him with an air of vigor. Wang Xin immediately jogged forward and respectfully said, Vice Principal. This person was none other than the Vice Principal of Shanghai Military Academy, a 7th-tier powerhouse of the Dragon Nation, Du Hongsheng. Du Hongsheng nodded slightly at Wang Xin and asked, Wang Xin, what's the current ranking in the secret realm? How are our school's students doing? Wang Xin glanced at the leaderboard at the entrance of the secret realm. Vice Principal, currently, only Lu Li's team from our school is in the top 10. Du Hongsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. Lu Li? What about Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao? Wang Xin shook his head. Haven't seen them in the top 100 yet. Didn't you say Jiang Chen has a 100-meter observation hockey? How is it possible that he hasn't even made it into the top 100? Du Hongsheng asked in confusion. Wang Xin replied cautiously, Vice Principal, could it be that their luck is just too bad? Du Hongsheng was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. It shouldn't be. I remember you also mentioned that Jiang Chen can fly, right? Being able to fly, along with powerful observation hockey, gives a significant advantage in searching for aliens compared to others. Plus, with Tang Chuyao possessing the flame fruit, there's no way they wouldn't make it
it into the top 100.
Upon hearing this, Wang Sen's eyes widened sharply. Vice Principal, you mean? Du Hongsheng nodded. The pyramid. As the words fell, Lin Weidong, standing to the side, widened his eyes in disbelief and said, I clearly emphasized to them not to go in. They even agreed.
Wang Sen's face also showed a worried expression. There might be second-tier fierce beasts inside.
Are they crazy?
Du Hongsheng's gaze fell on the Secret Realm's leaderboard, his eyes slightly narrowed, at this point, saying this is useless.
Let's wait and see. Roar.
A roar like the explosion of thunder. The alien queen leaped abruptly from the pool of green, acrid-smelling slime, like a black lightning bolt, carrying an overwhelming killing intent.
Its target was directly aimed at Zhang Chen and Tang Chuyao in front of it.
Its eyes, as large as bronze bells, now burned like green flames, with leaping sparks filled with surging rage, as if roaring to tear the two humans who dared to intrude into its territory into a pile of shredded flesh in an instant.
Zhang Chen!
Tang Chuyao shouted softly, taking a step forward. On her fist, blazing flames roared up like a ferocious beast breaking free from its cage, the scorching heat causing the surrounding air to ripple with layers of distorted heat waves. Zhang Chen's gaze was solemn, his figure unmoving, as he gently raised his right hand. In an instant, a powerful gravitational field spread outward from him as the center, compressing the surrounding air to the point of explosive sounds.
Boom! 8 tons of gravity poured down, causing the alien queen's figure to abruptly pause.
Its speed sharply decreased, as if firmly grasped by an invisible giant hand.
Roar!
The alien queen raised its head, filled with ferocious fangs, and let out a furious roar, forcibly pushing against the 8 tons of gravity as it continued to charge toward Zhang Chen and the other person.
Its massive body stepped onto the ground.
Every step it took, its massive, mountain-like body caused the ground beneath it to tremble violently, as if a small earthquake had occurred. The walls of the entire hall shook, dust falling, on the verge of collapse.
Zhang Chen's heart trembled.
Goodness, as expected of a second-tier ferocious beast, it can actually move under my 8-ton gravity. Tang Chuyao suddenly unleashed a fiery punch, flames roaring out from her fist.
Bang!
The alien queen staggered from the impact of the flames, shook her head, and those abyss-like eyes locked firmly onto Tang Chuyao. Tang Chuyao's eyes widened in shock as she met the terrifying gaze of the alien queen, her heart filled with disbelief.
Her fire punch was actually useless? Boom! Boom! Boom!
Tang Chuyao clenched her teeth tightly, flames continuously converging onto her fists, turning her into a humanoid turret, unleashing a barrage of fiery punches. Under this storm-like assault, the alien queen's body swayed left and right from the impact.
However, not even the slightest mark could be left on its hard exoskeleton. Roar! The alien queen seemed to be completely enraged, letting out another deafening roar.
Tang Chuyao tightly pressed her lips together, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down her forehead as she stared in disbelief at the terrifying alien queen before her.
Is this a second-tier ferocious beast? Could it be that today is where it all ends? No, absolutely not.
Tang Chuyao let out a loud shout, blazing flames enveloping her entire body as she fixed her gaze on the alien queen steadily advancing toward her.
At this moment,
a dazzling flash of cold light, accompanied by a faint sword hum, streaked by in an instant.
Zhang Chen's ghostly figure transformed into a blur too fast for the naked eye to follow, streaking past the xenomorph queen with unimaginable speed.
The queen had no time to react, one of its pillar-like legs was cleanly severed at the root in an instant. Green, viscous blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering onto the surrounding ground with a sizzling, corrosive hiss. Tang Chuyao stared in shock at the fallen xenomorph queen, then shifted her gaze to Zhang Chen, who stood calmly behind the crippled creature.
Just now, was that Zhang Chen drawing his sword? No, impossible, right? Even my fire fist couldn't break through this beast's defense. Zhang Chen, how could he? Roar!
The alien queen propped up her massive body with her remaining 3 legs, glaring angrily at Zhang Chen behind her.
This human actually dared to cut off his own leg before the alien queen could react. Zhang Chen once again vanished silently from where he stood. Swish! Another flash of cold light streaked by. The alien queen raised another leg high, leaving only 2 legs to support her massive body, which could no longer hold up and crashed heavily to the ground. At this moment, the once furious eyes of the alien queen began to show a trace of fear as it stared fixedly at the sharp sword in Zhang Chen's hand. Zhang Chen instructed Tang Chuyao, Xiao Tang, stop standing there in a daze, blow a hole in the ceiling. What? Tang Chuyao stared blankly at Zhang Chen, still immersed in the shock of witnessing him sever the xenomorph queen's legs with a single sword strike.
Zhang Chen said calmly, blast through the ceiling. I need to bring this thing to the platform at the top of the pyramid.
Oh, okay. Tang Chuyao blinked, though unsure of Zhang Chen's intentions, she obediently complied.
The current Zhang Chen, in her eyes, is like a godlike existence. Originally, she thought she was at least stronger than Zhang Chen in terms of destructive power.
It seems so now. She was simply dreaming. It's not just a slight difference in strength, but completely out of reach. Tang Chuyao took a deep breath, roaring flames ignited, and then she suddenly swung several punches toward the ceiling. Boom, boom, boom.
The ceiling shattered in response, stone debris scattered, and above, a clear path appeared, revealing a passage leading leading upward. Jiang Chen saw this and immediately manipulated gravity. The overwhelming gravity, so powerful it was suffocating, was like an invisible giant hand that suddenly grabbed the alien queen, forcibly lifting it off the ground and dragging it toward the hole in the ceiling. The alien queen was terrified, frantically waving its upper limbs, its sharp claws flailing wildly in the air. However, the severely injured alien queen at this moment found all its struggles futile under Jiang Chen's powerful gravity manipulation. At the top of the pyramid, a platform spanning nearly 1,000 square meters lay under the howling winds. Bang! The xenomorph's massive body was slammed onto the ground. Crouched in the corner, its terrified eyes fixed intently on Jiang Chen as green blood continuously gushed from the severed stumps of its legs. Under the oppressive force of Jiang Chen's gravity, the severely wounded queen was completely immobilized. It couldn't comprehend what this powerful human intended to do. Tang Chuyao stood beside Jiang Chen, her hair slightly disheveled, and asked in confusion, "Jiang Chen, what are you trying to do?" The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth gently curved up. "Those aliens outside, I guess they're all its underlings. If the boss gets beaten up, do you think the underlings will come to its aid?" "Ha!" Tang Chuyao stared blankly at Jiang Chen. She knew very well what it would mean if what Jiang Chen said was true. It means countless experience points and countless attribute points. Roar! The alien queen raised her head and let out a furious roar, the deafening sound echoing throughout the entire secret realm. At the same time, in countless corners of the secret realm, aliens hidden among the trees and within the shadows simultaneously turned their heads toward the direction of the pyramid. The next moment, almost all the aliens began to move, rushing madly toward the direction of the pyramid. Outside the pyramid, beyond the domain of the egg-shaped worms, Tang Quansheng widened his eyes, staring intently in the direction of the pyramid. "This roar, what's going on?" Yang Chuanzhong slightly furrowed his brows. It might be a second-tier ferocious beast inside the pyramid. Tang Quansheng couldn't help but shiver for a moment. Just hearing about it is terrifying. How could this be something we freshmen can handle? Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, those two lunatics, are doomed this time, aren't they? Tang Quansheng showed a schadenfreude expression. Yang Chuanzhong said in a deep voice, "Is there a possibility that the roar came from that second-tier ferocious beast being beaten up?" Tang Quansheng placed the back of his hand on his teammate's forehead. "Are you running a fever? That's a second-tier ferocious beast, brother. We're all freshmen here, how different can we be? I, for one, wouldn't dare mess with a second-tier ferocious beast." Yang Chuanzhong slapped his hand away and said calmly, "Let's go. It's time to find the alien creature. Our first place has already been overtaken." Tang Xuanqing's gaze fell on the leaderboard in his mind. First place, Rong Yang and Luo Qingji, points, 78. Second place, Tang Quansheng and Yang Chuanzhong, points, 76. Realizing that their team had been overtaken, Tang Quansheng cursed sharply, "Damn it. Move quickly, we absolutely have to keep first place." At this moment, he noticed Yang Chuanzhong staring blankly in the direction of the pyramid's perimeter. "Old Yang?" Tang Quansheng called out, then glanced in the direction his teammates were staring at. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock. He saw several alien creatures weaving through the jungle, rapidly closing in on them. "Is that an alien? 1, 2, 3, how many are there? Are we hitting the jackpot?" Yang Chuanzhong said in a deep voice, "There are too many. Be careful, take action." As the words fell, a wisp of purple poison gas instantly spread from his hands. Tang Quansheng also clenched his fists tightly, staring intently at the alien creature charging toward them. The distance kept closing, until the alien creature directly bypassed them and rushed toward the pyramid. Tang Quansheng and Yang Chuanzhong exchanged a bewildered glance. The alien ignored them? What's going on? That's impossible. According to common sense, as long as aliens discover humans, they are bound to launch an attack. It's absolutely impossible to just bypass them like this. Suddenly, the two seemed to realize something at the same time and said in unison, "Are you serious?" After speaking, their gazes simultaneously turned toward the distant pyramid. And it wasn't just Tang Quansheng and Yang Chuanzhong. The other freshmen hunting aliens in the outer circle, like them, were also experiencing the same thing at this moment. Countless new students stared in confusion as one alien after another passed by them, heading straight for the pyramid. No one knew what was going on. The school teachers never mentioned anything like this happening, did they? The top platform of the pyramid. Tang Chuyao gazed into the distance, countless black dots continuously approaching them. She looked at Jiang Chen excitedly, even unable to hold back a curse. "It's really an alien swarm." "Damn." Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he said seriously, "I'll activate the gravity field in a moment. As long as they climb up, I'll control them. The task of clearing them out is up to you." Tang Chuyao nodded heavily. Around the pyramid, the alien tide converged into a vast black ocean, continuously gathering toward the place where Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao were. They frantically climbed up the outer walls of the pyramid. Very soon, the first wave of the alien tide reached the top of the pyramid. Jiang Chen held a blind cane, lightly tapping the ground. The gravity field instantly expanded to its maximum range. The alien was crushed to the ground by the terrifying gravity the moment it stepped into the gravity field.
Immediately after, Jiang Chen controlled anti-gravity, directly lifting Tang Chuyao into the sky.
Tang Chuyao was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood Jiang Chen's intention. In the sky, it was easier to launch attacks on the alien creatures on the ground. Tang Chuyao's eyes sharpened as she clenched her fists tightly, and two blazing flames instantly ignited at her fists' edges.
The next moment,
she swung her fiery fists with force, hurling one fierce fire punch after another at the suppressed swarm of alien creatures on the ground.
A mere first-tier alien could not withstand Tang Chuyao's terrifying fire fist at all.
The first wave of aliens stepping into Jiang Chen's gravity field was instantly reduced to ashes by a temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, as if swept away like dry leaves. Killed one alien, gained 1 point. Kill one alien, gain 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 1 point. In the scoreboard in their minds, streams of information emerged.
Tang Chuyao only felt an overwhelming thrill.
She couldn't help but quicken her movements, countless tongues of fire descending from the sky, recklessly bombarding the alien tied on the pyramid platform.
At this moment, the heavily injured alien queen, curled up to the side, stared blankly at the scene before her. In its wise eyes, it seemed to be pondering, what kind of demons are these two humans? Its alien army, in front of them, seemed as insignificant as ants. Killed one alien, gained 1 point. Killed one alien, gained 1 point.
Kill one alien, gain 1 point. Kill one alien, gain 1 point. Kill one alien, gain 1 point.
At the same time, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao's points were also rising rapidly.
1 SD place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, points, 921.
2 ND place, Rong Yang and Luo Qingji, points, 78.
3 RD place, Tang Quanqing and Yang Chuanzhong, points, 76.
In the blink of an eye,
their points have already left the second place far behind by a wide margin and are about to reach the milestone of 1,000 points. You must know, in Secret Realm number 1, no one has ever scored more than 1,000 points until now. And now, there are still more than 10 full days left before the Secret Realm ends.
As Tang Chuyao's attacks grew increasingly fierce, the number of alien swarms began to decrease sharply.
Jiang Chen's gravity field also consistently maintained its maximum range, ensuring that not a single alien could escape control.
Boom! Another fierce fire punch smashed down, directly turning the last group of xenomorphs into minced meat.
Aha!
Oh my god, this is amazing!
Tang Chuyao landed beside Jiang Chen, excitedly waving her little pink fists in place, her eyes sparkling.
Jiang Chen, is there another wave?
As the words fell, the two simultaneously turned their heads to look at the xenomorph queen curled up on the ground. That greedy and frenzied gaze made the alien queen shudder all over.
Clang! Jiang Chen drew his blade and slowly walked toward the alien queen.
Tang Chuyao cracked her knuckles with a crisp sound, excitedly following behind Jiang Chen. The alien queen looked at the two in terror, trying to move her body backward, but under Jiang Chen's gravitational field, she couldn't budge at all.
At the same time, countless newcomers stood scattered around the outskirts of the egg-shaped insect field, staring dumbfounded in the direction of the pyramid. Just now,
they vaguely saw a blurry figure floating in the air, hurling fiery punches continuously at the alien swarm.
Flames soared into the sky. It was as if a deity had descended.
Following this, in the leaderboard within their minds, the points behind the names of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao skyrocketed like a rocket. Due to the difference in the flow of time inside and outside the secret realm, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao spent over half an hour reaching the summit within the secret realm, while only 3 minutes had passed outside.
Outside the secret realm, 3 minutes ago, the quiet air was filled with an atmosphere of tension and gravity.
Vice Principal Du Hongshang, Director of Education Wang Xin, and class teacher Lin Weidong were all staring solemnly at the leaderboard.
Suddenly,
Lin Weidong suddenly pointed at the leaderboard on the surface of the spatial rift, his expression excited.
Look, Jiang Chen and the others have entered the top 100. They're at 87th place. Wang Xin and Du Hongsheng immediately looked in the direction Lin Weidong was pointing.
When they saw the names of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, both of them let out a sigh of relief.
The next moment, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao's names suddenly jumped up another 20 places. This sudden turn of events shocked all the teachers present, as if a calm lake had been struck by a massive boulder, stirring up waves upon waves. Could it be that Jiang Chen is about to take off like a rocket again, just like during the entrance exam? What happened next was just as they had imagined. The names of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao shot up another 20 places.
Immediately, the ranking kept climbing continuously.
In less than 10 seconds,
it had already firmly secured first place and, at a terrifying speed, created a huge gap with the second place.
Not only that, the points were still skyrocketing.
1 SD place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, points, 146. 1 SD place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, points, 288. 1 SD place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, points, 522. For a moment, outside the secret realm, everyone seemed to be under a freezing spell, staring in shock at the names of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. All the teachers had their eyes wide open. open and mouths slightly ajar, as if they had forgotten they could still breathe.
3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye.
First place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, points, 921.
Second place, Rong Yang and Luo Qingji, points, 78.
3rd place, Tang Quanqing and Yang Chuanzhong, points, 76.
4th place, Zhao Yang and Wang Rong, points, 75. 5th place, Lin Xiaohua and Lu Li, points, 74.
The points finally stopped changing. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao settled at 921 points. There was silence for quite a while. Wang Xin turned his head to look at Du Hongshang, his mouth opening and closing several times.
Vice Principal, what's going on here? Even if they killed the tier 2 ferocious beast inside the pyramid, the points shouldn't be this exaggerated, right? Lin Weidong, standing nearby, quickly added, yeah,
I remember a second-tier ferocious beast. The hidden reward points are usually 200 points.
What's the situation with this alien secret realm?
In history, no one has ever scored so many points in secret realm number 1.
Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao are making history. Du Hongsheng glanced at the two of them, his brows furrowed into a shape. You're asking me? Who should I ask?
After speaking, he stared at the names of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao again and slowly said, ask them when they come out.
Could it be the secret realm has a bug?
Lin Weidong cautiously looked at Wang Sen.
Wang Sen glared at him and lightly reprimanded, nonsense, when has the secret realm ever had a bug? And such a good thing at that? Lin Weidong nodded, his face showing confusion, and murmured, did they stir up the alien nest?
Wang Sen turned his head to look at him upon hearing this.
You know, there really might be such a possibility. The beast in the pyramid could very well be the key. Within the secret realm,
the alien queen lay on the ground in despair, with green blood sizzling out from the severed stump of her broken leg. After witnessing the strength of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, the alien queen felt a wave of desolation in her heart. She knew very well that even if she continued to summon her minions, it would only lead them to their deaths.
Jiang Chen, holding his blade, walked up to her and looked down at her. Call all your offspring over here. Once I've finished killing them, I'll give you a quick end. The xenomorph queen seemed to understand Jiang Chen's words.
Its already grotesque and terrifying mouth slowly stretched sideways, revealing sharp, saw-like inner jaws.
Jiang Chen showed no mercy, immediately delivering a swift tempest kick to its flattened elongated head. Try baring your teeth again?
Jiang Chen pointed at the queen's head, speaking harshly as if scolding a disobedient dog. The queen staggered from the blow, shaking its head several times before continuing to glare fiercely at Jiang Chen with an expression of defiant resistance. Seeing this, Jiang Chen rolled up his sleeves. Alright then, it seems you won't yield until faced with utter despair.
After a series of punches and kicks, the xenomorph queen curled into a trembling ball.
The eerie green glow in its eyes gradually cleared, replaced by something resembling dazed comprehension.
Tang Chuyao watched this scene in stunned silence, frozen in place. Jiang Chen drew his sword and pressed the blade against the queen's remaining legs. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance.
If you don't call your underlings over, I'll first take off your last few legs, and then slowly peel off your skin. The alien queen heard this, and it was obvious that it understood. Its ghostly green eyes were filled with despair and fear.
The next moment, roar! A desperate roar echoed throughout the entire secret realm. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction and looked at Tang Chuyao. Xiao Tang, get ready and continue farming monsters. Alright, Tang Chuyao excitedly rolled up her sleeves. Today, let's farm until the sky turns dark. Anyway, with Jiang Chen around, even if she completely ran out of strength, she wouldn't worry at all. Outside the ovoid worm domain, Tang Quanqing stared blankly in the direction of the pyramid.
After a long time, he came back to his senses and turned to look at his teammate beside him.
Old Jiang, I didn't expect everything you said to be true. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, those two aren't lunatics, they're damn devils. Yang Chuanzhong's voice trembled as well. They've broken the record, haven't they?
Although in his heart, he always felt that Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao were not that simple.
But this is just too outrageous. Tang Quanqing widened his eyes and said, breaking records? This is making history, okay.
Not just in our dragon kingdom, but across the entire world, no one has ever farmed monsters so excessively in secret realm number 1.
Yang Chuanzhong couldn't help but swallow. Tell me, how on earth did they manage to do it? How could a first-tier ability user possibly defeat a second-tier ferocious beast?
Tang Quanqing frowned deeply upon hearing this. There's only one possibility, they have someone who's not just first-tier.
Jiang Chen? Yang Chuanzhong asked. Tang Quanqing shook his head. I think it's Tang Chuyao.
Jiang Chen can only manipulate some gravity. At best he's just a support.
Roll. If Tang Chuyao were only first-tier, how could they possibly break through the defenses of a second-tier ferocious beast? Yang Chuanzhong gave a wry smile. I didn't expect the hidden reward in the alien secret realm to have the function of gathering all the monsters on the map. Tang Quanqing glanced at him. Old Yang, do you think there will be another wave? At this moment,
Yang Chuanzhong suddenly turned his head to look behind him.
In the distance, countless dark shadows were rapidly approaching them. The next wave is here.
Tang Quanqing also turned his head to look, and suddenly he realized something. Wait a minute, old Yang, there are still more than 10 days left.
At this rate, won't all the aliens be slaughtered by them? What about our points?
Yang Chuanzhong was at a loss for words.
Cold salad? Damn it, no way. Stopping one is better than none.
Tang Quancheng rolled up his sleeves and charged toward an alien rushing madly at him.
Outside the secret realm,
all the teachers were still immersed in the heaven-defying scores of Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao.
Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao's points are skyrocketing again."
Following this teacher's words, all the teachers turned their gaze to the leaderboard on the surface of the spatial rift.
Rank 1, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, points, 921. Rank 1, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, points, 944. Rank 1, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, points, 968. Rank 1, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, points, 1001. This time,
the teachers, who were already shocked, completely lost their composure.
If it were just over 900 points, they could still accept it, as splitting the points between the two would only give each around 400 attribute points. Now the points are skyrocketing again. There's still a long way to go before it ends. Who knows how many points Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao will have in the end?
Wang Sun looked at Du Hongsheng with a surprised expression.
Vice Principal, why are Jiang Chen and the others' points skyrocketing again? Could it be that the alien tide isn't just one wave?
Du Hongsheng remained silent, quietly watching the leaderboard, a hint of admiration in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. It must be noted that such a high score means that after Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao leave Secret Realm number 1, they will gain unimaginable attribute points. This also means that their growth path afterward will leave everyone else far behind, and these two individuals are both students of their Xinghai Military Academy.
Lin Weidong said excitedly and doubtfully, "Director, they wouldn't be planning to kill all the aliens in the entire Secret Realm, would they?" Wang Sun couldn't help but exclaim, "Absurd, absolutely absurd. Director, this is just too thrilling."
I remember the points reward has a cap, and so far, only one person in the world has ever reached the limit. A look of envy appeared in Lin Weidong's eyes. If only he had been able to earn that many points back then.
Wang Sun slowly spoke.
Secret Realm number 1, with a maximum score of 2000 points, plus the 500-point reward for first place, and the hidden reward of 300 points. If they can truly reach the maximum score, it would mean that after the end of Secret Realm number 1, each of them will gain 1400 attribute points. With so many attribute points, they can directly reach the level of a second-tier ability user. After the end of Secret Realm number 1, reaching the second-tier ability user, so far, no one in the Dragon Country has been able to achieve this.
Hearing this, Lin Weidong revealed a gratified smile.
Both Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao are students in his class. Finally, he has something impressive to boast about in the future.
At this moment, Wang Sun's phone rang.
He glanced at the caller ID and, upon seeing it was an old friend from Linjiang Military Academy, couldn't help but show a smug smile.
"Hello, Oldly, what's up?"
"Oh, come on, it was just an accident that I got first place."
"Look how anxious you are.
Our Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao are indeed a bit stronger than your students.
Their points are just a tiny bit higher than yours."
"Oldly, I know you're anxious, but don't rush just yet.
How did it bug out? How did it turn into enjoying alone? I don't even know what you're talking about."
Lin Weidong, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle along as he watched Wang Sun's anti-smile.
Linjiang Military Academy, let's see how arrogant you can be. Within the secret realm.
Tang Quancheng sat on the ground, panting heavily, his face full of indignation.
"Damn it, we can't stop them, not at all. It's driving me crazy. These aliens now, when they see us, they just bypass us.
They insist on heading to the pyramid to throw themselves at Jiang Chen and the others."
"Sigh, this is already the third wave, isn't it?"
His teammate Yang Chuanzhong also sat down, the two leaning against each other, staring hopelessly in the direction of the pyramid. Like a swarm of black ant-like aliens, they rushed to offer themselves up to Jiang Chen and his team.
Flames soared into the sky.
Just moments ago, they had been trying to stop a few aliens. At first, they did manage to kill some, but later, whenever the aliens spotted them from afar, they would directly take a detour. With the aliens' agile speed, if they wanted to escape, there was no way to catch up. Tang Quancheng glanced at the leaderboard in his mind and let out a desperate sigh. "Oh my goodness, it's already over 1800 points." After speaking, he looked at his teammate beside him. "If it weren't for Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, I wouldn't have known there could be so many aliens hidden in this secret realm." Yang Chuanzhong shook his head with a bitter smile. Forget it, second place is fine too." Lu Li and Lin Xiaohua also sat on the ground helplessly. They are the same, completely unable to stop these aliens determined to die. Lu Li stared blankly at the figure on the top of the pyramid, resembling a fire god, filled with envy in her heart.
The top of the pyramid. Boom boom boom.
Tang Chuyao hovered in the air, continuously launching fire punches at the black army below, her face full of excitement.
Suddenly, a prompt appeared in their minds. "Prompt, points have reached the maximum limit. Killing aliens will no longer increase points, excluding hidden rewards. Rank 1, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, points, 2000. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. Reached the limit? What the heck? The secret realm has a points limit? Tang Chuyao also showed a surprise surprised expression. The two exchanged a glance. Jiang Chen looked up at Tang Chuyao and asked loudly, "Xiao Tang, how can a secret realm have a limit? Our teacher never mentioned this." Tang Chuyao fell silent and continued to attack the alien tide quietly. After a moment, she spoke, "Jiang Chen, is it possible that the teacher never expected anyone to reach the limit?" Hearing this, Jiang Chen was left speechless. Xiao Tang does make some sense. It seems like no one in the Dragon Kingdom has ever reached the point limit in the secret realm. Forget it, a limit is a limit. These points are already plenty. 2,000 points, plus the hidden reward of 300 points, and 500 points for first place. They can each get 1,400 attribute points. 1,400 attribute points mean that the mental attribute can be directly raised to 720 points. After all, the highest attribute cannot exceed twice the lowest, but it doesn't matter. The other attribute points are also very useful. 720 mental attribute points mean the ability to control 36 tons of gravity. Originally, it was only 8 tons, now it's more than quadrupled. 36 tons of gravity could probably crush a second-tier ferocious beast directly. Moreover, he could still get 140 skill points. Jiang Chen couldn't help but look at the skill panel in his mind. Observation Hockey LV.2, 0/60 plus, current range, 500 meters, next level, range expands to 1000 meters. Blind Swordsmanship LV.2, 0/20 plus, currently comprehended sword intent, next level, sword intent, mastery. Gravity Field LV.2, 0/20 plus, current field range 50 meters, next level, range expands to 200 meters, unlocks gravity wave control proficient. Navy 6 Styles LV.1, 0/10 plus. Hint, when the total level of multiple combined skills reaches LV.10, the next skill, Armament Hockey, can be unlocked. Current unlock progress, July 10th, 140 points. Wouldn't this mean pulling everything directly? After the secret realm ends, I'll be able to control gravity waves myself. By then, who knows how far I'll be able to control them. Adding gravity to the sword shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but slightly curl up the corners of his mouth. He shouted loudly at Tang Chuyao, "Xiao Tang, let's clear out this wave of aliens first, then we can deal with this alien queen." At this moment, the alien queen, curled up to the side, seemed to understand. She struggled to lift her head, her eyes filled with a look of relief. Outside the secret realm, the members of the Star Navy Academy Ability Association were sitting in the stands, watching the leaderboard above the spatial rift. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao had already reached the maximum score of 2,000 points. Such an outrageous result left everyone completely speechless. A moment later, Zhang Qingyu leisurely rested his hands behind his head, glanced at Chao Yang beside him a few times, and clicked his tongue as he said, "TSK TSK TSK, I clearly remember someone once swearing confidently that Jiang Chen would absolutely not become a second-tier ability user after the end of Secret Realm number 1. Oh right, that someone also shamelessly emphasized that what they said was the truth, and what others said was also the truth." After saying this, Zhang Qingyu deliberately imitated Chao Yang's tone at the time, looking as infuriating as possible. Chao Yang's face instantly darkened, and with a whoosh, he stood up, glaring angrily. "Zhang Qingyu, do you have a death wish?" Zhang Qingyu, however, didn't care in the slightest. Instead, he grinned cheekily, extended a finger, pointed at the furious Chao Yang, and turned to look at Vice President Chu Liang. "Ha, old Chu, look at him, he's losing it, he's losing it." Faced with Zhang Qingyu's sarcastic tone, Chao Yang completely lost his composure. The veins on his forehead bulged as he shouted, "You damn well better have the guts to face me in the ring." Zhang Qingyu sneered, crossed his arms, and replied nonchalantly, "Fine, I'll go. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Just as the tension was about to erupt, Yang Xiaotong stood up, positioned herself between the two, and sighed. "Calm down, both of you. One of you has the power of the smoke fruit to transform into elements, and the other has the power of the phoenix fruit for immortality. Who can you actually defeat? Fight until the end of time, is that it?" As the words fell, the two simultaneously turned their heads to the side. Yang Xiaotong was indeed right. A smoke fruit ability user who can elementalize cannot be hit without armament hockey. As for Zhang Qingyu, it was even more outrageous, he simply couldn't be killed. Both of them were tier 4 ability users, with comparable strength. When they clashed, there was no way to determine a winner. Chu Liang turned his gaze to Chao Yang and spoke slowly. "Alright, Chao Yang, say no more. Since Jiang Chen is already destined to be a second-tier ability user after the secret realm ends, send someone to recruit him into the association directly as a formal member." Chao Yang snorted coldly upon hearing this and turned to leave. His younger brother, Chao Jun, who was sitting beside him, quickly followed. At Starsea Military Academy, on a quiet path within the campus, the Chao army closely followed behind Chao Yang, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, that Zhang Qingyu was so despicable. Bro, we must find a chance to deal with him." Chao Yang clenched his fists and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "There will be a chance." With that, he stopped in his tracks, turned to look at his younger brother Chao Jun, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "After the freshmen finish their ability evaluations, you go recruit new members.
members. By then, put Jiang Chen in his place, I want to steal his spotlight. The Chao army, upon hearing this, also revealed a sinister smile. Don't worry, brother, I know what I'm doing.
So what if he's a second-tier ability user? My barrier is unbreakable by anyone of the same tier or below.
According to the traditions of the Starsea Military Academy's Ability Users Association,
during each year's freshman recruitment, the senior students always showcase a few tricks to give the newcomers a hard time.
After all, this is a martial academy that has always revered strength and respected the strong.
In the association, strength is everything, the absolute king's way.
Every year among the new students, there are always a few arrogant troublemakers who, relying on slightly better awakened talents, strut around the school, acting domineering and completely disregarding their seniors. At such times, the senior students need to step in and teach these hot-headed newcomers a lesson, helping them recognize reality and understand that in the military academy, they are nothing more than a drop in the ocean.
Inside the secret realm, at the top of the pyramid, Tang Chuyao was still clearing out the remaining alien swarm.
Jiang Chen leisurely strolled to the side of the alien queen, touched its elongated head, and muttered,
"Brother, oh wait,
you seem to be female sis. To be honest, we really have to thank you for delivering such a generous gift of points to us.
Now you can rest in peace."
The alien queen, now barely clinging to life, let out a faint whimper from its throat upon hearing these words.
Is this even human language? Not only did he kill himself, but he also killed his subordinates, and in the end, he even said, "Thank you?"
If she weren't no match for Jiang Chen, the alien queen would have pounced on him and bitten him to death. Jiang Chen's expression remained calm as he slowly raised the long sword in his hand. The icy blade inched closer to the alien queen's head, and the chill seemed to penetrate straight into her very bones. The alien queen peacefully closed her eyes, appearing as if she had finally been freed.
The next moment, the blade struck down. Splat!
Thick green blood gushed out along the sword, and the alien queen's massive body trembled violently before completely losing all signs of life.
After a while, Tang Chuyao finally cleared out the remaining alien swarm.
It was as if all her strength had been drained, her legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the ground. At this moment, she was almost exhausted to the point of collapse.
Nearly 2,000 aliens in total. All of them were her responsibility to clean up.
But even so, Tang Chuyao had no complaints at all and was even very excited. After all, without Jiang Chen, she wouldn't have been able to beat up the alien queen. Jiang Chen sheathed his sword, walked to Tang Chuyao's side, sat cross-legged, and looked up at the distant, deathly still sky before speaking softly.
Who would have thought there would be a points limit in the secret realm?
Tang Chuyao forced herself to sit up, propping herself up with her hands behind her. Jiang Chen, this time we can get a total of 2,800 points, which means 1,400 attribute points each.
That's already outrageous.
This means that as long as we leave the secret realm, during the ability evaluation at that time, we can directly be rated as second-tier ability users. Our dragon country has never had someone become a second-tier ability user right after the end of Secret Realm number 1.
Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. That's true. Tang Chuyao continued. Moreover, in our number 1 secret realm, we've already reached the level of second-tier ability users. In the upcoming secret realms, we can almost dominate. After speaking, she cautiously glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, can I still team up with you in the next secret realm?
She had witnessed Jiang Chen's terrifying strength with her own eyes. A freshman capable of slaying a second-tier ferocious beast, such potential. For the sake of her own future, she had to cling to this powerful figure.
Jiang Chen casually responded. All right. Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with Tang Chuyao's performance.
This young girl, though not as strong as himself, was still considered one of the strongest compared to others. Moreover, she works very hard, so it doesn't matter to team up with her. After all, the secret realm requires a team, and teaming up with Tang Chuyao is better than teaming up with others.
Tang Chuyao heard this and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Jiang Chen, Tang Chuyao suddenly seemed to remember something and asked curiously, how much destructive power can you unleash with one sword?
Jiang Chen replied bluntly, oh, about 5,000 calories.
As the words fell, Tang Chuyao widened her eyes, staring at Jiang Chen in disbelief. 5,000 calories?
Her own fire fist was 2,500 calories, which was already astonishing for a freshman.
Jiang Chen's single sword strike was 5,000 calories? And with such a casual tone, as if it wasn't a big deal at all? What kind of monster is this?
Tang Chuyao silently screamed in her heart. Jiang Chen stood up and patted the dust off his pants.
Already firmly in first place, now it's just a matter of waiting for the secret realm to end and settling the attribute points. I'll go get some dry branches, let's spend the night here.
As Jiang Chen spoke, he soared into the air, leaving Tang Chuyao still immersed in shock.
Time flew by quickly, and soon it was the last day in the secret realm.
Yang Chuanzhong sat on the ground, his back leaning tightly against a large tree, his expression slightly fatigued. Tang Quansheng, on the other hand, paced back and forth irritably in front of him, full of frustration with nowhere to vent. From time to time, he lifted his foot and fiercely kicked the pebbles on the ground.
Tang Quansheng.
At this moment, a voice rang out from behind them.
Tang Quansheng was full of impatience.
He turned his head toward the voice and saw that it was their Linjiang Military Academy classmates, Rongyang and Luo Qingji, who were currently ranked 3rd on the leaderboard.
Old Tang, you all seem pretty relaxed, huh?
Rongyang was the first to speak, a teasing smile on his face as he strode over with Luo Qingji. Seeing this, Tang Quanqing rolled his eyes at him in annoyance.
Otherwise, what can we do? It's been over 10 days, and we've only caught 3 aliens, all of which were killed by Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Rongyang said with a wry smile. Then you're doing better than us. Ever since Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao cleared out the alien swarm, we've only encountered one in the past 10 days. Tang Quansheng clenched his fists in anger upon hearing this. That damn Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Things were going pretty well a few days ago. We could kill a dozen or 20 aliens in a day, but with their interference, it'll be tough for us in Secret Realm number 2. Rongyang slowly squatted down and let out a heavy sigh. It's actually still manageable. At most, we lose a couple of 200 attribute points. It's not too big of a loss. We'll just have to see if we can make up for it in Secret Realm number 2. Immediately after, the 4 of them sat in a circle, each looking dejected. Tang Quanqing looked up at the sky and sighed. How is Tang Chuyao so strong? She can even kill second-tier fierce beasts? Rongyang glanced at him. Well, that's why the flame fruit is considered the most well-developed S-grade fruit. But maybe Tang Chuyao herself has exceptional talent too. Tang Quanqing shrugged and spread his hands. It's almost over anyway. We've given up. We are too. After speaking, the 4 of them exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness. In a jungle within the secret realm, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao had been in a state of idleness, wandering around aimlessly for the past 10 days or so. At this moment, the two were sitting together, with a simple barbecue grill placed in front of them. Tang Chuyao's cheeks puffed up as she mumbled indistinctly. Once you go out, you'll have to participate in the ranking evaluation. Jiang Chen, if it weren't for the strict attribute point requirements for the evaluation, I feel like you might have a chance to directly reach the 3rd rank. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback and casually asked, what's the destructive power requirement for the 3rd rank? 20,000 calories. Tang Chuyao swallowed the food in her mouth and swiftly responded. Jiang Chen's heart trembled violently, and he blurted out, only 5,000 calories for the 2nd tier, but suddenly jumping to 20,000 calories, this leap is way too big, isn't it? Tang Chuyao chewed on a piece of meat leisurely and explained. Not too bad, actually. The total attribute point requirement for the 3rd tier is 3,000 points, which translates to roughly 750 points per attribute on average. Without any ability amplification, you can probably produce about 7,500 calories of destructive power. The ability amplification requirement for the 3rd tier is roughly close to 3 times to pass. However, the higher the level, the greater the required ability multiplier, which is also closely related to the development of fruit abilities or the degree of mastery in martial arts and swordsmanship. Those 7th or 8th level powerhouses can achieve an ability multiplier of dozens of times. After listening to Tang Chuyao's explanation, Jiang Chen slightly lowered his head, lost in thought. He remembered. Even if the destructive power requirement for the 3rd level is 20,000 calories, it doesn't necessarily mean I can't reach it. After the secret realm ends, the strength attribute can probably be increased to 360 points, which is a base destructive power of 3,600 calories. Then upgrade blind swordsmanship, add the mastery level sword intent, and with the addition of gravity, achieving a 10-fold increase should be easy, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen continued to ask, what are the requirements for a 4th tier ability user? Tang Chuyao tilted her head in thought for a moment before replying. It seems to be 8,000 total attribute points, with a destructive power requirement of 80,000. Jiang Chen remained silent. 80,000 calories. Judging by my current situation, after the secret realm ends, my destructive power will at most reach a little over 30,000 calories. Although compared to other 2nd tier ability users, he could easily surpass them by a wide margin, enough to rival 3rd tier ability users. But the gap with the 4th tier was still evident. Just as Jiang Chen's thoughts were racing, a crisp notification sound suddenly rang out. 1 minute remaining until the end of this secret realm. It's finally coming to an end. Tang Chuyao stretched lazily in excitement. She hadn't taken a bath for 20 whole days. She could hardly stand it anymore. Very soon, a minute passed. Jiang Chen only felt a flash of white light, and immediately, the dense jungle around him vanished in an instant. The two of them were suddenly transported to a space where everything was pure white. This was also the place where attribute points were calculated after the secret realm ended. Secret realm ended. Calculating points. Detected Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao killed the alien queen, awarding hidden points 300. Detected Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao ranked 1st on the leaderboard, rewarded with 500 points. Detected Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao with a total score of 2,800. Calculating attribute points. In less than a minute, all attribute points were calculated. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao each received 1,400 attribute points. In an instant, the two were enveloped by a layer of dreamy gauze, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. At the same time, in Jiang Chen's mind, 2 crisp notifications sounds rang out simultaneously. Attribute points gained, 1,400 points. Skill points gained, 140 points. Jiang Chen saw this and immediately opened his panel, wasting no time in allocating points. Ding ding ding. For a moment, golden light flickered continuously on the panel. Strength 80 plus strength 360 plus. Spirit 160 plus spirit 720 plus. Constitution 80 plus constitution 360 plus. Agility 80 plus agility 360 plus. Controllable gravity 36 tons. Four-dimensional attributes have increased by more than 4 times. In that instant, an immense and overwhelming power erupted from the depths of Jiang Chen's being. This force surged through his meridians like a roaring tide, penetrating every microscopic cell and merging with his scorching blood. A faint crackling sound emanated from his bones. Jiang Chen focused inward, fully experiencing the profound metamorphosis unfolding within his body. He subconsciously clenched his fist lightly. At this moment, his fist seemed to contain immense power, capable of killing an elephant with a single punch. Not only his attack power, but his physique and agility had also been greatly enhanced. A physique of 360 points means that, even when using iron blocks, he can withstand the destructive force of 10,000 kilograms. A mental strength of 720 points allows him to directly control 36 tons of gravity. That's equivalent to nearly 20 cars. Equivalent to a medium-sized tank. Want to fight yourself? First, directly smash a medium tank onto the opponent. Let the opponent taste what true despair feels like. Now, even if the alien queen were standing in front of me, I probably wouldn't need to draw my sword. Just the 36 tons of gravity alone would be enough to crush it into pulp. Whoosh. There are still skill points. Jiang Chen shifted his gaze to the skill panel. Observation Hockey LV.2, 0/60 plus, next level, range expands to 1000 meters. Blind Swordsmanship LV.2, 0/20 plus, next level, sword intent, mastery. Gravity Field LV.2, 0/20 plus, next level, range expands to 200 meters, unlocks gravity wave manipulation, proficient. Navy 6 Styles LV.1, 0/10 plus. Skill points available, 140. Hint, when the total level of multiple combined skills reaches LV.10, the next skill, Armament Hockey, can be unlocked. Current unlock progress, July 10th. For skill allocation, the focus will definitely be on 3 skills, Observation Hockey, Blind Swordsmanship, and Gravity Field. As for the Navy 6 Styles, the priority is not high for now. Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all and directly upgraded all 3 main skills by 1 level each. Observation Hockey LV.2 Observation Hockey LV.3 Observation Hockey LV.3, 0/180 plus, current range 1000 meters, next level, range expands to 2000 meters. Blind Swordsmanship LV.2 Blind Swordsmanship LV.3 Blind Swordsmanship LV.3, 0/40 plus, currently comprehended sword intent, mastery, next level, sword chi, proficient. Gravity Domain LV.2 Gravity Domain LV.3 Gravity Domain LV.3, 0/40 plus, current domain range 200 meters, mastered gravity wave control, proficient, next level, range expands to 500 meters. Assignable skill points, 40. The moment the skill was activated, Jiang Chen clearly felt that his perception range had instantly doubled. Not only that, his perceptual vision became much clearer. It was as if he were seeing with his own eyes, with no difference at all. The only difference is that Jiang Chen's perspective is a 360-degree, all-encompassing view without any blind spots, and it ignores obstacles. It goes straight to the essence. Tang Chuyao, who was beside him, appeared completely transparent in Jiang Chen's perceptive view, with nothing hidden. It doesn't stop there. Jiang Chen gently drew his blade. In an instant, the airflow around the sword's blade began to surge quietly, conveying the subtlest movements of the world to him. Under the combination of Observation Hockey, he could clearly sense the faint vibration when the air brushed past the blade. Everything seemed to shed its usual gentle disguise, revealing its most fundamental structural patterns. Mountains and massive rocks were no longer static majestic landscapes in his eyes, but natural manuals containing the flow of power. Those lines and folds resemble the optimal paths for sword techniques, guiding him on how to break through with the sword and control power with energy. It was a very wondrous feeling. Jiang Chen gripped the sword hilt, and it felt as if a bloodline connection had formed between his fingers and the hilt. The sword was no longer a cold metallic tool but an extension of his body. Move with the heart, where the will goes, the sword follows. Jiang Chen decisively drew his blade and swung it through the air. Buzz! Where the blade passed, it seemed to create a mysterious resonance with the surrounding air, causing visible ripples in the space, spreading out in circles. Tang Chuyao, standing to the side, was stunned by this breathtaking scene, frozen in place. Her mouth formed a small O shape, her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. What is this? Am I seeing this right? This sword actually caused the space to ripple directly? Could this be some new skill developed from the heavy fruit? Tang Chuyao stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief, her heart filled with shock, so much so that she even forgot to ask. Jiang Chen sheathed his sword, the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
amazed. The gravity field had also expanded to 200 meters, and he had even begun to grasp the basics of gravity wave manipulation. The sword strike he had just unleashed was an attempt to infuse gravity into it, and he succeeded. It would no longer be like in the beginning, where the gravity enveloped both himself and everything around him.
At this moment, a crisp notification sound echoed once again in Jiang Chen's mind. Skill total level detected to have reached LV.10 out of 10. New skill unlocked, Armament Hockey. Armament Hockey LV.1 allows contact with the physical body of ability users. Next level, Armament Coding. Tip: when the total level of multiple combined skills reaches LV.20, the next skill, Gravity Blade Tiger, can be unlocked. Current unlock progress, October 20th. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Armament Hockey. With this skill, there's no need to worry about encountering enemies capable of elementalization and being helpless against them. Moreover, Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the latest prompt. Total skill level reaches LV.20, unlocking Gravity Blade Fierce Tiger. This move is one of Fujitori's signature skills in the anime. By attaching gravity to the blade and slashing outward, it simultaneously releases immense lateral gravity along the trajectory of the slash, crushing everything in front. It is an extremely terrifying long-range AoE attack skill. Currently, his total level is only level 10, still 10 levels short. Jiang Chen touched his chin and began to think about how to allocate the remaining 40 skill points to which skill. Upgrading Observation Hockey requires 180 points, so it's directly passed. Blind Sword Technique LV.3, 0/40+, currently comprehended Sword Intent, Mastery, next level, Sword Chi, Proficient. Gravity Domain LV.3, 0/40+, current domain range 200 meters, mastered Gravity Wave Control, Proficient, next level, range expanded to 500 meters. Navy 6 Styles LV.1, 0/10+. Armament Hockey LV.1, 0/20+, can attack enemies in elemental form, next level, Armament Hockey Coding. If skill points are allocated to Navy 6 Styles in Armament Hockey, it will result in some remaining skill points that cannot be used. This is very uncomfortable for someone with OCD. So, pass. What's left are Blind Swordsmanship and Gravity Field. Upgrading Blind Swordsmanship allows you to gain proficient level sword energy. Doesn't seem that impressive? After all, it's just at the proficient level, so the attack power shouldn't be that strong. It would be better to pull the opponent directly in front and use the mastery level Sword Intent to slay them with one strike. The Gravity Domain can directly extend the range to 500 meters, while his current Observation Hockey range is 1000 meters. This can definitely be considered a huge improvement. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen directly allocated the skill points to the Gravity Domain. Ding! Gravity Field LV.3, Gravity Field LV.4. Gravity Field LV.4, 0/80+, current field range, 500 meters, Gravity Wave Control, Proficient, next level, range expands to 1000 meters. Skill points available, 0. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Can't master the proficiency level of gravitational wave manipulation at the next level yet? Do I need to go another level down? I just tried it myself. It's only at the skilled level of gravitational wave manipulation, still unable to concentrate gravity into the air to form a repulsive gravity field, like Fujitora in anime, rebounding all attacks. Forget it, let's leave it at that for now. Jiang Chen took one last look at his current panel. Strength 360+, Spirit 720+, Physique 360+, Agility 360+, Controllable Gravity 36 tons, Observation Hockey LV.3, 0/180+, current range 1000 meters, Blind Swordsmanship LV.3, 0/40+, currently comprehended Sword Intent, Mastery, Gravity Domain LV.4, 0/80+, current domain range 500 meters, Gravity Wave Manipulation, Proficient, Armament Hockey LV.1, 0/20+, can attack elementalized enemies, next level, Armament Coding, Navy 6 Styles LV.1, 0/10+. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, he sensed Tang Chuyao behind him, staring in shock. Jiang Chen turned his head. What's wrong? Xiao Tang. Nothing. Tang Chuyao snapped back to reality. Jiang Chen, what was that sword move just now? Did I see it wrong? Oh, it's nothing, just developed a new skill. Jiang Chen said casually. Tang Chuyao was speechless for a moment. This skill looked anything but simple, yet it was described so casually. Alright, let's go. It's time to head out. The homeroom teacher is probably waiting for us outside the secret realm. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he strode toward the exit of the secret realm. Seeing this, Tang Chuyao quickly got up and followed. Beyond the secret realm, almost all the teachers of the Starsea Military Academy were gathered here. Lin Weidong's face was brimming with excitement. The reason was simple. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, who made history in this #1 secret realm, were his students. Vice Principal Du Hongsheng stood tall with his hands behind his back, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Director of Education Wang Xin was also nearby, his gaze occasionally sweeping toward the spatial rift, equally unable to contain his excitement.
excitement. Meanwhile, some of the other teachers had somewhat complicated expressions on their faces. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao had indeed made history, but this also resulted in unexpectedly low scores for the other students. Most of the points have essentially converged on Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Lin Weidong stood on tiptoe, constantly looking around, muttering to himself, "It should be time, right? Why haven't they come out yet?" Wang Xin glanced at him. "Shaolin, what's the rush? They'll be out soon," Lin Weidong said excitedly. "I really want to know how Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao managed to do it. This time, our Dragon Nation has conquered another hidden reward in a secret realm, and it was even my students." Wang Xin chuckled lightly upon hearing this and teased, "Look at you, acting so unambitious." As they spoke, the originally tranquil, mirror-like spatial rift suddenly rippled slightly. "They're out, the students are out," a sharp-eyed teacher couldn't help but exclaim aloud. In an instant, everyone's gaze focused in unison. Immediately after, the first batch of new students emerged from the crack. These new students, each with dusty and dirty faces, were covered in grime and stains, their tattered clothes making them look no different from destitute beggars on the street. A gentle breeze passed by. Suddenly, the entire playground reeked of a foul stench. However, the teachers didn't seem to react much. Most secret realms were like this, and they were already used to it. The homeroom teachers of each class also stepped forward to claim their respective students. Lin Weidong shuttled through the crowd and finally managed to gather all his classmates together after a while. He counted the number of people and found that Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao were not among them. "Wang Ming, where are Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao?" Wang Ming raised his head, his eyes watery, and said pitifully, "I don't know, teacher. This time I only got 20 points. It was fine at first, I could encounter 4 or 5 aliens a day, but later I couldn't find any at all." Lin Weidong was speechless upon hearing this. He had seen the situation on the leaderboard with his own eyes, so he could naturally guess what had happened inside. It was nothing more than Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao killing all the monsters. At this moment, the other students, hearing what Wang Ming said, began to speak up. "That's right, Teacher Lin, same with us. We were just wandering around the outer circle of the pyramid, and Tang Chuyao was too strong, she practically killed all the aliens. We had it worse, we only scored just over 10 points. We saw a lot of aliens, but they completely ignored us and went straight past to throw themselves at Tang Chuyao." For a moment, the scene descended into chaos, with the students seemingly finding an outlet for their emotions, venting their dissatisfaction to their heart's content. "Quiet, everyone quiet down." Lin Weidong raised his voice, trying to maintain order among the students. "Did you see how Tang Chuyao and the others killed them? We saw it. Almost everyone near the pyramid saw it. It was terrifying, absolutely inhumane. Yeah, the aliens seemed to go crazy, rushing forward like mad to throw their lives away, swarming like an army of ants." Lin Weidong listened to the student's words, his brows slightly furrowed. "Didn't you see Jiang Chen?" A student shook his head, looking confused. "No, we only saw Tang Chuyao. All the aliens were killed by Tang Chuyao." Hearing this, Lin Weidong turned his head and exchanged a glance with Wang Sen. He didn't know what was going on and could only wait for Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao to come out before asking them. In the following moments, waves of new students emerged one after another from the spatial rift. Since Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao had earned more attribute points, they naturally stayed the longest in the settlement space, especially Jiang Chen, who also spent some time allocating skill points. It wasn't until the last wave of students had come out, and after another full 5 minutes, that Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao's figures slowly emerged from the spatial rift. "They're here. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao have come out." With a loud shout from a classmate, everyone's eyes turned toward the two of them. Without a doubt, in this number 1 secret realm, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao were the center of everyone's attention. Lin Weidong was the first to jog over, his excitement evident as he looked them up and down, his eyes full of concern, carefully checking if they were injured anywhere. "Teacher Lin, we're fine, really fine." Jiang Chen stopped Lin Weidong with a somewhat helpless smile. "As long as you're fine, as long as you're fine." Lin Weidong patted both of their shoulders, his face full of pride. This time, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao not only broke the record but also conquered a hidden reward in a secret realm. As long as they report truthfully, these teachers will also benefit greatly. At this moment, Vice Principal Du Hongsheng also came over. Wang Xin immediately introduced, "This is our school's vice principal." Du Hongsheng smiled and nodded slightly. "My name is Du Hongsheng. This time, you have truly made history. Not only have you brought glory to our school, but you have also conquered a secret realm for our Dragon Nation. I am proud of you." Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao nodded slightly and greeted him politely. Du Hongsheng's gaze was gentle as he softly asked, "Jiang Chen, Tang Chuyao, could you tell me what exactly happened in the secret realm?" After speaking, his gaze lingered on Tang Chuyao. After all, among the people present, their thoughts were simple. The only one who could possibly slay a second-tier ferocious beast had to be Tang Chuyao. Tang Chuyao's delicate face turned slightly red as she glanced around, seeming a little embarrassed. "Principal Du." The time that followed, Tang Chuyao explained in detail everything that happened within the secret realm, including the fact that the second-tier alien queen was actually slain by Jiang Chen. Upon Upon hearing these words, everyone showed expressions of astonishment. They hadn't expected it to be Jiang Chen who killed her. How did he do it? Du Hongsheng looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. He hadn't expected that the second-tier ferocious beast was actually killed by Jiang Chen, and according to Tang Chuyao's explanation, it was entirely Jiang Chen who did it alone. If it had been Tang Chuyao who killed it, Du Hongsheng wouldn't have felt so conflicted. Jiang Chen is blind. A blind person, no matter how much of a genius he is, how far can he really go? Du Hongsheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, he still curiously asked, Jiang Chen, before entering Secret Realm number 1, how much destructive power could you unleash? Jiang Chen, I haven't tested it, probably around 5,000 calories. 5,000 calories? Upon hearing this, all the teachers widened their eyes. No wonder Jiang Chen was able to slay the alien queen. A destructive power of 5,000 calories is indeed enough to kill a second-tier ferocious beast. After a while, Du Hongsheng finally came to his senses and said with satisfaction, this time, each of you has gained 1,400 attribute points. Test your destructive power again later. Immediately, he instructed the teachers. Alright, the students are all very tired. Let them go back and rest for now. Give them a day off tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, gather them for a unified evaluation. As the words fell, the teachers organized their respective classes and boarded the buses with the students. After everyone had left, Wang Xin asked softly, Principal Du, how much destructive power do you think Jiang Chen can unleash now? Du Hongsheng looked at Jiang Chen's back with satisfaction and speculated. Considering he was already at 5,000 calories before entering the secret realm, I estimate around 20,000 calories now. Let me know after the test. 20,000 calories? The threshold for a second-tier ability user is just 5,000 calories. This Jiang Chen is a bit outrageous. Wang Xin sighed. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen returned to his dormitory. As soon as he entered, he kicked off his shoes and headed straight into the bathroom. The warm water cascaded down from the showerhead, washing away all the fatigue of the past 20 days. After taking a shower, Jiang Chen felt refreshed all over. He sprawled out on the big bed and let out a long sigh of relief. Although everything went smoothly in the secret realm this time, still, his own big bed was the most comfortable. Before going to sleep, Jiang Chen habitually took out his phone. Sure enough, as expected, it dominated the trending headlines again. Shocking! Tang Chuyao and Jiang Chen conquered the hidden rewards of the alien secret realm, unprecedentedly reaching the maximum score. Jiang Chen casually glanced over and was drawn to the title of a self-media video. With a light tap of his finger, the video started playing, and he nonchalantly scrolled through the flood of comments below, treating it as bedtime entertainment. According to reliable sources, Tang Chuyao single-handedly killed 2,000 aliens in this secret realm, truly worthy of being an S-class flame fruit ability user. Not only that, the second-tier ferocious beast inside the pyramid was most likely also killed by Tang Chuyao. Tang Chuyao's future achievements will probably far surpass any admiral. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Goodness, apart from mentioning their own name in the title, the video didn't even say a single word about them. Anyone who doesn't know might think this was a solo secret realm. The second-tier ferocious beast was clearly taken down by me, okay? But on second thought, it's self-media after all. They just like to grab attention and stir up trouble, always speaking irresponsibly. Jiang Chen continued scrolling through the comments. It's absolutely true. My brother is a new student at Linjiang Military Academy, and he told me personally. Tang Chuyao was floating in the air, like a goddess descending from the heavens. Image, and she's so beautiful. I hereby declare her my new goddess. No objections accepted. But why would Tang Chuyao team up with a blind guy? Could there be something fishy between them? Could it be that Jiang Chen has some extraordinary connections? Jiang Chen is just an ordinary person, as ordinary as can be. Not only is he blind, but he's also foolish. He gave up the flame fruit. What do you guys know? If Jiang Chen hadn't given up the flame fruit, would Tang Chuyao have gotten it? Tang Chuyao is repaying a favor. My goddess Tang is not only beautiful and strong but also kind-hearted. I heard Jiang Chen's abilities are very suitable for support. Without Jiang Chen's help, Tang Chuyao might not have been able to kill the second-tier beast. Hey, is Jiang Chen your dad? Regardless, these people will all be heroes protecting the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Just because Jiang Chen is blind, you insult a hero like this? Exactly. A bunch of keyboard warriors. Jiang Chen felt speechless for a moment. It was true that fame always came with trouble. However, he didn't plan to clarify anything. After all, the people of this world were not a monolithic block. Across the ocean, there was that beautiful country eyeing the dragon country like a tiger watching its prey, and next door, the little cherry blossom occasionally stirring up some mischief. He couldn't guarantee that there weren't any walking 50,000 on the dragon country's side. Moreover, he didn't have any significant background, and his current strength wasn't very strong either. According to Tang Chuyao, it was roughly equivalent to a third-tier ability user, and a third-tier ability user, to put it bluntly, was just cannon fodder. Unless necessary, it was better to keep a low profile and develop slowly. Of course, when it's time to show strength, show it.
It's just that there's no need to be overly ostentatious. Anyway, these people just rant a bit. It doesn't affect me getting the highest rewards all the way. When I bring down some meteors in the future, these people will settle down. Jiang Chen tossed the phone aside. Next up is the strength evaluation. I don't know how much destructive power my full-strength sword strike can unleash now. Currently, my base destructive power is 3,600 calories. Adding the mastery level sword intent plus the additional 36 tons of gravity, a tenfold increase or more seems reasonable. I estimate at least 40 to 50,000 calories, right? That is roughly the strength of a mid-level third-tier ability user, while most of the others aren't even at the second tier. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but slightly curl the corners of his mouth. And after the evaluation, it seems the association will start recruiting new members. There is still a month until the next secret realm entry. During this time, I wonder if I can take on some tasks. The current goal has always been just one, and that is to get attribute points. Jiang Chen pondered as he gradually fell asleep. Meanwhile, over at the girls' dormitory, Tang Chuyao had just finished washing up. She was wearing cartoon pajamas, a hydrating face mask on her face, and holding a phone in her hand. Dad, don't get too worked up. This time, the secret realm really has little to do with me. I'm not being modest. It's all Jiang Chen's credit. It's that blind classmate I mentioned to you before enrollment, the one who gave me the flame fruit. I don't know how he did it either. Anyway, he said that before entering secret realm number 1, he could already unleash 5,000 calories of destructive power. On the other end of the phone, Major General Tang Lianying remained silent. Immediately afterward, Tang Chuyao spilled everything about the secret realm this time, detailing every bit and corner, leaving nothing out as she explained it all to her father. After a while, Tang Lianying's voice slowly came through the receiver. Ever since the last surgical fruit ability user sacrificed themselves on the battlefield, no one has been able to awaken the surgical fruit. Otherwise, I would definitely invite a surgical fruit ability user to take a look at this child's eyes. Tang Chuyao raised her hand and gently patted the cucumber slices on her face, speaking unhurriedly. Dad, Jiang Chen's observation hockey has already reached 500 meters. On the other end of the phone, Tang Lianying sighed slightly. 500 meters, it's still too little. A person's visual range is at least 20 kilometers. That's too far off. But daughter, no matter what, Jiang Chen is a promising talent. You should hold on to this connection early. Got it, Dad. Tang Chuyao responded obediently. Early the next morning, golden sunlight bathed the Ability Association building of the Starsea Naval Academy, draping the entire structure in a golden veil. Inside the building, numerous association members were bustling about, their feet barely touching the ground as they worked intensively. Today was the ranking day for this year's freshmen, and their ranking location was right inside the association building, and the process of evaluation is also hosted by the association's students. At this moment, the 6th floor, Yang Xiaotong held a plastic clipboard, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, staring intently at a piece of memory metal in front of her that shimmered with a cold luster. After a while, her eyebrows instantly furrowed tightly, and she turned her head to shout at the nonchalant Zhang Qingyu beside her. Zhang Qingyu, take a look yourself. How many calories is this? Zhang Qingyu strolled over leisurely with his hands in his pockets, speaking nonchalantly. What's the matter? Sister Yang, this piece is a solid 20,000 calorie test alloy. It's more than enough to test the newcomers just out of secret realm number 1, isn't it? Do you really need to be so particular? Yang Xiaotong suppressed her anger and said word by word. I said, bring the 40,000 calorie test alloy. Zhang Qingyu was a bit unconvinced, stiffening his neck. 20,000 calories is already the threshold for a third-tier ability user. You don't really think Jiang Chen just passed secret realm number 1 and already has the strength of a third-tier ability user, do you? It's not up to you to decide whether it's enough or not. Yang Xiaotong glared at him and said firmly, now, immediately, go and bring me the 40,000 calorie test alloy. Seeing that she was angry, Zhang Qingyu didn't dare to argue anymore. He quickly picked up the piece of memory metal and turned to leave. Walking along, he kept muttering softly under his breath. Ridiculous, I just don't believe it. Can Jiang Chen really smash this 20,000 calorie test alloy? Making a big deal out of nothing. What did you say? A crisp voice came from behind him. Zhang Qingyu turned his head and laughed heartily. No, I'll go change right away. Early in the morning, as Jiang Chen just stepped out of the dormitory, he ran into Wang Ming, who lived in the neighboring dormitory. Brother Chen, hurry up, we're going to be late. Jiang Chen closed the door and walked toward the association building together with Wang Ming. Last night, the homeroom teacher Lin Weidong specifically sent a group message, stating that everyone should gather at the association building at 8 a.m. for evaluation. Coincidentally, he was also curious about how much destructive power his sword could unleash now. On the campus path, the crowd was bustling, mostly filled with freshmen. After a night's rest, the new students shook off the fatigue from the previous evening. At this moment, everyone was full of energy, hurrying toward the association building. Wang Ming moved along with the crowd, occasionally sneaking glances at Jiang Chen beside him. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Brother Brother Chen, was it really you who killed that second-tier ferocious beast? Who else if not you? Jiang Chen's expression remained calm as water, his tone indifferent.
Wang Ming hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, I don't have that kind of skill." Jiang Chen turned his head and rolled his eyes. It was a true eye roll, his pupils completely white, with no trace of black. Seeing this, Wang Ming shuddered, shrank his neck, and muttered, "Brother Chen, you're really scary like this."
At this moment, a crisp, silver bell-like voice rang out from behind. Jiang Chen.
Tang Chuyao held bread and milk in her hands, jogging over to Jiang Chen's side. The strands of hair on her forehead were slightly messy, and her cheeks were flushed.
"Have you eaten?"
As she spoke, Tang Chuyao handed Jiang Chen a box of milk and a pack of bread.
"Thank you." Jiang Chen nodded slightly and politely expressed his gratitude. Come to think of it, he really hadn't had breakfast. Since Tang Chuyao brought food, he wouldn't stand on ceremony.
Wang Ming, who witnessed this scene, immediately looked envious, his eyes lighting up as he stared eagerly at Tang Chuyao. However, Tang Chuyao directly ignored him.
"Jiang Chen, I feel like my fruit development has taken another step forward.
Plus those 1,000 plus attribute points, I estimate I can unleash 15,000 calories of destructive power." Tang Chuyao looked excited, pouting her lips as she raised her small pink fists and waved them twice. It must be said, she still looked quite adorable. Wang Ming, who was standing nearby, almost had his eyes pop out upon hearing this.
15,000 calories? Is this really a freshman from the same year as me?
This has already far exceeded the threshold for a second-tier ability user.
Jiang Chen's lips curved into a faint smile as he nodded slightly and said, "That's not bad. I should be able to reach over 40,000 calories.
Wang Ming widened his eyes in disbelief, his gaze shifting back and forth between Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao.
Are these two even speaking human language?
One at 15,000 calories, the other at 40,000 calories.
And judging by Tang Chuyao's expression, she seems quite normal? I always feel a bit out of place around these two.
Before long, the three of them arrived at a spacious open area in front of the association building. Over 2,000 new students had gathered here. The homeroom teachers of each class moved among the students, maintaining order in their respective classes.
Then, everyone entered the association building in an orderly manner, class by class. Lin Weidong's gaze accurately landed on Tang Chuyao and Jiang Chen, and he shouted loudly, "Tang Chuyao, Jiang Chen, you two come out for a moment."
The two heard this and walked over to Lin Weidong with puzzled expressions. "You two have both received 1,400 attribute points, so you won't be tested together with the other students.
Follow me to the third floor," Lin Weidong explained. With that, she left.
Lin Weidong then led Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao up the stairs to the third floor.
It's not that they didn't want to take the elevator. Instead, the elevator is currently overcrowded, packed full by busy staff, making taking the stairs faster.
On the third floor of the association building, inside a spacious and bright room, a cylindrical memory medal is prominently placed in the exact center at the far end of the room. On the other side, there is a long table with several computers neatly arranged on it. Yang Xiaotong was fully focused, sitting in front of the computer screen, her fingers flying across the keyboard, busy with something unknown. Beside her, Zhang Qingyu still had that sleepy, listless look, lazily resting his hands behind his head, leaning back against the chair. Next to them, there were two other students gathered, also there to lend a helping hand. Creak! Lin Weidong led Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, gently pushing open the door to the testing room.
Yang Xiaotong and two other students immediately stood up and greeted politely. "Teacher Lin, Teacher Lin."
Zhang Qingyu still slumped in his seat, looking indifferent. "Teacher Lin." Yang Xiaotong saw this and mercilessly kicked him.
"What are you doing?"
Zhang Qingyu was jolted awake by the sudden kick and immediately stood up.
Lin Weidong quickly stepped forward to mediate, laughing awkwardly. It's fine, it's fine. Xiaoyang, are you ready? Can we start now?" Yang Xiaotong nodded and said, "It's ready, Teacher Lin." With that, she looked at Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. "Which one of you will go first?" Tang Chuyao and Jiang Chen exchanged a glance. Then Tang Chuyao stepped forward and volunteered.
"I'll go first." Yang Xiaotong slowly nodded and pointed to the memory medal on the other side of the room, saying, "Tang Chuyao, just use all your strength to strike that piece of memory medal.
Don't worry about damaging it." Tang Chuyao nodded in response. Okay." At this moment, Zhang Qingyu half lay on the seat, lazily saying, "There's definitely no need to worry.
I specifically brought this over memory medal that can withstand a limit of 40,000 calories.
If you two can actually break it, I'll write my surname backward." As soon as the words fell,
Yang Xiaotong turned her head and glared at him angrily. "Zhang Qingyu, will you die if you don't speak?"
"May."
Zhang Qingyu made a face and then turned his head to the side. Yang Xiaotong ignored him and turned to Tang Chuyao, saying, "You can start whenever you're ready."
Tang Chuyao nodded and took a few steps forward. Phew!
She let out a heavy breath, and immediately, a blazing flame ignited fiercely on the knuckles of her right fist. The scorching heat caused the air around her right fist to distort slightly, rippling with waves of heat. Her gaze was sharp as a torch, fixed intently on the piece of memory metal not far away. The next moment, she suddenly raised her arm and, with all her strength, unleashed a fierce punch.
Boom! Flames roared out from her fist, accompanied accompanied by a deafening boom, slamming hard into the piece of memory metal. Under the impact of the fiery punch, the surface of the memory metal rippled like waves. However, not only did the memory metal remain completely unscathed, but it also quickly returned to its original state after the flames dissipated. At the same time, the computer screen also quickly displayed Tang Chuyao's destructive power value. A trace of surprise flashed in Yang Xiaotong's eyes. 15,992 calories. Tang Chuyao, come over and test your total attribute points. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyu slightly opened his eyes and glanced at the computer screen. Oh, not bad. Yang Xiaotong turned her head again and glared at him. Zhang Qingyu tactfully shut his mouth and got up to pour a glass of water. Tang Chuyao walked to the computer and placed her hand into a specially designed device. A moment later, Yang Xiaotong said, total attribute points, 1606, destructive power meets the standard, second tier ability user. With those words, silence fell. Tang Chuyao glanced excitedly at Jiang Chen. Immediately, Yang Xiaotong turned her gaze to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, it's your turn. Jiang Chen, what is your attack method? Yang Xiaotong looked at Jiang Chen and asked. After all, the layered fruit has appeared for the first time, and no one knows what kind of attack methods it might have. Jiang Chen gently drew out the 3-inch blade and said with a smile, sword. Yang Xiaotong nodded, pointing at the memory metal that had already returned to its original form. Alright, go ahead, and give it a try. Slashing or stabbing, either works. At this moment, Tang Chuyao said softly, well, senior, that piece of memory metal has a limit of 40,000 calories, it might not be enough. Yang Xiaotong looked at her with a puzzled expression. What is this little girl talking about? A memory metal with a 40,000 calorie limit isn't enough? At this moment, Zhang Qingyu held a water cup in his hand and leisurely walked back to his seat. Junior, do you even hear what you're saying? 40,000 calories aren't enough? Tang Chuyao rested her right hand on her chin and looked at Jiang Chen. But it really isn't enough, right, Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen also replied seriously. It probably isn't enough. Yang Xiaotong heard this and couldn't help but chuckle. It's fine, Jiang Chen, just give it a try first. If it's really not enough, we'll talk then. Jiang Chen saw this and could only nod in response. Then, while stretching his body, he slowly walked toward the memory metal. Jiang Chen placed his hand on the sword hilt, and immediately, an overwhelming aura quietly emanated. Everyone's gaze involuntarily fixed on Jiang Chen. Even Zhang Qingyu, who was drinking water, paused his actions, sat up straight, and quietly watched Jiang Chen. The next moment, Jiang Chen moved. With a light tap of his right foot, his figure darted out like a phantom. Clang! The blade instantly unsheathed, accompanied by a faint sword hum, and a subtle glimmer appeared on the sword's surface. That was a materialized sword intent, attached to the blade, making it so sharp that it seemed capable of cutting through everything. The blade sliced through the air, carrying an unstoppable momentum that could shatter all techniques, slashing toward the piece of memory metal at an incredible speed. At the moment it was about to make contact with the memory metal, Jiang Chen's divine sense moved, and 36 tons of gravity instantly pressed down on the blade. The next second, clang, bang! Under everyone's gaze, the memory metal, said to withstand 40,000 calories of destructive force, was cut cleanly in two by Jiang Chen's sword and fell heavily to the ground. But Zhang Qingyu spat out a mouthful of water, staring at Jiang Chen in shock. The entire room fell into a dead silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at each other. Tang Chuyao crossed her arms over her chest and looked around at everyone smugly. I told you, 40,000 calories wouldn't be enough, but you just wouldn't believe me. Now you've seen it, haven't you? After a long while, Lin Weidong stammered and said, broken, chopped off? Xiaoyang, you just said this is memory metal that can withstand 40,000 calories of destructive force, right? Lin Weidong still stared wide-eyed at Yang Xiaotong. Yang Xiaotong came back to her senses upon hearing this and nodded blankly. Jiang Chen sheathed his sword and turned around to ask, senior, how does this count? As the words fell, Yang Xiaotong immediately shouted to Zhang Qingyu, go and bring over the memory metal with the 60,000 calorie limit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingyu didn't argue anymore and immediately walked out of the room. He was now also curious about how powerful Jiang Chen's destructive force could be. A moment later, Zhang Qingyu pushed over a heavier piece of memory metal and placed it next to the original piece of memory metal. Immediately afterward, with the help of 2 association students, the memory metal was successfully connected to the computer. Afterward, Yang Xiaotong said to Jiang Chen, it's ready. This is memory metal with a limit of 60,000 calories. Try it again. At this moment, Zhang Qingyu did not return to his seat. He also put away his lazy expression and stood quietly not far behind Jiang Chen, watching him. Jiang Chen stood once again in front of this thicker memory metal. He placed his hand on the sword hilt once more. The next moment, clang, the blade was drawn. A flash of cold light streaked by, and the blade, imbued with 36 tons of gravity and sword intent, deeply slashed into the memory metal, carving a large inward dent. This time, the memory metal managed to withstand Jiang Chen's strike. As Jiang Chen withdrew the blade, the memory metal slowly returned to its original form. At the same time, the destructive power
power values on the computer began to fluctuate wildly. Zhang Qingyu also hurried to the computer, staring intently at the screen.
After a while, the numbers stopped. 40,966 cards. Du Xiao? Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the computer screen.
Although Zhang Qingyu had already mentally prepared himself when Jiang Chen severed the 40,000 calorie memory medal. However, when this number truly appeared before his eyes, and it was a number cut by a freshman, he was still incredibly shocked.
It was simply outrageous. 40,000 calories. Is this really the destructive power a freshman can unleash? The two association students beside him couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Lin Weidong's face revealed an excited expression. This news must be reported to the director immediately. At this moment, Jiang Chen politely asked, "Senior, may I try a few more times?"
Yang Xiaotong came back to her senses and responded,
Sure, you can try as many times as you want."
Jiang Chen turned around to face the memory medal. He wanted to see how much destructive power the mastery-level sword intent combined with a gravity-enhanced blade could add to himself.
Next,
Jiang Chen merely added sword intent and struck with a single slash.
36,123 calories. Jiang Chen listened to Yang Xiaotong report the number and nodded slightly. His basic destructive power is 3,600 calories.
In other words, the sword intent at the mastery level adds approximately a tenfold increase.
Immediately after,
Jiang Chen slashed out two more swords, one of which only added 36 tons of gravity, while the other combined both sword intent and gravity.
8,494 calories. 40,887 calories.
Yang Xiaotong cooperatively reported the numbers one by one. Jiang Chen pondered, calculating quickly in his mind.
In other words, the additional gravity is approximately increased by a factor of 1.36. For every extra ton of gravity, the increase is about 1%.
At the same time, with the addition of sword intent and gravity, it is about 11.36 times.
Now it seems that the increase brought by adding gravity doesn't appear to be much. However, it's just that the current mental power attribute points are relatively low. Moreover, this move is nothing more than an ordinary sword strike.
Behind it, there are even fiercer moves like Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger and Falling Meteor.
Jiang Chen, are you ready?
Lin Weidong saw that Jiang Chen was no longer testing the sword and immediately asked.
Jiang Chen nodded with a light smile. "Mr. Lin, I'm ready." "Alright, then go back." With that, she left.
Lin Weidong led Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao out of the room.
After the three of them left,
Zhang Qingyu sneaked over to Yang Xiaotong's side and said slyly, "Yang Xiaotong,
wait a moment, don't report Jiang Chen's results yet." Yang Xiaotong frowned and decisively refused. "Impossible, this must be reported. What are you trying to do?"
Zhang Qingyu said, "No, what I mean is, don't mention it in our cadre group for now." Yang Xiaotong heard this and replied, "Oh, I'm not that idle."
"But what are you trying to do?" I want to make Chao Yang and his brother suffer a loss.
I've been annoyed with him for a long time." Zhang Qingyu rubbed his hands together, speaking slyly.
"What do you want them to suffer?"
Yang Xiaotong stopped her actions and frowned as she scrutinized Zhang Qingyu. Zhang Qingyu chuckled and said mysteriously,
"Isn't there always an initiation process for new members to establish authority?
This has always been handled by Chao Yang."
"I know him, he's definitely too lazy to do it himself and will most likely have his brother, Chao Jun, handle it." "So what?"
Yang Xiaotong raised her delicate eyebrows, her eyes filled with confusion.
Zhang Qingyu continued to analyze.
"This time, they have no choice but to target Jiang Chen to establish their authority. Everyone online thinks the second-tier ferocious beast was killed by Tang Chuyao, but only the people at our school know the truth." Hearing this, Yang Xiaotong immediately understood Zhang Qingyu's plan. This is to make her conceal Jiang Chen's true strength from the Chao Yang brothers, thereby allowing them to establish their authority and suffer a setback.
Her tone suddenly intensified, stern and severe. "Didn't the vice president ask you to look after Jiang Chen? Is this how you look after him?" Zhang Qingyu waved his hand.
"No, Sister Yang. Jiang Chen is a second-tier ability user with mid-third-tier strength.
His strength is evident. Does he even need me to look after him? Chao Jun is just a second-tier ability user. If he dares to use Jiang Chen to establish his authority, wouldn't Jiang Chen beat the crap out of him?"
Just now, Jiang Chen also measured his total attribute points, which were only 1,800 points, still quite far from the 3,000-point threshold for a third-tier ability user.
Yang Xiaotong frowned and asked, "What if Chao Yang makes a move? He's a fourth tier. Jiang Chen can't possibly beat him." Zhang Qingyu looked indifferent and shrugged. "Then I'll make a move."
"Anyway, as long as Chao Yang doesn't act, I won't either. I just want to see those two brothers make fools of themselves."
Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaotong couldn't be bothered to intervene anymore.
Anyway, she was too lazy to spread Jiang Chen's grades everywhere. As long as she reported them truthfully to the vice president, it was fine. As for the Chao Yang brothers, Yang Xiaotong herself disliked them quite a bit.
No matter what was said, they always liked to argue, the epitome of nitpickers. As long as Jiang Chen didn't get into trouble, she couldn't be bothered with anything else. "Do whatever you want, I can't be bothered to post it in the cadre group."
Zhang Qingyu, seeing this,
also began to look forward to it. Then, he changed the subject. There is still 1 month left until the entry into Secret Realm number 2. Originally, the vice president wanted me to take Zhang Chen along to handle some C-level tasks for practice. Now I've decided, we'll take on B-level tasks directly. Yang Xiaotong turned her head to look at him. B-level? Take it easy. At the military academy, during the free time between secret realms, the school encourages students to take on tasks issued by the military to the association. After all, aside from secret realms, the most likely way to gain attribute points is by completing tasks. The tasks issued by the military to the Academy's association are divided into 4 levels. S level, recommended for 5th tier ability users. A level, recommended for 4th tier ability users. B level, recommended for 3rd tier ability users. C level, recommended for 2nd tier ability users. After completing the task, you can earn military points, which can be used not only to exchange for attribute points but also for some special weapons and equipment resources. Zhang Qingyu laughed heartily. What's the big deal? I think it's totally fine. Zhang Chen, a 2nd tier ability user with 3rd tier strength, will probably scare the military people out of their wits. Ha ha ha. Yang Xiaotong rolled her eyes at him, ignored him, and continued packing her things, preparing to leave. Zhang Qingyu is indeed right. Taking on tasks beyond one's level is a grave taboo. The higher the level, the greater the gap. A 1st tier ability user defeating a 2nd tier ability user or a 2nd tier fierce beast is very difficult but not impossible. For a 2nd tier ability user to defeat a 3rd tier ability user or a 3rd tier ferocious beast, the chances of success are extremely slim. As for a 3rd tier challenging and defeating a 4th tier, that is simply a fantasy. As for the military's missions, generally speaking, they are not limited to hunting a single ferocious beast. Most ferocious beasts operate in groups. At such times, having low-tier ability users in your team is an extremely dangerous situation. After all, no one has the time to constantly look after those low-tier teammates. I'm leaving first. Yang Xiaotong held the documents and strode toward the door without looking back. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyu immediately followed. Soon, another day had passed. Morning. The moment Lin Weidong stepped into the classroom, the previously noisy and chaotic room instantly fell silent. All the students' eyes simultaneously focused on the homeroom teacher. Lin Weidong, holding a folder and a plastic board, steadily walked up to the podium. Hello, students. Hello, teacher. The students lined up neatly in unison. Lin Weidong smiled and waved his hand, gently placing the folder on the podium. Class, let me first briefly explain the situation of this alien secret realm. I'm very glad that none of our classmates sacrificed their lives in this secret realm. The death rate in alien secret realms used to be around 5%, but this time, the death rate is less than 1%. As the words fell, almost all the classmates in the class looked at Zhang Chen and Tang Chuyao with peculiar expressions. Zhang Chen was initially a bit puzzled, but he quickly understood. Why was the mortality rate so low this time? He and Tang Chuyao had killed all the monsters, so of course it was low. However, correspondingly, everyone else's points were also lower. Points in life, which is more important? This depends on individual perspectives. Some bold and relatively strong students naturally felt somewhat dissatisfied with Zhang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Meanwhile, those who were weaker felt fortunate and very grateful to Zhang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Noticing the unusual atmosphere in the classroom, Lin Weidong deliberately coughed a few times. Ahem, I hope you all understand that in the secret realm, surviving and returning alive is the most important thing. Lin Weidong deliberately emphasized the tone on the words, being alive. Immediately after, he changed the subject and said, in yesterday's evaluation, the number of first-tier ability users in our class ranked first in the entire grade, with a total of 22. At the same time, there are also 2 who have reached the 2nd tier. This is unprecedented in the history of our dragon country. As the words fell, a buzz of discussion arose in the classroom. 2 2nd-tier ability users? Damn, it must be Zhang Chen and Tang Chuyao, right? Isn't that obvious? Who else could it be? Yeah, your news is way outdated. You're just finding out now? The classmates occasionally glanced at Zhang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Zhang Chen had already gotten used to it by now. Ever since coming to this world, he was either dominating the trending headlines or on his way there, always the center of attention wherever he went. At this moment, Lin Weidong's face was also beaming with joy. After Zhang Chen and Tang Chuyao were classified as 2nd-tier ability users, his phone was bombarded with calls from acquaintances at other schools, which made him extremely happy. There's one more thing, some of you may already know, but I still need to mention it. After the classification, everyone receives an additional subsidy. 1st-tier ability users can receive 10,000 per month, 2nd-tier ability users 20,000, and 3rd-tier ability users 40,000. These are your bank cards and personal information documents. After confirming they are correct, hand them over to me after class. Lin Weidong spoke while distributing documents to the classmates. After all the documents were handed out, Lin Weidong continued. One last announcement. This afternoon, all ability users of level 1 and above should gather at the association building to attend the membership
ceremony. Of course, level 1 ability users are not qualified to participate in military tasks, only level 2 and above are eligible. With those words, silence fell. The classmates once again cast envious glances at Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Everyone was in the same class, yet others could already take on missions to earn attribute points, while they were still stuck practicing the 6 styles at school.
Comparisons are truly infuriating.
On the podium, Lin Weidong continued explaining some matters about the association before officially starting the lesson. In the military academy, time is extremely tight, and every minute is fully scheduled. Time flies by, and soon it is afternoon.
Association Building, Martial Arts Hall.
Among this year's freshmen, approximately 600 people have reached the level of first-tier ability users. At this moment, they were gathered in front of the arena in the Martial Arts Hall.
On the stands,
Chao Yang was sitting in the spectator's chair, his hands casually resting on the backrests of the chairs on either side, a faintly mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His gaze swept wantonly over the freshmen below the stage, as if he were scrutinizing a flock of lambs at his mercy.
At this moment,
Zhang Qingyu walked over slowly with his hands in his pockets, taking unhurried steps. When he reached Chao Yang's side, he didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly.
Chao Yang's eyebrows furrowed slightly.
He had never gotten along well with Zhang Qingyu.
What was wrong with him today? Why did he come over to sit next to him? Chao Yang's face darkened as he shifted his position further to the right. Zhang Qingyu looked completely indifferent, tilting his head slightly and glancing at him. This time you're letting your brother establish authority among the freshmen? I remember your brother is just a second-tier ability user. Are you really that confident?
As he spoke, Zhang Qingyu turned his gaze toward Chao Jun, who was squatting in the center of the arena.
Chao Yang let out a cold snort. Heh, no need for your concern. Chao Jun is a barrier fruit ability user.
To break his barrier, only a tier 3 ability user might stand a chance. Zhang Qingyu heard this, adjusted his breathing, and asked with a suppressed smile.
Who are you planning to make an example of this time? Who else could it be? Among the freshmen this year, aren't there only 2 who are the most prominent?
Chao Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, his face showing an expression as if he were looking at a fool. Zhang Qingyu shook his head lightly, his tone carrying a faint hint of sarcasm.
TSK. Zhang Chen managed to slay a second-tier ferocious beast, and yet you're so confident in your brother?
Chao Yang stared at Zhang Qingyu, his face full of disdain, and said,
So what?
Killing a second-tier beast only requires 5,000 calories of destructive power. A third-tier ability user has 20,000 calories.
Surely you understand the gap between them, right? To break through Chao Jun's barrier, even 20,000 calories wouldn't be enough. At least 30,000 calories would be the starting point. That blind man? How is he going to break Chao Jun's barrier? With that cane in his hand?
Chao Yang sneered, turned his head, and ignored Zhang Qingyu.
Although Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao broke records and advanced to second-tier ability users. However,
Chao Yang still didn't take them seriously.
So what if they are second-tier ability users? Second-tier ability users could never break through his brother's barrier. They couldn't even breach the defense, let alone win. Moreover, Chao Jun is now roughly considered a mid to late second-tier ability user, with total attribute points reaching 2,500. Extremely high physical attribute points make it no big deal to withstand Jiang Chen's gravity. How much gravity can Jiang Chen control? At most, around a dozen tons or so, right?
On top of that, Chao Jun's 6 styles are also very strong, at least far superior to the current freshmen.
In any case, Chao Yang couldn't figure out who among these freshmen could defeat Chao Jun. However, at this moment, Zhang Qingyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, so confident, huh?
Upon hearing Zhang Qingyu's sarcastic tone, Chao Yang immediately burned with anger and cursed loudly.
What's wrong with you today? You don't actually think there's a third-tier ability user among the freshmen who can unleash 30,000 calories of destructive power, do you?
Zhang Qingyu not only didn't get angry, but the corners of his mouth faintly revealed a hint of a smile.
It's not entirely impossible. Do you remember last time I told you that Jiang Chen might become a second-tier ability user after coming out of Secret Realm number 1?
As he spoke, Zhang Qingyu even extended a finger and pointed to his own mouth. This mouth of mine, it's been blessed.
Chao Yang's mouth twitched. What's wrong with Zhang Qingyu today? Is she crazy? According to Zhang Qingyu, Jiang Chen is a third-tier ability user? Isn't that nonsense?
After the completion of Secret Realm number 1, reaching the second-tier ability user, this I can believe, since it's written on the leaderboard.
So many attribute point rewards, reaching a second-tier ability user is not surprising. As for a third-tier ability user, leveling up to third tier in just one day? Where would the attribute points come from?
Chao Yang glanced at Zhang Qingyu's smug face, stood up, and said loudly, Stop arguing with me here.
Would I not know if Jiang Chen has reached the third tier? I was just joking. Let's get started. Enjoy the show. Zhang Qingyu had a face that begged for a beating. Chao Yang clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. At this moment,
dressed in a black tank top and military-style pants, Chao Jun squatted in the middle of the ring, observing the group of freshmen in front of him with great interest.
The process of establishing authority authority within the association is a tradition that has been passed down. Tracing its roots, it is actually not that complicated. In every batch of new students, there are always those who awaken relatively rare talents. Tasting the sweetness of power for the first time, they become overconfident, acting recklessly and arrogantly on campus. Thus, almost all military academies across the country have this unwritten rule for establishing authority. It's all about giving these ignorant yet arrogant and self-indulgent freshmen a proper lesson, letting them clearly understand what true rules are and what the way of survival in a military academy really means. Time's about right. Chao Jun stood up unhurriedly, slowly walked to the edge of the arena, hands in his pockets, and looked down at the freshmen below. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chao Jun, a second-tier ability user, and also your senior. In the Star Navy Academy, force reigns supreme. After speaking, he paused slightly, his gaze suddenly becoming incredibly sharp. I don't care what you've done before or what talents you have. Right now, in my eyes, you're just a bunch of worthless rookies. He slightly raised his chin, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. Here, if you're a dragon, you crawl for me. If you're a tiger, you lie down for me. Here, the senior's words are commands. The senior's words are imperial edicts. As the words fell, Chao Jun's gaze was cold and sinister as he swept a glance at the freshmen below the stage. Below the stage, the freshmen looked at each other in dismay, and for a moment, the sound of discussions rose and fell. At this moment, Jiang Qin was quietly standing towards the rear of the crowd, with Tang Chuyao and Wang Ming standing on either side of him. Jiang Chen, what kind of person is this Chao Jun? He looks so annoying, Tang Chuyao said softly to Jiang Chen, slightly furrowing her brows. Wang Ming, standing nearby, couldn't help but join in the complaint. Exactly, isn't he just relying on the fact that he enrolled before us? What's so great about that? On the stage, Chao Jun had a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. I know you're not convinced, so I can give you a chance to challenge me. Speaking of which, your class is quite interesting. I heard there's a very skilled blind person, right? After saying this, all the freshmen's eyes simultaneously fell on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression remained calm, with a slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth. It seems they're calling me out? Ah, really? I can't even keep a low profile. Jiang Chen unhurriedly stepped forward, slowly walking toward the arena. The new students on both sides, upon seeing this, quickly made way for him. Then I'll play with you for a bit. Jiang Chen's tone was extremely calm. Chao Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Jiang Chen with great interest. Play? You sure talk big. Jiang Chen, I know you killed a second-tier ferocious beast, but a second-tier ferocious beast is not the same as a second-tier ability user. Moreover, the strength between second-tier ability users can vary greatly. Jiang Chen interrupted him lightly before he could continue. So, does that mean you're very strong? You better be telling the truth, or I'm afraid I'll beat you to death. Jiang Chen's voice wasn't loud, yet it carried an undeniable aura of dominance. Chao Jun was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained his composure, his expression turning as dark as water. He stared at Jiang Chen and slowly spoke. To be honest, I've never seen a freshman as arrogant as you. Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks, raised an eyebrow, and said calmly, Not really, I'm just afraid I might accidentally kill you. As the words fell, the entire hall fell into a dead silence, a deafening quiet. A freshman actually dared to provoke a senior like this. The key is, the expression when saying this seemed not to be provocative, but rather a serious question to Chao Jun, asking if he was really that strong. In Jiang Chen's eyes, Chao Jun seemed like an ant that could be crushed effortlessly. On the stands, Zheng Qingyu said softly, Oh dear, the pressure is on Chao Jun now. Jiang Chen's sense of oppression is quite strong, isn't it? Chao Yang, standing to the side, let out a cold snort, the corner of his mouth curling into a disdainful smile. An ignorant freshman who doesn't know their place. At this moment, Yang Xiaotong walked over, holding a folder. Zheng Qingyu grinned and said, Yo, little Yang, you're here? Hearing this, Yang Xiaotong paused in her steps and glared at Zheng Qingyu. What did you just call me? Say it again? Xiao. As soon as Zheng Qingyu opened his mouth, he was met with Yang Xiaotong's murderous glare and immediately changed his tone. Xiaotong, it's nothing, just watching the show. On the arena, Chao Jun was stunned at first, then his expression grew even darker. He clenched his fists tightly, the joints making a crack sound. His eyes were like torches, fixed on Jiang Chen as if he wanted to tear him apart alive. You are something else. Chao Jun spat out each word in a low, gritted voice. Come on, then, sign this. Let's see just how you plan to beat me to death. Immediately after, a student from the association stepped forward and handed a document to Jiang Chen. Sparring agreement and liability waiver. Jiang Chen used his observation hockey to scan the document swiftly. Any injuries or deaths that occur in the ring are the sole responsibility of the participants and have nothing to do with others. The corners of his mouth slightly curved upward. Since that was the case, he could go all out in the fight. Jiang Chen signed his name with a flourish and then pressed his fingerprint. All done signing. Jiang Chen spoke as he stepped onto the arena. The two faced each other. Can we start now? Jiang Chen asked calmly. Chao Jun sneered coldly. His ability was to create extremely hard barriers, and with his current
current strength he could withstand destructive power below 30,000 units.
Even a newly advanced 3rd tier ability user couldn't break his barrier,
unless it was a mid to late 3rd tier ability user.
So, Chao Jun completely disregarded Jiang Chen, ready to start at any time.
Before Chao Jun could finish speaking,
Jiang Chen suddenly drew his blade. A mountain-crushing gravity instantly poured down from above. Before he could react, the next second, crack!
His limbs, crushed under the immense gravitational pressure, emitted sickening cracking sounds as they gave way. Chao Jun's eyes widened, his face instantly turning pale as an overwhelming, bone-deep fear filled his heart. Thanks to his rich combat experience, Chao Jun ignored the pain and used all his strength to cross the middle and index fingers of both hands together. This was also the method used by barrier fruit ability users to activate their powers.
The next moment,
in front of Chao Jun, a massive square transparent barrier instantly unfolded, appearing out of thin air before him.
All of this happened in an instant. At the same time,
Jiang Chen's feet rapidly struck the ground, and his figure instantly vanished from where he stood. The distance between him and Chao Jun was 10 meters. After 2 extremely quick consecutive flashes, Jiang Chen appeared in front of Chao Jun's barrier. He held the sword within his staff, the blade gleaming with a chilling light, and struck down with a single slash. The sword blade, carrying a vast and powerful sword intent, struck the transparent barrier.
In an instant,
with a crisp crack like shattering ice, the seemingly unbreakable barrier instantly turned into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. A transparent barrier capable of blocking a mid-stage 3rd tier ability user was completely like paper in front of Jiang Chen.
Chao Jun was utterly stunned.
He felt as if a single word was reflected in his eyes, death.
Just as Jiang Chen's blade was about to strike Chao Jun,
a wisp of gray smoke flashed by and swept Chao Jun away directly.
Immediately after,
Jiang Chen's sword, imbued with 36 tons of gravity and sharp sword intent, heavily struck the arena floor with momentum.
The hard arena floor was directly slashed into a deep trench. A corner of the entire arena was completely cut off. Debris flew everywhere, and dust billowed.
The rising dust, mixed with the fleeting gray smoke, concealed Jiang Chen within the arena. Below the stage, in the stands, everyone gasped in astonishment.
This damn, is he really a freshman? Brother Chen is amazing. Wang Ming blurted out directly.
Tang Chuyao was also stunned. Although she had long known that Jiang Chen's sword could unleash a destructive force of 40,000 calories, seeing it in actual combat still shocked her.
As the dust settled, Jiang Chen's figure gradually became clear.
Jiang Chen sheathed his sword and turned his head to look at Chao Yang not far away.
That gray smoke just now, is Chao Yang a smoke fruit user? It seems like I've made an enemy, but judging from the anime's portrayal, smoke fruit users aren't that impressive. Luckily, I've also unlocked armament hockey. The only problem is, Chao Yang is an association officer, and if I remember correctly, a tier 4 ability user? With my current strength, I probably can't beat him. Attribute suppression is a hard limitation.
Wait until exploring more secret realms to see if I can get another hidden reward.
Speaking of which,
I didn't expect Chao Jun to be a barrier fruit ability user, no wonder he was so confident. I can only say that Chao Jun was unlucky to run into me.
Jiang Chen chuckled lightly and shook his head. Not far away, Chao Yang held his severely injured younger brother's body, his eyes fixed on Jiang Chen, gritting his teeth. Jiang Chen.
As the words fell, Chao Yang placed Chao Jun on the ground, and his body instantly turned into a cloud of gray smoke, rushing toward Jiang Chen at an incredible speed.
At the same time,
from the stands, 2 figures also shot out at high speed. Before Chao Yang could get close to Jiang Chen, a pair of iron fists came straight at him.
Bang! Chao Yang was directly blasted away, slamming heavily against the wall.
Yang Xiaotong shook her fist and stared at Chao Yang.
Zhang Qingyu, surrounded by blue flames, landed steadily beside Yang Xiaotong.
The two stood in front of Jiang Chen, shielding him. Chao Yang slowly stood up from the pile of scattered bricks, his face gloomy. Yang Xiaotong stared at him coldly. Chao Yang, Jiang Chen, and Chao Jun have signed an agreement.
Do you want to act on your own? Exactly, old Chao. Why can't you play fair? If you can't handle it, don't play.
Zhang Qingyu squatted on the ground, smiling as he chimed in. Chao Yang stood quietly in place, his expression extremely grim. As an association officer, he naturally understood the rules of the association.
If one sought revenge privately, the consequences would be severe.
It wouldn't just be as simple as being expelled from the association and unable to take on tasks, one would also be directly sent to the military court. However, as a 4th-tier ability user, he couldn't possibly let Jiang Chen, a 2nd-tier ability user, step into the ring.
As long as Jiang Chen isn't foolish, he definitely won't agree. Moreover, initiating a challenge against someone weaker than oneself will forever earn disdain from others. Jiang Chen, I've remembered you,
Chao Yang said through gritted teeth. He then carried his severely injured and unconscious brother out of the hall.
Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel utterly speechless. He specifically targeted me to assert his dominance, got completely owned instead, and then said he'd remember me? What a lunatic.
It's just like Zhang Qingyu said, if you can't handle it, don't play.
The time that follows, Yang Xiaotong took over hosting the freshman induction ceremony. All Tier 1 ability users are classified as temporary members of the association. Second-level ability users become official members, qualified to follow the cadres to take on missions, but are temporarily not allowed to take military missions independently. Half an hour later, in the hall, all the new students had already left. Zhang Qingyu leaned close to Yang Xiaotong, staring at Jiang Chen's departing figure, and said, Xiaotong, the thing Jiang Chen just unleashed seems to be the embryonic form of sword energy, right? Yang Xiaotong also stared at Jiang Chen's departing figure and said solemnly, indeed, otherwise it wouldn't be possible to slice off a corner of the arena with a single sword. Zhang Qingyu gasped. Hiss. The embryonic form of sword energy can only be achieved by cultivating sword intent to its peak. Even for someone with high-level sword talent, they would need to reach at least the 4th tier to comprehend it. Jiang Chen, he's not someone with sword talent. How exactly did he manage to do it? Zhang Qingyu and Yang Xiaotong exchanged a glance. Yang Xiaotong shook her head. How would I know? Immediately after, Zhang Qingyu counted on his fingers, muttering. Jiang Chen's observation haki is very strong now. His physical skills also far surpass those of his peers among the freshmen, and his devil fruit development ability is impressive too. He can already attach gravity to his sword. Now, his swordsmanship is also very strong, and he has cultivated the embryonic form of sword energy, which can only be comprehended by those with at least 4th level swordsmanship talent. Whoa, flourishing in all directions? Is there anything he can't do? Speaking of which, Zhang Qingyu's eyes darted around. Oh right, do you think it's possible that he also knows armament haki? Maybe even conqueror's haki? Completing the hexagonal rookie? Yang Xiaotong rolled her eyes at him upon hearing this. Don't be so ridiculous. Zhang Qingyu said seriously, to be fair, it's not me being outrageous, it's Jiang Chen being outrageous, okay? Alright, I'm leaving first. I need to report that Jiang Chen also knows sword intent. After leaving this remark, Yang Xiaotong turned and left. These past few days, the number of times I've sought out the vice president has indeed been a bit excessive, and every time it's related to Jiang Chen. On the campus path, Jiang Chen walked slowly toward the dormitory with his eyes closed, because the dormitory was in the same direction. At this moment, Tang Chuyao and Wang Ming were walking on either side of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, was that sword energy just now? Tang Chuyao couldn't help but ask, her eyes full of confusion. Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly. Sword energy? That was just sword intent. Tang Chuyao was speechless. Indeed, Jiang Chen was right, that was merely sword intent, far from being called sword energy. It's just that. Comprehending sword intent to this level usually requires at least a 4th tier ability user, and they must also possess high-level talent in swordsmanship. Jiang Chen, how exactly did he achieve this? Suddenly, Tang Chuyao thought of something. So, the beast died before the school started. Was it you who killed that mutated fierce beast? Yes. Jiang Chen didn't mind and admitted it directly. At this moment, Wang Ming, standing nearby, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief and looked at Jiang Chen. Damn, Brother Chen, was it really you who did it? Yeah, I already told you. Jiang Chen shrugged. Wang Ming was at a loss for words upon hearing this. Back when the school year started, Jiang Chen had directly admitted it, but at the time, he thought Jiang Chen was just bragging. Tang Chuyao then said, by the way, Jiang Chen, that sword move you just made was so satisfying. You really stood up for us freshmen. Tang Chuyao pouted, waved her fist, and said fiercely, this Chao Jun is really too arrogant. Now he'll probably have to lie in the hospital for a while. Wang Ming wore a schadenfreude expression, but thinking about it, it's understandable. A military academy that values force is bound to have quite a few troublemakers, and the process of establishing authority makes sense. It's just a pity they picked the wrong person. A moment later, Jiang Chen returned to his spacious dormitory. He lay on the large sofa, staring at the sword hidden within the staff before him. Previously, it had only cut through memory metal, and he hadn't discovered the mastery-level sword intent. Yet, it could actually emit a trace of sword energy. Moreover, it seemed that the power was indeed considerable. Blind Sword Technique LV.3, 0/40+, Current Mastery, Sword Intent, Mastery, Next Level, Sword Energy, Proficient. The next level requires 40 skill points, which equals 400 attribute points. At this rate of acquiring attribute points, leveling up should be quick. Moreover, hint, when the total level of multiple skills reaches LV.20, the next skill Gravity Blade, Tiger, can be unlocked. Current unlocked progress, December 20th. Jiang Chen sat up straight, crossed his legs on the sofa, and rested his chin on one hand. After reaching a total skill level of 20, you can unlock the Gravity Blade, Tiger, when the time comes. I wonder if Sword Chi and Tiger can be combined together. If they can, then the power. Hiss. Just thinking about it feels terrifying. Still 8 levels away from unlocking. Armament Haki LV.1, 0/20+, can attack elementalized enemies. Next level, Armament Coating, Navy 6 Styles LV.1, 0/10+. These two skills are only at level 1, requiring relatively few skill points. Next time, maybe you can try using these two skills. After upgrading Armament Haki, it should be possible to apply it to weapons, further
further enhancing destructive power.
Navy 6 styles. Currently, the only ones useful to you might be Shave and Moonwalk. Moonwalk allows for quick and agile turns in the air. Shave goes without saying, it's very practical in actual combat. No matter what,
it's best to unlock the Gravity Blade Tiger as soon as possible, as that will be the greatest improvement for yourself.
Attribute points. Oh, attribute points. There's still nearly a month until the next secret realm. I can only rely on military tasks.
Fortunately, I'm already at the 2nd tier, so I don't have to stay cooped up in school practicing the 6 styles like the others.
At this moment, buzz buzz buzz, the phone on the desk suddenly vibrated.
Jiang Chen remained still, controlling gravity to make the phone float in front of him. Jiang Qingyu's message popped up. Jiang Chen, come to the association building at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
I'll take you on a mission.
Jiang Chen opened the Starsea Military Academy's campus app, which automatically redirected to Jiang Qingyu's chat window. Currently, he was only a 2nd-tier ability user. According to the association's regulations, 2nd-tier ability users were not allowed to go on missions alone and must be led by a cadre or a 3rd-tier ability user.
In other words, a 2nd-tier ability user is basically just a handyman. Jiang Chen, okay. Jiang Qingyu, the military points exchange feature in your app should be unlocked. You can go check it out. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Military points exchange?
He immediately opened another page and clicked on the entrance to the military department's points system.
The next moment, a dazzling array of items appeared in Jiang Chen's perceptual field.
There were attribute points with different values, ranging from a minimum of 10 points to a maximum of 500 points. Of course, the corresponding exchange points varied as well, and there were no bulk discounts.
Moreover, they were limited in quantity. It seems that while attribute points are still quite scarce, as far as I know, the source from the military seems to be only hunting mutated beasts, right? I wonder if there are other sources of attribute points. It's not just attribute points.
There are also various weapons and equipment of different grades, S grade, A grade, B grade. Jiang Chen scrolled through the page, dragging it all the way to the bottom.
At this moment,
his attention was caught by a few words.
Quick Blade, Great Quick Blade, Fine Quick Blade, and Supreme Great Quick Blade? These, the famous swords from One Piece, have they actually appeared in this world? I hadn't noticed it before, but thinking about it, it's normal. With such a small quantity, the level of discussion online would naturally be low. Besides, I haven't really spent much time surfing the internet. It's just a bit strange.
Why is the naming system in this world exactly the same as in One Piece?
Forget it, this isn't important. Supreme Grade Blades. In the world of One Piece, they are weapons that only the strongest standing at the pinnacle can possess. There are only 12 of them.
Among them is the Gambler's Fireline, owned by Admiral Fujitora, a user of the Gravity Fruit.
I wonder if there's one among them here.
Thinking of this, Jiang Chen decisively clicked into the Supreme Great Blade page. When Jiang Chen entered the Supreme Great Blade page, his eyebrows slightly raised and a trace of surprise flashed through his mind. In the blank page, there was only a large blade resembling Guan Yu's blade.
3 large characters below the blade came into view. Song Yun Cutter. In the anime, the weapon of Whitebeard hailed as the strongest man. It's just that. This Song Yun Cutter cannot be redeemed, because, below it, a small line of text reads, Current owner, Dragon Nation Marshal, Zhao Yuanjia. If I remember correctly, the current marshal of the Dragon Kingdom is also a Tremor fruit user.
I didn't expect that in this world, that Song Yun blade is also in the hands of a Tremor fruit user.
Could it be? Do these Supreme Grade Blades also have something like compatibility? In other words, choosing a master. Of course, this is just speculation.
The current issue is that the Supreme Grade Blades in this exchange shop only include Kongo Kiri. None of the other Supreme Grade Blades from the anime are here.
What is going on? Where's my gambler's hotline?
Thinking of this, Jiang Chen began calling out to the system in his mind.
Old system. System bro. Isn't it the Fujitora template? Where's my gambler's fireline? A moment later.
All around was silent, except for Jiang Chen's own breathing. There was no other sound.
Alright, it seems the system isn't very user-friendly. Damn it.
If only it were like the systems in other novels from his previous life, with a customer service feature to answer questions anytime, how great would that be? Immediately after, Jiang Chen began browsing through the other famous blades. As he expected, the other famous swords were also incomplete.
In the Great Grade Swords series, the Dragon Kingdom currently only possesses Wado Ikamanji and Shusui. Among the skillful grade swords, it possesses Yubashiri. These few swords were also once wielded by Zoro in the anime.
In this world, they likewise already have owners and cannot be exchanged.
Jiang Chen continued to click on quick blades, revealing a total of more than a dozen blades. Among these quick blades, Jiang Chen could barely recognize only Shigeru and Kikoku.
In the anime, they are respectively the swords of Tashigi in law. As for the others, Jiang Chen just found some of them somewhat familiar. If it weren't for the names labeled under these knives, Jiang Chen probably wouldn't recognize a single one. Among the dazzling array of famous knives, only 3 fast knives were available for exchange. The rest had already been taken. However, even if they were available, Jiang Chen had no intention of exchanging for them. They're just fast knives, after all, requiring 10,000 points. Wouldn't it be better to use those points to exchange for attribute points? Although it would require competing, he didn't want to waste so many points on an average knife. So, where did these knives come from? Jiang Chen pondered. I can only wait until tomorrow's mission to ask Zhang Qingyu. He should know something about these famous knives, right? Jiang Chen continued browsing the weapons in the exchange shop and suddenly noticed an extremely special tag. Elemental weapons? Jiang Chen clicked on the question mark next to him, and the corresponding explanation was immediately displayed. Made from the elemental crystal cores within the rare elemental demons, each elemental weapon is divided into 3 tiers, with tier 1 being the lowest and tier 3 the highest. Elemental weapons are categorized into 3 types: ice attribute, fire attribute, and lightning attribute. A tier 1 elemental weapon only requires 1000 points, which is equivalent to 1000 attribute points. The power is greater than S-grade alloy weapons. Otherwise, switching to an elemental weapon at that time would also be quite good. Currently, I only have a C-grade alloy weapon in hand, which should soon become insufficient. At this moment, the phone vibrated slightly. Jiang Chen opened the chat software and found a message from Tang Chuyao. Tang Chuyao, Jiang Chen, are you asleep? Just now, senior sister Yang Xiaotong from the association contacted me and said she would take me on a mission tomorrow. Jiang Chen, what a coincidence, I also have a mission tomorrow. Zhang Qingyu reached out to me. Tang Chuyao, what kind of mission are you taking? Senior sister said she would start me off with a C-level mission to get some practice. Jiang Chen, I don't know, let me ask. A moment later, Jiang Chen replied to Tang Chuyao's chat box, he's probably asleep. Tang Chuyao, alright then, stay safe tomorrow. Jiang Chen, okay. The next morning, bright and early. As Jiang Chen just arrived at the association building, he sensed Zhang Qingyu leaning against the reception desk, looking half asleep. They're here? Zhang Qingyu drooped his eyelids weakly and greeted Jiang Chen in a somewhat lazy tone. Senior brother, morning. Jiang Chen smiled and responded politely. Zhang Qingyu casually had his hands in his pockets, walking ahead of Jiang Chen as if sleepwalking. Let's go, see if there's any task to take. Not long after, the two arrived at a task hall inside the association building, located on the first floor. The hall was incredibly spacious, with a large screen hanging in the center, displaying a portion of available tasks in real time. At this early hour, apart from the association's on-duty students, only Zhang Qingyu and Jiang Chen were present in the hall. Zhang Qingyu led Jiang Chen and headed straight to the counter with practiced familiarity. The two students behind the counter, who had been lounging in their chairs playing on their phones, immediately put their phones down and stood up upon noticing someone approaching. Zhang Qingyu tilted his body, leaning against the edge of the platform, and absent-mindedly scratched his nose with his finger as he casually asked, "Are there any B-level missions right now?" B-level missions? One of the students responded, inadvertently catching sight of Jiang Chen standing behind Zhang Qingyu. Oh, is this junior brother Jiang Chen? What is it? Zhang Qingyu raised his eyebrows slightly. The student opened his mouth and said, "Junior brother, I heard you're only a second-tier ability user, right? Doing a B-level mission doesn't seem very suitable, does it?" Zhang Qingyu turned sideways and pointed at Jiang Chen behind him, unconsciously raising his voice. Then have you heard that junior brother Jiang Chen destroyed Chao Jun's barrier with a single sword strike? The two students exchanged a glance, seemingly unable to believe what they had just heard. Yesterday, Jiang Chen's matter hadn't spread yet. These two students only knew that Jiang Chen was one of the only 2 second-tier ability users among the freshmen. One of the students asked incredulously, "Senior brother Zhang, are you talking about Chao Jun, the barrier fruit ability user? Who else? Is there a second barrier fruit ability user?" Zhang Qingyu chuckled and asked in return. The student blurted out, "Wow, junior brother Jiang Chen is amazing." Alright, enough with the amazement. Hurry up and show me what tasks are available, Zhang Qingyu said impatiently. Seeing this, the student operated the computer for a moment and then turned the screen around. "Senior brother, this is a B-level task that was just released yesterday, and it's currently the B-level task with the highest reward points." The student spoke while pointing at the screen with his finger. "Hunt 10 third-tier wind spirit falcons." "Senior brother, you can fly, and I remember junior brother Jiang Chen can fly too, right?" Zhang Qingyu leaned in, glanced at the screen, then turned to Jiang Chen and said, 200 points, not bad. What do you think, Jiang Chen? B-level tasks usually reward around 100 points. This one gives 200 points, but it might be a bit dangerous for you. Jiang Chen stood still, sensing the content displayed on the screen. Kill 10 adult third-tier wind spirit falcons, which inhabit the daxing area and are gregarious ferocious beasts. You need to bring back the beast's head to claim the task reward. 1 point of credit can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. In other words, this task can yield 200 attribute points, split between 2 people, with each receiving 100 points. Only 200 points, that's a bit low. It's not low. An A-level mission requires killing a tier 4 beast, which you can't handle right now. Start with some B-level missions to get some practice.
practice. Zhang Qingyu responded casually. Jiang Chen remained silent.
Tang Chuya was doing a sea-level mission, and thinking about it this way, she instantly felt balanced.
Forget it, let's go with this one,
Jiang Chen said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingyu gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up.
Alright, promising, I like your fearless attitude. At this moment, Jiang Chen noticed that in one corner of the screen, there were 3 elemental demon tasks displayed. What is the task for this elemental demon?
Zhang Qingyu replied without turning his head.
Oh, this is a permanent task.
As long as you hunt elemental monsters, you can exchange their elemental crystal cores for points, with each core starting at a minimum of 1,000 points.
After speaking, he said to the student on duty, we'll take that task. Please handle the paperwork. Okay.
The student took the 2 student cards and began processing.
A moment later,
Zhang Qingyu led Jiang Chen out of the hall. On the way, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the matter that had puzzled him last night and asked,
Senior brother, do you know where those supreme great blades in the exchange shop come from? Supreme great blades? Zhang Qingyu paused and touched his chin. You know about the dimensional rift and the appearance of the sanctuary decades ago, right? Jiang Chen nodded slightly.
Zhang Qingyu continued.
After that,
I also forgot how many years it was, but suddenly, some domains appeared in certain places.
Domains? Jiang Chen showed a puzzled expression. Zhang Qingyu nodded and explained, it's also known as the blade domain.
Within each blade domain, there is a famous blade.
As long as you enter the blade domain and meet certain conditions, you can subdue the blade inside. These famous blades are all very powerful. Jiang Chen nodded and said, so, you're saying that every famous blade has its own blade domain? Including quick blade, fine quick blade, and great quick blade?
Zhang Qingyu nodded and said, yes, among them, the Supreme Great Quick Blade domain is also the most dangerous. So far, only 2 Supreme Great Quick Blade domains have appeared in the entire world. One is in our dragon country, known as Kanjianch. To subdue this blade, it seems we lost over 100 people.
Fortunately, it has now been subdued by our current marshal. The other is in the beautiful country called the First Generation Onigiri.
I've heard quite a few people died there as well, and it was subdued by one of their strong warriors.
Jiang Chen pondered.
I didn't expect taming the famous sword to be so dangerous. No wonder the required points are so high.
The First Generation Kitetsu. In my impression, it's a cursed blade that corrodes the owner's thoughts. In the anime, it's the sword wielded by the bald member of the 5 elders.
While Jiang Chen was pondering, Zhang Qingyu suddenly clapped his hands and said, oh, by the way, a new blade domain appeared in Shiva Nation last year, and it's currently the one with the highest death toll.
Shiva Nation?
Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly.
Is it Brother San?
The names of countries in this world are really quite interesting.
Zhang Qingyu nodded and said,
I still remember when this blade domain first appeared, how thrilled those people from the Shiva Nation were. You know, possessing a supreme great blade could elevate the strength of their nation's warriors to a whole new level.
As he spoke, Zhang Qingyu revealed a schadenfreude expression. And the result?
I heard that so far, over 1,000 people have died, and not a single one has managed to come out alive. So, to this day, no one knows what exactly is inside that blade domain.
Zhang Qingyu spread his hands and shrugged. Jiang Chen's eyebrows raised slightly. The new supreme great blade domain?
In anime, apart from Son Yunxia and First Generation Kitetsu, the already revealed supreme grade blades include Roger's Rapier Ace, Mihawk's Black Blade, Yoru, and Fujitora's Gambler Fireline.
Which one does this new blade domain belong to?
Thinking of this, Jiang Chen asked,
Senior brother, what does the blade domain look like? Zhang Qingyu gestured with his hands. It's roughly a semicircular dome. You can't see inside from the outside, and the exterior is purple. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. So, it's already confirmed that it's the blade domain of the Supreme Great Blade?
Zhang Qingyu nodded and said,
it should be correct. That blade domain has a diameter of about 10 kilometers.
Only by reaching the level of the Supreme Great Blade could it possibly be that large.
What color are the blade domains of Kumonokiri and First Generation Onigiri? Jiang Chen asked. Zhang Qingyu touched his chin, thought for a moment, and said, Kumonokiri is white, and First Generation Onigiri seems to be black-purple? White, Kumonokiri, black-purple, First Generation Onigiri. That's right. The blade domain in Shiva Nation is most likely the Gambler's Fireline.
Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's lips slightly curved upward. Finally, he had found the trail of his blade.
Zhang Qingyu glanced at Jiang Chen and tentatively asked, Junior brother Jiang Chen, you're not thinking of going to that blade domain in Shiva country, are you? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth lifted slightly. I am a bit interested. Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened as he stared at Jiang Chen. Stop right there. Haven't you heard that over 1,000 people have died in Shiva country because of that blade domain? And not a single one has come out alive. No one even knows what it looks like inside.
I know, but that's what makes it challenging.
Jiang Chen responded casually.
After all, he couldn't just say that he had watched One Piece and knew this was Fujitora's Gambler's Fireline.
He himself possessed the Fujitora template, so how could he not be able to master his own blade? Zhang Qingyu remained silent for a moment and said, forget it, I don't have the right to make decisions for you anyway. I've already told you, it's very dangerous there. I know, I have my own plans, Zhang Chen nodded and said. Zhang Qingyu then added, besides, you can't possibly go there now. Although I also dislike the country of Shiva, it's still a nation. With your current strength, if you force your way into a country, you probably wouldn't make it far past their border before being crushed. Zhang Chen slightly furrowed his brows. Is there no other way? Zhang Qingyu remained silent for a moment before softly saying, to forcefully cross the border, you'd need at least 5th tier strength, and even then, it's just about getting in. How long you can survive is uncertain. Got it. Zhang Chen responded briefly. At least 5th tier strength is required to forcefully cross the border? Developing like this, maybe the 4th stage will be enough? However, we'll still have to wait and see when the time comes. There has to be an opportunity. Otherwise, if we don't even get close to the Blade Domain and end up killed by the strong ones from the Shiva Nation, that would be a huge loss. Alright, let's go. The Daxing area is over 1,000 kilometers away from here. Even taking the school's transport plane will take almost a day. Zhang Qingyu finished speaking and then walked toward the airport at the back of the school. Seeing this, Zhang Chen also stepped forward to follow. On the other side, in the Daxing area, the Demon Suppression Army Camp Command Building. Inside the chief's office, a middle-aged man was sitting at his desk handling official duties. This man was none other than Major General Li Fei, stationed in the Daxing region. At this moment, an adjutant knocked on the office door and walked in. Commander, someone has reported spotting traces of elemental demons in the Daxing forest. Major General Li Fei raised his head and asked, Elemental mage? What attribute? What level? Lightning attribute. The level is unclear for now, the adjutant replied. A hint of delight appeared in Li Fei's eyes, and he immediately ordered, have Lao Chang organize an armed squad to see if they can encircle and eliminate it. Yes. The adjutant nodded and then left the office. The corners of Li Fei's mouth curved into a slight smile. Elemental demons, extremely rare in number and possessing the ability to elementalize themselves, are very difficult to hunt. In the Daxing area, there hasn't been any trace of elemental demons for at least 3 years. Now it has finally appeared again. A crystal core of an elemental demon, even the lowest grade, is worth 1,000 points, equivalent to 1,000 attribute points. Extremely valuable. Daxing area, Demon Suppression Army Camp Airport. In the azure sky, a transport plane bearing the emblem of Starsea Military Academy slowly landed, and the whirlwind stirred up by the propellers swept all the sand and stones off the ground. The cabin door slowly opened. Zhang Qingyu leaped down in one swift motion, with Zhang Chen following closely behind. After walking a few steps, a man in a military uniform approached, sizing them up. From Xinghai Military Academy? Let me see your IDs. Zhang Qingyu and Zhang Chen, seeing this, handed over their student IDs. The soldier took the document and skillfully swiped it lightly on the precision instrument in his hand. The indicator light on the instrument flickered a few times, emitting a faint beep-beep sound. After a moment, the soldier nodded slightly and pointed behind him. Alright, go ahead. Zhang Qingyu walked straight forward without looking back. Zhang Chen nodded slightly to the soldier and then followed closely behind Zhang Qingyu. Walking out of the airport, Zhang Chen officially stepped into the Demon Suppression Army Camp, flanked by rows of neatly aligned camouflage-colored barracks. Not far away stood a 10-story command building, its exterior a regular rectangular shape with clean and smooth lines, devoid of any redundant decorations, fully embodying a utilitarian style. In the camp, soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army dressed in military uniforms occasionally marched by in orderly formation, their postures upright and their steps firm and powerful. All around, heavy armored vehicles were neatly arranged, their gun barrels pointing toward the sky, exuding a chilling sense of deterrence. The entire camp was filled with a chilling atmosphere. On the transport plane, Zhang Chen also had a brief conversation with Zhang Qingyu. According to the regulations of the Dragon Nation, entering the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts must be approved by the corresponding Demon Suppression Army Division, otherwise, it is considered illegal. Ordinary people are strictly prohibited from entering. Only those who have completed the evaluation of their abilities are allowed to enter when there is a mission. After a while, Zhang Chen followed Zhang Qingyu to a checkpoint, flanked by towering and sturdy walls. Outside the checkpoint lies a boundless wilderness. Looking into the distance, beneath the horizon, the faint remnants of a city reduced to ruins can still be seen. That was a city already overrun by the beast tide. Zhang Qingyu walked to the small room beside the checkpoint and knocked on the glass window. Lao Liang. Zhang Qingyu? In the room, a middle-aged man looked up and noticed Zhang Chen standing behind Zhang Qingyu, his eyebrows slightly raised. This one looks a bit familiar. Zhang Qingyu pointed his thumb at Zhang Chen behind him. Zhang Chen, a freshman from our batch. After speaking, he introduced Zhang Chen. This is Lieutenant Liang. Zhang Chen heard this and nodded slightly toward Lieutenant Liang. Brother Liang. The man was momentarily stunned upon hearing Zhang Chen's name, then burst into hearty laughter. Zhang Chen. I know. Haha, you're the freshman who, along with Tang Chuyao, unlocked the hidden reward in the alien secret realm. You two are so popular. Zhang Qingyu said proudly. Right? The rookie king of our Xinghai Academy.
academy. After speaking, he gestured for Jiang Chen to take out his student ID and handed both of their student IDs over.
The man lightly brushed the instrument, his brows slightly furrowed. You took on a B-level mission?
He turned his head to look at Jiang Chen and kindly reminded him.
Jiang Chen, I need to remind you that you're going to hunt a Tier 3 ferocious beast. You're only a Tier 2 ability user. Did Jiang Qingyu trick you?
The mortality rate for a Tier 2 ability user facing a Tier 3 ferocious beast is almost 100%. After hearing this, Jiang Chen was a bit speechless.
He waved his hand. No, Brother Liang, we really are going to kill a Tier 3 ferocious beast.
It seems that the specific scores during the evaluation were not recorded in the personal basic information, and only the rank can be seen. I guess in this world, those who can achieve cross-rank kills are very few and far between. But speaking of it, this Lieutenant Liang is quite a decent person, at least he kindly reminded me.
Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Liang's gaze suspiciously wandered between Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingyu, as if he still didn't quite believe it was Jiang Chen's voluntary decision.
Jiang Qingyu leaned against the window and pointed at Jiang Chen. I say, old Liang, don't underestimate Jiang Chen.
Do you believe that even a third-tier ability user can't beat him? Lieutenant Liang's mouth twitched. You're just bragging.
He didn't believe a single word Jiang Qingyu said. Back when he was at the 3rd tier, he dared to take on an A-level mission. He went out with such confidence, but ended up almost dying out there.
A moment later,
old Liang glanced at Jiang Chen and urged, forget it, Jiang Chen, just think it through yourself. Be careful in everything, and remember, your life is the most important. After saying this, he turned to Jiang Qingyu and gave him some instructions. Take good care of your junior brother, and don't go courting death by provoking the Wind Spirit Falcon leader. Just wander around the outskirts. The Wind Spirit Falcon leader is a 4th tier fierce beast.
If you really encounter it, I'm afraid you won't be able to look after Jiang Chen.
He's such a promising talent, if anything happens to him, you'll be the first one I beat up. Jiang Qingyu took the 2 student IDs and waved his hand.
Don't worry, old Liang, I get it. We didn't take on the task for the 4th tier Wind Spirit Falcon, so why would I provoke it? After the 2 left,
old Liang stuck his head out the window and shouted loudly,
2 go, 2 return. After a while, 2 fully loaded armored vehicles slowly drove toward the checkpoint.
A man in military uniform stepped out of the passenger seat and walked straight into the small room. After placing a document on the table, he immediately picked up a cigarette from the table and started smoking on his own.
Old Liang glanced at the man, then looked at the 2 armored vehicles outside. Whoa, Lao Chang, did you bring out the armed squad from the camp? Is there an elemental mage showing up?
The man exhaled a puff of smoke and said slowly, exactly, it's been 3 years, 3 years. Finally, there's a trace of an elemental demon in our daxing area. Old Liang turned his head to look outside the checkpoint, his brows slightly furrowed.
Could it really be such a coincidence? Jiang Chen is such a promising talent.
If he were to encounter an elemental demon and die at its hands, it would truly be a misfortune for the Dragon Nation. This Jiang Qingyu insists on taking on a B-level mission. If something really happens to Jiang Chen, when Jiang Qingyu comes back, he's definitely going to get the crap beaten out of him.
The man next to old Liang, who was lost in thought, asked in confusion. Old Liang, what's wrong?
Old Liang came back to his senses and shook his head. No, 2 kids from Xinghai Military Academy, Jiang Qingyu and Jiang Chen, just happened to take on a B-level mission and entered the forest. The man's eyebrows raised slightly.
Jiang Chen? The one who's been quite famous recently?
Jiang Chen's name had already spread widely within the military. A 1st-tier ability user slaying a 2nd-tier ferocious beast, definitely a great talent.
Indeed. Old Liang nodded and said, so, where did the traces of the elemental demon appear?
The man placed a mini display screen in front of old Liang. Old Liang glanced at it and let out a long sigh of relief. Oh, fortunately, it's quite a distance from the Wind Spirit Falcon those 2 kids are hunting.
They shouldn't run into it.
The man suddenly said, if we happen to run into them, Jiang Qingyu's fruit ability isn't much of a problem, but Jiang Chen would be tough to deal with. Don't jinx it, old Liang glared at him. For all we know, the elemental demon might run into those 2 and get taken out by them, and you guys would have made the trip for nothing.
The man laughed upon hearing this. Don't be ridiculous. Without armament hockey, how could they kill an elemental demon? That kid Jiang Qingyu doesn't know it, and neither does Jiang Chen, right? Old Liang waved his hand impatiently and said, alright, go quickly, and come back soon.
The man extinguished his cigarette and turned to board the armored vehicle. As the checkpoint lifted, the 2 armored vehicles drove deep into the daxing forest. Above the daxing forest, 2 figures sped past. Jiang Chen flew through the air while glancing at Jiang Qingyu, who was covered in blue flames. He hadn't expected this senior brother to be a Phoenix Fruit ability user, possessing the same power as Marco in the anime, with extremely strong survival capabilities.
No wonder he looks so punchable, he's acting so fearless. Others simply can't kill him. ZZZZZ. The voice of Jiang Qingyu came through the earpiece Jiang Chen was wearing. Jiang Chen, we've already entered the territory of the Wind Spirit Falcon. Have you sensed the Wind Spirit Falcon yet? Then let's go to the left. If we continue deeper ahead, I'm afraid we'll encounter the Wind Spirit Falcon leader of the 4th tier. Let me know as soon as you sense the wind spirit falcon and use your gravity to control it. Not yet. Jiang Chen made an okay gesture, and the two continued to speed forward. Wind spirit falcon spotted. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen said calmly, then hovered in the air. Zhang Qingyu stopped his actions as well, with dazzling blue flames emerging from both hands, and turned to look at Jiang Chen. Where? After saying a word, Jiang Chen turned and flew in a certain direction. Follow me. Zhang Qingyu did not hesitate in the slightest and followed closely behind. The two figures flashed across the sky above Daxing Forest, one after the other. Their incredible speed stirred up intense air currents, causing the trees and leaves below to sway violently under the force. A massive wind spirit falcon appeared directly in front of them, spreading its wings wide. Its entire horizontal body stretched a full 10 meters in length. After a while, its sharp eagle eyes vigilantly fixed on Jiang Chen and Zhang Qingyu, surrounded by fierce winds as it hovered in the air. Zhang Qingyu glanced at Jiang Chen, who was flying ahead of him. Is this, at least 1,000 meters away? Jiang Chen's observation hockey has already reached 1,000 meters? A trace of surprise flashed in Zhang Qingyu's eyes. The wind spirit falcon let out a roar, seemingly warning the two humans who had intruded into its territory. Roar! However, Jiang Chen completely ignored it. It was just in an instant. The wind spirit falcon had already entered Jiang Chen's gravity control range. Jiang Chen slightly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of that terrifying light. A weight of 36 tons of gravity poured down upon the wind spirit falcon. The next moment, buzz! The wind spirit falcon had no idea that the human before it had such a move, and it was directly dragged toward the ground by the overwhelming gravity. The massive body of the wind spirit falcon crashed heavily into the great forest, toppling several trees along the way and creating a deep pit in the ground. Bang! At that moment, Jiang Chen used moon step in midair, swiftly changing direction and darting toward the wind spirit falcon that had fallen to the ground at an incredible speed. The third-order wind spirit falcon, facing 36 tons of gravity, was not completely immobilized. It struggled to get up, shook its body, glared furiously at Jiang Chen, who was flying toward it at high speed, and raised its sharp claws, ready to tear the human in front of it to pieces. Jiang Chen flew in the air, his mind slightly stirred. The wind spirit falcon was suddenly thrown into the air by an anti-gravity force, and countless question marks flashed through its round eyes. The next moment, immediately afterward, another surge of gravity poured down. The wind spirit falcon was toyed with by Jiang Chen's gravity, as if it were a mere plaything. The massive body of the wind spirit falcon slammed heavily onto the ground once again, sending dust billowing. Boom! Before it could react, a powerful gravitational force appeared out of nowhere, pulling it toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's figure also flashed by. At the same time, he drew his blade, the sharp sword intent wrapped in a glimmer of cold light, reflected in the eyes of the wind spirit falcon. Jiang Chen paused for a moment, his brows furrowing. Crack! Is this, the sword stuck on the bone? The wind spirit falcon let out a furious roar, raising its razor-sharp talons to strike at Jiang Chen with blinding speed. A streak of blue flame roared past as a fist engulfed in raging azure fire slammed violently into the falcon's skull. At this moment, with just a single punch, the wind spirit falcon's head was instantly sent flying. The flesh at its neck was brutally torn apart by the overwhelming force of the impact. The head of a third-tier ferocious beast slammed heavily against the tree before rolling onto the ground. The body of the wind spirit falcon also collapsed to the ground with a thud, having lost its head. Jiang Chen frowned, stepping on the wind spirit falcon's corpse as he pulled out his sword. He looked at the blood-stained blade in his hand. C-grade alloy weapon, is this not enough? But didn't the merchant say that C-grade alloy is enough to kill a third-tier ferocious beast? Ran into a swindler? Zhang Qingyu took out a cloth bag, wrapped the head of the wind spirit falcon, tied it to his waist, and then walked to Jiang Chen's side. It seems he noticed Jiang Chen's confusion and spoke. The sword in your hand is a grade C alloy weapon, right? It's enough to kill some third-tier ferocious beasts, but when you encounter ones with stronger defenses, it won't be sufficient. For example, this thing. Zhang Qingyu pointed to the corpse of the wind spirit falcon on the ground. Jiang Chen habitually tilted his head, sensing the black gloves on Zhang Qingyu's hands, which seemed to faintly shimmer with a trace of red flame. Isn't the flame of the phoenix fruit supposed to be blue? What's the deal with this red flame? Senior brother, your weapon, is it an elemental weapon? Jiang Chen asked tentatively. After all, among elemental weapons, there is also the fire attribute. This red flame is most likely emitted by an elemental weapon. Zhang Qingyu didn't hide it either and raised his fist to show it off. This is a first-tier fire element weapon. To be honest, as your senior brother, I suggest you stop switching to those trash alloy weapons. Just go straight to the point and get an elemental weapon. Even a first-tier elemental weapon will last you a long time. A custom-made elemental weapon costs 1,000 military points. It's not really that expensive. You're just stuck right now, but if your sword breaks during a battle in the future, that would be disastrous. Jiang Chen nodded. Zhang Qingyu's words do make sense. 1,000 points of credit don't seem very expensive, do they? After all, just casually entering a secret realm once earned him over 1,000 attribute points. Doing a few more tasks and exchanging for one to try out isn't a bad idea.
At the very least, before going to Shiva Nation to get the gambler's fireline, he needs a handy weapon to use.
Otherwise, no matter how strong your sword intent is, it's useless if the sword breaks. Let's go, 9 more to go. Hurry up and finish them so we can report back. Zhang Qingyu patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, his hands igniting with blazing blue flames that transformed into 2 blue flaming wings, lifting him into the air.
Seeing this, Jiang Chen quickly followed behind him.
Within the next hour, Jiang Chen sensed 6 more wind spirit falcons in succession.
This time, he didn't take action but used gravity assistance for control, leaving everything to Zhang Qingyu, who took down each small ferocious beast with a single punch. Above the great prosperity forest, the 2 sped past swiftly.
2 more to go, let's finish before dark.
Zhang Qingyu's voice came through the earpiece. A thunderous roar erupted from behind the 2 of them.
At this moment,
the roar carried a terrifying power, and the resulting sound waves surged like a raging tide. Not only did it stir up a strong airflow in the air, but it also caused the trees and leaves along the way to sway violently.
Jiang Chen and Zhang Qingyu turned around at the same time.
A sky-covering giant beast with wings spanning a full 50 meters hovered in the air, its eyes fixed intently on them.
A 4th-tier wind spirit falcon? Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened as he blurted out. Jiang Chen, find a place to hide. Leave this 4th-tier wind spirit falcon to me.
Zhang Qingyu's expression was more serious than ever before, completely shedding his usual carefree demeanor as he shouted loudly at Jiang Chen. Blue flames surged like raging waves, instantly igniting fiercely around him. The 4th-tier wind spirit falcon tilted its head back and let out a deafening roar, its blood-red eyes gleaming with a chilling ferocity as it locked onto Zhang Qingyu.
At the same time,
immediately, the wind spirit falcon swooped in at an astonishing speed, like a black lightning bolt. The gale stirred by its wings resembled countless razor-sharp blades, frantically slicing through the surrounding air and emitting a piercing, shrill howl. Jiang Chen frowned slightly at the sight. A 4th-tier wind spirit falcon, he wasn't qualified to face it yet. Forcing himself to act would only hold Zhang Qingyu back. Jiang Chen made a decisive move, turning around and intending to hide in the jungle.
Thinking of this, however, at that very moment, at the edge of Jiang Chen's perception on his left side, a blue figure flashed by like lightning, surrounded by arcs of jumping electricity.
On the transport aircraft, he had looked up some information about ferocious beasts on the intranet.
That seems to be a lightning elemental demon?
And judging by its form, it looks like one of the weaker elemental demons shown in the data, probably only at the 3rd tier in strength. Even so, one of these is worth at least 1,000 military points to start.
1,000 points, a 1st-tier elemental weapon, 1,000 attribute points. No point in dodging. Jiang Chen decisively changed direction and charged toward the elemental demon.
At this moment, Zhang Qingyu had just dodged an attack from a 4th-tier wind spirit falcon. Out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Jiang Chen's actions and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this kid was still obedient enough and didn't come to cause trouble for him. But soon, Zhang Qingyu noticed something was off.
Wait, why is this kid running so far away? Hello, Jiang Chen? Where are you going?
Just find a place to hide below. I can finish the fight quickly.
Zhang Qingyu said into the earpiece with a puzzled expression. Jiang Chen's voice came through. I found an elemental demon. The next second, Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened instantly upon hearing this. An elemental demon? No, come back. You can't handle an elemental demon.
Jiang Chen ignored Zhang Qingyu's words and focused entirely on controlling the gravity around him, chasing after the elemental demon at an extremely fast speed.
In less than 3 seconds, Jiang Chen had already closed in on the elemental demon.
The elemental demon had blue skin all over its body, with electric currents constantly coursing beneath its surface, and its appearance resembled that of a giant bear. At this moment, it also noticed Jiang Chen rapidly closing in on it.
The elemental demon suddenly turned around.
Immediately after, a ball of electric light blasted out from its bear-like paw, heading straight for Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Jiang Chen did not hesitate for a moment and immediately activated Iron Block.
Electric light struck Jiang Chen, and the powerful current instantly destroyed the phone and headset he was carrying. Boom!
At this moment, Zhang Qingyu, who was flying in the air and maneuvering with the wind spirit falcon, heard a piercing screech sound in his headset. His expression changed drastically, and he yanked off the headset abruptly. It was obvious that Jiang Chen had already been attacked by a lightning elemental demon, causing the headset to be destroyed by the powerful current.
Zhang Qingyu couldn't help but curse loudly, his heart burning with anxiety.
Without hesitation, he bent down and rushed in Jiang Chen's direction.
*T.
The massive body of the 4th-tier wind spirit falcon was like an impenetrable black wall, blocking his path.
However, in the next moment, you damn thing, get out of the way.
Zhang Qingyu cursed furiously, stomping his feet in frustration. The 4th-order wind spirit falcon turned a deaf ear to Zhang Qingyu's curses, flapping its massive wings and once again swooping toward him with great momentum.
The bear-like elemental demon had no intention of fighting Jiang Chen. After launching an electric shock, it turned around and fled. In the jungle,
thanks to activating Iron Body, body, Jiang Chen himself was unharmed, though all the electronic devices on him were destroyed. Jiang Chen gave a low reprimand and decisively controlled the anti-gravity at full power, propelling himself in the direction the elemental demon had fled.
Trying to run? In less than 3 seconds, the giant bear once again entered Jiang Chen's gravity field range. Jiang Chen's divine sense moved.
A gravity of 36 tons instantly enveloped the giant bear.
Moo!
The massive body of the giant bear was directly smashed into the ground, letting out a wail.
Suddenly, the giant bear's entire body burst with blue light and transformed into a ball of electricity, swiftly soaring away. At this moment, Jiang Chen's brows immediately furrowed. Elementalization? Currently, my control over gravity cannot affect enemies capable of elementalization.
Without gravity control, I still have powerful blind swordsmanship and armament hockey.
But it's not a big problem. I want to see where you can run to. Jiang Chen's observation hockey firmly locked onto the position of the elemental demon, and he immediately chased after it at an extremely fast speed.
Fortunately, this elemental demon was the lowest level of its kind, and its speed was far from reaching lightning-fast levels.
Catching up to it was only a matter of time for Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen flew at low altitude through the dense forest at an extremely fast speed, scattering fallen leaves in all directions with his powerful airflow. Perhaps due to being hunted for a long time, the elemental demon had no desire to fight at all and only wanted to quickly escape from this damned human. However, its speed was not as fast as Jiang Chen at full burst.
After 5 minutes of pursuit,
Jiang Chen was already less than 10 meters away from it. Seeing this, the elemental demon decisively turned around and unleashed a blast of lightning. Jiang Chen simply leaned slightly to the side and easily dodged the bolt of lightning.
The next second,
the first time it hit Jiang Chen was merely due to his carelessness. Jiang Chen's observation hockey firmly locked onto it, making it absolutely impossible to hit him again.
Now,
several more bolts of lightning came crashing down.
Boom, boom, boom.
Jiang Chen controlled his body, and with just a slight twist, he dodged all the attacks. In Jiang Chen's perception, he could clearly feel that the elemental demon had already started to panic.
At this moment, this human is faster than me, and I can't hit him. How am I supposed to fight like this? Moo! The giant bear let out a panicked wail, seemingly calling for help. However, at that moment, Jiang Chen had already caught up with the giant bear elemental demon. Armament hockey instantly covered the blade. Blade straight down. Immediately after,
a sword imbued with sword intent and 36 tons of gravity pierced directly through the elemental demon's body, pinning it to the ground.
Screech! Electric light flickered around the elemental demon, its elemental form instantly dissipating, revealing the appearance of a giant bear, completely devoid of life.
Jiang Chen drew his blade and gazed at the giant bear's corpse beneath his feet.
He stroked his chin. It seems the elemental crystal core is in the brain?
With this thought, Jiang Chen bent down and began the dissection work.
A blue spherical crystal core appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. A moment later, not bad, 1,000 points in the bag. Jiang Chen's lips curved slightly. Within his perception range, another elemental demon flashed by. Suddenly, another one? Just now, did that elemental demon seem to be calling for help? Is reinforcements coming? It seems to be an elemental demon of similar strength. Not bad, not bad, it's practically a walking 1,000 points. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. After pocketing the elemental crystal core, he immediately chased after it.
Jiang Qingyu's hands were stained with blood, and strands of his flowing bangs hung messily over his forehead. In front of him, the 4th-tier wind spirit falcon had already been battered to pieces, lying motionless on the ground.
Jiang Qingyu did not linger.
Blue flames ignited in his hands, soaring straight into the sky. He quickly scanned his surroundings from mid-air, and after locking onto the direction where Jiang Chen was in his memory, he shot off like a blue meteor.
Strange, where did he go? Jiang Chen, Brother Jiang, Brother Chen, come out. Don't scare me. Jiang Qingyu sped through the jungle canopy, shouting Jiang Chen's name at the top of his lungs.
His voice echoed through the silent forest but received no response.
Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, the sun had quietly set in the west, and the night descended like a massive black curtain, making the light in the jungle increasingly dim. Jiang Qingyu lowered his flight altitude, weaving through the forest. He landed and collapsed powerlessly onto the ground. Finally, Jiang Chen lost himself. It's over.
The electronic devices on him were all broken, making it impossible to contact him.
Elemental demons are beings capable of elemental transformation. Without armament hockey, you can't even touch them. Where does Jiang Chen get the confidence to go fight an elemental demon?
After searching for so long, not even a shadow of a person was found.
Jiang Chen was probably in grave danger.
Old Liang had specifically reminded him to take good care of Jiang Chen. If anything happened to Jiang Chen, he would beat the crap out of him. At the thought of old Liang's face, Jiang Qingyu couldn't help but shiver.
It wasn't just old Liang. Moreover, Yang Xiaotong has quite a fiery temper.
If she finds out that she took Jiang Chen on a mission and ended up losing him, she'd be done for. Jiang Qingyu subconsciously touched his chin and fell into deep thought.
Maybe it's time to consider how to make a run for it. He suddenly snapped back to reality. Suddenly, it was clearly Jiang Chen's own fault for seeking out the elemental demon to fight. He had already learned about the elemental demon on the transport aircraft, so how could this be blamed on him? Wait a minute, but if he says this, will they believe him? If he runs away, where can he even go? In this vast world, it seems there is no place left for him to stay. Better keep looking. Sigh. Zhang Qingyu reluctantly got up, transformed into a blue flame, and disappeared once again into the night forest. Meanwhile, in another part of Daxing Forest, the seasoned man in a neatly pressed military uniform sat quietly inside the armored vehicle, his expression focused as he listened intently to the continuous reports coming through the walkie-talkie. Team, we didn't find the elemental magic. We didn't find it here either. Old Chen listened to the continuous reports from his team members, his brows gradually furrowing into a shape filled with doubt. We are too. Strange. Where did that elemental demon go? They had been searching for 2 hours straight, expanding their search from the place where traces were initially found to cover dozens of kilometers. Along the way, aside from dealing with some ferocious beasts, they hadn't seen even a shadow, let alone the elemental demon. He shook his head helplessly, let out a heavy sigh, and issued a command through the walkie-talkie. Hey, everyone, come back, wrap it up. A slightly urgent voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. At this moment, sizzle sizzle sizzle. Team Chang, we've discovered the corpse of an elemental demon, but the elemental crystal core is missing. Old Chang's brows, which had been slightly lowered, instantly shot up. A corpse? Was it done by the military academy students? Possible. The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie responded. After listening, Lao Chang pondered briefly and immediately gave the order. Everyone, head over there and search again near the corpse. There should be 2. I'll head over now as well. The soldier sitting beside him, responsible for driving the armored vehicle, quickly turned the steering wheel and stepped hard on the accelerator upon hearing the order. Yes. The armored vehicle, like an agile giant beast, swiftly and neatly completed a U-turn on the spot and headed toward the target location. The soldier, driving the vehicle, remarked with a sigh. Who would have thought the military academy students would find it? This one is worth 1,000 military department points. TSK TSK TSK. Lao Cheng chuckled lightly. Jealous? The soldier driver glanced at the captain, his eyes full of envy. Well, who wouldn't be envious? But who knows who did it? I remember there were only 3 teams of students doing tasks in the Daxing Forest today, right? The seasoned man nodded as he recalled. One team seemed to be third-year students from Linjiang Military Academy, another from Jiangnan Military Academy, and the last one from Xinghai Military Academy. The soldier, upon hearing this, continued to ask, Chung Dui, in your opinion, which team is most likely to have successfully hunted the elemental demon? Old Chung shrugged. How would I know? Anyway, it can't be Xinghai Military Academy. I know Zhang Xingyu, and he doesn't have armament hockey. That's true. At this moment, Jiang Chen was darting through the jungle at an extremely fast speed. About 500 meters directly in front of him, the remaining giant bear elemental monster had been firmly locked onto by his observation hockey. No matter what, these 1,000 points absolutely couldn't be allowed to slip away. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and once again exerted full control over the anti-gravity around him. His aura suddenly surged, and his speed increased yet again. A strong airflow roared past him, sweeping up the fallen leaves accumulated on the ground. They shot into the sky, swirling and dancing everywhere. Jiang Chen and the elemental demon were now less than 100 meters apart, and he was about to catch up. After a while, the elemental demon was visibly panicked. Not long ago, it had witnessed with its own eyes its kind being brutally killed by this human behind it. The elemental demon turned back again and unleashed several electric shocks. In the midst of the panic, in the eyes of others, the lightning-fast electric shock appeared to Jiang Chen as if it were in slow motion. Boom boom boom. He simply twisted his body slightly a few times and easily dodged it, his movements fluid and effortless. Jiang Chen also absorbed the experience from the previous elemental demon. At the same time, elemental demons must first materialize in order to release an electric shock. At the moment the elemental demon unleashed its electric shock, he controlled a gravity force weighing 36 tons and smashed it down. The elemental demon was directly slammed into the ground. In that instant, Jiang Chen's incredibly fast flying speed and ghostly figure had already appeared above the elemental demon. The elemental demon's bright blue eyes were now filled with terror. It hurriedly elementalized again, trying to get away from Jiang Chen. However, it was already too late. The blade in Jiang Chen's hand, carrying a piercing cold light, thrust straight downward. The sharp blade instantly pierced through the body of the elemental demon. With a wail, the elemental beast completely lost its vitality. Jiang Chen pulled out his blade and began the dissection work with practiced ease. Another elemental crystal core worth 1,000 military points was pocketed by Jiang Chen. A moment later. Now, I already have 2,000 points. Originally, I thought this mission would only earn me 200 points, which I'd have to split with Zhang Xingyu, leaving 100 points each. I never expected to get even more than in Secret Realm number 1. These 2,000 points are definitely not going to be shared with Zhang Xingyu, they're all mine. Now his current weapon is no longer sufficient, so he can first switch to an elemental weapon. The remaining 1000 points can be exchanged for attribute points to unlock the sword chi skill first. After witnessing the prototype of sword chi brought by the mastery level sword intent, Jiang Chen now really wants to see what level of power sword chi can ultimately achieve. As he pondered, Jiang Chen couldn't help but slightly curl the corners of his mouth. Immediately, he soared into the air, hovering above the Daxing forest. A new problem suddenly presented itself. All the electronic devices on him were broken. Where is this place? It seems like he got lost. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, the demon army camp at Daxing Town, checkpoint area. Double kill. Triple kill. Old Liang rubbed the phone screen with both hands, his feet propped up on the table, a cigarette unlit in his mouth, and the corners of his lips uncontrollably curling upward. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a tuft of hair sweeping past the window. At this moment, Old Liang suddenly stood up. Who? Zhang Qingyu was startled, his limbs stiffly turning his head. Old Liang, it's me, ha ha ha. Old Liang let out a sigh of relief and said irritably, you brat, what are you sneaking around for? Did I say you couldn't enter the camp or what? No, I just saw you playing a game and didn't want to affect your performance. Zhang Qingyu scratched his head and pointed in a certain direction. Well, Old Liang, I have something to do, so I'll head off now. He just wanted to leave here as soon as possible to report Jiang Chen's disappearance to the officers in the camp. But he didn't dare let Old Liang know about this, or else he might end up getting a beating first. Old Liang waved his hand, his gaze returning to the phone screen. Go on, go on. He suddenly raised his head. Stop right there. Suddenly, Zhang Qingyu's hair stood on end instantly, and he stiffly turned his head. What now? Old Liang stuck his head out, looked around carefully, and slightly furrowed his brows. Where's Jiang Chen? Zhang Qingyu was rendered speechless. It's over, it's really over this time. Seeing Zhang Qingyu in this state, Old Liang's face instantly turned grim. Speak. Where is Jiang Chen? Feeling Old Liang's murderous gaze, Zhang Qingyu could only feel cold sweat streaming down his body. He forced a smile. Old Liang, I already told Jiang Chen before, if he sees an elemental demon, he should stay far away. Old Liang's eyes widened in shock. Get to the point. Zhang Qingyu, seeing this, had no choice but to explain everything. So, Jiang Chen is missing? And the chances of survival are slim? Old Liang said slowly after hearing Zhang Qingyu's words. Zhang Qingyu stiffly nodded. Old Liang raised his eyebrows slightly. Then why are you fine? Zhang Qingyu spread his hands. Of course I'm fine. How could a 4th tier wind spirit falcon be my match? If it wasn't your match, then how did Jiang Chen go missing? Jiang Chen went off on his own to fight the elemental demon. I was held up by the wind spirit falcon and couldn't get away. So what you mean is, Jiang Chen's disappearance has nothing to do with you. That's exactly what I mean. I searched the whole night. I just couldn't find him. I was on my way to report to the camp officer when you stopped me. Old Liang was silent for 2 seconds, then quietly took off the watch on his wrist. I told you, if anything happens to Jiang Chen, I'll beat the crap out of you. Come on, Old Liang, let's be reasonable here. Damn. Before Zhang Qingyu could finish speaking, he saw Old Liang's movement. Blue flames instantly ignited around his hands as he attempted to take flight into the air. Old Liang leaped out through the window, his body suddenly swelling as he transformed into a ferocious wolf. In one swift motion, he grabbed Zhang Qingyu's legs and hurled him violently toward the ground. Zhang Qingyu's body slammed into the earth, cratering the surface upon impact. Zhang Qingyu couldn't hold back a pained groan. Old Liang pinned him down, pretending he was about to unleash a beating. Of course, Old Liang definitely had no intention of killing Zhang Qingyu, but only because Zhang Qingyu's reputation for survival was well known. Old Liang simply had a rather short temper. A promising talent like Jiang Chen ending up in grave danger just from going on a mission with Zhang Qingyu. Whether Zhang Qingyu was directly responsible or not, Old Liang couldn't help but want to teach him a lesson. Seeing Old Liang raise a fist the size of a sandpot, Zhang Qingyu hurriedly shouted, Old Liang, the most important thing right now is to find Jiang Chen. You can beat me up later. Old Liang halted his movement. He naturally understood the urgency of the situation. As the words fell, if anything really happens to Jiang Chen, don't let me see you around, I'll beat you up every time I lay eyes on you. Zhang Qingyu swallowed nervously and quickly said, yes, let's report this first and hurry out to find someone. Old Liang stood up and snorted coldly, humph, you stay in the room and don't run around. I'll go report this right now. Ah, okay. Zhang Qingyu quickly got up, taking 2 steps in one stride, and obediently ran into the small room. On the top floor of the command building, Major General Li Fei stood solemnly in front of the window, with his adjutant and Old Liang standing behind him. After a while, throughout the entire camp, under Li Fei's orders, thousands of demon suppression army soldiers began to assemble, with only one goal, to find Jiang Chen. Alive, see the person; dead, see the corpse. In the Daxing jungle. Unknowingly, it was already noon. Jiang Chen relied on the shadow cast by the midday sun to barely discern the direction of the camp. Fortunately, he had paid special attention before leaving and roughly remembered it was in the southeast direction. Due to the long journey and having stayed awake the entire night, Jiang Chen was already somewhat
somewhat fatigued, alternating between flying and walking. Over the course of an entire night and morning, Jiang Chen had slain more than a dozen ferocious beasts that attempted to attack him. At this moment, a slight crack had appeared on the blade of his sword. 5 third-tier ferocious beasts and 10 second-tier ferocious beasts were surrounding Jiang Chen in the middle. At this moment, with a thought, Jiang Chen activated his divine sense, and within a 500-meter radius centered on him, all living beings were instantly subjected to 36 tons of gravity. The 10 relatively weaker second-tier ferocious beasts were instantly crushed by this terrifying gravity, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The remaining 5 third-tier ferocious beasts barely managed to withstand the gravity. 5 third-tier ferocious beasts let out earth-shaking roars and charged toward Jiang Chen. Roar! Jiang Chen used his observation haki to firmly lock onto the 5 ferocious beasts around him. In the next moment, his figure instantly vanished from where he stood. A flash of cold light streaked between the ferocious beasts. 4 ferocious beasts were instantly sliced into 2. When Jiang Chen's blade slashed toward the last and largest ferocious beast, clang! A crisp sound rang out as the C-grade alloy blade finally gave way under the strain, breaking into 2 pieces. The ferocious beast was also severely injured. It turned its head to glare angrily at Jiang Chen, let out a furious roar, and charged at him with full force. Even so, however, hitting Jiang Chen, who possesses observation haki, is simply impossible. Jiang Chen merely twisted his body slightly and dodged, flashing to the back of the ferocious beast. 1 man and 1 ferocious beast stood in confrontation like this. On the ferocious beast's body, a hideous scar was continuously dripping blood. That sword strike just now had already inflicted a serious injury on it. Jiang Chen sensed the broken blade in his hand, his brows slightly furrowed. He simply sheathed the broken blade back into the scabbard of the staff sword, gently placed it on the ground, and flexed his finger joints. Without the sword, he still had his 36-ton finger spear, and this third-tier ferocious beast was already seriously injured, so it wasn't much of a problem. The ferocious beast let out a roar and charged at Jiang Chen with heavy steps. Roar! Jiang Chen used the 6-style shave technique, swiftly dodging to its rear. Then, with a powerful finger pistol, he fiercely struck the beast's back. Awah! The ferocious beast let out a wail, turned its head, and raised its massive claw to strike at Jiang Chen. The ferocious beast swung its giant claw, slamming it toward Jiang Chen again and again. Jiang Chen's figure was like a phantom. Every time the massive claw was about to hit him, he twisted away with an incredible movement. However, this was also the first time Jiang Chen combined the paper drawing technique from the 6 styles with his powerful observation haki. By perceiving the airflow changes caused by the movements of the ferocious beast, releasing all the strength in the body, making it as light and thin as paper, and supplementing it with powerful observation haki. No matter how many times the ferocious beast attacks, it simply cannot hit Jiang Chen. Finger gun, tempest kick. The severely injured third-tier ferocious beast was simultaneously subjected to 36 tons of gravity while enduring Jiang Chen's storm-like offensive. Gradually, its movements began to slow down, its wounds multiplied, and blood stained the ground red. A dull thud echoed. Finally, boom! The ferocious beast, exhausted and gravely injured, could no longer resist the gravity weighing it down and collapsed heavily to the ground. Jiang Chen immediately turned over and mounted. With 36 tons of added gravity, the finger gun pierced through the air, transforming into streaks of afterimages at an extremely fast speed, madly stabbing toward the beast's head. Roar! Finally, after letting out a desperate wail, the beast completely lost its vitality. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh. Without the sword, relying solely on the Navy's 6 styles at level 1 is really exhausting. Whoosh! No way! After completing the mission and returning, I must immediately switch to an elemental weapon. Jiang Chen picked up the sword within the staff. Although the blade inside was already broken, he still carried it casually. Immediately, Jiang Chen soared into the air and sped rapidly toward the southeast. 2 armored vehicles entered Jiang Chen's perception range. After a while, the demon suppression army? Finally, some living people. It should be fine to hitch a ride, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen directly turned and flew toward the 2 armored vehicles. Inside the armored vehicle at the front, the soldier sitting in the passenger seat caught a glimpse of a figure flying toward them at an extremely fast speed. He took a closer look. The person flying in the air had their eyes tightly closed, holding a blind cane in their hand. Jiang Chen, stop the car. We've found Jiang Chen. Inside the Daxing Town Demon Suppression Army camp, all the senior officers stood at the checkpoint, staring solemnly at the wilderness outside the gate. Zhang Qingyu leaned against the wall, trembling. Old Liang stood nearby, occasionally casting fierce glances at Zhang Qingyu, his eyes sharp as knives. Zhang Qingyu looked aggrieved but dared not say anything. After all, old Liang would act without hesitation, and he didn't dare provoke him lightly. Not far away, 2 senior military officers were huddled together, speaking in low voices. The short officer glanced furtively at Major General Li Fei, who was pacing back and forth not far away, and lowered his voice. Hey, tell me, it's just a student. Why is our commander making such a big deal out of it? The tall officer beside him widened his eyes upon hearing this. Making a big deal? Just a student? Do you know that even Lieutenant General Yi Qing is already
already paying attention to Jiang Chen? The short officer's face was full of confusion as he asked, huh? Why is General Yi paying attention to Jiang Chen? He's just a blind man. The tall officer's expression darkened, and he said seriously, blind? Still blind now? Jiang Chen's speed in mastering observation hockey is downright terrifying. When he first enrolled, it was only 100 meters, but in Secret Realm number 1, I heard it reached 500 meters. Who knows how far it is now? That's just observation hockey, though. The short officer still seemed somewhat dismissive. The tall officer shook his head and slowly said, not just observation hockey. I heard that the Starsea Naval Academy Association reported Jiang Chen's evaluation results. A second-tier ability user unleashed a destructive force of 40,000 calories. Tell me, who in the entire Dragon Nation can achieve that? As soon as these words were spoken, the short officer froze in place, his mind going blank. A second-tier ability user, unleashing 40,000 calories of destructive force. From a historical perspective, the destructive power of a second-tier ability user barely reaches 20,000 calories, which is the threshold for a third-tier ability user. Only a very few exceptional individuals can achieve this. 40,000 calories, double the gap. No matter how you think about it, that's impossible. How is this possible? How do you know all this? The short officer's face was filled with disbelief. The tall officer glanced at him sideways and chuckled slightly with a hint of pride. Did you forget? The adjutant by Lieutenant General Yi Qing's side is my cousin. After speaking, he leaned forward slightly and mysteriously added, and that's not even the most outrageous part. I heard that Jiang Chen has mastered sword intent and has already reached the pinnacle level, even forming the rudiments of sword energy. The short officer's eyes widened like copper bells upon hearing this, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly before finally squeezing out a few words. Impossible. Without a talent for swordsmanship, how could he possibly comprehend sword intent? The tall officer looked proud and said with his head held high, so now you know why our commander made such a big fuss, right? I hope Jiang Chen doesn't get into trouble. Within the sight of everyone present, 2 armored vehicles slowly appeared. At this moment, they're back? The short officer's expression was filled with excitement. The tall officer picked up the binoculars and said slowly, it doesn't seem like it. It's old Chang's armed hockey squad. 2 armored vehicles drove into the checkpoint, one in front and one behind. A moment later, the door of the armored vehicle was opened. Old Chang stepped out of the armored vehicle with a confused look, glancing around. What's going on here? Why is it so lively? Major General Li Fei, accompanied by his adjutant, walked up to him with a slightly anxious expression. Did you find the elemental demon? At this moment, we found it, but we only found the corpse. It seems it was killed by the military academy students. Lao Chang felt a bit embarrassed, his old face turning red. So many people gathered at the checkpoint, were they all waiting for him to bring back the elemental crystal core? Although the elemental crystal core is indeed quite valuable, isn't this a bit too grandiose? Moreover, the key point is that I haven't gotten it yet. A corpse? Li Fei's expression turned serious, and he hurriedly asked, did you see Jiang Chen? Lao Chang blinked, looking completely puzzled. Jiang Chen? No, why are you asking? Li Fei shook his head inside. Jiang Chen went after the elemental demon, but now he's missing. Chief, could it be that the elemental demon was killed by Jiang Chen? Lao Chang showed a surprised expression, although he speculated that it was killed by other military academy students. But now, Jiang Chen disappeared after chasing the elemental demon, and the elemental core is also missing. In any case, it is highly likely that Jiang Chen killed the elemental demon. Li Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping toward Zhang Qingyu in the corner. Zhang Qingyu, right? Are you sure Jiang Chen doesn't know armament hockey? I don't know. Zhang Qingyu trembled under the gaze of all the big shots present, his words stumbling. An officer hurriedly ran over. Sir, we just received news that the 3rd squad has found Jiang Chen. They're on their way back. At this moment, after these words were spoken, it was evident that everyone present let out a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this, Li Fei quickly asked, how is Jiang Chen's condition now? The officer saluted and reported, according to the 3rd squad, Jiang Chen seems to be fine, just a bit tired. As long as he's fine. Li Fei muttered to himself. The tense atmosphere at the scene finally eased. Zhang Qingyu also let out a long sigh of relief, at least he wouldn't get beaten up. The old man spoke with a hint of shock. So, Chief, was the elemental demon really killed by Jiang Chen? Wait for them to return, then ask Jiang Chen. Li Fei's gaze slowly shifted to the vast wilderness outside the checkpoint, falling into deep thought. Jiang Chen, this kid, what kind of monster is he? Knowing kendo is one thing, but if the elemental mage was truly killed by Jiang Chen, it would mean he even simultaneously mastered 2 types of hockey. As for the conqueror's hockey, could Jiang Chen possibly master that as well? Looking across the entire world, no one has ever been able to simultaneously comprehend 3 types of hockey. After confirming Jiang Chen was safe and sound, Li Fei made a decisive decision to dismiss most of the officers gathered here to watch the commotion. Time flew by quickly. At the checkpoint, only Li Fei, Old Liang, and Zhang Qingyu remained. One armored vehicle after another appeared within their line of sight. Very soon, Zhang Qingyu stretched his neck, looking around. They're here, it should be the third squad.
Old Liang's face showed an uncontrollable excitement as he hurriedly ran back to the small room and raised the checkpoint barrier. Before long, an armored vehicle came to a steady stop in front of them. The rear car door was pushed open, and Zhang Chen jumped down from the armored vehicle while yawning. Having not closed his eyes all day, Zhang Chen had taken a short nap in the cramped interior of the vehicle. Zhang Qingyu immediately rushed over upon seeing Zhang Chen, carefully sizing him up from head to toe.
Zhang Chen, damn, are you really okay? Zhang Chen stopped Zhang Qingyu's restless hands and said calmly, "Senior brother, I'm fine."
Old Liang also walked over with a smile on his face and said,
immediately after,
"Zhang Chen, when we heard the news of your disappearance, we were so worried.
Come, let me introduce you to our chief."
Old Liang spoke as he gestured with his hand toward Li Fei beside him.
Li Fei burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, Zhang Chen, just call me Old Li." Zhang Chen politely nodded in response, "Chiefly." Li Fei wasted no time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Zhang Chen, was the elemental demon killed by you?" "Yes." Zhang Chen nodded in confirmation, then took out two faintly glowing blue crystal cores from his pocket. "These are elemental cores." Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened instantly upon seeing the two elemental cores. "Damn, not just one, but you killed two?"
Li Fei and Old Liang's eyes were filled with expressions of gratification.
Good, very good." Li Fei suddenly changed the topic and asked, "What level has your armament hockey reached now?"
Zhang Chen gently shook his head and replied truthfully, "I can only attack the physical form of elemental demons, but I haven't reached the level of armament hockey infusion yet."
Li Fei burst into loud laughter upon hearing this. "Ha, that's not bad at all. Armament hockey infusion isn't that simple.
Even for someone with advanced physical technique talent, the earliest they can comprehend it is at the 4th tier." Hearing this, Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly.
Even advanced physical technique talent users need to reach the 4th tier to comprehend armament hockey infusion? Is it that difficult?
Thinking of this, he silently glanced at the skill panel in his mind.
Armament hockey LV.10/20+ can attack elementalized enemies. Next level, armament coating. Carefully calculating, it's just a matter of 20 skill points and 200 attribute points. Hand over the elemental crystal core later, exchange it for points, and you'll be able to comprehend it. Li Fei patted Zhang Chen's shoulder with both hands and said, "Alright, as long as there's nothing wrong."
"You can directly exchange the elemental crystal core for points here, and we can also use points to directly exchange for attribute points and weapons."
After speaking, he glanced at Old Liang beside him. "Old Liang, take Zhang Chen and the others to the exchange center."
Old Liang nodded with a smile and left with Zhang Chen and Zhang Qingyu.
"Alright." After the group left,
Li Fei took out his phone, paused for a moment, and called his superior, Lieutenant General Yi Qing.
"Hello, it's me, Li Fei. Zhang Chen is fine, he's already back. The elemental demon was even killed by him. Yes, he has mastered armament hockey." Daxing camp, not far from the command building. Zhang Chen and Zhang Qingyu followed Old Liang to a 3-story low-rise building covering an area of 2,000 square meters.
The exterior of this building matched the style of the command building, featuring an extremely minimalist pure white wall design without any luxurious decorations.
Next to the entrance of the building, a sign hung that read, "Daxing Region Demon Suppressing Army Headquarters Exchange Office." 3 people walked into the first-floor lobby.
Old Liang glanced around.
It was quiet and empty, with hardly anyone around. He turned to look at Zhang Chen and said, "It's a good thing there aren't many people here now.
Zhang Chen, just go to the window and exchange it directly with the staff."
Zhang Chen nodded and then walked straight to the exchange window.
Before coming, Zhang Chen had already made up his mind. His sword was already broken, so getting a more practical one was a pressing need. As for which type of elemental weapon to choose, in terms of attack power, the 3 elements were actually about the same.
Basically, he could just choose based on personal preference. Zhang Chen decisively chose the lightning attribute. The reason? Simply because it looks cooler. The remaining 1,000 points were all exchanged for attribute points, totaling 1,000 attribute points. After giving some instructions to the staff, Zhang Chen was informed that customizing an elemental weapon would take an hour, which wasn't too long. If he had something to do, he could also wait for delivery. Zhang Chen had nothing else to do, so he simply sat in the hall, waiting for them to finish making the weapons before taking them back to school together. It was a good opportunity to add some points first.
Zhang Qingyu saw Zhang Chen sitting next to her and curiously asked,
"Zhang Chen, what did you change?" Zhang Chen calmly said, "A thunder element weapon and 1,000 attribute points." Zhang Qingyu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth.
Everyone came out to do the mission together, so why did Zhang Chen get 2,000 military points? And then looking at himself, he only got 200 military points.
Oh, wait, he still had to give Zhang Chen 100 points. Zhang Qingyu felt a sharp pain in his chest and couldn't help but pound his chest. Thinking of this is too hard for me. After all, the elemental demon was completely killed by Zhang Chen alone. If he shamelessly suggested
splitting the rewards with Jiang Chen, not to mention whether he could swallow his pride. Old Liang beside him would probably beat the crap out of him on the spot.
Assignable attribute points, 1000. Jiang Chen sat in the hall and immediately began allocating attribute points.
Moments later, as bursts of golden light flashed.
Strength 360 plus, dash, strength 560 plus, spirit 720 plus dash spirit 1120 plus, constitution 360 plus dash constitution 560 plus, agility 360 plus dash agility 560 plus. The moment the attribute points were fully allocated, Jiang Chen felt a wave of warmth rise through his body. In the blink of an eye, this warmth quickly spread throughout his entire being, as if every inch of his skin had been infused with scalding energy, making him feel as though he were immersed in surging heat waves. His muscles began to tense, and a sense of power surged within him like a raging tide. His bones emitted faint yet crisp sounds, as if undergoing a process of self-remolding. Jiang Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and instinctively clenched his fists. A moment later, whoosh!
560 points of strength attribute mean that the base destructive power has already reached 5,600 calories, plus the amplification as high as 11.36 times. At this moment, a full-powered sword strike can already unleash destructive power exceeding 60,000 calories. It is only 20,000 calories short of the 80,000 calorie destructive power requirement for a tier 4 ability user.
And the total attribute points are still only 2,800 points, not even reaching the 3,000 point attribute threshold for a tier 3 ability user. Not only that,
controllable gravity 56 tons. The controllable gravity has now reached 56 tons.
Now, even a tier 3 ferocious beast would likely find it impossible to move within the gravity field, even if it doesn't directly explode and die. Next, still need to add some skills. Assignable skill points, 100.
Observation Hockey LV.3, 0/180 plus, current range 1000 meters, next level, range expands to 2000 meters. Blind Sword Technique LV.3, 0/40 plus, current mastery, sword intent, mastery, next level, sword energy, proficient. Gravity Field LV.4, 0/80 plus, current field range, 500 meters, gravity wave control, proficient, next level, range expands to 1000 meters. Armament Hockey LV.1, 0/20 plus, can attack elementalized enemies, next level, armament coating, Navy 6 styles LV.1, 0/10 plus.
Jiang Chen glanced at his current skill panel.
The next level of the gravity field only increases the range, and it requires a full 80 skill points.
Not worth it.
I only have 100 skill points, so I must use them wisely.
The next level of Blind Sword Technique can directly unlock Sword Chi, which is undoubtedly a huge improvement, and it only requires 40 points.
The remaining 60 points can be allocated to Armament Hockey. If I remember correctly, Armament Hockey infusion can also increase destructive power. As for the remaining skill points after maxing out Armament Hockey, there's nothing much worth adding. Improving the Navy 6 styles isn't bad either. If it weren't for knowing the Navy 6 styles this time, he might have died at the hands of that third-tier ferocious beast.
After making up his mind, Jiang Chen decisively started allocating points. Ding ding ding.
Bursts of golden light flashed. Blind Swordsmanship LV.3 Blind Swordsmanship LV.4, 0/80 plus, currently comprehended sword aura, proficient, next level, sword aura mastery. Armament Hockey LV.1 Armament Hockey LV.2, 0/60 plus, comprehended armament coating, next level, armament emission. Navy 6 styles LV.1 Navy 6 styles LV.3, 0/40 plus, shave, move at extremely high speed, speed depends on agility attribute, can briefly teleport 20 meters, next level, 40 meters. Iron block, cannot move while in use, can withstand an impact force of physique attribute x 60 calories, currently able to withstand 21,600 calories of impact force, next level, can withstand an impact force of physique attribute x 100 calories. Paper drawing, relinquishes all body strength, senses the direction of attacks in advance through changes in airflow caused by the opponent's movements.
Next level, perception ability increases by 200%.
Moonstep uses powerful leg strength to step on the air, generating strong levitation force.
Current floating height, 40 meters. Next level, 80 meters.
Tempest Kick, creates a vacuum slash through ultra-high-speed kicking techniques, currently able to unleash destructive force of strength. Attribute x 60 calories, causing 21,600 calories of damage. Next level, can unleash destructive force of strength attribute x 100 calories. Finger gun, concentrates all the body's strength into the fingers, currently capable of unleashing destructive power equal to strength attribute x 60 calories, currently capable of causing 21,600 calories of destructive power. Next level, capable of unleashing destructive power equal to strength attribute x 100 calories. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills reaches LV.20, the next skill can be unlocked. Gravity Blade Fierce Tiger. Current unlocked
Unlock progress, 16/20. Just 4 levels away from unlocking Fujitora's signature skill, Gravity Blade Fierce Tiger.
Jiang Chen stared at the skill panel, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling up slightly.
The next moment,
his gaze shifted to the remaining skill points.
Skill points available, 10. Super, 10 points left, can't use them. So frustrating.
Jiang Chen let out a soft sigh, then picked up the sword hidden within the staff beside him. He slowly drew out the broken blade.
Immediately after,
buzz, the broken sword emitted a faint humming sound. The previously imperceptible sword intent suddenly became exceptionally clear at this moment, almost as if it had materialized, clinging to the broken sword and gently rippling. Zhang Qingyu, standing to the side, first glanced casually at Jiang Chen, then suddenly turned his head sharply, staring fixedly at the broken sword in Jiang Chen's hand.
Old Liang was also drawn by Zhang Qingyu's action.
Following Zhang Qingyu's gaze, he looked over and then slightly opened his mouth. Zhang Qingyu stood there with his mouth half open, unable to utter a single word for a long time. After quite a while, he finally seemed to recover his voice and stammered as he began to speak.
Jiang Chen, what the heck?
Jiang Chen said casually, it's nothing, just got a little stronger. Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened like saucers, his gaze shifting back and forth between Jiang Chen and the broken sword.
A little stronger? Are you sure it's just a little?
That's clearly sword energy, damn it.
Can anyone tell me how Jiang Chen manages to change every single day?
A few days ago, it was just the rudimentary form of sword energy, and now the sword energy has already emerged?
At this moment,
a staff member holding a brand new sword hidden in his staff walked up to Jiang Chen.
Hello, classmate. Your thunder element weapon has been completed. Jiang Chen took the weapon, nodded with a smile. Thank you.
Let's go, senior brother, back to school. Jiang Chen said to Zhang Qingyu, who was still in a daze. Zhang Qingyu was still in shock, taking a long time to recover.
Let's go back. Long.
At the Shanghai Military Academy Airport, a transport plane slowly landed. The cabin door gradually opened, and Jiang Chen and Zhang Qingyu jumped out of the cabin one after the other. The powerful airflow stirred up by the propellers rushed toward them. Facing the strong wind, the two steadily walked toward the airport exit.
When the noisy sound of the propellers gradually faded away, Zhang Qingyu turned his head, his eyes full of curiosity. Jiang Chen, are you planning to test the sword now?
Jiang Chen nodded, yes. This time, he had unlocked sword energy and armament hockey infusion. No matter what, he had to test it out to see how much of an enhancement it could bring. Zhang Qingyu said nothing, simply following quietly behind Jiang Chen. After a moment, Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks, his face showing confusion, and asked,
Senior brother, are you going too?
Zhang Qingyu turned his head left and right, surveying the surroundings, his hands clasped behind his back.
No, I'm going to submit the task. Seeing this, Jiang Chen said nothing more and headed straight toward the association building.
Zhang Qingyu followed behind Jiang Chen, took out his phone, quickly pulled up the chat window with Yang Xiaotong and Vice President Chu Liang, and his fingers danced rapidly across the screen.
Jiang Chen has comprehended sword energy, and he's even preparing to test his sword. Such a major event must be quickly shared with them so they can join in the fun.
A second-tier ability user comprehending sword energy in this world is simply absurd to the extreme.
Half an hour later,
on the 4th floor of the association building, there is a room specifically designed for evaluating 4th-tier ability users. It is also the largest evaluation room that the Military Academy Association can accommodate. For higher levels, one must go to the military headquarters. After all, for 5th-tier ability users, even a casual strike could likely demolish an entire building.
Ordinary evaluation equipment is completely inadequate. At this moment, Jiang Chen is standing in the center of the room, waiting for the equipment to be calibrated.
Behind a pane of glass, Zhang Qingyu animatedly explained their recent experiences to Yang Xiaotong, including how Jiang Chen had slain the elemental demon and comprehended sword energy.
When Zhang Qingyu finished recounting, Yang Xiaotong fell silent. After a moment, Zhang Qingyu finally couldn't hold back and blurted out, Miss Yang Xiaotong, can you respond to me?
I've been talking so much my mouth is dry. Yang Xiaotong slightly furrowed her brows, staring at Jiang Chen in the room through a pane of glass.
I was wondering, could Jiang Chen's armament hockey also change daily, just like his observation hockey? Has he already mastered armament hockey coding?
Zhang Qingyu was about to refute these words after hearing them, but the words got stuck in her throat.
If it were someone else, it would definitely be impossible. But if it's Jiang Chen, to be honest, it really seems possible. Armament hockey wrapping is quite easy to spot. You'll know after taking a look later. Chu Liang pushed open the door to the room, arriving fashionably late. It hasn't started yet, right?
Zhang Qingyu shrugged, not yet, but almost.
You really came at the right time. Jiang Chen really comprehended sword energy?
Chu Liang looked at Zhang Qingyu with a face full of disbelief. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyu rolled his eyes at him. Old Chu, come on, I'm a 4th-tier ability user.
How could I not recognize sword energy? But it's only been a few days?
Chu Liang muttered to himself, then suddenly glanced at Zhang Qingyu.
He even mastered armament hockey? Zhang Qingyu looked at Chu Liang with an expression as if he were staring at an idiot.
Chu Liang wasn't stupid. it, he just couldn't accept this reality. It had only been a few days, and Jiang Chen had already mastered both sword chi and armament haki.
Anyone would need to double-check this repeatedly. At this moment, a student from the association made an okay gesture toward Yang Xiaotong.
Then, Yang Xiaotong leaned forward and spoke into the microphone in front of her.
Jiang Chen, it's ready. Inside the room,
Jiang Chen slightly tilted his head and nodded gently.
Immediately after,
then, he turned around, his gaze fixed on the piece of memory metal in front of him, radiating a silvery sheen. This time, upon learning that Jiang Chen was coming to test his sword, Zhang Qingyu did not make any jokes but directly suggested to Yang Xiaotong to bring out the highest grade memory metal from the association, which is precisely the piece in front of Jiang Chen, with a destruction tolerance limit reaching 100,000 calories. Jiang Chen took a few steps forward and stopped about 5 steps away from the memory metal.
Everyone in the room had their eyes fixed on Jiang Chen at this moment. Jiang Chen took a deep breath.
His right hand slowly rested on the hilt of the brand new sword staff. The moment he gripped the hilt, buzz, accompanied by a faint yet clear sword hum, the sword within the staff began to tremble slightly.
The next moment, the blade is unsheathed. Sizzle, a dazzling flash of blue lightning, wrapped in white sword energy, streaked past in an instant.
The fierce lightning sword energy, like a cascading galaxy, instantly tore through the air in the room, aiming straight at the piece of memory metal.
Clang, boom.
The sword energy pierced through the memory metal, striking heavily against the wall. In an instant, a clearly visible sword mark appeared before everyone's eyes.
At the same time, the people behind the glass also turned their gaze to the computer screen. 78,392 calories.
When the number appeared on the computer screen, everyone gasped simultaneously. It was less than 2,000 calories away from the destructive threshold of a 4th-tier ability user. And among those present, Zhang Qingyu and Yang Xiaotong were merely 4th-tier ability users themselves at this moment. A freshman, who has been in school for less than 2 months, is already about to catch up with these seasoned veterans.
Moreover, what's even more outrageous is that Jiang Chen isn't even a 3rd-tier ability user yet.
Behind the glass, the three simultaneously fixed their gaze on Jiang Chen, their eyes filled with shock. Jiang Chen sheathed his sword, lost in thought. His base destructive power is 5,600 calories, which means approximately a 14-fold increase.
This is just a proficient level of sword energy, plus an elemental weapon.
His current gravity manipulation cannot yet reach the level of being added to the sword energy, unless the gravity blade, Tiger unlocked later, can achieve it.
As for armament haki, it is only at the wrapping level.
He needs to wait until the next level of emission to integrate it into the sword energy. Just the proficiency level of sword energy and elemental weapons, with a 14-fold increase, is already very powerful.
A moment later,
Yang Xiaotong came back to her senses and asked Jiang Chen in the room,
Jiang Chen, shall we continue?
Jiang Chen nodded lightly, his tone calm. Continue.
Next,
he also wanted to try the effect of armament haki coating again. About a minute later, the memory metal returned to its original state.
Jiang Chen took a few steps forward, standing in front of the memory metal, adjusting his breathing.
He gripped the sword hilt with his right hand.
Clang, thunderlight blade unsheathed.
A purple gravity wave silently attached itself to the blade.
At the same time,
black armament haki coiled around his right hand and continuously spread toward the sword.
In the blink of an eye,
the originally silver sword blade seemed to be coated with a layer of black steel, accompanied by a sharp sword intent, slashing toward the memory metal.
Clang!
The memory metal was slashed with a shocking gash, less than 10 centimeters away from being completely severed.
Behind the glass window,
Zhang Qingyu blurted out in shock,
"I, 87116 card?"
The three of them looked at each other in dismay, unable to speak for a moment. Just now, it was only a little short of meeting the destructive power requirements for a 4th-tier ability user.
But now,
it has already exceeded the requirements of a 4th-tier ability user. In other words, Jiang Chen, who is not even at the 3rd tier, already possesses the strength of a 4th-tier ability user.
Just now, I think I saw armament haki. Shu Liang looked utterly incredulous. You didn't see wrong. I saw it too.
Zhang Qingyu turned his head, glanced at Shu Liang, and said slowly. In the room, Jiang Chen sheathed his sword.
87,116 cards?
That means an increase of roughly 15 to 16 times. Compared to the 11.36 times increase last time, this is quite a significant improvement.
Armament haki wrapping is merely the most basic application method of armament haki.
In the anime, armament haki can later achieve external projection and internal destruction, and eventually, Garp's fist impact.
A single punch can destroy an entire small town. From the skill preview, the next level appears to be the external projection of armament haki.
Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let his imagination run wild.
I wonder if maxing out the armament haki skill will directly unlock Garp's fist bone impact. Wouldn't maxing out observation haki eventually unlock Shank's observation killer, directly sealing off the enemy's observation haki?
After all, in this world, even though others' observation haki is far inferior to mine, they still know how to use it. As for Conqueror's haki, could it be Shanks and Roger's divine avoidance? Red-haired Shanks, weeks, with one slash of divine avoidance, condenses Haki into a tangible form, transforming it into a griffin, instantly annihilating Kid, the magnet fruit user, and his entire pirate crew.
The power of that strike was terrifying. If I remember correctly, the user of the magnetic fruit ability in this world seems to be a strong figure from America, right? If this could really happen, even I can't imagine how invincible I would become in the future.
Jiang Chen turned around and walked toward the glass window, greeting the three people who were still in a daze. Senior brother, senior sister, vice president, I'm done.
If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Shu Liang came back to his senses and responded. Alright, Jiang Chen, you can go back and rest first. After a while, in the spacious room, only Chu Liang, Zhang Qingyu, and Yang Xiaotong were left. Shu Liang was the first to break the silence, murmuring, he really knows how to use armament Haki?
Zhang Qingyu, upon hearing this, made his hand into the shape of a microphone and placed it in front of Yang Xiaotong.
Miss Yang Xiaotong, as a 4th-tier advanced martial arts talent user, what is your opinion on this? Yang Xiaotong rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Opinion? What the heck is there to see? I haven't even mastered armament Haki myself. What opinion could I have? Time to report to the president again.
Yang Xiaotong shook her head and took out her phone.
Zhang Qingyu teased. How many times have you gone to the guild leader during this period? Tell me, do you think he might suspect we're trying to deceive him? Deep within a jungle, dense layers of overlapping canopies blotted out the sky.
Sunlight struggled to pierce through the gaps between leaves, illuminating countless tiny dust particles dancing in the beams of light. A shirtless man, drenched in blood, stood amidst a pile of monstrous beast carcasses. He lowered his head, staring at the phone in his hand, his brows furrowed into a shape. The man kept scrolling up and down through the chat window on his phone screen. President, among this year's freshmen, there's someone named Zhang Chen whose observation Haki has reached a range of 100 meters.
President, Zhang Chen's observation Haki has already reached 500 meters.
President, Zhang Chen's fruit development ability is incredibly strong. He can even attach gravity to weapons.
This move is absolutely extraordinary.
President, Zhang Chen has comprehended sword intent.
President, shocked,
Zhang Chen's observation Haki has reached a range of 1,000 meters.
Zhang Chen has mastered armament Haki. Armament Haki wrapping.
The man looked at these conversations, lost in thought. Why do I feel like Yang Xiaotong and Chu Liang are teaming up to trick me?
Is there really such an extraordinary freshman? 3 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. This day,
Zhang Chen slowly woke up and stretched lazily. He habitually glanced at the attribute panel in his mind.
Strength, 680+. Spirit, 1360+. Constitution, 680+. Agility, 680+.
Controllable gravity, 68 tons, 20 points of mental strength attribute increased by 1 ton. In these 3 weeks, he completed a total of 1 B-level mission and 1 A-level mission. Luck was rather poor. The B-level mission took a week just to locate the ferocious beast, and the A-level mission took a full 2 weeks. A total of 600 attribute points were obtained.
Students in military academies can skip classes as long as they are on a mission.
They only need to inform their class teacher, and the school encourages students to take on more military tasks to hone their skills. The gravity he can now control has reached 68 tons, roughly equivalent to a medium-sized passenger plane.
A medium-sized passenger plane smashing directly into the opponent's face. Who could withstand that? Zhang Chen lowered his gaze again.
Armament Haki LV.3, 0/180+, external armament Haki mastered, next level, internal destruction.
Skill points available, 10.
Those 60 skill points really couldn't be allocated to any other skill, so I simply decided to upgrade armament Haki by 1 level. Now, I can already achieve the level of external armament Haki, which means attaching it to sword energy.
At the same time,
yesterday, I also retested its destructive power and successfully sliced the highest grade memory metal in the association into 2 pieces. In other words, it reached the highest limit of memory metal endurance within the association, 100,000 calories.
Not only that, the armed Haki-infused lightning sword aura even directly sliced through the wall.
If it weren't for the fact that the association's walls are made of special materials, the building might have collapsed because of this.
Moreover,
my total attribute points have now reached 3,400, and I have successfully been certified as a Tier 3 ability user. It is said to be someone who has just reached the 3rd tier ability, but in reality, unless they have reached the mid-4th tier ability or higher.
Otherwise, they might not necessarily be able to beat him.
Thinking of this, Zhang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile.
Coming to this world is truly wonderful. After stretching lazily, he got up and began his morning routine. Not doing tasks today, going to the classroom. The reason is that Lin Weidong said he would explain Secret Realm number 2 today. I just don't know if Secret Realm number 2 will still be the familiar world. If it is, that would be great. At least I would have a better understanding of the hidden rewards than others. Otherwise, relying solely on tasks to gain attribute points is really too inefficient. Worked hard for 3 weeks, only to earn 600 attribute points, which is far inferior to the next Secret Realm dungeon. Hint, when the total
level of multiple skills combined reaches LV.20, the next skill Gravity Blade Tiger can be unlocked.
Current unlocked progress 17/20. Now, due to adding one level to Armament Hockey, only 3 levels away from unlocking Gravity Blade Tiger. As long as the hidden reward in this secret realm can be obtained, it's estimated that Gravity Blade Tiger can be unlocked directly. 7:59 in the morning. In a classroom of the teaching building, the students were laughing and playing around. At exactly 8 o'clock, Jiang Chen stepped into the classroom right on time. The previously noisy classroom instantly fell silent, and all eyes turned to Jiang Chen. After all, in the entire class, only Tang Chuyao and Jiang Chen had reached the level of second-tier ability users, capable of taking on missions instead of attending classes. Moreover, the incident where Jiang Chen demonstrated an 80,000 calorie destructive force in the sword testing room in front of the association officials had quietly spread. Everyone's gazes were filled with admiration and awe. Under the watchful eyes of his classmates, Jiang Chen casually found an empty seat and sat down. In college, seats were not assigned. Wang Ming saw this and quickly got up to sit next to Jiang Chen, lowering his voice to ask, "Jiang Chen, I heard your destructive power has now reached over 80,000 calories?" Jiang Chen calmly responded, "No." Hearing this, Wang Ming let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, I knew it. After all, Jiang Chen, who had just cleared Secret Realm number 1, only had a destructive power of 40,000 calories. Yet after wandering around for nearly a month, it has doubled? Rumors, definitely just rumors. However, in the next moment, Jiang Chen slowly said, "Just tested yesterday, it's already 100,000 calories." Wang Ming, who had just let out a sigh of relief, instantly sat up straight, his breath surging back to his chest, almost suffocating him. Du Shao? Wang Ming widened his eyes, staring at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Strictly speaking, it should be more than 100,000 calories. It's just that the association's upper limit for measuring destructive power is 100,000 calories. Wang Ming was completely stunned after hearing this. "Oh, by the way, I'm already a third-tier ability user now," Jiang Chen added. Wang Ming stood there petrified, unable to speak for a long time. He himself isn't even a second-tier ability user, and Jiang Chen is already third-tier? It's not just Wang Ming. Even Tang Chuyao, who had just walked over, was stunned in shock. During this time, Tang Chuyao hadn't attended classes either, spending every day either completing tasks or developing her fruit ability. Nowadays, her maximum destructive power has already reached 30,000 calories. She originally wanted to show off in front of Jiang Chen, but now she's being told that Jiang Chen's strength has already reached 100,000 calories? And that's just the limit of the association's equipment, not Jiang Chen's limit. Oh my, even riding a rocket isn't this exaggerated. Just as Tang Chuyao was in a daze, the homeroom teacher Lin Weidong finally walked into the classroom. "Students, I won't waste words. Let's take a look at the characteristics of the monsters in Secret Realm number 2. Lin Weidong stood at the podium, speaking as he connected his laptop to the large screen on the blackboard. He operated the laptop. The next moment, a 3D animated GIF appeared on the big screen. A somewhat sickly yet cute young boy with white hair and pale skin appeared in the student's view. Jiang Chen's eyebrows slightly arched, his expression peculiar. Immediately after, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Goodness gracious, it really is someone I know. This time, the number 2 secret realm is called the Demon Slayer Secret Realm. The type of secret realm is a hunting type realm, which, as the name suggests, involves hunting designated creatures within the realm. After Lin Weidong finished speaking, he glanced at the crowd below the stage and continued, "Do you find the name of this secret realm strange? To be honest, I also find it strange. This name was chosen by the secret realm itself. When you enter, there will also be a leaderboard, and the name of the secret realm will be displayed on it." As the words fell, the students below started whispering to each other. Jiang Chen remained silent, his expression somewhat peculiar. This name is definitely strange. Come on, it's literally the name of an anime. However, they can't be blamed, as this world also doesn't have the anime Demon Slayer. Lin Weidong tapped the lectern, signaling the students to quiet down. This secret realm is a normal world, and it also has living people just like us. However, every time you enter, their world will be refreshed anew. You can also think of those people as NPCs. NPC? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. A secret realm, is it equivalent to a segment of a game program? Who on earth has the ability to create such things? Moreover, the hidden rewards of this secret realm have also not been discovered. As Lin Weidong finished speaking, the classmates in the room glanced, intentionally or unintentionally, at Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Seeing this, Lin Weidong cleared his throat a few times and said, Ahem, this time's secret realm won't be so easy to find the hidden reward. Last time, in the alien secret realm, there was a very obvious pyramid, so everyone could basically guess that the hidden reward was inside. But this time, there's not even a single clue. So, don't even think about getting the hidden reward. It's almost an impossible task. Jiang Chen couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curve slightly upward. The hidden reward of this secret realm is most likely to slay the demon king Muzan. In the original story, even the
the Demon Slayer core of that world couldn't find its whereabouts, let alone these outsiders.
However, I roughly know where Muzan is hiding. I've also gained a general understanding of this secret realm's information from the library.
Based on the timeline, Muzan is probably hiding in the Asakusa district of the capital right now, running a small trading company. As long as I rely on my observation haki sensing ability, I should be able to locate him quickly.
Alright, let's continue. Lin Weidong, seeing the students quiet down, continued.
In the world within the secret realm, there exists a type of creature known as ghosts, which feed on humans. Your hunting targets are the more advanced ghosts, also known as the 12 Kazuki. The 12 Kazuki consist of 12 in total, divided into 6 stronger upper rank ghosts and 6 weaker lower rank ghosts. Most of their weaknesses are located in their necks, meaning you must decapitate them to kill them. After speaking, he pointed to the large screen behind him. Everyone, look at the screen.
This is a relatively weak lower rank demon, and its name is Rue. The next moment,
the girls in the class began whispering softly.
So cute. Is this really a man-eating demon? It looks just like a little boy. Yeah, and it looks so small. It should be very weak, right?
Lin Weidong tapped the screen and said,
you can take a look at its attack methods.
Similarly, this was synthesized by the technology department using computers. The electronic devices we bring into the secret realm also won't work, as this is one of the rules of the secret realm.
Immediately after,
the large screen began playing the attack moves of the lower moon spider demon Rue, including binding people with spider silk, instantly slicing them into pieces, emitting countless extremely hard threads, weaving them into a giant vortex-shaped cocoon, and launching it toward the enemy. After the video finished playing, the girls no longer thought it was very cute, leaving only fear and unease. Only Jiang Chen remained calm.
It's just a little spider.
Now I can control 68 tons of gravity, and I estimate that as long as it steps into the range of my gravity field, I can instantly crush this little spider into pulp.
At this moment, a student raised their hand, stood up, and asked, Teacher Lin, what rank is the strength of this lower moon demon approximately? Lin Weidong replied, the strength of a lower moon demon is roughly equivalent to rank 2.
As the words fell, the student paused for a moment and then asked, Teacher Lin, most of us are only at the first rank.
Doesn't that mean we can't even defeat the weaker lower moon demons?
Lin Weidong chuckled softly and said slowly, don't worry, I'll address that at the end.
Then, he operated the laptop and the screen switched again. Next, let's continue. This one is also one of the lower moon demons, Kyogai.
Everyone focused their gaze on the big screen. A robust demon, with 6 demon drums embedded in its body, appeared before everyone. The 6 demon drums were located at the joints of its limbs and body, as well as on its chest and back.
Next,
the demon on the big screen began to unleash its moves. It strikes all the drums on its body at an extremely high frequency, rapidly, while the surrounding space keeps flipping. At the same time, the drum on its chest emits 5 claw-shaped waves, instantly tearing the enemy to pieces.
After the video finished playing, the classmates in the room all showed expressions of panic. The monsters in Secret Realm number 2 are far more terrifying than the aliens in Secret Realm number 1. Immediately after
introducing the remaining 4 lower moon demons, Lin Weidong said to the students below the stage,
these are the relatively weaker lower moon demons.
Next, we have the more powerful upper moon demons, whose strength is roughly at the 3rd tier.
Of course, I don't recommend anyone other than Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao to challenge them.
After Lin Weidong finished speaking, the big screen switched again. A demon with peach-colored hair, covered in tattoos, and wearing a purple-red short shirt appeared before the students. This is Akaza, one of the upper-ranked demons, with extremely formidable combat abilities, considered relatively strong among the upper-ranked demons. After speaking, Lin Weidong's gaze swept over Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao. Jiang Chen, Tang Chuyao, I know you definitely look down on the lower-ranked demons, but I still don't recommend challenging this upper-ranked demon.
You can choose another one. Tang Chuyao nodded lightly.
After all, her strength couldn't even be considered at the 3rd tier, so how could she possibly challenge a relatively strong demon of the 3rd tier?
Jiang Chen looked completely indifferent. He definitely wouldn't go looking for this upper moon demon.
But not because he was afraid, rather because his target was the Demon King.
As for Akaza, not even on the priority list. 10 minutes later,
Lin Weidong finally finished introducing all the 12 demon moons. He placed both hands on the lectern, his gaze sweeping over the students below, and spoke slowly.
Alright, these are the targets you need to hunt this time. I remember someone just asked how a 1st tier ability user could hunt a 2nd tier lower moon demon. After hearing these words,
the students below the stage straightened their posture and listened attentively.
This time, the secret realm is also a team-based one, and it's a 4-person team. Mandatory rule. Teams with fewer than 4 members will not be allowed to enter the secret realm.
Lin Weidong stood on the podium, his expression serious, and spoke slowly.
As the words fell, the freshmen below the stage all breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen still had an indifferent expression.
Whether to form a team or not made no difference to him. After all, even if the entire class joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat Jiang Chen. They they probably wouldn't last even a second before being completely wiped out by him. On the podium, Lin Weidong slightly narrowed his eyes and chuckled softly. For first-tier ability users are fully capable of killing a second-tier lower moon demon, so you don't need to worry. Of course, hunting a lower moon demon also comes with certain risks. If your strength is truly limited, you can choose to quietly wait until the secret realm ends. At this point, Lin Weidong let out a soft sigh. To be honest, as a military academy teacher, I shouldn't say this, but I still don't want my students to die in the secret realm. With those words, silence fell. The students below the stage looked at each other in confusion. The bolder students were full of excitement, while the timid ones seemed a bit uneasy. Suddenly, a student raised their hand and asked, "Teacher Lin, how many points can we earn for killing a ghost?" Lin Weidong glanced at him. He was a student with relatively high talent, though compared to Zhang Chen, Tang Chuyao, and Lu Li in the class, he was still quite far behind. He raised 2 fingers and slowly began to speak. The minimum points for this secret realm are 200, which means that if you do nothing, you can only earn 200 points. On this basis, for every lower rank ghost you kill, you can earn 200 points, and for every upper rank ghost you kill, you can earn 1000 points. At this moment, another student asked, "Teacher Lin, aren't there only 12 demons in the 12 demon moons? With so many of us, how can they be divided among everyone?" Lin Weidong smiled upon hearing this and patiently explained, "This secret realm is different from the alien secret realms. It will split into many parallel secret realms, with every 4 teams sharing the same realm. That is to say, after you enter the secret realm, you might encounter student teams from the other 3 military academies in the Nanjiang region." At this point, he suddenly thought of something and added, "Oh, right, there is also a ghost-slaying team from their world in this secret realm. If you encounter them, you can cooperate with them. Let me show you a picture." Lin Weidong performed a series of operations on the computer, and soon, a composite image appeared on the big screen. On the screen, a man is shown with jet-black long hair tied into a low ponytail at the back of his head. His eyes are a deep ocean blue, and his expression is indifferent, giving off an impression of aloofness. Immediately after, the images on the screen begin to switch rapidly like a carousel. One after another, a woman with purple pupils and purple-tipped hair, a man with long hair in shades of yellow and red, a man wearing a white turban adorned with various accessories, and a woman with cherry-pink long hair and well-developed chest muscles appear. Why do these people all dress so strangely? Is it the unique culture of that world? Everyone wears colored contact lenses, and it seems like they all look pretty short. It seems like we also had this kind of culture before the ferocious beasts arrived. I know, it's called non-mainstream." Zhang Chen listened to the chatter of his classmates, the corner of his mouth twitching. But what they said did make some sense. The characters in Demon Slayer do have somewhat flamboyant outfits. "Alright, do you have any other questions?" Lin Weidong asked after showing all the pictures. A student raised their hand and stood up. "Teacher, that world should have its own language too, right?" Lin Weidong thought for a moment and replied, "Whether they have their own language, I really don't know. All I know is that in all the secret realms, there are no language barriers, and communication is seamless." "Teacher Lin, then how are we supposed to find the lower moon demon? The secret realm is so vast, we can't just wander around aimlessly, can we?" another student asked. Lin Weidong smiled. "This secret realm has appeared quite a few times, and the locations of most ghosts have already been figured out. Later, I will give each of you a map showing the positions of the ghosts, including the weaknesses and characteristics of each one. This secret realm is also randomly teleported. Once you're inside, you can head straight to the nearest ghost." Lin Weidong finished answering and glanced at the students below the stage. "Any other questions?" A moment later, seeing that the students in the class had no more questions, Lin Weidong then said, "Next, let's talk about the matter of forming teams." After speaking, Lin Weidong looked at Zhang Chen and asked, "Zhang Chen, do you have any candidates for the team this time?" As soon as the words fell, the entire class focused their attention on Zhang Chen. With Zhang Chen's current strength, he is far ahead in the class. Whoever joins Zhang Chen's team is guaranteed to have good results. Tang Chuyao, standing nearby, pursed her lips and quietly tugged at Zhang Chen's sleeve, gazing at him expectantly. Zhang Chen felt the tug on his sleeve, pointed to Tang Chuyao beside him, and said, "Tang Chuyao, I suppose." After all, during the last time in Secret Realm number 1, Tang Chuyao's performance was quite diligent. She worked hard without complaint, followed instructions, and her strength wasn't weak. Choosing her posed no issues. Moreover, last time he had also promised Tang Chuyao that if there were any future team-based secret realms, he would team up with her again. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, the heavy stone in Tang Chuyao's heart finally settled. She let out a sigh of relief, and a radiant smile immediately blossomed on her face. At this moment, sitting in the front row, Lu Li suddenly stood up with a swish, turned around, and stared straight at Zhang Chen, urgently saying, "Zhang Chen, can I be your teammate this time? I also have a rare talent, and currently, my attribute points are the highest in the class, apart from you and Tang Chuyao." Lu Li passionately introduced her advantages, eager to showcase all her shining qualities without reservation. After she finished speaking, Lin Weidong also
also added,
Jiang Chen, although I should respect your personal wishes, I also think that Lu Li is the most suitable person in our class to join your team, apart from Tang Chuyao. After all, being able to join Jiang Chen's team means their performance must be outstanding. Among the students of the same year, apart from Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, Lu Li is considered one of the strongest, and she is also very hardworking.
Such students should be given special attention and training no matter what.
At this moment, Lin Weidong didn't care whether it was appropriate to say these things in the classroom. He was solely focused on hoping his student could grow quickly, casting everything else out of his mind. Jiang Chen shrugged and said indifferently,
Alright, let's count Lu Li and then.
Lin Weidong and Lu Li both let out a long sigh of relief upon hearing this.
Immediately after, Lin Weidong continued, there's only one left, Jiang Chen. If you can't decide now, it's fine to wait a bit. There are still 2 days before entering Secret Realm number 2.
As the words fell,
the other students in the class couldn't sit still anymore and stood up one after another. Brother Chen, pick me, pick me. Chen Gij, pick me. I know so many things. Chen Ge, I'm begging you, save me a spot. I promise to follow orders perfectly. In an instant,
the classroom was in an uproar, and Jiang Chen only felt his head buzzing. He quickly stood up, waved his hand, and shouted loudly, Stop, 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 everyone quiet. I have to say, Jiang Chen's words really carry weight now.
As soon as he shouted, the entire class instantly quieted down, and everyone stared at him eagerly.
Jiang Chen glanced at Wang Ming, who was also staring at him eagerly, and casually said, the last one, let's go with Wang Ming. After all, Wang Ming was the classmate he was most familiar with in his memory, and during high school, he often took care of him when he was visually impaired. When Wang Ming heard this, he seemed unable to believe his ears, and after being stunned for a while, he excitedly jumped up. If Jiang Chen hadn't stopped him quickly, Wang Ming would have knelt down to Jiang Chen on the spot.
At this moment,
Vice Principal Du Hongsheng walked to the door and called Jiang Chen out.
Jiang Chen walked up to Du Hongsheng with a puzzled expression.
Vice Principal, is there something you need from me?
Have you finalized the team selection for the Secret Realm expedition?
Du Hongsheng asked directly.
Jiang Chen, just finalized.
Du Hongsheng remained silent for a moment before saying, come with me. An old friend of mine wants to discuss something with you, but there's no pressure.
It's entirely up to your personal preference.
Jiang Chen glanced at Du Hongsheng with a puzzled look, then followed him forward.
A moment later,
Du Hongsheng led Jiang Chen to his office. As soon as the door opened, a middle-aged man in formal attire, impeccably dressed, immediately stood up. With a warm smile on his face, he quickly walked up to Jiang Chen. Hello, are you Jiang Chen? My name is Wang Gang, and this is my son, Wang Tian.
Jiang Chen followed the direction Wang Gang was pointing.
On the sofa, a young man was sitting with his legs crossed, his eyes fixed intently on the phone screen. Hearing his father's introduction, the young man merely glanced at Jiang Chen casually before continuing to play on his phone, his face full of arrogance.
Hello, may I know why you're looking for me? Jiang Chen, though somewhat puzzled, still asked politely.
The middle-aged man, Wang Gang, signaled to the bodyguards behind him with his eyes. The bodyguards understood immediately and moved 2 suitcases to the coffee table in front of the sofa. Upon opening them, they were filled to the brim with cash.
Wang Gang, with a broad smile, said, Jiang Chen, here is 10 million.
As long as you let my son, Wang Tian, join your team for the Secret Realm expedition, this 10 million will be yours.
Ha ha ha, old Wang, why are you so impatient? Du Hongsheng laughed heartily and walked to the sofa. Then, he glanced at Wang Gang, then at Jiang Chen, pointed to the sofa, and said, come, let's all sit down and talk. Jiang Chen, you sit down too.
Wang Gang also wore a big smile, sat down smoothly, and looked at Du Hongsheng, laughing. Ha ha, old Du, you know me well.
That's just how I am, straightforward and direct.
Jiang Chen saw this and also found a place to sit down. The young man Wang Tian next to him still ignored everything around him, focusing solely on playing games.
Du Hongsheng brewed tea while smiling and introducing. Jiang Chen, let me introduce you.
This is Wang Gang, the chairman of Wang Feng Group and a former lieutenant colonel of the retired Demon Suppression Army. Next to him is his son, Wang Gang, a student in the same year as you, from our school's class 8 of the first year.
Jiang Chen nodded slightly and greeted, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang smiled and got straight to the point. Brother Jiang Chen, I wonder if you finalized the members for your team for this time's number 2 Secret Realm?
Jiang Chen glanced at the wealthy young man Wang Tian, who was slumped on the sofa. Wang Tian merely cast a glance at Jiang Chen before continuing to sit cross-legged, playing on his phone, his eyes filled with undisguised disdain. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and looked again at the 10 million in cash shining brightly on the table. It seemed that this boss was afraid his incompetent son might die on the battlefield in the future, so he was thinking of getting more attribute points. After all, if you're really too weak, you might not survive until discharge once you hit the battlefield after graduation. It's just that he had already formed his team, and coupled with this rich guy's behavior, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen smiled and slowly said, Mr. Wang, sorry, but my team is already finalized. However, Wang Gang insisted after Jiang Chen refused. I know, the more promising students in your class are Tang Chuyao and Lu Li. If you team up with them, well, Whether from the perspective of the school nurturing potential students or ensuring the strength of your team, it is undoubtedly the best choice. Wang Gang raised a finger and said with a smile,
I only need the remaining spot. My son is considered to have mid-level talent and won't drag your team down too much. Brother Jiang Chen, if you think the money isn't enough, we can still negotiate.
Just as Wang Gang finished saying this sentence, beside him, brother Fu Wang Tian sneered disdainfully and muttered, pretending again? Isn't 10 million enough? Although Wang Tian's voice was very soft, it still didn't escape Wang Gang's ears. Wang Gang instantly flew into a rage, snatched his phone, and angrily rebuked, shut up, play, you're only ever playing games all day. Vice Principal Du Hongxing saw Wang Gang about to hit his disappointing son and quickly stood up to stop him, saying, Old Wang, don't be impulsive.
If you want to hit him, do it at home. It's not appropriate here.
Wang Gang glanced at Du Hongxing, his expression peculiar. Afterward, he let out a long sigh and said, old Du, I'm just afraid he won't even live to graduate. After saying this, he sat back down and looked at Jiang Chen, his face full of a flattering smile. Brother Jiang Chen, how much do you need? Just name a number. Jiang Chen gently shook his head and said, sorry, Mr. Wang. The members of my team have already been decided.
This isn't about money.
You should know, Mr. Wang, that money doesn't mean much to us anymore. For Jiang Chen now, money was completely unimportant. The tens of thousands of yuan in monthly subsidies from the school were already sufficient.
The most important thing right now is attribute points. Money can't buy attribute points.
What's more, with this rich guy's arrogant attitude, Jiang Chen would rather randomly pick a lucky person from the class than take him alone.
Wang Gang remained silent, quietly watching Jiang Chen.
As a former member of the Demon Suppression Army, he understood that for those with great power, money was nothing but fleeting clouds. However, before coming here, he thought that since Jiang Chen had just entered university, perhaps throwing more money at him might sway his decision. It turned out he had overthought it. A prodigy like Jiang Chen, with limitless potential, no longer cared about worldly wealth.
At this moment, without his phone to play with, Wang Tian pouted and said, Dad, it's just a blind guy.
You might as well give me the money, and I'll hire a few of the strongest first-tier ability users in our class. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly. The last person who called me a blind guy in front of me had their nose broken.
Which part do you want broken?
Wang Tian, upon hearing this, not only did not restrain himself but instead hid behind Wang Gang, shouting, Dad, look at him, a blind man still dares to be so arrogant, even wants me to break this and that. Wang Gang's face darkened, and he was about to open his mouth to scold Wang Tian, but he saw the aura around Jiang Chen suddenly grow a few degrees colder.
The next moment,
an invisible and powerful gravitational field rapidly spread out with Jiang Chen at its center, precisely enveloping Wang Tian.
Wang Tian felt a force as overwhelming as Mount Tai suddenly strike him.
His body uncontrollably slammed heavily onto the ground with a loud thud, his limbs pinned firmly to the floor, unable to move. His face twisted in pain and terror. Wang Gang saw this and became extremely anxious, shouting loudly,
Jiang Chen, stop, let's talk this out. Bang! Wang Tian.
Wang Gang shouted and hurried to his son, who was covered in blood. Although he had many complaints about his useless son, he was still his son after all. Wang Gang raised his head, glared angrily at Jiang Chen, then glanced at the motionless Du Hongxing, and said word by word, Old Du, are you just going to watch like this? As the words fell, the two bodyguards brought by Wang Gang also stepped in front of him, staring at Jiang Chen. Du Hongxing stood between the two sides, looked at Wang Gang, and said, Alright, calm down, Mr. Wang. Quickly send him to the medical room. It's just a shoulder fracture, it'll heal in at most a week. In fact, for Du Hongxing, even though he and Wang Gang were said to be old friends, they were merely acquaintances who nodded in passing. In the current situation, it was clear that Wang Tian had spoken out of line, and Du Hongxing was not about to punish Jiang Chen, someone with such extraordinary potential, for the sake of a frivolous rich young master.
When Wang Gang heard Du Hongxing say this, he immediately understood that this was clearly favoritism toward Jiang Chen. However, as Wang Tian's father, he still wanted to seek justice for his son. Jiang Chen, my son just said one sentence, and you beat him into this state? If you can't teach your son, I'll teach him for you.
Jiang Chen said slowly. Immediately after, his right hand rested on the sword hilt, gently drawing out 3 inches of the blade, a glint of cold light flashing. Jiang Chen's eyelids slightly opened, revealing a trace of white light, his tone calm. Mr. Wang, this strike of mine is at least 100,000 calories. Do you want to give it a try? As Jiang Chen's words fell, the entire office was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Wang Gang's facial muscles stiffened. According to his information, Jiang Chen could only unleash a strength of 80,000 calories, but now he claimed to reach at least 100,000? He didn't know whether Jiang Chen was telling the truth, but based on Jiang Chen's past performance, Wang Gang didn't dare to take the gamble. Jiang Chen had no intention of making a move. After all, Wang Gang's attitude had been very good from the beginning. Even though he had seriously injured his son, Wang Gang hadn't done anything excessive, so there was no need to draw his sword. Just at this tense moment, Du Hongxing spoke coldly. Enough. Immediately, an imposing and domineering conqueror's haki enveloped the entire office.
Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. So this is conqueror's haki. Du Hongsheng glanced at Wang Gang and said coldly, "Old Wang, take your son and leave first. If you want to fight, I'll be your opponent." As the words fell, Wang Gang was silent for a moment and signaled the two bodyguards beside him to step back. Du Hongsheng was a 7th-tier powerhouse. Even if 100 Wang Gangs were tied together, they wouldn't stand a chance. Seeing Wang Gang's action soften, Du Hongsheng also turned his gaze to Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, put your sword away as well." Jiang Chen nodded and retracted the sword back into the blind cane. Since the vice principal had spoken, there was no need to take further action. After all, he had already beaten this rich guy, even shattering his shoulder bone. This round wasn't a loss. A moment later, Wang Gang left the office dejectedly, carrying the severely injured and unconscious Wang Tian. Du Hongsheng also gestured for Jiang Chen to sit back on the sofa and advised, "Jiang Chen, don't be too harsh in the future. We're all classmates, it's not worth it." Jiang Chen gently placed the white cane on the table and said calmly, "If people don't offend me, I won't offend them." Du Hongsheng paused the action of preparing tea and quietly observed Jiang Chen. Before this, Du Hongsheng had already heard about Jiang Chen's deeds. He broke the nose of a disrespectful classmate right after awakening, and on his first day at school, he severely injured a classmate in the association's arena. After clearing the number 1 secret realm, he severely injured a formal member of the association again. However, Jiang Chen is usually very polite, which made Du Hongsheng wonder whether these stories were exaggerated. Nowadays, it seems not exaggerated at all, not even a bit. Politeness is real politeness, and ruthlessness is real ruthlessness. After a while, Du Hongsheng let out a soft sigh. Forget it. After saying that, he changed the subject. "For this number 2 secret realm, are you planning to challenge the Upper Moon Demon?" Jiang Chen heard this, thought for a moment, and nodded. Yes. In fact, his goal was definitely aimed at the Demon King Muzan. With the foresight advantage of a transmigrator, he absolutely had to seize the opportunity. Moreover, he remembered in the plot that when Muzan was besieged by the Demon Slayer Corps, he countered by pulling them into the Infinity Castle, and all the upper-ranked demons also returned to the Infinity Castle. This does make it convenient to take them all out in one go. Perhaps even the lower-ranked demons will be summoned back to the Infinity Castle. Thinking about it carefully, going to kill an upper-ranked demon isn't wrong either. Du Hongsheng placed a cup of tea in front of Jiang Chen and slowly said, "With your current strength, killing an upper-ranked demon shouldn't be a big problem." Immediately after, he reminded, "However, be careful, don't be careless. When facing the enemy, don't give them any time to catch their breath." Jiang Chen picked up the teacup, took a light sip, and nodded. "I understand. Thank you for your concern, Vice Principal." Next, Du Hongsheng chatted casually with Jiang Chen for a while before letting him leave. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, the day to officially enter Secret Realm number 2 had arrived. Jiang Chen got up and, as usual, scrolled through his phone for a while. The opening of Secret Realm number 2 also made online discussions lively. Jiang Chen casually clicked on a few videos, and the comment count under each video had basically exceeded 1,000. "I heard that Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao teamed up again for the number 2 secret realm this time. Is Jiang Chen going to be carried by Tang Chuyao again? Hey, you're so out of date. Jiang Chen is already a tier 3 ability user now. Who's carrying whom? Holy crap, I just checked the National Ability User Association's list, and Jiang Chen is really tier 3. How long has it even been? Could it be the alien queen of secret realm number 1 was really killed by Jiang Chen? Let's see who still dares to call my brother Chen blind." Entering secret realm number 2 as a tier 3 ability user is unprecedented, but this time in secret realm number 2, it probably won't be possible to rack up a ton of points like in secret realm number 1, right? Definitely not. The upper moon demons in secret realm number 2 are scattered far apart, and there's only 3 days inside the realm. Killing all the upper moon demons is simply impossible. I think, if it's Brother Chen, anything is possible. This year's freshmen will probably live under Brother Chen's shadow for their entire lives. Jiang Chen roughly browsed for a few minutes and found that his online reputation had already started to improve. At least, it wouldn't be full of mockery like before. This was indeed somewhat unexpected. Jiang Chen put down his phone, got out of bed, and began to wash up. Immediately after, he headed out to the meeting point. Very soon, at exactly 9 o'clock, all the students gathered at the entrance to the secret realm of Xinghai Military Academy. Meanwhile, all the teachers stood on the high platform, nervously watching the students below as they lined up to enter the secret realm. This time, in the number 2 secret realm, the mortality rate is about 2%, which means that out of these approximately 2,000 students, at least 40 will die in the secret realm. On the high platform, Wang Xin watched the backs of Jiang Chen and his group, then turned to Lin Weidong beside him and asked, "Shaolin, how many upper moon demons do you think Jiang Chen can kill this time?" Lin Weidong thought for a moment and replied, "I think it should be 2. The time in this secret realm is only 3 days. Even if Jiang Chen can kill 1 in an instant, at most, he can kill 2 in 3 days." Wang Xin was silent for a moment, the corners of his mouth
mouth slightly curved up. 2 are enough. The highest record in this secret realm is just 2 upper moon demons, and over the years, only 3 teams have ever completed it. Right? Jiang Chen's strength is definitely the strongest among freshmen in history. It's a pity the secret realm gives too little time. Lin Weidong sighed and gently shook his head. On the other side, at the Linjiang Military Academy, in front of the secret realm entrance, Tang Quanqing and Yang Chuanzhong clasped their hands together, muttering incessantly, "Please don't match with Jiang Chen. Please don't match with Jiang Chen." This time, the 2 of them teamed up with Rong Yang and Luo Qingji. Rong Yang glanced at the 2 of them, his expression strange, and couldn't help but say, "Do you have to be so dramatic? Is this the Jiang Chen after effect?" Tang Quanqing opened his eyes, glanced at him, and said, "You don't know a damn thing." Rong Yang's mouth twitched, speechless, and said, "With Jiang Chen's strength, he's definitely going to kill the upper moon demons. Our target is just the lower moon demons. Even if we match up, there shouldn't be any conflict, right?" The last time in the secret realm, it was thanks to Jiang Chen that they only managed to get a pitiful amount of points, which also resulted in their current strength being just enough to kill lower-ranked demons. Right after Rong Yang finished saying this, Luo Qingji, who was beside him, also closed his eyes and clasped his hands together, murmuring, "Please don't match us with Jiang Chen. Please don't match us with Jiang Chen." Hearing this, Rong Yang glanced at him, then swept his gaze over his 3 teammates who were all praying with their eyes closed, feeling utterly speechless. Tang Quanqing and a few others from Linjiang Military Academy walked toward the entrance of the secret realm. Following a flash of white light, the surrounding scenery instantly changed. As soon as he stepped into the secret realm, Tang Quanqing couldn't wait to cast his gaze toward the leaderboard. At a glance, he was instantly stunned. 1 SD place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao and Lu Li and Wang Ming, points, 0. 2 ND place, Tang Quanqing and Yang Chuanzhong and Rong Yang and Luo Qingji, points, 0. 3 RD place, Zhou Manman and Peng Wenwei and Qi Longlong and Yuan Hongqiao, points, 0. 4 TH place, Xia Guiqing and Zhu Xiaokun and Chen Lijun and Wu Lianxia, points, 0. Amazing. Why did I run into Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao, those 2 jerks, again? Tang Quanqing looked miserable as he glanced at the others. We're doomed. We're doomed. How did we actually get matched with Jiang Chen? Rong Yang's mouth twitched as he looked at his 3 teammates with despairing faces, shaking his head and murmuring, "Is it really necessary to be that scared?" Immediately, he glanced at the map, determined the direction, and said to the others, "If they matched, they matched. Their strength will definitely lead them to seek out the upper-ranked demons, which has nothing to do with us. Let's go." The closest one is Ruwei of Spider Mountain. Jiang Chen and the others, with a flash of white light, appeared inside a room. Under their feet was a tatami mat woven from reeds, and directly in front of them was a sliding door made of a wooden frame and laminated panels with rice paper in between. The room was extremely spacious, with an area of at least over 100 square meters. Evidently, they had been randomly transported into the home of a wealthy family. However, the large room was completely empty, and the bedding on the floor was in disarray, as if someone had left in a hurry. Moreover, the items and furniture around were also scattered messily throughout the room. Wang Ming looked around and murmured, "Where is this?" Tang Chuyao also glanced around, her face full of confusion. "We were actually transported indoors. Such a large room, where did everyone go?" Luli bent down close to the bedding on the tatami, reached out to feel it, and her brows furrowed slightly. "It's still a bit warm. It seems they just left not long ago." Tang Chuyao turned her head to glance at the messy room, then looked at Jiang Chen. Did something happen to them? Why the panic? At this moment, Wang Ming's nostrils flared slightly, and his brows furrowed. "Do you smell something? It seems like the scent of blood?" As the words fell, the 3 exchanged glances. Clearly, Lu Li and Tang Chuyao had smelled it too. "Brother Chen, where are we going now?" Wang Ming asked in a low voice. Jiang Chen activated his observation haki and easily discovered that the dozens of members of the entire household were now all dead. The corpses were scattered throughout the house. Jiang Chen focused his perception on the courtyard and stepped in that direction, saying, "Let's go, head out first." The other 3 saw this and got up to follow. The moment they slid open the door and stepped into the corridor, the scene before them froze all 3 in their tracks. The passageway was littered with several corpses lying haphazardly, most of them dismembered, while blood splattered across both walls. "Holy shit!" Wang Ming blurted out instinctively. "What the hell happened to this family? This is downright brutal. It should be a ghost. Tang Chuyao's expression was grave as she spoke in a deep voice. "Let's go." After Jiang Chen gave a brief order, he lifted his leg and stepped over the corpses, continuing to walk toward the courtyard. The other 3 had no objections and immediately followed. At this moment, Jiang Chen, their pillar of support, was their leader. Wherever Jiang Chen said to go, they would go. Before long, everyone followed Jiang Chen to a spacious courtyard. Throughout the courtyard, dozens of corpses were scattered everywhere, their deaths tragic, with hardly a single intact body. Blood gushed and flowed, staining every inch of the courtyard's ground, while the air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood. Even Tang Chuyao and Lu Li, who were relatively bold, couldn't help but cover their mouths and noses at this moment, their eyes filled with indescribable fear and shock. "What is that over there?" Wang
Ming suddenly pointed to a corner in the distance. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound, only to see a humanoid-like creature crouched over a motionless corpse, its body rising and falling, as if it were feeding. Immediately, the creature seemed to sense their presence and suddenly turned its head. That could hardly be called a human face. Two bloodshot, enormous eyes stared fixedly at the group, with two horns protruding abruptly from its head and a long tongue hanging down to the ground. It's a ghost. Luli lowered her voice as she spoke, while her hand swiftly rested on the hilt of her sword, ready to strike. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Long-tongued ghost? Looks a bit familiar, seems to be just a small fry ghost. The long-tongued ghost appeared somewhat surprised, not expecting there to still be a living person. Soon, it revealed a ferocious grin and slowly turned around. The next second, the long-tongued ghost dropped to all fours and pounced toward the crowd at lightning speed like an arrow released from a bow. Jiang Chen stood motionless, an invisible gravitational field instantly unfolding around him. In an instant, the long-tongued ghost's body suddenly froze, the greed on its face instantly replaced by terror as the gravity from all directions intensified like a tidal wave. Splat! In just an instant, the long-tongued ghost was crushed into a mist of blood under the weight of tens of tons of gravity. Wang Ming and Luli stared at Jiang Chen in shock. This was the first time they had seen Jiang Chen take action against ferocious beasts in reality. Although Jiang Chen was now a third-tier ability user, and facing these ordinary small fry ghosts would inevitably result in an instant kill. But, without even moving, he directly crushed the enemies into a mist of blood. This scene deeply shocked both of them. Doesn't this mean that when facing lower-level people or ferocious beasts, as long as they step into Jiang Chen's gravity field, Jiang Chen doesn't even need to move and can crush the enemy into a mist of blood in the blink of an eye? Amazing, Brother Chen. Wang Ming blurted out. Let's go out and ask where we are now. Jiang Chen's expression was calm, as if what had just happened was completely insignificant. After a while, the group then came to the street. Beneath their feet was a road paved with stone slabs, and wooden houses lined the street in an orderly yet staggered manner. The roofs, made of thatcher tiles, appeared slightly weathered under the erosion of time. The people on the street were dressed simply. Men mostly wear cotton short shirts and narrow leg pants, with plain colors being the main choice. Women wear simple kimonos made of coarse cloth with simple patterns, often decorated with small floral or stripe designs, and tie square scarves on their heads. As for everything that just happened, they also chose not to call the police. This is a secret realm, and everything that happens here unrelated to the 12th Kazuki has nothing to do with them. After all, once they leave, everything will reset. Jiang Chen and the others stood by the street, waiting for a while. Luli came running over from not far away. She looked at Jiang Chen and said slowly, Jiang Chen, I've already inquired. This is Tokyo's Asakusa district. Tokyo's Asakusa district? How did we end up here? Wang Ming widened his eyes. Jiang Chen heard this and the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward. This secret realm is really considerate. My destination is Tokyo's Asakusa district, and Muzan is hiding there. Tokyo, Asakusa district. The nearest upper moon demon is still a day's journey away. Tang Chuyao slightly furrowed her brows, studying the map in her hand, and said slowly. She then looked at Jiang Chen and asked, Jiang Chen, take a look. Which upper moon demon should we be looking for? Immediately after. After speaking, she handed the map to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, it's quite late now. Let's find a place to stay first and set out tomorrow. My goal is definitely not an upper-ranked demon. Nor can I tell them that I'm looking for some demon king. Otherwise, how would I explain it to them? It's too troublesome, so I might as well settle down here for now, then go out and wander around myself to see if I can use observation haki to track down the demon king Muzan. Wang Ming was a bit puzzled and asked in a low voice, Brother Chen, this secret realm only lasts for 3 days, and we've already wasted 1 day? Jiang Chen spoke slowly, if you want to team up with me, I have only one requirement. Don't ask questions, just follow orders. After saying that, Jiang Chen walked straight ahead. Tang Chuyao, Wang Ming, and Luli exchanged glances without saying a word and silently followed behind Jiang Chen. As night quietly fell, the streets of the shallow grass district were brightly lit, resembling stars scattered across the earth. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, their laughter and chatter blending together in a lively atmosphere. About half an hour later, the four arrived at a hotel that seemed to have a decent environment. As Jiang Chen stepped into the hotel, a faint aroma of incense greeted him. Jiang Chen took out the currency used in this secret realm. Immediately after, this secret realm had appeared quite a few times, and the Dragon Kingdom had long since forged the currency used within it. Simply put, these people were never short of money to spend in the secret realm. After communicating with the staff for a while, Jiang Chen, along with the other three, slowly ascended the wooden staircase to the 3rd floor of the inn. They each chose a room, and Jiang Chen selected one by the window. The room was simply yet warmly furnished, with wooden furniture exuding a faint woody fragrance. As soon as he entered the room, he gently set down his belongings, walked to the window, and quietly took in the bustling and noisy night view outside. A lower moon demon is worth 200 points, while an upper moon demon is worth 1,000 points. In other words, if a
it really goes as planned, infiltrating the Infinity Castle and having Muzan summon all the 12 Kazuki. Killing them all would probably yield 7,200 points, plus the guaranteed 200 points, for a total of 7,400 points. The hidden rewards are unknown, but the hidden rewards in the second secret realm are definitely more than those in the first. It's estimated that the total points combined could exceed 10,000. Split among 4 people, each would get 2,500 to 3,000 total attribute points. That is to say, an estimated 300 skill points. Blind Swordsmanship LV.4, 0/80+, currently Mastered Sword Aura Proficient, next level, Sword Aura Mastery. Observation Hockey LV.3, 0/180+, current range 1,000 meters, next level, range expands to 2,000 meters. Armament Hockey LV.3, 0/180+, Mastered Armament External Release, next level, Internal Destruction. Gravity Field LV.4, 0/80+, current field range, 500 meters, Gravity Wave Control Proficient, next level, range expands to 1,000 meters. Navy 6 Styles LV.3, 0/40+. Hint, when the total level of multiple combined skills reaches LV.20, the next skill Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger, can be unlocked. Current unlock progress, 17/20. So many skill points are more than enough to unlock the new skill Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger. As for the strength of Demon King Muzan, there's absolutely no need to worry. At most, it's 4th tier strength. After all, Demon Slayer is just a low martial world. The upper limit of force is almost enough to bring down a building. His destructive power is already capable of battling a 4th tier ability user. Moreover, he wields one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, gravity. With so many skills at his disposal, there's no way he could lose. Jiang Chen rested briefly for 10 minutes before getting up and leaving the room. As soon as he stepped out the door, he ran into Tang Chuyao walking toward him. Tang Chuyao paused in her steps, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes, and asked, "Jiang Chen, where are you going?" Jiang Chen gently closed the door, his expression calm. "Me? Just going for a stroll. The streets seem quite lively." Tang Chuyao remained silent for a while. She really couldn't figure out Jiang Chen's thoughts, but she didn't dare to ask rashly. Otherwise, if Jiang Chen didn't take her along in the future, that would be a huge loss. Although it might not necessarily be a team secret realm in the future, Jiang Chen, being such a strong individual, it was still best to maintain a good image of herself in his mind. "Then, shall I go with you?" Hesitating for a moment, Tang Chuyao tentatively asked. Jiang Chen didn't mind. After all, if he happened to encounter Muzan, it would be easy to explain everything was just a coincidence. With that, Jiang Chen headed toward the stairs. All right. Seeing this, Tang Chuyao hurried to follow. Luli nervously arrived at Jiang Chen's room door and mustered up the courage to knock. 10 minutes later, there was no response from inside the room. Knock, knock, knock. A moment later, Luli looked puzzled, then raised her hand and knocked a few more times, but still received no response. No one? Went out or fell asleep? It's so early now, there's no reason to be asleep already, right? Wang Ming from the next room was also drawn by the knocking sound and opened his door to come out. At this moment, what's going on? Luli responded, it seems Jiang Chen isn't in his room. The two discovered that not only Jiang Chen but also Tang Chuyao were not in their rooms. After a while, where did they go? Wang Ming asked in confusion. Luli pondered for a moment and said, go ask the front desk staff if they've seen the two of them leave. Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao walked along the bustling street. On both sides of the street, wooden buildings were arranged in an orderly manner. Lanterns of various designs hung under the eaves, swaying in the wind and casting light on the bustling crowds passing by. Tang Chuyao hesitated for a long time, but finally couldn't hold back and cautiously asked, Jiang Chen, which upper moon demon are you targeting this time? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I didn't expect the things in this secret realm to be quite realistic. As he spoke, he casually bought 2 snacks from the little girl who had come over to sell them nearby. Tang Chuyao took a snack from Jiang Chen's hand, looked around, and sighed, yeah, maybe this is a real world. A boy wearing a green and black jacket suddenly appeared within Jiang Chen's perception range. At this moment, the unique outfit and the striking earrings instantly caught Jiang Chen's attention. Is it the protagonist of Demon Slayer, Tanjiro? Go over there and take a look. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he turned and walked in the direction of Tanjiro. Ha! Tang Chuyao stared blankly at Jiang Chen, but without saying much, she hurried to catch up. Tanjiro's figure appeared within Tang Chuyao's line of sight. After a while, at this moment, Tanjiro was kneeling on the ground, shouting, Kibutsuji Muzan, I will never let you go. No matter where you go, I will chase you to the ends of hell, and my blade will surely sever your neck. Tang Chuyao glanced at Jiang Chen, her face full of bewilderment. What's wrong with that guy? Who is Kibutsuji Muzan? Did he kill his entire family or something? So agitated. Tang Chuyao was right. Indeed, he killed Tanjiro's entire family, but he left behind a sister who became half human, half demon. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. The current timeline is roughly when Tanjiro has just passed the Demon Slayer core selection, completed his
his first mission and unexpectedly encounters Muzan disguised as a normal human on the street.
Because there are too many ordinary people around, Tanjiro suppresses his anger and refrains from acting rashly, fearing he might harm the innocent. Of course, even if he did act, he would just be instantly defeated by Muzan. However, for himself, it doesn't really matter. He isn't afraid of hurting any innocents, they're just NPCs after all.
Jiang Chen held a blind cane, walked to Tanjiro's side, and slowly spoke, "Little brother, if you want to kill, do it now. Why wait until later?"
Tanjiro slowly raised his head, tears welling up in his eyes, carrying a hint of confusion and vigilance as he sized up the blind young man before him.
Who are you?"
His voice trembled slightly, mixed with unquenched sobs.
Jiang Chen's lips curved into a gentle smile.
He raised his hand and lightly patted Tanjiro's head without answering, his steps slowly moving forward. Tang Chuyao keenly caught a hint of something unusual and hurriedly quickened her pace to follow, asking urgently,
"Jiang Chen, what are you planning to do?" Jiang Chen's expression was calm as he gazed into the distance and spoke slowly.
"The Muzan that child mentioned, I can sense it.
It exudes an extremely powerful demon aura, and it doesn't belong to the 12 Kazuki." As the words fell, Tang Chuyao fell into deep thought.
Moments later, her eyes suddenly widened in shock.
"You mean, this is a hidden reward?" In an instant, an uncontrollable excitement and thrill flashed in Tang Chuyao's eyes. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Who would have thought that following Jiang Chen would bring such good luck? Oh my god, could it be that the number 2 secret realm also has hidden rewards?
2 consecutive secret realms with hidden rewards.
My goodness. Jiang Chen's figure, in her eyes, suddenly became much taller once again.
But soon, Tang Chuyao suppressed her excitement and asked with a hint of concern in her tone.
"But Jiang Chen, you said its aura is very strong, so, can we defeat it?"
Jiang Chen's expression was calm, and his tone was steady. "It's just very strong compared to other ghosts, that's all." As soon as the words fell, Kibutsuji Muzan in the distance seemed to sense a dangerous aura and suddenly turned his head.
Kibutsuji Muzan's blood-red eyes coldly stared at Jiang Chen. "Eh, blind young boy? Another one coming for me? Is he a new member of the Demon Slayer Corps?" Muzan was full of doubt, staring intently at Jiang Chen. It glanced at the surrounding crowd, certain that the Demon Slayer Corps wouldn't dare to make a move here.
Moreover, it had no intention of engaging in a fight at this location. Otherwise, once a fight broke out, it might be completely exposed in this world, and at that point, it could face severe and comprehensive retaliation from the government. However, what it didn't expect was that the blind boy in front of it seemed completely unconcerned about the surrounding civilians.
A terrifying gravitational field instantly enveloped it.
Buzz! Muzan's body was suddenly forced to the ground by the gravity, his knees slamming heavily into the ground, creating a shallow pit.
He widened his eyes, staring intently at Jiang Chen. Bang! This is the ability of that blind boy? When did the Demon Slayer Corps gain such an ability?
The surrounding civilians screamed in terror at the sight and scattered in all directions.
Jiang Chen's figure disappeared from Muzan's field of vision. Suddenly,
in the next moment, a cold gleam flickering with lightning streaked through like a flash of lightning.
Relying on instinct, Muzan narrowly avoided the fatal strike aimed at his neck.
The blade struck heavily on his right shoulder, directly severing his right arm. At this moment, Muzan quickly regained his composure, struggling to endure the weight of tens of tons, rolling to the side to evade, and then confronting Jiang Chen.
"Which Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" Muzan opened his mouth to speak.
At the same time, on his right shoulder, a brand new right arm was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly. He hadn't even controlled all the gravity, just about half of it. He was worried that if Muzan realized the gap in strength was too great, he might focus solely on avoiding the fight. If that happened, entering the Infinity Castle to wipe everything out would become much more troublesome.
Muzan's abilities were indeed just like in the anime, his regenerative powers were terrifying. However, it's not a big problem.
It's just that its body has 7 hearts and 5 brains, which results in its extremely strong regenerative ability and makes it unkillable.
Moreover, the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps is not very strong. In the anime, the strongest swordsman, Yorichi Tsujikuni, almost killed Muzan. It was only because Muzan split into 1,800 fragments.
At the last moment, and even though Yorichi's sword was fast, he could only cut 1,500 fragments, allowing Muzan to escape.
As for me, I can control tens of tons of gravity.
Even if it can split into 1,800 fragments, as long as it's within my gravity field, it won't be able to escape. The only way to escape is to have its subordinate, Neikheim, open the door to the Infinity Castle. At that time, I can use this opportunity to enter the Infinity Castle. Jiang Chen, holding a blade crackling with arcs of electricity, said slowly, "I am not a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. I am merely someone here to take your life."
At this moment, dozens of police officers dressed in black uniforms, holding samurai swords and long sticks, ran quickly in this direction while blowing their whistles. Jiang Chen sensed the approaching police not far away, but he didn't look back.
His aura suddenly changed.
An invisible yet overwhelming force rapidly spread out from him as the center.
The entire space seemed to be stirred by an invisible
invisible giant hand. The air began to tremble violently, emitting a sound that made hearts race. Immediately afterward, with Jiang Chen as the center, a visible circular gravitational ripple spread rapidly in all directions. Where the ripples reach, everything is distorted by powerful gravity. Stones and dust on the ground are instantly sucked up, spinning wildly in the air to form small black tornadoes. The surrounding wooden buildings groan painfully under the pull of this terrifying force. In just a few seconds, the gravity storm fully takes shape. It was a powerful force that covered the sky and blocked out the sun, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The storm carried all kinds of debris, raging wildly in all directions like an enraged giant beast. The police stood frozen in shock at the scene before them, completely unaware that the whistles in their hands had fallen to the ground. Their eyes were wide open, filled with fear and disbelief. Some instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves, as if this could resist the terrifying force. Others felt their legs go weak and involuntarily stepped back. Still, some stood frozen in place, muttering to themselves, What is this?" Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the wooden building disintegrated in an instant, like a fragile stack of blocks. Rumble! The walls were torn into countless fragments by gravity, wooden planks were swept up and scattered by the fierce wind, and beams flew through the air like spears. In the blink of an eye, these buildings turned into a pile of rubble, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust that completely blocked the police's path, cutting off their way forward. Jiang Chen's lips curved slightly upward as he said to Kabutsuji Musen not far away, "Now no one will disturb us." At the same time, not far from this street, Luli and Wang Ming were also drawn by the loud noise. Countless civilians, looking panicked, fled in their direction. Jiang Chen and the others should be over there. "Let's hurry over to help," Luli said anxiously and quickly. Immediately after, she directly used the six-form shave technique, her figure flashing like a phantom toward Jiang Chen's direction. Wang Ming widened his eyes and hurriedly chased after her, shouting, "Wait for me." Kabutsuji Musen knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with panic as he surveyed the devastation around him. Broken walls and ruins were scattered everywhere, and the lingering dust slowly settled. His gaze locked onto the blind young man, waves of turmoil surging in his heart. This blind young man before him was completely different from the demon slayer core. He only wanted to take his life. A blazing fire fist, carrying rolling heat waves and scorching high temperatures, surged rapidly toward Musen. At the same time, the powerful impact caused Musen's body to shake violently, leaving him instantly disheveled and in a sorry state. The ground beneath his feet was even more fragile, blasted into a deep pit, with surrounding dirt and rocks scattering in all directions. "Xiao Tang, don't make a move." As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, an invisible repulsive force suddenly erupted, like a powerful storm, violently flinging Tang Chuyao away. The upper moon demons all possess third-tier strength, so Musen must at least be fourth-tier. Tang Chuyao is only second-tier. If she were to join the battle, Jiang Chen wouldn't have the time to look after her. Kibutsuji Musen's crimson eyes stared directly at Jiang Chen, and its expression instantly turned ferocious. The aura around him suddenly changed, and his originally slender hands instantly twisted and deformed, transforming into two thick, spiked whips that lashed wildly in the air, emitting sharp, piercing whistles. The next moment, Jiang Chen simply stood quietly in place. Although his eyes could not see, relying on his powerful observation haki, he could clearly see every movement of Kabutsuji Musen, every fluctuation of his aura. It was almost impossible for Musen to hit Jiang Chen with the spiked whips. Kabutsuji Musen took the initiative to attack first, the two spiked whips striking like lightning toward Jiang Chen's neck and chest. Their speed was so fast that the air was torn apart with a shrill sound. Immediately after, Jiang Chen's lips curved slightly upward. Just as the attack was about to touch his body, he shifted his figure slightly, evading all the attacks with ghost-like agility. This seemingly simple movement actually contained a precise grasp of timing and space, causing Kabutsuji Musen's full-force strike to completely miss. The whip struck heavily on the ground, directly blasting two deep trenches into it. Jiang Chen gripped the blade in his hand tightly. Strands of faint sword energy intertwined like lively threads, emitting a subtle humming sound. Jiang Chen suddenly swung his long sword, and a crescent-shaped sword energy instantly roared out from the blade. The next moment, the sword energy moved at incredible speed, reaching Kabutsuji Musen in the blink of an eye. Kabutsuji Musen's pupils contracted sharply. He could clearly sense the immense power contained within this sword energy. He hurriedly swung the thorn whip, trying to fend it off. However, the moment the sword energy touched the thorn whip, a powerful force erupted instantly. Kabutsuji Musen only felt an overwhelming force rushing toward him, and his attack seemed as fragile as paper before this sword energy. The thorn whip was instantly severed, turning into countless fragments scattered across the ground. The residual force of the sword slash remained undiminished, striking Musen Kabutsuji directly in the chest. Musen let out a piercing shriek as the sword energy pressed against his chest, hurling him backward. With a thunderous boom, Musen crashed heavily into an abandoned house. In an instant, the structure collapsed, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Jiang Chen stood calmly, a faint smile on his face as he watched the settling dust. He had no intention of using his full strength. His only goal was to push Musen
pressing Kibutsuji into a desperate corner, forcing him to summon Neikime and open the gateway to the Infinity Castle. Amid the dust, Muzan slowly rose to his feet. A massive gash split his chest, blood pouring freely, yet his eyes burned with madness. His body began to transform, the wound visibly healing at an alarming rate. Simultaneously, his form grew taller and more powerful, the whip-like tendrils on his body regenerating, now thicker and sharper than before.
Very well, you have truly enraged me, Muzan roared.
9 bloody gashes split open across his back, from which 9 fleshy, pipe-like whips emerged, twisting and coiling in the air, their tips glinting with a deadly gleam.
The next moment,
the 9 pipe whips and 2 barbed tendrils shot through the air at blinding speed, their movement producing an ear-splitting screech as they assaulted Jiang Chen from all directions.
Screech, weaving and intertwining, they attempted to form an inescapable net of death around Jiang Chen.
Yet Jiang Chen merely shifted his body with subtle grace, effortlessly evading the precise and vicious strikes of the 9 pipe whips. And 2 barbed tendrils, countless long whips struck the ground, leaving it riddled with scars, with cracks spreading like a spiderweb.
Boom boom boom.
Kibutsuji Muzan moved under the pressure of gravity while controlling 9 whip-like tentacles, spinning rapidly in the air in an attempt to entangle Jiang Chen. At the same time, the spiked whip was raised high, smashing down toward Jiang Chen's head with the force of a collapsing mountain.
This time, Jiang Chen chose not to evade. The long sword in his hand danced, its blade tracing dazzling arcs in the air.
Accompanied by the buzzing sound of the sword, countless fine fragments of sword energy burst forth from the blade. These sword energies, though seemingly scattered, precisely struck Kibutsuji Muzan's thorn whips and tube whips. The precise sword energy completely severed Muzan's long whips. Swish, swish, swish. Kibutsuji Muzan widened his eyes, staring incredulously at Jiang Chen.
Why is it that my attacks can't hit the opponent at all? Could it be that this young man before me, like that former Yorichi Tsujikuni, possesses the extraordinarily powerful transparent world, able to see through and evade any attack?
As he was pondering, an even sharper sword aura slashed toward him head-on.
Kibutsuji Muzan's pupils contracted sharply, feeling an unprecedented threat of death. Its body suddenly exploded, turning into countless fragments that shot wildly in all directions. The next moment,
Jiang Chen frowned slightly and directly controlled the gravitational field, firmly locking all the fragments to the ground. The fragments, having lost the support of the main body's power, were completely unable to move freely under this powerful gravitational restraint. Kibutsuji Muzan, seeing this, felt fear spreading like a tide in his heart.
Unable to suppress it any longer, he immediately used his abilities to call Neikime. The current self, even if shattered into pieces, cannot escape. Being slain is only a matter of time. I must escape back to the Infinity Castle. If this blind young man dares to follow me in, then I won't be afraid. The current me is no longer the same as before, no longer as weak as when I first encountered Yorichi Tsujikuni. Now under his command are the extremely powerful 12 Kazuki. As long as the blind young man before him dares to step into the Infinity Castle, he will immediately have Neikime transport all the 12 Kazuki back to the Infinity Castle. With himself and the 12 Kazuki, he is absolutely confident in slaying this blind young man. After contemplating all this, Kibutsuji Muzan's lips curled into a sinister and confident smile. A square wooden door emitting an eerie aura suddenly appeared on the ground. At the same time, creak, the wooden door opened, and some of Muzan's shattered pieces fell inside. Jiang Chen saw this and the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward. As expected, he hid in the Infinity Castle. He didn't hesitate in the slightest, directly using a 6-power shave to flash into the wooden door. Jiang Chen.
Tang Chuyao saw this and shouted loudly. Immediately after, she also leaped into the wooden door with a single bound.
Lu Li and Wang Ming also arrived at this place. At this moment, Tang Chuyao.
Lu Li shouted loudly, then her gaze fell on the abrupt wooden door on the ground. Soon, she realized that Jiang Chen was very likely to have entered that wooden door as well. Lu Li did not hesitate at all. She also directly leaped through the wooden door.
No, wait a moment.
Wang Ming widened his eyes. Seeing that the others had all gone in, he gritted his teeth and followed, jumping into the wooden door as well. As Jiang Chen, Kibutsuji Muzan, and the others disappeared, the once noisy and chaotic street gradually returned to calm. Tanjiro stood dumbfounded in place, staring blankly at the devastated ruins before him, muttering to himself,
"Who is this senior, exactly?
Such incredible strength.
What kind of breathing technique is this?" Inside the Infinity Castle,
all around were intricately complex spaces, countless corridors, pavilions, and window railings intertwined, completely devoid of any sense of direction.
The entire space features architecture in an ancient Japanese style.
On a wooden platform, an abrupt large vase is placed on the ground. The large vase twitched, and immediately a bizarre and peculiar-looking creature emerged from within.
Suddenly,
its mouth was located where the eyes should be, its eyes were positioned on the forehead and mouth area, and several small arms protruded awkwardly from its head.
Gyako, upper rank 5 of the 12 Kazuki, the demon of the pot.
Oh ho ho ho, 90 years have passed, and Lord Muzan has finally summoned us back again.
Gyako's eerie laughter echoed through this otherworldly space.
Standing not far from Gyako was Akaza, Akaza, upper rank 3 of the 12th Kazuki, the demon of combat, with short peach-colored hair and a body covered in deep blue tattoos.
Akaza stared expressionlessly at the ugly Gyako. A hand rested on Akaza's shoulder. At this moment, Doma, upper rank 2 demon, the ice demon,
with white oak-colored hair and multicolored eyes, Doma spoke gently to Akaza.
Long time no see, Lord Akaza. Doma looked around. Hey, Gyako.
It then glanced upward.
In a small hollowed-out room, a swordsman with a black high ponytail and 6 eyes knelt silently on the ground. Immediately after, Kokoshibo, upper rank 1 demon, the sword demon. Doma waved his hand towards Kokoshibo. Good evening, Lord Kokoshibo. Why did Lord Muzan suddenly summon us? Could it be that an upper rank has been killed? Doma gently murmured to himself, then proceeded to glance around. Hantangu, the upper rank 4 demon, a demon of split forms.
At this moment, he was hiding behind the stairs, looking as though he dared not show himself. Jotaro, upper rank 6 demon, a young demon with a bare upper body, medium short black and green hair, a hunched back, and a gaunt appearance with many black spots on his body.
Daki,
upper rank 6 demon, Jotaro's younger sister, adorned with floral hairpins, with flower tattoos on her left cheek and right forehead, and like Jotaro, a twin demon. The siblings were also sitting on the ground at this moment, silent and speechless.
Oh my, this isn't right. Why is everyone here? Doma touched his chin, then noticed 6 figures not far away. Have the little buddies of the lower ranked demons been summoned too? Is this a team building event? Doma's eyes lit up, then he tilted his head and thought for a moment, or could it be, today is a layoff meeting? Sniff, Akaza-sama, is Lord Muzan going to lay people off? Could it be that today is the day I meet my end?
Doma, crying pitifully, opened his arms, attempting to hug the tough guy Akaza. Akaza merely glanced at him and then skillfully sidestepped to the side. Doma immediately missed his target. Whoa, Lord Akaza, why are you so indifferent?
Accompanied by an overwhelming aura, a voice echoed through this strange dimension. At this moment, everyone, be quiet. Even the chatterbox Doma didn't dare to speak again.
This was the first time it had seen Lord Muzan so furious. As the words fell, all the demons of the 12th Kazuki were gathered in the center of the wooden platform, kneeling on the ground without daring to lift their heads. In front of them, a wooden door suddenly appeared and slowly slid open. Transformed into the form of an ugly flesh ball, Kibutsuji Muzan appeared before the demons. Beside him, Neikime, who had not yet ascended to the rank of Upper Moon Demon, was kneeling with a biwa in her hands, sitting next to Kibutsuji Muzan.
The entire space of the Infinity Castle was controlled by Neikime.
At this moment, Neikime was sharing the images of Jiang Chen and the other 3 with Kibutsuji Muzan. Muzan stared at Jiang Chen within his perception range, his scarlet eyes embedded in the grotesque mass of flesh filled with rage. Neikime, trap that blind young man. The other upper moons and lower moons, once I fully recover, join me in slaying the blind young man.
Meeting adjourned. The kneeling Doma showed a surprised expression.
As the words fell,
a blind-eyed boy?
All along, Lord Muzan had always been an invincible existence in the hearts of the 12th Kazuki.
Could this miserable state now be caused by the blind-eyed boy he mentioned?
Even an unprecedented gathering of all 12 Kazuki was called.
Since when did the Demon Slayer Corps have such powerful warriors?
Jiang Chen was standing in a corridor, surrounded by eerie wooden doors, with the space intricately chaotic.
So this is the Infinity Castle? Remember this alternate space, it seems to have been hidden underground by Mingnu. But that's not important. What's most important now is to locate Mingnu.
Jiang Chen decisively expanded his observation hockey sensing range, and the perception quickly spread out like ripples. Soon, he captured the traces of Muzan and the 12 Kazuki who were in a meeting. However, in just the blink of an eye, the group of demons instantly scattered, vanishing into the dark corners of the alternate space. As for the crying woman, she was currently alone, positioned about 500 meters directly above Jiang Chen. Now, the crying woman must be taken down first, otherwise, it will be very troublesome within her alternate space. As long as she is eliminated, the next step is to move at the fastest speed to slay Muzan and the other 12 Kazuki before the Infinity Castle collapses. I can completely rely on the gravitational field to escape the infinite city of collapse. The figures of Tang Chuyao, Wang Ming, and Lu Li also appeared within Jiang Chen's perception range, while Jiang Chen was pondering.
Suddenly, how did they get in too? Are they really so fearless? Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Forget it, dealing with the ghost is the priority. As for those 3, Muzan probably won't even bother with them. I am Muzan's real target.
Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's right hand slowly rested on the sword hilt.
The blade, flickering with lightning, was drawn. Clang! In an instant, a dazzling cold gleam and flashing lightning burst forth. Jiang Chen suddenly exerted force, slashing upward with a fierce sword aura pulsating with lightning.
With just one sword strike, it pierced through the ceiling, and the momentum did not diminish as the sword energy shattered 3 more layers of the ceiling in succession.
Rumble! A massive hole appeared above Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen activated the gravity field, perfectly combining repulsion with the 6 styles moonwalk, propelling himself upward at an incredible speed. As Jiang Chen flew upward at high speed, he unleashed several slashes of sword energy.
Boom boom boom.
Wherever it passed, the ceiling shattered like fragile paper, leaving behind massive holes, with debris and dust scattering in all directions. Just as Jiang Chen was about to get close to the main girl,
a strange sound of a pipa echoed throughout the entire Infinite City. Clang!
In an instant, the entire space of the Infinite City seemed to be wantonly manipulated by a pair of invisible hands.
Jiang Chen only felt the scene before his eyes blur for a moment. The next second, he was unexpectedly moved back to his original spot. Interesting. I want to see whether your spatial transformations are faster or my speed is faster. Jiang Chen relied on his observation haki to firmly lock onto Ming Nu's position.
Jiang Chen shot up again, his speed so fast that the ground was blasted into a shallow pit due to the immense impact.
The next moment, bang, clang, clang, clang. At the same time,
the singing woman knelt on the ground, her hands moving like phantoms, dancing over the pipa. The space was constantly shifting and transforming. However, no matter how the singing woman altered the space, Jiang Chen could still lock onto her position in an instant and charge toward her with terrifying speed. At this moment, the space within the Infinite City had fallen into a state of chaotic and frenzied alternation, presenting a completely different appearance every second. Wang Ming slumped to the ground in a daze, his eyes vacant as he stared at the kaleidoscopic scenes shifting around him. His voice began to tremble involuntarily.
What on earth is this godforsaken place? Why does it keep changing over and over? Help! Mom, I want to go home. Wah!
Tang Chuyao and Lu Li also collapsed to the ground amidst the earth-shattering commotion.
At the same time, Jiang Chen, where are you?
Tang Chuyao called out, staring at the dazzling and ever-changing wooden doors before her. On the other side, the 12 demon moons were equally baffled by the constantly shifting space, their faces full of confusion.
Doma's gaze was vacant as he muttered to himself. What exactly is Lord Muzin doing? Didn't he say it was enough to just trap that blindfolded boy? Just trapping him, does it really require so much effort?
At this moment, Kibutsuji Muzin was intently staring at Jiang Chen through Neikim's sensory perspective. On the grotesque mass of flesh, Kibutsuji Muzin's hideous face had already begun to take shape.
It doesn't understand.
Why is this blind boy's speed so ridiculously fast, almost like teleportation?
And judging by sight, each teleportation covers dozens of meters. He can even teleport continuously.
With such incredible speed, it is extremely difficult for Ming Nu to pinpoint his position in such a short amount of time.
There were several times when he was just a little bit away from finding Neikime. Moreover, why is it that this blind boy can accurately pinpoint Neikim's location every single time? Muzin couldn't understand, couldn't comprehend at all.
In his perception, even the strongest warrior he had ever encountered, Yorichi Tsujikuni, could never have possessed such terrifying speed. If this continues, before he fully recovers, the blind boy will already be upon him. If he can find the location of the singing maiden, he can definitely find his own location.
And in his current state, he has almost completely lost the ability to escape. If this goes on, he will undoubtedly die. No, he must stall it.
The upper-ranked demon cannot move, and even if his strength were fully restored, he might not be able to defeat that blind young man.
He must join forces with all the upper-ranked demons.
As long as the lower-ranked demons can hold off the blind young man for a while, giving him time to recover, even just exhausting some of his stamina would be helpful. Thinking of this, Muzin Kibutsuji's facial muscles twisted intensely, and he directly issued an order to all the lower-ranked demons through his mental abilities.
All lower-ranked demons, listen to my command. Stop the blindfolded boy at all costs. Anyone who dares to flee will be executed on the spot.
Among the 12 Kazuki, 6 lower-ranked demons stood up simultaneously.
Yes, yes. Once again, an eerie sound of a biwa echoed through every corner of the Infinity Castle. The next moment, clang!
The 6 lower-ranked demons were simultaneously teleported away, and Jiang Chen was also teleported back to his original location.
Jiang Chen stood on the already dilapidated wooden floor, without leaping up again.
Within his perception range, 6 lower moon demons had quietly appeared around him.
The reason was simple.
Oh no, 1,200 points had already been delivered to his doorstep. Standing on the far right was Enmu, lower moon demon 1, with medium-length black and red hair, a few square tattoos on his cheeks, wearing a long black coat and white striped pants. Nightmare's expression was grave, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, staring intently at Jiang Chen.
Is this the blind-eyed youth that Lord Muzin spoke of? To think he could force Lord Muzin into such a situation, this battle must be fought well. As long as I can hold off this blind-eyed youth, Lord Muzin will surely reward me with a large amount of precious blood. On the left side of Yen Mang is Lulo, the second of the lower moon demons, with a beard and golden eyes. He is also staring intently at Jiang Chen with a solemn expression. Continuing further to the left is the third of the lower moon demons, Bing Yi, with short black hair, 3 scars on his face, and 2 golden earrings on each ear. At this moment, Bing Yi is nervously surveying his surroundings. Being able to push Lord Muzin to this extent, why am I even blocking him? No way, I must find a chance chance to slip away. Next to Byakuya was a white-haired woman, lower rank 4, Ruihiko. She had small twin horns on her forehead, with red scara paired with eerie purple pupils, making her look particularly sinister. Standing to Ruihiko's left was a pale-skinned, somewhat sickly-looking cute boy with white hair, lower rank 5, Rue. His white hair was slightly disheveled, and his gaze carried a hint of both innocence and ruthlessness. On the far left stood Kamunu, lower rank 6, with black hair tied into 4 short braids at the back and blue eyes. Jiang Chen's observation haki swept over the 6 lower-rank demons one by one. He gently shook his head and sighed inwardly. Sure enough, each of them looks like a non-mainstream type. However, these lower-rank demons, after all, are attribute points. Thinking of it this way, they suddenly seem much cuter. Nightmare's expression tightened, and as the leader of the lower moons, it shouted, "Let's go together. Stop him." Except for Sick Leaf, who was solely focused on escaping, the other 5 lower moons charged toward Jiang Chen simultaneously. As the words fell, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth gently curved upward. The moment the 5 lower-ranked demons stepped into Jiang Chen's gravity domain, an overwhelming force of gravity instantly enveloped them. The next moment, in just an instant, the 5 lower-ranked demons, each with a unique form, turned into 5 clouds of blood mist dissipating into the air. Bang bang bang! The remaining fleeing lower-ranked demon, Sanbinji, turned its head in terror, staring at the scene before it, its eyes wide open as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Without even moving, he had instantly annihilated all his companions of similar strength. Are you kidding me? With this level of strength, what could he use to stop it? Within his line of sight, Jiang Chen's figure suddenly vanished. Suddenly, Bingyi immediately sensed something was wrong and looked around in panic. At that moment, a voice filled with the aura of death came from above its head. Why did you run away again? Bingyi suddenly looked up, and the figure of the blind boy was right above him. How is this possible? When did he get above me? And why did he use again? Before he could think carefully, a flash of cold light streaked past. Bingyi only felt a dizzying whirl, followed by a piercing pain in his neck. Then, he lost all consciousness, his neck had been severed. Jiang Chen looked at Bingyi's decapitated body and shook his head. Just as expected, just like an anime, such a coward. Kill the lower-ranked demons Enmu, Rokuro, Byakuya, Ruiyuko, Rue, and Furuya to earn 1200 points. The kill information was also transmitted to Tang Chuyao, Lu Li, and Wang Ming's minds. At the same time, the 3 were simultaneously dumbfounded. Could it have been Jiang Chen who killed them? How did he do it? What the heck? Inside Spider Mountain, Tang Quansheng, Yang Chuanzhong, Rong Yang, and Luo Qingji, 4 cadets from the Linjiang Military Academy, were listlessly weaving through the jungle, their steps sluggish and faces weary. Wait, where are the ghosts? Tang Quansheng plopped down on the ground, propping himself up with his hands on the soil behind him, his eyes filled with confusion. Rong Yang frowned and murmured, "How strange, where on earth has the lower moon demon Rue gone? Why haven't we found him after searching for so long? It doesn't make sense. Hey, why don't you guys take a look at the leaderboard?" Yang Chuanzhong, who had been keeping an eye on the leaderboard, said faintly. Leaderboard? Tang Quansheng looked puzzled. When he turned his gaze to the leaderboard in his mind, he immediately jumped up from the ground. What the heck? Tang Xuanqing's eyes widened like saucers, and the words he spoke began to stutter. No, that's not it. Weren't Jiang Chen and the others supposed to kill an upper-ranked demon? One upper-ranked demon is worth 1000 points, so why do they have 1200 points? Rong Yang slightly furrowed his brows and speculated, could it be that after killing one upper-ranked demon, they also killed a lower-ranked demon? Tang Quansheng said with a face full of confusion. Impossible, right? In such a short time, and Jiang Chen clearly has the strength to kill upper-ranked demons, why would he specifically go after a lower-ranked demon? Shouldn't he take out all the upper-ranked demons first? Yang Chuanzhong shook his head and said slowly, at this moment, no, I've been keeping an eye on the leaderboard. Just now, I saw the points jump by 200 at a time, and in almost an instant, it shot up to 1200 points. As his words fell, the other 3 fell into silence. After a long while, Tang Quansheng tentatively asked, Old Yang, are you saying that Jiang Chen killed all the lower moon demons? Yang Chuanzhong heard this, looked at him, and nodded slightly. Tang Quansheng leaned against the tree listlessly, as if his soul had been taken away. No wonder they couldn't find the lower moon demon Rue after searching for so long. Clearly, their target, under normal circumstances, had no conflict with Jiang Chen's target at all. The secret realm only lasts for 3 days. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen is, the upper moon demons are scattered across the secret realm, and the distances are too great for him to kill them all. But the reality now is that Jiang Chen and his group aren't hunting the upper moon demons. Instead, they've wiped out all the lower moon demons. Did I somehow offend this big shot? Tang Quansheng frowned deeply, reflecting for a moment. He couldn't figure it out, his face showing an expression of utter despair. Why? Jiang Chen and his team clearly have the strength to kill upper-ranked demons, so why are they competing with us for lower-ranked demons? The other 3 couldn't figure it out either, and the surroundings fell into silence. After a moment, Rong Yang spoke up. Let's set aside why Jiang Chen wants to kill lower-ranked demons for now, but How did he manage to kill all the scattered lower-ranked demons at once? Tang Quanqing raised his head abruptly upon hearing this. Could it be that Jiang Chen has found the hidden reward again? Just like in Secret Realm number 1? After these words were spoken, the four of them looked at each other in dismay. If that's really the case, does it mean that this time they can only get the minimum guaranteed reward again? After all, they can't even defeat the upper moon demon, and the only lower moon demon they could handle has already been slain. Yang Chuanzhong said faintly, if that's really the case, could it be that even the upper moon demons will all be killed by Jiang Chen? No way, right? Tang Quanqing remained silent. At this moment, he only wanted to look up to the sky and question whether they were truly destined to live under Jiang Chen's shadow for their entire lives. Maybe I'm just too young. It turns out I really can't measure up to Jiang Chen. Rong Yang squatted on the ground, dejected. Countless teachers were nervously watching the leaderboard outside the secret realm. Due to the large number of participants, not everyone was displayed on the overall leaderboard. Only teams that earned points would appear on the board. The team Jiang Chen was in was hanging at the very top of the leaderboard, dominating the first place. At this moment, and behind Jiang Chen's team, there was only a solitary team that earned 200 points. Jiang Chen's 1200 points directly left them far behind. Lin Weidong excitedly pointed at the scoreboard and looked at the teaching director Wang Xin beside him. Director, look, Jiang Chen's team has scored points. The scene was also filled with the discussions of various teachers. At the same time, it's Jiang Chen and his team again. Wow, leading by a huge margin. Did they defeat the upper moon demons so quickly? But why is it 1,200 points? The teachers present exchanged glances with each other. Getting 200 points, 400 points, 1,000 points, or 2,000 points is understandable. It's nothing more than killing one or two lower-ranked demons or one or two upper-ranked demons. What does 1,200 points mean? Killed both upper-ranked demons and lower-ranked demons? Wang Xin glanced at Lin Weidong in confusion and slowly spoke. Why is it 1,200 points? Lin Weidong was also a bit puzzled. He frowned and muttered, strange, could it be that Jiang Chen and the others killed the upper moon demon first and then went to kill the lower moon demon? Wang Xin furrowed his brows tightly and said in a deep voice, why would they do that? It's such a waste of time. Shaolin, did you explain it clearly to them? Lin Weidong immediately explained, I do have it. The distribution map of the 12 demon moons has also been sent to them. Wang Xin and Lin Weidong simultaneously felt someone approaching from behind. They turned their heads and saw it was Vice Principal Du Hongsheng. At this moment, the two nodded respectfully at the same time. Principal Du. Du Hongsheng stared at the leaderboard, his eyes slightly narrowed. 1,200 points. Lin Weidong saw this and hurriedly tried to explain. Principal Du. Jiang Chen, he. Before Lin Weidong could finish, Du Hongsheng interrupted him and said slowly, forget it, it doesn't matter. We've just entered the secret realm, and there's still a long time before it closes. Jiang Chen must have his own plans. Let's just watch his performance. Wang Xin turned back to continue staring at the leaderboard inside. This secret realm's highest record over the years is 2,000 points. Jiang Chen has just entered and already scored 1,200 points. Could he be breaking the record again? Lin Weidong chimed in. Director, I think it's very likely that with Jiang Chen's strength, the upper moon demons are no match for him. And now, he's just entered and already scored 1,200 points. In the remaining time, as long as he doesn't rest, killing 2 more upper moon demons is completely achievable. A smile appeared on Wang Sen's face as he took out his phone to call his old friend from Linjiang Military Academy. Hey, Oldly, why isn't anyone from your academy on the leaderboard yet? What's going on here? As the words fell, online, on the live broadcast page of the South Jiang Warzone Secret Realm leaderboard, comments flashed by like snowflakes. At the same time, my goodness, the second secret realm just started, and Jiang Chen already has 1,200 points? I told you Brother Chen is a god. This year's freshmen are destined to live in Brother Chen's shadow. Is Jiang Chen about to break another record? Am I the only one who finds these points a bit strange? Did Jiang Chen kill an upper moon demon and then go kill a lower moon demon? What is Jiang Chen doing? Time is so tight, he must be killing upper moon demons first. At this rate, he might be able to kill 3 or 4 upper moon demons and break the record for secret realm number 2. You all have such limited imagination. Is there a possibility that Jiang Chen went in to eliminate all the lower moon demons first and then went to deal with all the upper moon demons? The 12 demon moons are scattered across various locations in the secret realm. No matter how strong Jiang Chen is, it's impossible to kill them all in just 3 days. Exactly. Do you really think Jiang Chen is a god? He just got lucky and obtained the hidden reward from secret realm number 1. If he's so capable, let him get the hidden reward from secret realm number 2 as well. At this moment, within the Infinity Castle, in a small room, Kibutsuji Musen, who had already taken on a semblance of human form, appeared dazed. Through Neikheim's perspective, it had personally witnessed Jiang Chen effortlessly crushing all of its lower-ranked demons with just a wave of his hand. Just now. Originally, it had thought the lower-ranked demons could at least buy it 5 minutes, but unexpectedly, they were wiped out in mere moments. moments. Who exactly is this blind young man? Is this truly a realm that humans can reach? Jiang Chen's figure once again disappeared from Ming Nu's perceptive view. At this moment, Ming Nu quickly finds Jiang Chen. You must stop him. Kibutsuji Nuzan's face showed a panicked expression as he hastily gave the order. By the time Ming Nu captured Jiang Chen's figure again, he was already only a few dozen meters away from her. Stop him quickly, Kibutsuji Nuzan shouted. However, as soon as the words fell, a muffled bang was heard, and immediately, Nuzan's vision was abruptly cut off. The biwa sound it had been anticipating also did not play. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Kibutsuji Nuzan's forehead. Neikaim is dead? What's going on? No, impossible, right? Kibutsuji Nuzan widened his eyes in shock. From its perspective, Jiang Chen hadn't even reached the front of the singing maiden, yet he locked onto her position from a distance and crushed her. But soon, Kibutsuji Nuzan confirmed it. After all, this blindfolded youth, no matter where he was teleported to, could instantly lock onto the singing maiden's position. Moreover, if Nuzan's guess about the blindfolded youth's ability is correct, it should be the power to manipulate gravity within a certain range. In this way, as long as one approaches the singing woman, there's no need to even see her figure. She can be crushed from a distance. It seemed to confirm Kibutsuji Nuzan's speculation. A sudden loud crash echoed. Rumble. The entire Infinity Castle began to shake violently, with horrifying cracks appearing on the walls, and stones continuously crumbling and falling. Infinity Castle is starting to collapse. No, I must stop him. As long as I can hold him off for 5 minutes, I can act and escape from here immediately. Hide from him for another few hundred years, and wait until this terrifying blind boy dies, then come out again. With this thought, Nuzan Kibutsuji immediately ordered all the upper-ranked demons. All upper-ranked demons, heed my command. Stop the blind boy at all costs. 6 figures, upon receiving the order, dashed without hesitation toward Jiang Chen's location. Yes. Now, without Neikaim's teleportation ability, they could only rely on their own legs, struggling to sprint toward their target in the already crumbling Infinity Castle. Every step they took was accompanied by the trembling and shattering of the bricks beneath their feet. At this moment, Jiang Chen was in a small room. In front of him, on the ground, there was only a shocking pool of blood and a tattered piece of clothing. Ming Nu, the controller of the Infinite City, had already been crushed into a mist of blood by him from a distance. Jiang Chen stood in place, and within his perception range, 6 figures were rapidly rushing toward him. Attribute points delivered to my doorstep again. Jiang Chen's lips curved slightly upward. In an instant, countless razor-sharp thin blades formed from coagulated blood slashed toward Jiang Chen at an astonishing speed. These blood blades intertwined, weaving into a massive blood net that sealed off all possible escape routes for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyebrows raised slightly. Blood demon art, flying blood scythe? In the anime, it is the ability possessed by the 6th upper moon demon, the brother of the sibling duo. According to memory, both siblings' heads must be severed simultaneously to kill them, otherwise, they can regenerate infinitely. Jiang Chen merely placed his right hand lightly on the hilt of the sword. In the blink of an eye, the blade slashed out fiercely. A sharp sword aura, wrapped in flickering lightning, streaked through like a flash of lightning, directly shattering the blood web formed by the blood blade. Jiang Chen controlled gravity. Immediately after, the moment the upper-ranked 6 demon siblings stepped into the gravity field, they simultaneously felt an overwhelming and terrifying force of gravity rushing toward them. Almost in the same instant, the siblings were pulled together by this powerful gravitational force. In the next moment, sword energy swept past like a fierce wind, slicing through both of their necks simultaneously. The brother and sister's eyes were filled with disbelief. Just one strike, just one sword, and they were instantly defeated. Killed upper rank 6 demons, Jotaro and Daki, gained 1,000 points. Upper rank 3 demon Akaza launched a surprise attack from Jiang Chen's side. At the same time, it was barefoot, sprinting across the ground at an incredible speed, leaping high into the air. Its hands instantly transformed into a pair of blue fist shadows, striking rapidly like a torrential storm. In an instant, countless blue shockwaves shot toward Jiang Chen like arrows leaving the bow. Jiang Chen merely tilted his head slightly. Gravity suddenly descended, and tens of tons of force, like Mount Tai pressing down, directly smashed Akaza into the ground. Immediately after, relying on his observation haki and the exquisite technique of Kami, Jiang Chen effortlessly dodged the several blue shockwaves with just a few slight movements of his body. Ah, what ability is this? Akaza widened his eyes and struggled to lift his head. However, Jiang Chen had already disappeared from his field of vision. A flash of cold light swept past, and he only felt the world instantly turn upside down. The next second, am I dead? Akaza's head rolled to the ground, his mouth opening and closing in utter disbelief. To master martial arts, he had turned into a demon, gaining an infinite lifespan, and yet, in the end, he was still slain by a human boy. With a single strike, he couldn't even touch a single hair on his opponent. Defeated upper rank demon 3, Akaza, gained 1,000 points. Seeing such a vast difference in strength, the other 4 upper rank demons were stunned in place. Jiang
Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly and said slowly, "If you won't come, then I'll come to you." Jiang Chen's feet rapidly stomped on the ground, a fleeting shadow darting by at high speed. With those words, silence fell. Swish, swish. Jiang Chen swiftly dodged Upper Moon 4 and Upper Moon 5. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The necks of Hantangu and Gyako were severed by the sharp sword intent. Killed upper rank 4 demon, Hantangu, gained 1000 points. Killed upper rank 5 demon, Gyako, gained 1000 points. Immediately after, overwhelming gravity instantly enveloped the remaining Doma and Kokoshibo. Under this terrifying gravity, the two couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Doma clenched his teeth, struggling to swing the two golden iron fans in his hands. Countless lotus-shaped ice crystals poured toward Jiang Chen. In an instant, the ice crystals directly smashed the ground where Jiang Chen stood, creating a deep pit. Rumble. However, Jiang Chen was no longer in the same spot. "You all are unexpectedly weak." Jiang Chen's voice drifted faintly from behind Doma. It suddenly twisted its head, a flash of cold light streaking past. Defeated Upper Moon 2, Doma, gained 1000 points. Not far away, Kokoshibo gritted his teeth, enduring tens of tons of gravity, and forcibly drew his sword. Breath of the Moon, First Form, Dark Moon, Palace of the Night. A crescent-shaped slash came striking toward Jiang Chen. In an instant, this time, Jiang Chen did not dodge but directly drew his sword and swung it. Buzz, sizzle. The sword energy enveloped in lightning crushed the crescent slash with an unstoppable force, then pierced through Kokoshibo's neck at lightning speed. The six-eyed head slowly slid off the neck. Thud. The head rolled to the ground, and Kokoshibo's body also fell heavily forward. Defeated upper rank 1 demon, Kokoshibo, gained 1000 points. Jiang Chen looked around. All the upper rank demons had already been slain. Now, only Muzan, the demon king, remains. Jiang Chen slightly tilted his head, his observation hockey firmly locking onto Muzan's position. The 4 cadets from Linjiang Military Academy sat together, each leaning against a tree, bored out of their minds. Yang Chuanzhong said faintly, suddenly, "Well, take a look at the leaderboard." The other 3 people, upon hearing this, all turned their gaze toward the leaderboard in their minds. Rome Yang's eyes were about to pop out as he stammered, 7,200 points? Tang Quanqing swallowed hard and exclaimed, "My goodness, 7,200 points. An upper moon demon is worth 1,000 points, a lower moon demon is worth 200 points. Did they wipe out the entire 12 Kazuki?" Rome Yang forcibly calmed his emotions, glanced at everyone, and asked in confusion, "The first day isn't even over yet. How did Jiang Chen manage it? Could he possibly clone himself?" Luo Qingji, who had been silent all along, shook his head. "We're still too young. His target isn't just the lower-ranked demons, but all of the 12 Kazuki." Yang Chuanzhong's brows furrowed slightly as he speculated. "I feel like that's not all. Jiang Chen most likely found the hidden reward, otherwise, it would be impossible to directly eliminate all the 12 demon moons." Tang Quanqing raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. "Old Yang, are you saying Jiang Chen and his team could still earn over 10,000 points?" Yang Chuanzhong shook his head lightly and said, "Not necessarily. The hidden reward of this secret realm has never been claimed before, so no one knows what it is. Don't forget, some secret realms' hidden rewards are special items or abilities." Rong Yang's eyes were full of envy as he said, "The abilities of those demons were the breathing techniques of the Demon Slayer Corps? I have to say, the abilities of those demons are so diverse, it wouldn't be bad to get one." As the words fell, Tang Quanqing couldn't help but sigh. Whether the hidden reward is points or abilities, with Jiang Chen's growth rate, he might become a general in less than a year. Yang Chuanzhong frowned slightly. "A general is not judged solely by strength. Merits are also important." Tang Quanqing retorted, "If the strength is sufficient, aren't merits easy to achieve?" Yang Chuanzhong nodded and then sighed. "That's true. Thanks to Jiang Chen's blessing, these first 2 secret realms have been really easy. There's basically nothing for us to do." The 4 exchanged glances, then simultaneously clasped their hands together and said in unison. As the words fell, "Please don't let Jiang Chen be assigned to the next secret realm. Please don't let Jiang Chen be assigned to the next secret realm." X4. Outside the secret realm, the crowd was bustling, and all the teachers stared at the scoreboard in astonishment. 7,200 points. Unprecedented. 2 consecutive secret realms broke records, and the gap with the previous record was significantly widened. On the stands, students from the Starsea Military Academy Ability Association gathered together. Yang Xiaotong stared intently at the scoreboard, her brows furrowed, lost in thought. She sensed someone approaching from behind. Turning around, Yang Xiaotong saw it was their association president, Chen Zhang. Suddenly, Yang Xiaotong nodded politely, "President." Chen Zhang walked toward Yang Xiaotong while staring intently at the leaderboard, his expression strange. "Am I seeing this right? 7,200 points?" Yang Xiaotong shrugged and said slowly, "Yes, now you should believe it." Before this, President Chen Zhang had been out completing tasks and hadn't had the chance to see Jiang Chen in person, only learning bits and pieces through Yang Xiaotong's reports. He had always been doubting whether Yang Xiaotong and the others had conspired to deceive him. Now it seemed that Jiang Chen was indeed
this outrageous. After all, the secret realm's leaderboard doesn't lie.
Chen Zhang stood beside Yang Xiaotong, the corner of his mouth twitching, his face full of confusion.
How did he do it? Is he going to get another hidden reward?
Yang Xiaotong touched her chin and nodded, saying,
I think it's pretty close to the mark. 7,200 points. Did he kill all the 12 Kazuki?
I feel a bit sorry for those matched with Jiang Chen. Chen Zhang shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. I couldn't get many points in Secret Realm number 1, and in Secret Realm number 2, I can only get the guaranteed minimum points.
But, as the words fell, Yang Xiaotong couldn't help but burst into laughter.
She hadn't thought of this layer yet. Now that she thinks about it, Tang Chuanqing's team seems to consist entirely of rare talents, practically prodigies, yet Jiang Chen managed to mess them up, leaving them with hardly any points from 2 consecutive secret realms. It's likely that Tang Quanqing and his team now only regret not being born 2 years earlier.
Shen Zhang looked around and asked, Where's Chu Liang? Yang Xiaotong replied, He went with Zhang Qingyu to do an S-level mission. Shen Zhang pondered for a moment and said,
I was thinking, after the secret realm expedition ends, we should promote Jiang Chen to an association officer.
Yang Xiaotong slightly furrowed her brows. Wouldn't that be a bit too fast?
In the Starsea Military Academy Association, only by becoming an association officer can one follow the 5th rank president or vice president to take on S-level missions.
This is also a rule passed down within the Starsea Military Academy Ability Users Association. Chen Zhang shook his head, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chen's name on the leaderboard.
No, in this world, strength is paramount.
Didn't you say his current strength already rivals that of a 4th-tier ability user? He's qualified. Yang Xiaotong asked, The association only has 12 seats for its executives. Should we add an extra seat or replace someone?
Replace someone. The capable take the position, Shen Zhang said slowly.
Stick to the old rules, let Jiang Chen pick one, and the winner stays.
Yang Xiaotong was silent for a moment and sighed. When Zhang Qingyu and the others come back, they'll probably be shocked. It's only the 2nd month, and Jiang Chen is already challenging an association officer.
Shen Zhang laughed and said, That's a good thing too.
With such a genius in our military academy, we can bask in some of the glory.
Inside the Infinite City.
Due to the death of Mingnu, the Infinite City is already on the verge of collapse.
Rumble.
At this moment, the intricate wooden corridor began to collapse bit by bit, and the surrounding wooden rooms were trembling violently. At this moment, Kibutsuji Musen had already taken on a roughly human form and was almost fully restored.
Its expression froze on its face.
Just now, it clearly sensed that all the upper-ranked demons had lost contact with it.
Obviously, all the upper-ranked demons are already dead.
Kibutsuji Musen's expression twisted, and a drop of cold sweat slowly trickled down his temple.
How is it possible? His most powerful upper-ranked demon core couldn't even hold out for 2 minutes? Could it be that blind boy was just toying with me on the street earlier, not using his full strength at all? Impossible. Otherwise, judging by his performance on the street, my upper moon demon army would definitely have a chance if we joined forces. No, faster, faster. I must run.
After escaping this time, I'll hide for at least 300 years before coming out again, under the threat of death.
Musen's recovery speed increased dramatically. After a while, Musen successfully regained his mobility. Finally,
without the slightest hesitation, it sprang up directly from the trembling ground, needing to escape from here at the fastest speed. A sudden surge of immense gravity rose from the ground, directly pulling it down from the air and slamming it heavily onto the surface.
However, in the next moment,
Kibutsuji Musen turned his head to look, and a blind young man holding a blind cane was walking toward him slowly with a smile on his face. Behind him was a massive gap cleaved open by sword energy. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, revealing the terrifying whites of his eyes.
Musen, where do you think you're going?
Kibutsuji Musen propped himself up with both hands, struggling to stand. His legs trembled slightly, the bones in his knees emitting a strained crackling sound, and every inch of his muscles was desperately resisting the 68 tons of gravity exerted by Jiang Chen. Not far from him, Jiang Chen, holding a sword within a staff, was approaching slowly with a smile on his face. Behind Jiang Chen, there was a massive gap cleaved through by sword energy. The moment Kibutsuji Musen saw Jiang Chen's figure, his pupils contracted sharply, and he let out an angry roar.
Who, exactly are you? Jiang Chen wore a faint smile on his face and said, Me? Didn't I already tell you? Someone here to take your life. Kibutsuji Musen obviously couldn't accept this answer, his voice hysterical. Humans? Impossible. How could ordinary humans possess such immense power? He continued, as the words fell. You possess such immense power, don't you want to achieve immortality? As long as we work together, I can help you.
In Kibutsuji Musen's understanding, death was the most terrifying thing of all. He feared death. The temptation of attaining immortality is enough to make any human give up everything, even dignity, even freedom, even becoming an ugly creature.
As long as you're willing, I can help you. Not only will you gain immortality, but your power will also become even stronger. Its voice trembled continuously, as if pleading, yet also as if struggling.
Before it could finish speaking, the ground shook violently again, and the Infinity Castle was on the verge of collapse.
Rumble. Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly and said expressionlessly, "Alright, it's about to collapse. I have no interest in becoming a demon. Let's finish this quickly." Kibutsuji Musen also knew very well that within the gravity field of this blind young man before him, there was absolutely no hope of escape, let alone the fact that his speed was astonishingly fast. As the words fell, "Then just die for me," Kibutsuji Musen let out a furious roar, his hands suddenly transforming into thorned whips, lashing madly at Jiang Chen. The thorned whips tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. The blade unsheathed, and a sharp sword aura instantly slashed out. The thorned whips, covered in barbs, were immediately severed into two pieces. The next moment, clang! Jiang Chen exerted force with his feet, his figure vanishing from the spot. The ground beneath him instantly cracked, forming spiderweb-like fissures. In almost the blink of an eye, Kibutsuji Musen only saw a flash of cold light before the blade in Jiang Chen's hand was already in front of him. Jiang Chen's blade swept down. Musen Kibutsuji's head instantly soared into the air, only for countless threads of flesh to shoot out from his neck at blinding speed, yanking the severed head back into place. Musen erupted into deranged laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, you cannot kill me. The Infinity Castle is collapsing. If you insist on wasting time with me here, we'll both die together." Kibutsuji Musen is extremely difficult to kill because he possesses 5 brains and 7 hearts within his body. Only by destroying all of these brains and hearts can he be completely killed. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth lifted slightly. No one can possibly know the locations of the organs inside his body, and coupled with Kibutsuji Musen's astonishing regenerative abilities, ordinary people simply cannot kill him. Jiang Chen is different. With his near X-ray-like observation Haki perception, all of Kibutsuji Musen's internal organs are laid bare before him. However, is that so? I really don't believe it. 3 seconds, and I'll take your life. Gravity directly enveloped Kibutsuji Musen, the gravity coming from all directions like countless invisible giant hands, firmly pinning him in place. Jiang Chen's voice fell. Jiang Chen swung his sword, striking precisely at the heart hidden in his right arm. Immediately after, Kibutsuji Musen's eyes widened, staring at Jiang Chen in disbelief. "No, impossible. How could he possibly know the location of my heart?" Just as Kibutsuji Musen thought Jiang Chen was merely guessing, another flash of cold light streaked by, and the brain in Kibutsuji Musen's left rib was instantly shattered, red and white brain matter splattering. It stared at Jiang Chen in shock, its eyes filled with fear and despair. It can see the heart and brain inside my body? You can see? No, I will never die here. I am immortal, I can never die." Kibutsuji Musen widened his eyes and let out a roar. Immediately, 9 whip-like tubes extended from its back, stabbing toward Jiang Chen at an incredible speed. Jiang Chen lightly twisted his body, effortlessly dodging the nearly inescapable attack with an inconceivable posture. Jiang Chen exerted all his strength, his sword strikes transforming entirely into afterimages. The next moment, 12 sword intents were unleashed simultaneously, precisely striking all the hearts and brains within Musen Kibutsuji's body. Finally, a sharp sword aura swept across, accompanied by powerful lightning, crackling as it passed. The sword aura struck Kibutsuji Musen's body, slashing it and sending it flying. Kibutsuji Musen's body traced a long arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Its severed limbs scattered in the air, like fallen leaves in the wind, drifting powerlessly. Kibutsuji Musen's head rolled onto the ground, its gaze sideways at Jiang Chen, who still maintained his sword-swinging stance, eyes wide open in disbelief. It could never believe that after the strongest swordsman, Yorichi Tsujikuni, there could still be a human capable of reaching such a level of power. No, he is even stronger than Yorichi Tsujikuni. Detected that Kibutsuji Musen and the 12th Kazuki are all dead. This secret realm is about to end. The rewards will be settled uniformly in 10 seconds. This hidden reward will only be granted to the slayer, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sheathed his sword. As expected, the hidden reward is for slaying Kibutsuji Musen. The benefits of being a transmigrator are truly countless. I didn't expect the hidden reward of this secret realm to be granted only to the one who killed Kibutsuji Musen. Well, that's not bad, considering the other 3 didn't contribute at all in this secret realm. Jiang Chen took a moment to glance at the leaderboard. 1 SD place, Jiang Chen and Tang Chuyao and Lu Li and Wang Ming, points, 7,200. 2 ND place, Tang Quanqing and Yang Chuanzhong and Rong Yang and Luo Qingji, points, 0. 3 RD place, Zhou Man and Peng Wenwei and Qi Longlong and Yuan Hongqiao, points, 0. 4 TH place, Xia Guiqing and Zhu Xiaokun and Chen Lijun and Wu Lianxia, points, 0. Except for Jiang Chen, the other 3 teams didn't score a single point. It has to be said, that's really a bit miserable. And this Tang Quanqing and Yang Chuanzhong, they sound somewhat familiar? I remember they both have rare talents from the Linjiang Military Academy. Forget it, what does it have to do with me? Being strong yourself is the most important thing. Once inside the secret realm, it's all about individual skills. A total of 7,200 points, divided equally, that's 1,800 attribute points per person. My total attribute points are only 3,400 right now, and this instantly increases by more than half. This speed boost is simply comprehensive.
comparable to riding a rocket. As a flash of white light passed, the surrounding scenery instantly changed, marking the official end of the secret realm. While Jiang Chen was pondering, a flash of white light passed. Jiang Chen once again arrived in a pure white secret realm settlement space. Around him, Tang Chuyao and Lu Li stood in place with blank expressions, while Wang Ming sat paralyzed on the ground, his face dazed.
Is it over? Wang Ming's voice trembled, carrying a hint of uncertainty as he looked around in confusion.
He only knew that he had followed them into a collapsing alternate space, without seeing a single figure, only watching the points continuously increase.
Jiang Chen, are you okay?
As soon as Tang Chuyao saw Jiang Chen, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. She quickly walked over, her tone full of concern. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a relaxed smile.
I'm fine.
Wang Ming suddenly stood up with a start, his eyes wide open as he stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief.
Chen bro, did you get another hidden reward? Jiang Chen, what exactly is going on? Tang Chuyao and Lu Li also looked at Jiang Chen with curiosity. Jiang Chen pondered slightly and replied, Kibutsuji Musen should be the king of the 12 Kazuki. We accidentally stumbled into their territory, which caused the 12 Kazuki to be summoned back. Just leave everything to coincidence. Anyway, accidentally running into the Demon King while shopping is quite reasonable. Wang Ming blinked his bright eyes and asked, oh my, such great luck. Brother Chen, how did you figure out that Kibutsuji Musen is a demon? I can sense the unique aura on it. Jiang Chen calmly replied. Wang Ming nodded upon hearing this. I see.
Jiang Chen's current observation haki can be said to be the best in the world, capable of sensing things others cannot, which is quite normal. No one can accuse Jiang Chen of lying, as no one possesses an observation haki as terrifying as his.
Wang Ming waved his hands wildly in the air, his face full of excitement. 7,200 points, 1,800 attribute points per person. After speaking, he turned around, grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, and said firmly, Brother Chen, from now on, you're my big brother. No, you're my dad. Get lost, I don't have a son like you.
Jiang Chen said coldly. Wang Ming didn't mind Jiang Chen's cold tone, he just kept giggling to himself. He.
Jiang Chen, thank you. If you ever need help with anything, you must let me know. I'll definitely be the first to step up.
Tang Chuyao's face showed an excited expression as she waved her little fist, her gaze toward Jiang Chen full of admiration. Lu Li also had a faint smile on her face.
Jiang Chen, thank you.
After speaking, Lu Li bowed to Jiang Chen, her high ponytail swaying behind her head.
1,800 attribute points.
For freshmen like them who had just entered college, it was something completely unimaginable, especially Tang Chuyao, who benefited from Jiang Chen's presence, gaining over 1,000 attribute points in 2 consecutive secret realms. Now, after leaving the secret realm, she will probably reach the threshold of a Tier 3 ability user directly. Apart from Jiang Chen, Tang Chuyao is the student who reached Tier 3 ability user the fastest. Jiang Chen waved his hand. For him, bringing them along was merely due to the rules of the secret realm. At this moment, the crisp notification sound of the secret realm suddenly echoed in his mind.
Settling the rewards for the Demon Slayer secret realm. 1800 attribute points have been distributed. Gained 1,800 attribute points. Current allocatable attribute points, 1,800.
Gained 180 skill points. Current allocatable skill points, 190. Detected that Jiang Chen has slain the Ghost King Musen Kibutsuji. Hidden reward will be issued soon. Please draw the hidden reward.
A giant roulette will appear in Jiang Chen's mind without any warning. In an instant, the roulette clearly listed all the abilities from Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, including various blood demon arts and breathing techniques. This time, the hidden reward is actually a special ability? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Well, that's fine, having more skills never hurts. Immediately after, Jiang Chen decisively spun the wheel. Thorn Whip, Black Blood Bramble, Moon Breathing, Crystal Maiden, Technique Deployment, Blood Scythe, Thunder Breathing. The roulette pointer swiftly swept across various ability options. Finally, the pointer steadily stopped on a slot with a sun symbol. Acquired Sun Breathing Technique. Loading Sun Breathing Technique. Sun Breathing Technique loaded successfully. A scorching surge of heat rushed into Jiang Chen's body like a raging tide. In an instant, the heat was so intense it felt as if it could melt his internal organs. He felt every inch of his muscles enduring the searing flames, as if countless red-hot steel needles were piercing him. His cells trembled violently under the impact of the high temperature, as though they might shatter at any moment. Jiang Chen's breathing involuntarily became rapid and heavy, each exhale carrying a scorching heat, as if what he exhaled was not air but flames. Immediately after, his skin began to emit a faint glow of fire. At first, the glow was just a weak flicker, like a candle flame swaying in the darkness. But, in an instant, the light expanded at an astonishing speed, growing brighter and brighter, gradually becoming as dazzling and radiant as the sun, so intense that it was almost impossible to look at directly. Wang Ming suddenly turned his head, staring intently at Jiang Chen, his voice trembling slightly. Chen bro, what's wrong with you? Lu Li also shouted anxiously. Jiang Chen, are you okay? Tang Chuyao slightly furrowed her brows and said softly, didn't you you see the notification? Jiang Chen has obtained the sun breathing technique and should be receiving his reward now. Sun breathing technique? What the heck is that? Wang Ming widened his eyes. The reward Jiang Chen received could be seen by everyone within this secret realm. However, no one knew what the sun breathing technique was. The textbooks only recorded the ordinary breathing techniques of this world, such as thunder breathing, water breathing, flame breathing. Tang Chuyao thought for a moment and said, judging by the name, it might be related to the sun. Wang Ming felt incredulous and turned to look at Jiang Chen, who was as dazzling as the sun. Damn, the power of the sun? Tang Chuyao involuntarily ignited a tiny flame on her fist, but compared to the radiant Jiang Chen at this moment, her eyes revealed deep envy. Jiang Chen slowly exhaled, letting out a long sizzle sound. A moment later, immediately, he swiftly drew the blade. A dazzling flame instantly engulfed the sword, and in the blink of an eye, the entire blade transformed into a flaming sword radiating with lightning brilliance. Jiang Chen sensed the immense power emanating from the sword. Is this the heck knife from anime? Attach the energy of the sun directly to the blade, forming a burning crimson edge. The breath of the sun is the origin and foundation of all breathing techniques. It is also the breathing technique mastered by the strongest swordsman, Yorichi Tsujikuni, capable of unleashing energy akin to the sun. I can't believe my luck is this good. I drew the strongest ability right away. A notification sound came from the system. Suddenly, host has acquired a new ability, loading. Loading successful. Sun breathing LV.1, 0 out of 100. Current destructive power increase, 10x. Next level, destructive power increase, 15x. Jiang Chen saw the system prompt and couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. The system can actually directly absorb skills. It can even allocate points. Destructive power increased tenfold. I remember the last time I tested the destructive power. Although the equipment in the association hit its upper limit, I could still feel that it was almost reaching its maximum. In other words, sword energy at the proficient level, combined with the amplification from armament haki projection, can roughly achieve a 20-fold increase in power. Now, with the addition of sun breathing, it can unleash at least 30 times more destructive power. What kind of concept is that? Jiang Chen thought of this and decisively started allocating points. 1,800 attribute points were instantly distributed across various attributes. As bursts of golden light flashed, strength 1040 plus, spirit 2080 plus, constitution 1040 plus, agility 1040 plus, controllable gravity 104 tons, 1 ton increase per 20 points of mental strength attribute. Jiang Chen felt a warm current surge through his body, spreading to every part in the blink of an eye. The moment the attribute points were fully allocated, every cell was gently enveloped by this warm current, as if immersed in a clear spring under the warm sun of spring, comfortable and pleasant. His muscles began to tense, the sense of power surging within him like a spring tide, every muscle like an awakened beast, brimming with vitality and energy. His bones emitted a faint yet crisp sound, as if undergoing a transformation. Jiang Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He instinctively clenched his fist, the veins on his arm slightly bulging. A moment later, whoosh, his strength had already reached 1040 points. This meant that his basic destructive power had reached 10,400, 30 times the destructive power amplification. This means that his full strength strike now can unleash destructive power exceeding 300,000 calories. TSK. It has completely reached the destructive power requirements of a late-stage 4th-tier ability user. Just thinking about it feels terrifying. And now, his total attribute points are only 5,200, still 2,800 points short of the 8,000 points required for a Tier 4 ability user. At most, he could be considered mid-tier 3, appearing as mid-tier 3 on the surface, but in reality, his strength rivals late tier 4. Not only that, the gravity he can now control has reached 104 tons. In this secret realm, Tier 3 upper moon demons can barely withstand his gravity without their bodies exploding. I'm afraid that for 3rd-tier ability users or fierce beasts, I only need a single thought to turn them directly into a blood mist. Next, such a powerful and practical gravity field must have its range further increased. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen looked at the skill panel in his mind. Assignable skill points, 190. Blind Swordsmanship LV.4, 0/80 plus, currently comprehended sword cheat proficient, next level, sword cheat mastery. Observation Haki LV.3, 0/180 plus, current range 1000 meters, next level, range expands to 2000 meters. Armament Haki LV.3, 0/180 plus, comprehended armament external release, next level, internal destruction. Gravity Field LV.4, 0/80 plus, current field range 500 meters, gravity wave control proficient, next level, range expands to 1000 meters. Navy 6 Styles LV.3, 0/40 plus, sun breathing LV.1, 0/150, current destructive power amplification 10x, next level, destructive power amplification 15x. Hint, when the total level of multiple combined skills reaches LV.20, the next skill Gravity Blade, Tiger
Tiger can be unlocked. Current unlock progress, 18/20. There are only 190 skill points. Due to acquiring a new skill, there are only 2 levels left to unlock Gravity Blade Tiger, so there's absolutely no need to worry, it's more than enough. The 2 hockey skills definitely won't be upgraded, as they require too many skill points. Prioritize enhancing the gravity field instead. After all, improving the gravity domain not only increases the range of gravity but, more importantly, requires quickly reaching mastery in gravity manipulation. As for the remaining skill points, there's nothing better to choose. Let's upgrade blind swordsmanship. With sword energy at the mastery level, my destructive power is estimated to approach 400,000 calories. I never expected that clearing a secret realm once could bring such a massive improvement. My strength has at least doubled. Thinking of this, Zhangchen couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth. He decisively allocated skill points to the gravity domain and blind swordsmanship. Immediately after, blind swordsmanship LV.4, blind swordsmanship LV.5, 0/160 plus, currently mastered sword cheat proficient, next level, sword gang is skilled. Ding ding ding. Gravity domain LV.4, gravity domain LV.5, 0/160 plus, current domain range 1000 meters, next level, range expands to 2000 meters, mastering gravity wave control proficient. Assignable skill points, 30. Seeing the preview of the next level, Zhangchen couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The next level of blind swordsmanship can reach sword chi. This means the destructive power can be enhanced once again. As for the gravity domain, the next level not only expands its range but also directly comprehends mastery level gravity wave manipulation. This also means that what couldn't be done before, focusing gravity on a single point, might be achievable at the next level. Including the gravity rebound scene in anime, like Fujitora's, might also be possible. The system in his mind once again emitted a series of notification sounds. At this moment, skill total level detected to have reached 20. Unlocking Gravity Blade Tiger. Unlock successful. Gravity Blade Tiger can accumulate gravity on the weapon and slash it out. Gravity Blade Tiger, LV.1, 0/10, currently can apply 100% gravity, next level, can apply 200% gravity. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills reaches LV.30, the next skill, Conqueror's Haki, can be unlocked. Current unlock progress, 21/40. Zhangchen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy at the sight. Finally unlocked, one of Fujitora's signature moves. As for the other signature move, that must be the meteor drop, but it probably won't happen so soon. The next unlock is Conqueror's Haki. In the anime, it seems like Fujitora hasn't shown the ability to use Conqueror's Haki. Can he? Or could it be, the system can achieve something that even Fujitora in the original work couldn't? If that's really the case, then it's not just Conqueror's Haki, perhaps even Devil Fruit Awakening is possible, enabling gravity manipulation at the atomic level. Now, there are 30 skill points left. Let's directly level up Fierce Tiger. Zhangchen did not hesitate at all. Another burst of golden light flickered. Gravity Blade Fierce Tiger LV.1, Gravity Blade Fierce Tiger, LV.3, 0/40, currently can apply 500% gravity, next level, can apply 1000% gravity. Just by adding 2 levels, it can already apply 500% gravity. Skill points available, 0, as expected of one of Fujitora's signature skills. Thinking of this, Zhangchen chuckled softly, his face full of confidence, and an even sharper aura involuntarily emanated from him. Tang Chuyao, Wang Ming, and Lu Li, who had already finished adding their attribute points, stood by and stared blankly at Zhangchen. Chen, brother Chen, are you okay? Wang Ming asked. Zhangchen, are you alright? Tang Chuyao and Lu Li also asked worriedly. The corners of Zhangchen's mouth lifted slightly. Me? I'm doing just fine. He retracted the blade back into the blind cane and slowly walked toward the secret realm's exit. With that, she left. It's just about finding an opportunity to try out 2 new moves. Next, as Zhangchen walked, he glanced at the skill panel once again. Observation Haki LV.3, Armament Haki LV.3, Blind Swordsmanship LV.5, Gravity Domain LV.5, Gravity Blade Fierce Tiger LV.3, Sun Breathing LV.1, Navy 6 Styles LV.3. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills reaches LV.30, the next skill, Conqueror's Haki, can be unlocked. Current unlock progress, 23/40. In the live broadcast room of the online Secret Realm leaderboard, countless netizens watching this secret realm were stunned, and comments in the live chat floated by like snowflakes. At this moment, impossible, did the secret realm bug out? First place with 7,200 points? How is that even possible? And how long has it been? Probably not even the first night has passed in the secret realm, right? Is this secret realm going to end early? Didn't you notice that in the subzone where Zhangchen is, the other 3 teams all have 0 points? I reasonably speculate that the 12 demon moons were all taken out by Zhangchen. Taking out the 12 demon moons all in one night? How on earth did he do that? Brothers, does anyone know any students from Shanghai Military Academy? Help me find out how Zhangchen managed to do it. it? I'm really curious. I think it's highly likely that Jiang Chen and his team found another hidden reward. 2 hidden rewards in a row. Jiang Chen is probably close to becoming a tier 4 ability user by now, right? Jiang Chen, I am willing to call him the god of the new generation. He'll definitely become a general within a year. That's what I say. Who agrees? Who disagrees? This growth speed. Who would still dare to mock my brother Chen as blind? What uses fast growth speed? To rush to the battlefield and die quickly? Brothers, report the guy upstairs. All the teachers craned their necks, staring blankly at the leaderboard. Outside the secret realm, 7,200 points. Doesn't that mean everyone has been killed? Is the secret realm going to end early? You ask me, who should I ask? I've never seen this happen either. Look quickly, it's really over. A teacher pointed at the distorted entrance of the secret realm and shouted loudly. As ripples spread across the surface of the secret realm's entrance, Jiang Chen and the other 3 stepped out from within. Buzz buzz buzz. They're out. They're out. The moment all the teachers saw Jiang Chen and his group, they instantly surged forward, surrounding them in several layers. After all, only Jiang Chen's group had come out so far, while the other students were still inside the secret realm. The teachers present were all very curious about how Jiang Chen managed to take down all the 12 demon moons. Du Hongsheng came over, asking while observing the 4 of them, Jiang Chen, are you all uninjured? Principal, director, teacher Lin, we're fine. Jiang Chen nodded in response. The group still found it a bit hard to believe. After observing for a while and confirming there were indeed no injuries, they finally felt relieved. Du Hongsheng stared at Jiang Chen, his eyes full of shock. Jiang Chen's strength was indeed very strong. Killing an upper moon demon and a lower moon demon without getting injured was normal, but the other 3 were also completely unharmed? Could it be that this secret realm was entirely Jiang Chen killing demons on his own? Thinking of this, Du Hongsheng asked, Jiang Chen, how exactly did you do it? Did you receive a hidden reward? All the teachers around perked up their ears, listening curiously. As the words fell, Jiang Chen said slowly, yes, everything was just a coincidence. Jiang Chen recounted the entire experience in the secret realm in full detail, of course, attributing everything to coincidence. Accidentally discovered the Ghost King, followed him into the Ghost King's lair, casually killed all the ghosts. As Jiang Chen slowly recounted everything, the teachers around him, who were all ears, widened their eyes more and more. The number 2 secret realm turns out to be like this. After Jiang Chen finished saying all this, the air fell into a moment of silence. After a while, Du Hongsheng slowly asked, Kibutsuji Musen, is he very strong? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, probably just early stage 4, not very strong. The surrounding teachers, upon hearing this, all cast disdainful glances at Jiang Chen. A student who came out of secret realm number 2 says that the early stage of the 4th tier isn't very strong? Is that even something a person would say? By the way, what is the hidden reward for this secret realm? Du Hongsheng changed the topic and asked curiously. Jiang Chen said slowly, Breath of the Sun. Du Hongsheng frowned slightly, Breath of the Sun? Does the Demon Slayer's secret realm actually have such a breathing technique? With those words, silence fell. After speaking, he glanced at the teachers around him. The teachers around also looked at each other in confusion. This secret realm had appeared quite a few times, but in all previous explorations, they had never heard of any Breath of the Sun from the mouths of the Demon Slayer core inside. Jiang Chen saw this and placed his right hand on the sword hilt, exhaling a breath. He suddenly drew the blade, and immediately, a dazzling flame wrapped around the sword. SSS. The next moment, the flame danced on the sword like a living creature, its scorching aura spreading instantly, as if the surrounding air had been ignited. Woo! The teachers exclaimed in astonishment, stepping back a few paces, their eyes filled with shock. This is the Breath of the Sun? Du Hongsheng murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the sword in Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, giving his wrist a gentle shake. The flames on the sword vanished as if they had never appeared. Jiang Chen, what do you think your current strength? Du Hongsheng hesitated for a moment and finally asked, has reached what level? Jiang Chen smiled faintly, without directly answering, and instead said, Principal, what do you think? Du Hongsheng was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. Judging from the energy fluctuations emanating from the blade just now, Jiang Chen's true strength, enhanced by the Breath of the Sun, had probably already reached the late stage of the 4th tier. Good, very good. Du Hongsheng praised repeatedly. Principal, we'll head back to rest now, Jiang Chen said. Go on. Du Hongsheng patted his shoulder, his eyes full of admiration. A few more hours passed, as the flow of time within the secret realm was far faster than in reality. At this moment, the entrance to the secret realm began to ripple again. The next moment, groups of students started walking out from inside. Suddenly, one of the students turned to glance at the leaderboard, froze, and then exclaimed in shock. What the heck? Am I seeing things? 7,200 points? How is that possible? In the secret realm, they could only see the leaderboard for the zone they were assigned to, not the overall leaderboard. Soon, more and more students turned to look at the leaderboard. Whoa, it's Jiang Chen again. Oh my gosh, what did they do? How did they get a perfect score in this secret realm?
We fought tooth and nail to get a few hundred points, and they actually scored 7,200 points? No, seriously, isn't this a bug in the secret realm? In their team, only Jiang Chen is capable of instantly killing an upper moon demon, right? How could they possibly wipe out the entire 12 Kazuki in just 3 days? Our homeroom teacher just said that Jiang Chen and his team wiped out the entire 12 Kazuki in just one night. No way. One night? That's impossible. It's true. I heard Jiang Chen went straight to the Demon King's lair and wiped out all the demons in one go. What the heck? Ghosts have lairs? I haven't read much. Don't try to fool me. TSK. The other 3 teams matched with Jiang Chen, 3 big zeros. I feel sorry for them for a second. On the other side, the cafeteria of Xinghai Military Academy. Jiang Chen and his group had just finished their meal and pushed open the glass door to walk out. Wang Ning held a toothpick in his mouth and asked casually, "Chen, heading back to the dorm?" "No." Jiang Chen looked up at the distant, rolling mountain shadows. "I'm going to the back mountain." "The back mountain?" Wang Ning spat out the toothpick. "That place is nothing but weeds and rocks. What are you going there for?" Jiang Chen said softly, "I have some new insights, going to try out a new move." Having just acquired the gravity blade, Fierce Tiger, he definitely needs to find a place to test it first. This is a large-scale destructive skill, so going to the association is definitely not suitable. With his current strength, the entire association might be directly cut down by a single strike. The military base is too far away, and he's too lazy to go there, so he might as well head to the back mountain to try it out. Wang Ming's eyes lit up upon hearing this. A new technique? Then I'll go take a look too. I'll go too. Tang Chuyao also raised her hand and spoke. She was also very curious about what kind of technique Jiang Chen could develop. Luli glanced at the two of them and softly said, "Then I'll go take a look as well." Jiang Chen didn't mind. At this moment, he sensed Yang Xiaotong and a man quietly approaching him from behind, with the man exuding a powerful aura. Jiang Chen turned around, tilting his head slightly. A tall man walked over, a faint smile on his face, and extended his hand toward Jiang Chen. "Hello, Jiang Chen. Who are you?" Jiang Chen's gaze swept over Yang Xiaotong, who was standing beside the man. Noticing this, Yang Xiaotong smiled and introduced, "This is the president of our association. Let me introduce myself. I am Chen Zhang, the president of the Starsea Military Academy Ability Users Association, a 5th-tier ability user." Chen Zhang introduced himself with a smile, his voice deep and powerful. Jiang Chen heard this and immediately shook hands with Chen Zhang, politely greeting him. "Hello, President. Yang Xiaotong has been keeping me updated on your progress," Chen Zhang said with a smile. "Your performance in the last 2 secret realms was outstanding." "Thank you." Jiang Chen politely interrupted. "Is there something you need from me, President?" Jiang Chen had heard these words so many times that his ears were practically calloused. Chen Zhang burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, alright, I'll get straight to the point. Are you interested in becoming an association officer?" As soon as the words fell, Tang Chuyao, Wang Ming, and the others beside Jiang Chen all widened their eyes, gasping in disbelief as they stared at Jiang Chen. Wang Ming's mouth opened and closed, wanting to speak but not daring to. "Oh, officer? You're not even an official member yet, and Jiang Chen is already a cadre? We all graduated from the same high school, so why is the gap so big?" Jiang Chen didn't agree immediately. He raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "A cadre? What are the benefits?" "The recommended strength for an S-level mission is a 5th-tier ability user. You know that, right?" Chen Zhang began explaining to Jiang Chen. "The regulations of the Starsea Military Academy Association state that only officers can participate in S-level missions, which means Chu Liang and I will lead the officers to complete the S-level missions. Now that you've become an officer, you can join us in participating in S-level missions. The rewards for S-level missions are extremely generous. Completing one can earn each person an average of nearly 1,000 military department points." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen said nothing. "Are there such rules for S-level missions? But one person can split 1,000 military points. Thinking about it, it actually seems pretty good. With my current strength, I'm not capable of completing an S-level mission alone. Hitching a ride doesn't seem too bad." Thinking of this, Jiang Chen spoke. "Sure, do I need to be assessed?" After all, he had heard that the number of cadre positions had always been fixed at 12. Now, all 12 cadres were present, and since no one had graduated, there were no vacant spots. Chen Zhang nodded and said, "Of course." Immediately after, he continued, "The number of cadre positions is fixed. You just need to defeat any one of the cadres to replace their position." "Defeat any officer?" Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. "The strength of the officers varies, with the weakest being close to tier 4. With his current strength, taking down the weakest officer wouldn't be a big problem. Besides, isn't Chao Yang an officer? Did he seem to threaten me harshly before? He's a potential risk, so why not take this opportunity to completely subdue him?" Jiang Chen nodded and replied, "Alright, I agree." When Chen Zhang saw this and revealed a slight smile, "Are you free tomorrow afternoon? Let's be efficient. I just asked, and all the officers will be present tomorrow afternoon." "Tomorrow afternoon? Alright, no problem." Jiang Chen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Chen Zhang also nodded in response. Alright, it's settled then. We'll see tomorrow. If you can really defeat an officer, then I'll take you along for this S-level mission of mine. Okay, are you going back to the dormitory now?
Chen Zheng casually asked after seeing Jiang Chen agree.
Jiang Chen gently shook his head. I plan to go to the back mountain. I've developed a new move and want to try it out. A new move?
Chen Zhang and Yang Xiaotong exchanged glances upon hearing this. The development of fruits has always been a challenging task in this world.
What new technique has Jiang Chen developed? Chen Zhang saw this and became interested as well. Can I go and watch?
Suit yourself, Jiang Chen replied. Immediately after, he turned and walked toward the direction of the back mountain.
Chen Zhang promptly grabbed Yang Xiaotong's arm. Let's go, join the fun.
At the back mountain of the school, the damp scent of moss wafted through the air as Jiang Chen stood still in a patch of overgrown weeds. 100 meters ahead, a steep slope rose abruptly, with vines coiling like snakes around the exposed rock face. A 10-meter-high waterfall roared loudly, its mist refracting into a rainbow under the sunlight. A group of people stood behind Jiang Chen, watching him curiously. Yang Xiaotong blinked and asked,
Jiang Chen, what's your new move idea? Is it a support move? Do you need us to cooperate? No, it's an offensive move.
Jiang Chen said slowly.
Attack? A puzzled expression appeared on Yang Xiaotong's face. In her understanding, Jiang Chen's control over gravity was still at the level of manipulation and interference. How could such an ability be tested in a place like the back mountain? Unless, Yang Xiaotong's gaze swept over the high slope and the waterfall.
Suddenly realizing something, her Adam's apple involuntarily moved. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on the hilt of the sword. Whoosh! As Jiang Chen exhaled, everyone was astonished to find that the surrounding rubble began to tremble slightly and eerily floated into the air.
What the hell is this?
Wang Ming swallowed hard, his mouth slightly agape. Chen Zhang also stared at Jiang Chen in shock.
He could feel that the next move was definitely not going to be simple. A dark purple gravitational wave coiled around Jiang Chen's staff sword. The next moment,
Jiang Chen suddenly drew the blade and slashed forward. A dark purple gravitational sword aura swept across, and wherever it passed, the space seemed unable to withstand the force, twisting and rippling.
Boom!
The sword aura struck the mountainside of the high slope, instantly carving out a clearly visible fissure, like a ferocious scar etched into the mountain.
It's not over yet. Immediately afterward, dark purple gravitational waves continuously radiated outward from the crack. The next second, boom! A transverse gravitational force weighing thousands of tons was suddenly unleashed, and the entire rock formation collapsed downward as if crushed by an invisible giant hand, accompanied by a heart-stopping roar. The rubble did not fall but eerily hovered within the gravitational field, forming a 100-meter-long, bottomless chasm. Even the nearby waterfall was instantly severed under the effect of this gravitational sword energy. The water flow was directly cut in half, with the upper portion suspended in midair, forming a floating water curtain, which then bizarrely flowed upward against gravity. As for the lower portion of the water flow, it was compressed into mist and vanished into the air, creating a brief interruption in the stream. Rumble. In the vice principal's office, Du Hongsheng was bent over his desk reviewing documents. Suddenly, a deafening explosion came from the direction of the back mountain, causing the entire office building to tremble. What's going on?
Du Hongsheng abruptly stood up, quickly walked to the window, and gazed solemnly into the distance.
In the direction of the back mountain, smoke and dust billowed. Could it be a landslide?
Du Hongsheng frowned deeply, but quickly dismissed the idea. The geological structure of the back mountain is stable, and there has never been a precedent for a landslide. Besides, the commotion was simply too loud.
Or could it be a beast tide?
But this place is far from the war zone, and the dimensional rift hasn't opened.
How is that possible?
Thinking of this, he quickly dialed the number of the dean, Wang Sen.
Old Wang, did you hear the commotion in the back mountain? Get ready, let's go take a look. The back mountain of the school. Click.
Jiang Chen sheathed his sword, and the dark purple gravity waves gradually dissipated. His chest heaved up and down, and a bead of sweat trickled down his temple. The energy consumed by this strike far exceeded his expectations.
Whoosh. It seems this move can't be used frequently.
At this rate, it looks like it can be used at most twice before exhaustion sets in.
However, its power is still extremely terrifying.
The once lush and verdant forest on the back mountain has now been cleaved apart by a massive sword mark. A gorge, dozens of meters deep, stretches for hundreds of meters, with the rock walls on both sides smooth as a mirror, as if formed by some terrifying force. What is even more alarming is the muffled rumbling that occasionally comes from the bottom of the ravine, caused by the collapsing mountains shattered by the residual waves of the gravity sword energy. The air was thick with the heavy scent of earth.
What a humanoid orbital weapon. Wang Ming's eyes widened, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg.
Tang Chuyao stared at Jiang Chen in shock, murmuring, the gravity fruit can actually be developed to this extent? This power, even compared to his own flame fruit known for its strength, might pale in comparison. Originally, it was thought that the wait fruit could only serve as a support-type fruit, at least in Jiang Chen's generation, only developed to a highly supportive level.
Unexpectedly, it was developed to such a tremendous level of
power. Combining powerful support and terrifying strength, perhaps the wait fruit is the ultimate S-tier fruit surpassing all devil fruits.
Gulp. Chen Zheng couldn't help but swallow hard, staring blankly at Jiang Chen. Was this really a strike that a third-tier ability user could unleash?
As a fifth-tier ability user, delivering a full-force strike with the same level of destructive power as Jiang Chen was achievable. But it couldn't possibly reach such a wide range of destruction.
Yang Xiaotong wore the same shocked expression and murmured, "This move is to attach gravity to the sword energy, continuously compress it to a single point and then release it all at once?" Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen now has already developed the heavy fruit to such an extent. Not to mention the compression and explosion, just the step of attaching gravity to the sword energy alone already looks quite extraordinary. Yang Xiaotong turned her head to look at Jiang Chen and couldn't help but ask, "Jiang Chen, how did you come up with this move?" Jiang Chen's eyebrows raised slightly. "How did you think of that?" "The system provided it." "Woo, just make up a random excuse."
Jiang Chen thought for a moment, noticing the waterfall nearby where the water had started flowing again, and said slowly, "Actually, the inspiration comes from waterfalls and sluice gates.
When water falls from a height, the impact is immense. But if the water flow can be gathered and suddenly released, the power would be even more terrifying.
I just treated gravity as the water flow, compressing and storing it before releasing it." Yang Xiaotong glanced at the flowing water nearby and nodded thoughtfully.
"So that's how it is."
Using the compression and release of gravity to simulate the impact of water flow, this move is indeed very creative.
"Jiang Chen, you..."
Chen Zhang thought for a moment and then smiled. "Remember to come tomorrow at 3 p.m. at the Association Building's Martial Arts Hall."
Jiang Chen nodded and said, "All right, then we'll be off now." After speaking, Chen Zhang and Yang Xiaotong left the back mountain of the school together. Tang Chuyao glanced at Jiang Chen and said, "Jiang Chen, I'm heading back first."
As peers of the same age, Jiang Chen's astonishing sword strike made Tang Chuyao now only want to hurry back and focus on cultivating.
Lu Li glanced at the departing Tang Chuyao and also said, "I'm heading back too." Jiang Chen nodded, then turned his head to look at the collapsed back mountain before him, lost in thought.
Gravity Blade Fierce Tiger, judging from that strike just now, indeed compresses gravity to a single point before suddenly unleashing it. However, when he doesn't use this technique, he is unable to achieve the same effect.
It's probably because this is a technique provided by the system.
Gravity Domain LV.50/160 plus, current domain range 1000 meters, next level, range expands to 2000 meters, mastery of gravity wave manipulation advanced. The gravity domain must be upgraded by one more level to achieve advanced manipulation, allowing gravity to be compressed to a single point at will. Currently, there are plenty of offensive moves with great power, but what's lacking are defensive techniques, relying solely on observation haki to evade. The iron body technique from the 6 powers is insufficient, as its obvious drawback is that once used, movement becomes impossible. Next time, the gravity field must be upgraded to unlock mastery level gravity wave manipulation. By then, perhaps the anti-gravity field around oneself can be compressed to the extreme, repelling any attack.
"Let's go back to the dormitory."
Jiang Chen turned and walked toward the dormitory, and Wang Ming hurriedly followed upon seeing this.
Just after Jiang Chen and Wang Ming left, Vice Principal Du Hongxing and Director of Education Wang Xin hurried to the back mountain. As soon as the two stepped into the back mountain area, they were stunned speechless by the scene before them. The air was filled with a heavy earthy smell, and the massive ravines resembled wounds torn into the earth, bottomless and deep. Du Hongxing and Wang Xin exchanged a glance and said, "Let's go, take a look." As the words fell, the two of them leapt into the air and quickly flew toward the collapsed back mountain. Du Hongxing stood at the edge of the massive, bottomless chasm, leaned forward, and looked down. At that moment, he froze in place. Inside the chasm, the rock walls on both sides were smooth as mirrors, as if they had been forcibly carved out by some terrifying force. Wang Xin's pupils suddenly contracted, his voice trembling slightly. "Vice Principal, what is going on here? Is it a terrorist attack? Or could it be one of our students who did this?" Du Hongxing frowned deeply, crouched down, reached out to touch the edge of the ravine's rock wall, and then brought his fingers to his nose to sniff. After a moment, he said slowly, "There's no smell of gunpowder around here, nor any signs of burning. It shouldn't be a hot weapon." Wang Xin furrowed his brows and looked around. "If that's the case, could it be someone from our school? I know the teachers at our school quite well. No one could achieve such a large-scale destructive power." At this moment, the phone rang, and Wang Xin answered it. "Hello? Did you see who it was?" "What? Alright, I got it." Wang Xin widened his eyes and, after a moment of daze, hung up the phone, his face full of shock. Du Hongxing glanced at him and asked, "Did the surveillance show who entered the back mountain?" Gulp. Wang Xin swallowed hard. It was Jiang Chen and his group, along with Chen Zhang and Yang Xiaotong. Chen Zhang and Yang Xiaotong? They couldn't possibly cause such large-scale destruction. Du Hongxing shook his head. "Vice Principal, is it possible that Jiang Chen did this?" Wang Xin speculated. Upon hearing this, Du Hongxing fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on the ravine before him. "Jiang Chen, could it be that this was carved out by a gravitational field?" The next next day,
Jiang Chen slowly woke up from the bed and habitually checked his phone. A piece of news caught his attention. Shiva Nation fails for the 8th time in exploring the unknown Supreme Great Blade domain, with over 200 deaths this time, bringing the total death toll to more than 1,600.
Shiva Nation? Supreme Great Quick Blade domain? Isn't this my Gambler's Fireline Blade domain?
Jiang Chen scrolled through the comments and found that domestic netizens were also commenting like crazy.
If you ask me, if Shiva Nation can't handle it, they should just give up this Blade domain and let our Dragon Nation explore it.
Who knows, we might have already uncovered its secrets by now. Exactly, every exploration ends in failure, and so many people have died.
Isn't this just a waste of resources? What kind of nonsense is Shiva Nation up to this time? Didn't they say last time they were inviting some mystical master to crack the Blade domain? And what happened?
It still ended in failure. Ridiculous. I heard they held a large-scale sacrificial ceremony this time, even sacrificing the lives of several hundred death row inmates, and yet they still suffered total annihilation.
Truly persistent, sending people to their deaths again and again. Do they think sheer numbers will eventually get them results? Want to get the Supreme Great Blade? Have you even considered whether you're worthy or capable enough?
After this failure, the Shiva Nation will probably start a new round of passing the buck again. Either they'll blame the bad weather or the poor equipment, but they'll never admit that their people are just too incompetent. Jiang Chen roughly scanned the situation and felt reassured. It seemed that the Shiva Nation wouldn't be able to handle this Blade domain anytime soon, which conveniently gave him some time to develop.
At present, my strength is not enough to forcefully cross the border of the Shiva Nation.
After all, it is the border of a country, so I cannot afford to be too careless. I need to wait for another opportunity and accelerate my development. At the very least, I should reach the 4th tier before seeing if there's any chance. In any case, the Gambler's Fireline is something I must obtain.
Jiang Chen's lips curved slightly upward, a confident smile appearing on his face. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was afternoon.
At 2:50 p.m., Jiang Chen finished his nap, got up, tidied himself up briefly, and then went out with his white cane. It was almost the time he had agreed upon with Chen Zhang. The Association Building, inside the Martial Arts Hall. Inside the Martial Arts Hall of the Association Building. In the stands, all 12 officials of the association were present, whispering to each other.
Everyone was speculating about Jiang Chen's strength and wondering which official he would challenge later.
The official members of the association also arrived one after another, almost occupying most of the seats in the stands. The name Jiang Chen is now not only renowned within Qinghai School but also widely known throughout the entire Dragon Nation. However, those who have truly seen him in action are few and far between. People can only catch a glimpse of Jiang Chen's terrifying and unmatched potential through the leaderboard.
Zhang Qingyu had just returned to school in the morning when he immediately spotted Chao Yang with a gloomy expression. He twisted his body and walked toward Chao Yang, a sworn enemy.
Ever since Chao Yang's younger brother was seriously injured by Jiang Chen last time, he hadn't been seen again. Now that he finally encountered him, it was only natural to go up and greet him. Zhang Qingyu, with his hands in his pockets, walked up to Chao Yang, leaned against the backrest of the front row seat, and said mockingly,
"Yo, isn't this my bro Chao? Where have you been running off to lately?"
Chao Yang glared at him fiercely and replied coldly,
"Shut up, none of your damn business."
Zhang Qingyu smacked his lips, shook his head, and continued, "Such a temper.
How's your little brother? I heard he's crippled."
Chao Yang remained silent, staring intently at the entrance of the martial arts hall, as if waiting for Jiang Chen. Zhang Qingyu saw this and continued speaking. "In my opinion, this is purely your brother's own doing.
You can't blame Jiang Chen for it. You're a dignified officer. Why bother arguing with a freshman?" Upon hearing this, Chao Yang immediately raised his voice. "New student?
My brother has to recuperate for at least a whole year because of him, and there are after effects. He completely ruined my brother's future.
Do you think I have any reason not to hold him accountable?"
Zhang Qingyu laughed heartily, speaking in a sarcastic tone.
"Old Chao, Jiang Chen is no ordinary person now.
If he really picks you, I suggest you just kneel down and beg for mercy." Yesterday, Zhang Qingyu had learned about Jiang Chen's sword strike at the back mountain through Yang Xiaotong. Since Yang Xiaotong hadn't spread the news widely among the 12 cadres, only Zhang Qingyu was aware of Jiang Chen's true strength.
Chao Yang slightly furrowed his brows, staring at him. "Are you running a fever?
If you're sick, go take some medicine."
A mere freshman who just reached the 3rd rank, how could they possibly be a match for me?
If Jiang Chen really dares to choose me, then perfect, I'll let him taste the same fate as my younger brother.
Zhang Qingyu shook his head and sighed.
"Hey, look, I kindly advised you, but you still wouldn't listen."
Chao Yang's lips curled into a disdainful smile.
I want to see how Jiang Chen will make me kneel and beg for mercy."
Zhang Qingyu's eyes lit up upon hearing this and suggested, "Then why not skip waiting for Jiang Chen to choose later?
You can just choose him directly.
That way, you can also avenge your brother."
Being able to see this nemesis suffer a setback is truly delightful.
At this moment,
a fair and tender right hand reached over.
"Ah!"
Zhang Qingyu let out a scream, just about to get angry, but when he turned his head and saw it was Yang Xiaotong, his temper instantly
immediately vanished. He couldn't possibly take on this iron-fisted secretary. Yang Xiaotong glared at him, then loudly said to the association members in the stands, "Quiet down, the president is here." As the words fell, creak, the door slowly opened. The tall and burly Chen Zhang walked toward the stands. All eyes instantly focused on Chen Zhang. A moment later, Chen Zhang walked to the edge of the ring, holding a microphone, and said to the people in the stands, "Alright, everyone quiet down. You should all be aware of the rules for this cadre promotion. Those chosen by Jiang Chen later sign the agreement and step into the ring. The losers will have their cadre positions revoked." Chen Zhang's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable sense of authority. At this moment, a crew-cut cadre, with a face full of indifference, said, "President, Jiang Chen has just passed Secret Realm number 2 and already dares to challenge us. Isn't he looking down on us cadres too much?" As the words fell, a tall and thin cadre nearby glanced around and echoed, "Exactly, most of us in this group are already in the mid to late 4th stage, and our combat experience is far richer than Jiang Chen's. I just don't get him." Another officer also spoke up. "If I were Jiang Chen, I definitely wouldn't rush at this moment. I'd develop a bit more, clear 2 more secret realms, and then attempt an S-level mission." Chen Zhang waved his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down, and then said slowly, "I was the one who asked him to come." After these words were spoken, no one said anything further. After all, it was the president who invited the person. What could they say? They wouldn't dare mock the president. At this moment, creak, the doors of the martial arts hall were pushed open. Jiang Chen entered slowly, holding a blind cane. A faint smile hung on his face as he calmly spoke, "Sorry, I overslept. I'm not late, am I?" In the association's martial arts hall, as Jiang Chen pushed open the door, everyone's gaze focused on him. Chen Zhang turned his head to glance at Jiang Chen and laughed heartily. No, you're just on time." When Jiang Chen walked up to him, Chen Zhang asked, "Jiang Chen, which officer do you want to challenge?" As the words fell, Jiang Chen slightly lowered his head, his perception sweeping over each officer on the stands, most of them wearing disdainful smiles. "Then senior brother Chao Yang." Jiang Chen spoke slowly. Among these 12 cadres, the one most likely to have an issue with him was probably Chao Yang. Since there was such an opportunity, he might as well eliminate this potential risk first. Chao Yang, who was standing in the stands with his arms crossed, narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this and curled his lips into a sinister smile. "You actually dared to come to me yourself, so whatever happens next, you can only blame yourself." He stood up, flipped over, and leapt down from the stands. Chen Zhang saw this, waved to call Yang Xiaotong over, then glanced at the two and said, "Alright, both of you sign the agreement first." At this moment, the curious officials in the stands also stood up, leaning against the railing. A crew-cut official shouted loudly at Chao Yang, "Chao Yang, take it easy, he's still our junior after all." Another tall and thin official nearby joked with a smile, "Jiang Chen really knows how to pick. Chao Yang's elementalization isn't afraid of Jiang Chen's gravity, and in terms of destructive power, Jiang Chen can't compare to Chao Yang, right?" The crew-cut officer glanced at him disdainfully and said, "Drop the right for me. A 3rd-tier freshman with higher destructive power than 4th-tier Chao Yang? What are you thinking? If I remember correctly, Chao Yang's punch has a destructive power of about 350,000 calories, doesn't it?" The tall, thin officer smacked his lips. TSK, with a punch like that, wouldn't Jiang Chen be smashed into pulp? The crew-cut officer stared at Jiang Chen and shook his head. Moreover, Chao Yang's iron block technique is quite well trained. Without destructive power exceeding 300,000 calories, it won't harm him. Jiang Chen does have decent potential, but I didn't expect his brain to be lacking. A moment later, after the two signed the agreement, Chen Zhang said to them, "Alright, both of you get on the stage. The winner will become an association officer." The two walked onto the stage from opposite sides. Chao Yang's eyes burned with anger as he glared fiercely at Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, do you know? Because of you, my younger brother has to recuperate for an entire year, and his strength has been severely damaged." Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. "Senior brother Chao Yang, once you step onto the arena, life and death are determined by fate. Surely you understand this principle? Chao Jun's serious injury, what does it have to do with me? Clearly, it was he who had provoked me first, and I hadn't broken any rules." Chao Yang's face twisted into a sinister sneer as he said coldly, "Understand? Of course I understand. Rookie king, right? Just wait, I'll make you taste the same pain my brother endured. I guarantee you'll spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair." Jiang Chen remained expressionless and replied calmly, "This wheelchair, you better keep it for yourself." At this moment, begin! With a loud shout from Chen Zhang, the two moved simultaneously. The gravity field instantly unfolded, enveloping the entire arena with a weight of over 100 tons. In an instant, the arena floor could not withstand the immense gravity, and it began to crack, countless spiderweb-like fissures spreading out. Chao Yang was naturally well aware of Jiang Chen's abilities. At the moment the gravity descended, he transformed his entire body into elements, turning into a mass of gray smoke, suspended in midair. "So what if you can control gravity?" "Jiang Chen, you're too naive," Chao Yang said disdainfully. way. Immediately after, he swiftly condensed a smoke-formed fist and shot it toward Jiang Chen at an incredible speed. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth lifted slightly. The next moment, rumble, a loud bang, the smoke-like fist instantly blasted a deep pit in the arena. Jiang Chen's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Xiao Yang was stunned for half a second, clearly not expecting that Jiang Chen could dodge his punch, which was so fast. In this world, there was no precedent for someone with such powerful observation haki as Jiang Chen. At this moment, Xiao Yang felt the temperature behind him rise sharply and suddenly turned his head. He saw Jiang Chen exhale a wisp of breath. SSS. Immediately, a streak of crimson flame instantly wrapped around the blind sword in Jiang Chen's hand, with lightning flickering. The next moment, a sense of danger surged, and Xiao Yang's eyes widened. Not good. He didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately used the 6 powers moonwalk to change direction in midair, narrowly dodging the attack at almost the limit of his ability. Although gravity manipulation was ineffective against Xiao Yang, Jiang Chen could use armament haki, which meant he could hit him. Xiao Yang quickly distanced himself from Jiang Chen while launching countless elementalized punches from within his elementalized body, bombarding Jiang Chen in an almost inescapable manner. However, Jiang Chen, as if he had already anticipated Xiao Yang's attack trajectory, managed to evade each of Xiao Yang's strikes from extremely tricky angles. In less than a second, Jiang Chen swung the flame-wreathed blade and flashed to stand in front of Xiao Yang. 6 styles, iron block. Xiao Yang's muscles tensed all over. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he was just a third-tier ability user. How could he possibly break through his defense? Swish! The blade, wrapped in blazing flames, slashed toward Xiao Yang's chest. Xiao Yang looked down at his chest in disbelief as a spray of blood gushed out. Carrying the weight of hundreds of tons, armed with haki, sharp sword intent, and infused with the breath of the sun technique, the strike forcibly tore open Xiao Yang's chest, who had activated iron body, exposing the stark white chest bones within. Immediately after, in Xiao Yang's incredulous gaze, the powerful impact directly sent him flying, slamming heavily against the wall at the edge of the stands. Rumble! The massive noise shook the entire martial hall, with dust and debris scattering everywhere. Everyone in the stands was dumbfounded, staring at the scene in disbelief. Did I see that right? Just now, it looked like Xiao Yang's chest was directly pierced through? I saw it too. Could Jiang Chen's sword strike have a destructive power exceeding 300,000 calories? No way, he's just a third-tier ability user. No one had expected that Jiang Chen could actually injure Xiao Yang, and nearly kill him in an instant. You have to know, Xiao Yang is a 4th-tier ability user, and his strength is among the top in the entire association. At this moment, however, he was severely injured by a single strike from Jiang Chen and was slammed heavily against the wall, his life or death uncertain. As the smoke cleared, Xiao Yang, covered in blood, tried to struggle to his feet but couldn't, managing only to kneel on the ground. Jiang Chen held the blind sword, with crimson flames and lightning gradually dissipating. He panted slightly, but his face showed little emotion. Senior brother Xiao Yang, it seems this wheelchair is truly meant for you after all. Chen Zhang stared at the severely injured Xiao Yang, stunned. He knew Jiang Chen's gravity sword energy was powerful, but he didn't expect that even without using it, he would still be this strong. After a moment, Chen Zhang came back to his senses and shouted loudly, "Jiang Chen wins! I hereby declare Jiang Chen as the Starsea Military Academy Ability Association." Before Chen Zhang could finish speaking, Jiang Chen interrupted him directly, "President, wait." Chen Zhang looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. Jiang Chen turned around, facing the other officials in the stands, and said slowly, "I heard that many of you are still unconvinced, thinking I'm just a blind man. Now I'll give you a chance, come at me one by one, or all at once." Inside the martial hall, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense after Jiang Chen's resolute words. Jiang Chen's expression remained calm as he stood upright and motionless, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. These words were something he had suddenly thought of. The association has always had a tradition of establishing authority over newcomers. Now, the tables have turned, and it's his turn to establish authority over these officers, letting them witness his strength. Just thinking about it brings a unique sense of satisfaction. After all, only by showcasing his formidable strength will there be much less trouble in the future. Chen Zhang frowned slightly, staring at Jiang Chen on the stage. "Jiang Chen, are you sure? There's no need for you to do this, you're already an officer of the association." Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly, his expression indifferent. "President, I'm sure, but I'm afraid I might accidentally kill them. Showing strength is one thing, but if someone really dies, I can't guarantee there won't be trouble later. After all, the purpose of showing strength is to avoid trouble in the future." These words were also a way of asking Chen Zhang about the consequences of causing a death, or whether Chen Zhang had the ability to protect these cadres. However, Jiang Chen's words were like a bomb, completely igniting the officials in the stands. "What did he say? He wants us to go up together?" An official widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. "Damn, this is way too arrogant. It's always been us intimidating the freshmen, but this is the first time a freshman is trying to intimidate us." Another official turned red with anger, clenching his fists
fists tightly. Can you swallow this insult? I certainly can't. Another official shouted furiously, his eyes wide with rage. In an instant, almost all the officials in the stands stood up with a whoosh, their hair bristling with anger, their eyes burning with fury. At that moment, one of the officials noticed Zhang Qingyu, who still appeared completely relaxed, with his hands behind his head, showing no signs of anger whatsoever. A trace of doubt flashed in the cadre's eyes. Given Zhang Qingyu's personality, he shouldn't be this calm. He looked at Zhang Qingyu and asked in confusion, "No, Zhang Qingyu, don't you have any reaction?" Zhang Qingyu pointed to himself, his face full of innocence. "Me? Not at all. It's normal for young people to be a bit arrogant." The corner of the cadre's mouth twitched, and he continued, "Let me remind you, Zhang Chen is provoking all of us cadres. Do you really have no thoughts about this?" Zhang Qingyu spread his hands, looking completely indifferent. "No thoughts. Zhang Chen is a cadre now too. If you have any thoughts, go ahead." After all, he had learned about Zhang Chen's earth-shattering sword through Yang Xiaotong. Although his own fruit ability ensured he wouldn't die, getting hit would still hurt. The other cadres, seeing Zhang Qingyu's attitude, began to grow cautious and slowly sat back in their seats. 5 other officers directly reported to their superiors and jumped down from the stands. Chen Zhang glanced at both sides, sighed, and said, "Alright, since someone has accepted the challenge, let's have another fight." Zhang Chen had already made his stance clear. If he were to suppress both sides now, who knows what kind of trouble might arise in the future. Chen Zhang swept his gaze over both sides and said in a deep voice, "Go ahead and give it your all. With me here, no one will lose their life." Zhang Chen nodded slightly upon hearing this. "With your words, I can rest assured." The tall and thin official threw his head back and laughed, his voice full of disdain. "Ha ha, no lives will be lost, but injuries are unavoidable. Zhang Chen, young arrogance comes at a price." In their minds, Chen was reminding them to go all out and teach this arrogant freshman a lesson. "Zhang Chen, if you realize your mistake later, you can kneel down and beg for mercy anytime. It's okay for young people to be a bit arrogant. As senior brothers, we can understand. As long as you know your mistake and can correct it, that's fine." The crew-cut leader sized up Zhang Chen from head to toe, a mocking smile on his face as he teased. Zhang Chen ignored them, jumped off the ring, walked over to Yang Xiaotong, and signed the agreement with a bold stroke. "I've signed it, now it's your turn." Zhang Chen's tone was extremely calm, as if the officials before him were nothing more than ants in his eyes. The tall and thin official, upon seeing this, felt a surge of anger rise instantly. His face turned bright red as he snatched the agreement, signed it quickly, and then said viciously, Good, Zhang Chen, even if you beg for mercy later, it will be useless. I'm going to break every bone in your body." Zhang Chen tilted his head, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, then good luck with that." The tall and thin man's face instantly turned livid with anger, his fists clenched tightly. He had already said so much, and if Zhang Chen cursed back, it would have been understandable. "What does it mean to cheer yourself up? Do you look down on these cadres that much?" The crew-cut cadre patted him on the shoulder. "Alright, don't hold back later. Let him know how hard a senior's fist can be." Moments later, all 5 cadres had signed the agreement. On the stage, 5 cadres spread out in a fan shape, surrounding Zhang Chen tightly from 5 different directions. The tall and thin cadre flexed his knuckles, producing a crisp crack sound. A playful smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity as he stared fixedly at Zhang Chen, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Off stage, Yang Xiaotong watched the 6 people on the stage with concern and softly said, "President, are you really going to let them fight?" Chen Zheng chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. "It's fine. With me here, nothing major will happen." Immediately after, he looked toward the arena and shouted, "Begin!" With Chen Zheng's shout, Zhang Chen's aura suddenly erupted. The gravity field unfolded like a surging tide in an instant, and a massive and terrifying gravitational force instantly enveloped the entire arena. 5 officers encountered such immense gravity for the first time, but since they were mid to late 4th-tier ability users, this level of gravity was not enough to completely suppress them. After a brief moment of shock, they simultaneously charged toward Zhang Chen. 3 of the officers' muscles instantly swelled, transforming into 3 fierce beasts that roared as they lunged at Zhang Chen. The corners of Zhang Chen's mouth lifted slightly, and he quickly stepped on the ground. His figure instantly vanished from the spot, leaping out of their encirclement. 5 officers simultaneously turned around, facing Zhang Chen, who was floating in midair. Zhang Chen's right hand gently rested on the hilt of his sword, with a dark purple gravitational wave coiling around his blind sword. Immediately after, around Zhang Chen, the space seemed to be subtly distorting, with visible ripples spreading through the air. The 5 officers were startled by the scene, all feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression. One of the officers swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, This, what kind of ability is this?" A flash of ruthlessness appeared in the eyes of the tall, thin officer, and he shouted, "Who cares what kind of ability it is? Attack together. I don't believe he can take on all 5 of us alone." The next moment, Zhang Chen suddenly drew his blade and swung it with a single strike. Gravity Sword, Fierce Tiger. The gravity sword energy swept across, with dark purple gravity waves entwined around the white sword energy, energy, constantly pulsating. Wherever the sword energy passed, the space was distorted into rippling waves, as if it could shatter at any moment.
Not good. A cadre clearly sensed the terrifying power of this strike. His face changed drastically, and he shouted loudly. Immediately after, 5 cadres jumped up simultaneously, trying to dodge Jiang Chen's sword. Boom! The gravitational sword energy struck the arena, directly splitting it into 2 halves. Just as the 5 cadres breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they had escaped disaster, the next moment, with a loud boom, an even more powerful gravitational force erupted instantly, like a floodgate opening. The entire arena instantly collapsed downward. Rumble! A bottomless chasm appeared before everyone, like a ferocious abyssal maw, staring at the 5 officers. The next second, terrifying gravity exploded in an instant, pulling the 5 officers from the air toward the abyss. The massive commotion caused the entire association building to shake violently. Many students passing by or nearby were drawn by the sudden noise, curiously stopping outside the building to observe. What's going on? Is the association building undergoing renovations? Does your renovation make this much noise? What's going on? Could it be the president and vice president having a duel? Probably. I heard this association building is made of top-notch materials, and only someone at the vice president level or higher could cause such a commotion. Why would they duel for no reason? I remember their relationship is pretty good, right? Could there be some drama? Tang Chuyao happened to pass by this place as well. She was also standing in the crowd at this moment, staring blankly at the building. If she remembered correctly, it seemed that Jiang Chen was challenging a cadre now? It's just a challenge against a cadre, so why is Jiang Chen making such a big fuss? What exactly is going on inside? She really wanted to go in and take a look, but the current association building did not allow unrelated persons to enter the martial hall. She could only stay outside, waiting for Jiang Chen to come out. Inside the martial hall, everyone was shocked as they stared at the massive abyssal maw on the arena and the 5 officers being dragged toward the abyss. Chen Zhang's eyes sharpened, and his figure instantly disappeared from where he stood, transforming into a blur as he swiftly flashed past the 5 officers one by one. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the 5 officers were all pulled back from the brink of death by Chen Zhang, sitting on the ground with vacant stares. The entire martial arts hall fell into a deathly silence, so quiet that it seemed one could hear the heartbeat of every person present. The tall, thin officer stared at the bottomless chasm before him and involuntarily swallowed hard. The gravitational force just now was completely irresistible, at least 1,000 tons. Once pulled into that abyss, there would be no chance of survival. The other cadres had the same thought. They widened their eyes, exchanged glances, and then fixed their gaze on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen landed steadily on the ground. As he sheathed the blade back into the blind cane, the oppressive dark purple gravity wave dissipated accordingly. Fellow brothers, still want to fight? Jiang Chen's voice wasn't loud, but to the 5 cadres, it sounded like a thunderclap. They looked at each other in dismay. Fight? Fight my ass. If the president hadn't stepped in, they would already be on their way to reincarnation. All alone, in their understanding, the newly emerged gravity fruit was just a strong auxiliary ability, capable of adding gravity and anti-gravity. Who would have thought? Jiang Chen, after awakening for only 2 months, could already unleash such explosive destructive power. No more fighting. The tall and thin officer looked flustered, waved his hand, and his gaze toward Jiang Chen was filled with awe. The other 4 officers also nodded quickly. At this moment, lying not far away, the severely injured Chao Yang stared at Jiang Chen in shock. In the battle with Jiang Chen just now, he hadn't used this move. Is it that he himself is not worthy of Jiang Chen's full effort? In such a short time, Jiang Chen has already reached such a terrifying level. Thinking of this, Chao Yang couldn't help but laugh. With Jiang Chen's current strength and terrifying growth rate, wanting to cause trouble for Jiang Chen is probably completely impossible now. In the future, if you see Jiang Chen, it's better to avoid him. On the stands, those cautious officers who refrained from acting rashly upon seeing Zhang Qingyu all breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. They looked gratefully at the leisurely Zhang Qingyu nearby. If it weren't for him, they might have foolishly gone up to challenge Jiang Chen as well. With just that one strike earlier, even if all 12 officers had gone up together, the result would probably have been the same. In that case, let's call it a day. Chen Zhang glanced at both sides and said in a deep voice. Yang Xiaohong, standing nearby, also came back to her senses. Looking at the completely collapsed arena, she couldn't help but sigh while holding her forehead. Last time, the arena had also been damaged when Jiang Chen sliced off a corner with a single sword strike. It had cost the association a fortune to repair it, as the materials used for the arena were all top-notch. This time is enough. The entire arena is gone, leaving only this huge hole. Now it's not just about repairing the arena. The deep pit below needs to be refilled, and almost the entire association building will have to be renovated. At this moment, she only hopes that Jiang Chen won't come to fight in the arena again in the future. Otherwise, next time, the entire building might be blasted down. Chen Zhang also noticed Yang Xiaotong's unusual expression at this moment. With a strange look on his face, he waved at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen saw this and slowly walked to his side. Chen Zhang pondered for a moment and then said, well, Jiang Chen, can we maybe hold back a little in the future? After all, the cost of this building is quite high. Sorry. Jiang Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chen Zhang waved his hand and said, forget it, it's fine. You're a cadre now. Tomorrow morning at 8, come to the association building. There's an S-level mission. Jiang Chen's eyebrows raised slightly. So soon? The efficiency of this military academy is truly impressive, relentless, and non-stop. But this does align with my own wishes. At the fastest speed, get stronger, get stronger, get stronger. Alright, President, I will be there on time. Jiang Chen nodded and said. Chen Zhang nodded, patting Jiang Chen's shoulder. Alright, let's leave it at that for today. Immediately after, he glanced at the dazed Chao Yang and said to Yang Xiaotong, take Chao Yang to the infirmary, and then update Jiang Chen's identity information. Yes, Chairman. Yang Xiaotong replied calmly. Chen Zhang looked around, his gaze calmly sweeping over every association member. Everyone, dismissed. At the association building, Jiang Chen pushed open the glass door and slowly walked out. He saw the students standing outside the building and paused for a moment. It seemed that his actions had indeed caused quite a stir. Now, the students outside the building were packed layer upon layer, leaving no room to move. A student who had stopped to watch saw Jiang Chen's figure and shouted, ha, is that Jiang Chen? Did he cause the commotion inside? Another student, upon hearing this, gasped, hiss. Impossible, right? What means does he have to create such a commotion? Someone suddenly thought of something and said, I just remembered, today seems to be the day Jiang Chen challenges the association's officer. As the words fell, the surrounding students all showed expressions of shock, their faces full of disbelief. Jiang Chen, challenging an association officer? Oh my goodness, he's only been in the military academy for 2 months. In another 2 months, is he going to become the president? A student shook his head and said meaningfully, be bolder, he'll become the president in just 1 month. The moment Tang Chuyao saw Jiang Chen, she ran toward him. Jiang Chen, you successfully challenged the officer, right? Yes, I did. Jiang Chen nodded and replied calmly. Tang Chuyao slightly opened her mouth but couldn't help asking, what just happened? What was all that commotion? Jiang Chen's lips curved slightly, and he said calmly, nothing much, just sparring with 5 officers at the same time. There were a few more people, so it got a bit noisy. After speaking, Jiang Chen walked toward the crowd. The crowded group automatically made way for him as he stepped forward. Everyone stared at Jiang Chen in shock, their eyes filled with awe and admiration. A student glanced at the classmate next to him. What did Jiang Chen just say? Did I hear that right? Isn't challenging the officers supposed to be one-on-one? How did it turn into 1v5? Did the rules change? And from the way he said it, did he just take down 5 officers in an instant by himself? The classmate met his gaze and replied firmly, you didn't hear wrong. Jiang Chen walked all the way toward the dormitory. Just as he reached the front of the dormitory building, a male classmate slowly walked out from the hallway. The man saw Jiang Chen, nodded slightly, and a polite smile appeared at the corner of his mouth before he walked away directly, as if merely passing by an insignificant stranger. Jiang Chen's steps suddenly halted, his brows furrowing slightly. In his perception, the body of that male classmate was completely empty. No heartbeat, no blood flow, not even any organs. Instead, countless withered straws were densely packed inside that shell of a body. This person didn't seem like a human, more like a scarecrow? Jiang Chen froze for a moment, staying in place until that classmate walked away. He shook his head. Forget it, let's head back to the dorm first. Thinking of this, he walked straight to his dorm. A moment later, Jiang Chen opened the door. Just as he sat down on the sofa, a letter on the table caught his attention. Why is there a letter? Jiang Chen suddenly thought of the strange male classmate he had just encountered downstairs. Could it be him? Jiang Chen picked up the envelope, and as his fingers touched the seal, a peculiar pattern caught his attention. It was a skull woven from straw, its hollow eye socket seemingly staring at him. He opened the envelope and a sheet of white paper slipped out. The few lines of black handwriting on the paper appeared particularly striking. The world will eventually collapse. The king is about to descend. Join the ranks of the reapers, and before the king's scythe falls, become the king's loyal apostle. I will come for you. Remember, those who refuse the scythe will ultimately become the chaff beneath it. The reaper wields the pen under the gaze of the king's eyes. Jiang Chen quickly scanned the contents on the paper, his brows slightly furrowed. King? Reaper? Faithful apostle? What is all this stuff? Jiang Chen put down the letter and started searching for some related information online using his phone. A moment later, he tossed the phone aside and leaned back on the sofa. Not a single piece of useful information. That male classmate is a bit strange. Always feels like he's not a real person, but rather, a straw dummy. He can actually enter my room without making a sound. However, I'm not worried about being assassinated out of nowhere. After all, my observation hockey is there, and I can detect any danger approaching immediately. Even if one falls into a deep sleep, they will wake up immediately. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered. It seems there is a fruit called the straw fruit. It's the ability of the supernova Hawkins in One Piece. It can predict the future through divination, use straw to substitute for one's death, transfer damage, and even even temporarily grant others terrifying power through drawing cards. It's indeed a very overpowered ability. Just can't figure out what this person wants to do. Forget it, I'll ask the president tomorrow. He might know something. Jiang Chen decisively stopped thinking about this matter. Now, his new move, Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger, is indeed astonishingly powerful. The sword strike inside the association building was restrained, unlike the one on the back mountain, which directly carved out a trench hundreds of meters long. Moreover, the sword strike on the back mountain wasn't executed with full strength, only about 70 to 80%. After all, the energy consumption of this move is indeed a bit excessive. It must be said, unlocking this technique has greatly compensated for the lack of area of effect damage in my abilities. Previously, when encountering those of the same rank, I had to restrain them and then kill them one by one. Now, that's no longer necessary. No need to restrain them anymore, just one swing of the sword and they're all dead. Especially when dealing with beast tides, one sword can directly wipe them out. This move is already so powerful, it's hard to imagine how terrifying the power of future meteor showers will be. Perhaps a single meteor could directly destroy several cities. Hint, when the total level of multiple skills reaches LV.30, the next skill, Conqueror's Haki, can be unlocked. Current unlock progress, 23/40. The next unlock is Conqueror's Haki, and the one after that is probably the meteor shower. Jiang Chen stretched lazily, then got up and stood in front of the window. Now, he didn't even need to attend classes anymore. Lin Weidong had no objections at all. After all, a student like Jiang Chen, who had mastered the 6 forms so well, didn't need his teaching. Whoosh! Tomorrow, he would try an S-level mission. It was said that the targets of S-level missions were at least 5th-tier ferocious beasts. With his current self, defeating an opponent 1 tier higher was no problem at all, but going 2 tiers higher was really uncertain. However, it wasn't a big issue. After all, the guild leader would be there. At worst, he could just play a supporting role and earn some points. S-level mission, earning at least 1,000 points each time. 8 o'clock the next morning. Jiang Chen arrived punctually at the first-floor lobby of the association building, where President Chen Zhang was already present. Jiang Chen nodded and greeted politely, "President." Chen Zhang looked up, saw Jiang Chen, and stood up. "You're here? Let's go. This is the information for today's S-level mission. Take a look." As he spoke, he handed a document to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced at it. Eliminate the S-level ferocious beast, Abyssal Python. A 5th-tier ferocious beast, over 100 meters long, inhabits the Black Abyss Canyon, adept at manipulating poisonous mist and corrosive liquids. According to previous battle records, its eyes and abdomen are relatively vulnerable spots. Chen Zheng pointed to the diagram on the document and began his explanation. But its reaction speed is extremely fast, and the range of its poisonous mist is vast. Once caught in it, it's very difficult to escape. You're strong, but a 5th-tier ferocious beast isn't something you can handle. When the time comes, just focus on assisting me. Chen Zhang gazed at Jiang Chen and spoke slowly. Jiang Chen nodded. He didn't really mind. As long as he could earn points, it didn't matter how they fought. Besides, what Chen Zhang said was indeed true. Facing a 5th-tier ferocious beast with his current strength, the odds of winning weren't great. "Alright, let's set off," Chen Zhang said with a smile. Immediately afterward, he led Jiang Chen out of the association building and headed toward the airport within the school. Walking behind Chen Zhang, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the strange letter he encountered yesterday and asked, "By the way, President, I encountered something strange yesterday." Chen Zhang turned his head to look at Jiang Chen, his face showing confusion. "What strange thing?" Jiang Chen took out the letter from yesterday and handed it to Chen Zhang. "I found this suddenly after returning to the dormitory yesterday, and I also saw a very strange person, no internal organs, just filled with straw." Chen Zhang's expression turned serious upon hearing this. "Reapers?" He quickly glanced at the contents of the letter, then looked up at Jiang Chen. "I didn't expect them to come looking for you so soon." Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but grow interested. It was obvious that Chen Zhang knew some inside information. "What do you mean? Who are they?" Chen Zhang was silent for a moment, staring at Jiang Chen, then chuckled lightly. "But it's not surprising. Someone like you, it's hard not to attract attention." Immediately after, Chen Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of killing intent flashing in his gaze. "They are a bunch of lunatics. Madman?" After hearing Chen Zhang's evaluation, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Chen Zhang nodded and continued to explain. "Yes, they call themselves the Reapers. Their leader is a straw fruit ability user with the power of divination and foresight. It's said that they foresaw the arrival of some kind of king in the future, which humanity will be completely unable to resist. So their goal is to destroy humanity before the king descends, offering that so-called king a pledge of allegiance." After hearing Chen Zhang's explanation, Jiang Chen only felt a chill run down his spine. He finally understood what kind of people they were. They truly are lunatics. Since they foresaw the arrival of a powerful enemy, instead of thinking about unity, they were willing to destroy the world and humanity just to survive. But then again, who would have thought that this world not only faces the threat of ferocious beasts but also has even more powerful entities? That's pretty crazy. Jiang Chen pressed on. "That king, is he he really that strong? So strong that they'd rather destroy the world than put up a fight? Chen Zhang shrugged and said helplessly, who knows? This is all just the Reaper leader's side of the story. Only he claims to have seen some king. Who knows if it's true or not? Hearing this, Zhang Chen also nodded. Indeed, the straw fruit ability user can predict the future, but as for what the future holds, isn't it all up to him to say? Chen Zhang continued. 5 years ago, the world united to annihilate the Reapers, but unexpectedly, their leader is still alive. At this point, Chen Zhang suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze heavy as he looked at Zhang Chen. No, we need to go to the school authorities first and report this matter. Chen Zhang then led Zhang Chen as they headed toward Du Hongxing's office together. Immediately after, knock, knock, knock. A moment later, Chen Zhang led Zhang Chen and knocked on the wooden door of Du Hongxing's office. Chen Zhang pushed open the wooden door. Du Hongxing was sitting on the sofa with the dean of students, Wang Xin, drinking tea and discussing some matters. Come in. Creak. The office was filled with a faint aroma of tea, and sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled light and shadows on the wooden floor. Du Hongxing was momentarily stunned upon seeing the two of them, then gestured for them to sit down. Chen Zhang, Zhang Chen, have a seat. What brings you here? Chen Zhang handed the letter to Du Hongxing. Principal, Director Wang, this is the letter Zhang Chen received yesterday. A letter? Du Hongxing looked puzzled, took the letter, opened it, and glanced at it. Immediately, his pupils suddenly contracted. Reaper? Du Hongxing's voice carried a trace of shock and anger. Hearing this, Wang Xin also leaned over to take a look. After the two finished reading the letter, they exchanged a glance, their expressions growing serious. Wang Xin exclaimed in surprise, their leader is actually still alive? Du Hongxing stared at Zhang Chen and asked, how did this letter end up in your hands? Zhang Chen thought for a moment and replied, it was probably delivered by a male classmate who sneaked into my room. I've seen that classmate before, his body is full of straw. Du Hongxing remained silent for a while before speaking. As the words fell, it should have been parasitized by the straw. Immediately, he looked at Wang Xin again. Old Wang, check the surveillance later and find that male student. Got it. Wang Xin nodded in response. Then, Du Hongxing asked Chen Zhang, have you told Zhang Chen everything about the Reaper? Chen Zhang nodded. I did. Du Hongxing looked at Zhang Chen again and asked in a deep voice, Zhang Chen, what do you think of this organization? Immediately after, Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, then quickly reacted, Principal Du, are you asking if I would join them? Madman. Du Hongxing's expression was solemn as he nodded lightly. Zhang Chen's lips curved slightly upward as he decisively shook his head and said, no matter what, destroying humanity was simply too outrageous. As someone who had received a good education, he was certain he could never do such a thing. Moreover, now that the system has possessed me, I really don't believe it. Could it be that I can't defeat that so-called king? Du Hongxing heard Zhang Chen's response and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Immediately after, he turned his head to glance at Chen Zhang and asked, are you planning to take on an S-level mission? Chen Zhang nodded. Yes. Then you can go. As for the matter of the Reapers, I will report it to the military. Du Hongxing said slowly, then turned to look at Zhang Chen. As for Zhang Chen, you don't need to worry too much. They've taken an interest in you, so they won't make a move on you for the time being. Besides, within the borders of Longhua, they wouldn't dare take any action. Longhua has always been their forbidden territory. Chen Zhang and Zhang Chen responded with a sound and then turned to leave the office. Yes. The two left the office, and the wooden door slowly closed with a muffled sound. Inside the office, only Wang Xin and Du Hongxing remained. After a moment of silence, Wang Xin looked at Du Hongxing and said, I didn't expect the Reapers to make a comeback. It's only been 2 months, and they've already set their sights on Zhang Chen. Du Hongxing stood up, walked to the window, and gazed out at the scenery with a solemn expression. He sighed and said, ah, such treacherous people. Wang Xin saw this and also stood up, walking to his side and softly said, I really don't understand what kind of vision their leader saw to make them want to destroy humanity as an offering to that king. I remember their leader also had the strength of a martial-level figure. Across the entire world, there are nearly 10 peak 9th-tier powerhouses. I refuse to believe they can't defeat that king. Du Hongxing let out a cold snort, his tone carrying a hint of authority. Humph, no matter how powerful that king is, this should never be done. Wang Xin changed the subject and asked, suddenly, old Du, why not simply protect Zhang Chen? Directly feed him attribute points. With the stockpile of attribute points in our dragon nation, concentrating them on one person should be more than enough. Du Hongxing directly rejected Wang Xin's suggestion. No way. Immediately after, he glanced at Wang Xin and began to explain. Simply feeding attribute points is not enough. One must go through enough actual combat to truly become stronger. You should be aware of this. With Zhang Chen's current strength, he is already more than capable of dominating the upcoming secret realms. Moreover, if we forcibly use the nation's resources to nurture Zhang Chen, others will inevitably be affected. This would sacrifice the growth of others to accelerate Zhang Chen's development. At this point, Du Hongxing fixed his gaze on Wang Xin's eyes and said solemnly, have you forgotten Lin Yan from 10 years ago? ago? As the words fell, Wang Xin paused for a moment, then looked out the window and sighed softly. Lin Nian, what a pity. Du Hongsheng said slowly. Back then, almost the entire nation's resources were devoted to nurturing him, and in the end, he became the most powerful Reaper in the Reaper organization, even single-handedly destroying an entire country overseas. Du Hongsheng sighed and shook his head, saying, we must prioritize the bigger picture and never place all our hopes on one person. Wang Xin nodded and said, understood. A transport aircraft painted with the insignia of the Star Navy Academy slowly landed at a small airport under the guidance of the airport officer. The cabin door slowly opened, and Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang walked out side by side. This airport was much smaller than any they had been to during their previous missions. Back on the plane, Jiang Chen had already asked Chen Zhang for a detailed overview of the general situation of this mission. This is the Demon Suppression Army's base in a small four-line county town, the Demon Suppression Army's camp in Fenghua County. Due to its remote location, the entire camp has fewer than 500 members of the Demon Suppression Army. Most of them are low-level ability users, and there are even quite a few ordinary people without any abilities. The strongest among them is merely a 4th-level ability user. It was precisely because of this that when a 5th-tier ferocious beast suddenly appeared, they were completely powerless to deal with it. This ferocious beast roaming in the wild was like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. Helpless, they could only report to their superiors, hoping someone would be sent to eliminate the beast. A 5th-tier ferocious beast is not particularly strong, but it is by no means weak either, making it an ideal target for the strong students in the military academy to use for practical combat training. Fenghua County is the small 4th-tier county they are guarding, with a permanent population of only a few 100,000. This time, the mission can earn a total of 2,800 military department points, which, after splitting with Chen Zhangping, means 1,400 points per person. That is 1,400 attribute points plus 140 skill points, another significant boost. My current total attribute points are only 5,200. At this rate, by the time I enter the 3rd secret realm, I will easily reach the threshold of 8,000 total attribute points required for a tier 4 ability user. By then, no matter which secret realm the 3rd one is, I'll be able to dominate it effortlessly. As Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang stepped off the plane, a man dressed in military uniform quickly jogged toward them. The man stood firmly, raised his hand in a standard military salute, and spoke with a resolute voice. Hello, I am Sergeant Zhang Feng of the Demon Suppression Army Station in Fenghua County. You must be Chen Zhang and Jiang Chun from Shanghai Military Academy, correct? After saying this, Chen Zhang smiled and extended his hand, introducing himself. Hello, I am Chen Zhang. Jiang Chen also extended his hand and lightly shook Zhang Feng's. Hello, I am Jiang Chen. Afterward, Zhang Feng carefully examined their documents and a smile appeared on his face. Great, please follow me. Our commander has been waiting for quite some time. Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang exchanged a glance, then quickly followed Zhang Feng toward the interior of the camp. Along the way, they noticed that although the Demon Suppression Army soldiers around them were hurrying, there was a sense of tension and fatigue in everyone's eyes. The camp's facilities also appeared rather rudimentary, with many buildings looking somewhat old and worn. Soon, they arrived in front of a slightly dilapidated 2-story building. Zhang Feng pushed open the door and led the two inside. In a simply furnished office, a burly middle-aged man with sharp eyes stood in front of a massive map, his brows furrowed as if deep in thought. Hearing footsteps, the man turned his head, his gaze falling on Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. You must be Chen Zhang and Jiang Chun from the Starsea Military Academy, right? Truly young and promising. The man strode forward enthusiastically, extending both hands. I am Li Gang, the commander of the Demon Suppression Army Station in Fenghua County. Welcome, we're counting on you this time. Chief, you're too kind, Chen Zhang responded politely. You've had a tiring journey. Li Gang glanced at Zhang Feng and instructed, quickly, pour a glass of water for the two of them. Hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately turned and left. Yes. A moment later, Li Gang sat down across from the two and couldn't help but ask, if I may ask, what rank is brother Jiang Chen at now? Jiang Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Tier 3. Li Gang stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Tier 3? Chen Zhang interrupted him upon seeing this and got straight to the point. Can you give us a detailed introduction about this abyssal python? Although the information about this ferocious beast is written in the mission details, it's best to ask more questions to be cautious. After all, the person involved is right here. Li Gang sighed, pointed to a marked spot on the map, and said, this ferocious beast suddenly appeared in the Black Abyss Canyon on the outskirts of Fenghua County a week ago. We organized several small-scale encirclement operations, but all ended in failure, and we lost quite a few comrades. Preliminary assessment indicates it's a 5th-tier ferocious beast. On our side, the strongest we have is only 4th tier, so we can only trouble you all. Chief, has this abyssal giant python shown any special movement patterns or behaviors this week? Jiang Chen slightly tilted his head and asked Li Gang. Li Gang was momentarily stunned upon seeing Jiang Chen's appearance. This was his first time encountering a blind person taking on a mission, and Jiang Chen had just mentioned that he
was only a third-tier ability user, which made him somewhat worried about Jiang Chen's safety. However, he did not raise this question either. After all, Chen Zhang was a genuine 5th-tier ability user, and there must be a reason why he brought Jiang Chen along to carry out the mission. Li Gang pondered for a moment and then slowly said, "It often appears near the Black Abyss Canyon. It's very difficult to find its traces during the day. It only shows up at night. Moreover, its perception is extremely sharp. We once tried to set up an ambush at night, but every time, it detected us in advance. It can manipulate poisonous mist and corrosive liquids. Absolutely avoid contact with the toxins it emits, as even our most corrosion-resistant equipment cannot withstand them. We have hit its eyes and abdomen. Only these two areas can cause it harm." Chen Zhang listened, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. "In that case, we'll wait until tonight to act. We'll aim to take it down directly when it comes out to move." Li Gang looked at them with some concern. "This abyssal giant python is extremely cunning and powerful. You must act with caution. I will arrange for some soldiers from the demon suppression army to assist you, but their strength is limited. The key will still depend on you." Li Gang's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he shouted toward the window, "Who's out there? Get in here." At this moment, the wooden door slowly creaked open, and a tall, slightly simple-looking man walked in. Creak. The man scratched his head and said awkwardly, "He, Chief, it's me." Li Gang glanced at the man and questioned, "What are you sneaking around outside for?" The man looked a bit embarrassed and glanced at Jiang Chen. "Chief, I just wanted to ask Jiang Chen for an autograph." "An autograph?" Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly, looking intently at this somewhat simple-minded man with a hint of confusion. Seeing this, the man walked up to Jiang Chen, scratched his head, and said, "Jiang Chen, just call me Tiniu. My younger brother has been talking about you non-stop lately. He really likes you. Could I get your autograph for him and maybe take a photo together?" Jiang Chen was speechless for a moment. He hadn't expected to be this famous already. He even had fans now? Hearing this, Tiniu's eyes lit up instantly, and he swiftly took out his phone. "All right." The corners of Li Gang's mouth twitched slightly, and a trace of apology appeared on his face. "I'm really sorry for causing trouble for you too." A moment later, Chen Zhang waved his hand. It's nothing, just a small favor, right, Jiang Chen?" Jiang Chen also nodded with a smile. Li Gang stood up and said to the two of them, "It's still early now. You can rest at our camp for a while. Tonight, I'll have Zhang Feng and Tainio lead the team to act with you." After speaking, Tainio took the lead and said with a silly grin, "Brother Jiang Chen, let me take you to rest for a while." Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang also stood up with a smile and followed Tainio out of the office. On the way, Iron Bull kept talking to Jiang Chen about his younger brother's admiration for him. Jiang Chen listened quietly, occasionally chiming in a few words, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang were taken to a simple dormitory very soon. The room was not large, about 20 square meters, with gray-white alloy panels on all four walls, covered with fine scratches. On the wall directly opposite the door hangs a military flag, with a theater map posted below it. Several key areas are circled in red marker on the map. Against the left wall are two military cots placed side by side. The dark green military bed sheets and blankets are folded into standard, sharp-edged squares. Along the right wall stands a long metal table, its surface polished to a shine. The entire room, though simple, exudes the discipline of a soldier. Every item was neatly arranged, even the towels were folded and hung in a uniform manner. "You all rest here for a while, I won't disturb you." Tainio grinned sheepishly and gently closed the dormitory door. Inside the dormitory, only Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang were left. "Phew, let's take a break first, so we have energy for tonight." Chen Zhang stretched lazily and flopped onto the bed. Nothing beats a bed. That transport plane was so uncomfortable. Chen Zhang sat up straight, his expression serious, and reminded Jiang Chen. Suddenly, "By the way, Jiang Chen, you need to be extra cautious with the abyssal python tonight. The destructive power of a 5th-tier beast is no joke. With your current physique, you absolutely won't be able to withstand a hit. Safety comes first." Jiang Chen nodded in response. Understood. Jiang Chen was well aware that a 5th-tier ferocious beast was not something he could hunt alone at his current level. In any case, this time he would just play a supporting role and earn some military points. After all, completing one S-level mission was equivalent to doing 3 A-level missions. Jiang Chen slightly tilted his head as a burst of chatter outside the dormitory reached his ears. At this moment, Iron Bull, I heard that Jiang Chen is only a 3rd-tier ability user? Isn't that the same level as you? Can he really kill a 5th-tier abyssal python? A soldier in military uniform asked Iron Bull. Iron Bull glanced at him and replied bluntly, "What do you know? Isn't that Chen Zhang beside him a 5th-tier ability user?" The soldier glanced again at the dormitory where Jiang Chen and the others were, and said, "I'm talking about Jiang Chen. There are quite a few 3rd-tier ability users in our camp, but even if you bundle them together, they wouldn't survive a single tail strike from the abyssal python. What qualifications does Jiang Chen have to take on this S-level mission?" Another soldier agreed, saying, as the words fell, "Exactly, now even 3rd-tier ability users can take on S-level missions? Could
Could it be that Jiang Chen really has some kind of backing? Iron Bull interrupted their conversation and began to argue. Stop making wild guesses. Even within the third tier, there's a huge difference, and Jiang Chen is exactly that within the third tier. The soldier curled his lips in disdain and said, still just a third tier. If it were a fourth tier doing an S-level mission, I could accept it, but what qualifies a third tier to do it? Another soldier joined in the commotion. Exactly. In my opinion, Jiang Chen is definitely just here to make up the numbers. The higher-ups see Jiang Chen's great potential and want to give him some special training. I guess for this mission, he's just here to play a minor role. Seconded. The surrounding soldiers echoed one after another, their voices rising and falling. Seeing this, Iron Bull became furious and directly smacked each of them on the back of the head, shouting loudly, "What the hell are you agreeing with? Shut up. Go train. 10 laps each. Run, move." The soldiers let out a collective wail, "Ah," as the words fell. This conversation was also captured by Jiang Chen's powerful observation hockey. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. What these people said was not without reason. After all, he was now the first to take on an S-rank mission as a Tier 3 ability user. Moreover, they only discussed it a bit behind his back. They were still very polite in person. Forget it, let them say whatever they want. The mission will start soon, and by then they'll know what it means to be a third-tier ability user stronger than a fourth-tier one. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was evening. The night was as dark as ink, with a bright moon hanging high in the sky, casting its silvery glow and draping the camp in a veil of mystery. The camp was brightly lit, with soldiers standing tall, marching in neat formation, and methodically carrying out their patrol duties. "Brother Jiang Chen, Brother Chen Zhang, it's time. Let's head out." Tainyo's honest voice came from outside the door. Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang quickly tidied up, each grabbing their weapons before stepping out of the dormitory. In an open space in front of the camp checkpoint, a total of 24 soldiers stood in neat formation, with 4 armored vehicles arranged in an orderly manner. All personnel were fully armed, on high alert, and ready to depart at any moment. Zhang Feng and Iron Bull stood in front of the soldiers, conducting a pre-battle mobilization. This time, our target is a Tier 5 ferocious beast, the Abyssal Python. Chen Zhang and Jiang Chen from the Starsea Military Academy will serve as the main assault force, while our squad will provide full support as the auxiliary force. Does everyone understand? Understood. The soldiers' voices were uniform and powerful, like a surging tide. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang, his expression becoming serious. He said in a grave tone, "Brother Chen Zhang, Brother Jiang Chen, the Abyssal Python is extremely powerful. You must be extra careful. Our team will fully cooperate with your actions. We must slay this ferocious beast here." Chen Zhang nodded slightly, forming a circle with his thumb and index finger. "Don't worry, Captain Zhang. With us here, a mere 5th-tier beast is no big deal." Seeing this, Zhang Feng's expression relaxed a bit. He unfolded the map and said in a deep voice, "The Black Abyss Canyon is about a 3-hour drive from our camp." Zhang Feng waved his hand and commanded the soldiers. At the command, the soldiers quickly moved and boarded the armored vehicles. "Let's go." Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang also boarded an armored vehicle. The two of them shared a vehicle with Zhang Feng and Iron Bull, while the remaining 22 team members boarded the other 3 armored vehicles. The checkpoint slowly lifted, and the 4 armored vehicles let out a deep and powerful roar as they drove out of the camp, speeding toward their destination. Immediately after, half an hour after Jiang Chen's squad set out, 2 other armored vehicles slowly drove out of the camp. The engines of the armored vehicles emitted a low rumble, gradually fading into the night as the wheels stirred up dust that spread under the moonlight. Inside one of the armored vehicles, 6 fully armed soldiers sat quietly, surrounded by an atmosphere of stillness, with only the faint vibrations from the moving armored vehicle breaking the silence. Suddenly, a soldier's voice broke the silence. "Have you heard? The Star Naval Academy sent 2 people to hunt down the Abyssal Python." The soldier sitting across from him immediately lit up upon hearing this and eagerly said, "Really? Finally, someone has been sent. Lately, going on missions at night has been so unsettling. Damn, that snake is hundreds of meters long, just looking at it is terrifying." Another soldier looked gloomy and sighed softly, "Isn't that so?" Sigh oldly, and the others died in the mouth of that snake. Immediately after, he turned his gaze to the soldier who had just spoken, asking curiously, "Hey, who did the Star Navy Academy send? Are they all 5th tier?" The soldier thought for a moment and said, "I heard one of them is their association president, Chen Zhang, a 5th-tier ability user, and the other is Jiang Chen, a 3rd-tier ability user." As soon as these words were spoken, the originally quiet atmosphere inside the armored vehicle was instantly broken, and all the soldiers couldn't help but lean in curiously. "Jiang Chen? Is it that Jiang Chen who's been really popular recently?" The soldier nodded. "Yes." Upon hearing the soldier's affirmative response. After receiving an affirmative response, inside the armored vehicle, a soldier with a prominent long scar on his right eye and another soldier with a face full of freckles exchanged a glance. In the instant their eyes met, a faint and almost imperceptible glimmer of unusual light flashed in their gazes. However, no one noticed this scene,
as everyone's attention was deeply drawn to the words of that soldier.
Someone asked, "Wait a minute, Jiang Chen is very strong among the freshmen, but did you just say he's only at the 3rd tier? Isn't that a death sentence?"
The soldier shrugged and casually said, "Who knows, but I heard that Jiang Chen's strength is unmatched within the 3rd tier." The soldier sitting across from him curled his lips. "So what if he's unmatched in the 3rd tier?
That snake is at the 5th tier.
At this point, another soldier smacked his lips.
"Your information is way too outdated.
I have the latest news. Jiang Chen single-handedly took down 5 4th-tier officers at the Starsea Military Academy yesterday." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone instantly widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief.
What the heck? How is that even possible? Taking down one across tiers is already outrageous.
This must be fake news.
Inside the armored vehicle, the soldiers were chattering away. Unknowingly, half an hour had passed.
The soldier with a ferocious scar on his face casually glanced at the tactical watch on his wrist.
Then, he spoke in a calm tone.
As this brief sentence fell, in an instant, apart from the pockmarked soldier beside him who remained calm and unmoved.
"Time's about right? ?
The remaining soldiers cast puzzled glances, looking at the scar-faced soldier with confusion.
"What do you mean by almost time?
There's still more than an hour's journey left,"
a soldier asked in confusion.
The scar-faced soldier remained expressionless and coldly uttered a few words.
"It's time for you to hit the road." As soon as the words fell,
the scar-faced soldier and the pockmarked soldier simultaneously sprang into action, their muscles instantly swelling as if inflated, rising high with a terrifying sense of power. Almost at the same moment, a ferocious and menacing wolf's head appeared out of thin air before everyone's eyes. Its savage appearance was enough to strike fear into the heart.
"What are you doing?" a soldier exclaimed in shock. The scar-faced soldier and the pockmarked soldier moved like phantoms.
In the blink of an eye, they had crushed every soldier inside the armored vehicle.
The next moment, these soldiers didn't even have time to cry for help.
Blood gushed like a fountain, splattering wildly into the air and instantly dyeing the entire interior of the armored vehicle crimson. The stench of blood filled the space, nauseating to the extreme. The scar-faced soldier suddenly exerted force, slamming his fist heavily against the partition of the driver's compartment.
Immediately after, with a deafening boom, the sturdy partition was shattered into pieces.
The two soldiers in the driver and passenger seats had no chance to react, they died on the spot. The tremendous impact threw the armored vehicle off balance, causing it to tumble violently to one side.
At the same time, bang, bang, bang,
the armored vehicle rolled several times across the ground, kicking up clouds of dust.
By the time it finally came to a complete stop,
it was already unrecognizable, severely deformed, all windows shattered, debris scattered everywhere, the surface covered in dense scratches and deep dents.
A scene of utter chaos.
After a loud bang, the rear door of the armored vehicle was kicked off by a powerful force, arcing through the air before crashing heavily to the side.
Bang!
The scar-faced soldier and the pockmarked soldier slowly stepped out, their bodies drenched in blood.
Not far from them, another armored vehicle lay similarly overturned on the ground, tilted and battered. Another loud bang echoed. Bang!
From the other armored vehicle, two more blood-soaked soldiers emerged. The four exchanged glances, their eyes meeting briefly, a barely concealed excitement flashing in their expressions. Inside the armored vehicle, a soldier who hadn't yet died was struggling to crawl out, spitting blood as he stared wide-eyed at the four.
What are you people?"
The scar-faced soldier sneered coldly as he walked toward him, stomping down and crushing the soldier's skull instantly. The scar-faced man glanced back at the pockmarked soldier, signaling with his eyes.
"Second brother, distribute the goods."
The pockmarked soldier nodded, slung off his backpack, and pulled out 4 devices and 4 syringes, each marked with a skull and straw emblem.
He then handed out the items to the others one by one.
Scarface waited until all the items were distributed, glanced at the other 3, and explained, "This is the organization's latest development, the Beast-Tide Potion, capable of driving beasts below Tier 4 into frenzy.
This is also your first mission, so make sure to complete it perfectly."
The other 3 responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation.
"Yes."
Scarface turned his head to look in the direction they had come from, his gaze profound. Finha County, with a population of approximately 600,000, has around 5,000 ferocious beasts below the 4th tier in the vicinity, enough to level the camp along with the entire county.
The pockmarked man leaned in and asked in a low voice, "Those people just mentioned that Jiang Chen is also nearby. Should we report this to the leader?" As the words fell, the scar-faced man thought for a moment and shook his head. "No need. If he dies in this wave of beast attacks, it proves his strength isn't worthy of the leader's personal recruitment.
If he survives, it will be a good opportunity for Jiang Chen to witness how powerful our organization truly is."
The Abyss Canyon is tightly shrouded in this endless darkness. The night was as dark as ink.
Within the canyon, steep cliffs rise on both sides, while the passage in the middle is narrow and profound.
A dull rumbling sound broke the dead silence of the night. Creak, creak.
The wheels of the armored vehicle mercilessly crushed the gravel on the ground, and the vehicle body jolted violently on the rugged road. For armored vehicles moved slowly in a row, their headlights casting strong beams that illuminated the winding winding road ahead as well as the dense thorns and jagged rocks on both sides. Stop! Zhang Feng's voice came through the intercom. All the armored vehicles stopped in place, and the sound of the engines came to an abrupt halt. The next moment, Zhang Feng looked at Chen Zhang and Zhang Chen, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. We've arrived. From here on, let's proceed on foot. There are many fierce beasts in the area, and the noise from the vehicles is too loud, which could easily alarm them. Chen Zhang nodded in response. Okay. Zhang Feng, upon hearing this, immediately ordered the soldiers in the other armored vehicles, everyone, disembark and stay on alert. The doors of the 4 armored vehicles opened simultaneously, and the soldiers, well trained, jumped out of the vehicles, quickly forming a defensive circle around the area. They gripped their standard alloy weapons tightly, vigilantly observing the surroundings for any movement. As the words fell, Chen Zhang, Zhang Chen, Zhang Feng, and Iron Bull stood at the forefront of the team. Zhang Feng looked at Chen Zhang and Zhang Chen and said slowly, "The abyssal python should be nearby." Chen Zhang looked solemn and nodded, saying, "Then let's search ahead first. Everyone, stay alert and be ready to handle any emergencies at any time." Zhang Feng made an okay gesture, then turned to issue orders to the other soldiers. Everyone, stay in combat formation and advance slowly. The team of more than 20 people began cautiously moving forward. Immediately after, the surroundings were eerily silent, so quiet that only the sound of their rapid breathing and pounding heartbeats could be heard. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon were covered with twisted vines, which rustled in the breeze, as if countless eyes were watching them from the darkness. "Zhang Chen, how is it? Can you sense the abyssal python?" Chen Zhang asked Zhang Chen in a low voice. At this moment, Zhang Chen had already expanded his observation hockey to its maximum range. He shook his head lightly, his brows slightly furrowed. "No giant python found, but there are quite a few little snakes." "Little snakes?" Chen Zhang frowned and repeated. As if in response to Zhang Chen, a faint hiss sound suddenly echoed through the silent canyon. On the steep cliff, countless cracks slowly revealed one python after another. Immediately after, their bodies were covered in dark black scales, which shimmered with a cold luster under the faint light. "It's the abyss pythons." Zhang Feng's face changed drastically, his gaze instantly becoming sharp. He decisively drew his alloy longsword, staring intently at his surroundings, his entire body tense. All the soldiers simultaneously drew their standard alloy weapons, forming a tight circle and watching the surrounding group of pythons vigilantly. At the same time, Zhang Feng's expression was grave as he said softly, "Judging by their size, most of them have reached tier 3. We've never encountered this many abyssal pythons before when we came here. It's truly strange." At a glance, the surrounding group of pythons numbered at least 100. So many third-tier pythons, no matter how strong Chen Zhang and Zhang Chen are, these soldiers can hardly avoid heavy casualties. Zhang Feng looked at Chen Zhang, hoping that Chen Zhang could directly wipe out all the pythons in one move. After all, the soldiers around were his men, and if possible, he didn't want to lose a single one of them. As for Zhang Chen, he had no expectations at all. In his mind, Zhang Chen was merely a third tier, on the same level as himself. At this moment, Chen Zhang looked completely at ease. He glanced at Zhang Chen, who also appeared equally relaxed, and said, "Zhang Chen, I'll leave these pythons to you. No problem, right?" However, Zhang Chen's lips curved slightly, and he said calmly, "No problem." Zhang Feng, hearing the conversation between the two, looked at Zhang Chen in disbelief. What are they talking about? A group of tier 3 ferocious beasts, entrusted to Zhang Chen, who is also tier 3. The key is, why does Zhang Chen still look so confident? Chen Zhang also seems so confident? These pythons are almost all third tier. Zhang Feng thought the two hadn't heard clearly, so he emphasized again, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. Chen Zhang glanced at him indifferently and said, "Got it, Captain Zhang. You just take your people and enjoy the show." Zhang Feng and Tainyo exchanged a glance, both seeing a trace of disbelief in each other's eyes. Since Chen Zhang said so, let's just watch. Everyone, stay on alert. Zhang Feng softly gave the order to everyone through the walkie-talkie. More and more pythons gathered around. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless pairs of vertical pupils glimmering with a ghostly light stared fixedly at Zhang Chen and his group, like will-o'-the-wisps in the darkness, as if they were being regarded as a meal. The swarm of pythons simultaneously emerged from the cracks in the cliffs on both sides, wriggling toward Zhang Chen and his group at an incredible speed. Suddenly, all the soldiers immediately widened their eyes, gripped their weapons tightly, held their breath, and felt their hearts leap into their throats. Zhang Chen did not rush to make a move. His expression was calm as he placed the sword within the staff in front of his chest, his right hand gently gripping the hilt, until the nearest python was less than 3 meters away from them. Zhang Chen suddenly drew the blade 3 inches out. Clang! A dark purple gravitational wave spread out from him as the center, surging like a tide and quickly permeating the entire space. In an instant, gravitational field, activate. Almost at the same time, those previously aggressive abyssal pythons were instantly swept by the dark purple gravitational wave, their bodies seemingly gripped tightly by invisible giant hands, unable to move. They desperately twisted their bodies, trying to break free from the powerful gravity, only to realize in the end that all efforts were in vain. Swift
Swish! The next moment, Jiang Chen suddenly sheathed the 3-inch drawn blade. At the very moment the blade was fully sheathed, the entire world seemed to come to a standstill. Immediately after, an earth-shattering force erupted in an instant. Around each python, a gravitational force weighing hundreds of tons suddenly appeared, pressing toward them. In the face of this terrifying gravity, the bodies of the Tier 3 abyss pythons were as fragile as paper, instantly crushed. Crack, snap. The sounds of bones shattering and scales breaking intertwined. The flesh and blood of the pythons, under the pressure of gravity, splattered everywhere like a fountain, dyeing the surrounding ground and cliffs a shocking blood-red color. In just a few short seconds, as many as 100 third-tier abyssal pythons were completely crushed, leaving not a single one behind. Phew, all done. Jiang Chen exhaled lightly and said calmly. Zhang Feng's mouth opened wide, and the expression on his face shifted from initial disbelief to shock and admiration. How is this possible? Is this guy a third-tier ability user? What kind of third-tier ability user can just pull out and insert a sword to instantly kill hundreds of third-tier ferocious beasts? Iron Bull was equally stunned by the scene before him. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if unable to believe what he was seeing. My goodness, brother Jiang Chen, you're incredible. Tainyo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It wasn't just the two of them. At this moment, all the soldiers widened their eyes, staring at Jiang Chen, their hearts filled with shock and awe. Just moments ago on the armored vehicle, these soldiers were still discussing why Jiang Chen was qualified to take on an S-level mission. Just this move alone is already enough to take on an S-level mission and assist a 5th-tier ability user. It seems so now. Chen Zhang patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder and said with a smile, Jiang Chen, well done. Zhang Feng also said apologetically. Brother Jiang Chen, I owe you an apology. I underestimated you before. I never thought you were this amazing. Captain Zhang, you're too kind. Let's focus on completing the task first. Jiang Chen's tone was calm as he turned his head slightly forward and said slowly, President, the big guy is here. A massive abyssal python, over 100 meters long, burst out from the depths of the canyon. Almost at the same time, rumble. Its enormous body resembled a moving hill, its scales glinting with a cold, eerie light, and its blood-red vertical pupils exuded endless ferocity. Everyone, be careful and prepare for battle. Zhang Feng quickly issued the order while drawing his long sword, ready for action. The abyssal python let out a deafening roar, its massive body twisting and rolling in the air like a rampaging dragon. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and a forked, mucus-covered black tongue extended from within. Jiang Chen, assist me. Chen Zhang's expression was solemn as he let out a loud shout. Jiang Chen directly applied an anti-gravity force onto Chen Zhang. As the words fell, almost at the same time, Chen Zhang swiftly stomped on the ground, his powerful footstep creating a shallow pit. Chen Zhang is a user of the boon fruit, which allows his body or any inorganic object he touches to rapidly expand until reaching a critical point, causing a massive explosion without harming himself, earning him the nickname Human Cannonball. Chen turned into a fleeting shadow in the air, his body continuously exploding to generate thrust. Bang bang bang. In almost the blink of an eye, he flashed to the front of the abyssal giant python, a kilometer away. The abyssal giant python was visibly stunned. It hadn't expected this human speed to reach such an incredible level, almost like teleportation. The abyssal giant python roared angrily, attempting to twist its massive body to evade Chen's explosive attack. Roar! The weight of 100 tons came crashing down. Although it was a 5th-tier ferocious beast, this 100-ton gravity did not have much of an impact on it. However, the sudden gravity still caused its body to pause abruptly, significantly slowing its movements. In this brief moment of delay, Chen Zhang's right hand had already touched the skin of the abyssal python. Chen Zhang's right hand began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye, inflating like a giant balloon in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, rumble. The next second, Chen Zhang's right hand, which had swelled to the extreme, suddenly erupted in a violent explosion, and the blinding light instantly illuminated the entire dark canyon. Scorching waves of heat rolled outward, countless streams of flames shooting out from the center of the explosion, twisting and distorting the air wherever they passed. The aftermath of the explosion swept toward the steep cliffs on both sides of the canyon. The rocks on the cliff instantly exploded. Large chunks of rock were blasted away like cannonballs, whistling through the air with a sharp sound of breaking wind. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be shocked by this scene. This was his first time personally witnessing a 5th-tier ability user in action. Just an ordinary attack, yet its power was so terrifying. This level of performance completely surpassed the bomb fruit ability user from anime Don Quixote family officer Gladius by countless times. The abyssal python let out a wail, its hard scales blown off by the violent explosion, and blood gushed from its wounds like a fountain, its roars echoing throughout the canyon. Roar! Jiang Chen, keep going! Chen shouted at Jiang Chen from midair, and then his body once again erupted in a violent explosion, shooting toward the abyssal python at an incredible speed. The massive body of the abyssal python, over 100 meters long, twisted and rolled in the canyon. The sheer cliffs on both sides were barely grazed, yet rocks tumbled down
down like a waterfall. Jiang Chen maintained a gravity of hundreds of tons, enveloping the abyssal python. He suddenly drew his blade.
The next moment, a dark purple gravitational wave coiled around the blade, accompanied by the crackle of thunder as he slashed down with a single strike. The dark purple gravitational sword energy swept horizontally toward the abyssal python.
Wherever the sword energy passed, the space was intensely distorted, with ripples spreading through the air, and the sword energy contained a terrifying power. As the sword energy pierced through the body of the abyssal giant python, a horrifying gravitational force instantly exploded. The ground where the abyssal giant python was located was instantly blasted into a bottomless chasm by the powerful gravity compressed to the extreme and suddenly unleashed.
In an instant, the chasm rapidly extended to both sides. The originally straight canyon was forcibly turned into a cross-shaped canyon by Jiang Chen. However, the horizontal canyon among them had collapsed downward. The abyssal python let out a painful wail, its body over 100 meters long firmly coiled at the edge of the ravine, without falling down. However, the terrifying weight of several thousand tons rendered it completely immobile. Chen Zhang seized the opportunity. Under Jiang Chen's anti-gravity enhancement, his entire body rapidly expanded and flashed across the abyssal python's entire body at an incredible speed. A series of explosions erupted like relentless thunderclaps through the canyon, each blast shaking the very foundations of the chasm until it seemed on the verge of collapse. The firelight from the detonations illuminated the surroundings as brightly as daylight, while thick, rolling smoke carrying scorching heat waves billowed upward, blanketing the entire canyon in a suffocating haze. Under the relentless onslaught of the explosions, the massive serpent's body convulsed violently. Its already battered form was now riddled with countless gruesome new wounds. Scales were blown apart, leaving gaping patches of raw, torn flesh exposed. Blood gushed like a torrent, staining the surrounding earth. A deep, ominous red not far from Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang, the team led by Zhang Feng and Tainyo stood dumbfounded, watching the battle. At the same time, they wanted to step in and help but realized that it seemed they couldn't be of any help at all. The walkie-talkie hanging on Zhang Feng's chest emitted a sound. At this moment, sizzle sizzle sizzle. Calling Zhang Feng, please respond if you copy. Beast Tide discovered 10 kilometers outside the camp, estimated to number over 10,000, strength estimated at tier 4. Return to defend immediately. Repeat, understood. Zhang Feng's pupils contracted sharply upon hearing the voice from the walkie-talkie. A beast tide composed of over 10,000 tier 4 ferocious beasts. After enduring the inhumane baptism of human bomb attacks, the abyssal python let out a pained wail. It then collapsed powerlessly to the ground, twitched slightly a few times, and finally lost all signs of life. Chen Zhang also landed steadily beside Jiang Chen from the air, half kneeling on the ground, gasping heavily. It was evident that the recent battle had drained too much of his energy. Chen Zhang leaned back and collapsed, lying sprawled on the ground, gasping, "Damn it, finally dead. This nearly killed me." Jiang Chen sheathed his sword and sat cross-legged beside Chen Zhang, speaking slowly, "A 5th-tier ferocious beast. I didn't expect it to be this formidable." Chen Zhang burst into hearty laughter and said, "Ha ha ha, right? It's completely on a different level compared to 4th-tier beasts. That's why S-level missions must be led by 5th-tier ability users." Immediately after, he sat up, his expression turning serious as he said to Jiang Chen, "I know you can kill beasts beyond your tier, but the upcoming 6th tier, 7th tier, and even 8th tier beasts represent qualitative changes at each level. It's not as simple as you think." Jiang Chen nodded after hearing Chen Zhang's words. Understood, President. After all, he had never seen a 6th tier ferocious beast with his own eyes, but the difference in strength between 4th tier and 5th tier ferocious beasts was indeed like a chasm. The Black Abyss Canyon returned to calm, with the air filled with a thick, pungent smell of blood. Zhang Feng looked panicked and hurriedly ran toward the two of them. At this moment, hearing the footsteps coming from behind, Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang turned around simultaneously to face Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's face was full of urgency and panic. His gaze shifted between the two of them as he hurriedly said, "Brother Chen Zhang, Brother Jiang Chen, something big has happened." Chen Zhang and Jiang Chen both showed expressions of confusion. What happened? Zhang Feng swallowed hard, his tone filled with anxiety. The camp sent a message. The beast tide, is coming." Beast tide? As Zhang Feng finished speaking, Chen Zhang and Jiang Chen exclaimed simultaneously. In this world, the formation of a beast tide is not easy. It either occurs once every many years due to the opening of dimensional rifts, or, more rarely, due to ferocious beasts gathering together for various reasons. However, the ferocious beasts are not united internally, making it very difficult to bring them together. Iron Bull also brought his men and surrounded them. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Chen and Chen Zhang. The scene of the two joining forces to slay the 5th-tier ferocious beast, the abyssal python, had deeply shocked this group of soldiers. Even the soldiers who had previously doubted Jiang Chen had now fallen silent, their gazes toward him filled only with awe. That sword strike just now directly carved the canyon into a cross shape. Just that one strike, if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would believe it was done by a tier 3 ability user, not even a dog. Chen Zhang frowned deeply and asked, "What tier is the beast tide? How many are there?" Zhang Feng replied, "According to the information from the camp, the initial estimate is that it's a tier 4 beast tide. The number is at least over 10,000. How much longer until we reach Fenghe County?" Chen Zhang stared at Zhang Feng, his expression serious. Zhang Feng, 10 more minutes. As the words fell, the air plunged into silence. It should be noted that it took them over 2 hours to travel from the camp to Black Abyss Canyon. Now, the beast tide is only 10 minutes away from their camp. No matter what, even if the armored vehicle starts smoking, it won't make it in time. Chen Zhang turned to look at Jiang Chen, his expression solemn. "Jiang Chen, can you reach the camp in 10 minutes? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and nodded. "Shouldn't be a problem." Zhang Feng, Tainyo, and the others nearby stared at Jiang Chen in shock. 10 minutes to cover a journey of over 2 hours? No problem? A deafening roar echoed once again from the depths of the canyon, carrying an anger and ferocity that made everyone's hair stand on end. At this moment, roar! Another abyssal python. Iron Bull pointed in the direction of the sound with terror, his voice trembling slightly. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, only to see another abyssal python, equally over 100 meters long, slowly crawling out of the darkness. Its scales shimmered with a cold luster under the faint light, and its blood-red vertical pupils exuded an even more intense killing intent than the previous one. The abyssal python had just appeared, and its massive body was like a black lightning bolt, swiftly charging toward the group at an incredible speed. Its thick body slid rapidly across the ground, making the entire canyon feel as though it was experiencing a minor earthquake. Its sturdy tail, like a giant steel whip, swung through the air, and wherever it passed, the solid cliffs on both sides instantly crumbled. Large chunks of rock broke off from the cliffs, falling like raindrops. Rumble! The abyssal python had already arrived in front of the group. In less than 3 seconds, it swung its thick tail, slicing through the air, and lashed toward the crowd at an incredible speed. "Jiang Chen, take them away!" Chen Zheng shouted loudly. Immediately afterward, his body rapidly expanded, emanating a terrifying aura from head to toe, a force on the verge of erupting. Chen Zheng suddenly stomped on the ground, and the powerful reaction force created a deep pit in the ground as his figure shot toward the tail of the abyssal python like a cannonball. Jiang Chen immediately understood Chen Zheng's intention. He instantly activated the gravity field, and a massive anti-gravity force instantly enveloped Zhang Feng, Iron Bull, and the others. In the next moment, everyone was flung away by this terrifying gravitational force. Jiang Chen immediately retreated dozens of meters away. At the moment of contact with the giant python's tail, Chen Zheng's explosive fruit ability erupted completely. A deafening roar echoed through the canyon, as if the heavens and earth trembled because of it. Boom! A dazzling light, as bright as the sun, instantly illuminated the entire dark canyon, making it almost impossible to look directly at. Scorching waves of heat, with the explosion's center as the origin, surged outward like raging tides, spreading wildly in all directions. Wherever they passed, the air twisted and deformed, emitting sharp, piercing whistles. The once solid ground, under the impact of this terrifying force, was torn apart as easily as fragile paper. Massive cracks rapidly spread, as if the earth had been ripped open with countless ghastly wounds. The surrounding rocks were blown away by the blast, whistling through the air, some directly shattered into powder, raising a sky full of dust that obscured the sun. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon were not spared either, with large chunks of rock falling like raindrops, hitting the ground with a dull thud and stirring up clouds of dust. Chen Zheng's body slowly returned to its original state after the explosion. Although he was not directly harmed by the blast, the strike had drained a significant amount of his energy. His breathing became rapid and heavy. Chen Zheng noticed out of the corner of his eye that Jiang Chen was currently placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, and a dark purple gravity wave was slowly emerging. At this moment, he hurriedly shouted loudly toward Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, don't use that sword. I know that sword is a huge drain on you. The beast tide at the camp needs it more. Now, immediately, fly back to the camp. Leave this abyssal giant python to me." Chen Zheng's voice echoed through the canyon. Chen Zheng was indeed right. The gravity blade, Fierce Tiger, is indeed a move that consumes a tremendous amount of energy for him. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. When dealing with the first abyssal giant python just now, it consumed about 30% of his strength. If he swings this sword again, he fears that when facing tens of thousands of fourth-tier ferocious beasts, his stamina will be severely depleted. By then, not only would he be unable to continue fighting, but even self-preservation might become an issue. Jiang Chen decisively let go of the sword hilt and loudly instructed Chen Zhang, "President, be careful." With a thought, Jiang Chen condensed anti-gravity weighing up to 100 tons beneath his feet. As the words fell, his body seemed to be lifted by an invisible force, and the whole person shot into the sky like a meteor streaking across the horizon at an incredible speed. The next second, his speed was so fast that only a faint dark purple afterimage was left behind, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Zhang Feng stared at Jiang Chen, who had vanished from sight, his gaze filled with shock. He turned to look at Tainyo, who was equally stunned, and said, "We can't help here. Let's go. We need to return to the camp immediately." immediately. He turned around and instructed the other soldiers, "Everyone, get in the vehicles. Return to the camp." Immediately after, the Demon Suppression Army's camp in Finha County was shrouded in an atmosphere of grim determination. Yes, atop the high walls, Commander Li Gang stood upright, holding a pair of binoculars steadily in his hands. His gaze pierced through the lenses, fixed intently on the distance. His expression was grave, the wrinkles on his forehead forming the shape of the character. At the edge of the night, before the undulating mountain range, a mist connecting heaven and earth like an endless grey dragon was silently sweeping toward the camp. Amid the mist, faint roars of ferocious beasts could be heard intermittently. These roars converged into a powerful sound wave, as if even the air trembled under its impact. Within this mist, an initial estimate suggested that at least tens of thousands of ferocious beasts were hidden, most of which were formidable fourth-tier beasts. However, this beast tide was exceedingly strange, arriving without any warning and accompanied by an inexplicable mist. At that moment, a deputy hurried over, almost sprinting and leaping as he approached. He stood firmly in front of Li Gang and raised his hand to give a respectful military salute. "Commander," the adjutant shouted loudly. Li Gang put down the binoculars, his gaze withdrawing from the distance. He turned his head to look at the adjutant beside him, a hint of urgency in his eyes. "What did the higher-ups say?" The adjutant straightened his back and quickly replied, "Commander, the situation has already been reported. The nearest unit to us is the garrison in Sanjan City. They have already sent people to support us, and it is estimated to take another 20 minutes. Li Gang slightly narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself, 20 minutes. Then, he stared at the adjutant and pressed, "How long until the beast tide reaches the camp?" The adjutant swallowed nervously. "Maybe, less than 5 minutes. Li Gang turned his head to look at the endless mist, took a deep breath, and steadied his emotions. The reinforcements would take 20 minutes to arrive, and the beast tide would reach the camp in 5 minutes, meaning they had to hold off the beast tide for 15 minutes. Inside the camp, there were only a few hundred people, most of whom were merely at the third tier. Trying to block a fourth-tier beast tide can only be described as wishful thinking. Forget 10 minutes, a single charge might scatter the entire camp. "Has everyone returned to the camp?" Li Gang slowly asked. The adjutant slightly lowered his head, looking somewhat uneasy, and replied, "Chief, aside from Zhang Feng and Tinia's 2 squads, as well as Wang Hai's squad, everyone else is already on standby in the camp." Li Gang slightly furrowed his brows. "Wang Hai? Where did they go?" The adjutant raised his head, looked into Li Gang's eyes, and answered seriously, "Out on a routine patrol mission, but for some reason, we've been unable to reach them for the past hour." "Unable to reach them?" A trace of surprise flashed in Li Gang's eyes. The adjutant nodded, his expression serious, and said, "The communication equipment is functioning perfectly, and the signal is normal, but we just can't get in touch with them. We suspect something might have happened." A trace of surprise flashed in Li Gang's eyes, followed by a brief silence. His heart was in turmoil, his thoughts a tangled mess. Unable to get in touch all along, it's highly likely that the situation is grim. Wang Hai and his team are third-tier ability users. Even if they suddenly encountered a fourth-tier ferocious beast, they should still have had time to report to headquarters. Moreover, after their silent mishap, the eerie mist beast tide appeared, making it hard not to associate the two events. However, saying these things now is no longer important. What matters more is how to deal with the imminent beast tide crisis at hand. Li Gang did not continue to dwell on Wang Hai's disappearance. He proceeded to ask the adjutant, "Have the citizens of Finha County started evacuating?" The adjutant nodded and began to report, "Commander, the evacuation alarm has already sounded, and the citizens within Finha County are evacuating." At this, the adjutant hesitated for a moment, his tone tinged with concern. "But, given the urgency of the situation, the county town is in some chaos right now. It's estimated that a full evacuation will take at least 2 hours." Upon hearing this, Li Gang's right hand, gripping the binoculars, tightened gradually. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, and his knuckles turned white from the excessive force. A crisp crack sounded as the binoculars were crushed in his grasp, fragments scattering in all directions. Crack. "The beast tide is approaching, only 5 minutes away. Military support will take 20 minutes, and the evacuation of hundreds of thousands of citizens from Finha County behind us will require at least 2 hours. Is this a deadlock?" The adjutant pointed in another direction of the camp and exclaimed, "Commander, look quickly. What is that? Is it reinforcements?" At this moment, hearing this, Li Gang followed the adjutant's gaze. In the pitch-black night sky, a figure wrapped in dark purple ripples was flying rapidly toward the camp. Jiang Chen landed steadily in front of Li Gang. A moment later, Li Gang hurriedly stepped forward and asked anxiously, "Where is Chen Zhang?" Jiang Chen. After all, Chen Zhang was the only 5th-tier ability user among them. Although they cannot withstand this wave-like Tier 4 beast tide, the fact that reinforcements have come is undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. At the very least, it can buy them some more time and hold off for a while longer. "We encountered another abyssal python. Senior brother Chen Zhang is holding it off, and I came back to support you first," Jiang Chen slowly said. After saying this, Li Gang fell into a moment of silence. If it were Chen Zhang,
Jiang, he could indeed provide them with significant assistance.
But Jiang Chen, he's just a third-tier ability user. How much of a difference can he make against such a powerful beast tide?
Li Gang let out a soft sigh, his gaze carrying a hint of helplessness and regret as he looked at Jiang Chen and said,
a moment later, Jiang Chen, you should leave. Although the demon suppression army absolutely does not allow soldiers to desert in the face of battle. However, Jiang Chen is currently just a military academy student, not a soldier in their camp. Moreover, Jiang Chen is different. His potential is immense. Li Gang slowly persuaded. Jiang Chen, your potential is immense. You are the hope of our Dragon Nation's new generation and shouldn't die here. With your speed, you can completely escape. Moreover, forgive me for being blunt, but you are only a third-tier ability user. The beast tide before us consists mostly of fourth-tier or higher ferocious beasts, numbering in the tens of thousands. Even if you stay to help, chances are you won't be of much assistance and might end up sacrificing your life in vain. 15 minutes ago, Fenghe County, this once peaceful and harmonious border town, is now shrouded in an intense atmosphere of fear and chaos.
The piercing sound of the beast tide alarm, like sharp knives, tears through the previously tranquil sky, echoing in every corner of the city. That sound seems like a death knell from hell, each toll striking heavily on people's hearts, breathing endless panic. On the streets and alleys, citizens are seen everywhere frantically evacuating. They brought their entire families, carrying large and small bags in their hands, walking hurriedly with fear and despair written all over their faces. The honking of car horns, the shouts of people, and the cries of children intertwined, forming a chaotic and desperate symphony. On the streets, vehicles were jammed together, unable to move an inch. Some people even abandoned their cars and fled on foot, joining the crowd of evacuees. The entire county town was like an overturned anthill, with people scurrying around like headless flies.
Amid such chaos,
Wang Chang, a self-media creator, was leading his interview team in a cafe in Fenghe County, interviewing retired Demon Suppression Army soldiers Chen Yu and Lu Feng, who were on vacation. This was originally an ordinary interview assignment, aimed at showcasing the demeanor of retired Demon Suppression Army soldiers in their daily lives and telling their stories after taking off their uniforms. However, the sudden beast tide alarm completely disrupted all plans. The recording pen in Wang Chang's hand was still working, and a trace of panic appeared on his face.
What's going on?
As an independent journalist, although he had experienced many emergencies, a life-and-death event like a beast tide attack still caught him somewhat off guard. Chen Yu and Lu Feng exchanged a glance, quickly stood up, and began organizing their equipment.
Sorry, the interview ends here. The beast tide is coming, and we must return to the camp immediately. Ha, aren't you already retired? Wang Chang asked with some confusion.
In his view, retreating in the face of such a dangerous beast tide was the wisest choice.
Aren't they afraid?
Clearly, they had already left the military and no longer needed to face such dangers, yet they were choosing to confront this terrifying beast tide head-on.
Lu Feng smiled and didn't explain much.
He simply patted Wang Chang on the shoulder and said, "My friend, some responsibilities won't be set aside just because of retirement." Chen Yu also turned his head, his face full of pride, and said, "Once, we were the Demon Suppression Army guarding this land.
Now, we still are."
After saying that, the two of them strode out of the cafe and sped off in the direction of the military camp.
Wang Chang watched their departing figures, and an inexplicable sense of respect surged in his heart. "Brother Chang, we need to leave quickly."
"Luckily, we came by helicopter this time," one of the members of the interview team shouted anxiously. Wang Chang hesitated for a moment but eventually followed the interview team out of the cafe, heading toward the helicopter's parking spot.
Vroom, vroom, vroom.
A helicopter parked on the hotel helipad slowly took off. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Everyone remained silent, their eyes revealing a fear of unknown dangers.
Wang Chang looked through the window at Fenghe County below, which was already in complete chaos.
The chaotic scenes on the streets left him utterly shocked.
People, eager to evacuate as quickly as possible, even resorted to arguments and shoving.
Amidst the chaotic crowd of evacuees, however, there were some distinct figures moving against the flow, heading toward the camp.
Their steps were firm and powerful, their eyes revealing a determination to face death unflinchingly.
"Look, those people are heading back." The cameraman pointed at those going against the flow in surprise, his camera unconsciously aimed at them.
"Are they crazy?"
The editor frowned, full of confusion.
"At a time like this, they're heading toward danger? Isn't that just courting death?" A hint of admiration appeared in Wang Chang's eyes. "They're all retired members of the Demon Suppression Army."
The editor pursed his lips and pointed at the others, saying,
"Retired? Who isn't? Me, you. Aren't we all retired demon-suppressing soldiers? This is an era of universal conscription." Another staff member agreed. "Exactly, we finally made it to retirement, why take this risk? Look at this beast tide, there are probably at least 10,000 of them. And that roar, at least a fourth-tier ferocious beast. With so few people, isn't this just a death sentence?"
As the words fell, the cabin plunged into silence once again, leaving only the noisy sound of the helicopter's engine. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned toward the distant stretch of mist spanning thousands of meters. members. From within the mist came the deafening roar of a beast tide, a sound that seemed like a hellish howl, mixed with the snarls, roars, and growls of wild beasts. Sharp, deep, hoarse, various sounds intertwined, forming a terrifying wave of noise that crashed against everyone's eardrums, wave after wave. The helicopter trembled slightly under the vibration of the roar. The roar carried an endless ferocity and savagery, as if in the next second, those terrifying beasts would charge out of the mist and tear everything to shreds.
Wang Chang's body jolted violently.
This familiar yet terrifying sound instantly pulled him back to the memories of his time in the demon suppression army. He had not awakened any special abilities and was once an ordinary soldier, as ordinary as could be. He recalled the hardships of recruit training, sweating profusely under the scorching sun every day, countless times wanting to give up but gritting his teeth to persevere. He remembered the fear of facing a beast for the first time, his legs trembling, his heart almost leaping out of his throat. He thought of the days of fighting side by side with his comrades, sharing life and death. The blood shed on the battlefield, the oaths sworn to protect their homeland, all surged into his heart like a tide at this moment. He watched the backs of those who were heading against the tide, and a strong sense of mission surged in his heart.
The duty of the demon suppression army is to protect the Dragon Nation and its people. Even after retirement, this responsibility has never disappeared. He couldn't just leave like this. No.
These retired members of the demon suppression army, fully aware that returning would mean certain death, still stepped forward without hesitation. He himself was also a retired member of the demon suppressing army. Although he lacked the ability to face this overwhelming beast tide, he could still play his part. He could record the final heroic moments of the demon suppressing army, ensuring that the world would remember the feats of these heroes. Wang Chang took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and a resolute light shone within them.
He said loudly. The next moment, "No, we can't leave. This time, the topic will be changed to the brave ones who move against the tide. We must document this moment." Everyone in the cabin widened their eyes, staring at Wang Chang in disbelief. As the words fell, "Are you crazy?" The editor was the first to break the silence, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. "Do you know what this means? This is a death mission. We're just a bunch of retired ordinary soldiers, not some superheroes. Why should we do something so foolish?" His face was full of anger and confusion, his hands tightly clenched into fists. The lighting technician nearby chimed in. "Exactly, Brother Chang. We all have our own families and lives. There's no need to risk our lives for something like this. Moreover, even if we record it, so what? Can it change anything?" Wang Chang looked at everyone, his gaze showing no hint of retreat, but instead growing even more resolute. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "I know everyone is very scared. How could I not be as well? But have you ever thought about why those who go against the tide choose to do so? They also have families, they also have loved ones, yet they still choose to go back because they know that some things are more important than life itself. Just as Shaoli said earlier, you, and you, we were all once members of the demon suppression army. When we enlisted, we all swore an oath to protect the Dragon Nation and its people. Even though we have retired, this responsibility and mission have never disappeared, have they?" The sound engineer sneered. "Responsibility? Mission? Sounds nice, but those are things of the past. Now we've all returned to normal lives, and there's no need to take risks anymore." Wang Chang continued. "If we back down now, how can we ever call ourselves the demon suppression army? When our descendants ask us what we did when the beast tide struck, what will we say? Are we really going to tell them that we only cared about saving ourselves while watching those heroes go to their deaths?" Wang Chang's words were like a heavy hammer, striking hard at everyone's hearts. The cabin fell silent once again, and everyone sank into deep thought. After a while, the cameraman broke the silence, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes. "Brother Chang, I understand what you mean, and I also admire those who go against the tide. But I'm a little scared. The overwhelming beast tide, even if they are riding in a helicopter, does not necessarily mean they are safe. First, there might be flying ferocious beasts within the beast tide. Secondly, even if they can't fly, fourth-tier ferocious beasts can still pose a threat to aircraft from the ground. In other words, if they really go back, they might end up perishing along with the demon suppression army." Wang Chang gazed at the cameraman and said slowly, "I know you're scared, I'm scared too, but we can't abandon our responsibilities just because we're afraid. We are journalists, and our duty is to document the facts and let more people know the truth. This event will become an important moment in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. If we can document the heroic deeds of those who moved against the tide and pass on their spirit, then everything we have done will be worthwhile." Wang Chang finished speaking and quietly observed the team members inside the cabin. The cameraman, after hearing Wang Chang's words, gradually lost the hesitation in his eyes, replaced by a hint of determination. "Brother Chang, I'll follow your lead. I'll go back with you." With the cameraman taking the lead, the other members also began to waver. The lighting technician gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, I'm all in. Count me in, Brother Chang. At worst, it's just death. After all, we were once part of the demon suppression army. We can't lose our dignity." The sound technician's expression shifted unpredictably. He hesitated for a long time before finally sighing and saying, "Forget it, count me in. Let's just say say it's for the sake of our past vows. Count me in. Let's go. Let's go back and take them down.
Wang Chang looked at the team members who had been persuaded, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he immediately gave orders.
Change direction.
Xiao Zhang, turn on the live broadcast signal. We need to record the final moments of the demon suppression.
Army live.
Let the world know that our Dragon Nation's demon suppression army will never back down, no matter the time or place. With Wang Chang's command, the helicopters suddenly changed direction and flew toward the camp. As soon as the live broadcast signal was turned on, netizens flooded into the live stream like a tidal wave. In just a few seconds, the number of viewers grew exponentially, and the barrage of comments rolled in like a snowstorm.
At the same time, where is this? Fengha County? Why is there suddenly a beast tide? Whoa, are you guys crazy? Flying toward the beast tide? Do you have a death wish? Leave there quickly, run away. This is risking your life for attention, going all out just for popularity.
The screen was filled with doubts and dissuasion flooding the livestream, as one comment after another scrolled across. But Wang Chang and his team members had no time to pay attention to these comments. Their eyes were firmly fixed on the approaching camp and the mist ahead. The helicopter drew closer to the camp, and the roar of the beast tide grew increasingly deafening, as if it were about to devour the entire world.
The camera lens kept zooming in.
In the beast tide shrouded in mist, 10 kilometers away from the camp, a massive flying ferocious beast emitting a black glow fatally appeared on the livestream. Its wings spanned dozens of meters wide, and its entire body was enveloped in black flames.
Wow, what tier is this beast? It's terrifying. Something this big must be at least tier 4, right? Streamer, run quickly, don't force it. This is too thrilling, no, too dangerous. Streamer, you'd better retreat quickly.
On the other side, the camp was filled with a tense and grim atmosphere. The icy cannons were neatly arranged, their barrels pointing into the distance. Under the dim light, they emitted a cold and sinister metallic sheen. Li Gang's eyes were wide open, filled with anxiety, as he sternly rebuked Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen, this is pure nonsense. Leave here immediately.
Our demon suppression army hasn't fallen so low as to rely on a third-tier student to charge into battle
atop the high wall.
In his understanding, Jiang Chen was merely a third-tier ability user. Even if he was the strongest among the third tier, facing the overwhelming tide of fourth-tier beasts was no different from smashing an egg against a rock. Going there would only mean certain death.
Jiang Chen's lips curved slightly upward, revealing a confident faint smile. Commander, leave it to me. I'll take the lead.
At this moment, the terrifying beast tide was gradually approaching, and the earth-shaking roars were becoming increasingly clear. His gravity sword aura was the most suitable technique to deal with the beast tide.
The gravity blade, Fierce Tiger, which could even slightly suppress 5th-tier ferocious beasts, wouldn't it completely crush these 4th-tier beast tides?
If I manage to resolve this beast tide crisis, I will definitely earn military merits from the demon suppression army, and it won't be a small amount.
By then, there will be at least a 4-digit attribute point reward. Moreover,
therefore, no matter what, I absolutely cannot follow Li Gang's advice and run away on my own. On the high walls of the camp, the fierce wind howled. In the sound of the wind, the terrifying roars of the distant beast tide were mixed in, each one like a heavy hammer, fiercely striking at everyone's hearts.
Li Gang's brows furrowed tightly into the shape of the character.
His voice trembled slightly with agitation, almost shouting,
Jiang Chen, do you know what you're saying? Leave it to you? This is a beast tide made up of tens of thousands of 4th-tier ferocious beasts.
4th-tier ferocious beasts.
Over 10,000. You're just a 3rd-tier ability user. Rushing in is suicide.
Leave quickly. You're the future of the Dragon Nation.
You can't lose your life here. Jiang Chen slightly tilted his head.
Despite being blind, his face still maintained a calm and confident expression. The corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile as he confidently said, Chiefly, a 4th-tier beast tide won't be able to stop me. Whether it's to fully showcase his own strength or to secure the rewards for dealing with the beast tide, this time, he must take action.
Li Gang was momentarily stunned after hearing Jiang Chen's words.
He knew that talented individuals with potential always tended to be quite confident.
But isn't Jiang Chen a bit overly confident?
A 3rd-tier ability user claiming that a 4th-tier beast tide can't do anything to him? Who gave him such courage? Li Gang saw that Jiang Chen wouldn't listen to reason, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He suddenly waved his hand and shouted at the soldiers behind him.
What are you standing there for?
Drag him away and stop him from doing something foolish. A few soldiers heard this and exchanged glances with each other. They are all 3rd-tier ability users, and Jiang Chen in front of them also wants to protect the camp in Fengha County. Although it may be a bit overambitious, his intentions are still good.
Now their commander wants them to take Jiang Chen down.
This inevitably made them hesitate for a moment. However, military orders are as unyielding as mountains, and they dare not disobey Li Gang's command. Several soldiers stepped forward simultaneously, reaching out to grab Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen merely shook his head lightly, the corners of his mouth still carrying a faint smile.
The next second, it seems he must show a bit of his strength.
Just as the soldiers were about to seize Jiang Chen, the gravitational field instantly unfolded.
A powerful and suffocating aura erupted from Jiang Chen's entire body. Buzz. Dark purple light, like agile snakes, frantically coiled and flickered around him, so dazzling that it was almost impossible to look directly at it. The terrifying gravity was released in an instant, and the soldiers rushing forward felt as if their feet were filled with hundreds of tons of lead, so heavy that they couldn't lift them at all. Their bodies sank uncontrollably downward. Their knees collided with the ground, producing a dull sound, and the hard surface was directly smashed into spiderweb-like cracks. Immediately after, the soldiers all showed expressions of terror on their faces. Bang! This is Tier 3? A soldier knelt on the ground, stammering as he shouted, "Whoa, I can't move." Another soldier stared at Jiang Chen in shock. Jiang Chen didn't use his full strength. They were his compatriots, so he just controlled them a bit. Jiang Chen, you're defying military orders. Li Gang widened his eyes, looking at Jiang Chen in disbelief. His soldiers were all part of his personal guard regiment, and their strength was at the peak of the 3rd tier. Yet they couldn't even get close to Jiang Chen. Just how strong is Jiang Chen's power? But even if he is stronger than the soldiers of his guard regiment, facing this tide of tens of thousands of 4th tier beasts, the result will be the same, throwing his life away for nothing. Jiang Chen's expression was calm as he slowly said, "Chiefly, I'm sorry, but I'm not your soldier. I don't have to obey your orders. I'm just a student at Shanghai Military Academy. I won't harm them either. Leave this beast tied to me." The ferocious beasts in the distant mist also became increasingly clear. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, deafening roars echoed, as if coming from the depths of hell, carrying endless ferocity and rage, shaking the earth violently. Dust on the ground was shaken into the air, and the surrounding trees swayed fiercely under the powerful sound waves, as if they could be uprooted at any moment. The beast tide surged like a black tsunami, overwhelming everything in its path. "Jiang Chen, you." Li Gang glanced at the distant beast tide, his voice trembling, his heart filled with shock and regret, as if something was stuck in his throat, making it impossible to speak a complete sentence. In his eyes, a student with immense potential was about to lose his life due to his own arrogance, and as for himself, he was powerless to stop it all. Jiang Chen's aura suddenly changed. Dark purple anti-gravity waves condensed beneath his feet. The next moment, the powerful reaction force directly shook the ground under his feet, creating a shallow pit. Jiang Chen's figure soared into the air at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Li Gang watched Jiang Chen's departing figure, his expression grave. The adjutant beside him cautiously leaned closer, his voice tinged with a trace of unease as he asked, "Commander, can Jiang Chen really do it?" Li Gang suddenly turned his head, his eyes revealing an unyielding determination, and shouted loudly, "Pass on my orders, everyone load the shells. Be ready to support Jiang Chen at any time." The adjutant straightened his back and responded loudly, then quickly turned around. Everyone in the camp held their breath, nervously watching the beast horde surging like a tide in the distance. Yes, the cannon muzzles were already aimed at the direction of the beast horde, and the soldiers' fingers were tightly gripping the triggers, ready to unleash all their fury at a single command. At this moment, Jiang Chen landed steadily in front of the beast horde, less than 1,000 meters away from it. At the moment his feet touched the ground, a powerful force spread out from him as the center, radiating in all directions. The surrounding air twisted and distorted under the impact of this force, forming visible dark purple ripples. The gravitational field around Jiang Chen began to churn and surge violently. He took a deep breath, then suddenly drew his blade. Dark purple ripples entwined around the blade. Jiang Chen suddenly swung his sword with force. Clang! Buzz! A massive gravitational sword aura roared out. The next second, this sword aura not only emanated a sharp sword energy but also carried the weight of thousands of tons of gravity. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air was instantly torn apart, leaving a distorted spatial trace, and the surrounding scenery became blurred under the influence of this immense power. The sword energy pierced through the forefront group of ferocious beasts in the beast tide. The moment the sword energy touched the beasts, it was as if an immensely powerful gravity bomb had been triggered, and the gravity condensed within the sword energy exploded instantly. In the blink of an eye, an unimaginably powerful force spread out in a circular pattern from the point of impact, radiating in all directions. The ferocious beasts at the forefront didn't even have time to let out a scream before being crushed into pools of flesh by the immense gravity. Their bodies were as fragile as paper under this force, utterly defenseless. Boom! The ground also underwent drastic changes under the terrifying impact of the gravity. Not only that, the once solid earth was instantly blasted apart, forming a massive, bottomless chasm. The edges of the ravine were jagged, with large chunks of earth and rock constantly tumbling down, producing muffled sounds. Deep cracks appeared on the surrounding ground, spreading outward like a spider web. Inside the camp, the soldiers' expressions froze, as if time had stopped at that moment. Some had their mouths wide open, their jaws nearly hitting the ground, others stared with eyes so wide they seemed about to pop out, still others dropped their weapons with a clanging sound, completely unaware. They originally thought Jiang Chen was just showing off bravado, but the scene before them completely overturned their understanding. A fourth-tier ferocious beast, under Jiang Chen's sword aura, was crushed like paper, as if it were nothing. My goodness, that was at least a strike from a fifth-tier ability. ability user, wasn't it? A young soldier instinctively rubbed his eyes, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. 5-tier egg that was unleashed by a 3-tier Jiang Chen. Another soldier glanced at his comrade and said loudly, 3-tier egg, just this one move? You're telling me Jiang Chen is 3-tier? Are you blind or is your brain waterlogged? Another soldier retorted. All the soldiers stared in disbelief at the scene before them, their faces filled with shock and awe. With this strike, at least thousands of ferocious beasts were slain, and a massive gap instantly appeared in the originally dense beast tide. However, this beast tide was not an ordinary naturally formed one and did not retreat because of this. The remaining ferocious beasts completely ignored the tragic fate of the others and still charged madly toward Jiang Chen, their roars shaking the very air. Jiang Chen tilted slightly, sensing the frenzied aura of the ferocious beasts ahead. He slightly adjusted his breathing and raised his sword once again. At this moment, the aura around him became even more violent, the fluctuations of the gravitational field grew increasingly intense, and dark purple ripples danced around him, emitting a sizzling sound. The muscles in his arm tensed, and with a forceful flick of his wrist, he slashed forward with his sword. A gravitational sword energy, larger and more terrifying than before, roared out. This sword energy, entwined with a majestic dark purple gravitational wave, swept toward the beast tide with earth-shattering might. Wherever the sword energy passed, the space began to twist and distort, as if unable to withstand such immense power. The moment the sword energy made contact with the beast tide, the entire world seemed to plunge into silence. A dazzling dark purple light flashed. A deafening explosion erupted, as if tens of thousands of gravity bombs detonated simultaneously. Immediately after, the immense shockwave instantly tore the surrounding ferocious beasts into pieces, with flesh and blood flying everywhere, and agonized screams echoing incessantly. Rumble! The ravines on the ground expanded and deepened under the impact of this force, as if they were about to devour the entire world. This single strike obliterated 90% of the ferocious beasts. The once skydarkening beast tide was now reduced to merely a few hundred. Standing on top of the high wall, Li Gang was already dumbfounded. He originally thought Jiang Chen was just a 3rd-tier ability user, and facing a 4th-tier beast tide numbering in the tens of thousands, he was surely doomed. At the same time, but unexpectedly, Jiang Chen, who was only 3rd tier, could unleash such terrifying power. This was the power of fruit abilities developed to their very limit. Relying on his own strength, he completely crushed the beast tide that was a tier higher than him. Looking around the world, whether in the past or present, no one has ever been able to achieve this. An indescribable surge of excitement and joy rose in his heart, and his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. I mean, this kid Jiang Chen. Li Gang murmured excitedly, his voice trembling slightly due to his excitement. The adjutant beside him also swallowed hard. Commander, Jiang Chen is just too unbelievable. The adjutant spoke cautiously, and at this moment, he was also shocked by Jiang Chen's performance, his heart filled with awe. Li Gang looked at the few remaining ferocious beasts in the distance, suddenly snapped out of it, and shouted loudly, "Fire! Damn it, fire at will!" This battle was already decided, as Jiang Chen crushed 90% of the ferocious beasts with his terrifying strength. As for the remaining beasts, with the demon-suppressing army in the camp, holding them off for 10 minutes was no problem at all. What's more, just moments ago, nearly 10,000 retired members of the demon-suppressing army from Fenghe County voluntarily joined the camp. In an instant, the cannons in the camp roared, and shells whistled through the air toward the remaining beasts. Explosions erupted one after another, flames soared into the sky, and smoke filled the air. Although artillery cannot easily kill 4th-tier fierce beasts, it is not a problem to severely damage the beast tide under a dense rain of shells. What's more, there are now less than 1,000 left. Boom! After a round of artillery bombardment, Li Gang's eyes were sharp as he loudly ordered the soldiers, "Charge, all of you! Kill these bastards! Kill!" The soldiers shouted in unison, their morale soaring after witnessing Jiang Chen's terrifying 2 strikes. Each of them wielded alloy weapons, charging toward the beast tide like a pack of tigers descending the mountain. For a moment, flames, lightning, lasers, and various techniques intertwined, with at least dozens of demon suppression army soldiers surrounding each tier 4 ferocious beast. After giving the order, Li Gang also took the lead and charged into the beast tide. In the helicopter hovering above the camp, Wang Chang and his team members were so stunned by the scene that they were left speechless. Wang Chang's camera was tightly focused on Jiang Chen, his hands trembling so much that he could barely hold the camera steady. At the same time, interviewing the team members felt like a storm raging in their hearts, with various emotions intertwined. Originally, they were prepared to face death, determined to capture the final moments of the demon-suppressing army, who were fighting to protect the citizens at all costs. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen, the blind man who had been the subject of heated discussions across the internet, descended from the sky and crushed 90% of the 4th-tier ferocious beasts with just 2 swords. As self-media professionals, they were naturally very familiar with internet celebrities like Jiang Chen. By sheer coincidence, Jiang Chen, who was only at the 3rd stage, live-streamed himself crushing a 4th-stage beast tide with just 2 strikes. It's hard to believe how exaggerated the online buzz about Jiang Chen will become after today. Meanwhile, in their live stream, the
comments section was scrolling like a snowstorm, with countless netizens going wild. No one expected to witness Jiang Chen in action firsthand, let alone with such an awe-inspiring display of 2 strikes. The live stream's comments were scrolling wildly.
Damn, those 2 sword strikes were so freaking cool. No way, is this guy really just a tier 3 ability user?
With less than 8,000 total attribute points, he can crush a tier 4 beast tide.
Won't he just dominate everywhere in the future? Who the hell dares to call Jiang Chen a blind dead man after this?
With this level of skill, even on the battlefield, even with limited vision, he would absolutely be the most terrifying force.
Limited vision? That's just for now.
With Brother Chen's talent, his observation hockey will soon see farther than your eyes.
Wait, those 2 sword strikes just now, did he condense all the gravity into a single point and then release it in one burst? He's developed it to this level in just over 2 months?
I feel like Jiang Chen's generation might directly develop gravity abilities to the atomic level.
As far as I know, no one has been able to achieve atomic level control with their devil fruit powers yet, right? The one upstairs, that's an exaggeration. At the atomic level, wouldn't that make him invincible? With Jiang Chen's current performance, it's not an exaggeration, not at all.
When the corpse of the last ferocious beast turned to charcoal in the flames, a continuous rumbling sound came from the horizon. Dozens of heavy rotor helicopters broke through the clouds, the dragon-shaped military emblem hanging beneath their fuselage glinting coldly in the sunlight. Further on the horizon, the tracks of an armored convoy crushed the scorched earth, raising a dust cloud that blotted out the sky.
Tens of thousands of fully armed demon suppression army soldiers poured out of the transport planes like a metallic flood.
All the soldiers, upon seeing the ground littered with the corpses of the beast horde, wore expressions of bewilderment.
Wasn't it supposed to be a tier 4 beast tide? Weren't there supposed to be tens of thousands? Isn't Finha County supposed to have only a few hundred people? The next moment, what the hell is going on?
The 2-meter-tall Lieutenant General Zhao Taiying, gripping 2 massive battle axes in his hands, frowned as he stepped out from the crowd. As he stepped on the ground, his combat boots suddenly sank into something eerily soft. It was the remains of ferocious beasts crushed into pulp by sheer force, piled up to a thickness of 3 centimeters.
Damn it!
Zhao Taiying lifted his foot, and among the flesh stuck to the sole of his boot were fragments of shattered beast bones.
Where's Li Gang? Get out here and explain. What the hell is going on? At that moment, Li Gang hurriedly emerged from the crowd.
His military uniform was slightly disheveled, his face still showing the fatigue of battle, but his eyes sparkled with barely concealed excitement and pride. Upon seeing Lieutenant General Zhao Taiying, he immediately gave a standard military salute and said in a loud voice, reporting to Lieutenant General Zhao, Finha County Demon Suppressing Army Commander Li Gang reporting for duty.
Zhao Taiying glanced at him, a hint of doubt in his eyes. What's going on? Don't tell me you guys wiped out tens of thousands of 4th-tier ferocious beasts half an hour ago.
The news Zhao Taiying received was that tens of thousands of 4th-tier beast hordes had suddenly appeared outside Finha County, while the Finha County garrison had only a few hundred demon suppression army soldiers.
And now,
looking around, the ground was littered with the severed limbs of the 4th-tier beast tide. It would have been absolutely impossible relying solely on the soldiers stationed in Finha County.
A strange smile appeared on Li Gang's face as he chuckled and said,
General Zhao, the Finha war zone concluded the battle 10 minutes ago, annihilating 10,700 4th-tier ferocious beasts.
Zhao Taiying widened his eyes, his tone full of doubt. Li Gang, are you kidding me? With just a few hundred of you, you managed to wipe out tens of thousands of 4th-tier ferocious beasts? You'd better tell me the truth, what's really going on? Li Gang spoke mysteriously in a low voice. Major General Zhao, you know Jiang Chen, right? Question mark.
Zhao Taiying raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, don't you dare try to dodge the question, hurry up and tell me what's going on. Li Gang saw this and put away his smile, his expression becoming extremely serious. He pointed to Jiang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground not far away, resting, and said, General Zhao, the victory in this battle is all thanks to him, Jiang Chen. On his own, with just 2 strikes, he wiped out 90% of the ferocious beasts. If it weren't for his timely intervention, the demon-suppressing army and the civilians of Finha County would likely have already perished in the beasts' bellies.
Following Li Gang's pointing finger, Zhao Taiying's gaze fell on Jiang Chen.
At this moment, although Jiang Chen was sitting there quietly, he exuded a faint aura of awe-inspiring presence. His clothes were stained with blood and dust, and his hair was a bit messy, but even so, it couldn't hide the unique aura surrounding him.
As for Jiang Chen, Zhao Taiying certainly knew.
A freshman with immense potential, a freshman who had broken the secret realm record twice, and a freshman who had reached the level of a 3rd-tier ability user in just 2 short months.
But now telling him that this freshman single-handedly wiped out 90% of the 4th-tier beast tide with just 2 strikes? How the hell is he supposed to believe that? Zhao Taiying frowned, his eyes full of doubt. Him, a somewhat promising young brat, capable of such feats? Li Gang, don't take me for a fool and try to deceive me. What does the concept of a 4th-tier beast tide with tens of thousands of beasts mean?
You and I both know that even 5th-tier ability users must handle it with caution. Yet he dealt with it alone, with just
2 swords? Seeing that Zhao Taiying was having a hard time accepting this fact, Li Gang turned to look at his adjutant and said loudly, "Come, tell Lieutenant General Zhao exactly what you saw, without leaving out a single detail." The adjutant quickly stepped forward, first saluted Zhao Taiying, and then said with a serious expression, "Lieutenant General Zhao, every word the chief Li said is true." As the adjutant narrated, Zhao Taiying's eyes gradually widened, his face full of disbelief. One sword shocks the world, the second sword determines the universe. A third-tier ability user, how is that possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I don't want to hear your nonsense anymore. There's surveillance at the base, right? Bring it here, let me see. Zhao Taiying waved his hand, his face full of disbelief. Upon hearing this, Li Gang immediately instructed the adjutant to have someone send over the surveillance footage from the front of the station. Immediately after, Zhao Taiying watched the surveillance footage, his mouth wide open, enough to fit an egg. He confirmed repeatedly and replayed the progress bar, but no matter how many times he watched, the result was the same. Jiang Chen, who appeared to be an ordinary third-tier ability user, had truly turned the tide of the battle with just 2 strikes. This, Zhao Taiying murmured to himself, the shock in his heart beyond words. He looked at Li Gang, then at the adjutant, and finally at the calm and composed figure on the screen, ultimately having to admit that everything he had seen was real. Jiang Chen. Zhao Taiying muttered the name softly, his eyes filled with both astonishment and anticipation. Zhao Taiying took a deep breath, calming the shock and excitement within him, then strode forward toward Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen still sat quietly in place. The 2 strikes just now had nearly exhausted all his strength. Sensing Zhao Taiying approaching, Jiang Chen forced his weary body to stand up. Seeing this, Zhao Taiying immediately jogged forward to support Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, are you alright?" Zhao Taiying spoke with a hint of concern in his tone. Jiang Chen's lips curved slightly, and he said calmly, "It's fine." Seeing this, Li Gang quickly introduced, "Jiang Chen, this is Zhao Taiying, General Zhao." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded slightly toward Zhao Taiying, General Zhao. Zhao Taiying tightly grasped Jiang Chen's hand, his eyes full of sincerity and gratitude. "Jiang Chen, you've made a great contribution this time. If it weren't for your timely intervention, Fenghe County would have long been leveled by the beast tide, and countless lives would have been lost. On behalf of the Demon Suppression Army and all the citizens of Fenghe County, I extend my most heartfelt thanks to you." As he spoke, Zhao Taiying leaned forward slightly and gave Jiang Chen a solemn military salute. Jiang Chen quickly returned the gesture and humbly said, "General Zhao, you flatter me. In the face of the beast tide, safeguarding the safety of the Dragon Nation is the duty of the Demon Suppression Army. I merely did what any soldier would do." Zhao Taiying looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes full of admiration. He patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder and said with emotion, "Jiang Chen, with these 2 strikes, you not only repelled the beast tide but also showed us the hope for the future of the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation has never shortchanged those who contribute. This time, you will at least receive the first-class medal of the Demon Suppressing Army." After Zhao Taiying finished speaking, everyone around looked at Jiang Chen with envy. "First-class medal?" Jiang Chen spoke with a questioning tone. Zhao Taiying nodded, his eyes showing solemnity. "That's right, the Demon Suppression Army's medal system is divided into third-class medals, second-class medals, first-class medals, and special-class medals. A first-class medal is considered an extremely high honor, only awarded when facing a city-destroying level crisis and playing a crucial role. This time, as a third-tier ability user, you single-handedly repelled 90% of the 4th-tier beast tide, protecting the people of Fenghe County and the Demon Suppression Army's base. With such achievements, earning a first-class medal is absolutely justified." Li Gang, standing nearby, couldn't help but praise. "Jiang Chen, this first-class medal is something that countless Demon Suppression Army soldiers strive for their entire lives but rarely attain. Yet you've already earned it before officially joining the army." Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and said, After receiving the medal, there should be corresponding military department points as a reward, right?" As far as he was concerned, the type of medal was completely unimportant. Only attribute points were the most important reward. "This time, I gave it my all to fight off the beast tide, all for the attribute points." Zhao Taiying paused for a moment, exchanged a glance with Li Gang beside him, and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, of course, there is. A level 1 medal can earn you at least 2,000 attribute points as a reward. However, the exact amount still needs to be reported to headquarters and go through the review process to be finalized. But rest assured, these points are guaranteed and won't be shortchanged." After hearing this, Jiang Chen revealed a satisfied smile. Having points is equivalent to having attribute points. 2,000 attribute points. That's 200 skill points. Clearing a secret realm once by himself would yield about the same amount. This reward, to be honest, is quite substantial. Then I can rest assured. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a slight smile. Hearing this, Zhao Taiying couldn't help but laugh as well. "You kid, you're quite practical." Li Gang chimed in from the side. "Otherwise, how could his strength improve like a rocket?" Jiang Chen has only been in the military academy for just over 2 months. "Ha ha, old Li is right." Zhao Taiying laughed heartily, looking at Jiang Chen. Good, very
very good. When we return to Shanghai Military Academy, we'll hold a school-wide assembly for your award ceremony, and the rewards will be distributed simultaneously. Alright then, if there's nothing else, old Li, have someone escort Jiang Chen back to the camp for a checkup, Zhao Taiying said to Li Gang. Subsequently, he looked at Jiang Chen again and said in a deep voice, Jiang Chen, you can rest at the camp for as many days as you need. Immediately after, Li Gang then ordered the adjutant to take Jiang Chen back to the camp. At this moment, Chen Jiang also slew another 5th-tier abyssal python and returned to the camp. Just as he arrived in front of the camp, Chen Jiang stared blankly at the ground covered with beast corpses. Along the way, he asked the soldiers about what had happened to understand the situation. Chen Jiang knew how powerful Jiang Chen's move was, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. Even he himself couldn't possibly wipe out so many 4th-tier ferocious beasts. Chen Jiang's gaze wandered around, and soon, he spotted Jiang Chen's figure. Jiang Chen! Jiang Chen heard the voice behind him and stopped in his tracks. Chen Jiang jogged over to Jiang Chen's side, his face full of shock. Good kid, I heard you nearly wiped out a tier 4 beast tide with just 2 strikes. Yeah, President, did you take care of the other abyssal python? Jiang Chen replied calmly. Oh, Lieutenant General Zhao just mentioned that I should be able to get a first-class medal. Jiang Chen nodded and said slowly. Chen Jiang stared blankly at Jiang Chen. A first-class medal generally requires at least a very strong major general level to be eligible. Jiang Chen has only been in the military academy for just over 2 months, and he's already getting a first-class medal? Outrageous, absolutely outrageous. At the very moment Wang Chang recorded Jiang Chen's 2 sword strikes nearly wiping out the 4th-tier beast tide. Within just a few hours, major social media platforms were completely dominated by topics related to Jiang Chen, with the popularity continuing to soar. Highlights from the live broadcast spread like wildfire across the internet, being frantically shared and reposted by countless netizens. Views, likes, and comments skyrocketed like a runaway horse, breaking record after record in rapid succession. Jiang Chen is amazing. 2 swords to decide the outcome. Turning from a hater to a fan, from now on Brother Chen is my god. Seriously, are 3rd-tier ability users this exaggerated? Back when I was a 3rd-tier ability user, facing a 4th-tier beast, it could kill me with just 1 slap. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. I shall call him the blind sword god. The online world was instantly ignited, sparking a massive wave of heated discussions. Countless netizens were immersed in awe and shock at Jiang Chen's immense strength. They freely expressed their feelings and thoughts on various social platforms, keeping the topic's popularity high. At the same time, major media outlets also followed up with reports, delving deeply into and analyzing Jiang Chen's story. The official news media of Dragon Country Daily, published a lengthy report titled Young Hero Jiang Chen, 2 Swords to Secure the Nation, Protecting the Future of Dragon Country. The report detailed Jiang Chen's growth journey, his studies at the Starsea Military Academy, and his heroic performance in Fenghe County. The article stated, the appearance of Jiang Chen has shown us the boundless potential and immense strength of Dragon Country's younger generation. Through his actions, he has exemplified responsibility and commitment, setting an example for all young people. Not only that, on the most popular short video platform in Dragon Country, a unique special effects challenge trend has taken the internet by storm. Within just a few hours, the related topic #gravity control imitation videos surged like mushrooms after the rain, reaching a total of 830,000 posts. The most popular video features a barber cleverly using the wind from a hairdryer to lift a customer's hair, accompanied by cool sword energy sound effects. The creative idea attracted numerous likes and shares from netizens. Even the business sector quickly sensed the potential opportunity. A certain eye drop brand even directly used a close-up shot of Jiang Chen during a battle, paired with the impactful slogan, even if you can't see, you can still change the world. After this advertisement was released, within just half an hour, the number of views surpassed the 1 million mark, attracting widespread attention. However, due to potential issues related to copyright and promotional regulations, the advertisement was quickly banned by the platform. For a time, topics related to Jiang Chen dominated the top 10 positions on the trending search list. Among them, the hashtag blind swordsman hashtag stood out, with related videos reaching tens of millions in views. Carefully browsing through these videos, most of them are imitation works by netizens, each expressing their admiration and reverence for Jiang Chen in their own way. At the same time, in a certain jungle, Tang Chuyao stared blankly at her phone, swiping through video after video, all related to Jiang Chen. Tang Chuyao looked at the corpse of the 3rd-tier ferocious beast beneath her feet and murmured, I'm still working on 3rd-tier missions, and Jiang Chen can already wipe out a 4th-tier beast tide with just 2 swords? 3 days later, Star Navy Academy cafeteria. Aunt Wang's hands, tightly gripping the mop, trembled uncontrollably, her excitement and joy evident on her face. The fill light on the phone stand emitted a strong glow, illuminating the cafeteria's back kitchen in a stark white, as if it were daylight. The number of viewers in the livestream room was skyrocketing, the figures climbing rapidly: 870,000, 1.03 million, 2.15 million. The barrage of comments
comments flooded the screen like a torrential wave, completely overwhelming it. Family, did you see that? Over there is Zhang. Aunt Wang spoke as she steadily aimed her phone's camera at Zhang Chen, who was quietly eating not far away. Let me tell you, this kid always, not far away. Zhang Chen's ears twitched slightly, feeling speechless inside. He hadn't expected to become this famous. He gently shook his head and continued eating. At this moment, Tang Chuyao also carried her plate of food and sat next to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, I heard we have to gather at the field later? I wonder what it's about. As the words fell, Wang Ming smacked his lips, his face full of envy as he said, what else could it be? They're probably giving Brother Chen an award. Didn't you see all those armored vehicles that arrived today? Hearing this, Zhang Chen paused slightly in his actions, then continued eating as if nothing had happened. The reason for the gathering is obvious, to earn points for himself. Just waiting for these points to be added. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. An award ceremony? Tang Chuyao's eyes sparkled. Oh right, I never expected it. Zhang Chen, you've already become this strong. Speaking of this, Tang Chuyao shook her head self-deprecatingly and smiled. She recalled how, when she had just awakened, she had boasted shamelessly about wanting to guide Zhang Chen, only to end up being guided by him and falling so far behind. A fourth-tier beast tide, let alone a fourth-tier one, even a third-tier beast tide left her completely powerless to fight back. A moment later, the three of them tidied up their trays and followed the crowd toward the playground. The closer they got to the playground, the clearer the noisy chatter became. After a while, they arrived at the playground, and the moment they stepped onto it, they were instantly stunned by the scene before them. On one side of the playground, several imposing armored vehicles were neatly lined up. Their bodies gleamed with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight, exuding an aura of awe-inspiring power. Around the armored vehicle, soldiers with upright postures stood straight, dressed in uniform attire with solemn expressions. The neatly arranged military uniforms gently swayed in the breeze, and every subtle movement revealed a well-trained demeanor. The teachers had also taken their positions at the designated spots. In the center of the playground, a solemn and magnificent podium had been temporarily set up. On the backdrop of the podium, the huge emblem of the Dragon Nation stood out prominently and dazzlingly, with the words Star Naval Academy Award Ceremony written below in large characters. On the podium, there was a table covered with red velvet, and on the table lay an exquisite black box. The entire playground was bustling with noise and excitement. No way, an award ceremony? Who's getting awarded? This standard is way too high, isn't it? That seems to be Lieutenant General Yi Qing. Are you guys dumb? It's an award ceremony for Brother Chen. It's been all over the internet recently. First-class medal. First-class medal? Is it impressive? Damn, fewer than 10 people get the first-class medal each year. Just as everyone was engaged in heated discussions, Vice Principal Du Hongshan walked steadily onto the podium. He was dressed in a neat military uniform, his chest adorned with medals of various colors, his hair meticulously combed, and his gaze exuded authority and solemnity. Ahem, everyone quiet down. Du Hongxing's words, amplified through the loudspeaker, were clearly transmitted to every corner of the playground. The originally noisy playground instantly fell silent, and everyone's eyes focused on him. Students, the reason for gathering you all here today, I believe you already know, is to hold a highly significant medal ceremony. During the recent Beast Tide crisis in Fenghe County, a student from our Xinghai Military Academy, relying on his exceptional strength and fearless courage, stepped forward and successfully repelled a Tier 4 Beast Tide, safeguarding the local residents and the security of the Demon Suppression Army's base. His heroic deeds not only brought honor to our Xinghai Military Academy but also set an example for the entire Dragon Nation. This classmate, I believe most of you already know. Du Hongxing paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over every student on the playground before finally landing on Zhang Chen. Now, I announce that the recipient of this award ceremony is Zhang Chen, Du Hongxing said loudly. As the words fell, the entire playground instantly erupted in excitement. Everyone simultaneously turned their gaze toward Zhang Chen's position. Among the student ranks, Zhang Qingyu, Yang Xiaoton, Chu Liang, and others from the Xinghai Military Academy's Ability Association stood shoulder to shoulder. Their eyes were fixed intently on Zhang Chen, who was walking toward the podium. TSK, I really didn't expect it. The things Zhang Chen does are more outrageous one after another, Zhang Qingyu said, shaking his head lightly and sighing repeatedly. His tone was full of disbelief. First, he broke 2 secret realm records in a row and even got the hidden rewards. Then he took down the elemental demon. And now, this is even more insane, he's wiped out a beast tide. Yang Xiaodong's gaze never left Zhang Chen from beginning to end. She narrowed her eyes slightly and softly echoed, yeah, a student earning a level 1 medal, I've never seen that before. Zhang Qingyu's eyes flickered with a complex light, filled with envy and admiration. Not just a student, his mother is also a freshman who just started school over 2 months ago. Most of the other students in his year probably don't even qualify to take on missions, right? Zhang Qingyu sighed as his words came to an end. He then turned to look at Chu Liang beside him, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes, and suggested, old Old Chu, the freshmen are almost at their third secret realm. How about we make a bet on whether Jiang Chen can get the hidden reward this time? What do you say? Dare to bet or not? Chu Liang raised his eyebrows slightly and responded without hesitation. Sure, I bet he can get it. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened instantly. He waved his hands in the air and shouted loudly. No way, Old Chu, you're totally not playing by the rules. I also think he can get it. How are we supposed to bet like this? At this moment, on the podium, Du Hongxing nodded with a smile, the gratification on his face evident, signaling Jiang Chen to step aside. Subsequently, Lieutenant General Yi Qing, accompanied by several officers, ascended the podium with steady and powerful strides. Lieutenant General Yi Qing was dressed in a neatly pressed military uniform, the golden stars on his epaulets gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight, like the most dazzling stars in the night sky. His gaze was filled with admiration and affirmation for Jiang Chen, and every step he took exuded the authority and presence of a lieutenant general. Major General Yi Qing held a black box in his hands and walked unhurriedly to Jiang Chen's side with a composed stride. The corners of his mouth lifted into a kind smile, and he spoke in a steady and powerful voice. Student Jiang Chen, your heroic actions in Fenghe County have fully demonstrated the responsibility and commitment of an outstanding soldier. Through your actions, you have exemplified what courage and strength truly mean. You are the pride of Longhua and the pride of Xinghai Military Academy. Now, on behalf of the Demon Suppression Army, I award you the first-class medal of the Demon Suppression Army to honor your exceptional contributions. Lieutenant General Yi Qing slowly opened the black box, his movements gentle yet solemn, and took out the gleaming first-class medal. He stepped forward and gently pinned the medal onto Jiang Chen's chest. At this moment, it was as if time had come to a standstill. The entire school, all the students, were witnessing this glorious moment. Under Du Hongxing's lead, the entire playground erupted into thunderous applause and cheers that went on and on. The students' faces were filled with excitement and joy, their applause and cheers surging like waves, one after another, as if they were about to overturn the entire playground. After a moment, the applause on the playground gradually subsided, and the entire area returned to relative quiet. General Yi Qing continued. Additionally, to further encourage you to keep moving forward on your future path, the Demon Suppression Army has decided to reward you with 2,000 military department points or directly grant you 2,000 attribute points. Lieutenant General Yi Qing spoke as he opened another box and placed it in front of Jiang Chen. Inside the box was an attribute light orb, as large as 2 apples, emitting a white glow. Jiang Chen's eyebrows raised slightly. Who would have thought the rewards from the Demon Suppression Army were quite considerate? They could even directly grant attribute points. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, for most people, military points are most likely used to exchange for attribute points. What's more, the Demon Suppression Army's military department already knows that I exchanged for an elemental weapon. Jiang Chen stood tall and straight like a pine tree, giving Major General Yi Qing a standard military salute. His voice was firm and resonant. Thank you, Major General Yi, for your affirmation and encouragement. I will definitely remember my mission and live up to everyone's expectations. After saying this, Jiang Chen continued, I'll just go ahead and choose the attribute points. Yi Qing nodded, as if he had already anticipated Jiang Chen's choice. He handed the wooden box containing the attribute light sphere to Jiang Chen, then gave him a standard military salute. Thunderous applause erupted once again on the training ground. Jiang Qingyu looked at Jiang Chen on the stage and couldn't help but sigh. Damn, this is way too enviable, isn't it? This Jiang Chen, he's getting thousands and thousands of attribute points at a time. Thinking back to when we first enrolled, we were overjoyed with just 200 points. After saying this, the surrounding officers also remained silent. It was clear that Jiang Qingyu was stating the truth. Only Jiang Chen could achieve thousands and thousands of attribute points right after enrolling. Ah, but speaking of which, the stronger Jiang Chen's abilities are, the better it is for our Starsea Military Academy. Yang Xiaotong added. Zhu Liang's lips curved slightly. The perspective is too narrow. This is a tremendous advantage for our Dragon Nation. At this moment, on the other side of the queue, Jiang Chen had already returned to the queue. Wang Ming's face was full of excitement, his eyes shining, and his voice carried an uncontrollable thrill and admiration as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Amazing, Brother Chen. However, Jiang Chen merely nodded lightly as a response to Wang Ming, then quickly shifted his attention away from him, appearing indifferent to everything around him. At this moment, Major General Yi Qing and Du Hongxing on the stage were delivering an impassioned and inspiring speech. Those fervent and encouraging words, however, sounded like mere background noise to Jiang Chen, failing to spark any interest in him. His mind was completely elsewhere, with only one thought in his head: adding points. After absorbing that massive attribute light orb, Jiang Chen's consciousness flickered, and he decisively began adding points. The attribute panel shimmered with bursts of golden light. Finally, his attribute panel points were allocated. Strength 1720 plus, Spirit 3440 plus, Constitution 1720 plus, Agility 1720 plus, Controllable Gravity 172 tons.
tons, 1 ton increase per 20 points of mental strength attribute.
Assignable attribute points, 0. After completely allocating the points,
Jiang Chen only felt a vast and pure power surge into his body like a raging tide. This force rampaged through his limbs and body, creating intense shocks wherever it went.
At first, the strong impact brought by.
This force caused Jiang Chen to feel a slight discomfort, with a sense of tightness and swelling spreading throughout his body. But soon, he adapted to this change. Every inch of muscle and every bone seemed like parched earth encountering a refreshing rain, greedily absorbing this energy.
His muscles, nourished by this energy, rapidly expanded and tightened.
The originally smooth muscle contours became more defined, exuding a sense of power. His bones were also undergoing transformation. The previously hard bones, under the baptism of energy, became even tougher and more solid.
Whoosh! The total attribute points have already reached 8,600. In other words, I am now a tier 4 ability user. I haven't even entered the third secret realm, yet I've already become a tier 4 ability user. I can't even imagine how I'll dominate in the upcoming third secret realm.
On the other side, inside an underground base, the lighting was dim and flickering, with darkness and dampness everywhere, exuding an eerie atmosphere. The leader of the Reaper organization was sitting alone on a cold stone chair, his figure mostly engulfed by the darkness, leaving only a vague and towering silhouette. Directly in front of him, a massive screen emitted a glaring blue light, repeatedly playing the video of Jiang Chen annihilating the beast tide with 2 sword strikes. The leader's face was hidden in the shadows, his hands clenched into fists, with veins bulging on the backs of his hands.
Suddenly, bang! A deep and resounding boom echoed throughout the base.
The leader's right hand, resting on the armrest, suddenly exerted force, unleashing an astonishing power. The previously indestructible stone armrest instantly crumbled into dust under the impact of this force, with stone fragments falling to the ground. At this moment, a subordinate cautiously stepped out from the shadows, his head slightly lowered, not daring to meet the leader's furious gaze.
Leader!
His voice carried a hint of trembling. This Jiang Chen is so formidable that he has already posed a serious threat to our plans.
Should we send someone to eliminate him now?
The leader slowly turned his head, his gaze as sharp as a blade directed at the subordinate. The subordinate, frightened by this gaze, trembled all over and involuntarily took a step back.
The leader remained silent, tightly clutching a document with a photo of Jiang Chen.
In the photo, Jiang Chen's gaze was resolute, his expression stern, exuding a maturity and composure beyond his years. After a moment, he finally spoke slowly, his voice deep and hoarse. Breaking 2 secret realm records consecutively, and in just over 2 months, managing to slay nearly 10,000 4th-tier ferocious beasts with 2 strikes. If such talent could be used by us, it would greatly accelerate the progress of our plans.
But what if he refuses? The subordinate asked bravely.
Then, the leader sneered, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up to reveal a cruel and icy smile. Death. He stood up, walked to the screen, and stared at Jiang Chen's figure on it. His gaze flickered with complex emotions, admiration, jealousy, and an unmistakable hint of murderous intent.
The next secret realm, in just over half a month, I will personally meet him.
A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the leader's eyes.
On the playground of Xinghai Naval Academy, Vice Principal Du Hongshang was still standing on the podium, delivering a vivid, impassioned, and inspiring speech. As time ticked by, his speech went on for a long time. The students below the stage were already drowsy, one by one nodding off, their heads drooping from time to time. Yet even so, everyone could only force themselves to stay awake. After all, the speaker was the vice principal, and no matter how sleepy they were, they had to grit their teeth and listen. It's just that.
Jiang Chen, however, was an exception. His thoughts lingered on the skill panel in his mind.
Assignable skill points, 340.
Observation Hockey LV.3, 0/180 plus, current range 1000 meters, next level, range expands to 2000 meters. Armament Hockey LV.3, 0/180 plus, comprehended armament external release, next level, internal destruction. Blind Swordsmanship LV.5, 0/160 plus, currently comprehended Sword Chi Mastery, next level, Sword Gang proficient. Gravity Domain LV.5, 0/160 plus, current domain range 1000 meters, next level, range expands to 2000 meters, Mastery of Gravity Wave Manipulation advanced. Gravity Blade Fierce Tiger LV.3, 0/40, currently can apply 500% gravity, next level, can apply 1000% gravity.
Sun Breathing LV.1, 0/150, current destructive power amplification 10x, next level, destructive power amplification 15x. Navy 6 Styles LV.3, 0/40 plus.
Hint, when the total level of multiple skills reaches LV.30, the next skill, Conqueror's Hockey, can be unlocked.
Current unlock progress, 23/40.
Jiang Chen focused intently on the skill panel in his mind, his right hand subconsciously touching his chin as he fell into deep thought.
He currently had 340 skill points available for allocation.
If he used all these points, he could just allocate enough for one skill requiring 180 points and another skill requiring 160 points.
Among these, The skills requiring 180 points included observation haki and armament haki. The former can expand one's range of perception, while the latter can enhance destructive power. Nowadays, a perception range of 1,000 meters, to be honest, does seem somewhat insufficient. The next level of observation haki can directly expand the perception range to 2,000 meters, which is 2 kilometers. A range of 2 kilometers might be just enough for daily life and combat. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of the Barrett anti-material sniper rifle, known as the cannon in his previous life on Earth. Its bullet speed was only 853 meters per second. If the observation haki could be enhanced to a perception range of 2,000 meters, then, even if the Barrett fired from beyond 2,000 meters, he would still have more than 2 seconds to react. In this way, after upgrading observation haki to LV.4, it has become almost impossible to hit oneself with a long-range single-target attack. With this thought, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Upgrade observation haki by one more level first. Ding! As a golden light flashed, a surge of power instantly erupted within Jiang Chen's body. Immediately after, his perception underwent an earth-shattering transformation. The originally noisy sounds of the playground suddenly became incredibly clear. Every subtle breath and heartbeat of the students, and even the sound of insects flapping their wings in the nearby grass, were distinctly transmitted to his ears. Every detail of Du Hongxing's pronunciation, the vibration frequency of his vocal cords, and the tonal fluctuations caused by changes in his breathing rhythm were magnified countless times. Jiang Chen's vision was no longer limited to a range of 1 kilometer but spread outward like a tide in all directions. Centered on him, everything within a 2-kilometer radius was within his perception. He could see the birds perching and flying in the forest behind the campus and see the staff inside the teaching building. Those objects that were originally obscured seemed to become transparent in his perception, devoid of any secrets. Not only that, when Jiang Chen elevated his observation haki to LV.4, his perception was no longer limited to vision and hearing but extended to more intricate levels. He could sense the flow of every wisp of breeze in the air and detect the subtle emotional changes of the surrounding creatures. The drowsy students, their inner irritations, fatigue, and helplessness toward the lecture, all transmitted to his mind like clear signals, and the occasional small animals passing by in the distance, their fear, curiosity, or calm emotions could all be keenly captured by him. Jiang Chen tried to focus his perception on a single point. In an instant, all the information from that point surged into his mind like a tide. He could clearly see the trajectory of an ant crawling on the ground, and could even sense the subtle changes in the surrounding environment caused by every movement of the ant's antennae. He can hear the faint sound of ants' legs rubbing against the ground as they crawl, as well as the information they transmit to each other through their antennae. Is this listening to the sounds of all things? Jiang Chen's heart couldn't help but tremble, and then the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. He hadn't expected that raising observation haki to LV.4 could achieve such a level. It's just that, for now, it's not possible to reach an exaggerated level. I have to focus my perception intensely on a single point to hear the voice of all things. But this is already enough. After all, it can still be upgraded. Observation haki LV.4, 0/540 plus, current range, 2,000 meters, next level, range increases to 10,000 meters, unlocks observation kill. The next level will indeed unlock observation kill. Looking at it this way, if armament haki reaches LV.5, there's a high chance of mastering fist-bone impact. It's just that the skill point requirement is indeed a bit too high. Moreover, it's not just observation kill. The perception range of the next level directly increases fivefold, reaching 10 kilometers. This means that I will completely get rid of the trouble of being blind. Possess a 360-degree all-around perception range with a radius of 10 kilometers. Even if it meant exchanging for a healthy eye, I absolutely wouldn't trade it. Okay. Assignable skill points, 160. Whoosh. There are still 160 skill points remaining. The only skills available to upgrade are blind swordsmanship and gravity field. Blind swordsmanship LV.5, 0/160 plus, currently mastered sword aura proficient, next level, sword gang, skilled. Gravity domain LV.5, 0/160 plus, current domain range 1,000 meters, next level, range expands to 2,000 meters, mastery of gravity wave manipulation advanced. For these two skills, upgrading blind swordsmanship would simply increase destructive power. Currently, my perception range has already reached 2,000 meters. If I upgrade gravity field, it won't just enhance destructive power but also expand the control range. Moreover, the next level can even comprehend mastery level gravitational wave manipulation. Perhaps it could achieve the gravity rebound technique seen in anime by Fujitora. Currently, my only defensive skill is Iron Body. However, Iron Body has a fatal flaw, which is the inability to move while using it. This is undoubtedly a significant hazard in actual combat. So, these two skills, without a doubt, upgrading the gravity field provides the greatest improvement at the moment. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen decisively allocated all the remaining skill points to the gravity field. Ding! Gravity field field LV.5 gravity field LV.6 ding gravity domain LV.5 gravity domain LV.6 0/320 plus current domain range 2000 meters next level range expands to 5000 meters. As the system's crisp notification sound faded, a brand new surge of power rose within Jiang Chen. This power is completely different from when enhancing observation hockey before. It is steady, profound, and carries an indescribable sense of majesty. Jiang Chen only felt all the pores on his body open at this moment, as if establishing a wondrous connection with the surrounding space. The gravitational field he could barely perceive before now became incredibly clear in his senses. Every ripple of gravity, every change in its force, unfolded before him like an intricately detailed painting. He could clearly see the flow trajectory of gravity in the air, just like watching a babbling stream winding through the mountains. The current self has elevated the mastery of gravity to an entirely new level. This mastery is not only reflected in the expansion of range but also in the precise manipulation of gravity. Anti-gravity can be concentrated on a single point at will or spread across an entire domain. This wondrous sensation left Jiang Chen somewhat dazed. Immediately, he tried to mobilize the power within him, focusing his attention on a single point. In an instant, a powerful anti-gravity energy rapidly coalesced under his control. A distinct dark purple gravity wave slowly emerged and intertwined. This anti-gravity force, like an invisible giant hand, continuously compressed and gathered, growing stronger and stronger. As the anti-gravity condensed, the surrounding air began to twist violently, and the light underwent strange refraction under this powerful force, forming dazzling halos. What's going on? Wang Ming, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. The other students around also turned their gaze toward Jiang Chen. They could feel an invisible pressure spreading from Jiang Chen's position, making the surrounding air seem thick and even causing some difficulty in breathing. Seeing this, Jiang Chen hurriedly withdrew his ability. After all, he didn't want to accidentally hurt his classmates. Wang Ming stared blankly at Jiang Chen. Chen bro, don't tell me you've mastered a new move again? Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and then said slowly, sort of. Wang Ming widened his eyes. How long has it been? Comprehending one move after another? How can the gap between people be so vast? At this moment, a dragonfly entered Jiang Chen's perception range. Jiang Chen's heart stirred, and a bold idea came to mind. He decided to use this dragonfly to test his newly acquired ability. He focused his attention on a point in front of the dragonfly. With a single thought, an anti-gravity force exceeding 100 tons instantly converged there, forming a small, visible gravitational barrier. This barrier emitted rings of dark purple light, slightly distorting the surrounding space. The dragonfly continued to fly forward rapidly, completely unaware of the danger ahead. The next moment, a soft sound echoed. The dragonfly seemed to have collided with an indestructible wall. Immediately after, a powerful force erupted from the barrier, instantly tearing the dragonfly's body into pieces. Under the effect of this force, the dragonfly's wings, body, and antennae evaporated in an instant. Sure enough, it works. This is gravitational rebound. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. It was only because the little dragonfly was facing over 100 tons of gravity that it was so easily defeated. Next, we need to find someone to test whether the attack can be deflected. At this moment, standing next to Jiang Chen, Tang Chuyao also snapped out of her daze and couldn't help but ask, Jiang Chen, what new move have you figured out? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, Xiao Tang, later, accompany me to try out the move. As the words fell, Tang Chuyao suddenly widened her eyes and pointed at herself. Me? Spar with you? The memory of that last sword strike was still vivid. One sword had directly plowed a bottomless trench through the entire back mountain. Asking her to spar with Jiang Chen, wasn't that practically asking for her life? Jiang Chen noticed Tang Chuyao's bewildered expression and felt like laughing a little. He said, half amused, half helpless, it's not an attack move, it's a defensive move. Hearing this, Tang Chuyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's fine then. On the podium, Du Hongxing's gaze swept over the students below the stage. I hope that every student can take Jiang Chen as an example, maintaining a positive and proactive attitude on the path of learning and cultivation, and continuously improving their abilities. We live in an era full of challenges, where the threat of beasts has never disappeared, and we bear the heavy responsibility of protecting our homeland and defending our nation. Only if each of us becomes stronger can we safeguard everything we hold dear in the battles to come. Finally, let us once again give a warm round of applause to congratulate Jiang Chen and wish him continued success on his future path. And we also wish every one of our students to achieve great results at Shanghai Naval Academy and realize their dreams. Now, I declare this award ceremony successfully concluded. Dismiss the troops. As Du Hongxing's words fell, thunderous applause erupted once again on the field. Wang Ming took a deep breath. It's finally over. Let's go, retreat, Jiang Chen said, turning around to follow the other students, and began to move slowly. The originally neat and orderly queue instantly became somewhat disorganized, and the noise of voices followed. Jiang Chen weaved through the crowd, with people occasionally coming up to congratulate him. him. He responded to each one with a smile. Wang Ming patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder and asked, Jiang Chen, are you going back to the dorm?
I'm going to the back mountain with Xiao Tang to try out a new move.
Jiang Chen replied without even turning his head. Oh, forget it, I'll just go back to the dormitory.
Wang Ming thought for a moment and decided not to follow.
Better not to see it and end up depressed again.
Having such a monster in the same year, he really didn't know whether to be happy or sad.
The back mountain of Xinghai Military Academy. Jiang Chen led Tang Chuyao to an open space.
The ground around them was covered with fine gravel and sand. When the wind blew, it stirred up a cloud of dust. The area was vast and desolate, exuding a unique sense of barrenness.
Jiang Chen stopped, turned to face Tang Chuyao, and said seriously, Xiao Tang, go ahead and use your strongest moves to attack later. Don't hold back. Tang Chuyao was stunned for a moment upon hearing this and couldn't help but ask, Jiang Chen, are you sure?
What if you get hurt? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile.
Don't worry, you won't be able to hurt me. You, Tang Chuyao pouted. Why does that sound so unpleasant? What do you mean by you won't be able to hurt me? Although what was said is indeed true.
With Jiang Chen's current attribute points being more than double his own, even if Jiang Chen doesn't make any defensive moves, he still wouldn't be able to hurt him.
Tang Chuyao took a deep breath, her eyes focused. Then, shall I go? Jiang Chen smiled, come on.
Tang Chuyao let out a delicate shout, and blazing flames instantly ignited around her. The flames transformed into agile fire serpents, roaming freely around her, distorting the surrounding air with their intense heat. The flames grew increasingly fierce, quickly condensing into a massive flaming fist at the forefront of her right punch. The scorching heat rushed forward, as if it were about to melt the entire open space.
Jiang Chen's eyebrows raised slightly.
This fire fist looks more than twice as large as the one in the secret realm last time. I have to admit, Tang Chuyao is indeed a genius, but unfortunately, she encountered me.
Jiang Chen, here I come.
Tang Chuyao let out a loud shout and suddenly swung her right fist.
A massive fire fist, carrying rolling heat waves, roared toward Jiang Chen.
The air along the way was torn apart by this powerful force, emitting a piercing whistling sound. Jiang Chen's expression remained calm, just as the fire fist was about to hit him. A layer of dark purple halo appeared in front of him, rapidly spreading to form a gravity barrier with a diameter of about 5 meters. The fire fist struck the gravity barrier, the dark purple light flickering unsteadily. Without a sound, it just stopped in front of Jiang Chen. Tang Chuyao stared at the scene before her in disbelief.
What's going on? Did it block or not? Just as Tang Chuyao was in a daze,
Jiang Chen's right hand suddenly gripped the sword hilt.
The next moment,
with a clang, the blade was unsheathed, and the dark purple light on the gravity barrier suddenly surged. A heart-palpitating anti-gravity energy burst forth. The fire fist, originally wrapped in rolling heat waves, unexpectedly changed direction under the influence of this powerful force, shooting straight toward the sky.
This is impossible. Tang Chuyao couldn't help but exclaim, her voice filled with disbelief.
Her eyes widened into perfect circles, her mouth gaped open, her lips trembled slightly, and her gaze was filled with shock and confusion. The fire fist flew higher and higher into the sky, eventually turning into a tiny speck of light before exploding with a thunderous boom. This scene left Tang Chuyao completely stunned, her mind going blank. After a long while, Tang Chuyao slowly came back to her senses. She looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with awe and confusion.
Jiang Chen, was that a counterattack just now?
Jiang Chen gently sheathed the sword into his blind cane, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upward.
Sure enough, this is the gravity rebound from Fujitora in anime. The effect looks pretty good. Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, this is the gravity rebound I recently mastered.
I didn't expect the effect to be this good.
Jiang Chen, you can control the direction of the rebound, right? Tang Chuyao was silent for a moment before asking again. Jiang Chen nodded. Sure.
After hearing Jiang Chen's response, Tang Chuyao swallowed hard, her heart filled with mixed emotions. The attack she had put all her strength into was so effortlessly neutralized by Jiang Chen, and he could even rebound it into the sky with such ease. If this were a real battle, this fire fist would have rebounded onto himself.
Compared to you, I feel like I'm nothing.
Tang Chuyao shook her head with a bitter smile, her tone carrying both helplessness and a hint of envy. I thought my hard training during this time had made me improve a lot, but I didn't expect that in front of you. I'm still far behind. Jiang Chen stepped forward, patted Tang Chuyao on the shoulder, and comforted her.
Xiao Tang, don't be too discouraged. Why compare yourself to me? Compare yourself to Wang Ming or Lu Li.
Tang Chuyao raised her head, the corner of her mouth twitching, and looked at Jiang Chen speechlessly.
Your way of comforting people is truly unique. In the blink of an eye, it was time to enter secret realm number 3 again. Jiang Chen woke up from the bed and habitually looked at the panel in his mind.
During this period, due to the association's regulations, Jiang Chen and other officials completed 2 S-level missions, bringing his total attribute points to 11,000.
Strength 2,200 plus, Spirit 4,400 plus, Constitution 2,200 plus, Agility 2,200 plus,
Controllable Gravity 220 tons, 1 ton per 20 20 points of mental strength attribute. Now, his basic destructive power has already reached 22,000 calories. Without using the Gravity Blade Tiger, he can already cause over 400,000 calories of destructive power. The total attribute points required for a 5th tier ability user is 20,000 points, with a destructive power of 400,000 calories. In other words, although he is currently only a 4th tier ability user, his true strength has already reached the level of a 5th tier ability user. Up to now, it has only been less than 3 months. As for the 240 skill points obtained during this period, Jiang Chen directly upgraded Gravity Blade Tiger to level 2 and Navy 6 styles to level 2. Successfully spent all the skill points, leaving none behind. No choice, after all, he's a perfectionist. Gravity Blade Tiger, LV.5, 0/160, currently adds 2000% gravity, next level, can add 5000% gravity. The Gravity Blade Fierce Tiger at LV.5 can now apply 20 times the base gravity, which is 4,400 tons of gravity. With this strike, even a 5th tier ferocious beast might not be able to withstand it. Navy 6 styles LV.5, 0/160 plus, shave, move at extremely high speed, with speed determined by the agility attribute. Can briefly teleport 80 meters. Next level, 160 meters. Iron Block, cannot move while in use, can withstand impact force equal to physique attribute x 150 calories. Currently can withstand 330,000 calories of impact force. Next level, can withstand impact force equal to physique attribute x 200 calories. Paper Drawing, relinquishes all body strength to sense attack direction and advance through airflow changes caused by the opponent's movements. Next level, sensory ability increases by 1000%. Moonstep, uses powerful leg strength to step on air, generating strong hovering force. Current floating height, 160 meters. Next level, 320 meters. Stormleg, creates vacuum slashes through ultra-high-speed kicking techniques. Currently can unleash destructive force equal to strength attribute x 150 calories. Currently can cause 330,000 calories of destructive force. Next level, can unleash destructive force equal to strength attribute x 200 calories. Finger Gun, concentrates the body's strength into the fingers, currently capable of unleashing destructive power of strength attribute x 150 calories, with a current destructive power of 330,000 calories. Next level, capable of unleashing destructive power of strength attribute x 200 calories. As for upgrading Navy 6 styles to LV.5, the improvement is also extremely significant. Just the instantaneous movement distance of Shave has already reached 80 meters, and Moonwalk can float in the air up to 160 meters. It's equivalent to being able to step directly into the sky without anti-gravity flight, soaring all the way to the height of a 50-story building. Hint, when the total level of multiple combined skills reaches LV.30, the next skill, Conqueror's Haki, can be unlocked. Current unlock progress, 27 of 40. Now, just 13 levels away from unlocking Conqueror's Haki. After Conqueror's Haki, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be Meteor Strike. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. A moment later, he got out of bed, quickly freshened up, and headed toward the teaching building. Last night, the homeroom teacher Lin Weidong gave instructions in the group. Today's lesson is about explaining Secret Realm number 3. 8 o'clock in the morning. The classroom was already filled with students. At this moment, Lin Weidong also arrived late, carrying a laptop. Ahem, alright, class is starting. No more idle talk, let's get straight to discussing the situation of Secret Realm number 3. As the words fell, Lin Weidong operated the laptop placed on the podium. Immediately afterward, an image appeared on the large screen behind him. The moment the image appeared, a wave of disgusted sounds erupted in the classroom. Only Jiang Chen remained calm. He slightly furrowed his brows. Very good. It's another monster I know. Not only do I know it, but I'm extremely familiar with it. There are countless movies and TV shows about it. In the picture, it's a humanoid monster. Wearing a tattered suit, the once straight fabric is covered with holes of various sizes, as if it had been torn apart by countless sharp objects. That's right, it's zombies. It's just that Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled. If it were zombies, purely in terms of combat power, they would definitely not compare to the 12th Kazuki in Demon Slayer, or even the aliens in Secret Realm number 1. Why would they appear in Secret Realm number 3? On the podium, Lin Weidong continued explaining. Everyone, quiet down. The creature shown in the image is the monster of this secret realm, known as a zombie within the realm. According to the military's speculation, the zombies in this secret realm were likely humans like us before, but due to some terrifying virus, they turned into this form. Moreover, they now possess an intense desire to attack humans. Next, let's watch a video. Lin Weidong clicked the mouse lightly, and the static zombie image on the big screen disappeared, replaced by a synthesized video clip. A dilapidated street appeared on the screen, with buildings riddled with holes, shattered glass scattered everywhere, and an atmosphere of deathly silence pervading the surroundings. Next, several fully armed soldiers appeared on the screen, cautiously advancing with
their weapons in hand. Suddenly, a group of twisted, staggering zombies emerged from the corner of the street. Upon spotting the soldiers, they instantly became unusually excited and charged at them frantically. Their movements were extremely swift, their running speed far surpassing that of ordinary humans, and they let out eerie snarls, like starving beasts searching for prey. The soldiers, upon seeing this, immediately opened fire, bullets pouring out like raindrops and hitting many of the zombies. But these zombies seemed incapable of feeling pain. Even when their bodies were riddled with holes, they still did not stop moving. Soon, the zombies charged right up to the soldiers, and a fierce battle ensued. The zombies, relying on their numerical advantage, surrounded the soldiers completely. Although the soldiers fought back with all their might, many were still scratched or bitten by the zombies. The infected soldiers soon began to struggle in pain, their bodies rapidly mutating, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into monsters just like the zombies, attacking their own comrades. The video ends here. Lin Weidong said, "This is the true situation of the zombies in Secret Realm number 3. Although they seem very sluggish, their speed and strength will increase significantly once they detect humans. Moreover, their vitality is extremely tenacious, and ordinary attacks can hardly inflict fatal damage on them. At the same time, if you are bitten or scratched by them, in just 12 seconds, you will become one of them, turning into a disgusting zombie and remaining in the secret realm forever." As the words fell, Jiang Chen's heart trembled. 12 seconds? Sounds familiar. Which movie was that from? At this moment, a student below spoke up. "Teacher Lin, these zombies don't seem that strong? I feel like I can take one down with a single punch." "Yeah, it looks like their weakness is in the head. As long as we aim for the head, we should be fine." The other students nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen also expressed his agreement. As for the zombies in the video, they indeed seem a bit underwhelming when facing this group of superhumans. Seeing this, Lin Weidong's lips curved slightly as he said to the students, "Then let's take a look at the next video." As the words fell, Lin Weidong operated the mouse and switched to the next video. The video began with a towering skyscraper reaching into the clouds. Heavy protective nets were set up around the building, and countless armed soldiers stood guard around it, creating an atmosphere of extreme tension. The camera gradually zoomed in, revealing the interior of the building crowded with refugees, their faces filled with fear and despair. Suddenly, a deep growling sound came from afar, like rolling thunder, echoing through the air. Immediately afterward, a large horde of zombies surged in like a tide from all directions, densely gathering together in such overwhelming numbers that it made one's scalp tingle. The soldiers, upon seeing this, immediately opened fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Countless gun barrels spewed flames, wildly sweeping through the zombie horde. For a moment, gunfire and roars intertwined, creating a scene of utter chaos. However, the zombies did not seem to be deterred by the intense firepower, charging toward the building one after another. As the distance continued to close, an unexpected scene unfolded. The zombies in the back unhesitatingly stepped on those in front, piling up layer by layer, as if constructing a human flesh pyramid. Before long, a tower made up of zombies appeared before everyone's eyes, and this tower continued to extend upward, quickly surpassing the building's protective net. The soldiers watched the scene in horror, their guns trembling in their hands. Inside the building, the refugees let out desperate screams. The zombies swarmed into the building along the tower, like a flood. In less than 2 minutes, the tower defense line was completely breached. Zombies scattered everywhere, biting anyone they encountered, plunging the entire building into bloodshed and chaos. The students in the classroom were stunned by the scene. Their mouths hung open, eyes widened in shock, and their faces were filled with disbelief. The few students who had been boasting just moments ago now fell silent, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. The classroom descended into an eerie silence. The number of zombies is simply overwhelming, endless and infinite. Even if they are stronger, what difference does it make? Can you kill 1,000 if you manage to kill 100? Can you hold on for an hour if you manage to last 10 minutes? Not only that, once injured, you will turn into a disgusting zombie and remain in the secret realm forever. Among all the students, only Jiang Chen remained calm. This was not just because of confidence in his own strength. There was another reason. When Jiang Chen first heard Lin Weidong say that one would turn into a zombie in just 12 seconds, he was a bit puzzled. However, now seeing this famous zombie stacking scene, Jiang Chen was certain. This is the 2013 movie World War Z, starring Hollywood actor Brad Pitt. That makes it easier, because these zombies have a very speechless, very fatal weakness. Lin Weidong stood on the podium, his expression serious, and continued explaining the key points of Secret Realm number 3. Classmates, next I will explain in detail several important characteristics of this secret realm. He cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over every face in the audience to ensure everyone was paying attention. First of all, this secret realm is a team-based one. Each team is limited to 40 people, and our class happens to have exactly 40 members, so this secret realm operation will be conducted as a class unit. As the words fell, a buzz of discussion arose in the class, with some occasionally glancing at Jiang Chen, faint smiles of delight appearing on their faces. After all, acting as a class unit, they could finally experience the thrill of being carried by Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen looked completely indifferent. Taking people along is fine, as long as it doesn't affect him getting attribute points. After entering the secret realm, everyone will be randomly teleported to a location. Lin Weidong continued, these locations are fixed and generally easy to defend. We will have some time to establish a defensive line to ensure safety. At this moment, a student couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lin, what if we get separated and are transported to several different locations? Lin Weidong smiled gently upon hearing this. You don't need to worry about that. As long as you're part of the same team, you'll all be transported to the same location. There won't be any situation where you can't find each other. After saying this, the students below the stage secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just teleport them together. Otherwise, what if Jiang Chen isn't by their side? What would they do? Lin Weidong stood on the podium and continued. One more thing, although this is a team operation, the rewards will be distributed based on individual rankings for killing zombies. You need to survive in the secret realm for 7 days to receive the final reward. After Lin Weidong finished speaking, Jiang Chen gently shook his head, unable to suppress a slight smile. With his observation hockey perception at LV.4, he could clearly sense the emotions of his classmates at this moment. Almost all of them looked dejected and downcast. He was, of course, well aware of the reason for this situation. These classmates initially thought they could ride on their own rocket, just like Tang Chuyao in the first 2 secret realms, and crazily rack up attribute points. But now they're being told that the rewards are distributed based on individual rankings for zombie kills. However, they can't blame anyone else for this. Since that's the case, it seems that in this secret realm, only I can start with 4-digit attribute points. At this moment, Lin Weidong's voice once again drew everyone's attention. Moreover, this time the secret realm is one of the few that is known to have hidden rewards. Upon hearing this, all the students raised their heads and listened attentively. Lin Weidong continued, if you can kill more than 10,000 zombies in the secret realm, you will receive an additional hidden reward. After saying this, the classroom was once again filled with sighs. Wow, this is so hard, a girl exclaimed, her face full of frustration. 10,000, 10,000. Even 10,000 pigs couldn't be killed in time. And it's an individual kill ranking. Another classmate slumped over the desk, muttering in despair. Meanwhile, some other classmates looked enviously at Tang Chuyao and Jiang Chen. In this class, only these 2 people possess powerful area damage abilities. Tang Chuyao is now also a 3rd-tier ability user. Dealing with these zombies is absolutely no problem for her. As for Jiang Chen, there's even less to say. He probably doesn't even need to lift a finger, just a single thought, and the zombies would all turn into meat patties. Lin Weidong shook his head and chuckled. Alright, you don't need to be too fixated on the hidden rewards. Being able to return safely is the most important thing. Over the decades, only 2 people have ever succeeded in obtaining the hidden rewards of this secret realm. Lastly, regarding this number 3 secret realm, the school will provide you with anti-bite suits and food. However, this doesn't mean that wearing the anti-bite suit guarantees your safety. The anti-bite suit also has its limits. Lin Weidong's tone became serious. Remember, in the secret realm, you must never let your guard down at any moment. After speaking, Lin Weidong took a stack of maps from the podium and distributed them to each student. Everyone carefully took the map, their eyes revealing anticipation and nervousness. Jiang Chen took the map, spread it out on the table, and examined the markings and annotations on it. These maps were gradually drawn by those who had entered the secret realm over the generations. Although not detailed, they could still provide some useful information. This map marks the locations of various fixed teleportation points, as well as some possible defensive positions. Lin Weidong handed out maps to everyone while explaining, you can formulate corresponding strategies based on this information. Remember, teamwork is key. In the time that followed, Lin Weidong continued explaining for a while, covering various details and precautions about the secret realm. Until an hour later, Lin Weidong placed both hands on the lectern and announced, alright, that's it for today's class. Go and get ready. We'll gather in 2 days to enter the secret realm. In any case, be careful. As the words fell, all the students stood up and walked out of the classroom. Jiang Chen also packed up his things and returned to the dormitory. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chen lay on the dormitory sofa, replaying Lin Weidong's lecture in his mind, calculating his next plan. According to Lin Weidong's explanation, these zombies are undoubtedly from a movie in the previous life, World War Z. The zombies in this movie are quite peculiar. They do not attack humans suffering from serious illnesses. Seriously, even zombies are picky about their food. But this is the movie's setting, and likewise the setting of the secret realm. It's all up to the creator. This time, I need to survive in the secret realm for 7 days. A full 7 days. Although my strength is formidable, it's hard to say exactly how many zombies are in the entire city. If something unexpected happens and they come at me one after another, I might not get bitten to death, but I'd probably die of exhaustion first. So, just in case, I should prepare a non-lethal virus, or rather a virus with a specific antidote, and infect myself with it after entering the secret realm. Only in this way
way can it be ensured that nothing goes wrong? If the zombies don't attack, wouldn't they all just be pigs waiting to be slaughtered? It's just that there's a problem now. Where can this thing be found? Jiang Chen lay on the sofa, searching his mind for possible options. Going directly to the CDC is definitely not an option. Why would the people there hand over the virus to him? He also has no reason to take the virus. It's impossible to directly say that he is a transmigrator and knows the secret of this mysterious realm. Perhaps, this world also has the so-called dark web from his previous life? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He got up, returned to his room, turned on the computer, and began researching. After some research, Jiang Chen actually guessed right. This world indeed has its dark web. It wasn't until close to midnight that Jiang Chen finally found a staff member from the CDC and arranged to go to the CDC for the transaction tomorrow. The next morning, bright and early, Jiang Chen packed up his things and went out. He put on a regular jacket, wore a mask and sunglasses, trying his best not to be recognized by others. Then he hailed a cab at the school gate. He first went to the bank and withdrew 200,000 yuan in cash. After all, this was an illegal transaction, and the other party stated they would only accept cash. Afterward, Jiang Chen, carrying a backpack full of cash, got into a cab and headed toward Sanchuay City in the neighboring area. This time, the disease control center he was heading to was located on the outskirts of the neighboring Sanchuay City. The scenery outside the car window gradually became unfamiliar. The hustle and bustle of the city was left behind, replaced by stretches of desolate suburbs. After arriving at the disease control center in Sanchuay City, Jiang Chen got out of the car and looked around at the surrounding environment. The place seemed somewhat deserted, and the surrounding buildings appeared a bit outdated. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and walked toward the main entrance. Guided by the front desk staff, Jiang Chen met the doctor he had arranged to see. The doctor was dressed in a white coat, his expression solemn, with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. "You've arrived." He spoke in a low voice, then glanced around as if to ensure no one was paying attention to their conversation. Immediately, he said to Jiang Chen, "Follow me." Under the doctor's guidance, Jiang Chen walked through a long corridor, filled with the smell of disinfectant everywhere. A moment later, they arrived at the entrance of a virus sample room in the disease control center. The door of the sample room was made of heavy metal, appearing exceptionally sturdy, and equipped with an electronic lock. The doctor also cautiously glanced around, then entered a series of passwords. The door slowly opened, emitting a low mechanical sound. "Go in." The doctor gestured for Jiang Chen to enter, then followed him in and closed the door. The smell of disinfectant was even stronger in the room, and the walls were covered with various warning signs about viruses. The entire space felt cold and carried a faint sense of oppression. Jiang Chen remained expressionless, using his senses to survey the surroundings. The interior of the sample room was arranged with great precision. In the center was a long table holding various specimens and test tubes, while along the walls were refrigeration units storing different types of virus samples. "This is the virus sample we have here." The doctor pointed to the specimens on the long table and began to explain. "These have all been carefully selected and are of top quality. By the way, what do you need these samples for?" The doctor looked at Jiang Chen curiously. Jiang Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. "Sorry, no comment." The doctor, seeing this, spread his hands. "Haha, I was just casually asking." "You can choose the type of sample you want." Jiang Chen was silent for a moment before asking, "Is there an introduction?" The doctor adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose slightly and said with a smile, "Of course. This is an acute influenza virus." The doctor picked up a test tube labeled acute influenza virus and continued, "This virus is highly contagious and primarily spreads through the air. After infection, patients may experience high fever, coughing, and general fatigue." Jiang Chen nodded slightly, signaling the doctor to continue. "The second type is adenovirus." The doctor handed another test tube to Jiang Chen and continued explaining, "This adenovirus has only emerged in recent years and has an extremely high fatality rate. It usually causes respiratory infections, with symptoms including coughing, sore throat, and fever. However, its transmissibility is not as strong. This is the coronavirus." The doctor picked up the third test tube. "After infection, it may cause severe respiratory symptoms, even death. Its contagiousness is also very strong." At this point, the doctor suddenly asked, "By the way, the viruses here cannot have a fatal effect on ability users, they can only cause slight discomfort." Jiang Chen was shaken upon hearing these words and asked, "No virus at all?" The doctor nodded and said, "That's right. The immune system of ability users is far stronger than that of ordinary people. Most viruses don't even have the ability to make them feel uncomfortable. However, the three viruses I just mentioned can make ability users feel unwell for about 7 days." Jiang Chen remained silent, his mind beginning to ponder. "Cannot have a fatal effect on ability users? Then can it still work on the zombies in the secret realm?" The doctor seemed to have guessed Jiang Chen's thoughts and said, "If your goal is to kill ability users through the virus, that's almost impossible. But if your goal is merely to infect ability users, then I recommend recommend the first type of acute flu virus, as it is the most contagious. After the doctor finished speaking, Jiang Chen remained silent. In the current situation, it is impossible to determine if the virus has been contracted, but there is no fatal danger, and whether it will have an effect on the zombies in the secret realm. However, since it is not fatal, it must be tried no matter what. What if it actually works? Moreover, it would be best if it were the most contagious virus. In any case, the ones who went in together with me are all my classmates. If possible, it would be best to infect them all as well. After all, they are all ability users, and it's not fatal. By then, even if the zombies really don't attack them, I would still have a reason to dispel the military's suspicions. After all, everyone is infected, so there's no reason to suspect me. Moreover, after leaving the secret realm, I could subtly mention that the classmates in the class all got sick. Perhaps the military might discover the weakness of these zombies, which could provide some help for future newcomers. If you still can't guess it, then there's really nothing more to say. It should be the acute influenza virus. Jiang Chen spoke up. Okay. The doctor nodded, turned around, walked to the refrigeration cabinet, took out a test tube containing the acute influenza virus, and handed it to Jiang Chen. The doctor warned, remember, you absolutely cannot let outsiders know. If it weren't for the lack of money, I wouldn't have come to you. Jiang Chen's lips curved slightly upward, giving the doctor a reassuring smile. Understood. You also shouldn't let anyone know I came to you. The doctor nodded, then revealed a greedy look. 200,000. Jiang Chen said nothing in return and directly threw the backpack on his back to the doctor. After counting the cash, the doctor beamed with a happy smile and left the sample room with Jiang Chen. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the moment to officially enter Secret Realm number 3 had arrived. At this moment, the entrance to the Secret Realm at Shanghai Military Academy was filled with all the freshmen and their class advisors. Countless staff members were busy distributing bite-proof suits to these students. The students put them on immediately, and the material of the bite-proof suits shimmered faintly under the sunlight, appearing somewhat bulky but giving a sense of security. Although it was called changing, in reality, they only needed to put them on, as the Secret Realm was in a relatively cold season. The bite-proof suits also provided a certain degree of warmth. When all the students had put on their bite-proof suits, Lin Weidong stood in front of Jiang Chen's class, his expression solemn as he surveyed each student. During these 7 days, you must work together as one to survive better. Do you all remember that? Lin Weidong's voice echoed in the air. Got it. All the students responded in unison. Lin Weidong nodded, glanced at his watch, and then said to everyone, let's go. Under the dim yellow sky, endless sand dunes stretched all the way to the horizon. The fierce wind howled, sweeping up a sky full of yellow sand, dyeing the entire world into chaos. Visibility was extremely low, as if one were in the midst of a massive sandstorm. On this desolate and lifeless land, an abrupt black fissure stretched across the dunes, like a hideous scar. In front of the fissure, hundreds of figures stood silently, clad in identical black cloaks embroidered with a yellow straw skull emblem, flapping loudly in the wind and sand. At the forefront of the crowd, the leader, thin and gaunt, had a face as pale as paper, resembling a walking skeleton. On his ghastly pale face, there was always a faint, sickly smile that sent chills down one's spine. Jia jia jia. It has begun. It has begun. His tone was somewhat neurotic, his voice hoarse and sharp. The great king is about to descend, and this decaying world will be reborn in flames. What a marvelous thing this is. He suddenly spread his arms wide, his black cloak billowing without wind. He howled toward the sky, his voice filled with madness and bloodlust. My children, before we act, let us first seek the guidance of fate. The black-clad figures behind him said nothing, merely standing silently, their eyes glinting with fervent zeal. The leader pulled out a small box woven from straw from his chest, its surface engraved with eerie runes. He carefully opened the box, and inside was a stack of cards. The back of the cards featured a uniform golden cross pattern. The front was adorned with various designs, some were weapons, some were monsters, and some were runes. Each card exuded a mysterious aura. Cards of fate, please guide us on the path ahead. The leader closed his eyes, muttering under his breath. Dozens of cards floated around him, slowly rotating and emitting a faint golden glow. As he finished his final incantation, a card appeared in his hand. He furrowed his brows slightly, recruiting Jiang Chen, success rate 1%. A subordinate behind him cautiously said, Leader, with such a low success rate, should we still try to recruit him? The leader was silent for a moment, then let out a sharp, light laugh. It's okay, give it a try. If it doesn't work, just die. Leader, I heard Jiang Chen is already a 4th-tier ability user. The subordinate's voice behind him trembled slightly. The leader's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Oh, but I think the next card should be a good one. After saying this, he closed his
his eyes again and muttered, "O cards of fate, please grant us supreme power." His face was filled with fervor and anticipation. A moment later, as a golden light flashed, a card appeared in his hand. The leader slowly opened his eyes. The pattern on the card depicted a woman gently taming a lion. "This is the upright strength." He let out a sharp laugh, spread his arms wide, and said loudly, "Wonderful! The king is watching over us. My children, you shall gain even greater power." He raised the card in his hand high, and the golden halo on the card instantly erupted with a dazzling light, enveloping the surrounding figures in black. "Feel the king's blessing. Become stronger. Go and harvest more souls." The man laughed maniacally, his voice echoing in the wind and sand. As the light faded, the aura surrounding those men in black underwent a tremendous transformation. Their bodies seemed to be infused with a powerful force, muscles swelled, bones cracked loudly, and their already chilling aura became even more violent, like a group of demons crawling out of hell. "Tier 4. I can feel it. I've reached Tier 4. In the crowd behind, a man exclaimed excitedly, "5th rank. I've reached the 5th rank." Cries of surprise rose one after another, and everyone stared at their own hands in shock, feeling the power within their bodies. The leader turned around, his back to the massive black fissure, with a gleam of madness in his eyes. "My children, are you ready? Offer your loyalty to the king and bring complete destruction to this world. Pave the way for the king's arrival with blood and death." "Ready!" Hundreds of figures clad in black cloaks responded in unison, their voices perfectly synchronized. A fanatical gleam shone in their eyes, as if they were a group of brainwashed zealots. "Very good, very good." The leader nodded in satisfaction and slowly spread his arms. 20 straw dolls emerged from his body. The dolls' facial features were indistinct, yet they exuded an eerie aura. Each doll represented one of his avatars, capable of parasitizing any individual. Of course, the prerequisite was that the person being parasitized must not resist. The next moment, the 20 straw dolls leapt at incredible speed toward the black-clad men who had been enhanced by the power cards. Immediately after, the 20 chosen men in black knelt on one knee, lowered their heads, and their faces showed expressions of fanatical excitement. The straw dolls burrowed into their bodies. The bodies of the men in black trembled slightly, and then a strange light flashed in their eyes. "Jia jia jia." The 20 men in black simultaneously let out a sharp laugh, identical to the leader's voice, filled with coldness and madness. "Very well, go ahead. I'll be waiting outside for your good news." The leader nodded in satisfaction and spoke loudly to the hundreds of men in black behind him. At this moment, a subordinate asked in a low voice, "Leader, what if no one matches Jiangchen?" "If no one matches, then we'll wait for the next time." A cold glint flashed in the leader's eyes as he looked at the subordinate in black. The man in black instantly felt a chill and hurriedly shut his mouth. This time, the secret realm is a team-based one, with a maximum team size of 40 people. Of course, teams with fewer than 40 people can also enter. They are divided into 25-person teams, each led by one of his clones. After all, his main body has already entered secret realm number 3 and cannot enter again. From a probability perspective, the chances of matching with Jiang Chen and his team are extremely high. "Let's go!" As the leader shouted loudly, the men in black strode past him, heading straight toward the rift in the secret realm. A flash of white light swept through. Jiang Chen quickly expanded his perception range, finding himself inside a dilapidated, abandoned building. The surrounding walls were covered with web-like cracks, with twisted and deformed steel bars exposed, resembling the gnawed bones of a giant beast or the ribs of some kind of monster. The ground was littered with rubble, shards of glass, and various construction debris, all covered in a thick layer of dust. The air was filled with an unpleasant smell, a mixture of decay, dampness, and dust. Outside, the scene was even more apocalyptic. Skyscrapers leaned precariously, some snapped in half, while others were reduced to crumbling ruins. The streets were strewn with abandoned vehicles and various debris, streetlights tilted, and electrical wires hung loose. The entire city resembled a ghost town abandoned for years. Densely packed zombies wandered the streets. "So this is secret realm number 3, Jiang Chen muttered to himself. He stood up and patted the dust off his body. This city, like a ruin, filled him with an inexplicable sense of oppression and unease. "Jiang Chen, are you alright?" A crisp and pleasant voice came through as Tang Chuya walked over, looking at him with concern. She was dressed in a bulky bite-proof suit, her long hair tied into a ponytail, appearing neat and efficient. "It's nothing." Jiang Chen shook his head and said to his classmates, "Disperse, everyone. Look around the building to see if there are any lone zombies. Let's clean them up first." "Alright, understood." The classmates responded one after another, quickly dispersing to start searching the nearby buildings. Jiang Chen's powerful strength and astonishing performance made him seem like a god in the eyes of these students. They had no objections to Jiang Chen's instructions and followed them without question. Jiang Chen left the crowd alone and quietly found a secluded corner. He took out a small glass vial of injection from his pocket, which contained a colorless, transparent liquid. Immediately after, he pulled out the bottle stopper, inserted the needle into his arm, and slowly pushed the liquid inside. The next moment, a slight chill began to spread through his body. Time passed in the blink of an eye. The setting sun, blood red, dyed the sky
a dusky yellow, adding a touch of desolation to the apocalyptic scene. The rooftop of the unfinished building offers a broad view, overlooking the ruins of the entire city. Under Jiang Chen's instructions, the classmates were all busy. They were moving rubble, steel bars, and various construction debris, reinforcing the edges of the rooftop and setting up makeshift defensive structures. Faced with these zombies capable of stacking on top of each other, this had to be done. In this secret realm, they must survive for 7 days. It's impossible to wander aimlessly for 7 days, so they need a sturdy stronghold and then go out in groups to hunt zombies. All the students divided the work and cooperated efficiently. The girls were responsible for clearing out a relatively clean area to serve as a place for rest and storing supplies. They also started a fire to cook and prepare dinner. This time, they also brought a lot of pre-made food. These pre-made meals were specially made by the military and were more than enough to sustain 40 people for 7 days.
Tang Chuya walked to Jiang Chen's side and asked worriedly, "Jiang Chen, do you think we can really hold this place?"
The video teacher Lin showed, with those overwhelming zombies, it made me a bit nervous.
Achoo! Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, what could possibly happen? However many come, I'll kill them all." Hearing this, Tang Chuya's face showed a trace of relief, and she nodded. A moment later, she couldn't help but say, "I always have a bad feeling, something, achoo, cold." Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. What nonsense bad feeling? This is just a cold. However, it was caused by the virus he brought in himself. This definitely couldn't be revealed to the classmates. After all, only here does one know that having the virus in their body can avoid zombie attacks. Under no circumstances can the identity of being a transmigrator be exposed. "I think it's probably just a cold, don't overthink it."
Jiang Chen patted her shoulder and said,
"A cold? Impossible, how can an ability user catch a cold? Achoo!"
Tang Chuya rubbed her nose, looking at Jiang Chen with an incredulous expression.
Jiang Chen smiled helplessly and casually explained, "Maybe it's some unique virus in here?" At this moment, more and more students started coughing. Achoo! Cough, cough. "I feel so dizzy and weak all over. Am I catching a cold?" "Me too. My nose is so itchy, I keep wanting to sneeze." "Am I mutating? I don't want to turn into a zombie." "Moo! Achoo! Mutate my foot." "Zombies aren't airborne."
More and more classmates started showing cold symptoms. They coughed, sneezed, had runny noses, looked lethargic, and their physical condition visibly declined.
Fortunately, the people here are all ability users.
Even if they catch a cold, they're still many times stronger than ordinary people.
"Everyone, don't worry, it's probably just a common flu." "Achoo!" Jiang Chen said loudly, trying to calm everyone's emotions. "It might be some unique virus from within the secret realm. If you're really feeling unwell, just take a rest.
It won't affect our actions."
"Ha, you all caught a cold?" "I didn't." A female student looked around at her classmates in confusion.
Another male student also spoke up, "I didn't either." Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, directed his perception toward the few students who hadn't caught a cold.
Sure enough, the doctor was right.
A small number of people naturally possess antibodies in their bodies and won't be infected.
If these viruses can truly work and prevent zombies from attacking them. For this small group of people, all that can be said is sorry. I have already done my best. 5 men in black cloaks stood on the rooftop of a building.
One of the men in black's expression changed, and he excitedly looked at the leader of the group.
"Leader, we have matched Jiang Chen."
Hearing this, the others also turned their attention to the secret realm leaderboard in their minds.
Jia Jia Jia.
The leading black-clad man parasitized by the straw doll let out a signature sharp laugh filled with coldness and excitement. His body trembled slightly, as if he were trying hard to suppress his inner excitement. He slowly turned around to face the 4 teammates behind him. The 4 black-clad figures stood silently like statues, their bodies completely covered by black cloaks, with only their eyes exposed. The look in his eyes did not reflect human emotions, but rather a fervent glow. Not bad luck, it matched after all. The parasitized man in black spoke, his voice hoarse and deep, as if squeezed out from the depths of his throat, each word carrying a chilling sense of eeriness. He extended his finger, pointing at 2 of the men in black. "You two, go find Jiang Chen, test his attitude, and see if we can recruit him to join us. Remember, our goal is to destroy this decaying world and welcome the arrival of the king." He paused, his tone becoming even more sinister.
"Humanity will ultimately be destroyed by the king.
We are merely following destiny, offering a pledge of loyalty to the king.
This is the highest honor. The arrival of the king will bring a new order, a new world, and we will become the pioneers of the new world, the most loyal servants of the king."
"Yes." The 2 black-clad individuals who were addressed responded in unison, their voices uniform and devoid of any emotion.
Their bodies leaned slightly forward, indicating absolute obedience. The next moment,
2 men in black leaped down, their black cloaks billowing behind them like a pair of dark wings, carrying the aura of death as they vanished into the ruins. On the top floor of the abandoned building, the night deepened, and the desolation of the scene added to the oppressive atmosphere. Jiang Chen stood at the edge of the rooftop, his observation hockey extending like invisible tendrils, silently reaching a radius of 2 kilometers, capturing every every subtle movement.
Jiang Chen, achoo, what's wrong with you?
Tang Chuyao looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression, noticing that his face seemed somewhat serious.
Jiang Chen shook his head lightly. It's nothing, someone is coming. Someone? Who? Other matched students?
Tang Chuyao looked around, and all that met her eyes was desolation and ruin.
Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Doesn't seem like it, only 2 people. As the words fell, Tang Chuyao noticed it too.
In the distance, 2 dark figures were sprinting toward them at an incredible speed, their black cloaks billowing in the wind.
Black cloaks? Who are they? Aren't they wearing bite-proof suits? Tang Chuyao murmured as she stared at the 2 dark figures.
Before long, 2 dark figures leapt onto the rooftop where Jiang Chen and his group were, hovering in midair and looking down at them. One of the figures in black swept his gaze over the slightly bewildered students on the rooftop, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking smirk, as if he were looking down on a group of ignorant ants. Students of Shanghai Military Academy, the night is deep, and yet you're still working so hard.
Truly, commendable.
The black-clad figure's tone was gentle, yet carried an intensely uncomfortable sense of disdain, as if these students were nothing more than insignificant ants, utterly laughable. The students stopped their actions one after another, looking at each other with confusion and vigilance in their eyes. They did not understand why these men in black had come, nor could they comprehend the meaning behind such a peculiar greeting, but their instinctive intuition told them that danger was approaching.
Jiang Chen stood quietly in place.
A 360-degree perceptual perspective clearly saw the cloaks with the straw skull emblem behind them, fluttering in the wind, appearing particularly sinister and terrifying. Tang Chuyao frowned deeply, her sharp gaze fixed on the 2 men in black in the air, and coldly questioned,
"Who are you? What are you doing here?"
The men in black casually glanced over Tang Chuyao, as if looking at an insignificant object.
Immediately after, the man in black ignored Tang Chuyao's questioning and locked his gaze on Jiang Chen. The previously perfunctory gentleness in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a cat-and-mouse-like amusement and disdain. "You are Jiang Chen?"
The man in black slightly curled the corners of his mouth into a smile filled with a palpable sense of superiority, his tone brimming with undisguised scrutiny and contempt. Gravity manipulation, swordsmanship genius, a 4th-tier ability user.
Head, truly young and promising, living up to your reputation. Another man in black also scrutinized Jiang Chen.
Rather than praise, it was more of a condescending evaluation, as if he were appraising a fairly decent commodity.
Jiang Chen said expressionlessly, "Is there something you need? Then I'll be direct. I believe you already know us, the Reapers organization. Our leader has been anticipating you for quite some time."
The man in black spoke in a calm tone, carrying the air of a superior bestowing favor upon a subordinate, as if Jiang Chen being anticipated by their leader was an immense honor.
"Specifically sent the 2 of us here. May we ask Mr. Jiang Chen to step aside and have a proper conversation with us?
By the way, both of us are 5th-tier ability users."
"Mr. Jiang Chen, please think carefully before you answer."
The surrounding students were completely dumbfounded. They had no idea what kind of act these men in black were putting on, but they could clearly sense the undisguised contempt and disdain these men in black had for them and for Jiang Chen.
Reapers? Weren't the Reapers already eradicated? What are Reapers?
A 5th-tier ability user.
Why would a 5th-tier ability user appear in Secret Realm number 3? It's over.
A 5th-tier ability user, even if we team up, we can't beat them. Some students were discussing, and a sense of unease spread among the crowd. Tang Chuyao felt a surge of anger burning within her. The attitude of these men in black was simply arrogant to the extreme. But she also realized that the target of these men in black had been Jiang Chen from the very beginning. As for Jiang Chen, facing the men in black's display full of disdain and contempt, he merely lifted the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing an extremely cold smile.
"Have a good talk? I'm afraid that's unnecessary, isn't it?"
Jiang Chen spoke slowly, his tone still calm but carrying a chilling menace.
"If you have something to say, just spit it out."
He tilted his head slightly, his voice turning sharp as a blade. "I have no interest in playing along with your act, and even less interest in listening to you, 5th-tier trash, flaunting your pathetic sense of superiority in front of me." The words 5th-tier trash were enunciated deliberately, each syllable dripping with undisguised contempt and scorn, instantly shattering the sense of superiority the black-clad men had painstakingly built.
5th-tier trash?
The contemptuous smile that had been hanging on the face of the man in black instantly twisted into a ferocious expression, as an unprecedented fury erupted like a volcano. A mere 4th-tier ability user, as insignificant as an ant, dared to trample on their dignity so recklessly, absolutely unforgivable. He felt an unparalleled sense of insult.
Fine, then I'll take it as your refusal. Our leader said, if you refuse, then go die."
As the words fell, the man in black completely lost his sanity and suddenly launched an attack on Jiang Chen. The air beneath his feet exploded, and his figure vanished into thin air like a phantom in an instant.
His speed was so fast that it even surpassed the speed of sound, leaving a clearly visible white airwave in the air. Both hands transformed into pitch-black claws, directly aiming for Jiang Chen's vital points.
Faced with this fierce attack like a raging storm, Jiang Chen's expression remained as calm as still water. Just as the black-clad man was about to lunge forward, Jiang Chen finally
instantly moved. He merely placed his hand lightly on the sword hilt, and waves of dark purple gravitational force instantly spread out, enveloping the charging black-clad man like an inescapable net. What is this? The man in black suddenly felt his body sink heavily, sensing a terrifying force that firmly restrained him, leaving him unable to move. He widened his eyes in utter horror, struggling desperately, only to find that all his efforts were in vain. Despite being a 5th-tier ability user, he couldn't even move in front of Jiang Chen, a mere 4th-tier ant. Just as the man in black fell into despair, Jiang Chen suddenly drew the blade hidden within his blind cane. Clang! The blade unsheathed, cold light radiating in all directions, an incomparably scorching aura suddenly erupted. Blazing flames, like the descent of the scorching sun, instantly entwined around the blade. Breath of the sun. Armament hockey entwined, adding 200 tons of gravity. Coupled with terrifyingly sharp sword intent, Jiang Chen unleashed his full power at this moment without reservation, concentrating it entirely on the blade. The sword's light flashed and vanished. Time seemed to completely freeze at this moment. The air seemed to ignite instantly, crackling with explosive sounds. The entire world seemed to lose its sound and color, leaving only an overwhelming heat and dazzling brilliance. Only a sword light as dazzling and radiant as the sun tore through the night sky, pierced the darkness, and, with an unstoppable force, carrying the terrifying power to incinerate everything, slashed toward the black-clad figure who was firmly bound by gravity, unable to move. Splat! A piercingly clear slicing sound rang out. The man in black didn't even have time to let out a scream before Jiang Chen's sword directly split him in two. Blood sprayed like a fountain, staining the ground red. The man in black's body collapsed to the ground like a broken rag doll, utterly lifeless. Jiang Chen flicked the blade of his sword, and a splash of blood scattered onto the ground. Without even sparing a glance at the remains on the ground, he spoke in an indifferent tone, as if commenting on something utterly insignificant. Can't even block a single sword. What else could you be but useless? As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, the entire top floor of the abandoned building fell into a deathly silence once again. Only the howling night wind stirred the dilapidated structure, producing a wailing sound, as if playing a mournful dirge for the two arrogant men in black. The surrounding students were all dumbfounded, standing frozen in place as if petrified, their minds blank and completely incapable of thinking. They looked at Jiang Chen's figure, their eyes filled with awe, admiration, and an incredible sense of shock. With just one sword strike, he instantly defeated a 5th-tier ability user. Jiang Chen's growth speed is just too fast. Tang Chuya was also stunned in place, her beautiful eyes wide open, her red lips slightly parted, and her delicate face full of shock and confusion. She stared blankly at Jiang Chen, her mind buzzing, countless thoughts galloping through like wild horses. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression remained calm and indifferent. At this moment, the other man in black snapped out of it, and the arrogance on his face was completely replaced by fear. He suddenly turned around and flew in the opposite direction at an incredible speed. This Jiang Chen, he absolutely couldn't defeat him, he had to run. Trying to run? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a cold smile. Too late. Daring to show off in front of me? Then don't even think about going back alive. Boom! A dark purple gravitational wave instantly spread out. The terrifying gravity descended from the sky like an invisible giant net, instantly enveloping the man in black. Ah! The man in black let out a desperate scream, as if struck by a meteor. His body suddenly sank and crashed into another building, firmly pinned to the wall. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from this terrifying restraint, only to find that all efforts were in vain. The power of a 5th-tier ability user seemed so insignificant, so powerless under Jiang Chen's terrifying gravity, like an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly futile. At the same time, whoosh! A sharp sound of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out. Dark purple gravitational waves gathered beneath Jiang Chen's feet, unleashing a terrifying anti-gravity force. In an instant, the ground beneath cracked open, with shards of stone flying everywhere. Jiang Chen transformed into a streak of dark purple light, hurtling toward the black-clad man who was immobilized by gravity at a terrifying speed surpassing the sound barrier. The sword light, entwined with blazing flames, flashed by in an instant. The black-clad man's massive head was instantly sent flying high, helplessly rolling onto the ground with a dull thud. Blood gushed out like a fountain from the severed neck of the headless corpse. The head fell to the ground, and the headless body collapsed limply, crashing heavily onto the ground with a dull thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The thick scent of blood instantly spread through the air. On the street, the previously aimless wandering zombies suddenly moved with a newfound urgency, their stiff motions becoming abrupt. They emitted low, guttural growls as they surged frantically toward the source of the strongest scent of blood. In the blink of an eye, the zombies pounced on the severed head rolling on the ground, tearing into its face with their gaping, bloodthirsty maws. The sound of chewing echoed eerily through the silent night, stark and horrifying. The zombies greedily gnawed at the flesh and blood of the human head, shredding the bones to pieces. In mere moments, the head, once contorted in terror, was devoured into a gruesome, unrecognizable pulp. On the other side, the headless corpse was also swarmed. Rotten flesh and shattered limbs instantly became a gluttonous feast for these walking corpses. In just a short span, the once arrogant 5th-tier ability user
had been utterly reduced to food in the mouths of the zombies. Not a trace of bone remained, only tattered fragments of a black cloak scattered on the ground, and the thick, metallic scent of blood hanging in the air served as proof they had ever existed. The students on the top floor of the unfinished building watched this spine-chilling scene, their faces pale, stomachs churning as if they were about to vomit up their dinners. Though they had all seen synthetic videos of zombies devouring humans, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different level of horror. Faced with such a real, bloody, and shocking scene, it still made them feel waves of physical discomfort. Tang Chuyao tightly covered her mouth, her delicate face pale, her slender body trembling slightly, and her beautiful eyes filled with fear. Such a strong visual impact made her feel waves of tingling on her scalp and a chill throughout her body. At that moment, a sudden mutation occurred. Under Jiang Chen's powerful observation hockey's danger prediction, an intense and extreme sense of crisis instantly gripped Jiang Chen's heart, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Danger! Almost instinctively, Jiang Chen's observation hockey surged outward like a tide, instantly locking onto the source of this sense of crisis. A bullet. The entire object exhibited an eerie dark red hue, its surface densely covered with intricate, radiating an energy that stirred unease in the heart. A bullet, carrying terrifying energy, was hurtling toward his forehead at a speed several times faster than sound. Wherever the bullet passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a sharp sonic boom and forming a visible white shockwave. Jiang Chen's heart involuntarily clenched. Sniper. Why would there be a sniper in the secret realm? And this sniper is definitely not an ordinary sniper. The weapon and bullets he uses, with such incredible bullet speed, are absolutely not something a regular military sniper rifle could achieve. In a flash of lightning, Jiang Chen had no time to think, relying entirely on his observation hockey to foresee the danger and make the best possible reaction. He suddenly twisted his body, contorting at an incredible angle, narrowly and dangerously dodging the bullet. The dark red bullet almost grazed past Jiang Chen's ear, bringing with it a fierce gust of wind that even sliced off a few strands of his hair. Jiang Chen could clearly feel the terrifying energy contained in the bullet. If he were hit head-on, even his body would undoubtedly be pierced instantly, or even blown to pieces. So close. The next moment, a loud explosion came from behind Jiang Chen. The dark red bullet struck a distant high-rise building. In an instant, an earth-shattering explosion echoed through the skies. A high-rise building of over 20 stories was blasted open with a massive hole in the middle, as if it were made of tofu. Reinforcements snapped, cement crumbled, glass shattered, and countless fragments of rubble and construction debris rained down from the sky like a storm. Immediately after, under the terrified gazes of everyone, that tall building collapsed with a thunderous crash. Dust filled the sky, blotting out the sun. Jiang Chen hovered in the air, staring in shock at the high-rise that had turned into ruins. It was just a single bullet, yet its power rivaled that of a missile. No, it was even more terrifying than a small missile. Can't stay here as a sitting duck. Jiang Chen suddenly locked his senses onto the direction the bullet was fired from. The next moment, a sharp sound of something piercing through the air erupted behind him, vanishing into the atmosphere. Wang Ming's voice trembled, his eyes widened to the point of bulging, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He rubbed his eyes hard, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. What kind of attack is this? A missile? No, a missile couldn't possibly be this fast. Tang Chuyao was also stunned in place, her beautiful eyes now filled with shock and confusion. The scene before her completely exceeded the scope of her understanding. Luli's expression also became serious, with a hint of uncertainty in her tone. What exactly is this weapon? Its power is terrifying. It wasn't just them, all the students present were deeply shocked by this scene. What exactly was that dark red streak of light? Why is it capable of such terrifying destructive power? With a single strike, it can blast a massive hole right through a 20-story building, even causing the entire structure to collapse. This is simply unbelievable. Could it be some kind of special devil fruit ability? A student suddenly proposed a bold guess. Devil fruit ability? Impossible. I've never heard of a devil fruit with such a power. Another student immediately retorted. Then what do you think it is? Besides a devil fruit ability, what else could cause such massive destruction? No conventional weapon could cause this level of devastation, right? I don't know, but it's definitely not any ability we know of. The students' discussion grew increasingly heated, with all sorts of speculations emerging, but no consensus was ever reached. At this moment, roar, roar, roar. Terrifying roars echoed from all directions, causing all the students present to tremble uncontrollably. On the streets, countless zombies, alerted by the recent fight, were now madly charging toward the students of Shanghai Military Academy. Their faces bore rotting flesh, their bodies exuded a foul stench, like demons crawling out of hell. The zombies are coming, a student shouted in terror, their voice filled with despair. Another student panicked as well, barely able to hold their weapon steady. This number, it's way too many. It's over, we're really done for this time. The students' faces turned pale one by one, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Although they were all ability users, they still felt waves of helplessness in the face of such a massive horde of zombies. Everyone, don't panic. At this moment, Tang Chuyao's voice suddenly rang out,
everyone, pick up your weapons and prepare for battle. We can definitely hold this place. That's right. Don't be afraid, everyone. With Jiang Chen here, we will surely win. Wang Ming also shouted loudly, trying to boost everyone's morale. When the students heard Jiang Chen's name, their previously panicked hearts calmed down a little. Yes, they still have Jiang Chen. With Jiang Chen's strength, he can quickly deal with the mysterious person who attacked them. After all, Jiang Chen is someone who can easily repel even a 4th-tier beast tide. So what if it's a mysterious person? How about a horde of zombies? How could they possibly be his match? Thinking of this, the students raised their weapons one after another, ready to fight. Everyone, follow my command and form a defensive formation. Tang Chuyao quickly issued the order and began organizing the students for defense. Luli, take a few people to the rooftop and stand guard. If you spot any zombies approaching, report to me immediately. Wang Ming, take a few people to reinforce the rooftop defenses. Try to keep those zombies outside. Everyone else, stay with me and guard the stairway entrance. Not a single zombie can be allowed to get through. Under Tang Chuyao's command, the students quickly sprang into action, each finding their position and methodically setting up defenses. Jiang Chen's perception spread out silently, like a spider's web. His observation haki was more precise and powerful than any radar, capable of clearly capturing even the slightest movements. Not even the flight path of a mosquito could escape his senses. In an abandoned shopping mall, a sniper was changing magazines, the sound of metal parts colliding particularly distinct in the silence. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a faint smile. Found you. With the aid of anti-gravity and moonwalk, Jiang Chen turned into a blur, flying at an incredible speed toward the sniper's direction. Bang! Another deafening explosion, like the proclamation of death, echoed through the night sky. A dark red bullet, carrying the aura of death, once again whistled toward Jiang Chen. The next moment, Jiang Chen's figure suddenly shifted direction in mid-air, dodging the deadly bullet at an almost inconceivable angle. His movements were as smooth as flowing clouds in water, without the slightest hesitation, as if he had already anticipated the bullet's trajectory. The bullet grazed past him, heading toward a distant high-rise building. That high-rise collapsed with a thunderous crash under the impact, raising a cloud of dust that filled the sky. No, impossible, this can't be happening. The sniper lay there in a daze, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. His mind was completely blank, all thoughts frozen, leaving only an instinctive fear controlling his body. How is this possible? His attacks had been dodged by Jiang Chen twice in a row? It must be noted that the Annihilation sniper rifle in his hands was a hidden reward obtained by the organization at great cost from a secret realm, a super sniper rifle. The bullets it fires travel at an astonishing speed, exceeding a velocity of 1,800 meters per second. Its power is so immense that it can instantly destroy any defense below the 5th tier. Coupled with his extensive sniping experience, he is confident he can eliminate any target. In his understanding, as long as silent annihilation locks onto a target, there is absolutely no chance of survival. Moreover, the second bullet just now did not aim at Jiang Chen's body but anticipated Jiang Chen's movement trajectory, targeting the position he was about to reach. He actually managed to dodge that? Even if Jiang Chen possesses an extremely strong observation haki, it shouldn't be possible to achieve this. Could it be Jiang Chen's observation haki has become so powerful that it can foresee the future? No, this is impossible. The sniper shook his head sharply, dismissing the absurd thought. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Now was not the time for shock and doubt. He had to react quickly, or the next person to die could very well be himself. He quickly adjusted his breathing, intending to steady his trembling hands and grip the sniper rifle again. However, he shook the sniper rifle in his hands, unable to locate Jiang Chen's figure through the scope. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a strong sense of danger suddenly surged, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. A figure suddenly appeared beside him. The figure was like a ghost, silent and soundless, as if it had always been standing there, only he hadn't noticed it before. Jiang Chen stood expressionlessly in front of the sniper, holding what appeared to be an ordinary blind cane in his hand, his gaze calm as he looked at him. Found you. Jiang Chen spoke lightly, his tone calm and cold, as if stating the simplest of facts. Found you. Jiang Chen's voice was soft and faint, yet it was like the whisper of death echoing in the sniper's ears, making him feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, his blood seemingly frozen. He lay stiffly on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Beads of sweat seeped from his forehead, slowly sliding down his cheeks and eventually dripping onto the cold floor. He could clearly feel a breath of death tightly enveloping him, as if in the next second he would be swallowed by endless darkness. The sniper opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found his throat seemed to be blocked by something, unable to make any sound. He could only watch Jiang Chen with wide eyes, staring into his deep and icy cold gaze, feeling the suffocating sense of oppression. At that moment, a sudden mutation occurred. A dark figure darted out of the darkness like a ghost, pouncing on Jiang Chen with lightning speed. The figure moved so fast that it was almost instantly behind Jiang Chen, bringing with it a fierce gust of wind that made Jiang Chen's clothes flutter noisily. At the same time, the figure's body underwent a dramatic transformation, swelling rapidly like an inflating balloon. His muscles
muscles bulged visibly at an astonishing speed, each knot of muscle appearing as if forged from steel, brimming with explosive power. The black clothes on his body were instantly torn apart, turning into fragments of cloth scattered in the air. The previously normal human physique had now become exceptionally burly, with his height surging beyond 2 meters, resembling a towering small mountain that exuded an intense sense of oppression. A dense layer of black fur emerged on the surface of his skin, standing upright like steel needles and glinting with a cold sheen. His limbs also became thick and powerful, with his hands and feet transforming into sharp claws that gleamed with a chilling light. His head had completely transformed into a ferocious and terrifying leopard's head, with bloodthirsty red light flickering in his eyes. His mouth was slightly open, revealing 2 sharp fangs that glimmered with a chilling cold light, as if they could easily tear through anything. Jiang Chen's observation haki immediately detected the ambush of the man in black. The almost tangible killing intent pricked his nerves like needlepoints. Almost instinctively, Jiang Chen swung the blind cane in his hand sharply behind him, attempting to block the sudden attack. However, the speed of the man in black was simply too fast, completely beyond Jiang Chen's expectations. Die for me! The man in black let out a low, guttural roar, his voice hoarse and filled with wild ferocity, like a true leopard roaring. He swung his sharp claws, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, viciously striking toward Jiang Chen's back. The sharp claws gleamed with a cold light, as if they could easily tear through steel and shred Jiang Chen's body into pieces. At this critical moment, a streak of dark purple gravitational waves suddenly erupted, rapidly spreading outward from Jiang Chen as the center, instantly enveloping the entire space. The next moment, the black-clad man, who had been brimming with aggression moments ago, suddenly felt his body sink as if an invisible mountain had pressed down on him, pinning him to the ground, unable to move. You. The man in black spoke with difficulty, his voice halting and filled with disbelief. How is this possible? The man in black's voice abruptly stopped, as Jiang Chen no longer gave him any chance to speak. Jiang Chen's expression remained calm as he placed his hand on the sword hilt. The sniper saw this scene, and a glimmer of hope reignited in his eyes. As long as this man in black can hold Jiang Chen back, even if only for a few seconds, he can create another opportunity to kill Jiang Chen. He quickly adjusted his breathing, gripping the sniper rifle tightly again with his trembling hands. Through the scope, he could clearly see that Jiang Chen had his back turned to him. This was a perfect opportunity. The sniper didn't hesitate to aim the barrel directly at the back of Jiang Chen's head. His finger slowly moved, gently resting on the trigger as a crazed glint flashed in his eyes. Die, Jiang Chen. This time, at such close range, there's no way you can dodge again. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, a cold gleam suddenly flashed. The sniper only felt his vision blur, and in the next instant, he watched in disbelief as the sniper rifle in his hands was cleanly severed into 2 halves. What? The sniper gasped, his eyes wide with shock and utter incredulity. He looked down at the half-sniper rifle left in his hand, then looked at Jiang Chen standing in front of him, holding the blind sword, completely stunned. How is this possible? How could Jiang Chen be so fast? Wasn't he being held up by his own companion? Why was he able to notice his own movement in an instant, dodge to appear in front of him, and even cut his weapon in half? The sniper's heart was filled with doubt and confusion. He couldn't figure it out or comprehend it. Jiang Chen paid no attention to the sniper's shock. The blade in his hand rose again and slashed toward the sniper's neck without hesitation. Swish! A flash of cold light streaked by, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp sound. The sniper's head instantly flew high, with blood gushing out from the neck like a fountain. A look of shock and unwillingness still lingered on his face, as if he couldn't believe, even in death, that he had been so easily slain by Jiang Chen. Thud! The sniper's headless corpse collapsed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jiang Chen glanced at the sniper's corpse on the ground and frowned slightly. Weak, too weak. Afterward, he shifted his gaze to another man in black who was still being suppressed by gravity. This man in black was slightly stronger than the sniper just now and was also a Zoan-type ability user. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the dog fruit, leopard form. But, in front of me, it's still not enough. Jiang Chen's figure vanished from the spot. The next moment, a glimmer entwined with blazing flames flashed by. The man in black didn't even have time to let out a complete scream before being completely sliced in two. Jiang Chen gently shook his head. I thought the Reaper would be so formidable. When he came in, his attitude was so arrogant, and this is the result? At this moment, tap tap tap, a faint sound of footsteps reached Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen turned his head and saw a man dressed in a black cloak, his face obscured, slowly walking toward him. Without a doubt, this must be the leader they spoke of. Or, perhaps it was the leader's doppelganger? After all, his body was now stuffed entirely with straw, every organ had vanished without a trace. The leader came to a halt, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chen as he spoke slowly, his voice hoarse, low, and tinged with excitement. Not bad, truly not bad. Jiang Chen, you truly haven't disappointed me. Your strength, your talent, your potential, all far exceed my imagination. You are simply a perfect masterpiece. Join us, Jiang Chen. Join our Reapers organization. Let us together dedicate everything for the arrival of the king. The leader's voice grew increasingly excited, increasingly frenzied, his body trembling slightly as if struggling to suppress the excitement within.
As long as you are willing to join us, I can guarantee that you will gain supreme glory and status. You will become the most trusted apostle of the king, the ruler of the new world.
Jiang Chen sneered coldly and shook his head lightly, saying,
"Sorry, I'm not interested in you lunatics."
The leader fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. His eyes, hidden beneath the hood, glimmered with an eerie light. His voice was deep and hoarse, each word seeming to come from the depths of hell, carrying endless madness and murderous intent.
"Since that's the case, then go die."
The leader's voice was low and hoarse. Every word he spoke seemed to come from the depths of hell, carrying endless madness and murderous intent. Before the words had even faded, his already tall and burly figure suddenly began to expand violently.
This transformation was abrupt and extremely bizarre.
It was as if some terrifying force was wildly growing inside him, about to burst out and destroy everything in sight. The black cloak on his body could no longer withstand the impact of this force and instantly shattered into pieces. Immediately after, his skin became rough and cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye, resembling the bark of an old tree, covered with eerie patterns. His limbs grew unusually thick, and what were once relatively normal human hands and feet transformed into sharp claws, glinting with a cold light. The head instantly transformed into an enormous scarecrow head, appearing right in front of Jiang Chen. Its facial features were twisted and ferocious, with two hollow, lifeless eyes resembling two dark, bottomless abysses. Its mouth was wide open, revealing a mouthful of jagged sharp teeth, as if capable of tearing everything to shreds and devouring it completely. A foul, nauseating stench of decay emanated from the scarecrow's body.
Jia jia jia.
The leader let out a chilling, piercing laugh filled with triumph and madness. His enormous, scarecrow-like head slowly drooped, and his hollow eyes stared fixedly at Jiang Chen. That gaze, as if looking at a prey in its final struggle, was full of mockery and cruelty, as though savoring the prey's last despair.
"Jiang Chen, this is my ultimate form, demon-suppressing aspect."
His hoarse and deep voice was like the devil's whisper from the depths of hell, with every word carrying a chilling sense of eeriness.
"Now, let me show you my true power."
At the same time, the students on the top floor of the distant unfinished building widened their eyes at the scene, their faces filled with disbelief and fear.
"Wah, what the hell is that? Could it be the leader of the harvesters?"
"I heard their leader is supposedly a straw fruit ability user. This scarecrow is way too freaking huge."
"Brother Chen, can you beat it?" "Should be able to, right?"
"To reach secret realm number 3, it definitely can't be the leader's true body, just a clone. Even if it's just a clone, it still has the strength of the 5th tier."
"So what if it's the 5th tier? Weren't those two men in black just now also 5th tier?"
"5th tier and 5th tier are worlds apart."
"Impossible, this isn't even the same level of battle. No matter how strong Jiang Chen is, he can't possibly defeat such a monster."
The students were talking animatedly, and they had even forgotten about the horde of zombies closing in on them. Such a gigantic scarecrow, towering and blocking out the sky, was as tall as half a 20-story building.
Is this really a power that humans can possess? What kind of monster is he?
Wang Ming was even more terrified, his face pale, and his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, too heavy to move.
Tang Chuyao bit her lower lip tightly.
She wanted to rush up and help Jiang Chen, but she also understood in her heart that facing such a terrifying monster, she wouldn't be of any help at all.
The classmates here needed her more. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly.
This appearance, she naturally recognized.
This is Hawken's signature move from One Piece.
Transform into a gigantic scarecrow, greatly enhancing your attack and defense power, like a demon god emerging from hell, possessing terrifying strength capable of destroying the heavens and the earth.
Jia jia jia.
Jiang Chen, I only enjoy killing in one strike, not playing slowly.
I'll give you one more chance, submit or die. The leader sneered, staring at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly upward as he said indifferently, "What a coincidence, so am I."
As the words fell, the leader's expression suddenly changed, opening its ferocious giant mouth. "Good, good, good.
Then, go to hell."
Immediately after, it propelled its massive body, lunging fiercely at Jiang Chen.
Rumble.
The surrounding walls and pillars were shattered by its enormous body, kicking up a cloud of dust.
The next moment, the leader swung an arm that was n times thicker than Jiang Chen's entire body, smashing it down fiercely toward him. As the arm swung, it stirred up a gust of wind, producing a sharp whistling sound. The momentum was like a mountain collapsing or a meteor falling, carrying a terrifying force capable of destroying everything. Jiang Chen's body, though considered strong by ordinary standards, appeared utterly insignificant in the face of the leader's massive scarecrow-like frame. His face remained calm, merely resting his hand lightly on the hilt of the sword. At this moment, he seemed to merge with the sword in his hand, man and sword as one, entering a mysterious state. His heartbeat, breathing, and blood flow were completely synchronized with the frequency of the sword, as if he was the sword and the sword was him. Clang! The blade was unsheathed, a trace of dark purple gravitational waves entwining around the blade. Gravity blade, fierce tiger.
Jiang Chen swung his sword, and a dark purple sword aura slashed onto the giant scarecrow.
An immensely powerful gravity exploded instantly. The concentrated
gravity pinned the giant scarecrow in mid-air. The surrounding buildings were also instantly shattered by this terrifying gravity, and the entire skyscraper collapsed with a loud crash.
The next moment, a dark purple anti-gravity wave gathered beneath Jiang Chen's feet and suddenly erupted, instantly propelling him into the air.
Immediately after, he concentrated all his power onto the blade of his sword.
The blade swung out once again, lightning flickered, flames surged, and dark purple gravity waves intertwined with black armament hockey. A terrifying sword aura formed by the fusion of 5 forces instantly roared out from the blade.
The fierce sword aura, wrapped in lightning, flames, gravity waves, and armament hockey, tore through the sky with a devastating momentum, slashing toward the scarecrow leader at an unbelievable speed.
This strike was as swift as lightning and as powerful as thunder. This sword strike was Jiang Chen's full-force blow, the culmination of all his strength, the embodiment of all his will.
This sword strike was enough to slay gods and demons, to destroy heaven and earth.
Boom!
The sword energy collided fiercely with the massive straw arm, producing a deafening roar.
The next moment,
the seemingly indestructible straw arm was instantly severed before this sword energy.
What?
The scarecrow leader let out a terrified scream. He had never expected Jiang Chen to unleash such immense power.
How is this possible?
He had already assumed his strongest form. He had even used a fate card to gain a strength boost, causing his power to surge once again.
Why was his arm still severed by a single strike from Jiang Chen? Is this Jiang Chen actually stronger than me? No, that's impossible. He couldn't believe it, let alone accept this fact.
He frantically urged the power within his body, trying to repair his broken arm, but it was all in vain. However, Jiang Chen's attack did not stop. Flames, lightning, and sword energy surged wildly. 3 completely different energies, yet at this moment, they intertwined perfectly, forming a destructive torrent that surged madly toward the towering scarecrow over 10 meters tall.
Another 9 sharp sword energies were unleashed in succession. Facing this devastating force, the giant scarecrow's scarlet eyes revealed complex emotions, fear, anger, and unwillingness.
He wanted to break free from the shackles of gravity but found it utterly impossible. He could only watch helplessly as the destructive torrent surged toward him. Each sword energy precisely struck different parts of the giant scarecrow's body.
In the blink of an eye,
the giant scarecrow's limbs, chest, abdomen, shoulders, neck, and head were all struck by Jiang Chen's sword energy. Its massive body, as if sliced by an invisible giant blade, instantly shattered into pieces. The tightly bound straw lost its restraints and scattered in all directions. Its body was completely dismembered, turning into countless burning straw fragments that drifted through the air. The parts struck by the sword energy instantly ignited into roaring flames.
No, Jiang Chen!
The giant scarecrow let out a shrill and unwilling scream, its voice filled with despair and anger. This sound, like the wail of a beast on the brink of death, was piercing and desperate, echoing in the empty top floor of the abandoned building, lingering for a long time. From the start of the battle to the complete defeat of the giant scarecrow, the entire process lasted only a few short seconds. For the giant scarecrow, however, those few seconds were a moment of falling from heaven to hell. It could never have imagined that it would lose so utterly, so miserably. It originally thought it could easily crush Jiang Chen, but unexpectedly, it didn't even have a chance to fight back before being instantly defeated by Jiang Chen. It originally thought it was the master controlling everything, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be the prey that could be slaughtered at will. With the death of the giant scarecrow, its massive body quickly collapsed, transforming into countless burning straws that scattered down like a fiery rain. This fiery rain, dazzling yet cruel, carried the breath of death as it slowly descended. Each burning straw seemed like a fragment of a vengeful soul, silently wailing in the air. The top floor of an unfinished building.
The once noisy atmosphere had now plunged into an eerie silence.
Everyone was stunned by the sudden scene, their mouths agape, eyes wide open, filled with disbelief and shock. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the air was thick with an oppressive sense of suffocation. This sense of oppression not only stems from the shock brought by the death of the giant scarecrow,
it also comes from the immense strength displayed by Jiang Chen. His power has far exceeded their imagination, even to the point of instilling fear in them. How is this possible? Wang Ming's voice trembled, carrying a hint of incredulous hoarseness. His eyes were wide open, his mouth agape, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He rubbed his eyes hard, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The gigantic scarecrow, which had been so arrogant and imposing just moments ago, was instantly defeated by Jiang Chen? It's not just Wang Ming.
The other students also stared blankly at the ruins, watching the scarecrow fragments turn into a rain of fire.
Finished?
Tang Chuya was a bit dazed as she gazed at the distant ruins.
What just happened? First, an enormous scarecrow appeared. Then, Jiang Chen severed the black-clothed man's massive arm with one strike and killed him with another? This is way too fast. From the moment they clashed to the black-clad man being completely slain by Jiang Chen, the entire process took less than 5 seconds. In their understanding, shouldn't such a powerful enemy engage in a fierce battle with Jiang Chen for 300 rounds, only to be narrowly defeated in the end? Why was he so easily one-shot by Jiang Chen's sword? Or could it be that the giant scarecrow only looked intimidating but was actually just a paper tiger? Impossible. impossible. That gigantic scarecrow is the leader of the Reapers organization, who has been wanted by all countries around the world. Its strength is definitely not weak. Even if it's just a clone, it's absolutely not weak. How is this possible? Brother Chen, he actually won? He actually killed that monster? Too strong. Is this still a human? After the initial shock, the students were filled with uncontrollable excitement and exhilaration. Who said earlier that Jiang Chen couldn't win? How about now? Does your face hurt? A student glanced at those who had doubted Jiang Chen before, with a hint of mockery and disdain in their tone. The students who had previously doubted Jiang Chen all lowered their heads at this moment, not daring to meet his gaze. Their faces burned as if they had been slapped hard. They never would have thought that Jiang Chen could actually defeat the giant scarecrow in an instant. And it was an instant kill, clean and decisive. Meanwhile, at Star Navy Academy, outside the entrance to the secret realm, on a massive fissure, densely packed names of students who entered the secret realm were listed, along with the points each of them had earned. Du Hongsheng, Wang Xin, and Lin Weidong were currently staring nervously at the leaderboard on the fissure. Have you found Jiang Chen's name? Du Hongsheng asked, his tone carrying a hint of doubt. Wang Xin shook his head, his brows slightly furrowed. Couldn't find it. This is really strange. Am I getting farsighted? What nonsense are you spouting? Can an ability user even get farsighted? Are you a fake ability user? Du Hongsheng was amused and teased Wang Xin. At this moment, Lin Weidong pointed to a spot and shouted loudly, Principal Du, Director Wang, found it, over there. Du Hongsheng and Wang Xin simultaneously looked in the direction Lin Weidong was pointing. Where? Lin Weidong glanced at them, his tone a bit anxious. Down below, at the very bottom, the 0 points section. A moment later, Du Hongsheng and Wang Xin finally found Jiang Chen's name. What's going on? Why is Jiang Chen's score still 0? Could something have happened? Wang Xin's voice carried a hint of worry and doubt. Du Hongsheng frowned deeply and said in a serious tone, It shouldn't be. The hidden reward in this secret realm is very clear. It's simply about killing zombies. As long as you kill 10,000 zombies, you can obtain the hidden reward. Now Jiang Chen doesn't have a single point. It's really a bit strange. Wang Xin also nodded with some concern. Yes, logically speaking, with Jiang Chen's strength, he shouldn't encounter any danger in this secret realm. But now, hasn't it been half a day inside? Their score is still 0. This is really too abnormal. Du Hongsheng was silent for a moment and then said, Let's wait a bit longer. Being anxious won't help. Hopefully, they're just unlucky and haven't encountered enough zombies yet. Wang Xin sighed helplessly and said, I hope Jiang Chen is okay. Endless yellow sand swept across the sky, dyeing the entire world a hazy yellow. In the middle of this desolate and lifeless sandy terrain, a massive black fissure abruptly stretched across, like a ghastly scar between heaven and earth, exuding an unsettling aura. In front of the fissure, a thin, pale-faced man stood quietly. He was dressed in a black robe, embroidered with a yellow straw skull, which appeared particularly eerie. This man was none other than the leader of the Reaper organization. At this moment, his hollow eyes were fixed intently on the black crack before him, his pupils suddenly contracting, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. His mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. The reason was simple. The avatar he had left in the secret realm was dead. At the same time, the scene witnessed by the avatar was transmitted back to his main body. He could clearly see how quickly the clone died, almost in an instant. The leader's body began to tremble slightly. He couldn't believe it, let alone accept this fact. It must be noted that although his clone was not as powerful as his main body, it was still a genuine 5th-tier ability user. What's more, he had specifically enhanced the clone with the power of the Fate card. Under the blessing of the Strength card, the clone's power could even reach the peak of Tier 5. Yet even so, his clone was effortlessly killed by Jiang Chen, and it was an instant kill. What kind of monster is this Jiang Chen? How exactly did he do it? Could it be his true strength has already surpassed the 5th tier and reached the 6th tier? No, that's impossible. No matter how monstrous Jiang Chen's talent is, it's impossible for him to grow from a newly awakened freshman to a 6th tier powerhouse in just a few short months. This completely defies common sense. The leader's heart was filled with confusion, shock, and anger, with various emotions intertwining, almost driving him mad. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes fixed firmly on the black crack, filled with unwillingness and resentment. Jiang Chen, ha, I will remember you. He gritted his teeth, each word seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying endless killing intent. I swear, I will personally tear you to pieces. His voice echoed across the desolate sandy ground, filled with madness and determination. Atop the unfinished building, the setting sun, blood-red, dyed the sky a murky yellow, adding a touch of desolation and solemnity to the apocalyptic scene. The raging wind howled, carrying a nauseating stench of decay as it rampaged through the ruins. At the same time, at the top floor of a dilapidated, abandoned building in a hidden realm, Tang Chuyao, Wang Ming, Lu Li, and others were nervously watching their surroundings. Beneath their feet, a dense horde of zombies swarmed like ants, frantically surging toward the abandoned building they were in. Although most of them had been infected with the virus and wouldn't be attacked by the zombies, there were still a few students who were
born with antibodies and had not been infected. The students, however, had no idea such a thing had happened. Roar! These zombies, with blood-red eyes, let out bursts of hissing growls, their voices filled with a craving for flesh and blood. They climbed upward relentlessly, using their hands to grab, their teeth to bite, and even their bodies to ram, all just to reach the rooftop and tear those living beings into pieces. The zombies piled up layer upon layer, densely packed, stacking like a human pyramid, continuously building upward. They used the bodies of their companions as stepping stones, layering upon one another as they swiftly climbed upward. The zombies at the bottom bore immense pressure, their bodies deformed under the weight, emitting spine-chilling crackling sounds. Yet even so, they showed no signs of retreat. Their hollow, greedy eyes remained fixed on the students atop the building, as if they were the most delectable feast in the world. Soon, a flesh tower stacked from countless zombies loomed before everyone's eyes. This tower is teetering, yet incredibly solid. It extends upward at a despairing speed, rapidly approaching the top floor of the unfinished building. The air is filled with a strong stench of decay, making one nauseous. Looking around, the entire world seems to be overrun by zombies, densely packed, endless, with no end in sight. The students looked at the zombies climbing upward beneath them, their faces pale and beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Their breathing became rapid and heavy, their hearts pounding violently as if about to leap out of their chests. Hold on. Everyone must hold on. Tang Chuyao's voice roared through the fierce wind, her face pale and her eyes filled with anxiety and unease. Jiang Chen was too far away from them, and no matter what, they had to hold on until Jiang Chen returned. Fire fist! Tang Chuyao shouted delicately, her hands igniting with blazing flames as she fiercely blasted toward the horde of zombies. The scorching flames instantly engulfed several zombies, but they couldn't stop the tower from continuing to climb upward. Luli's figure flickered rapidly in the air, her blade precisely slicing toward the zombies' necks, attempting to cut them down. However, the number of zombies was simply too overwhelming. She couldn't kill them all. Shining impact! Wang Ming's body turned diamond-like, directly knocking away several zombies that charged at him. Damn it! These zombies are endless. Wang Ming gritted his teeth, beads of sweat seeping from his forehead, his eyes filled with anxiety and helplessness. Facing the endless horde of zombies, their attacks were like stones sinking into the sea, unable to cause any substantial impact. What do we do? If this continues, we'll all die. Ah, help! I don't want to turn into a zombie. I don't want to die. The students' spirits were gradually collapsing, and the feeling of despair spread among the crowd like a plague. Their movements grew slower, and their eyes became increasingly filled with hopelessness. We have to hold on, even if we can't. We have no way out. Tang Chuyao gritted her teeth and shouted loudly, everyone, hang in there. Jiang Chen will be here soon. She ignored the discomfort caused by her cold and poured all her strength into her hands. Two flames appeared out of thin air. Kill! Tang Chuyao let out a loud cry and charged forward first. The flames in her hands burned fiercely, forming a wall of fire that instantly engulfed the few zombies at the front. The others also raised their weapons and charged toward the zombies, engaging in a fierce battle with them. Alloy swords collided with the zombies' bones and flesh, producing crack-crack sounds. For a moment, the entire rooftop was plunged into chaos. Shouts, roars, impacts, and explosions intertwined. However, some students found it strange that the zombies seemed to have a clear target, all rushing toward those few healthy students. However, at such a tense moment, they didn't think much and only focused on fighting the zombies with all their might. The zombies surged like an endless tide, wave after wave. In just a few minutes, the defense line began to gradually collapse. At the same time, a figure shrouded in a dark purple halo was rapidly flying toward them from the horizon. Ah, help! A student screamed in terror as he was surrounded by several zombies, his body completely drained of strength. Despair and fear instantly engulfed him. It was as if he could already see the scene of himself being torn apart by the zombies, and his body began to tremble violently. It's over. Everything is over. Am I really going to die here, turned into one of these monstrous walking dead like the rest? I don't want to die. No, I still have family, friends, and so many dreams left unfulfilled. I can't die here. He let out a desperate roar, his voice filled with unwillingness and fear. No. However, at this critical moment, bang, 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 a series of dull sounds echoed. Immediately after, the zombies that had been surrounding him just moments ago suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Thick blood and shattered limbs splattered everywhere, dyeing his body a deep crimson. He stood there in a daze, feeling the warm blood sprayed onto him, momentarily unable to react. Am I saved? What happened? Before he could come to his senses, countless muffled sounds echoed again, and the surrounding zombies exploded one after another, turning into clouds of blood mist. Bang bang bang. He then realized that it wasn't just the zombies around him, all the zombies on the rooftop exploded at the same time. Immediately after what on earth is going on? He opened his mouth wide in astonishment, his eyes filled with confusion and puzzlement. At this moment, the students who had almost fallen into despair stopped their actions one after another, frozen in place. It wasn't just him. They looked at the surrounding hordes of zombies exploding one after another, their faces showing expressions of utter disbelief. A student spoke
in confusion. What's going on?
Wang Ming suddenly pointed to the distant sky and shouted loudly.
At this moment, look quickly. It's Brother Chan. Brother Chan? It's really Brother Chan. We're saved.
The students looked in the direction Wang Ming was pointing and saw a dark purple figure descending from the sky. The figure moved at an incredible speed, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, carrying an awe-inspiring presence as it rapidly approached the abandoned building where they were. The students erupted in excitement, their faces lighting up with joy and exhilaration. Cheers and shouts echoed across the rooftop.
Jiang Chen's figure landed steadily in the center of the rooftop.
Without any hesitation, he immediately unleashed the gravity field, with dark purple gravitational waves rapidly spreading outward from him as the center. The gravity field instantly enveloped the entire abandoned building and extended to a radius of 2 kilometers in the surrounding area.
Countless muffled sounds echoed, as if innumerable balloons were bursting simultaneously. The next moment, bang bang bang,
the zombies that had been desperately trying to climb higher were instantly crushed into clouds of blood mist the moment they touched the gravity field.
In just a single moment,
every zombie surrounding the unfinished building was completely obliterated, leaving only shocking stains of blood and fragments of flesh on the ground.
The students stared in stunned silence before erupting into deafening cheers. Brother Chan is awesome. Brother Chan is mighty. Brother Chan is invincible. Brother Chan. Brother Chan. Brother Chan.
They raised their weapons high, shouting wildly, venting their excitement and joy.
The presence of Jiang Chen made them feel an unparalleled sense of reassurance.
Tang Chuyao glanced at the blood-red fireworks blooming continuously in the city, then looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with admiration and awe, murmuring,
Jiang Chen, this is just too incredible. Star Navy Academy, outside the entrance to the secret realm. At the same time,
all the teachers' eyes were fixed intently on the leaderboard.
It's moving. It's moving.
Jiang Chen and his team's points are starting to move. A sharp-eyed teacher suddenly shouted. His voice was filled with excitement and exhilaration. The originally silent crowd was instantly ignited by this exclamation.
Everyone craned their necks, staring intently at the constantly changing numbers on the leaderboard.
They could see that in Jiang Chen's column, the points were skyrocketing wildly.
First place, Jiang Chen, points 216.
Second place, Tang Chuyao, points 87.
216 points. It's still increasing. Still increasing.
A teacher shouted excitedly, his voice trembling slightly. This speed is just too fast. It's practically faster than riding a rocket.
Another teacher couldn't help but exclaim in amazement.
This speed. I feel like Jiang Chen and his team are going to break the record again.
Definitely.
At this rate, it probably won't take long before they rack up thousands or even tens of thousands of points.
This kid Jiang Chen is really incredible. I've never seen such a fierce student. Yeah, he's practically a monster.
As Jiang Chen's points continued to rise, the atmosphere at the scene grew increasingly intense. The teachers were all flushed with excitement, as if they were more thrilled than if they had achieved high scores themselves. Vice Principal Du Hongsheng and Director of Education Wang Xin were both beaming with joy at this moment. They exchanged a glance and saw deep shock and pride in each other's eyes. Lin Weidong's grin stretched all the way to his ears, his heart brimming with pride.
After all, Jiang Chen was a student from his class.
There is such an outstanding student that even as the class teacher, he feels honored. Wang Xin pointed at the scoreboard and shouted loudly.
At this moment, look, Jiang Chen and his team's points have increased again.
His voice was filled with excitement and enthusiasm.
Everyone present focused their attention on the leaderboard.
The number that had been stuck at 216 points suddenly began to jump wildly again.
216, 258, 302, 391, 562, 773.
In just the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's score surpassed the 1,000-point mark and continued to climb without any sign of stopping.
2189, 3566, 5874, 7835, 9134. My goodness, this speed is unbelievable. This is practically like riding a rocket. What are Jiang Chen and the others doing? Are they slaughtering zombies?
The teachers were stunned by the scene, each of them with wide-open eyes and mouths agape, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing.
It's over 10,000. Over 10,000. Someone shouted loudly. 10,003. 12,335. 16,787. 25,437. 48,869. 63,554. 87,543.
Soon, Jiang Chen's total score reached a terrifying number, 99,999.
99,999.
When the score reached 99,999, the numbers stopped moving.
Has it reached the limit? Wang Xin asked in disbelief.
Du Hongsheng narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice,
It should be. So the points in Secret Realm number 3 actually have a limit. Wang Xin murmured.
Points in the tens of thousands. They could understand, after all, there had been 2 cases in history.
Points in the hundreds of thousands. This is simply unbelievable.
Jiang Chen, this kid, is truly full
full of surprises. Du Hongsheng couldn't help but exclaim, his tone filled with admiration and pride. Jiang Chen could clearly see that every street, every building, every corner was densely packed with zombies. Due to the commotion here, countless zombies were now rushing madly toward the unfinished building. So many of them. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. 1 ST place, Jiang Chen, points, 99999. I didn't expect the points in this secret realm also have a limit. Chen, brother Chen, no way, your points have already reached the limit. Wang Ming widened his eyes, speaking in disbelief. Jiang Chen nodded and murmured, this secret realm still has 7 days to survive, and so many zombies. Such a hassle. Forget it, I still have strength anyway. Guess I'll kill them all. Jiang Chen's voice wasn't loud, but all the students present heard it clearly. What? Whoa, brother Chen, what's he trying to do? He said he wants to kill all the zombies in the city by himself. The students widened their eyes one by one, their faces full of disbelief. You have to understand, this is a city completely overrun by zombies. The number of zombies in it is probably in the millions, or even tens of millions. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen is, it's impossible for him to kill them all, right? This was simply absurd. However, Jiang Chen paid no attention to the crowd. He took a deep breath, and then a dark purple gravitational wave gathered beneath his feet. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from his body. Immediately after, boom! With a loud bang, the ground beneath Jiang Chen's feet was instantly shattered by the powerful anti-gravity, and a spiderweb-like crack appeared before everyone's eyes. Jiang Chen's figure soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed, shooting forward. His speed was so fast that it far exceeded the speed of sound, even tearing through the air and producing sharp explosive sounds. Jiang Chen's figure left behind streaks of afterimages in the air, like a phantom, making it hard to track. Wherever he passed, a clearly visible white airwave was left behind, lingering for a long time. Buzz! A force of gravity so powerful that it reached its peak spread outward with him at the center. A gravitational field with a radius of 2 kilometers, like a dome of death, enveloped the city. It was like an invisible black hole, madly devouring everything around it, pressing all matter toward the ground. Air, dust, rubble, buildings, everything, under the influence of this gravity, began to twist, deform, and ultimately collapse and shatter. The zombies that were originally wandering the streets, under the effect of this gravity, were instantly crushed into pools of flesh without even having time to scream. Their bodies, in the face of this force, were as fragile as tofu, unable to withstand a single blow. Boom! The entire city, the streets began to tremble violently. On the ground, massive cracks rapidly spread out, as if they were about to tear the entire city apart. The buildings, under the force of this gravity, began to twist and deform, eventually collapsing with a thunderous crash, turning into a pile of rubble. The zombies that were originally hidden within the buildings, under Jiang Chen's observation hockey, had nowhere to hide. Their desperate howls seemed so insignificant and powerless in the face of this destructive force. In Jiang Chen's gravity field, they were like lambs to the slaughter, with no room for resistance. Countless zombies exploded one after another, turning into clouds of blood mist. Under the effect of this gravity, their bodies were instantly crushed into pulp, mixing with the dust and rubble on the ground, indistinguishable from one another. Time passed second by second. Jiang Chen, surrounded by dark purple gravitational waves, continued flying around the city. It wasn't until he had circled 3 times that he stopped in midair. The zombies that had been wandering in the city were now completely cleared out by him, leaving only scattered limbs and a strong stench of blood. Phew! Jiang Chen exhaled slowly, a tired expression appearing on his face. He could feel his physical strength rapidly draining away, and his mind starting to become a bit dazed. The entire city, millions of zombies, had all been crushed by him. Such an enormous expenditure was really becoming too much for Jiang Chen to bear. It should be almost done, right? Jiang Chen muttered to himself as he extended his observation hockey to the limit, scanning every corner of the city carefully while flying back to the abandoned building. After confirming that no zombies had survived, he slowly withdrew the gravity field. Immediately afterward, he landed steadily on the rooftop of the abandoned building, sat down on the ground, leaned against the wall, and gasped for breath. The surrounding students saw this and quickly gathered around him. Tang Chuyao crouched beside Jiang Chen with a worried expression and asked softly, Jiang Chen, how are you? Jiang Chen's lips curved slightly upward as he said slowly, don't worry, the entire city is safe now, not a single zombie remains. What the? As his words fell, the surrounding students gasped in shock. The entire city, at least 1 million zombies, were all wiped out. The air fell into complete silence. After a moment, a student broke the silence. Having Brother Chen around is really reassuring. Then, he looked at Wang Ming with eyes full of envy. Wang Ming, I'm really jealous of you. You even managed to join Brother Chen's team in the last secret realm. Wang Ming curled his lips and said, TCH, what do you mean by messing around? I put in effort too, okay? After saying this, Luli rolled her eyes at him and added, yes, all you do is make weird noises. The next moment, ha 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 ha, the students burst into cheerful laughter, leaving only Wang Ming with a flushed face. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. At dawn, a streak of morning light hung
hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow. On the top floor of the unfinished building, the students sat together in a circle, their faces beaming with happiness. Some were whispering to each other, some were resting with their eyes closed, while others kept a vigilant watch on their surroundings, because all the zombies in the entire city were killed by Jiang Chen. During these 7 days, the students basically had nothing to do, except for some cultivation and going out to stroll around and explore this ruined city. Although the zombies were all killed by Jiang Chen, resulting in their points not being very high. However, being able to survive safely is already a very good outcome. After all, no one wants to turn into a zombie and stay in this world. After a while, Tang Chuyao opened her eyes and stretched lazily. Then she propped her chin with one hand, looked at Jiang Chen beside her, and said lazily, "Jiang Chen, it should be about time, right? I remember we came in at 9 or 10, didn't we? It should be about time." Jiang Chen's voice fell. A prompt sound happened to echo in his mind. 7 days have been detected as completed. This secret realm is officially over. You will be transported to the settlement space shortly. A moment later, a flash of white light passed by. The white light flashed, and the surrounding environment changed abruptly. The once ruined city ruins vanished, replaced by a pure white space. A cold and mechanical voice echoed in the minds of the four. Secret realm number 3 has ended. Calculating points. Detected Jiang Chen ranked first. Points 99,999. Distributing attribute points. Rewarded attribute points 2,000. Detected Jiang Chen's points exceeding 10,000. Issuing hidden reward. Reward 2,000 attribute points. A total of 4,000 attribute points. Currently, my total attribute points are 11,000. In other words, the secret realm directly increased nearly half of the attribute points. Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Awesome! A prompt sound echoed in his mind again. Immediately after, gained attribute points 4,000. Gained skill points 400. Let's allocate the attribute points first. Strength 2,200 plus dash strength 3,000 plus. Jiang Chen's divine sense moved. The attribute panel shimmered with bursts of golden light. Spirit 4,400 plus dash spirit 6,000 plus. Constitution 2,200 plus dash constitution 3,000 plus. Agility 2,200 plus dash agility 3,000 plus. Controllable gravity 300 tons, 1 ton increase per 20 points of spirit attribute. A surge of explosive power emerged from every limb and bone, and Jiang Chen felt his muscles become more compact and his bones more resilient. Assignable attribute points 0. Every cell in his body seemed to be cheering, and his body became lighter and more agile. 15,000 total attribute points. Base destructive power reached 30,000 calories. This means that, with the skill bonus, the destructive power is estimated to have already exceeded 1 million calories. Although it hasn't been officially tested yet, since the school can no longer accommodate it, testing must be done at the provincial military headquarters. However, based on estimates, once additional skills are applied, the destructive power is expected to exceed 1.2 million calories without issue. The total attribute point requirement for a 5th tier ability user is 20,000 points. I have not yet reached the threshold of a 5th tier ability user. However, the total attribute point requirement for a 6th tier ability user is 40,000 points, and the destructive power requirement is 1 million calories. This means that as a mere 4th tier ability user, I already have the qualifications to fight against a 6th tier ability user. Combat power that spans 2 tiers, how terrifying. Next, let's see what skills to check out. Jiang Chen shifted his gaze to the skill panel. Assignable skill points 400. Gravity field LV.6, 0/320 plus. Current field range 2,000 meters. Next level, range expands to 5,000 meters. Observation hockey LV.4, 0/540 plus. Current range 2,000 meters. Next level, range increases to 10,000 meters. Unlocks observation kill. Armament hockey LV.3, 0/180 plus. Comprehended armament external release. Next level, internal destruction. Blind swordsmanship LV.5, 0/160 plus. Currently mastered sword aura proficient. Next level, sword gang skilled. Jiang Chen began to ponder. Gravity blade tiger LV.5, 0/160. Currently adds 2,000% gravity. Next level, can add 5,000% gravity. Sun breathing LV.1, 0/150. Current destructive power amplification 10x. Next level, destructive power amplification 15x. Navy 6 styles LV.5, 0/160 plus. The gravity domain definitely couldn't be upgraded, as there were only 400 skill points, making it impossible to enhance observation hockey. Upgrading the gravity domain would mean the additional control range would be wasted. After all, the current range of observation hockey is only 2,000 meters, and the gravity domain is also 2,000 meters. Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. Thinking of this, observation hockey is only 2,000 meters. I wonder if the current world's strongest observation hockey user would be so angry they'd spit blood upon hearing this. In this world, the strongest observation hockey user only has a range of 100 meters. Better
use Gravity Blade Fierce Tiger. So, after all, this is currently his strongest killing move. The next level can increase gravity by as much as 5000%. Gravity Blade Tiger, LV.5, 0/160, currently adds 2000% gravity. Next level, can add 5000% gravity. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all and directly allocated 160 skill points to it. Gravity Blade Tiger LV.5 Gravity Blade Tiger, LV.6, 0/320, currently adds 5000% gravity. Next level, can add 10,000% gravity immediately after. With 5000% gravity added, even a 6th tier expert would probably be completely immobilized under the Gravity Blade Tiger, if not outright crushed. 240 skill points remaining. Jiang Chen wondered if Armament Hockey LV.5 would unlock Fist Bone Impact as he imagined. Suddenly, why not give it a try? Armament Hockey LV.3 Armament Hockey LV.4, 0/540+, currently mastered Internal Destruction. Next level, Fist Bone Impact. Ding! Jiang Chen saw the preview of the next level in an instant. A wave of joy surged in his heart. Sure enough, as expected, the next level is Fist Bone Impact. In that case, hint, when the total level of multiple skills reaches LV.40, the next skill, Conqueror's Hockey, can be unlocked. Current unlock progress, 29/40. Conqueror's Hockey can also unlock Divine Evasion. The top-tier technique with 3 types of Hockey is in no way inferior to a falling meteor. Awesome, so exhilarating. In the original work, Garp's single Fist Bone Impact almost destroyed an entire island. Only 60 skill points are left, so it can't be used anymore. Whoosh, let's leave it at that for now. Finally, Jiang Chen glanced at his own panel again, feeling satisfied. Strength 3000+, Spirit 6000+, Physique 3000+, Agility 3000+, Controllable Gravity 300 tons, 1 ton increase per 20 points of Spirit attribute. Armament Hockey LV.4, 0/540+, currently mastered Internal Destruction. Next level, Bone Impact. Assignable attribute points, 0. Observation Hockey LV.4, 0/540+, current range, 2000 meters. Next level, range increases to 10,000 meters, unlocks Observation Kill. Gravity Domain LV.6, 0/320+, current domain range 2000 meters. Next level, range expands to 5000 meters. Blind Swordsmanship LV.5, 0/160+, currently mastered Sword Aura Proficient. Next level, Sword Gang Skilled. Gravity Blade Fierce Tiger, LV.6, 0/320, currently capable of adding 5000% gravity. Next level, capable of adding 10,000% gravity. Skill points available for allocation, 60. Sun Breathing LV.1, 0/150, current destructive power amplification 10x. Next level, destructive power amplification 15x. Navy 6 Styles LV.5, 0/160+. At this moment, outside the entrance to the Starsea Military Academy's secret realm, all the teachers were nervously watching the leaderboard on the rift. I don't know how many students will remain in the secret realm forever this time. Lin Weidong couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for the students. Although Jiang Chen would definitely be fine, the other students were also dear to his heart, and he didn't want to see any of them get into trouble. Lin Weidong anxiously asked Wang Xin, Director, Jiang Chen and the others should be coming out soon, right? Wang Xin also had a trace of worry on his face and said in a deep voice, it should be about time. Du Hongsheng also stared solemnly at the leaderboard. The death rate in Secret Realm number 3 was considered relatively high. In his heart, he kept praying, hoping that the students would all be safe and sound. The phone rang, and Du Hongsheng picked it up. At this moment, hello? What? General Huang Jiping is here? Alright, got it. I'll be there right away. Du Hongsheng hung up the phone. Wang Xin looked at him in confusion. Principal, General Huang is here? What's he here for? General Huang said he wants to see Jiang Chen. Du Hongsheng said in a deep voice. Wang Xin frowned. See Jiang Chen? Why would a general want to meet a freshman? You have to know, in the Demon Suppression Army, a general is almost at the pinnacle of power. Apart from the Soul Marshal, the general is the highest rank. There are only 4 generals in the entire Dragon Nation. Each guards one of the 4 major war zones. Who knows, it should be a good thing. Later, have Jiang Chen come to my office. I'll go ahead and entertain them first. Du Hongsheng finished speaking and turned to leave. The white light dissipated, and at the entrance to the secret realm of the Starsea Military Academy, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The students withdrawing from the secret realm were sparse, their numbers drastically reduced. Many young faces were forever left behind in the secret realm, becoming terrifying and grotesque zombies. The teachers outside the secret realm all wore grim expressions, their eyes filled with sorrow and regret. They silently counted the number of people, each confirmation accompanied by a pang of heartache. The passing of life is always so cruel. Yet they were powerless, only able to watch helplessly as these young lives withered away in the secret realm. Lin Weidong's heart was also tightly clenched. He anxiously searched through the crowd, looking for the figures of his class's students. Although he believed that with Jiang
Jiang Chen's abilities, he would definitely return safely. But what about the other students? Every time a student emerged from the secret realm, Lin Weidong's heart would leap into his throat. How much he wished that every student in his class could return safely. At that moment, Jiang Chen, Tang Chuyao, Wang Ming, and others also walked out of the secret realm. Lin Weidong hurriedly stepped forward, his gaze carefully scanning everyone from head to toe, meticulously, afraid of missing any detail. When he confirmed that all 40 students in his class had returned safely without a single one missing, the excitement and joy in his heart were simply beyond words. He widened his eyes, an expression of disbelief appearing on his face, his voice trembling slightly. You all, actually, not a single person died? Tang Chuyao smiled faintly and said softly, Mr. Lin, we were lucky, thanks to Jiang Chen. Lin Weidong looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with gratitude and relief. Jiang Chen's performance was all recorded on the leaderboard, and they had all seen it. If it weren't for Jiang Chen, his students would probably have suffered heavy casualties like the students of other classes. At that moment, Wang Xin also walked over. He keenly sensed that something was off. Jiang Chen's entire class survived, which was truly unusual. You must know, the mortality rate of Secret Realm number 3 is quite high. Over the years, no class has ever managed to achieve a full survival rate. Could it be Jiang Chen discovered something? He walked up to Jiang Chen, staring at him intently, and asked in a deep voice, Jiang Chen, how did you all manage to survive? Did you discover some secret about the hidden realm? Wang Sen's voice was very low, so only he and Jiang Chen could hear it. He stared intently into Jiang Chen's eyes, trying to catch a hint of a clue from his expression. Of course, Jiang Chen understood what Wang Sen meant. However, it was impossible to admit knowing the zombie's weakness. After all, being a transmigrator was his biggest secret and absolutely could not be exposed. So, Jiang Chen shook his head and pretended to be confused as he said, Director Wang, I don't know what's going on either. Maybe it's just good luck. He paused for a moment, then added, after we entered the secret realm, we stayed together the entire time without separating. Moreover, we established a relatively sturdy stronghold, so we managed to survive. Upon hearing this, Wang Sen frowned slightly. Of course, he didn't believe Jiang Chen's explanation. How could it be that everyone survived just because of good luck? There must be something fishy about this. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly said out of the blue, by the way, Director Wang, almost everyone in our class caught a cold in the secret realm this time. I have no idea why. Wang Sen was momentarily stunned. A cold? What does that have to do with everyone surviving? He instinctively asked, a cold? What's so strange about that? The environment in the secret realm is so harsh, isn't catching a cold quite normal? Jiang Chen shook his head and said, no, Director Wang, I just feel this cold is somewhat unusual. Do you think there's a possibility that zombies are picky eaters? Wang Sen's mouth twitched as the words fell. What kind of nonsense is that? Zombies being picky eaters? Who would believe that? Suddenly, Wang Sen's eyes lit up sharply. No, zombies being picky eaters, maybe that's actually possible. A bold guess emerged in his mind. He instantly understood Jiang Chen's meaning. That's right, zombies are also infected by a virus. What if zombies don't attack people carrying the virus in their bodies? Wang Sen grew more and more excited as he thought about it. This was definitely an earth-shattering secret. If it's true, then this means that the military can use this information to significantly reduce the mortality rate in Secret Realm number 3. It might even allow all the freshmen entering the secret realm to return safely. He suddenly turned his head to look at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with admiration and excitement. Jiang Chen, you are so smart. This discovery of yours is incredibly important. This is definitely a major breakthrough that can benefit all the newcomers. If the military can confirm this and find the appropriate virus, then the mortality rate in Secret Realm number 3 will be significantly reduced. He patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, his tone full of admiration. Good job, kid. Well done. Jiang Chen smiled faintly without speaking. He knew that his goal had already been achieved. By hinting to Wang Sen to let the military discover the zombie's weaknesses, it was much safer than directly stating it himself. This way, he could help others while avoiding exposing his own secrets. Wang Sen took a deep breath to calm his excitement. He looked at Jiang Chen and said, by the way, Jiang Chen, there's one more thing. General Huang Jiping is here. He specifically asked to see you. Come with me to the principal's office now. Jiang Chen nodded and replied, all right. Jiang Chen then followed Wang Sen out of the class lineup. Immediately after, Wang Ming stared in shock at Jiang Chen's back. What the heck? Why is General Huang Jiping looking for Brother Chen? General Huang Jiping? Who's that? A student asked. Wang glanced at him. You bookworm, you don't even know the Shining Fruit ability user, an 8th tier peak powerhouse, Admiral Huang Jiping. Hiss, Shining Fruit, and at the 8th tier peak. Jiang Chen followed Wang Sen to the principal's office. Pushing the door open, he saw Du Hongsheng sitting opposite a middle-aged man. On the coffee table in front of them were 2 steaming cups of tea, and they were softly conversing about something. The middle-aged man had a tall and upright figure, a refined appearance, and wore gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. Behind the lenses, his deep and
and reserved eyes gave off an impression of elegance and gentleness, but Jiang Chen's keen observation could sharply detect it.
This seemingly refined middle-aged man harbors an extremely terrifying energy within him, like a dormant volcano that could erupt at any moment with earth-shattering power.
"Good day, Principal." Jiang Chen walked up to Du Hongsheng and greeted him respectfully.
Du Hongsheng nodded slightly, a gentle smile appearing on his face.
He pointed to the middle-aged man beside him and said to Jiang Chen, "Jiang Chen, this is General Huang Jiping. He came all the way from the military headquarters specifically to meet you." Then, Du Hongsheng turned to Huang Jiping and introduced,
"General Huang, this is Jiang Chen, the most outstanding freshman of this year's class at our Shanghai Military Academy."
Huang Jiping slowly raised his head, his gaze falling on Jiang Chen.
His eyes were calm and profound, as if they could see through everything.
Jiang Chen, truly outstanding at such a young age.
The corners of Huang Jiping's mouth slightly curved upward, revealing a gentle smile.
His voice, deep and magnetic, gave a feeling as refreshing as a spring breeze. "I've heard about your deeds, very impressive."
As he spoke, he slowly picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip.
However, just as the atmosphere seemed calm, a sudden change erupted. A dazzling yellow laser shot out without warning from Huang Jiping's fingertip. The blinding beam narrowly grazed Jiang Chen's cheek, leaving a faint scorch mark in the air.
With a thunderous boom, the laser struck the sturdy wall of the principal's office, instantly blasting a hole nearly a meter in diameter. Debris flew in all directions, dust filled the air, and the entire room trembled from the impact.
"General Huang, what are you?"
Du Hong sprang to his feet, his face filled with astonishment and confusion.
He looked at Huang Jiping helplessly, completely unable to understand why the general had suddenly launched an attack on Jiang Chen. What is going on here? Could it be that Jiang Chen offended this big shot somewhere? But that shouldn't be the case. With Jiang Chen's personality, he shouldn't have done something like that. What's more, Huang Jiping is a dignified general of the Demon Suppression Army, holding a high position, wielding great power, and possessing immense strength. Why would he have a grudge against a freshman? Du Hongsheng was filled with doubt in his heart. He wanted to ask, but he didn't know how to begin. He could only stand in place, anxiously looking at Huang Jiping, hoping he could provide an explanation. However, Huang Jiping seemed as if he hadn't noticed Du Hongsheng's anxious gaze. He just sat there quietly, his expression calm and devoid of any emotion. He slowly raised his head, his gaze falling on Jiang Chen, and softly asked, "Why, didn't you dodge?" His voice was soft and calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Jiang Chen's expression remained composed. Faced with this sudden attack, he showed no trace of panic. In fact, there wasn't the slightest hint of emotion on his face. It was as if the laser, which could instantly kill an ordinary person, posed no threat to him at all. He simply smiled faintly and calmly replied, "You can't hit me." Jiang Chen's voice was soft and light, yet full of confidence. Huang Jiping's eyes slightly narrowed upon hearing this. He carefully examined Jiang Chen, his gaze sweeping over him repeatedly, as if trying to see through him entirely. After a moment, a hint of admiration appeared on Huang Jiping's face. "Just as the information stated, your observation haki is extremely powerful, already reaching the level of foreseeing danger. Moreover, your mental fortitude is exceptional. You're quite talented." He nodded slowly, his tone filled with admiration. Seeing this, Du Hongsheng finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seems that Huang Jiping isn't trying to harm Jiang Chen, but rather, testing him? Thinking of this, Du Hongsheng quickly tried to smooth things over and said with a smile, "Ha, General Huang, your test was so sudden, it really startled me." "Jiang Chen, hurry, and sit down." He pointed to a chair nearby, signaling Jiang Chen to sit. Jiang Chen nodded, walked to the chair, and slowly sat down. Huang Jiping also withdrew his gaze. He looked at Jiang Chen and slowly revealed the purpose of his visit. "Jiang Chen, this time I've come to invite you to join the Qianlong army." His voice was soft and calm, as if he were talking about something trivial. However, these words fell into Du Hongsheng's ears like a thunderclap, causing him to instantly widen his eyes and reveal an expression of disbelief. "What? Qianlong army?" Du Hongsheng exclaimed in shock, his voice trembling slightly. It must be noted that the Qianlong army is the most powerful special forces unit in the Dragon Kingdom. Its status is above all conventional forces, directly commanded by the highest headquarters. Every member of the Qianlong army is the elite of the elite, the strongest of the strong. The missions they carry out are the most difficult and dangerous, with each operation tied to the safety of the nation and the interests of the people. Du Hongsheng had also thought that, with Jiang Chen's talent and strength, he might have a chance to join the Qianlong army in the future. However, he never expected that this day would come so quickly. After all, the selection criteria for the Qianlong army are extremely stringent. The minimum requirement is being a 7th-tier powerhouse. Moreover, they must have extremely rich combat experience and truly be the kind of 7th-tier powerhouse capable of taking on 10 opponents alone. And Jiang Chen? He is currently just a freshman, merely a 4th-tier ability user. This is simply unbelievable. When Jiang Chen heard the words Qianlong army, he was slightly stunned. He asked with some confusion, "What is the Qianlong army?" Huang Jiping smiled and patiently explained to Jiang Chen, "The Qianlong army is the most elite special forces
forces unit in the Dragon Nation, composed of a group of powerful and experienced individuals. They are responsible for carrying out special and secret missions, which are often extremely dangerous and highly important. By joining the Qianlong army, you will gain more resources, better training, and more opportunities.
He paused for a moment and then added, of course, risks and opportunities coexist.
Joining the Qianlong army also means you will take on more responsibilities and face greater challenges.
After listening to Huang Jiping's explanation, Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully. He thought for a moment and asked, are there any benefits to joining the Qianlong army?
Ha 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 ha.
Huang Jiping burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this.
With a casual wave of his hand, an attribute orb emitting white light appeared in his palm.
Huang Jiping tossed the attribute orb to Jiang Chen and said with a smile, this is a small token of our meeting. Immediately after,
Jiang Chen held the attribute orb in his hand, feeling a surge of surprise.
This is an attribute orb with 2,000 attribute points? Is this general always this bold in his actions? So, this is the benefit of me joining the Qianlong army?
Huang Jiping laughed again upon hearing this and said, this is a personal gift from me, as an apology for my earlier offense toward you. Whether you join the Qianlong army or not is entirely up to you.
He paused for a moment, then continued, the benefits of joining the Qianlong army. You can carry out secret missions, taking on the most challenging and dangerous tasks.
Of course, the greater the risk, the greater the reward.
The more difficult the missions you undertake, the richer the rewards you will receive.
After hearing Huang Jiping's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. He asked, General Huang, I'm just a freshman and only a 4th-tier ability user.
Why, would you come looking for me so early?
You also mentioned that the minimum requirement for members of the Qianlong army is being a 7th-tier powerhouse.
Huang Jiping smiled slightly and explained, there are 2 reasons.
First, your growth rate is truly astonishing, and the strength you have displayed has greatly surprised me. With your talent and potential, joining the Qianlong army is only a matter of time.
Since you'll join sooner or later, why not join earlier? Second, we have an upcoming mission that requires your observation hockey. Hearing this, Jiang Chen asked, what mission?
Huang Jiping slowly uttered a few words, infiltrate Shiva Nation and rescue an important person.
Shiva Nation?
Jiang Chen's heart jolted upon hearing these 3 words.
Shiva Nation, the gambler's frontline that he had been longing for, isn't it right within the borders of Shiva Nation?
Huang Jiping set down the teacup in his hand, the bottom of the cup colliding with the redwood table, producing a faint yet distinct sound.
He raised his eyes, his gaze once again falling on Jiang Chen.
The calmness of this young man far exceeded his expectations.
Jiang Chen, are you willing to join the Qianlong army?
Huang Jiping's voice remained gentle, but every word carried an undeniable weight.
This was not just an invitation, it felt more like a declaration, an affirmation of Jiang Chen's potential, and an expectation for his future. Jiang Chen did not answer immediately.
He lowered his gaze, as if in thought, or perhaps in deliberation.
In the principal's office, the atmosphere was momentarily stagnant, broken only by the occasional chirping of birds outside the window.
Du Hongxing sat to the side, but his heart was already in turmoil.
He watched Jiang Chen nervously, afraid he might miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
The Qianlong army, that was the dream hall of countless demon-suppressing army soldiers.
Jiang Chen's heart was far from as calm as it appeared on the surface.
Huang Jiping's invitation came suddenly, yet it was within his expectations. From the moment he stepped into this world and awakened his abilities and system, Jiang Chen knew he was destined to be extraordinary. He kept growing stronger, not just for self-preservation, but also to pursue higher goals and explore the mysteries of this world. And the Qianlong army is undoubtedly an excellent platform.
First of all, Huang Jiping's generosity allowed Jiang Chen to see the Qianlong army's abundant resources.
A welcome gift of 2,000 attribute points is not something an ordinary person can afford. This means that by joining the Qianlong army, he will gain resources far beyond those of ordinary people, and the speed of his strength improvement will accelerate once again.
Secondly, the huge rewards offered by the Qianlong army have a fatal attraction for Jiang Chen.
He needs attribute points, skill points, and everything that can make him stronger. Although the missions of the Qianlong army are dangerous, the rewards are bound to be generous. Most importantly, the mission in the Shiva Nation mentioned by Huang Jiping gave Jiang Chen hope of approaching the gambler's frontline.
This is what he currently desires the most.
After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Chen had already made up his mind.
He raised his head, looking firmly at Huang Jiping, and slowly said, I am willing.
No grandiose words, no impassioned speeches, just 3 simple words, yet they were powerful and conveyed his determination.
A trace of admiration flashed in Huang Jiping's eyes. He nodded slightly, a faint smile of relief appearing on his face. A wise choice. Huang Jiping's voice carried a hint of affirmation and a touch of expectation. He believed that Jiang Chen's joining would bring new vitality to the Qianlong army and might even change the future landscape.
In that case, report to the headquarters of the Linjiang Qianlong army the day after tomorrow. Huang Jiping took a business card out of his pocket and handed it to Jiang Chen. On the card, there was only an address and a phone number, simple and clear.
This is the address and contact information. Once you arrive, just mention my name. Jiang Chen took the business card and respectfully replied, yes, General Huang. Huang Jiping nodded slightly and said nothing more. He stood up and said to Du Hongsheng, Principal Du, sorry to bother you. Du Hongsheng quickly stood up and respectfully said, General Huang, you're too kind. It is our honor to have you visit Xinghai Naval Academy. Huang Jiping smiled and said no more, turning to leave the principal's office. After Huang Jiping left, Du Hongsheng looked at Jiang Chen, his excitement written all over his face. Jiang Chen, you really surprised me. Du Hongsheng patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, his tone full of admiration and pride. The Qianlong Army. That's the Qianlong Army, a place so many people would do anything to get into, and you got the opportunity so easily. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Principal, I have to thank you for your guidance. Du Hongsheng waved his hand and said, No, this is all due to your own efforts, your talent and strength. I have seen it all. I believe that in the future, you will definitely become a truly outstanding powerhouse. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, he just silently nodded. He knew that his journey was still long, and the Qianlong Army was just the beginning. Du Hongsheng gave Jiang Chen a few more instructions, telling him to prepare well and report to the Qianlong Army headquarters on time the day after tomorrow. Jiang Chen agreed to everything one by one, then bid farewell to Du Hongsheng and left the principal's office. Walking through the campus, Jiang Chen's emotions remained unsettled for a long time. A gentle breeze passed by, carrying bursts of floral fragrance, but he had no time to appreciate it at the moment. Hidden Dragon Army, Shiva Nation, Gambler's Frontline. One keyword after another flashed through his mind, weaving into a grand and magnificent tapestry. Right, let's allocate the attribute points and skills first. With a thought, Jiang Chen's consciousness sank into his mind, and a familiar attribute panel appeared before his eyes. The attribute panel flashed with dazzling golden light, like twinkling stars, mesmerizing and captivating. Strength 3000 plus strength 3400 plus. Ding ding ding. Spirit 6000 plus spirit 6800 plus. Constitution 3000 plus constitution 3400 plus. Agility 3000 plus agility 3400 plus. Controllable gravity 340 tons, 1 ton increase per 20 points of mental power attribute. The total attribute points have now reached 17,000. Jiang Chen felt the surging power coursing through his body, and a wave of exhilaration filled his heart. Next are the skill points. Assignable skill points 260. Looking at these 260 skill points, Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. The choices are limited, so caution is necessary. After careful consideration, Jiang Chen decided to allocate skill points to blind swordsmanship. With a single thought, 160 skill points were instantly consumed. Blind swordsmanship LV.5, blind swordsmanship LV.6, 0/320 plus. Current mastery, sword chief proficient. Next level, sword chief mastery. Jiang Chen felt a roaring sensation in his mind as countless insights about swordsmanship surged like a tide. He seemed to be in a world of swords, with countless sword lights flickering and sword energy crisscrossing. Boom! He saw the essence of the sword and felt the soul of the sword. His fingers unconsciously trembled slightly, as if they were about to merge with the blind cane in his hand. The originally plain and unadorned blind cane seemed to undergo some kind of marvelous transformation at this moment. On the staff, there was a faint, subtle glow flowing, as pure as moonlight and as cold as ice. Jiang Chen slowly drew the blade from the blind staff. A clear and resonant sword hum echoed throughout the entire space. As the blade left its sheath, a chilling light radiated in all directions. Clang! The originally sharp blade has now become even sharper and more elusive. On the sword's body, it is no longer simply surrounded by sword energy, but rather a layer of chi as thin as a cicada's wing, yet solid as substance. This chi exhibits a faint bluish hue, resembling the color of the wind, or perhaps the color of the sky. It encircles the sword's body, continuously rotating, flowing, and transforming, as if it has gained a life of its own. Jiang Chen could clearly feel the power of this layer of protective energy. It was not only sharper and more penetrating than the previous sword energy but also carried a special attribute. This attribute could not be described in words, yet Jiang Chen could distinctly sense its presence. It could tear through everything, reducing anything that stood in its way to dust. This is Sword Gang, a power more advanced and stronger than sword energy. Jiang Chen gently swung the blade, and a streak of cyan Gang Chi instantly detached from the sword and slashed forward. Where the Gang Chi passed, the air was effortlessly torn apart, emitting a faint sound. A massive boulder ahead was instantly split in two under the attack of the powerful energy. The cut was smooth as a mirror, without the slightest burr. SSS. In the headquarters of the Linjiang Qianlong Military Division, inside a spacious office, Huang Jiping was sitting at his desk, reading a document. On the document, the words Jiang Chen were prominently written. Night fell. This is Jiang Chen's detailed profile, including his abilities, strength, experiences, and more. Huang Jiping examined it very carefully, not missing a single word or sentence. The more he read, the more he felt that Jiang Chen was extraordinary. Observation hockey, gravity manipulation, swordsmanship. This kid is practically a versatile genius. Huang Zhiping couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He put down the file, rubbed his brow, and a trace of fatigue appeared on his face. The mission in Shiva Nation is becoming increasingly challenging. I hope Jiang Chen's involvement can bring us some breakthroughs, he muttered to himself. Shiva Nation is a neighboring country of Dragon Nation, and it is also a country with a long history and strong capabilities. The relationship between the two countries is complex, involving cooperation, competition, and even conflict. In recent years, Shiva Nation has taken some unfriendly actions toward Dragon Nation in certain areas, even secretly supporting forces targeting Dragon Nation. This has caused great dissatisfaction among Dragon Nation's leadership, prompting them to take some countermeasures. This time, the mission of the Qianlong army is to infiltrate Shiva Nation and rescue a Dragon Nation scientist who has been kidnapped. This scientist possesses a certain critical technology that is extremely important to Dragon Nation. If he falls into the hands of Shiva Nation, it will cause significant losses to Dragon Nation. Therefore, the Qianlong army must spare no effort to rescue him. This task is extremely dangerous and very difficult. The intelligence agency of Shiva Nation is no pushover. They have set up layers of defenses in New Delhi, making it as hard as climbing to the heavens to infiltrate. What's more, rescuing someone right under the enemy's nose is practically an impossible mission. But the Qianlong army has no way out. They must complete this mission, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Huang Jiping deeply understands that the success or failure of this mission is of great importance. He placed his hopes on Jiang Chen. He believed that Jiang Chen's observation hockey would definitely play a crucial role. Jiang Chen, I hope you won't let me down. Huang Jiping gazed out the window and murmured to himself. The next day, in the spacious and bright classroom, Lin Weidong stood on the podium, surveying the packed audience of students below. Classmates, the training in Secret Realm number 3 has come to an end. This secret realm was extremely brutal, with heavy casualties. Apart from our class, other classes have lost quite a few students. Lin Weidong paused, a trace of sadness in his tone. But we cannot wallow in grief. We must work harder to become stronger. Only by becoming strong can we survive in this cruel world. Lin Weidong's words were powerful and inspiring, motivating every student present and gradually helping them recover from their sorrow. Next, I have an important announcement to make. Lin Weidong's tone shifted, becoming serious, as if he was about to announce something significant. Just now, the military released the latest announcement. The Qianlong army will conduct a new round of selection at major military academies across the country. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom fell silent for a moment, followed by a buzz of puzzled murmurs. Qianlong army? What's that? Never heard of it. Is it a new special forces unit? Why is the military suddenly holding a selection? Is there some special mission? The students looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion and puzzlement. Most of them were hearing the name Qianlong army for the first time and had no idea what kind of organization it was. Jiang Chen sat in his seat hearing the news, his face still devoid of any expression. I didn't expect the Qianlong army to issue a new announcement directly for my sake. The efficiency of the Qianlong army is really impressive. He knew that Huang Jiping did this to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, the Qianlong army has always only recruited from the demon suppression army. I am still just a military academy student and cannot be considered a soldier of the demon suppression army. Lin Weidong saw the students' reactions, smiled slightly, and explained. Classmates, you may not know much about the Qianlong army. The Qianlong army is the most elite special forces unit in our Dragon Nation, bar none. It is directly under the highest command of the military department, with a transcendent status and immense authority. Every member of the Qianlong army is an elite carefully selected from various major military regions across the country, true warriors in every sense. The missions they undertake are the most dangerous, the most challenging, and the most confidential. Every operation is tied to the safety of the nation, the interests of the people, and even the balance of the entire world. Joining the Qianlong army not only brings unparalleled honor but also provides the best training, the richest resources, and the most generous rewards. It can be said that the Qianlong army is the dream destination of every demon-suppressing army soldier, a shortcut to the path of becoming a true powerhouse. Lin Weidong's words were like a heavy bomb, causing a huge commotion in the classroom. The students widened their eyes, opened their mouths, and showed expressions of disbelief on their faces. My God, that's incredible. No way, I have to join. You, forget it, I think only Brother Chen is qualified. Brother Chen is indeed very strong, but he's only at the 4th tier. Wanting to join now seems unlikely, right? Yeah, the Qianlong army selects across all grade levels, and Brother Chen is just a freshman. But even if he can't join now, it's only a matter of time before he does. The students discussed excitedly, unable to contain their enthusiasm. Wang Ming suddenly turned around and excitedly said to Jiang Chen, Brother Chen, did you hear that? The Qianlong army, the strongest special forces. If only I could join the Qianlong army. At the same time, Brother Chen, do you think we have a chance? Wang Ming began to boast endlessly, spitting as he spoke. It was as if he could already see himself wearing the Qianlong army uniform, looking majestic and invincible. Jiang Chen tried several times to interject. Wang Ming, actually I. However, Wang Ming didn't give Jiang Chen any chance. Brother Chen, what do you think we should do to prepare? Should we start special training right now? I'm telling you, the selection for the Qianlong army must be extremely strict. We have to. Jiang Chen tried to interrupt again. Well, actually, I already. Brother Chen, what do you think the captain of the Qianlong army will be like? Could they be as formidable as General Huan? Wang Ming was completely immersed in his own fantasies. Let me tell you, the person I admire the most is General Huang. He is. Jiang Chen cleared his throat. Ahem, well, Wang Ming, actually I. Brother Chen, do you think the training in the Qianlong army will be very harsh? I heard that. Wang Ming was still talking endlessly. Jiang Chen was completely speechless. This guy was now entirely immersed in his own world, completely unable to hear what others were saying. Forget it, let him be. I can't be bothered to say anything. Another day passed. The morning sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, falling on Jiang Chen. Following the address given by Huang Jiping, he traveled alone and arrived at the outskirts of Linjiang City. In front of him was a desolate scene, overgrown with weeds. Several dilapidated factory buildings stood there alone, with peeling walls and broken windows. The rusty iron gate was half open, creaking as if it could collapse at any moment. Jiang Chen stood at the factory entrance, frowning slightly. He checked the business card in his hand again. The address was correct. It was indeed here. The subdivision of the Hidden Dragon Army. Could it be here? He was filled with doubt. No matter how you looked at it, this place didn't resemble a military base at all. It looked more like a factory abandoned for years. Could it be that Huang Jiping gave the wrong address? Or is this just a cover? Just as Jiang Chen was puzzled, an old man wearing a shabby security uniform, with graying hair and a face full of wrinkles, walked out of the guardroom. He held a chipped enamel tea mug in one hand, a half-smoked cigarette between the fingers of the other, and a toothpick in his mouth, looking utterly laid back. The old man glanced Jiang Chen up and down a few times, then slowly asked, "Young man, who are you looking for?" His voice was hoarse and deep, with a strong local accent. Jiang Chen quickly stepped forward and said respectfully, "Hello, sir, I am Jiang Chen. General Huang Jiping sent me here to report." The old man heard this, glanced at Jiang Chen again, and a trace of barely noticeable surprise flashed in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure, placed the enamel tea mug in his hand aside, and then said, "Oh, so you're Jiang Chen. Follow me." After speaking, he turned and walked toward the interior of the factory. The old man led Jiang Chen through the dilapidated factory building and arrived at what appeared to be an ordinary industrial elevator. The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing no one inside. The old man gestured for Jiang Chen to enter, then pressed the button for the lowest floor. The elevator began to descend rapidly, but it was very smooth, with almost no sensation of vibration. It seems that this rundown factory is indeed just a disguise. The real Sub-Dragon Army division should be underground. No one knows how much time had passed, but the elevator finally came to a stop. As the elevator doors slowly opened, the scene before Jiang Chen sent a shock through his heart. A futuristic underground base full of advanced technology appeared before him. Bright lights, tidy passageways, various advanced equipment, and soldiers in uniform bustling back and forth. Everything here formed a stark contrast to the dilapidated factory above ground. Just as Jiang Chen was marveling, a young officer in a crisp military uniform, with a gold star on his epaulette, strode over. He walked up to Jiang Chen, gave a standard military salute, and then said, "Hello, Comrade Jiang Chen. I am Major Staff Officer Li Weiguo from the Qianlong Military Subdivision. General Huang has already instructed me to be in charge of receiving you." Jiang Chen quickly returned the salute and said, "Hello, Major Li." Li Weiguo nodded and said, "Follow me, I'll take you to meet your teammates." With that, he turned around and led Jiang Chen toward the depths of the base. The two walked through several corridors and finally arrived at the entrance of a spacious room. Li Weiguo pushed the door open, gesturing for Jiang Chen to enter. Inside the room, 5 people were already waiting there. Some stood, some sat, each with a different posture, but all exuded a powerful aura. Li Weiguo walked into the room and said to the 5 people, "Everyone, this is Comrade Jiang Chen, the new member joining your Falcon team." After speaking, he said to Jiang Chen, "Jiang Chen, these 5 are your future teammates. Get to know each other." After that, Li Weiguo turned and left the room, leaving the space to Jiang Chen and his new teammates. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat silent. Among the 5 people, a tall, rugged-looking man with a buzz cut was the first to break the silence. "I am Ling Shua, captain of the Qianlong Falcon Squad, a user of the light and heavy fruit ability, 7th tier." His voice was loud and powerful, carrying an undeniable sense of authority. Immediately afterward, the other 4 also introduced themselves one after another. A petite woman with delicate features and a ponytail said, "I am a member of the Qianlong Falcon Squad, Mu Qianyu, a slow fruit ability user, tier 7. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, like a mountain spring. A slim man wearing glasses, who appeared refined and cultured, said, "I am a member of the Hidden Dragon Falcon Squad, Guxingshan, Rust fruit ability user, tier 7. His voice was gentle and calm, giving off an air of elegance. A burly man with a muscular
muscular build, shirtless and with knotted muscles, said, "I am a member of the Hidden Dragon Falcon Squad, Xiong Gang, a power fruit ability user, 7th rank." His voice was rough and bold, like muffled thunder. The last one was a tall, slender man with a cold and stern face, his long hair flowing as he spoke indifferently. "I am a member of the Hidden Dragon Falcon Squad, Long Yuan, a slash fruit ability user, 7th rank." His voice was deep and indifferent, carrying an aura that warned strangers to stay away. After the 5 people finished introducing themselves, all eyes fell on Jiang Chen. Ling Shuo looked at Jiang Chen and asked, "Jiang Chen, what is your strength? What is your ability?" Jiang Chen answered truthfully, "4th tier, gravity fruit ability user." Hearing Jiang Chen's answer, the atmosphere in the room fell into silence once again. The 5 people all showed expressions of shock and confusion. They could never have imagined that the new teammate turned out to be just a 4th tier ability user. You have to know, the minimum requirement for members of the Qianlong army is 7th tier, and their Qianlong Falcon Squad is the elite of the elite, with every member being a 7th tier combat powerhouse. How did a 4th tier ability user manage to get in? Ling Shuo frowned, looked at Jiang Chen, and asked, "Jiang Chen, are you sure you're at the 4th tier?" Jiang Chen nodded and said. Ling Shuo was silent for a moment and then said, "Alright, since it's arranged by General Huang, there must be a reason for it. Welcome to the Qianlong Falcon Squad." "Yes, I'm sure." Although filled with doubts, Ling Shuo still accepted Jiang Chen. After all, they couldn't disobey Huang Jiping's orders. What's more, Jiang Chen being valued by Huang Jiping might mean he truly has some exceptional qualities. Afterward, Ling Shuo introduced Jiang Chen to the situation of the Qianlong Falcon Squad. The Qianlong Falcon Squad originally had 6 members, but during the last mission, 1 member unfortunately lost their life. This time, the mission is to infiltrate Shiva Nation and rescue a Dragon Nation scientist who has been kidnapped. Ling Shuo explained the details of the mission and the plan they had previously devised to Jiang Chen. He hoped that Jiang Chen could quickly integrate into the team and contribute his strength to this mission. After introducing the situation, Ling Shuo looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Jiang Chen, this mission is extremely dangerous and very important. We must give it our all to complete it. Let me first gauge your abilities in various aspects to better facilitate team coordination. Is that okay? Let's go. We'll head to the testing area." After finishing his words, Ling Shuo turned around and led Jiang Chen toward the depths of the base. Soon, the group arrived at a spacious testing area. "No problem." Jiang Chen nodded in response. Here, various testing instruments are placed, looking very advanced. The other 4 members of the Falcon Squad stood at a distance, watching Jiang Chen with great interest, their faces showing a hint of curiosity and skepticism. After all, a 4th tier ability user joining their Hidden Dragon Falcon Squad seemed strange no matter how one looked at it. Along the way, the group kept secretly observing Jiang Chen. This guy looks about 18 or 19, with a tall and straight figure and handsome features. Indeed, quite good looking. But can being good looking fill your stomach? The Qianlong army is not some idle group. This is a place where lives are on the line. I mean, what were they thinking up there? Putting a 4th tier ability user into our squad? Gu Xingchen adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. The missions we carry out, which one of them isn't a life or death situation? What can a 4th rank do? If he dies, so be it. Just don't drag us down and cause the whole team to be wiped out. Xiong Gang said in a deep, muffled voice, his tone like rolling thunder, making one's eardrums ache. Maybe, because he's handsome? Mu Qianyu said softly, her eyes fixed on Jiang Chen's back, flickering with a peculiar light. Handsome? Can being handsome stop bullets or block knives? Xiong Gang snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. We're not playing house here, this is risking our lives. Do you understand risking your life? The cold moon spoke indifferently. I heard that Jiang Chen's observation hockey is very strong. He might have been specially recruited for this mission. Xiong Gang still wore a disdainful expression and said bluntly, strong observation hockey? What's the use? No matter how strong it is, he's just a 4th tier ability user. Forget 7th tier, even 6th tier, no, 5th tier ability users could crush him with a single finger. Moreover, he's just a student with no practical experience at all. It'll be good enough if he doesn't get so scared that he wets his pants. Gu Xingchen gently shook his head and sighed. Ah, if Jiang Chen had the strength of a 6th tier ability user, that would be acceptable. But as a 4th tier ability user, the gap is just too wide. After all, Jiang Chen's observation hockey is very strong, and the auxiliary abilities of the heavy fruit are quite good. If his strength could reach the 6th tier, joining their squad wouldn't be out of the question. The discussion among the group was clearly heard within Jiang Chen's observation hockey perception. He did not speak. Jiang Chen didn't mind these doubts. Strength is the best proof. Ling Shuo pointed at those instruments and said to Jiang Chen, this is our testing area. Strength, speed, reaction, whatever you want to test, you can. Let's test strength first. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Power? Ling Shuo raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. This guy is quite confident. A 4th tier ability user actually dares to test strength first? You should know that strength is the foundation of an ability user and also the most
direct manifestation. 4th tier and 7th tier, that's a world of difference. Alright, then let's test strength first. Ling Xue nodded and led Jiang Chen to a massive strength testing machine. This machine, entirely made of black memory metal, had a rugged design, exuding a sense of power. The front of the machine was covered with densely packed sensors. This machine uses special memory metal and can withstand up to 5 million cards of destructive force. Just attack it with all your strength. Ling Xue gave a brief introduction. 5 million calories? As expected of the military's equipment, it's far more advanced than what's in the school. It's just right since I haven't tested my strength in a long time, and I've also just learned sword chi. I don't even know how much destructive power I can unleash with a full-force sword strike. Jiang Chen, I heard you use a sword. Just slashing with your sword works the same. Start whenever you're ready. Ling Xue said this as he took a few steps back. He was also curious about Jiang Chen's strength. If it were only his observation hockey that was outstanding, the higher-ups wouldn't have assigned Jiang Chen to their squad. After all, the tasks they carry out are simply too dangerous. No matter how strong their observation hockey is, if they are too weak in other aspects, they can easily die during the mission. Jiang Chen nodded slightly in his heart and walked to the instrument. A clear and resonant sword hum echoed throughout the entire testing area. The blade unsheathed, cold light radiating in all directions, an intense sword aura instantly spread out. An overwhelming momentum erupted from his body, like a slumbering dragon suddenly awakened. He concentrated all his power onto the blade. The next moment, clang! A fierce wind rose abruptly. Strands of cyan sword energy, like willow catkins dancing in the wind, light and graceful yet carrying an unparalleled sharpness, slowly entwined around the blade. Immediately after, a wave of dark purple gravity spread out from the blade, causing the surrounding space to seemingly distort slightly under its influence. Gravity of 340 tons, empowered. Whoosh! Finally, a dense, ink-like blackness, as if night had fallen, swiftly enveloped the entire sword. Armament hockey, entangle. The three forces, under Jiang Chen's control, perfectly fused together, forming an aura of world-destroying power. At this moment, the sword in Jiang Chen's hand seemed to come alive. It trembled, roared, and yearned for battle. Jiang Chen let out a low shout and suddenly swung his sword. A dazzling sword light, like lightning tearing through the night sky, instantly ripped through the air. Wherever the sword light passed, it seemed as if the space itself was split open, leaving behind a lingering black scar. The cyan sword aura swept out like a storm, carrying a terrifying and unstoppable force. Slash! The black armament hockey, like an indestructible shield, protected the blade, making it sharper and utterly invincible. Swish! 340 tons of gravity, like an invisible shackle, firmly locks onto the target, leaving it no escape. Three forces intertwine, forming a dazzling yet deadly sword light, slashing toward the mercury-like flowing memory metal at an indescribable speed. The cyan sword light struck fiercely on the mercury-like flowing memory metal, producing a deafening roar, like thunder exploding in the heavens. This tremendous commotion made the Falcon squad members, who were originally waiting to watch a joke, take it seriously. That massive power tester began reporting Jiang Chen's destructive force. Beep beep beep. Boom! After testing, current destructive force, 1,625,869 calories. The mechanical voice echoed throughout the testing area, filled with a sense of urgency. A moment later, the four members of the Falcon squad in the distance all widened their eyes, mouths agape, their faces filled with expressions of disbelief. They stared intently at the power testing device that was flashing wildly, feeling as if their worldview had been completely overturned. 1,600,000 calories? No, is this freaking a tier 4 ability user? Exclamation point. What? This is impossible. A 4th tier ability user actually unleashed 1.6 million calories of destructive power with a single sword strike? Is this some kind of joke? You have to know, the destructive power requirement for a 6th tier ability user is only 1 million calories. And Jiang Chen is just a 4th tier. He is actually stronger than an average 6th level ability user? This is simply a monster. In the testing area, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Just now, Jiang Chen's sword, although it didn't cut through that expensive special metal. However, the destructive power of 1.6 million calories displayed on the tester still deeply shocked everyone present. Ling Xue took a deep breath, trying hard to calm the shock in his heart. He suppressed the stormy waves in his mind and tried to make his tone sound calm. Jiang Chen, your power is very strong, already surpassing the vast majority of 6th tier ability users. Next, we will conduct speed and reaction tests. Phew. He paused and added, these two tests are equally important. In actual combat, speed and reaction often determine life and death. Jiang Chen responded indifferently, his expression remaining calm, as if that sword strike just now was merely a trivial matter to him. Ling Xue gave Jiang Chen a deep look but said nothing more. He turned around and walked to a piece of equipment, starting to make adjustments. This equipment, named Gale, is a device specifically used by the Qianlong army to test speed. Understood. Its principle is very simple. It uses high-speed cameras and sensors to capture the movement trajectory and speed of the tester. Jiang Chen, go stand happened over there? Ling Shua pointed to a 100-meter track in front of the instrument and said, "At the end of this track, there's a sensor. All you need to do is sprint to it at your fastest speed and touch the device to complete the test." Jiang Chen nodded and walked slowly to the starting point of the track. He closed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath. His eyes opened slightly, revealing a hint of grayish-white. His body, like an arrow leaving the bowstring, shot out instantly, so fast that it was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. Everyone present only felt a blur before their eyes as a shadow streaked past. Then, immediately after, a soft beep sounded from the end of the track, signaling the end of the test. Immediately after, Jiang Chen moved. The entire process took less than a second. Too fast. How is this possible? Mu Qianyu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, her voice filled with disbelief. Her clear and bright eyes were now wide open, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. She simply couldn't believe that Jiang Chen's speed had reached such an extent. It must be noted that Jiang Chen was only a 4th-tier ability user. She also climbed up step by step from being a 4th-tier ability user. This speed had completely exceeded her understanding of 4th-tier ability users, even making her start to doubt whether she was hallucinating. This kid, is he really a 4th-tier ability user? This is simply unbelievable. Gu Xingchen adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose, his tone carrying a hint of uncertainty. His eyes, hidden behind the lenses, were now filled with shock and confusion. He felt his mind go completely blank, unable to comprehend everything happening before him. Lang Yuehan did not speak, merely standing there quietly. His cold eyes stared intently at Jiang Chen, with a trace of complex emotion flashing through them. There was shock, doubt, and a hint of imperceptible apprehension. Ling Shua's face also showed a solemn expression. He had originally thought that Jiang Chen was merely strong in terms of power, but shouldn't be particularly outstanding in speed. After all, a person's energy is limited and it's impossible to excel in every aspect. But now, Jiang Chen used his actions to ruthlessly slap him in the face. This Jiang Chen not only has ridiculously strong power but also astonishing speed. This is simply a monster. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, and walked to the Gale instrument to check Jiang Chen's speed test results. When he saw the number displayed on the screen, he was completely stunned. 0.4121 seconds? Ling Shua's voice was a bit dry, tinged with a trace of incredulous hoarseness. 100 meters. 0.4121 seconds? How is this possible? This result has already broken the highest record for a 4th-tier ability user in the Qianlong army, and it was broken by a significant margin. It's worth noting that the previous speed record for a 4th-tier ability user in the Qianlong army was set by a peak 4th-tier ability user, with a time of 1.7134 seconds. But now, Jiang Chen has actually achieved a time of 0.4121 seconds. The record has been more than doubled. In the past, records were occasionally broken, but it was always by 0.0 something seconds. Such an exaggerated margin like Jiang Chen's has never been encountered before. CA. Captain, did I see that right? Xiong Gang's voice was a bit dry as well. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked at the screen again. On the screen, the bright red 0.4121 was still clearly visible, as if mocking his ignorance and doubt. Ling Shua did not answer. He simply shook his head silently, his eyes filled with complex emotions. There was shock, confusion, and even a trace of excitement. He knew that this time, he might have truly stumbled upon a treasure. Jiang Chen is absolutely a super genius with limitless potential. Jiang Chen, how did you do it? Ling Shua took a deep breath, trying to calm the excitement in his heart, turned to look at Jiang Chen, and asked. His voice had already regained its calmness, but there was still a trace of shock lingering in his eyes. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, I just combined anti-gravity control with shave from the 6 styles. Anti-gravity and shave? Ling Shua's brows furrowed slightly, as if he had somewhat understood. Combining anti-gravity with shave could indeed create astonishing speed. However, wanting to perfectly combine the two abilities is not an easy task. This requires extremely precise control over one's own abilities, as well as perfect timing. Yet Jiang Chen can achieve this so effortlessly, which is enough to prove that his talent and strength far surpass ordinary people. Ling Shua nodded repeatedly, a look of admiration appearing on his face. Next, we will conduct a reaction test. He pointed to another piece of equipment and said, that equipment, called Lingxi, is a device specifically used by the Qianlong army to test reaction capabilities. Good, very good. Its principle is to simulate various unexpected situations to test the reaction speed and adaptability of the tester. Jiang Chen, stand there. Ling Shua pointed to a circular area in front of the instrument and said, put it on, then I will activate the instrument. It will randomly launch various attacks at you, and you need to dodge them as much as possible. The intensity and speed of the attacks will gradually increase until you can no longer evade them. Jiang Chen nodded, walked into the circular area, and slowly closed his eyes. He took a deep breath, heightened his perception to the extreme, and carefully sensed everything around him. Ling Shou walked to the Lingxi instrument and began making adjustments. He set the attack intensity to the lowest level and then gradually increased it. As long as it hits Jiang Chen, it will show on the instrument, and there will be no danger. He wanted to see where Jiang Chen's limits truly lay. After completing the adjustments, Ling Shuo pressed the start button. Test begins. With Ling Shuo's command, the device instantly activated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless plastic darts shot out from every corner of the device, hurtling toward Jiang Chen.
These darts were incredibly fast and came from tricky angles, almost blocking all possible paths for Jiang Chen to evade. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have anticipated it all along. Just as the dart was about to hit him, his body swayed slightly and, at an incredible angle, effortlessly dodged all the attacks. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest hesitation, as if everything was under his control. Ling Shuo was not particularly surprised by Jiang Chen's performance. After all, this is just the most basic level.
He loudly asked Jiang Chen, "How is it? No problem, right? Should we continue to increase the intensity?" Jiang Chen's resounding voice came through.
Ling Shuo's lips curved into a smile of appreciation.
Then, he instructed the staff, "Increase the difficulty, raise it to level 2. Continue."
This time, he wanted to thoroughly test Jiang Chen's limits to see if they were really as exaggerated as claimed. As the staff operated, the intensity and speed of the instrument's attack increased once again. This time, the darts shot out faster and in greater numbers.
However, Jiang Chen still showed no fear.
His body flickered in the air like a phantom, each dodge perfectly timed, brushing past the darts.
He is like a dancer performing on the edge of a blade, every move filled with beauty and rhythm, captivating to behold. Unbelievable. That reaction speed is simply out of this world. I feel like even a 6th-tier ability user might not be able to achieve this level.
The members of the Falcon Squad were all stunned by Jiang Chen's performance at this moment. They all opened their mouths wide, their eyes widened, and their faces were filled with expressions of disbelief.
Is this still a human?
They could never have imagined that a 4th-tier ability user could possess such terrifying reflexes.
This simply overturned their understanding. "Captain Ling, I'm still fine.
You can continue to increase the difficulty."
Jiang Chen's calm voice came through.
Ling Shuo, upon hearing this, had excitement and anticipation flash in his eyes.
"Alright, then let's keep increasing the difficulty." He wanted to see just where Jiang Chen's limits truly lay.
As the staff operated, the intensity and speed of the instrument's attack were further enhanced.
This time, what was fired was no longer darts, but bullets. Moreover, they were specially made bullets, faster and more powerful. Countless bullets poured out like a torrential rain, wildly shooting toward Jiang Chen. The entire testing area was instantly shrouded in the flash of bullets and smoke. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have anticipated everything. His figure moved like a phantom, weaving through the dense rain of bullets, with not a single shot able to hit him. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat.
He was like a magician who had mastered time, capable of foreseeing the future and effortlessly evading all attacks.
This scene made everyone's scalp tingle. This is simply a miracle. "Not enough, Captain. Can you go faster and do more?" Jiang Chen's voice drifted over softly. Ling Shuo's expression froze. He was completely shocked by Jiang Chen's performance. Now he just wanted to know where Jiang Chen's limits truly lay. "Continue. Increase it to level 5. Captain Ling, could it be?"
The staff were somewhat stunned. Level 5 difficulty, only 7th-tier experts can evade it.
Moreover, they must be top-tier 7th-tier experts with maxed-out agility. "It's fine, add it."
Ling Shuo said calmly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Immediately, the instrument's attack mode changed once again. What was originally a monotonous straight-line shooting now turned into an unpredictable assault coming from all directions. Bullets, darts, beams, and even miniature missiles with tracking capabilities all poured toward Jiang Chen in a frenzy.
The entire testing area instantly transformed into a hellish purgatory filled with the aura of death.
However, Jiang Chen still moved as if strolling leisurely, effortlessly evading all the attacks. His observation haki was brought to its peak at this moment. Everything around him was vividly displayed in his mind. The trajectory of every bullet, the spin of every dart, the flicker of every beam of light, none could escape his perception. He was like an omniscient and omnipotent deity, controlling the entire battlefield, with everything within his expectations. Looking at the still calm and composed Jiang Chen, Ling Shuo decisively shouted,
"Limit, push it to the maximum. Level 6.
The staff were completely stunned. The difficulty of level 6.
No one has ever passed it unscathed. But up until now, the instrument shows that Jiang Chen is still unscathed. Could it be that Jiang Chen can even pass level 6 without a scratch? What are you standing there for? Add more."
Ling Shuo glared at the still-dazed staff member and said sharply. His voice was already somewhat hoarse. His eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at Jiang Chen as if trying to see through him. With the staff member's operation, the machine was also turned to maximum power. The entire testing area began to shake violently. Countless attacks poured toward Jiang Chen like a raging storm, densely packed, leaving no gaps at all.
Is this something a human can dodge?"
Shon Gang's voice trembled slightly as he rubbed his eyes hard and looked at Jiang Chen again. He could no longer use words to describe the shock in his heart. Mu Qianyu, Gu Xingchen, and Long Yuehan all remained
silent. They were completely convinced by Jiang Chen's performance. Such reaction speed and perception had already surpassed their understanding. However, Jiang Chen still did not disappoint them. He was like a grim reaper strolling through a hail of bullets, with every attack narrowly missing him. Even the extent of his dodging became smaller and smaller, as if he could evade all attacks with just a casual twist of his body. Stop it. Ling Shua's voice trembled slightly. He knew there was no need to continue testing. The strength Jiang Chen had displayed had completely exceeded his imagination. A moment later, this young man was absolutely a monstrous genius. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Xiong Gang's voice also trembled slightly. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked at Jiang Chen again. Mu Qianyu took a deep breath and said slowly, "You didn't see it wrong. Level 6 reaction test, cleared without injury. Is this really something a 4th tier ability user can do? A level 6 reaction test, no one can clear it unscathed, right? Interesting." Xiong Gang licked his lips, his eyes blazing as he stared at Jiang Chen. Mu Qianyu glanced at him and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Xiong Gang chuckled foolishly without replying and walked straight toward Captain Ling Shua. Mu Qianyu looked at Xiong Gang's back and shook her head helplessly. This battle maniac Xiong Gang wouldn't be thinking of. Gu Xingchen adjusted his glasses and said, "Don't worry, with the captain around, nothing will happen. He. Xiong Gang strode over to Captain Ling Shua's side and said leisurely, "Captain, this guy is no ordinary person. Are you sure he's really just tier 4? Ling Shu shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Judging by the attribute points, according to the official classification, he is indeed tier 4. Xiong Gang grinned, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth, his eyes sparkling with excitement, like a predator discovering its prey. Captain, I have a suggestion." "What suggestion?" Ling Shua asked. The next moment, Xiong Gang pointed at Jiang Chen and said, "I want to spar with Jiang Chen." "Spar? You're a 7th tier ability user, and you want to spar with a 4th tier ability user?" Ling Shua's brows furrowed slightly. "Captain, I want to spar with Jiang Chen." Xiong Gang's voice echoed through the testing area like muffled thunder. His large, bell-like eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen, burning with intense fighting spirit. Ling Shua frowned slightly. He naturally understood Xiong Gang's thoughts. This guy was simply a battle maniac. Whenever he encountered a powerful opponent, he couldn't resist the urge to spar. However, Jiang Chen was, after all, only a 4th tier ability user, while Xiong Gang was a 7th tier, and an elite in the Qianlong army at that. Even if Xiong Gang suppressed his strength, if he accidentally injured Jiang Chen, it would be a big problem. Ling Shua decisively refused. "Captain, I beg you, I'll suppress my strength to around the 5th tier. And I promise, I'll be careful and absolutely won't hurt Jiang Chen." Xiong Gang raised 3 fingers, speaking with great conviction. Ling Shua frowned deeply, his expression serious, with a hint of warning in his tone. "Xiong Gang, don't mess around. Jiang Chen is the new teammate, not your punching bag." "No way." Not far away, Jiang Chen naturally heard their conversation. He smiled faintly in his heart. "This big fool seems to be somewhat unconvinced by me. It's no wonder, after all, I'm just a 4th tier ability user, while they are the elite of the Qianlong army." "Captain, may I spar with him?" Jiang Chen spoke, his voice calm and confident. Ling Shua was stunned. He wondered if he had misheard. A 4th tier ability user actually took the initiative to challenge a 7th tier ability user? Moreover, the opponent was Xiong Gang, renowned for his strength. This was simply seeking death. After saying this, the other members of the Falcon squad were also stunned. What? One by one, they widened their eyes, opened their mouths, their faces filled with expressions of disbelief. "Did I hear that right? Jiang Chen, he actually wants to spar with Xiong Gang?" Mu Qianyu's voice trembled slightly. She rubbed her ears hard and looked at Jiang Chen again. Gu Xingchen adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose, his tone carrying a hint of doubt. This kid, could he have gone mad? Doesn't he know that even if Xiong Gang suppresses his strength, he's still not someone he can handle? Lang Yuehan remained silent as ever, but his cold eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen, a trace of complex emotion flashing through his gaze. Jiang Chen, truly like a newborn calf unafraid of the tiger. Yeah, even if Xiong Gang suppresses his strength, he's still a genuine, top-tier powerhouse, not someone an average person can compare to. Jiang Chen's strength and speed are indeed impressive, but his combat experience is too lacking. Compared to a battle-hardened veteran like Xiong Gang, he's still too green. The team members discussed among themselves, none of them optimistic about Jiang Chen. Xiong Gang was extremely excited. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "Captain, did you hear that?" Jiang Chen himself agreed. "Just let us spar for a bit." As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together eagerly, ready to give it a try. Ling Shua looked at Jiang Chen again and asked, "Jiang Chen, are you sure? This is no joke." Jiang Chen nodded and said, "I'm sure. However, there's no need to suppress it to the 5th tier. Suppressing it to the 6th tier will suffice." "What the heck? He actually suppressed Xiong Gang to the 6th tier? This kid is way too bold. This is really like a newborn calf unafraid of the tiger. A 4th tier ability user daring to directly challenge a 6th tier one?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience was in an uproar. However, you have to admit, Jiang Chen just unleashed one
4.6 million calories of destructive power with a single sword strike. It's somewhat understandable that he dares to challenge a 6th tier ability user. He's just a student. Don't forget, the number of people Xiong Gang has killed might be more than the meals Zhang Chen has eaten. The team members were all shocked. They talked among themselves, all thinking that Zhang Chen had gone mad. A 4th tier ability user actually made the battle-hardened Xiong Gang only need to suppress himself to the 6th tier? Isn't this courting death? Zhang Chen's heart, however, was very calm. The reason he made such a request was not out of arrogance, but because he had his own considerations. Before this, he had never fought against a 6th tier ability user. The last time in Secret Realm number 3, those 5th tier ability users posed no threat to him at all. And now, his total attribute points have increased again, and his skills have improved significantly. He wants to test the gap between himself and 6th tier ability users to see just how big it is. Even if it's an elite among elites, a member of the hidden dragon army, suppressed to 6th tier strength, he might not necessarily lose. After all, the strongest killing move, Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger, had yet to be unleashed. Ling Shuo remained silent. He looked at Zhang Chen, his eyes filled with complex emotions. There was shock, doubt, and also a trace of anticipation. He really couldn't figure out where Zhang Chen got the confidence to make such a request. Could it be that he truly had some hidden trump card? Xiong Gang also fell silent. However, his large, bell-like eyes were now gleaming with excitement. He hadn't encountered such an interesting opponent in a long time. After a moment, Ling Shuo finally spoke. Alright, since you insist, let's have a sparring match. But let's keep it friendly and not hurt the harmony. He paused for a moment, then added, Xiong Gang, be careful with your strength. Don't hurt anyone. Don't worry, Captain. Xiong Gang grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. He stretched his muscles and bones, producing a series of crackling sounds, then walked up to Zhang Chen. I won't hold back. Zhang Chen smiled faintly and said. His voice was calm and confident, as if everything was under his control. Xiong Gang stopped wasting words and took a deep breath, his aura beginning to change. Kid, are you ready? He suppressed his power to the 6th tier level. Even so, the aura emanating from him still made people feel uneasy. Come on, kid, watch closely. Xiong Gang let out a loud roar and suddenly charged toward Zhang Chen. A moment later, his speed was extremely fast, like a cannonball fired from a barrel, and in an instant, he was right in front of Zhang Chen. In the distance, Mu Qianyu let out a startled cry, her face full of worry. She hadn't expected that even with his strength suppressed, Xiong Gang's speed would still be this fast. Zhang Chen, can you dodge it? With a loud bang, Xiong Gang's fist, as big as a sandbag, slammed fiercely onto the ground. So fast. The hard ground was instantly smashed into a deep pit, with rubble flying and dust billowing. Where is Zhang Chen? Everyone fixed their eyes, only to find that Zhang Chen had already disappeared from where he stood. Bang! He evaded Xiong Gang's attack with an incredible speed. Xiong Gang was startled. He hadn't expected Zhang Chen to be this fast even in actual combat. It seemed he had underestimated him after all. However, this only made Xiong Gang even more excited. Xiong Gang grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Such incredible speed. Kid, you've got some skills. But it's not enough. He let out a roar and charged at Zhang Chen once again. This time, he was faster and stronger. His fists rained down on Zhang Chen like a storm, each punch carrying terrifying power, as if intending to completely shatter Zhang Chen into pieces. Zhang Chen showed no trace of fear. Again, his figure flickered like a phantom, weaving through Xiong Gang's attacks, narrowly evading each strike. His observation haki was pushed to the limit. Every move and intention of Xiong Gang was clearly displayed in his mind. He was like a prophet, able to foresee the future and effortlessly evade all attacks. Zhang Chen drew the blade from the blind staff. The blade unsheathes, cold light radiates in all directions, and a sharp sword intent instantly spreads out. He concentrates his power onto the blade. The flames of sun breathing slowly burn on the blade, exuding a scorching aura. Clang! Armament haki, like black ink, spreads across the sword, making the blade appear sharper and more indestructible. Breath of the sun, armament haki, and gravity weighing 340 tons. 3 forces, perfectly fused. Zhang Chen unleashed a sword strike. A dazzling sword light, like lightning tearing through the night sky, instantly ripped through the air and slashed toward Xiong Gang. Where the sword light passed, roaring flames surged, and it seemed as if the space itself had been cleaved open, leaving behind a lingering black scar. Xiong Gang felt the power of this strike, and his expression shifted slightly. He had not expected Zhang Chen to unleash such formidable strength. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly swung his fist to block. The sword light and the fist collided fiercely, producing a deafening roar, like thunder exploding in the heavens. A terrifying shockwave, centered on the two of them, spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding ground to crack. Xiong Gang let out a muffled groan, his body swaying slightly. He was actually forced back by Zhang Chen's single sword strike. Boom! How is this possible? The members of the Falcon squad in the distance were shocked once again. Each of them widened their eyes, opened their mouths, their faces filled with expressions of disbelief. They could never have imagined that Zhang Chen could force Xiong Gang back with a single sword strike. You must know,
Xiong Gang is renowned for his strength. Even if he suppresses his power, ordinary people still can't shake him. But now, he was actually forced back by a single sword strike from Jiang Chen. This is simply unbelievable. Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice and swung his sword again. Streaks of sword light poured toward Xiong Gang like a violent storm, each strike carrying terrifying power, as if intending to completely shatter Xiong Gang into pieces. Xiong Gang dared not be careless. He quickly threw punches to block, engaging in an intense battle with Jiang Chen. The speed of both was pushed to the extreme, creating afterimages that intertwined within the testing area, leaving onlookers dazzled. Again, every collision erupted with a deafening roar, like a thunderclap, shaking the soul. The entire testing area seemed to tremble under their battle, as if it could collapse at any moment. Is this really a tier 4 ability user? Damn, this is practically a monster. No wonder Xiong Gang had to be suppressed to the 6th tier. If it were the 5th tier, he probably wouldn't be able to block even one of Jiang Chen's strikes. The members of the Falcon Squad were completely in awe of Jiang Chen's strength at this moment. They could never have imagined that a 4th tier ability user could unleash such terrifying combat power in actual battle. This was simply beyond their comprehension. In the fierce battle, Jiang Chen and Xiong Gang had already exchanged dozens of moves. Both sides attacked and counterattacked, refusing to give in, fighting to a stalemate. It's time to end this. Jiang Chen's voice suddenly rang out, calm and indifferent. The strength of a 6th tier ability user has been almost fully tested. It's time to use the ultimate killing move. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly pulled away. He concentrated all his power onto the blade of his sword. Dark purple gravitational waves danced on the blade, while cyan sword energy swirled around the sword, humming softly. The surrounding space was also distorted by this terrifying gravity. Gravity blade, fierce tiger. Jiang Chen slashed out with his sword. A dark purple gravitational sword aura, entwined with cyan sword energy, swept across. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be split in two, shattered into fragments by the sword energy. The terrifying power carried by the gravitational sword energy caused the space along its path to become distorted. The next moment, this strike swept out like a storm, carrying a terrifying force that could destroy everything in its path. This was also Jiang Chen's strongest attack to date. It is also the most powerful force he can currently unleash. Xiong Gang's expression changed drastically. He never expected that Jiang Chen was still hiding such a terrifying killing move. He could feel that the power of this sword had completely surpassed the scope of the 6th tier, and even was already close to the 7th tier. How is this possible? A 4th tier ability user, how could they unleash such immense power? What? He had no time to think further as the dark purple gravity wave surged like a tide, instantly engulfing him. Xiong Gang let out a muffled groan, feeling as though his body was being crushed under the weight of a massive mountain, unbearably heavy. This gravity was simply too overwhelming, so powerful that it left him breathless. He struggled desperately, but it was to no avail. What terrified him even more was that this gravity was continuously intensifying. Ugh! If this continued, he had no doubt that he would be crushed into pulp by this horrifying gravity. Xiong Gang let out a desperate roar. It can't go on like this anymore. Otherwise, certain death awaits. Open for me. No! At the critical moment, Xiong Gang let out a sudden roar. The aura around him surged dramatically. A terrifying force erupted from him, like a volcanic eruption, instantly sweeping across the entire testing area. His muscles began to swell, grow larger, becoming more solid and powerful. His strength also started to surge crazily, instantly breaking through the 6th tier limit and reaching the 7th tier. He unleashed his power suppression. Boom! A loud bang echoed as Xiong Gang vanished from his original spot at an incredible speed. The next moment, he appeared in front of Jiang Chen and threw a punch. This punch contained the full power of his 7th tier abilities, along with the terrifying explosive force of the strength fruit. Its might was strong enough to split mountains and shatter stones. If Jiang Chen were hit by this punch, he would either be gravely injured or killed. Bang! Xiong Gang. At this moment, Ling Shua's voice suddenly rang out. His figure flickered and instantly appeared beside Xiong Gang, blocking in front of Jiang Chen. Ling Shua's fist collided fiercely with Xiong Gang's fist. A terrifying shockwave, centered on the two individuals, spread outward, causing the surrounding ground to crack. Beneath Ling Shua and Xiong Gang's feet, the ground simultaneously collapsed into a deep pit. Dust flew, rubble scattered, and the entire testing area seemed to tremble under this strike. Boom! Enough, stop right there. Ling Shua's voice was deep and serious, carrying an undeniable sense of authority. Enough, that's it. Ling Shua's voice was deep and commanding. He stood between Jiang Chen and Xiong Gang, his tall and burly figure like an insurmountable barrier between two opposing mountains, shielding Jiang Chen behind him. Xiong Gang was panting heavily, emitting huff-huff sounds. He widened his bell-like eyes, staring intently at Jiang Chen. He was Xiong Gang. In the entire Qinlong army, Xiong Gang was renowned for his defense and strength. In terms of physical strength and power alone, he was confident that even Captain Ling Shua wouldn't dare claim a guaranteed victory over him. He was like a moving fortress, indestructible. But just now, under the sword of a 4th tier ability user, he actually felt the threat of death. This feeling was something he hadn't experienced in many years. The last time, it was during a top-secret mission with a near-death survival rate, facing an enemy ability user at the peak of the 7th tier, whose powers were extremely bizarre.
Xionggang.
Ling Shua's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a hint of stern warning.
Are you crazy? I repeatedly ordered you to stop when necessary. Yet you lifted the power restriction and went for the kill?
Do you know what would have happened to Jiang Chen if that punch had landed?
We're teammates, not enemies. Was that sparring, or was it attempted murder?
Xionggang lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong, not daring to meet Ling Shua's eyes. He mumbled in defense, Captain,
I lost control for a moment. I admit, at first, I underestimated him.
I thought he was just a 4th-tier rookie, and that I could easily. He stammered easily for a long time but couldn't come up with anything coherent, because he simply couldn't explain why he would lose his composure in front of a 4th-tier ability user, and even feel fear. He secretly glanced at Jiang Chen, and the disdain and contempt in his eyes from before were gone, replaced by a complex, indescribable wariness and a faint, almost imperceptible admiration.
Captain, don't blame him. It was me. I was the one who actively requested the spar.
At that moment, Jiang Chen's voice rang out calmly. There was no expression on his face, as if the thrilling battle just now was merely an insignificant warm-up for him, barely consuming any of his energy, and not even stirring the slightest ripple in his emotions. Only then did Ling Shua slowly turn around and look at Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen's calmness made Ling Shua even more surprised.
He had originally thought that after experiencing such a perilous situation, even if Jiang Chen wasn't pale and trembling all over, he would at least be shaken and unsettled. But Jiang Chen, however, appeared so calm, so composed, as if everything was under his control.
This level of mental fortitude is simply unfathomable. Ling Shua gave Jiang Chen a deep look. Jiang Chen's strength is far more than it seems on the surface.
This young man harbors too many secrets and holds too much potential.
He even began to doubt.
The reason Admiral Huang went against all opposition to place Jiang Chen in the Qianlong army was definitely not just because of his observation haki. It was also because he saw the immense potential hidden within Jiang Chen, as well as some unknown, special quality. Ling Shua's voice softened slightly, carrying a hint of concern.
Jiang Chen smiled faintly and shook his head. I'm fine, Captain.
The members of the Falcon Squad also gathered around at this moment. Their faces were filled with complex expressions: shock, confusion, admiration, envy, worry, a mix of emotions intertwined, leaving them momentarily unsure of what to say.
Jiang Chen, are you alright? Jiang Chen, are you really just a 4th-tier ability user?
Mu Qianyu couldn't help but voice the doubt in her heart. She simply couldn't associate this calm and powerful young man in front of her with the label of a 4th-tier ability user.
The contrast was just too great. Jiang Chen nodded calmly and replied with a smile. Absolutely genuine.
Mu Qianyu gasped, feeling her worldview had been profoundly shaken. Gu Xingchen adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose.
Jiang Chen, you really are a monster, but I like having monsters as teammates.
At least, being teammates with a monster is much safer than being enemies with one. Moreover, only by being teammates with a monster can miracles be created and those impossible tasks be accomplished. Lang Yuehan remained silent and reserved, simply watching Jiang Chen quietly, his gaze deep and inscrutable, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. However, the slight upward curve of his lips and the fleeting glint in his eyes indicated that he had fully acknowledged Jiang Chen's strength. Xionggang glanced at everyone, then walked up to Jiang Chen. His large, fan-like hand, this time, instead of patting Jiang Chen on the shoulder, he extended it, grinned, and revealed a mouthful of white teeth.
Jiang Chen, you kid, you're strong.
I, Xionggang, acknowledge you.
From now on, you're my brother. In the Falcon Squad, if anyone dares to bully you, they're going against me, Xionggang.
I'll be the first to disagree, but next time we get a chance, let's have a proper spar. His voice, like muffled thunder, echoed throughout the testing area, filled with boldness and dominance. However, his tone no longer carried the previous disdain and hostility, but was instead full of recognition and anticipation.
Ling Shua glanced at everyone, his gaze falling on Jiang Chen, and said, "Alright, Jiang Chen, your strength has been recognized by us. Welcome to the Falcon Squad." Immediately after, he said to everyone,
"Let's go to the conference room to discuss the upcoming rescue mission."
Everyone then followed Ling Shua out of the testing area.
Jiang Chen followed behind them, passing through a long corridor to reach the conference room. Inside the conference room, a massive round conference table occupied the central position, and the walls were covered with various maps, documents, and some tactical analysis charts. Ling Shua turned on the projector, and a beam of light cast onto the wall, forming a large map of the country of Shiva.
After saying that,
on the map, mountains, rivers, cities, roads, everything was clearly marked, and even some important military facilities were indicated with special symbols. Before entering the conference room, the team members felt somewhat conflicted. Ling Shua pointed at the map and began to explain the mission in detail. "This time, our mission is to infiltrate the capital of Shiva Nation, New Delhi, and rescue the kidnapped Dragon Nation scientist, Professor Li Yunfei. Professor
Professor Lee is our country's top materials science expert and holds the formula for a new type of alloy that is crucial to national security.
We must spare no effort to rescue him safely.
He paused, his tone becoming grave. According to the intelligence, Professor Lee Yunfei is currently being held in a secret base on the outskirts of New Delhi.
This base is directly managed by the intelligence department of Shiva Nation,
heavily guarded and full of traps.
Forcibly breaking in is almost impossible.
We can only adopt a method of infiltration, silently sneaking in and then bringing Professor Lee out. Ling Shua provided a detailed introduction to the mission background, target location, and enemy defenses, ensuring that every team member had a clear understanding of the task.
The biggest challenge of this operation is determining Professor Lee Yunfei's exact location within the base.
The base is vast, and blindly searching would be like looking for a needle in a haystack, not to mention it might alert the enemy. Although Professor Lee has a tracking device implanted in his body, we cannot guarantee whether this device has already been discovered by the Shiva Nation.
The time that follows,
Ling Shua's gaze fell on Jiang Chen. So, Jiang Chen, this is your mission. Your observation hockey is the key to this operation.
We need you to use your observation hockey to precisely locate Professor Lee's position. Jiang Chen nodded, indicating his understanding.
The reason Huang Jiping transferred him to the Qianlong army and assigned him to this mission was precisely because of his powerful observation hockey.
However,
I didn't expect this mission to be in New Delhi. The Blade domain where Gambler's frontline is located is not far from New Delhi.
I need to find an opportunity to go there.
Thinking of this, Jiang Chen also began to explain his observation hockey ability.
Captain, I can perceive everything within a range of 2,000 meters.
As long as we can approach the base, I can locate Professor Lee and monitor the situation inside the base in real time, including the number of enemies, their positions, movements, and their emotional changes.
Jiang Chen said confidently. What did you say? Observation hockey range of 2,000 meters?
Mu Qianyu widened her eyes, looking at Jiang Chen in disbelief.
Jiang Chen nodded, yes.
In the conference room, everyone displayed expressions of shock. From the information available, Jiang Chen's observation hockey range was only 1,000 meters.
When did it become 2,000 meters? How long has it been? Observation hockey range, 2,000 meters? The next moment, 20 times stronger than the current world's strongest observation hockey user?
A trace of joy flashed in Ling Shua's eyes.
Very good. With your observation hockey, our actions are guaranteed.
Jiang Chen, you must remember, your observation hockey is not just for finding Professor Lee, but also serves as the eyes of our entire team.
Is this even human?
You need to stay vigilant at all times, use your observation hockey to provide us with warnings, avoid risks, find the best course of action, and even predict the enemy's moves.
Ling Shua emphasized.
He fully realized the value of Jiang Chen's observation hockey and decided to make it the core of the entire action plan.
Understood, Captain. Jiang Chen replied solemnly. Next, let's discuss the specific action plan. We need to fully utilize Jiang Chen's observation advantage to devise the safest and most efficient rescue plan, Ling Shua said.
In the meeting room, the team members began to actively speak, offering their suggestions.
Gu Xingchen suggested.
Since Jiang Chen's observation hockey range is 2,000 meters, we can set up a temporary observation point about 2,000 meters away from the base. Jiang Chen can conduct a detailed reconnaissance of the entire base there, mapping out the terrain, defenses, personnel distribution, and other details, and then use this intelligence to formulate a detailed infiltration route.
Mu Qianyu suggested.
During the operation, Jiang Chen can use observation hockey to monitor the enemy's movements in real time and provide early warnings for the team.
If an enemy patrol or sentry is detected, we can avoid them in advance or take other measures to prevent direct confrontation with the enemy. Lang Yuehan stated.
I can cooperate with Jiang Chen's observation hockey and use the abilities of the / fruit to silently and stealthily remove some necessary obstacles, such as barbed wire, surveillance cameras, etc., creating opportunities for the team to infiltrate.
Jiang Chen only needs to tell me the specific location and target, and I can complete the task without alerting anyone.
My slashes can be silent, leaving no trace.
Xiong Gang volunteered. I'm thick-skinned and tough.
I can rush to the base entrance, shout and create chaos, attracting all the guards. Then, you can take the opportunity to sneak into the base and rescue Professor Lee.
Shut up, you.
The others glanced at Xiong Gang speechlessly. Ling Shua carefully listened to each team member's opinions and adjusted and refined the original action plan based on Jiang Chen's observation hockey advantage. He made Jiang Chen's observation hockey the core of the entire action plan, with all actions revolving around Jiang Chen's ability to maximize his role. At the same time, it also ensured the maximum safety of the team members.
Ling Shua said solemnly, this mission is different from the past. We will be facing the most elite forces of Shiva Nation.
According to intelligence, there are at least more than 10 7th-tier ability users, and 6th-tier ability users are countless. Therefore, we must be on full alert and absolutely cannot let our guard down.
Everyone else must also pay close attention to coordinating with Jiang Chen's actions. Jiang Chen's observation hockey Galaxy is the eyes of our team. We must trust him and follow his commands. Only in this way can we form a cohesive unit and unleash our maximum combat power. Yes, Captain, the team members responded in unison, their voices filled with determination and fighting spirit. Ling Shua nodded in satisfaction and then said, "Good, now I will explain the specific steps of the operation in detail once again. Everyone must listen carefully and remember every detail." He pointed to the map on the wall and began to explain the operation plan in detail. Next, Jiang Chen successfully rescued the doctor in the country of Shiva and destroyed a city. While being pursued nationwide, he fled into the Blade domain where Gambler Fireline resided, successfully subdued Gambler Fireline, and with one sword strike killed hundreds of elite pursuers from the country of Shiva. At the same time, the Dragon Nation's general led a large army into Shiva Nation's territory to protect Jiang Chen. The world was shaken. Under the pressure from the Dragon Nation, Shiva Nation could only swallow their pride. After this incident, starting from Secret Realm number 4, the global competition phase began. In the end, Jiang Chen, with absolute strength, crushed the entire world and became the sole global leader, achieving true unification, led the army to attack the dimensional rift.